Knock, knock, knock. Old immortal, old immortal. On the summit of Feng Mountain, a monkey clad in a grass skirt with disheveled fur eagerly pounded on the wooden door of the Taoist temple. Creak. The wooden door, riddled with wormholes, swung open, revealing a young man dressed in a white Taoist robe. Old immortal, I have traversed the seas from Flower Fruit Mountain to finally find you. Please accept me as your disciple and impart the secrets of longevity to me. Upon seeing the young man, the monkey immediately knelt down with a thud. The young man nodded slightly, showing no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated this encounter. His name was Feng, originally a youth of the 21st century on the Blue and White Star, who, by a twist of fate, had crossed over to the primordial world at the onset of the beast calamity. Having been well-versed in countless myths and legends, and having read numerous tales of the primordial era, Feng disregarded conventional paths of enlightenment, such as the attainment of the Tao or the sanctification of the physical body. Instead, he devoted himself to the study and derivation of the most powerful mythical cultivation system known in legends. After countless attempts, Feng finally cultivated the innate five-tai ancestor chi and officially established the mythical cultivation system. After enduring countless eons of arduous training, he achieved his long-desired status as a mythical Daluo, becoming the supreme being across all worlds, dimensions, and times. Upon attaining the rank of Mythical Daluo Golden Immortal, Feng became free of desires. He casually sought out a celestial mountain in the sea, establishing a temple as his sanctuary, spending his days tending to flowers, basking in the sun, and playing with cats. However, not long ago, the Bodhi Patriarch from the Buddhist sect also arrived at this celestial mountain, and even opened a slanted moon and 3 stars cave at its peak. Upon noticing this, Feng's thoughts stirred, and he gained insight into everything that would transpire in the primordial world billions of years hence. The forthcoming developments in the primordial era closely mirrored the memories of his past life, including the journey to the West Calamity, the eastward transmission of Buddhist teachings, and the Buddhist demon calamity. Moreover, son Wukong, under the machinations of the Buddhist sect, would transform from a rebellious and valiant great sage equal to heaven into a compliant puppet. Although Feng had attained the status of a mythical Daluo Golden Immortal, and his countless incarnations had traversed myriad realms, witnessing the splendors of the world, still held a unique affection for son Wukong from his past life, that I only recognize the Flower Fruit Mountain's great sage, not the Ling Mountain's fighting Buddha. Feng resolved to alter son Wukong's fate, which led to the current encounter of the monkey seeking him out of course with his cultivation. He could obliterate the entire Buddhist sect with a mere thought, or even rewrite the primordial world at will. Yet, Feng chose to occupy himself with a task, lest the cats in his temple become excessively pampered. Rised at why Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Old immortal, have you agreed to accept me as your disciple? The monkey's face instantly filled with excitement and joy upon hearing this. Feng nodded. In the primordial chaos, there were originally no surnames. Break through the obstinacy and understand the emptiness from now on. You shall be named Son Wukong. Son Wukong, Son Wukong. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me a name. Now I, old son, have a name. After repeating his name twice, the monkey leaped about joyfully, even performing flips on the treetops. Feng did not intervene until son Wukong's exuberance subsided. Then he spoke. Come inside with me. With that, Feng turned and entered the temple, while son Wukong hesitantly followed behind. Upon entering the temple, son Wukong discovered that although it was not large, the spiritual energy within was abundant and pure. Just a single breath filled him with a lightness, as if he might ascend to immortality. Woof! As son Wukong curiously surveyed the temple, a thunderous bark erupted like a clap of thunder in his ears. Following the sound, he beheld an enormous beast. It was a creature of immense stature, its powerful body adorned with fur that shimmered like burning golden flames, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The imposing dragon horns atop its head were wrapped in Taoist runes, containing boundless power to Sun Wukong. With the beast's bellow, the entire world seemed to tremble, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Countless stars cascaded from the heavens into the boundless sea of stars. A sight of sheer terror. Overwhelmed by the sight of such a fearsome beast, the monkey instinctively leaped to the treetops, trembling all over, clinging tightly to the trunk, too frightened to open his eyes. Big Yellow, do not frighten my disciple. Seeing son Wukong so terrified by the initial Qilin, Feng could not help but pat its head in annoyance. During the tail end of the Dragon Han calamity, the initial Qilin, cornered and facing divine retribution, sought refuge with Feng. Finding himself in need of guardian pet, Feng took it in. After all, having attained the mythical Daluo status, he had become eternal. All timelines converged to render him a mythical Daluo. He vowed to protect the initial Qilin, and not even the primordial heavenly Tao could thwart him. Woof! At Feng's words, the initial Qilin retracted its fearsome aura and affectionately nuzzled Feng's leg. This is my newly accepted disciple, named son Wukong. You all behave yourselves. All right, Wukong, it's all good now. You can come down. Upon hearing Feng's voice, son Wukong managed to suppress his fear and opened his eyes. The once terrifying beast had vanished, replaced by a horned yellow dog leaning against Feng. Phew. Relieved, son Wukong exhaled deeply, descending from the branches, his fur damp with sweat. Master. Son Wukong tiptoed, cautiously approaching Feng. His gaze still filled with deep trepidation as he glanced at the initial Qilin. Allow me to introduce you, these are my pets. Big Yellow Dog, Little Black Cat, and Big Red Bird, Feng explained to son Wukong. Following Feng's gestures, son Wukong noticed the black cat lounging on the ground, stretching in the sunlight, and the big red bird perched on a willow tree. Son Wukong nodded at them, forcing a stiff smile. Having witnessed the previous terrifying spectacle, he understood that his master's pets, though seemingly inconspicuous, were undoubtedly extraordinary beings. He even suspected that the willow tree itself was no ordinary plant. For a fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a willow tree of immeasurable height, its countless branches adorned with chaotic stars, an awe-inspiring sight. Acquaintance is sufficient, Wukong. Follow me, I have matters to discuss regarding your future duties. With his hands clasped behind him, Feng walked ahead, and son Wukong hurriedly followed. Chapter 2. A terrifying surprise. Feng, accompanied by son Wukong, traversed the grand hall and arrived at the back garden of the Taoist temple. To the left of the courtyard lay rows upon rows of meticulously arranged flowers and plants, each exhibiting unique and whimsical forms, some resembling square-dinged vessels, others soaring like dragons or spreading wings like goldenrod. To the right stood a robust grape trellis, the vines twisting powerfully like ancient dragons, their patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. The grape leaves glistened like emeralds, while the colorful grapes, translucent and radiant, reflected an alluring luster under the sun's rays. Feng brought son Wukong to a spring at the foot of the wall and pointed to the fruit trees and grapes he had planted. Wukong, your primary task is to water them daily, clear the weeds, and tidy up the temple in your spare time. Son Wukong nodded obediently. All right, master. Well then, begin your work, Feng replied, turning to leave with a graceful silhouette. Remember, don't steal any. Son Wukong chuckled. Hee, master, you can rest assured. Once Feng departed, son Wukong eagerly rolled up his sleeves and picked up a seemingly ordinary wooden spoon to fetch water for the trees. However, upon grasping the unremarkable spoon, he was suddenly taken aback. This is a congenital treasure. Although son Wukong had only recently come into existence, he was one of the 4 monkeys born from the chaotic demon ape, and a fragment of the chaotic demon ape's memories manifested as innate knowledge within him. Strangely, this congenital treasure did not shimmer with brilliance or emanate an extraordinary aura. It appeared merely as an ordinary wooden spoon, even marred with a few insect holes. This is indeed a congenital treasure. How could master leave it lying on the ground? Such a waste, son Wukong lamented, cradling the spoon as if it were a precious gem and carefully wiping off the dirt with his palm. In the outside world, one would be hard-pressed to encounter even an ordinary congenital spiritual treasure, which were typically held by ancient powers or disciples of sages. He had witnessed a group of cultivators fighting fiercely over a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure during his quest for enlightenment on a bamboo raft. Yet here, a congenital treasure was treated as a mere tool for scooping water, carelessly discarded. Regaining his composure, son Wukong suppressed his astonishment. After all, upon entering and encountering that colossal and terrifying beast, He had already realized that his master was an unimaginable being. What the countless cultivators outside desperately sought after was perhaps regarded by his master as nothing more than the most commonplace of items. I wonder what kind of mastery my master possesses to treat a congenital treasure as a mere utensil for fetching water, Sun Wukong murmured, bending down to scoop a ladle of spring water. As the water left the spring, it began to radiate 9-colored divine light, exuding an incredibly rich spiritual aura, once again rendering Sun Wukong speechless. This is a spiritual spring that can only be produced in the chaotic realm. Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. Not only was the ladle a congenital treasure, but even the spring water was chaotic spiritual water. He wondered what the taste of this chaotic spiritual water might be. With a glint of curiosity in his eyes, Sun Wukong grasped the spoon with his right hand while extending his left index finger to dip into the chaotic spiritual water, bringing it to his mouth for a taste. As the chaotic spiritual water entered his body, it transformed into a torrent of boundless chaotic essence, surging throughout him. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Sun Wukong, propelling his cultivation directly into the golden immortal realm. All innate beings emerge with a natural level of cultivation, and Sun Wukong was no exception. However, the Patriarch Bodhi had placed a seal on him before his birth, restricting his cultivation to ensure he would follow the plan to seek him out at Mount Feng to become his disciple. Now, with the intake of just a few drops of spiritual spring water, the seal laid upon him by Patriarch Bodhi was shattered. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming excitement within him. He hadn't anticipated that these few drops of chaotic spiritual spring water would possess such terrifying effects. Yet, even amidst his elation, he did not forget his master's instructions. What treasures must the flowers and plants that require chaotic spiritual water for nourishment be? Sun Wukong pondered, filled with anticipation as he scooped the chaotic spiritual water and approached the flowers and plants, eager to discover the caliber of spiritual roots that warranted such precious nourishment. However, as he neared the flower bed, he noticed the soil in which the flowers and plants were rooted shimmered with a starry purple and blue light, radiating with a mysterious brilliance. 9 heavens soil. Sun Wukong gasped, astonished to encounter the legendary primordial soil of the Earth's ancestor, and in such abundance. What a terrifying surprise! He exclaimed in awe. Though the garden appeared unremarkable at first glance, upon closer inspection, every element far exceeded imagination. Fortunately, having experienced previous wonders, Sun Wukong's capacity for acceptance had greatly improved, and he quickly regained his focus, eager to discern what level of spiritual roots were present among the flowers and plants. Yet, after scrutinizing the flowers and plants closely, Sun Wukong found himself unable to ascertain their rank. This could only imply that each flower and plant here surpassed even the highest grade of innate spiritual roots. After all, even the finest innate spiritual roots would not merit cultivation in 9 heavens soil or nourishment with chaotic spiritual water. Sun Wukong speculated that his master's flowers and plants were at least of chaotic root caliber, if not higher. With his master nurturing such astonishing pets and plants, his cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. I am truly fortunate, Sun Wukong thought, filled with excitement and optimism about the future. If he diligently learned from his master, he would surely achieve great things. With newfound determination, Sun Wukong set to work watering the flowers and plants. After replenishing the water and returning the wooden spoon to its place, he began weeding. However, as he commenced pulling weeds, he was once again astonished. He discovered that these weeds were all innate spiritual roots. In the current celestial realm, if a stray innate spiritual root were to appear, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody upheaval. Yet here, they were treated as mere weeds. It would be such a waste to discard them, Sun Wukong mused. What master meant by not stealing must refer to the spiritual fruits produced by the grapes and flowers, not these weeds. With that thought, Sun Wukong grinned and began shoving the weeds into his mouth. These weeds, having grown in 9 heavens soil and absorbed chaotic spiritual spring water, contained immense celestial essence within each one. As he swallowed them, his cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Chapter 3. The Enlightened One's Bewilderment Boom. The energy within Sun Wukong surged like a volcano, propelling his cultivation to instantaneously transcend the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. In the current 3 realms, attaining the Tai Golden Immortal status is considered a mark of strength, a feat that typically demands over 1,000,000 years of arduous training and countless tribulations. However, Sun Wukong transitioned from a novice to a Tai Golden Immortal in less than a quarter of an hour. Should this news reach the outside world, even the 6 saints would be left astounded. Sun Wukong meticulously sensed the profound changes within himself, his monkey face flushed with excitement, scratching his head in disbelief. He had initially believed that mastering the celestial arts and becoming an immortal would require extensive and grueling practice. To his astonishment, just after entering his master's tutelage, he experienced such a monumental transformation. Simultaneously, he came to understand his master's earnest admonition against indulging in excess. He had merely tasted a few drops of the chaos spirit spring and absorbed a few innate spiritual roots. Yet he had already reached the limits of what his body could endure. Had he attempted to consume the unknown herbs and grapes, even a single leaf might have overwhelmed him with its vast spiritual energy, leading to his demise. After relishing in his extraordinary transformation, Sun Wukong joyfully began tending to the spiritual roots in the backyard, weeding and catching pests, thoroughly engrossed in his tasks. Meanwhile, within the Huaguo Mountain cave of Mount Foctuan, over 100 disciples clad in gray robes were seated in neat rows on meditation mats, attentively listening to the teachings of the Enlightened One on the high platform. These disciples were casually gathered by the Enlightened One from the Earth Immortal realm to accompany the spirit-bright stone monkey in his studies. Ding! The crisp and resonant sound of a bell echoed through the air as a towering incense burner in the courtyard emitted swirling blue smoke, enveloping the entire Huaguo Mountain cave in an aura of mystique and ethereal Tao rhythm. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Clad in a white Taoist robe with hair and beard as white as snow, the Enlightened One sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes gently closed, holding a whisk as he imparted wisdom to the entranced disciples below. Suddenly, the previously serene expression of the Enlightened One shifted dramatically. He abruptly opened his eyes and ceased his discourse. The disciples below, along with the attendant, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. What is happening? Where is the spirit-bright stone monkey? The Enlightened One furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. The spirit-bright stone monkey had clearly arrived at Mount Foctuan under his guidance, poised to seek apprenticeship in the Huaguo Mountain cave. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the spirit-bright stone monkey had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. In a state of urgency, the Enlightened One unleashed his quasi-saint level divine sense to meticulously scavenge the entirety of Mount Foctuan. However, after thorough scrutiny, he found nothing. Not even a single hair from the monkey was discovered. Panic surged through the Enlightened One as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The celestial opportunity for the flourishing of Buddhism was at hand. The journey to the West was imminent. If this journey were to be successfully completed, the teachings of Buddhism could spread eastward, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Buddhist faith, and the heavenly Tao would bestow immense merits upon those who contributed. In ancient times, the two saints of Buddhism, Zhundi and Jian, had made grand vows to borrow vast quantities of heavenly merits from the Tao to attain sainthood. This journey to the West was the opportune moment for the two saints to repay their debts of heavenly merit. Consequently, the two saints busily negotiated terms with the Taiji saint and the primordial Supreme Lord, even risking substantial costs. The spirit-bright stone monkey was one of the most crucial figures predetermined for this journey. The Zhundi saint, recognizing the Enlightened One's unwavering dedication to Buddhism over countless years, entrusted him with the responsibility of guiding the spirit-bright stone monkey to acquire heavenly merits. Moreover, he instructed him to maintain the guise of an Eastern Taoist immortal before the monkey, demonstrating meticulous consideration for every detail. Should any misfortune befall the spirit-bright stone monkey, the consequences would be dire. The mere thought of this sent shivers down the Enlightened One's spine. The spirit-bright stone monkey, sealed by his own hand and devoid of any cultivation, could not simply vanish. As a peak quasi-saint, the only beings capable of abducting the spirit-bright stone monkey without his awareness would be saints themselves. Could it be that a saint has intervened? As this thought crossed his mind, the Enlightened One felt a chill run down his spine. It is said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Though he stood as a peak quasi-saint and possessed considerable strength in the current three realms, in the eyes of true saints, he was merely a larger ant, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. With the saint now involved, the matter had escalated beyond his capacity to resolve. For the sake of his own safety and the success of Buddhism's journey to the West, the Enlightened One resolved to return to the Spirit Mountain and inform the two Western saints, allowing them to decide the course of action. Continue your cultivation. I must depart for a time, the Enlightened One declared, regaining his composure and adopting a profound demeanor as he addressed his disciples. Yes, we will respectfully see you off. Master, the disciples replied in unison, rising to bow deeply in respect to the Enlightened One. With a nod, the Enlightened One ascended upon a cloud of white mist from the mat beneath him, soaring into the sky amidst the awestruck and reverent gazes of his disciples, before vanishing from sight. Chapter 4. The Art of Eloquence. As the Venerable Bodhi rushed back to Lingming Mountain in a state of urgency to report to the sage, several months had already elapsed within the Taoist temple. For Feng, who resided in the mythical realm of Daluo, a mere thought could manipulate the flow of time across the myriad worlds, let alone within a single temple. During these months, Feng found himself quite satisfied with Sun Wukong's performance. The latter worked diligently and selflessly, exhibiting a commendable foundation of cultivation. Ah, Wukong, Feng mused, reclining in a bamboo chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun while Sun Wukong energetically massaged his shoulders. What is it, master? Is the pressure insufficient? Sun Wukong inquired as he kneaded Feng's shoulders. I believe it is time to impart to you the methods of cultivation. Having been my disciple for over a few months now, Feng said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart leapt with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had longed to learn the arts of immortality but had hesitated to voice his desires. Now that Feng had broached the subject, he was elated beyond measure. Thank you, master. Thank you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, squatting down to vigorously massage Feng's legs. Today, I shall bestow upon you the methods of mythical cultivation. You must engage in your practice earnestly and without slack, Feng continued, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Oh, may I inquire, master, does this technique lead to immortality? Sun Wukong asked, his face alight with anticipation. Ha ha ha, Feng chuckled. You truly have a remarkable obsession with immortality. However, this is quite natural, as your journey across the seas to seek my teachings was motivated by your desire for eternal life, not only for yourself, but for the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain as well. What is immortality? If you attain the realm of mythical human immortals, you will share longevity with the heavens, remain unscathed through countless tribulations, and your true form will endure beyond the annihilation of the three realms. Feng replied with a smile. I wish to learn. I wish to learn. Please guide me, master. Sun Wukong exclaimed, immediately kneeling and prostrating before Feng. Feng extended his hand, gently ruffling the monkey's furry head, as the methods of mythical cultivation instantaneously entered Sun Wukong's mind. This is the art of mythical cultivation. You must practice diligently and never become complacent, Feng cautioned. Thank you, master. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Sun Wukong declared, feeling the profound nature of the mythical cultivation methods. If he were to reach even a minor accomplishment, he would surely traverse the three realms with ease, unhindered by any limitations. Enough of the massage, I am weary. You may begin your practice. Should you encounter uncertainties, return to me for guidance. Feng yawned and turned over to take a nap. Your disciple takes his leave. Sun Wukong tiptoed away, hastening back to his quarters, eager to commence his training. Time flew by, and several more months passed. During this interval, Sun Wukong rose early each day to water the garden and catch insects, followed by massaging Feng's legs and inquiring about aspects of cultivation he found perplexing. Feng, in turn, generously elucidated each of Sun Wukong's questions. With a keen intellect, Sun Wukong swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the mythical cultivation methods under Feng's tutelage. He observed that, aside from fishing, petting cats, and sunbathing, Feng often retreated to his study to write. Though curiosity bubbled within him, he dared not intrude. One day, seeing Feng engrossed in his writing, Sun Wukong could no longer suppress his curiosity. Holding a feather duster made from bright red bird plumage, he stealthily approached the study door and in a hushed tone asked, Master, do you require assistance in cleaning this study? Feng, upon hearing this, chuckled. You monkey, if you wish to come in and look, just say so. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched his head and sheepishly entered. Upon stepping into the study, he caught a glimpse of Feng writing a book titled The Art of Eloquence. However, he refrained from interrupting and instead began to diligently dust the shelves. The study was modest in size, yet the shelves were meticulously lined with thousands of books, including titles such as Snapping Fingers to Cover the Sky, Sun Immortal, The Strong Protector of the School Bell, Eternal Thought, and The Missing Golden Bottle, among others. The Missing Golden Bottle? Could it be a tale of a precious vessel that went amiss, leading to a series of quests for its recovery? Sun Wukong pondered, not giving it much thought. Yet, as he dusted the third shelf, his attention was abruptly captured by the cover of one particular book. It depicted a magnificent monkey brandishing a golden staff, its fur ablaze like golden flames. More importantly, the monkey's defiant and disdainful gaze, as if it sought to trample the heavens and earth beneath its feet, sent a surge of exhilaration through Sun Wukong's veins. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the book was titled The Legend of Wukong. Could it truly share my name? Sun Wukong marveled, his curiosity intensifying, as if an invisible force beckoned him toward it. Master, may I take a look at this legend of Wukong? Sun Wukong mustered the courage to inquire. Without pausing his writing, Feng nodded in affirmation, understanding the subtleties of the Buddhist teachings. Sun Wukong realized he would not need to elaborate further in the future. With Feng's permission, he grinned widely, placed the duster aside, and eagerly delved into the book. Half an hour later, Sun Wukong's face turned crimson with anger, his chest heaving, and his fur standing on end. These detestable immortals, seemingly lofty and untouchable, possess such venomous hearts and deceitful minds. It infuriates me to the core. Sun Wukong fumed, exhaling 2 jets of white vapor from his nostrils. Foolish disciple. Do you not see the resemblance between yourself and the Wukong in that book? Feng remarked with a slight smile. Sun Wukong paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the similarities are striking. Not only do we share a name, but we are both the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Could it be? Sun Wukong's astute mind, having momentarily succumbed to rage, swiftly grasped Feng's insinuation. Master, do you imply? Sun Wukong's thoughts raced, piecing together the implications. Had it not been for the machinations of others, how could your rickety bamboo raft have journeyed across the turbulent seas unscathed? Feng set down his brush and turned to regard Sun Wukong. Chapter 5. The Scapegoat of the Heavens. Damn those bald donkeys. Since my emergence, I have resided peacefully at Flower Fruit Mountain, yet they have conspired against me for no reason. Sun Wukong said, gritting his teeth. Wukong, do you understand that a gentleman desires to engage in words, but acts swiftly? Feng imparted with a profound expression. Huh. Sun Wukong was bewildered by the statement. After contemplating for a while, he still could not grasp its meaning. The disciple is ignorant and does not understand. Feng continued, what I mean is, a gentleman should not waste time on idle talk when faced with matters. Instead, he should take decisive action. For no matter how harshly you curse, it will yield no practical results. After listening earnestly, Sun Wukong found great wisdom in this. Cursing at the top of his lungs would not alter the carefree existence of those in the Buddhist and heavenly realms. It would be far more effective, as his master suggested, to seek vengeance directly in the future. Master's words are indeed sagacious. The disciple shall remember and diligently adhere to your teachings, Sun Wukong vowed earnestly. Seeing Sun Wukong's serious demeanor, Feng offered further guidance. Wukong, to learn without contemplation is futile, and to contemplate without learning is perilous. Once again, Sun Wukong was perplexed, unsure of what his master meant. The disciple is dull-witted. I implore you to enlighten me, he said, bowing to Feng. Feng reached out, gently stroking Sun Wukong's head. If you learn my techniques without grasping my philosophy, you will be lost. If you understand my philosophy but neglect my techniques, you will be vulnerable to defeat. Therefore, from now on, you must heed my teachings while diligently cultivating your strength. Sun Wukong acknowledged the wisdom in this. With his master's capabilities, confronting enemies without hesitation was certainly feasible. However, if he attempted to mimic his master without sufficient power, it would not be revenge but rather a path to ruin. Thank you, master, Sun Wukong expressed, kneeling and bowing deeply in gratitude. Had it not been for his master's guidance, he might have fallen into the trap set by the Buddhist and heavenly realms, leading to a fate akin to the one depicted in the legend of Wukong. Indeed, Feng nodded, continuing to compose his own teachings. Meanwhile, the anxious Patriarch Bodhi traversed the void and arrived above Mount Ling atop the sacred mountain. The saints of guidance and acceptance were conferring with Avalokiteshvara regarding the journey to the west. Avalokiteshvara held 3 ropes, each tethered to the necks of the Chiosho, Lingya, and Yu immortals. These 3 were filled with resentment yet dared not voice their anger. Once esteemed as the 7 immortals of the Interception sect, they had been forcibly subdued by the Buddhist realm, stripped of their dignity, and now treated like mere beasts. Though they had attempted rebellion, it resulted in brutal punishment, leaving them battered and broken, with Chiosho even suffering permanent mutilation. Their only hope was to await the return of the Master of the Heavens from the Chaos Realm, to restore the Interception sect's glory and avenge their fallen brethren. Despite the bleakness of this hope, they had never relinquished it. Avalokiteshvara. These 3 can be placed at Lion Turtle Ridge as a crucial trial in the journey to the west, but do not forget to set restrictions, the Saint of Acceptance stated. Adorned in a golden red robe, a golden halo above his head, and a sorrowful expression. However, this was merely a projection. As the Tao ancestor had forbidden the saints from entering the three realms since the calamity of the gods. Yes, the disciple shall heed the saint's command, Avalokiteshvara replied, performing a respectful gesture before preparing to depart. At that moment, the flustered Patriarch Bodhi descended from the heavens, landing before the saints. I greet the two esteemed saints, he said, bowing. Upon seeing Bodhi's anxious demeanor, the saints furrowed their brows, displeased. To them, Bodhi was a revered figure, one of the top powers of the Buddhist realm, and should conduct himself with composure. His current state of disarray would undermine the dignity of the Buddhist order if witnessed by others. What troubles you? Although the saints felt discontent, they refrained from immediate reprimand, merely inquiring with mild curiosity. Something grave has occurred, Bodhi exclaimed urgently. What? The saints were taken aback. Their expressions filled with confusion, as was Avalokiteshvara. Currently, the Master of the Heavens was imprisoned by the Tao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace. The pure Yang and primordial heavenly venerates had already agreed to collaborate with the Buddhist realm, while Nuwa remained indifferent to worldly affairs. The Buddhist realm was on the rise, and the situation appeared favorable. What calamity could possibly arise? Calm down and explain in detail, the Saint of Acceptance urged. Very well, Bodhi nodded, recounting all the strange occurrences at Mount Fengsuan. Once the saints heard the full account, their expressions turned grave, filled with profound astonishment. How could this be? A saint is involved? Could it be the Master of the Heavens? But he is imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace. The Saint of Acceptance murmured, his countenance shifting dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, the saints immediately identified the Master of the Heavens as the prime suspect. They had already conferred with other saints in the heavenly court, agreeing that upon the completion of the journey to the west, all who contributed would receive heavenly merits. Hence, the pure Yang, primordial heavenly venerate, the heavenly court, and Nuwa had no reason to obstruct the expedition. The only entity remaining with both the capability and motive to do so was the Master of the Heavens. It is indeed perplexing. After all, the Master of the Heavens is the favored disciple of the Tao ancestor. During the distribution of treasures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor bestowed upon him the distribution rock and numerous innate spiritual treasures. The calamity of the gods has long since passed, and the Tao ancestor's anger may have diminished considerably. If the Master of the Heavens were to plead for leniency, he might indeed have a chance to leave the Purple Cloud Palace. The Saint of Acceptance analyzed earnestly, a look of trepidation etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, the Patriarch Bodhi, the Saint of Acceptance, and Avalokiteshvara felt a chill run down their spines. The Buddhist realm had committed numerous treachery against the Interception sect during the calamity of the gods. Had it not been for the combined efforts of the Saints of Acceptance and Pure Yang to dismantle the sword array of extermination, the Interception sect would have perished in that calamity. Moreover, in the final battle of the 10,000 immortals, the saints forcibly converted many disciples of the Interception sect, treating them as mounts and slaves. Given the Master of the Heavens' fierce nature, capable of annihilating even the primordial world, should he return from the Purple Cloud Palace, their heads might not remain upon their shoulders for long. Chapter 6. The three immortals of the If the thought of the return of the Heavenly Lord raised the hair on the necks of the two sages. Then the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, standing nearby, appeared pale, drenched in sweat, and felt as though her legs could scarcely support her. Although the return of the Heavenly Lord would certainly provoke furious retribution against the two sages, they were, after all, saints of the heavenly way. Their true spirits anchored in the celestial order, rendering them undying and imperishable. At worst, they would suffer a certain degree of torment. In contrast, Avalokiteshvara had ruthlessly targeted the disciples of within the myriad celestial formation, and after the conclusion of the calamity of she had shamelessly enslaved the disciples of, such as the Chiosho immortal. Should the Heavenly Lord return, ascend to the Spirit Mountain, she would undoubtedly face the wrath of the saints. At that moment, it would be exceedingly difficult for her even to contemplate death. It was entirely possible that her true spirit would be incinerated in the eternal flames of the Bayou Palace. Unlike the anxious sages of the Buddhist order and Patriarch Bodhi, upon receiving this news, the three immortals, Chiosho, Lingya, and Yui, were filled with exhilaration and fervor. Were it not for the presence of the two Buddhist saints, they would have longed to howl at the heavens, releasing the pent-up excitement within their hearts. After enduring years of humiliation and hardship, they had waited with bated breath for the moment of the Heavenly Lord's return. And now, hope had finally emerged. Remain calm and composed. Given the Heavenly Lord's temperament, if he had truly returned from the Zishu Palace, he would have already stormed the Spirit Mountain for vengeance. His current inaction indicates that he is either not the true body returned, but merely a projection, or that the Taoist ancestor has permitted the Heavenly Lord to leave the Zixio Palace under certain constraints, spoke the Sage of Guidance. His words served as a powerful tonic, restoring calm to the previously agitated assembly. Upon reflection, they realized the validity of his reasoning. It appeared that the situation was not as dire as they had initially presumed. There was still room for maneuver. The calamity has arrived, and the heavenly secrets are in disarray, making them impossible to deduce. Our immediate priority is to ascertain whether the Heavenly Lord has returned in his true form or merely as a projection. We shall head to the Zixio Palace to investigate. The Sage of Guidance declared earnestly, if the Heavenly Lord has indeed returned as a projection, it would be relatively manageable. However, if he has returned in his true form, even with numerous limitations, he remains a formidable saint. Moreover, the Heavenly Lord's mastery of the sword path and combat prowess would pose a significant challenge. Bodhi, you shall return to the Huaguo Mountain and await further developments. I shall inform you telepathically once there is news. As for you, Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, continue with your plans without undue alarm, the Sage of Guidance instructed. Understood. Patriarch Bodhi and Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara performed a gesture of respect, their hearts settling somewhat. Indeed. The two sages nodded, their projections gradually dissipating. After the departure of the Buddhist saints, Patriarch Bodhi traversed the void. Returning to the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave on Huaguo Mountain, Avalokiteshvara steadied her mind and opened a spatial portal, leading the Qiushou immortal, Lun Yu immortal, and Yui immortal to vanish from the summit of the Spirit Mountain. Upon re-emerging from the portal, Avalokiteshvara found herself in a treacherous and inhospitable terrain. The Lion Camel Ridge. According to the plans of the Buddhist saints, the journey to the west would pass through this very place. Positioned here, the Qiushou immortal, Lun Yu immortal, and Yui immortal were to become the most perilous trial among the 81 tribulations of the journey to the west, waiting to transform into demons and create calamities for the traveling party. You three shall await here, transforming into demons to create havoc when the journeying party passes through. Should you fail to comply, the consequences are yours to bear. Avalokiteshvara coldly warned the Qiushou immortal and the others, the threat implicit in her tone. The three immortals remained silent. In truth, had it not been for their true spirit being siphoned away by the Sage of Guidance, they would have long since retaliated against Avalokiteshvara. Seeing their indifference, Avalokiteshvara felt a surge of anger rising within her, and she immediately considered striking them with the willow branch from her pure vase. However, just as she was about to act, an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized by the Heavenly Lord washed over her, causing her to abandon the thought. Instead, she pointed a finger, sending 3 beams of white light into the foreheads of the Qiushou immortal and his companions. With these 3 seals in place, she would be instantly aware should they attempt to leave the confines of Lion Camel Ridge. To become demons, one must possess the appearance of demons. There are several human cities nearby. I trust you know what to do, she instructed before opening a spatial door to return to the Spirit Mountain, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Bah, a wretched creature relying on the power of others. Once Avalokiteshvara departed, the Yui immortal erupted in curses. During the calamity of this, was the sole sect supporting humanity, acknowledging them as the lords of heaven and earth, and thus had garnered the favor of humanity. Yet now, Avalokiteshvara was compelling them to transform into demons to slay nearby humans, a truly heartless act. Do not be hasty. The Sage of Guidance previously inferred that it was our master who took the spirit monkey from Huaguo Mountain, disrupting the Buddhist journey to the west. As long as our master returns, still holds hope, the Qiushou immortal stated solemnly, his voice deep. When our master returns, I shall undoubtedly annihilate that group of bald monks from the Buddhist order along with Avalokiteshvara and the arrogant Pu Xian, the Lun Yu immortal declared, gritting his teeth. Ever since the calamity, they had been forcibly converted to the Buddhist order, treated as steeds by Avalokiteshvara and Pu Xian, or oppressed and humiliated by the disciples of the Buddhist order. Every grievance was etched vividly in his memory, and he was determined to exact blood for blood one day. However, even if our master returns, he will undoubtedly face numerous restrictions, otherwise, he would have already stormed the Spirit Mountain, and we are confined to Lion Camel Ridge. Where leaving will alert Avalokiteshvara. How can we reach our master? The Yui immortal pondered. There is always a solution. We will do our utmost to extend our consciousness outward in hopes of locating the remaining disciples of the Qiushou immortal mused. The Heavenly Lord had always advocated inclusivity in his teachings, welcoming all beings to join the disciples of and listening to the words of the saint on Golden Turtle Island. Thus, apart from those disciples received into the outer and inner circles of, there remained a multitude of registered disciples outside. The Qiushou immortal wished to take a chance, hoping to contact those registered disciples of from the past to seek out their master. Chapter 7. The Search for the Celestial Path with a Nod of Agreement. Ling Yaxian and Yue Xian summoned their utmost strength to unleash their divine consciousness. The three formidable beings, Qiushou Xian and his companions, were of the Daluo Jinxian rank, and their perceptions extended across millions of miles, allowing them to sense every blade of grass and tree within their reach. However, to their dismay, there were no beings within 100 miles who had practiced the teachings of the Jie sect. Alas, Qiushou Xian and Ling Yaxian sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. They had not anticipated such misfortune, especially at such a critical juncture, where not a single named disciple of the Jie sect could be found. Just as their spirits sank further, Yue Xian's eyes sparkled with a newfound realization. Brothers, though we cannot reach the named disciples of the Jie sect, we may be able to contact Brother Zhao Gongming. After the calamity of the Fengshan, Zhao Gongming was honored as the god of wealth. Many merchants revered his statue in their homes, and now, Yue Xian sensed a venerable statue of the god of wealth imbued with divine light. This could possibly provide a means to connect with Zhao Gongming. How splendid! Qiushou Xian and Ling Yaxian exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy. Zhao Gongming, as the foremost disciple of the Jie sect and the elder brother of the three celestial maidens, possessed remarkable strength. Establishing contact with him would undoubtedly be of greater significance than reaching a mere named disciple. Yue Xian infused his divine consciousness into the statue of the god of wealth and began to call out for Zhao Gongming. Simultaneously, within the heavenly court's hall of the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, clad in a black robe and wielding a heavy iron hammer, suddenly heard a voice resonating in his mind. Brother Gongming, hasten to the lower realm. There is news from our esteemed master. Yue Xian? News from our master? Zhao Gongming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his heart racing uncontrollably. After the calamity, not only had the captured disciples of the Jie sect suffered indignities at the hands of the Buddhist sect, but those on the Fengshan list, including Zhao Gongming, also endured relentless tribulations. Jiang Zia, empowered by the Fengshan list, had conferred the 4 disciples of the Chan sect with positions equal to the Jade Emperor, while they wielded the authority to control the Fengshan list and the God-smiting whip. Before the calamity, the Jie sect had overshadowed the Chan sect, leaving them deeply unsettled. During the Fengshan War, disciples of the Chan sect often found themselves fleeing in disarray from their Jie sect counterparts. Even the supreme powers of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun suffered losses as their essence was drained by the 9 curves Yellow River formation set by the 3 celestial maidens, resulting in the loss of countless years of cultivation. Now, with Jie sect disciples on the Fengshan list, their progress had stagnated. While the 4 from the Chan sect took advantage of the situation to exact revenge, mercilessly targeting the Jie sect disciples, even the foremost female disciple of the Jie sect, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, found herself powerless against the absolute suppression of the Fengshan list and the God-smiting whip, forced to endure humiliation and cling to survival. Many Jie sect disciples were on the brink of despair, uncertain when their suffering would end, with some even contemplating the dissolution of their true spirits. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the 3 celestial maidens, and core disciples like Zhao Gongming continuously tried to soothe their spirits, yet they too bore immense pressure, yearning for their master to return from the chaotic realm to restore justice. At last, hope appeared to dawn, suppressing his excitement. Zhao Gongming discreetly exited the Hall of the God of Wealth and flew towards the southern heavenly gate, guarded by the 4 heavenly kings, who happened to be the 4 brothers of Jie sect's Mo Li Hong. They would not hinder Zhao Gongming's passage. Upon emerging from the southern heavenly gate, he swiftly employed the technique of the 36 celestial techniques to accelerate his journey towards Shirtu Ridge. Before long, the eagerly awaiting Qiushou Xian, Ling Yaxian, and Yue Xian beheld Zhao Gongming descending from the heavens. Brother, junior brothers, emotions surged as the 4 reunited, each feeling a profound mix of sentiments. I never imagined we would have the chance to meet again, Zhao Gongming exclaimed from the depths of his heart. Observing the scars on Qiushou Xian, Ling Yaxian, and Yue Xian, Zhao Gongming could only imagine the inhumane treatment the Jie sect disciples had endured at the hands of the Buddhist sect, although he bore no visible injuries. It was evident to Qiushou Xian and the others that Zhao Gongming and the other Jie sect disciples in the heavenly court suffered similarly. How vile are the shameless Buddhist sect and the hypocritical Chan sect, which have left our Jie sect in tatters. Zhao Gongming expressed his deep-seated resentment. nostalgically recalling the days when countless immortals flocked to pay homage on Golden Ao Island, listening to their master's teachings. How did you three manage to leave Lingshan and arrive here? Zhao Gongming inquired, puzzled. The Buddhist sect has stationed us here as part of the trials of the journey to the west, Qiu Xian replied. Those accursed Buddhists wish to seize this opportunity to grow stronger. If not for the constraints of the function list, I would have caused a great uproar. Zhao Gongming gritted his teeth in anger. The two saints of the Buddhist sect are the most shameless duo in the entire primordial realm. Others, such as the Buddha and the Bodhisattva, are merely traitors who defected from their teachings. The entire Buddhist sect is a den of thieves. The Jia sect, once flourishing with countless immortals, is now in disarray, while the shameless Buddhist sect seeks to expand. My heart burns with fury, Zhao Gongming lamented. There is no need for anger, brother. Our master has already taken the most crucial individual destined for the journey to the west, the stone monkey, Qiu Xian comforted. Oh, please elaborate, junior brother, Zhao Gongming urged, his heart racing with anticipation. After Qiu Xian recounted the events leading to this moment, Zhao Gongming could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid news. With our master's return, all shall be hopeful. This was the first time Zhao Gongming had laughed so joyfully since the disbandment of the Jia sect. Once his emotions settled, Qiu Xian expressed their purpose. We are bound by restrictions and cannot leave Shirtu Ridge, so we must ask you, brother, to return to Golden Ao Island or Feng Mountain to seek our master. Zhao Gongming nodded. Rest assured, my three junior brothers, I shall set forth immediately to find our master. Though he had matters to attend to in the heavenly court, none could compare to the urgency of seeking their master. Junior brothers, await my good news. With the encouragement of Qiu Xian and the others, Zhao Gongming once again harnessed the technique of Zondi Jing Guang, soaring swiftly towards the direction of Golden Ao Island. Chapter 8. Wukong, remember to win people over with virtue during the discussion between Qiu Immortal and Zhao Gongming. Time within the Taoist temple on Mount Fengsuan had already passed for centuries under Yi Feng's manipulation. At this moment, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the back courtyard. Exuding an air of solemnity, each strand of his hair shimmered with an exquisite brilliance, radiating an intense vitality akin to a blazing sun. Not only that, but his aura surged rapidly, the vast divine power coursing through him, echoing like the roar of mountains and seas. With a thunderous surge of terrifying energy that shot up to the clouds, Sun Wukong finally transcended the mythic human immortal realm. Master! Master! I have succeeded! After his breakthrough, Sun Wukong joyfully dashed from the back courtyard to the front, eager to share this wonderful news with his master. Yi Feng reclined on a bamboo chair, while Sun Wukong bounded around him, brimming with exhilaration. Very well, Yi Feng remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Sun Wukong. The path of mythic cultivation is the supreme way of the heavens, nurturing the innate energies of the 5 primordial ancestors and opening up countless vast worlds within oneself, far surpassing the path of laws and enlightenment. Mythic human immortals possess boundless lifespans and infinite divine might, living in harmony with the heavens, untouched by causality. Mythic golden immortals endure as long as the world itself, their essence never fading, traversing the heavens, where causes and effects intertwine. Mythical Daluo golden immortals achieve eternal recognition, transcending all, mastering everything, able to navigate through past and future, their true forms unyielding even as the heavens and earth face obliteration. Though Sun Wukong has merely scratched the surface, standing at the mythic human immortal realm, he already harbors countless embryonic worlds within him, rivaling the Daluo golden immortals of the primordial world, perhaps even surpassing them. Wukong, Yi Feng called once Sun Wukong's excitement had subsided. Master, what is it? Do you want me to knead your shoulders or massage your legs? Sun Wukong inquired, adeptly squatting down, prepared to offer his service. You have now accomplished your studies. It is time for you to depart, Yi Feng suddenly stated. Sun Wukong was taken aback by Yi Feng's unexpected words, as though struck by lightning. His expression frozen in shock, the smile on his face vanishing instantaneously. Master, have I done something wrong? After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong asked, his spirit dampened. Seeing Sun Wukong's dejected demeanor, Yi Feng chuckled softly and reached out to pat his head. Foolish disciple, did you not travel across oceans to seek my teachings in pursuit of immortal arts? You have not only mastered these arts but have also attained immortality. My urging you to leave is not a dismissal, it is merely an encouragement to fulfill your rightful duties. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's spirits gradually lifted, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Rightful duties? Indeed, you are not only my chief disciple but also the revered monkey king of Huaguo Mountain. The monkeys of Huaguo Mountain must be awaiting your return to impart the secrets of longevity. Furthermore, with the Buddhist sect scheming against you, can you simply turn a blind eye and allow them to act with impunity? Feng continued. Ah, yes, Sun Wukong exclaimed, awakening from his stupor. He had been so engrossed in his daily practice and Feng's teachings within the temple that he had entirely forgotten about the external world. Now, with Feng's reminder, he recalled that hundreds of thousands of monkeys awaited his return. Moreover, those scheming monks had laid traps even before his transformation. Sun Wukong's rage flared. He longed to shatter their bald heads. Now that his strength had surged, it was indeed time to seek vengeance. Yet, Sun Wukong felt a pang of reluctance to part from his master. The immense kindness of his master had yet to be repaid. How could he leave? Feng, perceiving Wukong's hesitance, raised his hand and delivered a gentle rap on his head. If you wish to repay your kindness, there will be ample time in the future. Are you afraid I will pass away? Master is supreme and transcends all. Naturally, such a fate is impossible, Sun Wukong replied, grinning through gritted teeth after the playful tap. Then what are you still worried about? Go. Remember, you are my chief disciple. Once outside, strive to win people over with virtue and reason. And do not tarnish my reputation. Feng imparted this earnest counsel. Didn't you send me out to take revenge on the Buddhist sect? Why then should I win people over with virtue and reason? Sun Wukong queried, feeling a bit puzzled, yet he knelt and bowed deeply to Feng. Yes, I shall heed your command and never bring shame upon you. When Sun Wukong lifted his head, he discovered Feng had manifested two weapons in his hands. One was a chaos iron staff inscribed with the character for virtue, and the other was a sky-piercing bow engraved with the character for reason. Both were treasures of innate origin, albeit sealed to the level of supreme innate spiritual treasures, as the divine power required to wield innate treasures was far too vast. Sun Wukong had only just breached the mythic human immortal realm, and activating innate treasures would still be quite taxing for him. Moreover, this seal could serve as a trump card. Should he encounter formidable foes, he could unseal the weapons and unleash their innate power. Additionally, while delivering the playful rap to Sun Wukong, Feng had left a trace of energy within him, capable of delivering a blow at the mythic golden immortal level, ensuring Sun Wukong's safety in the primordial world. These two treasures are my parting gifts for you today, Feng declared, handing over the chaos iron staff and the sky-piercing bow. Sun Wukong accepted the weapons with utmost seriousness. Master, so this is what you meant by winning people over with virtue and reason. Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. It is good that you understand. Now go. After speaking, Feng closed his eyes to rest, signaling that he had no further words to impart. Sun Wukong stowed the weapons within himself, took a deep breath, and felt a twinge of emotion welling up. After bowing deeply to Feng 3 times, he suddenly rose to his feet and strode out of the Taoist temple with determination. The instant he left the temple, Sun Wukong's mythic human immortal aura transformed to resemble that of an ordinary human immortal. Meanwhile, Bodhi Patriarch, who awaited news of the sage within the Xiyue Sanqing cave, sensed Sun Wukong's presence. What? How did Sun Wukong suddenly reappear? Bodhi Patriarch was bewildered, taken aback by Sun Wukong's inexplicable return after having vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, the reappearance of Sun Wukong was undoubtedly good news. He could restore everything to order and ultimately attain the merits of the heavenly way. Open the cave door. If any monkey heads come seeking to be taught, guide them in, Bodhi Patriarch instructed the attendant beside him, seated on a mat. Yes, my lord. The attendant replied with a bow before making his way towards the cave entrance. Just as Bodhi Patriarch settled comfortably, preparing to await Sun Wukong's arrival, Sun Wukong soared into the air, stepping on white clouds, and vanished from Mount Foktuan. In that moment, Bodhi Patriarch was left in a state of shock, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Chapter 9. The King of Chaos. Oh, the celestial merits of this humble monk. As the monkey faded into the distance, vanishing from sight, the heart of Patriarch Bodhi bled with sorrow. Sun Wukong was, after all, the opportunity that the Buddhist sage, Saint Beauty, had expressly set aside for him to acquire celestial merit. Now, the cooked duck had flown away. After a moment of contemplation, Patriarch Bodhi surmised that the Master of Heaven must have undone the restrictions he had placed within Sun Wukong, thus granting him the ability to cultivate. The thought that his meticulously devised plans had been so easily thwarted by the Master of Heaven, allowing Sun Wukong to become his disciple without difficulty, only deepened Patriarch Bodhi's vexation. Alas, what is fated will come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Ultimately, Patriarch Bodhi resigned himself to reality, lamenting his lost opportunity to gain celestial merit through Sun Wukong. Yet, As long as Sun Wukong could reappear and complete the journey to the west, thereby revitalizing the Buddhist faith, he would find satisfaction. Moreover, if the Master of Heaven was indeed constrained by the Tao ancestor and intervening solely to enhance his own power through Sun Wukong, this situation would be far preferable to their previous expectations. If that were the case, there was no need for him to remain on this small patch of land any longer. Patriarch Bodhi resolved to depart from Mount Ling, intending to report this matter to the sage for further judgment. Master has pressing matters to attend to and will be away for a time. If I do not return within 10 days, it shall signify the end of our fateful ties. You may depart at your discretion. He addressed his disciples before disregarding their inquiries and, with a wave of his hand, opened a portal, vanishing from the crescent moon and 3 stars cave with his disciple. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared through the clouds, gazing at the magnificent ocean below, feeling the exhilarating rush of the wind by his ears. Akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Woo! He cheered, reveling in his flight while performing somersaults, overwhelmed with joy, his simian nature fully apparent. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had taken on a small bamboo raft, tossed about by the waves, he marveled at his current state of cultivation. Fortuitously, he had encountered his master instead of falling into the schemes of the Buddhist monks. Otherwise, his fate would surely have mirrored the tragic tales found in the Wukong chronicles. And such carefree days would have been impossible. Master, once I have imparted the secrets of longevity to my monkey descendants and avenged the plots of those bald-headed monks, I shall return to serve you. Sun Wukong thought ardently, hastening his flight. With his current divine human cultivation level, it took merely a few days for him to cross the ocean and return to Flower Fruit Mountain. After 7 days, Sun Wukong spotted the familiar shores of Flower Fruit Mountain. Children, your king has returned, he proclaimed, descending from the sky to the summit of the mountain. The king has returned. The king has returned. The monkeys, ecstatic at the sight of their beloved ruler, leaped amidst the trees and rocks, rushing from all directions towards the pinnacle of Flower Fruit Mountain. The entire mountain resonated with the jubilant cries of the monkeys. Great king, you have finally returned. Did you encounter immortals and learn their arts? They clamored excitedly, echoing his descent with fervor. Sun Wukong chuckled, taking a banana from the Grand Marshal of the monkey army and skillfully peeling it. You have no idea. This king spent 4 to 5 decades merely traversing the seas. Ultimately, I discovered a celestial mountain and met my master. Not only did he teach me the arts of immortality, but he also bestowed upon me the name, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong recounted proudly to the throng of monkeys. Sun Wukong? The king is named Sun Wukong. A splendid name, the beautiful monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong. The monkeys chattered excitedly, the atmosphere vibrant with enthusiasm. Great king, is your master truly formidable? A curious monkey inquired, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the mountain as all eyes turned expectantly towards Sun Wukong, eager for his response. I am not boasting. My master is not merely powerful, he is the greatest in heaven and earth. Even the Jade Emperor residing in the Celestial Palace and the Buddha of the Western Paradise must bow before him, Sun Wukong declared with pride, raising his voice. Truly, your master possesses such prowess? The monkeys exchanged skeptical glances, clearly doubtful. After all, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha were unimaginable figures, one the sovereign of the 3 realms, the other the progenitor of countless Buddhas. Just as Sun Wukong was about to elaborate on his master might, a resounding voice echoed from below. Stinking monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, have you cleaned the water curtain cave? Grandfather is coming. Upon hearing this, the monkeys' faces shifted to expressions of anxiety and trepidation, and the entire group became agitated. What is happening? Sun Wukong asked the Grand Marshal of the monkey army beside him. Great king, a chaotic sorcerer has recently descended from the mountain, seeking to seize our water curtain cave and demanding that we clean it for him, or else face dire consequences, the Grand Marshal replied, clearly intimidated, having witnessed the sorcerer's ferocity. Preposterous. How dare he covet our water curtain cave? Sun Wukong swallowed the banana in one bite, furiously tossing the peel to the ground. Children, open your eyes wide and witness how this humble monk utilizes the celestial arts taught by my master to deal with this chaotic sorcerer. With that, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, soaring down towards the base of Flower Fruit Mountain, with the monkeys eagerly trailing behind. Eager to witness whether the chaotic sorcerer or the masterful king, returned from his celestial training, would prevail. Chapter 10. Without learning etiquette. One cannot stand firm beneath the Flower and Fruit Mountain. A formidable man adorned with a black helmet and clad in a dark robe, encased in iron armor, strode purposefully towards the water curtain cave. His broad waist measured 10 spans, towering 3 zhang tall, and he wielded a 9-ring broadsword that emanated an intimidating aura. From the pinnacle of Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong descended, landing before the King of Chaos. You there, with the dark visage. Do you not know that this Flower and Fruit Mountain is the territory of the great sage? How dare you covet my water curtain cave? Sun Wukong admonished. The King of Chaos, thrusting his broadsword into the ground, regarded Sun Wukong with disdain, mocking. So you are the famed great sage that these monkeys speak of. I presumed you had perished at sea, yet here you stand, remarkably alive. However, you are but a mere 4 feet tall and no more than 50 years old. How audacious to challenge me. Do you not fear that I could sever your head with a single stroke? Seeing Sun Wukong, a mere golden immortal, dare to obstruct him. The King of Chaos scoffed, wholly dismissing him. In response to the king's taunts, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, calmly declaring, without learning etiquette, one cannot stand firm. The surrounding monkeys exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched on their faces, as they struggled to comprehend their king's words. What nonsense are you spouting, monkey? Either depart at once or prepare to meet your demise. Today, the water curtain cave shall be mine. The King of Chaos, lacking understanding of Sun Wukong's statement, was rapidly losing patience and prepared to strike. Those who do not learn to respect me shall find themselves unable to stand. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, revealing a mischievous grin. Throughout the centuries of tutelage under Feng, Sun Wukong had not only mastered the art of mythical cultivation, but had also assimilated the entirety of Feng's teachings, becoming a true heir of his legacy. You shall pay dearly for your insolence, monkey. The King of Chaos sneered, drawing his 9-ring broadsword and charging at Sun Wukong with great strides. His towering form radiated an aura of terror, each step causing the very ground of Flower and Fruit Mountain to tremble, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Prepare to perish, monkey. The King of Chaos reached Sun Wukong in mere moments, raising his sword high above his head to deliver a crushing blow. The blade sparkled ominously, sending chills through the gathered monkeys, as if they could feel the impending threat of being cleaved in two. As the King of Chaos's formidable presence loomed, the monkeys grew increasingly anxious, secretly sweating for Sun Wukong. After all, he had only just returned from his studies in celestial arts, and they were yet unaware of the extent of their king's newfound prowess. The fear that their leader might be cleaved in half by such a fearsome opponent loomed large in their hearts. As the King of Chaos lunged forward, Sun Wukong stood resolutely still, waiting until the blade was poised to strike his head before making his move. His response was merely to raise his right hand and grasp the razor-sharp edge of the sword. Humph! You, a mere mortal, dare to be so presumptuous as to catch the ultimate treasure of the postnatal realm barehanded? Prepare to be cleaved in two. The King of Chaos, feeling profoundly underestimated, intensified his grip on the sword, determined to assert his dominance and instill fear in the other monkeys. The onlooking monkeys, witnessing the confrontation, believed their king was overstepping. They had seen the King of Chaos's might firsthand, having witnessed him cleave a mountain of 1,000,000 zhang in half with a single stroke. Despite Sun Wukong's newfound celestial abilities, they feared he could not withstand such an unparalleled blow. As the tragic scene seemed inevitable, the monkeys covered their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing their king's demise. The younger monkeys buried themselves in their parents' embrace. Clang! Just as the monkeys braced for the worst, a resounding and melodious sound pierced the air. Gathering their courage, they opened their eyes to behold an astonishing sight. Sun Wukong, with one hand pinching his nose, effortlessly held the 9-ring broadsword with the other, even nonchalantly rubbing his ankle with his left foot, appearing utterly relaxed and carefree. In stark contrast, the King of Chaos's face reddened with rage, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to press the sword downward. Yet he could not budge Sun Wukong in the slightest. Sun Wukong's posture was undeniably ostentatious, but that was precisely his intent. Just returned from the mountain of the square inch, he sought to demonstrate his strength before the monkeys, dispelling any doubts they had regarding his previous assertions about the Jade Emperor and Buddha. Thus, he seized this opportunity to showcase his prowess, ensuring that his subjects understood the veracity of his claims. Chapter 11. You fell before I even tried well. The king is valiant. The king is extraordinary, managing to catch a blade with bare hands. The chaotic demon king previously cleaved through mountains of 1,000,000 zhang with that very knife. Yet the king caught it effortlessly with one hand. I, the monkey Hua, shall bear the king offspring. Upon witnessing their king's remarkable prowess, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in jubilant cheers, leaping and bounding to support Sun Wukong. This is impossible. While the monkeys rejoiced, The chaotic demon king's face was painted with disbelief. In his perception, Sun Wukong was merely a minor celestial being. He himself stood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, separated by several great realms. It is no exaggeration to say that the chaotic demon king had already extended a tremendous courtesy by using a knife against a mere celestial being like Sun Wukong. A powerful golden immortal could eliminate a celestial being with just a single finger. Yet now, not only had Sun Wukong not been slain by his blade, but he effortlessly caught the postnatal supreme spiritual treasure with his bare hands. This was utterly unfathomable to the chaotic demon king. With such meager strength, you dare to covet Flower Fruit Mountain? With a slight exertion, Sun Wukong crushed the supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, the 9-section blade, into fragments. Before the chaotic demon king could regain his senses, he received a powerful uppercut from Sun Wukong, causing his nose to bleed and his front teeth to shatter, as his massive form was sent flying thousands of meters away. With Sun Wukong's strength, dispatching the chaotic demon king was naturally effortless. However, this was his first foray into combat since setting out, and Sun Wukong, filled with playful spirit, intended to toy with his opponent for a while. Off you go. With a thought, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing before the chaotic demon king just as he began to descend. Before the demon king could touch the ground, Sun Wukong delivered another kick, sending him soaring into the air once more. In the presence of hundreds of thousands of monkeys, Sun Wukong treated the chaotic demon king like a ball, kicking him repeatedly in midair, depriving him of any chance to land, completely at the mercy of Sun Wukong's whims. Boom. When Sun Wukong grew weary of his play, the chaotic demon king crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive pit several thousand meters wide. The pit was riddled with cracks, and the chaotic demon king lay sprawled at its center. In that moment, he was stripped of his earlier might, his armor lay shattered, and nearly all his bones were broken, his visage battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight indeed. I warned you. Those who refuse to learn respect will find themselves rendered incapable of standing. Standing beside the pit, hands on his hips, Sun Wukong declared with pride. Sensing the immense respect in the eyes of the monkeys, Sun Wukong knew he had established his authority and intended to finish the chaotic demon king once and for all. Cough, cough. You foul monkey, do not revel too soon. I am the servant of the bull demon king of the western bull Huaguo. When my lord learns of your actions, he will surely come to Flower Fruit Mountain for vengeance. The chaotic demon king, sensing Sun Wukong's murderous intent, hastily invoked his powerful ally. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued. The bull demon king? How formidable could he be? Sensing a glimmer of hope, the chaotic demon king continued to boast about the bull demon king, hoping to intimidate Sun Wukong. Humph. My lord is renowned as the mighty bull demon king, once a follower of the celestial sage, possessing vast powers and abilities, capable of traversing heaven and earth. If he were to arrive, he would surely subdue you in an instant. Sun Wukong, intrigued, stroked his chin in contemplation. After several moments, he spoke. I shall grant you a reprieve. The chaotic demon king, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the king's name carries weight. Even this audacious monkey dares not offend him. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were equally perplexed, wondering why their king would act in such a manner. Could it be that he truly feared the bull demon king? Just as the chaotic demon king believed Sun Wukong was intimidated by the bull demon king's name, Sun Wukong continued, I have reduced you to this state. Once you heal, return promptly and bring your lord to Flower Fruit Mountain for vengeance. Ah? The chaotic demon king was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the monkey before him not only feared the infamous bull demon king, but even encouraged him to come for revenge. Oh, the king is mighty. The king is imposing. The monkeys cheered once more for Sun Wukong. What? You are unwilling? Then I shall dispose of you instead. Seeing the chaotic demon king's hesitation, Sun Wukong was ready to strike again. I will go. I will heal and immediately head to Western Bull Huaguo. The chaotic demon king hurriedly replied. Now that's more like it. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction, no longer concerning himself with the chaotic demon king, and turned to soar towards the water curtain cave. He had intended to practice his skills on the chaotic demon king, but the demon's weakness had rendered him nearly lifeless before he even exerted himself. Hearing the chaotic demon king speak of the formidable bull demon king, who had once followed a sage, Sun Wukong felt an itch for combat, eager to test his own strength. However, having been away from Flower Fruit Mountain for nearly 40 years, he had just returned and needed to teach the monkeys their celestial arts. Thus, he could only send the chaotic demon king to summon the bull demon king. Monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, I shall impart upon you the art of immortality. Sun Wukong's voice echoed from within the water curtain cave. Upon hearing their king's call, The monkeys, who had been perched on the mountain and hanging from branches to observe, rushed toward the water-curtained cave, not forgetting to taunt the chaotic demon king in the process. This chaotic demon king is pathetic. Indeed, he appears robust but is so easily defeated. Look at his darkened expression. He must be weak. All bark and no bite. Our king is truly impressive. As a golden immortal. The chaotic demon king heard every word clearly. Humph, a bunch of foul monkeys. When I bring the bull demon king here, you shall realize your folly. The chaotic demon king scoffed, struggling to rise and prepare for his departure. At that moment, a banana peel flew out from the water-curtained cave, landing precisely at his feet. The injured chaotic demon king, caught off guard, stepped on the peel and slipped, his body uncontrollably rolling down to the foot of Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong dealt with the chaotic demon king, Zhao Gongming, having found nothing on Golden Ao Island, also sought out Huaguo Mountain. Chapter 12. The shock of Zhao Gongming after departing from Shirtu Ridge. Zhao Gongming first returned to Golden Ao Island. Since the complete annihilation of the Jie sect in the Wanjian Formation, the once flourishing Golden Ao Island, which had been a sanctuary for countless immortals, had now become desolate, reduced to crumbling walls and ruins. Even the guardian beasts and their treasures had been thoroughly stripped away. After a meticulous search, Zhao Gongming found nothing, not a trace of Master Tongtian. Consequently, he could only venture to Huaguo Mountain in hopes of fortuity. Zhao Gongming initially released his divine consciousness, scouring every blade of grass and tree on Huaguo Mountain, yet his efforts yielded no results. Sigh. He let out a long breath, his expression marred by disappointment. He had believed that if his master were not on Golden Ao Island, there was a high likelihood he would be on Huaguo Mountain. However, not only had he failed to find his master, but he had not even sensed a hint of his presence. Nonetheless, Zhao Gongming did not resign himself to despair just yet. He descended from the heavens and landed upon Huaguo Mountain. A glimmer of hope still flickered within him. Perhaps his master was indeed on Huaguo Mountain, his transcendent cultivation rendering him undetectable to Zhao Gongming's senses. Starting from the eastern side of the mountain, Zhao Gongming searched diligently, leaving no stone unturned. As days passed and Zhao Gongming had nearly traversed the entirety of Huaguo Mountain, his spirits plummeted to an all-time low, teetering on the brink of despair. Had he not received news of his master from the likes of Qiu Shouxian, he might have continued to numbingly endure in the heavenly court. Yet now, Qiu Shouxian had ignited a boundless hope within him, which was now being extinguished piece by piece. In the midst of such emotional turmoil, Zhao Gongming found himself contemplating the dissolution of his very essence. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he suddenly beheld an incongruous Taoist temple appearing before him. This revelation jolted Zhao Gongming, reigniting the spark of hope within his eyes. For this temple had not been present in his previous perception of divine consciousness. Even now, as he released his divine senses in close proximity, he still sensed nothing of this seemingly unremarkable temple. This temple, could it be the new sanctuary established by his master? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart began to race uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming him with excitement. He hastened to the temple's entrance, inhaled deeply to compose himself, and with trembling hands, knocked on the wooden door. Knock, knock. The dull sound resonated, amplifying Zhao Gongming's excitement and anxiety to their peak, a torrent of words bubbling in his throat, eager to be spoken to his master. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a white robe, Feng, standing before him. Master, gulp. Zhao Gongming's emotions reached their zenith at the sight of the door opening, and the word master nearly leapt from his throat. However, upon encountering the unfamiliar visage, he found himself swallowing the word back down. Feng met Zhao Gongming's gaze, his expression calm and composed, with a slight smile gracing his lips, while Zhao Gongming was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Gongming respectfully bowed, stating, "I am Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect. Honored to meet you, senior." Though Zhao Gongming was still unaware of Master Tongtian's whereabouts and did not know Feng's identity, the fact that he could not perceive the temple with his divine senses indicated that Feng's cultivation was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Thus, addressing him as senior was certainly appropriate. Furthermore, given that the temple was situated on Huaguo Mountain, perhaps he could inquire about his master here. Come in, Feng nodded. Turning to enter the temple, Zhao Gongming hesitated for a moment before following him inside. Upon entering the temple, Zhao Gongming curiously examined its interior. But as soon as he lifted his gaze, an immensely terrifying beast lunged towards him. The creature was colossal, obscuring the sky, with 9 menacing spikes sprouting from its head, resembling an exalted crown. Its entire being was shrouded in a substantial dark red aura. Its broad back bore 2 pairs of immense purple wings inscribed with countless Taoist runes, shimmering with a chilling metallic sheen that instilled fear in all who beheld it. The beast's tail bore a long stinger, akin to a divine spear, radiating a blood-red light that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth with ease. Roar. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, and Zhao Gongming felt as though an unparalleled thunderclap had erupted in his mind, leaving him dazed and half-conscious, as if his very soul had been startled from him. As Zhao Gongming stared into the creature's gaping maw, believing his demise was imminent, a massive hand seized the beast by its neck and lifted it effortlessly. What did I tell you before? Have you forgotten so soon? Yifeng's voice broke through the horror, pulling Zhao Gongming back from the brink. Shaking his head, Zhao Gongming found the horrendous beast had vanished, replaced by a plump little black cat, its neck gripped tightly, appearing utterly helpless. Meow. The little black cat displayed an adorably pleading expression, extending its pink tongue to lick Yifeng's hand in a gesture of submission. All right. I'll let you off this time, but don't think you can charm your way out of trouble next time, Yifeng said with an exasperated pat on the cat's head before setting it down, at which point the creature darted away. Phew. Zhao Gongming exhaled deeply, his heart still racing within his chest. The earlier scene had struck him with an unprecedented impact. That beast, it must have been the Beast Emperor Shen and I. He murmured to himself. Unlike the Navi's son Wukong, Zhao Gongming, having accompanied Master Tongtian, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Although he had never witnessed the Beast Emperor Shen and I firsthand, he had heard many legends and descriptions of his appearance. Most importantly, the aura of dominance radiating from the Beast Emperor was unmatched by any other being in the primordial world. After all, Shen and I was the architect of the Beast Emperor dynasty, leading the ferocious beasts to dominate the entire primordial realm. At that time, even the now supreme Hongjun Daozu was merely a subordinate, too intimidated to contend with the Beast Emperor dynasty. Had it not been for the arrogance and tyranny of the Beast Emperor dynasty inciting a great calamity, Shen and I might have been the first to achieve the mixed Yuan Dao. In that case, the later emergence of Hongjun Daozu would have been rendered irrelevant. Wasn't the Beast Emperor Shen and I supposed to have fallen during that calamity? How could he appear here? If even the Beast Emperor Shen and I could shrink into a pet cat before the senior, the latter's strength. Hiss. Zhao Gongming inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing, nearly too frightened to contemplate further. Chapter 13. The hope of the revival of the Zhao Gongming exhaled a breath of murky air. A lingering sense of trepidation still in his heart. The turmoil that had risen in his chest gradually settled. At that moment, he noticed a large yellow dog with dragon horns crouching beneath the stone table, as well as a drowsy red bird perched on a willow branch. Could this be the legendary Yuan Feng and Shikolin? After witnessing the Beast Emperor Shun Ni's transgressions, a sudden realization struck Zhao Gongming, and he quickly deduced the true identities of the yellow dog and the little red bird. It was terrifying. Shun and I, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin had all once provoked great calamities. Their karma immense, ultimately facing the retribution of the primordial Tao. The world outside claimed they had perished under the Tao's reckoning long ago, yet here they were, suggesting that the master of this Taoist temple had sheltered them from the hands of the Tao. To compel the Tao to yield must require an existence that transcends it. The master of this Taoist temple was indeed formidable. No wonder the proud Beast Emperor Shen and I willingly accepted the role of a pet. As this thought crossed Zhao Gongming's mind, he felt a shiver run down his spine, gazing at Yifeng, who stood before him, devoid of any divine energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary person. Perhaps this was the legendary simplicity of the supreme Tao. Zhao Gongming mused, his heart gradually swelling with excitement. Although he had yet to locate the celestial master Tongtian, he had stumbled upon an unimaginable superpower that surpassed the primordial Tao. If he could garner the favor of this being, perhaps he could indeed turn the tide for the... A sound echoed as Yifeng's wooden sandals tapped against the steps, jolting Zhao Gongming from his reverie, prompting him to hastily follow. Yifeng traversed the hall and seated himself in the study, brewing tea with an air of self-sufficiency. Upon entering the study, Zhao Gongming, lacking an invitation, dared not take a seat but stood anxiously to the side, awaiting his turn. Yifeng's tea-making technique flowed like water, a sight most pleasing to behold, evoking a sense of artistry that left Zhao Gongming profoundly shaken. However, it was not the grace of Yifeng's tea-making that astonished him, but rather the tea set in his hands. This was a congenital treasure. Zhao Gongming's previously calmed emotions surged once more, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A congenital treasure. It possessed boundless divine might and unfathomable mysteries, with only 3 such artifacts existing in the entire primordial world. Moreover, the foremost of these treasures, the Chaos Bell, was still unaccounted for, leaving only the Taiji diagram in the hands of Laozi and the Panga banner with Yuan Shirtian Zun. Both revered these 2 treasures immensely, relying on them as their greatest support. Yet here, in Yifeng's possession, a congenital treasure was merely utilized for brewing tea. Zhao Gongming felt his head buzzing, his astonishment reaching unfathomable heights. Sit. Yifeng's voice resonated, deceptively plain yet imbued with an intangible allure. Zhao Gongming, whose ears still rang and mind was a blank slate, found himself calmed by these words. Thank you, senior, he responded, cautiously sitting down, though only allowing the tips of his buttocks to graze the seat. Despite Yifeng's lack of any discernible aura or pretentiousness, Zhao Gongming could not shake the profound sense of reverence, akin to an ant facing the brilliant moon. This was a suppression stemming from the very essence of life. Beyond mere circumstances. Drink tea. Yifeng downed the tea in his cup, and then lightly closed his eyes to savor the experience. Thank you, senior. Although Zhao Gongming yearned to implore Yifeng for assistance in rescuing he refrained, observing Yifeng lost in the enjoyment of the tea. Instead, he respectfully lifted his own cup and drank deeply. The tea was warm and sweet, instantly transforming into a surge of boundless energy that rushed into Zhao Gongming's being. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted from Zhao Gongming as his true spirit, sealed within the Fengshen Bang, instantly returned to its rightful place. Furthermore, since his ascension to the Fengshen Bang, he had practiced daily, yet his cultivation remained stifled without progress. Now, with his true spirit restored and the constraints shattered, Zhao Gongming's accumulated potential surged forth, amplified by the tea's essence, propelling his cultivation to the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Zhao Gongming opened his eyes. Filled with a sense of exhilaration, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He had never anticipated that the torment of the Fengshen Bang, which had plagued him for millennia, could be so abruptly alleviated by a mere cup of tea. The suddenness of this joy left him bewildered, struggling to believe it. I express my deepest gratitude for your kindness, esteemed senior, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, regaining his composure and kneeling at the desk to pay his respects to Yifeng. Bound to the Fengshen Bang, he had been but a lifeless shell in the heavenly court, his true spirit restrained, his cultivation shackled, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Yet now, freed from the Fengshen Bang, he was granted boundless liberty and potential. For Zhao Gongming, this was akin to being reborn. Yifeng nodded lightly, offering no further words as he continued to pour himself another cup of tea. Respected senior, I humbly beseech you to save my brothers from their peril. Zhao Gongming, having liberated himself from the Fengshen Bang, immediately thought of his suffering brethren, earnestly bowing thrice before Yifeng, hoping for assistance for the other disciples. Yifeng, hearing this, smiled faintly. I am not interested in saving nor do I seek your gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's heart, once filled with hope, plummeted into despair. The light in his eyes gradually dimming. He wished to speak again, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, this esteemed senior bore no ties to the. Furthermore, with the power to transcend the Tao and the fortune of using a congenital treasure for tea, he had little need for any supposed gratitude from them. The mere fact that the senior had granted him a cup of tea, aiding him in breaking free from the shackles of the Fengshen Bang, was already an immense favor. Yet, our meeting is also a matter of fate. I may grant you another opportunity, just as Zhao Gongming was feeling despondent. Yifeng's voice rang in his ears once more. An opportunity? Zhao Gongming's heart stirred at the words. While he had not persuaded the senior to intervene directly, if he could receive an opportunity to advance his cultivation, he might stand a chance against the 4 emperors of the Chan sect. That would undoubtedly improve the circumstances for his brothers in the heavenly court. Indeed, the opportunity lies within this study. After sipping his tea, Yifeng remarked. Chapter 14, The Sacred Art of Combat. Within this study, Zhao Gongming's expression revealed a hint of perplexity as his gaze began to traverse the shelves of books. After surveying the vicinity, his pupils dilated, captivated by the cover of a particular tome. On its cover, 9 ebony dragons traversed the boundless expanse of the starry sky, dragging a square, ancient bronze coffin, seemingly originating from the very source of time, destined for the universe's edge, an eternal and unchanging spectacle, imbued with an enigmatic aura. The grandiose introduction below further stirred his spirit, the path to the heavens, a journey sung, with a mere snap of the fingers to obscure the sky. Such audacity in the phrase "to obscure the sky with a snap of the fingers" sent a shiver of awe through Zhao Gongming. Could this book truly be the opportunity spoken of by the elder? Esteemed elder, may I take a look at that book? Zhao Gongming inquired with utmost caution. Indeed. You may, Yu Feng nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving consent, Zhao Gongming immediately rose, eagerly retrieving the volume title To Obscure the Sky with a snap of the fingers. The moment the book was in his hands, he was enveloped by a profound resonance of Tao, causing his own cultivation of the Jinxian immortal art to surge uncontrollably. This only solidified his belief that the opportunity the elder mentioned lay within this very tome. In the depths of the cold and dark cosmos, 9 colossal dragon corpses towed an ancient bronze coffin, existing through the ages. As he opened the book, Zhao Gongming found himself utterly engrossed. Standing beside the shelf and leafing through its pages, the ancient sacred body, the moon rising over the sea, the 9 secrets, the great emperors of antiquity. Everything within To Obscure the Sky with a snap of the fingers fascinated Zhao Gongming, causing him to lose all track of time, eager to uncover the subsequent events. When he reached the part about the grand assembly of all races, where humanity was oppressed by the ancient royal families, and the appearance of the white-clad divine king, who subdued the 7 saints with sheer strength, he felt his blood boil with fervor. The humanity depicted in the tome bore a striking resemblance to the current state of the Jiejiao. Once at the pinnacle of glory, they now lay fragmented and humiliated, struggling for survival. As the outer sect's master brother of the Jiejiao and the sole individual to escape the constraints of the divine list, he resolved to rise as the white-clad divine king, to reverse the tide of despair, support the crumbling edifice, and protect his fellow disciples of the Jiejiao. In that moment of realization, Zhao Gongming, who had previously been engulfed in uncertainty about the future, found his resolve solidified, clearly aware of the path he must tread. Concurrently, a new divine ability emerged within his mind, the sacred art of combat. The sacred art of combat, capable of evolving all forms of offensive techniques in the world. Although the realm depicted in To Obscure the Sky with a snap of the fingers was still far from the primordial world crafted by Pangu, and the 9 secrets therein paled in comparison to the 36 heavenly techniques of the primordial realm, this tome was meticulously penned by Yu Feng, each character imbued with boundless Tao resonance. Thus, the sacred art of combat that Zhao Gongming comprehended was a refined version, surpassing the 9 secrets in might. Now, the sacred art of combat could not only evolve any sacred offensive techniques and laws but also bestow new profundities upon the techniques and laws it evolved, surpassing the original. Ding! The crisp sound of the tea lid tapping the cup resonated, jolting Zhao Gongming, who felt a shiver as his consciousness swiftly returned to his body. At that moment, Zhao Gongming appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had traversed millennia, yet it felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. When he glanced down, he realized he had unconsciously completed the first volume of To Obscure the Sky with a snap of the fingers. How was it? Did you obtain the opportunity? Yi Feng's voice inquired. Yes, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, esteemed elder, Zhao Gongming replied, placing To Obscure the Sky with a snap of the fingers back on the shelf and bowing deeply in appreciation. Now that you have gained your opportunity, you may return to your rightful place, Yi Feng stated. As the saying goes, those who do not rest at noon shall collapse by afternoon. It is time for a midday nap. Ah. Zhao Gongming momentarily froze, taken aback by Yi Feng's swift dismissal. Very well. I shall take my leave and visit again another day. He bowed once more, tentatively adding, Indeed. Yi Feng nodded. He had discerned the unspoken implications in Zhao Gongming's words, but chose not to refuse. Although Yi Feng had attained the mythical Grand Luo Jinxian realm, traversing countless realms, he still possessed emotions. Otherwise, he could have transformed himself into the supreme laws of this universe long ago. Witnessing the Jiejiao's dire straits, Yi Feng, having little else to occupy his time, did not mind extending a helping hand. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Gongming expressed joyfully as he exited the study and made his way to the front courtyard of the Taoist temple. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed Chen Enai, Shi Qilin, and Yuan Feng basking in the sun, causing him to tense up and walk on tiptoe, striving to make no sound. Judging by the earlier terrifying scene, Zhao Gongming surmised that Chen Enai, Shi Qilin, and the others had likely already attained the mixed Yuan realm. And even 6 saints together would probably not stand a chance against Chen Enai. After all, Chen Enai was the Beast Emperor of the Beast Emperor dynasty, having reached the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm eons ago. Cautiously, Zhao Gongming approached the temple's entrance, gently pushing open the wooden door to step out, carefully closing it behind him, not daring to disturb the formidable beings in the courtyard. Once outside the temple, Zhao Gongming exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary Taoist temple, he suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards the heavenly court. While arriving at Mount Fengsuan had filled him with trepidation. His departure was now fueled by a surge of excitement and confidence. Although he had not found the Master Tongtian during this journey, he had encountered an elder who transcended the primordial Tao, likely of a Tao-level caliber. This elder not only liberated him from the constraints of the divine list, but also bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity, the sacred art of combat. The sacred art of combat was a miraculous technique capable of evolving all forms of offensive methods in existence. Most invigorating to Zhao Gongming was the knowledge that this elder had not dismissed the prospect of his future visits. This implied that, as long as they did not provoke the elder's ire, there was a possibility he would continue to assist the Jiajiao, with such a Tao-level powerhouse supporting them. Not even the likes of Taiji or Yuan Shitianzun could halt the Jiajiao's resurgence, let alone Hongjun Daozu. He was eager to share this splendid news with Yu Xiao and the others. With excitement surging within him, Zhao Gongming flew towards the heavenly court, eager to relay this revelation to the three heavenly maidens. He had long harbored guilt towards them, for during the Fengshan calamity, they had adhered to Master Tongtian's words, remaining secluded in their sanctuary. It was he who had fallen prey to Shen Gongbao's machinations, disregarding their counsel and descending the mountain, resulting in his own demise at Lu Yu's hands, and the three heavenly maidens suffering for his vengeance at the hands of Yuan Shitianzun, leading to their entrapment in the divine list. Thus, now that he had extricated himself from his predicament, his foremost thought was to bring the three heavenly maidens back to Mount Fengsuan, seeking Yi Feng's assistance to liberate them from the shackles of the divine list. Chapter 15. The peril of the three Shao's fall in the heavenly court. Outside the hall of induction, a resounding reprimand suddenly echoed. Speak. Where has your elder brother Zhao Gongming gone? Dressed in a cerulean dragon robe, Tai Yizhenren's countenance was grim, and he wielded the god-slaying whip, looking down imperiously upon the three Shaos, exuding an aura of dominance. Following the calamity of the Fengshan, he had been conferred as the Eastern Extreme Qihua Emperor, one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, holding a position equivalent to that of the Jade Emperor. As the Eastern Extreme Qihua Emperor, he had tasks for Zhao Gongming, but upon discovering Zhao's absence from his own domain, Tai Yizhenren promptly sought out the three Shaos, the closest to Zhao Gongming, hoping to ascertain his whereabouts. Yet, the three Shaos remained obstinately silent, refusing to divulge any information. Infuriated, Tai Yizhenren unleashed his fury, brandishing the god-slaying whip against the three Shaos. At the entrance of the hall of induction, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao stood trembling. Their bodies bore numerous bloodied welts from the lashes, staining their once pristine garments with crimson. Since their rise on the Fengshan list, the three Shaos had lost any capability to resist against the god-slaying whip. Each strike from Tai Yizhenren pierced through their flesh, striking their very souls, causing them immense anguish. Despite enduring such torment, their faces pale and marred with crimson whip marks, the three Shaos met Tai Yizhenren's wrath with defiance, showing no sign of capitulation. You, who rely on your connections, dare to exhibit such arrogance. Were it not for the demise of my sect, would you have the audacity to flaunt your power here? Yun Xiao spat, blood mingling with her words. You, the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, once vaunted and lofty, were reduced to a state of despair by our 9-bend Yellow River formation, scattering your vital energies. I remember you were as frightened as a lost dog at that time. She continued with scorn. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao joined in the mockery, seemingly oblivious to their injuries, reminding Tai Yi of the most humiliating past he wished to forget. How dare you speak so boldly? I shall demonstrate just how resilient your insolent mouths are. Tai Yizhenren, incensed by their taunts, raised the god-slaying whip, preparing to strike again. With their cultivation stagnated since their ascension on the Fengshan list, the three Shaos were now only at the pinnacle of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Realm, while Tai Yizhenren had advanced significantly after becoming the Eastern Emperor, having surpassed the quasi-saint level. The vast disparity in power, coupled with the god-slaying whip's absolute suppression of those on the Fengshan list, meant that every lash landed heavily upon the three Shaos, leaving gruesome marks upon their skin. As Tai Yizhenren's face twisted with rage, he relentlessly vented his fury, the god-slaying whip falling like a storm upon the three Shaos. They gritted their teeth, silently enduring, even as their pallor deepened and blood flowed freely, refusing to utter a single cry of despair, glaring fiercely at Tai Yizhenren instead. The onlooking heavenly beings turned away, unable to bear the sight, while the other disciples of the sect of the Intercepted were consumed with rage, their teeth clenched, yet feeling helpless. For all disciples of the sect of the Intercepted had their true spirits on the Fengshan list. Even the revered Golden Spirit Holy Mother was powerless against the god-slaying whip. let alone the ordinary disciples present. Moreover, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the three Shaos had long sternly warned them not to intervene in such matters. Otherwise, it would not only yield no effect but also bring calamity upon themselves, inciting hatred from allies and foes alike. You wretched creatures, how dare you speak disrespectfully to me? Tai Yizhenren thundered, lashing out with the god-slaying whip. The three Shaos bore hundreds of new, ghastly wounds, even exposing their bones. Their faces were ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse, their life force rapidly waning. Your Majesty, please, spare them. If this continues, they will truly perish. At this moment, a heavenly official could no longer bear the sight, softly imploring, boldly insolent. How dare you instruct me on my actions? Tai Yizhenren's brows shot up, and he swung the god-slaying whip with ferocity. Crack! The official who had spoken was instantly obliterated, his soul extinguished. A gasp of horror swept through the gathered celestial beings, each struck with fear, silencing any further words. Currently, 4 of the 6 sovereigns in the heavenly court belonged to the Chan sect, nearly on par with the Jade Emperor, acting with reckless abandon. A heavenly official of the Golden Immortal Realm was dispatched without a second thought, his death merely a flicker in Tai Yizhenren's eyes. You, a despicable tyrant. If you have the gall, let my spirit scatter. Yun Xiao, witnessing a familiar heavenly official perish, her eyes turned blood-red, and she shouted in reckless fury. When my master returns, you shall find no resting place for your remains, and my true spirit shall burn for eons in the lantern of the Bio Palace. Humph. Tong Tian has consumed the fallen Saint Pill and is now imprisoned in the Zishu Palace by the Tao Ancestor. How could you still place your hopes in him? Ridiculous. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Tai Yizhenren's fury escalated as he perceived the three Shaos leveraging Tong Tian as a threat. He channeled his power into the god-slaying whip, intending to obliterate the three Shao souls and true spirits, setting an example for the other disciples of the sect of the Intercepted. Tai Yizhenren was emboldened by his long association with Yuan Shi Tianzun, fully aware of how protective the Tao Ancestor was. Even if the Tong Tian teacher were to rage and descend upon the heavenly court in retribution for the three Shaos, Yuan Shi Tianzun would surely intervene. Devoid of the Zhuxian sword formation, the Tong Tian teacher would be no match for Yuan Shi Tianzun, who possessed one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, the Panga Banner. As Tai Yizhenren raised the god-slaying whip, radiant with divine light and overwhelming quasi-saint power, the nearby heavenly officials and disciples of the sect of the Intercepted turned pale. Given the current state of the three Shaos, should they fall victim to Tai Yizhenren's full-force attack, their souls would surely disperse. Some heavenly officials could no longer bear to witness, wishing to avoid the scene of the three Shaos' demise. While the nearby disciples of the sect of the Intercepted gritted their teeth, their hatred reaching an unbearable peak. Only the observing disciples of the Chan sect wore cruel smiles, eager to witness the downfall of the three Shaos beneath the god-slaying whip. Just as Tai Yizhenren lifted the whip high, and all believed the three Shaos were doomed, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air from the direction of the southern heaven gate. Tai Yi, how dare you? Chapter 16. The overprotective Zhao Gongming. As the crowd turned toward the source of the sound, they discovered that the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, had unexpectedly arrived at the scene. However, at this moment, he bore little resemblance to his usual gentle and composed demeanor, gazing upon the battered and bloodied San Shao, whose breath was faint and weak. Zhao Gongming's expression twisted into one of utmost fury, his face turning a dark shade of blue, and his eyes flickering with a barely contained flame. A fierce aura of murderous intent radiated from him, and with each step he took forward, the ominous clouds in the sky seemed to swell in response. In mere moments, as Zhao Gongming descended, the heavens were cloaked in dark clouds, and a tempest raged with thunder and lightning. Enveloped in a shroud of black and crimson energy, his eyes glowed like blood-red moons, filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Tai, you are truly despicable. Zhao Gongming's voice boomed, echoing as if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld. The sound of his heavy iron staff scraping against the ground resonated like chains of doom, sending chills down the spines of all present. Observing Zhao Gongming's terrifying demeanor, Tai Yizhenren felt a flicker of fear surge within him, involuntarily taking a step back. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Humph, such theatrics, he scoffed, dismissing his prior trepidation. Although he recognized that Zhao Gongming was deeply concerned for San Shao, who had been grievously harmed at his hands, he felt no remorse. After all, he was one of the 6 emissaries of heaven, a being of quasi-saintly stature, while Zhao Gongming was merely a lowly Tai golden immortal, his true essence bound by the decree of the investiture of the gods. With the god-slaying whip in hand, he believed he could easily subdue Zhao Gongming at will. Zhao Gongming, how dare you offend me? Tai Yizhenren bellowed, wielding the god-slaying whip with an authoritative tone. Offend you? Today, I shall end your life. Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with rage as he beheld the bloodied state of San Shao, his heart aching as if it were being cleaved in two. He could hardly bear to contemplate the fate that awaited his three sisters had he arrived even a moment later. Their souls might have been lost forever. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming's arrival, San Shao initially felt a surge of joy, only for it to swiftly transform into dread. Despite Zhao Gongming's fury, it would be futile against the overwhelming power before him. They had previously invoked the name of the Tongtian master to intimidate Tai Jinren, hoping to instill a sense of hesitation in him and secure a modicum of dignity for the disciples of the. However, judging by Tai Jinren's earlier demeanor, it was evident he was willing to obliterate them without a second thought. Kill me? Zhao Gongming, do you not know your own strength? You dare to speak such insolence. It is you who seeks death. Tai Jinren's voice dripped with disdain as he prepared to unleash a devastating strike upon Zhao Gongming. The god-slaying whip charged with the power of a quasi-saint. This strike was unlike the previous punishment he had meted out to San Shao. Tai Jinren intended to annihilate Zhao Gongming with a single blow, the quasi-saintly power surging like a tempestuous ocean. It's over. Zhao Gongming realized too late that his impulsiveness had clouded his judgment. In his fury upon witnessing San Xiao's injuries, he had provoked Tai Jinren. And now he might pay the ultimate price. The nearby celestial officials of heaven watched in despair, convinced that Zhao Gongming's demise was inevitable. Not only was his true essence shackled by the investiture of the gods, rendering him powerless against the god-slaying whip, but even a single strike from Tai Jinren, a being of quasi-saintly might, would suffice to obliterate any Tai golden immortal. Brother, San Shao cried out, her eyes wide with horror and her complexion pale. They wished to intervene, but their grievous injuries left them barely able to stand. Just as Zhao Gongming seemed poised to meet his end beneath Tai Jinren's impending strike, San Shao, driven by desperation, simultaneously spewed forth blood. Zhao Gongming, this is the consequence of defying me. Tai Jinren's cold voice resonated as the god-slaying whip descended toward Zhao Gongming. Just when all believed that Zhao Gongming's demise was certain, he suddenly extended his left hand to grasp the descending whip. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Walking the path to your own destruction. Tai Jinren sneered, increasing the force behind his strike. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Zhao Gongming managed to seize the god-slaying whip, which was imbued with the power to shatter the heavens. Collectively, Tai Jinren, San Shao, and the hundreds of disciples of this, along with the celestial officials of heaven, stood utterly stupefied, as if struck by a bolt of invisible lightning. How is this possible? A celestial official exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to dispel the illusion. San Shao, too, was rendered motionless, her eyes wide in astonishment. They had anticipated Zhao Gongming would be reduced to ashes under Tai Jinren's furious strike, yet he had not only emerged unscathed but had also successfully countered the god-slaying whip. You. Tai Jinren was overwhelmed by a tempest of emotions, left nearly speechless. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. He could not fathom how Zhao Gongming, whom he regarded as insignificant, had managed to withstand his lethal assault. Could it be that Zhao Gongming had broken free from the shackles of the investiture of the gods? Impossible. The investiture and the god-slaying whip were bestowed by the venerable Hongjun, one of the three celestial texts, and once bound to the investiture. Even a saint could not liberate one. Even if one entertained the notion that Zhao Gongming had somehow escaped the investiture's constraints and restored his strength, he would merely rank as a great Luo golden immortal, certainly no match for Tai Jinren. As Tai Jinren grappled with this mental tempest, he could not comprehend how Zhao Gongming had thwarted his deadly strike. The disparity between a Tai golden immortal and a quasi-saint was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even a mere fragment of quasi-saintly power could obliterate countless Tai golden immortals. Suddenly, Tai Jinren's pupils contracted. In that moment, an overwhelming, oceanic aura of terror erupted from Zhao Gongming, darkening the skies, eclipsing the sun and moon, shaking the very foundations of the 33 heavens of the celestial realm. This was the aura of a quasi-saint. Not only had he escaped the investiture of the gods, but he had also transcended to quasi-sainthood. Chapter 17, The Sacred Art of Combat, evolving all upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Gongming, which was as vast as the ocean. Tai Jinren was momentarily petrified, unable to fathom the reality before him. His brother had escaped the Feng Bang and had attained the quasi-saint realm. The assembled deities of the heavenly court were collectively stunned. While the three Shaos trembled with excitement, their hearts ignited with renewed hope, momentarily forgetting their injuries. After countless eons, A disciple of the Jiejiao had finally broken free from the Feng Bang, with a quasi-saint like Zhao Gongming among them. The future of Jiejiao disciples in the heavenly court was bound to be much brighter. How did you escape the Feng Bang and transcend to the quasi-saint realm? Tai Jinren found it hard to believe. The shackles of the Feng Bang could only be broken by the hands of Hongjun Daozu. Even the Tongdian Jiao master could not undo them upon returning. Moreover, Hongjun Daozu had long since merged with the Dao, rarely appearing in the three realms, making it impossible for him to lift Zhao Gongming's restrictions. A dead man need not know so much, Zhao Gongming replied coldly, his heavy iron mace crashing down upon Tai Jinren's head. The black iron mace erupted with an overwhelming murderous intent, akin to mountains and rivers erupting, seas breaking their banks, or the cosmos collapsing, a terrifying force of annihilation descending with unstoppable momentum. Caught off guard, Tai Jinren could only muster all his strength to block with his god-slaying whip. Clang! The sound of an intense collision echoed, the quasi-saint power surging, shattering all heavenly court structures and mountains within millions of miles into dust. Had it not been for the numerous great formations within the heavenly court, the destruction would have been even more astounding. The onlooking heavenly officials were swept away like leaves in a tempest, disappearing without a trace. After receiving Zhao Gongming's blow, Tai Jinren was sent flying thousands of feet before he managed to stabilize himself, blood surging violently within him, clearly shaken. Humph! Tai Jinren grunted, his gaze sharp as he stowed away the god-slaying whip. Though he was astonished and perplexed by Zhao Gongming's escape from the Feng Bang and his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, he was still the esteemed Eastern Emperor of the heavenly court, a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. If he were to falter against Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Jiejiao sharing the same realm, he would surely become the laughingstock, losing not only his imperial dignity but also tarnishing the reputation of the Chanjiao and the primordial heavenly venerable. Zhao Gongming, during the Fengshan War, your cultivation surpassed mine. But today we stand on equal ground. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a disciple of a saint, Tai Jinren declared, flipping his hand to reveal the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. This treasure, granted to him by the primordial heavenly venerable, was a supreme innate spiritual artifact containing 9 true fire dragons. At the onset of the Fengshan War, Tai Jinren had used this cover to subdue the Stone Lady, who had stood no chance and was the first to be sent to the Fengshan Bang. Even Ran Ding, the vice teacher of your Chanjiao, had once fled in fear before me. What does your mere status as a disciple of the Chanjiao amount to? You are doomed today. No one can save you. Mark my words. The killing intent radiating from Zhao Gongming was so intense it seemed to materialize, causing the temperature of the surrounding area to plummet. For Zhao Gongming, the protector of his sister, Tai Jinren's actions had severely wounded her, nearly shattering the spirits of the 3 Xiaos. Under no circumstances could Tai Jinren be allowed to survive. Presumptuous. 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Tai Jinren bellowed, as the cover soared into the heavens, transforming into a crimson rainbow that enveloped Zhao Gongming within a vast, luminous dome. Brother! The 3 Xiaos gasped, their hearts racing. After all, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, embodying the laws of fire and wielding immense power. In contrast, Zhao Gongming's 24 sea calming pearls, also supreme innate treasures, had been stolen by Ran Ding during the Fengshan War, leaving him with only a premium postnatal treasure, the heavy iron mace. Both Tai Jinren and Zhao Gongming stood as formidable quasi-saints. But with Tai Jinren activating the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, Zhao Gongming was undoubtedly in peril and could easily be consumed by its flames. Zhao Gongming, what is your escape from the Fengshan Bang and your advancement to quasi-saint matter? In the end, you will still perish by my hand. Tai Jinren sneered, unreservedly commanding the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Roars of dragon cries resounded as 9 colossal fire dragons erupted from the luminous dome. Boom! Fiery flames surged from the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, illuminating the surrounding clouds crimson, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze, even from a distance. The heat emanating from the cover warped the nearby space, transforming the heavenly court's foundations and the remnants of its structures into molten rock. Brother! Within the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, a vast inferno engulfed Zhao Gongming completely. The 3 Xiaos, anxious and desperate to assist, found themselves utterly helpless, as even in peak condition they could not approach the cover, only feeling a sense of urgency. Haha, Zhao Gongming. To die at my hands just after escaping the Fengshan Bang and breaking through to quasi-saint, how does it feel? Tai Jinren laughed maniacally, his voice booming across half of the heavenly court. The refining power of the 9 dragons' divine fire cover ranked among the best of all supreme innate treasures. Once ensnared within, without adequate countermeasures, even a quasi-saint like Zhao Gongming would face certain doom. Tai, is this all you are capable of? Just as Tai Jinren reveled in his perceived victory, a cold voice emerged from within the Nine Dragons' divine fire cover. Tai Jinren's expression froze. And looking towards the source of the voice, he found Zhao Gongming standing unscathed within the cover. No, to be precise. There were 2 layers of the Nine Dragons' divine fire cover. Chapter 18. One wave subsides. Another rises apart from the vast 10,000 Zhang Nine Dragon divine fire barrier summoned by the true man Tai. There was an additional layer of divine fire barrier above Zhao Gongming's head. Although this divine fire barrier spanned only a few thousand zhang, it absorbed the majority of the heat emanating from the surroundings. If this were all, true man Tai would not have been overly astonished, after all. It was merely a similar type of spiritual treasure that Zhao Gongming had produced. What truly shocked true man Tai was the fact that within the divine fire barrier being wielded by Zhao Gongming, there also coiled 9 ferocious fire dragons, consuming all the dissipated heat. How could this be? This 9-dragon divine fire barrier is a superior innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by my master. How could Zhao Gongming possess one as well? At this moment, true man Tai was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom where Zhao Gongming had acquired this identical 9-dragon divine fire barrier. The Sanshao sisters, too, were filled with confusion, for their bond with Zhao Gongming was closer than that of siblings. They were well aware of his treasures and had never heard him mention possessing a 9-dragon divine fire barrier. In reality, the 9-dragon divine fire barrier that Zhao Gongming was employing was not a physical object, but rather a manifestation of his mastery in the battle saint method. In flicking fingers to cover the sky, Yihei had once transformed the Tai Huang sword using the battle saint method, after Yifeng's transformation and metamorphosis. The evolution of the battle method into his spiritual treasure was certainly within reach. Should Zhao Gongming's cultivation reach its utmost peak, he could even evolve the innate treasure, the extermination immortal sword array. Should you cease at this point, prepare for demise. Zhao Gongming's voice, laden with murderous intent, emanated from the 9-dragon divine fire barrier, causing true man Tai to feel an unsettling foreboding. Even if you wield a 9-dragon divine fire barrier, you shall still meet your end. Yuqing divine thunder. True man Tai bellowed, channeling the fire power within the 9-dragon divine fire barrier to its zenith while simultaneously unleashing the supreme divine ability crafted by Yuanshi Tianzuan, Yuqing divine thunder. Thunder, being the most potent force of attack in the universe, is often employed by the heavenly Tao and the great Tao to punish transgressors, manifesting as heavenly Tao thunder and great Tao thunder. Although the Yuqing divine thunder created by Yuanshi Tianzuan as a sage may not match the heavenly Tao thunder, its destructive capacity remained exceedingly formidable. At present, the 2 9-dragon divine fire barriers were engaged in a delicate balance. And true man Tai intended to disrupt this equilibrium with the Yuqing divine thunder, aiming to inflict severe damage upon Zhao Gongming, with a resounding roar. As true man Tai shone with radiant light, he summoned the Yuqing divine thunder with all his might, causing a somber sea of clouds to materialize above the heavenly court. The clouds loomed dark and oppressive, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, creating a tempest within a 1,000,000-mile radius, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Upon sensing this cataclysmic force of thunder, the Sanshao sisters at the battlefield's periphery turned pale, their hearts heavy as if burdened by an invisible mountain. True man Tai gazed upward at the boundless sea of clouds, slightly astonished. Previously, when he had summoned the Yuqing divine thunder, the resultant cloud cover had only encompassed about half of what he was witnessing now. Logically, given that he was simultaneously exerting full force on the 9-dragon divine fire barrier, the power of the Yuqing divine thunder should have been diminished by a third. How could it have grown stronger instead? Could it be that my cultivation has unknowingly advanced? With this thought, true man Tai felt a flicker of joy, bolstering his confidence in slaying Zhao Gongming. In his mind, as long as he unleashed the Yuqing divine thunder to disrupt the balance of the 2 9-dragon divine fire barriers, the combined might of the Yuqing divine thunder and the 9-dragon true fire would obliterate Zhao Gongming in an instant. Die, Zhao Gongming! True man Tai shouted, his robe billowing without wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a sudden downward thrust of his hands, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as mountains, cascaded from the dark clouds above. Boom! The heavens trembled, the 33 heavens swayed, and the entire heavenly court was illuminated by the roiling sea of thunder, with space itself being violently torn apart by the tumultuous power of lightning. As the Sanshao sisters felt the earth-shattering force of destruction, their faces drained of color. Their hearts raced as if they were about to leap from their throats. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the cataclysmic lightning, imbued with the power to annihilate all, did not strike Zhao Gongming but instead rained down relentlessly upon True Mantai himself. True Mantai was taken aback. Realizing that the Yuqing divine thunder he had summoned had turned against its master, striking him instead of Zhao Gongming. By the time he sensed the anomaly, it was already too late. The terrifying and searing sea of thunder descended, engulfing True Mantai entirely. He lacked even the strength to resist. His physical form reduced to mere dust, his life extinguished. What is happening? True Mantai actually summoned the Yuqing divine thunder to his own demise? Could it be that he took his own life in despair? The celestial officials of the heavenly court, who had been covertly observing, were utterly bewildered, shocked by this abrupt turn of events. Unable to fathom how the same True Mantai who had vowed to kill Zhao Gongming just moments ago had instead met his own end. The Sanshao sisters were also stunned, staring vacantly at the spot where True Mantai had fallen. With True Mantai's death, the nine-dragon divine fire barrier, devoid of a wielder, quickly reverted to its original form, shrinking to the size of a fist and falling into Zhao Gongming's possession. Subsequently, the heavy thunderclouds above the heavenly court began to dissipate. Brother, the Sanshao sisters, seeing Zhao Gongming emerge unscathed, nearly burst into tears. In just a few short minutes, their emotions had been a tumultuous roller coaster, elated at Zhao Gongming's liberation from the constraints of the divine list and his breakthrough to quasi-saint status, yet anxious that he might fall to True Mantai's might. Fortunately, True Mantai had succumbed to madness, ultimately bringing about his own demise through the Yuqing divine thunder. It is over. Zhao Gongming, witnessing the Sanshao sisters in a state of blood and near death, felt profound sorrow and immediately summoned divine energy to heal them. Brother, how could Tai have taken his own life? The youngest sister, Bixiao, inquired with curiosity. Perhaps he has committed too many wrongs, unable to bear the weight of his conscience, and chose to end it all. Zhao Gongming replied casually. As the saying goes, walls have ears, and amid such a commotion, the majority of the celestial officials in the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor, were certainly employing divine consciousness to observe the situation. Zhao Gongming had no intention of revealing the truth. Zhao Gongming, do not rejoice too soon. I shall go to Kunlun Mountain to inform Master Guangqingzi of this matter. It will not be long before you all meet your doom. Just as Zhao Gongming was healing the Sanshao sisters, a faint golden light enveloped True Mantai's 3 souls and 6 spirits, as well as his true essence, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only this ominous proclamation. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters' expression shifted dramatically, quickly grasping the implication. Following the Fengshan War, Hongjun Daozu had commanded all sages to establish their teachings in the Chaos World, forbidding entry into the Hongwang world. Given Yuanshi Tianzuan's protective nature, he must have left behind this means of salvation for True Mantai and the other disciples of the before departing the Hongwang world. Brother, what do we do? Upon hearing Guangqingzi's name, the Sanshao sisters were thoroughly alarmed. Although True Mantai had indeed become arrogant after ascending as the Eastern Emperor Qinghua, Guangqingzi was the most audacious of all. During the Fengshan calamity, when the had yet to be destroyed, Guangqingzi had dared to come to Jinao Island and openly declared that all disciples were nothing but lowly creatures. Moreover, as the eldest disciple of the Chan teaching, Guangqingzi's cultivation far surpassed that of True Mantai, and he wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Fan Tian seal. Should Guangqingzi come seeking vengeance, the disciples would find themselves with no avenue for survival. Do not panic. I have a plan. Zhao Gongming observed that the injuries of the 3 Shaos had stabilized for the time being, and thus led them into the Hall of Perception and Transcendence. The 3 Shaos activated the protective grand formation of the hall, effectively isolating all divine consciousness from the outside. Chapter 19. The Enigmatic Confidence of Zhuan Ti Brother. What has transpired? How did you suddenly extricate yourself from the list of deities, and moreover, achieve a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm? As the grand formation was activated, Yun Xiao could barely contain her curiosity. Indeed, the list of deities is a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed by the Hongjun Daozu. Even our master could not aid us in escaping its confines, Bai Xiao echoed, equally perplexed. During the latter part of the deification calamity, the Tongdian had attempted to extract the true spirits of the 3 Xiao from the list, yet all efforts had proven futile. Brother, was the 9 dragons divine fire cover you just revealed a gift from our master? I have never heard you mention it before, Xiong Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. The bizarre events that had unfolded left the 3 Xiao in a state of bewilderment, eager to uncover the truth. To be candid, The three brothers of the Chiosho Immortals suddenly contacted me, stating that our master might have returned and taken the destined one for the upcoming journey to the west. The Lingming Stone Monkey. Hence, I ventured into the Earth Immortal realm, following their counsel to search for our master on Jinao Island and Mount Foxuan, Zhao Gongming recounted. Leaving nothing concealed from his three sisters. Our master has returned? The three Xiao gasped in unison, their spirits soaring. Did you locate our master? And did he assist you in breaking free from the list of deities and achieving the quasi-saint status? Yun Xiao eagerly questioned. With Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao gazing at Zhao Gongming in anticipation. If this were true, it would signify that their master had indeed ascended to a higher realm, heralding the revival of the... Alas, I searched the entirety of Jinao Island and Mount Foxuan, but found no trace of our master. Zhao Gongming shook his head solemnly. What? You found nothing? The three Xiao were engulfed in further confusion. If you did not find our master, how then did you break free from the list? However, though I did not locate our master, I encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Zhao Gongming proceeded to narrate in detail all that had transpired since he arrived at the Taoist temple. The three Xiao were left in a state of profound astonishment. You kept the Beast Emperor and the Divine Reverse, as well as pets? The teacup and teapot are innate treasures? A single sip of tea could liberate one from the list of deities and break through to the quasi-saint realm? The battle saint method can evolve all offensive techniques? The revelations made by Zhao Gongming surpassed their wildest imaginations, rendering them unable to fathom such possibilities. Had it not been for the fact that these words came from their most trusted brother, they would have never believed that there existed a supreme entity capable of transcending the primal heavenly path, akin to the Great Tao. After a lengthy silence, the three Xiao gradually emerged from their astonishment. Oh, now I comprehend why Tai Jinren summoned lightning upon himself. It was you who activated the Yuqing Thunder method. Bai Xiao exclaimed in realization. Otherwise, do you think Tai Jinren would truly take his own life out of conscience? Zhao Gongming chuckled, playfully flicking Bai Xiao's forehead. Should such an extraordinary being be willing to lend us aid, or would undoubtedly have hope? Yun Xiao's excitement was palpable. Indeed, before a being of such caliber, even Hongjun Daozu would likely not dare to defy. Bai Xiao concurred, her eyes shimmering with hope. Brother, what is the name of that esteemed figure? Qiong Xiao inquired, with Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao eagerly awaiting Zhao Gongming's response. I did not ask. Zhao Gongming suddenly remembered that he had been so overwhelmed by the experience that he had forgotten to inquire about the elder's name. To receive such a grand opportunity from the elder, yet remain ignorant of their name, was truly an egregious oversight. Zhao Gongming's heart began to race with anxiety. If the elder were to harbor ill feelings towards their and choose not to extend assistance, it would be a grave error. Brother, when will you rectify your carelessness? The three Xiao remarked, their foreheads adorned with a few dark lines. While the elder may possess a magnanimous heart, it is imperative for us, as juniors, to uphold proper etiquette. Yin Xiao stated earnestly. Very well, I shall first attend to your injuries. Once your conditions stabilize, I will take you to pay our respects and offer my apologies, Zhao Gongming declared. At this moment, the utmost priority was to liberate the three Xiao from the constraints of the list of deities, a desire that consumed him, and the sole means of safeguarding the disciples of the heavenly. For if the master of the Guangqingzi were to descend upon the heavenly court wielding an exquisite innate treasure, the Fan Tian Ain, there would be no one to withstand his onslaught. Understood. The three Xiao nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation, and promptly settled down to commence their healing. Meanwhile, Patriarch Bodhi returned to the summit of Ling Mountain, informing Zhuan and Jie of the reappearance of Sun Wukong. Indeed, as I suspected, even if the Tongdian has returned to the world, he must be facing numerous constraints and would not dare to obstruct the fated journey to the west. Zhuan Ti's projection remarked with a sense of calm. May I inquire, sage, did you encounter the Tongdian during your visit to the Zishu Palace? Patriarch Bodhi respectfully asked. I did not see him. Our master merged with the Tao, and the gates of Zishu Palace were tightly shut. After failing to gain an audience, we departed. Zhuan Ti replied. Very well. Patriarch Bodhi felt a tinge of disappointment, without clarity on whether the Tongdian was his true self or merely a projection. He felt a constant unease, as though a needle were pricking at his back, fearing the threat of the Qingping sword. Nonetheless, it appears that as a saint of the heavenly path, Tongdian would not dare to impede the ordained westward journey, even if he returned in his true form. If he merely seeks to gain some heavenly merit through the Lingming Stone Monkey, then let him have his wish, Jie remarked, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Wishing for a smooth completion of the journey to the west, allowing the Buddhist sect to flourish and repay the debts incurred during several calamities. Agreed. Patriarch Bodhi nodded. Now that the Lingming Stone Monkey has attained cultivation and returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain, I will inform the Jade Emperor and the Dragon King of the East to proceed with the journey to the West plan. Bodhi, you know what to do, right? Juan-Ti directed his gaze towards Patriarch Bodhi. I shall faithfully obey the sage's command. Patriarch Bodhi nodded, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 20. Dare to scheme against me, old son? A resounding and harmonious chorus resonated from Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong leisurely crossed his legs. Seated atop a massive boulder at the summit, surrounded by an array of spiritual fruits, reveling in his comfort. Before him, hundreds of thousands of monkeys were neatly arrayed in formation, energetically practicing their martial skills. After a morning of rigorous training, the monkeys were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Sun Wukong, sensing their fatigue, commanded a brief respite, allowing them to replenish their strength with the spiritual fruits before resuming their practice. Upon receiving his command, the monkey horde scattered like bees, some collapsing onto the grass, while others dove into the pool beneath the waterfall. Your Majesty. At that moment, a monkey approached Sun Wukong, eagerly peeling a banana to present to him. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired, taking the banana and chewing as he spoke. Your Majesty. It seems that our barehanded training yields little effect. If we could wield some weapons, our efforts would surely be multiplied, the monkey suggested with a grin. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in the proposal. If his kin could train with weapons, not only would their efficiency increase, but they would also accumulate invaluable combat experience. However, he scratched his head in confusion. But I am no blacksmith. Where would I procure hundreds of thousands of weapons? Your Majesty, the pool beneath the Flower Fruit Mountain-esque waterfall connects directly to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon King is immensely wealthy, and the treasures within the Dragon Clan's vault are plentiful. Why not pay a visit? You might just find a suitable weapon for yourself, the monkey continued, a flicker of golden Buddhist light flashing in his eyes. Before Sun Wukong's birth, the Patriarch Bodhi had visited Flower Fruit Mountain, sealing Sun Wukong's cultivation and leaving a mental imprint in the mind of one of the monkeys. By activating this imprint, Bodhi could manipulate the monkey's consciousness. Previously, he had used this method to suggest that Sun Wukong venture forth to seek a master and learn the art of immortality, subsequently guiding him to Mount Fansuan. Oh, very well. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a scrutinizing glance at the monkey, already harboring doubts. After all, how could the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, devoid of any cultivation, be aware that the pool beneath the waterfall led to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Having learned from Feng and being familiar with the deceptions of the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong was no longer the naive fool he once was. He remained vigilant in every circumstance. I am curious to see what tricks you are attempting to play. Although he suspected the truth, he did not rush to expose it. Instead, he boldly resolved to explore the East Sea Dragon Palace. If it turned out that the Dragon Palace was in collusion with the Buddhist sect to scheme against him, he would undoubtedly turn their world upside down. Children, continue your practice. This king shall return shortly. Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, leaping into the air and executing a perfect dive into the pool below. Upon reaching the depths of the pond, he felt a chill. But for one of his divine status, such a temperature was trivial. He swam with the grace of a nimble fish, navigating towards the tunnel at the bottom of the pool. Emerging from the tunnel, he found himself in the depths of the East Sea. Faint outlines of the Dragon Palace coming into view. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong swam towards the palace, casually overturning a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals along the way, until he reached the entrance of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Before him lay a vast expanse of interconnected palaces radiating with a kaleidoscope of divine light, resembling a celestial realm. The interior of the palace was adorned with golden nails and jade doors, where colorful phoenixes danced before crimson gates. The intricate corridors sparkled with exquisite craftsmanship, layers of dragon and phoenix motifs soaring gracefully, a truly magnificent sight. Who goes there? A squad of fully armed guards, witnessing Sun Wukong's arrival, crossed their halberds to block his path. I am the beautiful monkey king of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. Visiting my neighbor out of leisure, Sun Wukong replied with a grin, showing no intention of troubling the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The guards exchanged glances, and ultimately, one lowered his weapon to report. The guard hurried into the palace, traversing through the aquamarine waters and several corridors, until he found the East Sea Dragon King by a lotus pond. Report. The guard knelt, offering a respectful salute. The East Sea Dragon King, adorned in a green dragon robe and towering in stature, sported a pair of formidable dragon horns atop his head, exuding a commanding presence. What is it? He glanced at the guard while casting bait into the pond. attracting a flurry of golden-scaled fish. Your Majesty, the beautiful Monkey King from Flower Fruit Mountain is outside. Wishing to pay his respects, the guard reported. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured to himself, "This monkey arrives rather swiftly." For the journey to the west to proceed smoothly. The Buddhist sect has not only courted the likes of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, but also secured the cooperation of the Dragon Clan through the rank of the Eightfold Heavenly Dragons. However, the Dragon King was taken aback when he realized that just as the Saint of the Broadening Enlightenment conveyed that the plan was proceeding as expected. Sun Wukong appeared on his doorstep. Let him enter. The Dragon King scattered the bait into the pond and adjusted his attire, preparing to meet Sun Wukong. Yes. The guard complied, retracing his steps to the palace entrance. The Dragon King summons you. The guards finally withdrew their crossed halberds, allowing Sun Wukong to enter. The main hall of the Dragon Palace soared thousands of feet high and stretched hundreds of thousands of feet wide, adorned with colorful coral ornaments that sparkled like stars. The walls and floors were crafted from white jade, inlaid with pearls and luminous gems, exuding opulence. This old Dragon King certainly knows how to indulge. Sun Wukong marveled at the luxurious scenery of the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha. Esteemed immortal, please have a seat. Please have a seat. A hearty laugh filled the air as the East Sea Dragon King approached Sun Wukong, exuding warmth. So, you are the East Sea Dragon King? Sun Wukong scrutinized the Dragon King from head to toe before posing the question. Indeed, I am. Esteemed immortal, please take a seat. The Dragon King beamed, inviting Sun Wukong to sit, while he himself took his place on the central throne. The maidens of the palace immediately presented an array of spiritual fruits and delicacies. Sun Wukong, unreserved, reached out his furry hand to grab a spiritual fruit, savoring its flavor. May I inquire, esteemed immortal, what brings you to visit today? The East Sea Dragon King feigned ignorance, eager to hear Sun Wukong's intentions. I, old Sun, have returned from my voyage, having acquired considerable skills. And I wish to train the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. However, my children lack weapons, so I have come to my old neighbor to humbly request some. Sun Wukong cleverly articulated. Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King felt a flicker of confusion. According to their plans, Sun Wukong was supposed to come seeking weapons for himself. Nevertheless, being a man of wisdom and finesse in his position, he responded amiably, "Ah, I see, esteemed immortal. You are indeed a benevolent king. However, a hero of your caliber surely deserves a fitting treasure. Fortunately, within my Dragon Palace lies the sea-stabilizing divine needle. Recently, it has radiated a brilliant light and auspicious energy. Perhaps it is destined for you. If you do not mind, esteemed immortal, I would like to take you to see it." The sea-stabilizing divine needle? Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's gaze gradually turned frigid. The weapon wielded by Sun Wukong in the legend of Wukong is the Rui Jingu Bang, the staff that stabilizes the seas. Yet, he had not even mentioned his need for a weapon, and the Dragon King of the East Sea persistently recommended this treasure to him, coupled with the fact that the monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain had summoned him to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Sun Wukong could almost conclusively ascertain that the Dragon King before him was undoubtedly in cahoots with the Buddhist sect to conspire against him. In light of this, he would show no mercy. Chapter 21. A gentleman values wealth and seizes it appropriately. Although Sun Wukong had firmly resolved to create chaos in the East Sea Dragon Palace, he refrained from showing his impatience. Instead, he wished to ascertain the true intentions of the East Sea Dragon King and the Buddhist sect. Esteemed immortal, would you care to accompany this king to behold the ruler of the CS Divine Needle? The East Sea Dragon King inquired, rising to his feet. Let us go and see, Sun Wukong replied, rising as well, holding a jade platter filled with spiritual fruits, munching as he followed the Dragon King. Under the guidance of the East Sea Dragon King, Sun Wukong traversed a long corridor and arrived at the palace's rear courtyard. There stood a divine iron staff, several hundred zhang wide and towering 10,000 zhang high, radiating five-colored brilliance. The center was adorned with a celestial constellation, its ends encased in golden plates, intricately patterned, evoking awe and wonder. It was embellished with dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The East Sea Dragon King led Sun Wukong to the base of this ruler of the CS Divine Needle, pride evident on his face as he proclaimed, "Esteemed immortal, this is the treasure that safeguards our Dragon Palace, the ruler of the CS Divine Needle. This needle can change in length and thickness, possessing infinite transformations. Truly an exceptional treasure." As Sun Wukong continued to savor the spiritual fruits, he scrutinized the needle with disdain, ultimately curling his lip in contempt. for he discerned that this seemingly extraordinary divine needle was merely a superior postnatal merit treasure, far inferior to even the lowest grade innate treasures. Its only worth lay in the slight infusion of heavenly merit it possessed, allowing one to slay without incurring karmic retribution. However, Sun Wukong, having attained the status of a mythological immortal, with boundless lifespan and immense power, found such treasures utterly useless. Moreover, he already possessed two innate supreme treasures, rendering the ruler of the Sea's divine needle even more insignificant. This is the treasure you spoke of, old Dragon King? Surely you jest. Sun Wukong scoffed, averting his gaze, too lazy to cast another glance at the divine needle. The East Sea Dragon King, who had been brimming with pride, suddenly found himself at a loss. His smile gradually fading. He had assumed that Sun Wukong, being merely a monkey, had not encountered much in the way of treasures. Given the needle's remarkable appearance and the divine light he had secretly summoned, he believed Sun Wukong would eagerly wish to claim it. To his surprise, the monkey's standards were set far higher than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, my purpose here is not to seek treasures for myself, but rather to procure suitable weapons for my children. Old Dragon King, kindly take me to your treasure vault, and I shall select for myself. Sun Wukong said with a mischievous smile, his expression turning somewhat menacing, for he had already discerned the East Sea Dragon Kings and the Buddhist sect schemes. If he were to take the divine needle without having attained the status of a mythological immortal, he would unwittingly entangle himself in karmic ties with the Buddhist sect, making it easier for them to plot against him in the future. The East Sea Dragon King sensed the implications of Sun Wukong's sly grin and felt a weight in his heart, realizing that matters were spiraling beyond his control. However, he was also incensed by Sun Wukong's audacity. Despite the Dragon Clan's decline, the treasure vault remained the last bastion of their heritage, not a place for outsiders to enter, let alone freely select treasures. Sun Wukong's impudent demand was a blatant affront to the Dragon Clan. Esteemed immortal, you jest. The treasure vault of my Dragon Palace has always been off-limits to outsiders. Yet, this ruler of the Sea's divine needle seems destined for you. You may attempt to subdue it, the East Sea Dragon King replied, forcing a smile, though his words bore a hint of threat. Surely you do not intend to force this treasure upon me? Sun Wukong sensed the Dragon King's malice but remained unfazed, even gazing at him with amusement. The East Sea Dragon King, being merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, was no match for Sun Wukong, who could easily subdue him with a single hand. You misunderstand. I harbor no ill intent. I merely believe treasures should be bestowed upon heroes. The East Sea Dragon King laughed heartily, though his faade concealed simmering rage. A mere human immortal dares to bargain with me. Were it not for the Buddhist sect's commission, I would have long since crushed you, you audacious monkey. Despite the East Sea Dragon King's barely concealed fury, Sun Wukong seemed oblivious, continuing deeper into the Dragon Palace. You, old Dragon King, are exceedingly stingy. I shall select treasures from your vault myself. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's determination to invade the Dragon Clan's treasure vault, the East Sea Dragon King was thoroughly enraged. He shouted, Sun Wukong, I extend my goodwill, intending to gift you the ruler of the Sea's divine needle. Yet you, ungrateful wretch, seek to plunder my clan's vault. Do you think to seize what is not yours? Seeing the East Sea Dragon King finally lose his composure, Sun Wukong chuckled, turning to defiantly toss the banana peel he had just consumed at the Dragon King's face. I intend to seize it. What of it? The East Sea Dragon King trembled with rage, his beard bristling, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. Impudent monkey, he roared, transforming his left hand into a formidable dragon claw, lunging at Sun Wukong. Though he understood he could not kill Sun Wukong, he resolved to teach him a harsh lesson for his arrogance. Faced with the rapidly enlarging azure claw, Sun Wukong unleashed a casual punch. Boom. Upon impact, the East Sea Dragon King was momentarily stunned by the searing pain that erupted. In an instant, his entire arm shattered, raining down a crimson mist. How? Is this possible? The East Sea Dragon King was aghast, his mind blank as he realized that even at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he could not withstand a single punch from Sun Wukong, a mere human immortal. After all, he was a dragon, a race renowned for its physical prowess. As the blood mist swirled, the East Sea Dragon King caught sight of Sun Wukong's enigmatic smile through the haze. It dawned on him that he had mistakenly believed he was toying with Sun Wukong, viewing him merely as a plaything. In truth, the fool had been himself. Old Dragon King, this punch serves merely as a lesson. Should you obstruct me further, mark this date next year as your day of reckoning, Sun Wukong declared coldly. turning to plunder the Dragon Clan's treasury. The treasures within the vault are the last vestiges of my East Sea Dragon Clan's heritage. I implore you, esteemed immortal, to show mercy. A gentleman values wealth and seizes it appropriately, the East Sea Dragon King pleaded, now thoroughly panicked. A gentleman values wealth and seizes it appropriately, and as one who treasures wealth, it is only fitting that I take your treasures, son. Wukong chuckled, disregarding the East Sea Dragon King's pleas and soaring toward the direction of the treasure vault. Chapter 22. The Rampage in the Dragon Palace. Boldly, who dares approach? Sun Wukong soared deeper into the Dragon Palace, encountering numerous obstacles from the Dragonkin along the way. However, the dragon race of today is far from the ancient era when quasi-saints were as common as dogs and great Luo Jinxian roamed freely. Even the formidable Dragon King of the Eastern Sea has merely reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, let alone the other dragons, rendering them no match for Sun Wukong. Boom. Crash. The Eastern Sea Dragon King gazed in despair at the vast energy ripples erupting in the distance and the Dragon Palace crumbling into ruins. His heart bled at the sight. He sensed that Sun Wukong had figured out his schemes and had already issued a final ultimatum. Even if he were to intervene now, he would not only fail to stop Sun Wukong but would also risk his own life. Alas, at this moment, the Eastern Sea Dragon King regretted his alliance with the Buddhist sect. He had received no benefits, and now the Dragon Palace lay in tatters, with even the treasure trove on the verge of being looted. Should the dragon race lose this final foundation, their resurgence would be nearly impossible. While the Eastern Sea Dragon King wallowed in despair, Sun Wukong had already penetrated deep into the Dragon Palace, standing before a grand and rugged mountain. This underwater mountain, towering at 1,000,000 zhong, housed the Dragon Clan's treasure, safeguarded by layers of formations that even an ordinary great Luo Jinxian would find challenging to breach. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to tremble violently. The Eastern Sea Dragon King had hoped that the treasure trove's defenses would withstand Sun Wukong, but now his last glimmer of hope shattered. Wasn't he merely a human immortal? How could he be so terrifying? The Eastern Sea Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine, his heart pounding in terror. The fact that a human immortal could overpower a peak golden immortal was already unfathomable. Now, Sun Wukong was even capable of shattering the treasure trove's formidable defenses. This was enough to induce sheer terror. If this were not happening to the Eastern Sea Dragon King but rather relayed by others, he would have certainly dismissed it as nonsense, even deeming the speaker a fool. Meanwhile, upon breaching the Dragon Palace's treasure chamber, a kaleidoscope of radiant light spilled forth from the entrance, casting a vibrant glow upon Sun Wukong's fur. It appeared the dragon race possessed a wealth of treasures. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed inside. The treasure trove was vast, spanning tens of thousands of zhong, nearly hollowing out the underwater mountain. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of spiritual treasures adorning the walls: swords, spears, staves, hooks, halberds, and various other forms of weaponry, all meticulously arranged, emanating divine light, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Although these treasures were mostly postnatal artifacts, with only a handful of inferior innate ones, they were more than sufficient for the monkeys of Huaguo Mountain. Moreover, the cavern was piled high with enormous blocks of divine metal: 9 heaven star iron, dragon pattern black gold, fiery sun glaze, and more. Each block was a rare material for forging spiritual treasures, scarce in the outside world but abundant within the dragon race's vault. Adjacent to these divine materials lay a vast expanse of spiritual fields, shrouded in mist and shimmering like starlight. This spiritual field rested upon the largest spiritual vein at the bottom of the Eastern Sea, providing rich and pure spiritual nourishment to the herbs cultivated within. Thus, the growth of the spiritual herbs was remarkably vibrant, each resembling glistening emeralds. In addition, the dragon race's treasure trove contained an assortment of miscellaneous treasures, including elixirs, scrolls, and cultivation techniques. The dragon race, despite its decline, still boasted a formidable heritage. However, all of this now belonged to me, the great sage. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong gathered everything into his small world, even claiming the soil of the spiritual fields in the entrance to the treasure trove. For those who treat him well, Sun Wukong reciprocates wholeheartedly. For those who scheme against him, he shows no mercy. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Sun Wukong emerged from the dragon race's treasure trove, brimming with satisfaction. Outside, thousands of fully armed dragons glared at him menacingly. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong plundering their treasures, their faces turned crimson with rage, exhaling heavy breaths, as if they intended to devour him whole. "Charge! Slay him!" the Eastern Sea Dragon Prince shouted. Yet, in the face of the enraged dragon army, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, even sporting a slight smile. He had no intention of exterminating the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, but if they sought their own demise, he would not show mercy. "Hold!" Just as the dragon army prepared to strike, a deep voice reverberated, halting their movements. Amidst the crowd, the one-armed Eastern Sea Dragon King flew over, positioning himself between the dragons and Sun Wukong. "Esteemed immortal, I have a gift for you. The golden lock armor, the phoenix wing purple gold crown, and the lotus silk cloud shoes. As the saying goes, armor is bestowed upon heroes. Today, I grant you this set of armor." A flash of golden light revealed a majestic set of armor in the Eastern Sea Dragon King's hands. He bowed his head, presenting the armor to Sun Wukong with great humility. "Father," the Eastern Sea Dragon Prince seethed upon witnessing his father's subservient demeanor, infuriated beyond measure. After all, Sun Wukong had not only ravaged the Dragon Palace, but had severely wounded the Eastern Sea Dragon King and looted their treasures. The enmity between them could be described as irreconcilable. "Silence!" the Eastern Sea Dragon King admonished sternly. While it was true that Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc upon the Dragon Palace, causing irreparable damage, the events had transpired. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan, having been outmatched, faced only annihilation if they continued to pursue vengeance. Thus, despite harboring immense resentment, the Eastern Sea Dragon King had no choice but to bow to Sun Wukong to ensure the survival of the dragon race. "Old Dragon King, you are wise. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Today, I shall spare the Eastern Sea Dragon clan." Sun Wukong confidently accepted the Dragon King's armor. Though the dragon race was indeed in dire straits, it was entirely self-inflicted, and he felt no pity. Had the Eastern Sea Dragon King not aligned with the Buddhist sect against him, he would never have come to the Dragon Palace, and the clan would not have suffered such devastation. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." The Eastern Sea Dragon King sighed, relief washing over him. Ensuring the survival of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan was paramount. Treasures, the palace, and even dignity paled in comparison to life itself. "What are you all blocking the way for? Do you wish for me to stay as a guest?" Sun Wukong addressed the densely packed dragons before him. "Clear a path for the esteemed immortal," the Eastern Sea Dragon King commanded. Reluctantly, the dragon army parted, allowing Sun Wukong to pass through, and he soon vanished from sight. "Father, are we truly letting this monkey go?" The Eastern Sea Dragon Prince gazed at the remnants of the Dragon Palace and the plundered treasure trove, filled with unwillingness. "Of course not. Though our clan may be in decline, we are not mere monkeys to be bullied at will. You shall lead the dragons to repair the palace while I ascend to the heavenly court to lodge a complaint with the supreme deity." The Dragon King of the East Sea tidied his garments and spoke, even neglecting to restore his severed arm immediately, intending instead to use it as evidence to elicit sympathy from the Jade Emperor in the Heavenly Palace. "Very well, I shall respectfully bid farewell to my father." The East Sea Dragon Prince bowed reverently to the Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded, transforming into a streak of azure light and vanishing from the Dragon Palace. Chapter 23. The Master of Sorrow. Selling. After departing from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Sun Wukong swiftly returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. At this moment, the monkeys were still arranged in an orderly formation, diligently practicing under the command of the Grand Marshal of Flower Fruit Mountain. "Children, arm yourselves." Sun Wukong gestured grandly, and an abundance of colorful postnatal spiritual treasures cascaded from the sky like rain, quickly accumulating into a small mountain. The monkeys, upon witnessing this spectacle, instantly lit up with excitement, joyfully gathering around to select their weapons. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, sat atop a flat stone at the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, smiling as he observed the jubilant monkeys. Half an hour later, all the monkeys had acquired their desired weapons and began to swing them with impressive flair. "Great King, did you acquire these treasures from the Dragon King of the East Sea?" one curious monkey inquired. "These weapons were fervently gifted to me by the old Dragon King. I had no intention of accepting them, but one cannot refuse such hospitality," Sun Wukong replied, naturally avoiding any admission that the treasures had been seized, lest it tarnish the reputation of the children of Flower Fruit Mountain. Who would have thought the Dragon King of the East Sea to be so hospitable? The monkeys exclaimed in unison, before resuming their practice under Sun Wukong's guidance. Meanwhile, the well-meaning but now one-armed Dragon King of the East Sea had arrived at the eastern gate of heaven. The splendor of the heavenly palace surpassed that of the Dragon Palace by countless measures. Golden light radiated from the four great gates, while vibrant colors sprayed forth like mist. And vast seas of golden clouds swirled magnificently in a breathtaking display. Upon entering the eastern gate, 2 rows of towering white jade pillars came into view, entwined with golden scaled, sunlit red-bearded dragons. Beyond the pillars lay celestial bridges, beneath which flowed crystal-clear springs exuding ethereal mist, while colorful feathered, celestial cranes soared above, their radiant plumage reflecting the heavenly light. Shrouded in a veil of azure mist. After passing through the southern gate, the Dragon King disregarded the curious gazes of the heavenly soldiers and made his way directly to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. This hall, situated in the heart of heaven, towered to unimaginable heights, exuding an air of grandeur, with dragons and phoenixes intricately carved on every pillar. At this moment, the Jade Emperor sat regally on the dragon throne, clad in a platinum dragon robe and resplendent crown, listening to his ministers report on matters concerning the 3 realms, the 4 heavenly kings, the 5-star monarch, the 28 constellations, and the 36 celestial generals stood in formation on either side of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Report, Your Majesty, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Huaguo, seeks an audience outside the hall, a heavenly soldier announced after the Jade Emperor concluded his previous affair. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas typically did not need to attend court in heaven. Moreover, the Saint of Guidance had recently communicated intentions to continue the journey to the west, indicating that the Dragon King of the East Sea should be occupied with hosting Sun Wukong at this time, not appearing in heaven unexpectedly. Could it be that something has gone awry? The Jade Emperor pondered. Summon him to the hall. Summon the Dragon King of the East Sea to the hall. The heavenly official at the entrance proclaimed in a loud voice. Soon, the Dragon King entered the Lingxiao Treasure Hall under the watchful eyes of numerous heavenly officials. However, upon seeing the disheveled and battered Dragon King, who was even missing an arm, the officials were taken aback. Although the dragon lineage had diminished, they nonetheless held a respectable place in the celestial hierarchy. How could the dignified Dragon King of the East Sea find himself in such a woeful predicament? Your servant pays respects to your majesty. I humbly beseech you to advocate for me, the Dragon King implored, kneeling in the center of the hall, his face etched with despair as he gazed up at the Jade Emperor. What has happened? The Jade Emperor inquired, his voice resonating like a grand bell within the hall. Your Majesty, not long ago, that Monkey King from Flower Fruit Mountain came to my East Sea Dragon Palace, grievously wounding me, causing chaos within the palace, injuring countless members of my dragon clan, and reducing my palace to ruins. Most egregiously, he plundered our treasure vault completely. This monkey's arrogance is unforgivable. I plead for your justice. The Dragon King recounted, appearing as a wronged spouse seeking redress. The Jade Emperor's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He had just received word from the Saint of Guidance that Sun Wukong was currently at the human immortal level, and the heavenly officials must tread carefully in their interactions, lest they dampen the monkey's spirit and affect the ongoing plans. Yet now, the Dragon King claimed that a mere human immortal had wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and stolen all their treasures. Is this a jest? Huaguo, even in your current state, you cannot possibly suggest that a human immortal monkey managed to subdue you? How ridiculous that you, a peak golden immortal, would claim to be injured by a mere human immortal. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving the sovereign? At that moment, the King of Hell, surveying the scene from above, addressed Huaguo, who typically was not required to attend court in heaven. However, the Jade Emperor had summoned him for a significant matter, hence his presence. After the King of Hell spoke, the other officials nodded in agreement, convinced that the Dragon King was attempting to leverage his misfortune to seek compensation from heaven. Your Majesty, even if I possessed the audacity, I would never dare to commit such an offense. Sun Wukong is truly extraordinary. He not only struck me with a powerful blow but also broke through the seals of our treasure vault that could withstand even a great Luo golden immortal. The Dragon King's urgency escalated as he perceived the disbelief in the eyes of his audience and continued to explain. A human immortal shattering a seal meant to withstand a great Luo golden immortal? Huaguo, do you take us for fools? Why not claim that a human immortal could rival the Panga god in creating the heavens and earth? The King of Hell could not contain his laughter, and the other heavenly officials regarded the Dragon King with incredulous expressions. Sighing deeply, the Dragon King felt utterly helpless. However, had he heard such a tale from another, he too would have found it hard to believe. Your Majesty, I shall confront Sun Wukong to ascertain whether this monkey indeed possesses the monstrous capabilities Ao Guang claims. Able to rival a great Luo golden immortal at the human immortal level. The King of Hell stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect toward the Jade Emperor, while casting a derisive glance at the Dragon King. Very well, go ahead, but exercise caution. The Jade Emperor replied with a nod. Before Ao Guang ascended to the hall, he had already briefed the King of Hell on the plan involving the Buddhist sect. However, to prevent the heavenly officials from being overly cautious about executing the plan in the future, the Jade Emperor refrained from revealing the potential backing of a celestial being behind Sun Wukong. Your servant shall heed your command, the King of Hell assured. Though his words simultaneously mocked Ao Guang's clumsy deceptions, the Dragon King discerned the sarcasm in the King of Hell's tone. Wishing you smooth sailing. I shall await your good news here. The Dragon King spoke with layered meaning, knowing that time flows differently between heaven and earth. He could recuperate while awaiting the King of Hell's report in the Lingsha treasure hall. He was curious to see how the King of Hell would speak so boldly after being pummeled into a state of disarray by Sun Wukong. After all, he was merely a human immortal monkey, hardly worthy of concern. The King of Hell, brimming with confidence and exuding an air of majesty, soared forth from the celestial palace. Chapter 24. The arrival of the three Xiaos. As the King of Hell departed from the eastern gate of heaven, Zhao Gongming simultaneously exited through the southern gate, accompanied by the three Xiaos. With Zhao Gongming's assistance, the three Xiaos managed to stabilize their injuries temporarily. Initially, Zhao Gongming intended to wait until their wounds were fully healed before seeking out Yi Feng at Mount Fengshuan. However, the three Xiaos felt an impending threat from the perfected one of Tai, who might arrive with Guangxingzi at any moment. Even if Zhao Gongming achieved a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level, he would still be no match for the master brother of the Chan sect, Guangxingzi. Only by extricating themselves from the investiture of the gods and utilizing the formidable power of the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation could they hope to confront Guangxingzi and protect the disciples of the Jie sect within heaven. Thus, as soon as they stabilized their injuries, the three Xiaos urged Zhao Gongming to take them to seek the guidance of the elder at Mount Fengshuan. Upon leaving the southern gate, Zhao Gongming swiftly opened a spatial portal leading to Mount Fengshuan. The four of them entered in succession and, in the next moment, emerged above the mountain. Having learned from his previous experience, Zhao Gongming quickly led the three Xiaos to an inconspicuous Taoist temple. The three Xiaos marveled inwardly, astonished that a being of such profound strength would reside in such an unremarkable place. Indeed, the path to greatness is often simplicity itself. After adjusting their appearances, Zhao Gongming approached the temple's entrance and gently knocked on the wooden door, his heart filled with trepidation. He feared that the elder might refuse to see him due to his previous unintended faux pas. Fortunately, the door was soon pulled open, revealing Yi Feng, clad in white garments that shimmered like snow, exuding an ethereal grace. Zhao Gongming had met the elder before and introduced his three younger sisters, Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, who had come to pay their respects after hearing of the elder's unmatched divine abilities. Yi Feng, calm and composed, had anticipated that Zhao Gongming would bring the three Xiaos with him after his departure from the investiture of the gods. The three Xiaos bowed in unison, their hearts filled with surprise. Bai Xiao, in particular, felt a ripple of emotions, her cheeks flushing slightly. They had expected a figure like the venerable Hong Jun or the Holy One of Tai Ching, only to be met with such youthful handsomeness. I was too astonished last time and neglected to inquire about your esteemed name. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Zhao Gongming expressed, eager to leave a good impression on Yi Feng. Not at all, please come in and speak. My surname is Yi, replied Yi Feng, a being of immense power at the level of a mythical great Luo golden immortal, who had traversed countless realms and experiences, showing no concern for such trivialities. Thank you. Elder, Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Yi Feng bore no ill toward them, and hurriedly entered. In the courtyard, Shen and I, Shiqilan, and Yuan Feng lay basking in the sun, having been reprimanded by Yi Feng previously, showing no intention of intimidating the three Xiaos. Though the three Xiaos were curious about these beings, they felt a terrifying pressure emanating from them, leaving them in awe. Having frequently been in the presence of the saint of Tongtian and sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao saint, they were acutely aware that Shen Ni and the others far surpassed the strength of Tongtian. This is the kind of power that allows one to keep such formidable beings as pets, they thought, glancing cautiously at Shen Ni and Shiqilan. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, causing a wind chime hanging from the willow tree to emit a melodious sound. Zhao Gongming and the three shouts turned toward the sound, their bodies stiffening as waves of astonishment surged within them. Brother, sisters, that wind chime hanging from the willow seems to be the long-lost chaos bell. Yun Xiao communicated telepathically to Zhao Gongming, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, her voice brimming with disbelief. The wind chime bore engravings of the sun, moon, stars, and the elemental forces subtly illuminated by divine light, unmistakably identifying it as the chaos bell. Zhao Gongming, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level, perceived the situation with greater clarity than the three Xiaos. He could hardly believe that the foremost innate treasure, sought after by countless primordial beings since the calamity of the witch and demon war, would appear here as mere decoration. Bai Xiao marveled silently, recognizing that only a being of such exalted status could treat the chaos bell as a simple wind chime. In the outside world, even the six saints of the primordial era, or the venerable Hongjun, would covet the chaos bell as their most treasured possession. After a moment of astonishment, they realized that Yi Feng had already made his way into the grand hall. The four hastily followed him into the study adjacent to the hall. On the desk in the center of the study lay an open scroll of white paper and a plate of grapes resembling pearls. Yi Feng took his seat at the desk, rolled up his right sleeve, and resumed writing on the scroll. Please, take a seat, he said while immersed in his work. Zhao Gongming noted that 3 additional chairs had appeared since his last visit, clearly indicating that the elder had anticipated their arrival. Very well. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos obediently approached the chairs and sat down. Although Zhao Gongming wished to request Yi Feng's assistance in freeing the 3 Xiaos from the constraints of the investiture of the gods, he refrained from interrupting the elder's writing, opting instead to wait in silence. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Feng set down his brush and began to savor the grapes. Each grape was translucent, reflecting a captivating spectrum of colors, causing Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos to involuntarily swallow. Freshly picked grapes. Would you like to try some? Yi Feng gently waved his hand, and 4 grapes floated toward Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos. Thank you, Elder Yi, they exclaimed joyfully, cradling the grapes with both hands. The grapes radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to miniature stars, and merely holding them allowed the ethereal energy to seep into their beings, imparting a sensation of ascension to their souls. Having encountered many of the top innate spiritual roots in the primordial world, such as Huangzhong Li and ginseng fruits, they found none could compare to the grapes in their hands. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos exchanged glances, carefully plucking a grape and bringing it to their lips. Chapter 25. The opportunity of the Sanxiao. The crystalline grapes, upon entering their mouths, transformed into a refreshing energy that instantly permeated the bodies of Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao. They found themselves involuntarily rising from their seats, every inch of their beings radiating brilliance. Moreover, their forms seemed to morph into a vast cosmos, bursting forth with countless luminous orbs akin to stars, shining resplendently. In their haste to seek Yi Feng's assistance in liberating themselves from the Fengshan list and safeguarding the disciples of the Jie Jiao in the heavenly court, the Sanxiao had not yet had the chance to mend their severely injured souls. They merely managed to suppress the deterioration of their condition. After all, healing such profound spiritual wounds was exceedingly difficult, and even Zhao Gongming, a quasi-saint, could offer little aid. At this moment, however, the Sanxiao felt their souls enveloped by a gentle force. The fragments of their souls, previously shattered by the divine whip wielded by Tai Yi Zhenren, healed completely within mere blinks of an eye. Boom. Almost immediately, an unfathomable aura erupted from the Sanxiao. Their true spirits, once confined within the Fengshan list, were restored to their rightful place, and their cultivation levels surged correspondingly. Although Zhao Gongming did not attain another breakthrough, his power also significantly increased, nearly reaching the threshold of mid-quasi-saint. Once the Sanxiao regained their senses, they exchanged glances, both flushed with excitement. Previously, they had felt considerable trepidation, fearing that their esteemed elder Yi might have only aided Zhao Gongming in a fleeting moment of whimsy and would be disinclined to involve himself in the affairs of the Jiejiao. If they remained shackled by the Fengshan list, Zhao Gongming alone would be no match for Guangqingzi. Should Guangqingzi come seeking them, the disciples of Jiejiao in the heavenly court would face annihilation. The Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming had been contemplating how to beseech Yi Feng for assistance. Yet happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Yi Feng had merely bestowed upon them a single grape, yet it had healed their souls, liberated them from the divine list, and facilitated their breakthrough to quasi-saint status. They were profoundly grateful for the elder's immense kindness. Standing from their seats, The Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming simultaneously bowed in gratitude to Yi Feng, overwhelmed with appreciation. Amid their gratitude, they were also curious about the origin of the multicolored grapes before them, wondering what caliber of spiritual root had produced such miraculous fruits. It was well known that even one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, the Huaguo Li, could only elevate a cultivator to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Though the Quasi-Saint and Great Luo Golden Immortal Realms may appear to be merely one great tier apart, the difficulty of breaking through increases significantly with subsequent stages, leading to a wider chasm in power. Grapes capable of allowing one to ascend to the Quasi-Saint realm must be at least 1,000 times more precious than the Huaguo Li. Furthermore, the Huaguo Li only yields 9 fruits per season, making them exceedingly rare. In contrast, the cluster of grapes before Yi Feng boasted over 100. Zhao Gongming surmised that this singular cluster could potentially forge several formidable beings at the mixed primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Indeed, Yi Feng replied calmly, raising a grape to his lips. This cluster of grapes was the fruit of the exquisite chaotic spiritual root, the 9-color star moon grapevine. Every era, this vine yields 33 clusters of grapes. Among these, there are 10 clusters of 3-colored grapes, 10 clusters of 5-colored grapes, 10 clusters of 7-colored grapes, and the most precious, 3 clusters of 9-colored grapes. The platter before them contained 5-colored grapes. However, while the 5-colored grapes were imbued with vast divine essence, they could merely assist the Sanxiao in enhancing their cultivation. They could not free their true spirits from the function list. The genuine power that liberated the Sanxiao from the function list stemmed from Yi Feng's will. As a being comparable to the Tao, a mythical Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yi Feng had long transcended the realm of mere words manifesting his law. With a single thought, he could alter anything within the myriad realms, including aiding Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao in escaping the divine list. If you 3 sisters are interested, you may choose a book to peruse, Yi Feng remarked, resuming his writing with a brush. Upon hearing this, the Sanxiao felt a surge of excitement, their faces alight with joy. They recalled that Zhao Gongming had previously discovered the profound techniques of combat through a book titled Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky, while in this very study, allowing him to master the art of transformation and easily defeat Tai Yizhenren, who wielded a superior innate spiritual treasure. If they too could gain such a fortuitous opportunity, they would be far more confident in the impending battle against Guangqingzi. The Sanxiao intended to express their gratitude, but upon seeing Yi Feng engrossed in his writing, they temporarily set aside their thoughts and quietly approached the bookshelf, their hearts brimming with joy as they began to select their own opportunities. Zhao Gongming, eager to delve into the middle volume of Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky, refrained from acting without Yi Feng's permission, aware that he had only recently grasped the art of combat. The reason Yi Feng refrained from allowing Zhao Gongming to explore further was that he had only just begun to comprehend the techniques of combat. As the saying goes, knowing 100 techniques is inferior to mastering one. Given Zhao Gongming's current cultivation, focusing wholeheartedly on the study of the combat art would yield the greatest benefits. To attempt to tackle too much at once could lead to adverse effects. Zhao Gongming watched as the Sanxiao paced thoughtfully before the bookshelf, curiosity bubbling within him regarding their choice of book. To his surprise, after a careful selection, the Sanxiao ultimately chose Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky. Just as he had. My dear sister, we share the same taste, Zhao Gongming chuckled inwardly. Yu Xiao stood in the center, cradling Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky, while Bishu and Qiangshu drew close, one on either side. The path to ascend, to sing as we tread, to flick a finger and cover the sky. Such audacity. Elder sister, let us see if this book is truly as wondrous as our brother claims, Bishu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she read the introduction on the cover. Very well, Yin Xiao nodded, extending her delicate fingers to turn to the first page. The book seemed to possess an intangible allure. The instant it was opened, it ensnared the Sanxiao's minds entirely. It felt as though they had truly entered the world of Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky, lost in rapture as they stood before the bookshelf, oblivious to the passage of time. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming wore a smile once more. The Sanxiao's current fascination with the book mirrored his own initial experience upon discovering Flicking the Finger to Cover the Sky. Uncertain of when the Sanxiao would finish the first volume, Zhao Gongming gazed at Yi Feng, who was deeply engrossed in his writing, with a sense of reverence. As he settled his thoughts, he perceived that every movement of Yi Feng was imbued with an ethereal, intangible, yet supremely exalted Tao rhythm. This resonance with the fundamental truths of the universe was more effective than any sermon delivered by a saint. Zhao Gongming felt his mind clear, as if engulfed in boundless enlightenment. The cultivation conundrums that had previously perplexed him now resolved themselves, and even his cultivation methods began to operate spontaneously and rapidly, elevating his power incrementally. Understanding the rarity of this state, Zhao Gongming promptly closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged to contemplate the art of combat. Chapter 26. Not for ascension, but to await your return in the mortal realm. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, a faint sound of collision echoed beside Zhao Gongming and the three heavens. With a soft crack, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens awakened from their reverie, their consciousness returning to their physical forms. It was then that the three heavens realized they had unknowingly completed the upper section of fingers covering the sky. Through this period of enlightenment, Zhao Gongming not only advanced his cultivation but also deepened his comprehension of the sacred combat arts, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. At that moment, Feng rose from his seat and approached the bookshelf, meticulously placing the freshly completed manuscript in an orderly manner. Having finished, you may take your leave, Feng stated in his usual straightforward manner. Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed elder. I shall not intrude further, Zhao Gongming replied, hastily standing from his chair. While Yun Xiao returned fingers covering the sky to the shelf, Bi Xiao then jogged a few steps, carefully arranging the ink wash, brush, and inkstone, before casting a sweet smile at Feng, revealing her crescent-like eyes and adorable little tiger teeth. Feng nodded, feeling quite pleased with Bi Xiao's cleverness. After Zhao Gongming and the three heavens bowed respectfully to Feng, they exited the study with utmost reverence. Traversing the front courtyard and leaving the temple under the watchful eyes of Shikolin and Shen and I, their hearts racing with trepidation. Once outside the temple, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens immediately summoned clouds and soared towards the heavenly court. A refreshing sea breeze greeted them, and they exhaled deeply, the heavy weight in their hearts dissipating. Although Feng had maintained an unpretentious demeanor throughout, even referring to himself simply as I rather than employing titles befitting a great power, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens still felt an invisible sense of pressure in the presence of such a formidable being, comparable to those of the Tao. Brother, sisters, Feng is truly remarkable. He not only liberated us from the investiture of the gods, but also provided us with precious spiritual fruits to help us break through the quasi-saint realm, Bi Xiao exclaimed joyfully, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes sparkling like stars. Standing amidst the clouds, the three heavens gazed at the magnificent expanse of azure waves where sea met sky, feeling the cool breeze caressing their garments and hair. Their hearts filled with exhilaration and anticipation for the future. With this newfound strength, they would no longer endure the humiliation and indignity of their previous existence. Furthermore, the days ahead would be far more favorable for all those in the heavenly court affiliated with the Jie sect. Feng's benevolence is as deep as the ocean. Yet it is regrettable that our cultivation is far too meager to offer him a gift worthy of his attention, Zhao Gongming lamented, expressing the sentiment that their abilities were insignificant in comparison to Feng's immense power, even if he may not appreciate it. I still intend to bring a token of gratitude next time I visit, Bi Xiao declared earnestly, clenching her delicate fist. She believed that whether Feng accepted their gift was one matter, while their obligation to express gratitude through tangible actions was another, given the immense favor they had received. Yun Xiao and Xiangxiu nodded in agreement with Zhao Gongming's words. Although they all hoped for Feng to continue assisting the Jie sect in its revival, they understood that they could not simply take without giving anything in return, taking advantage of Feng's amiable nature. Sister, well done. It seems you have thought this through, Zhao Gongming remarked with a smile, surprised that Bi Xiao, often whimsical and scatterbrained, could come up with such an idea. Of course, Bi Xiao proudly lifted her swan-like neck in response to the praise. It seems we do not possess any remarkable treasures to offer. Perhaps we should let you present yourself to Feng, Yu Xiao teased, casting a playful glance at Bi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiao's cheeks flushed a fiery red, resembling a ripe apple, and she quickly lowered her head, too shy to meet Yun Xiao's gaze. Sister, what nonsense are you saying? Feng is a being of Tao-level strength. How could he possibly be interested in me? Seeing Bi Xiao's bashful demeanor, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Xiangxiu all chuckled, though they could see through Bi Xiao's feelings. They chose not to address it directly, instead shifting the topic. My dear sisters, after finishing the upper section of fingers covering the sky, do you have any insights? Zhao Gongming inquired earnestly. Insights? Indeed. The world depicted in the book is fantastical and captivating. The character that left the deepest impression on me is the white-clad empress. She possessed no innate talent and could not cultivate, yet she rose against the odds to attain the title of Empress. Truly extraordinary and unparalleled. Yunxiao exclaimed from the depths of her heart. In the world of the primordial, one's foundation determined everything. Ordinary beings, no matter their efforts, could not compare to those of innate origin. Moreover, the Empress, unable to cultivate due to her mortal body, managed to create the devouring heaven demon technique and became one of the strongest emperors in history. Her unwavering determination and willpower deeply inspired Yu Xiao. Bixiao interjected, not for ascension, but to await your return in the mortal realm. How touching. Upon hearing this, 3 horizontal lines appeared on Zhao Gongming's forehead. What I meant to ask is whether any of you have discerned unique techniques from the text, such as the sacred combat arts techniques? The 3 heavens immediately began to reminisce. Indeed, I've gained insight into the Empress's cultivation method, the devouring heaven demon technique. Xiangshu exclaimed excitedly. I too have acquired the undying heaven technique from the ruthless Empress. Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with joy. The devouring heaven demon technique allows one to enhance their cultivation and foundation by devouring the essence of others. The stronger the target, the greater the improvement. As long as one can consume enough powerful sources, they could even attain a level of cultivation comparable to that of a chaos demon god. Understanding the power of the devouring heaven demon technique left Xiangxiao profoundly astonished. In the world of the primordial, one's foundation is predetermined at birth. Even the mightiest of the 6 saints, the Ta Ching Laozu, cannot elevate the foundation of his own disciple, Xuandu. Yet now, the devouring heaven demon technique could break this ironclad rule, enhancing both the cultivator's foundation and cultivation. It was simply outrageous. In the past, Xiangxiao might have hesitated to consume the essence and powers of others. However, the actions of the Buddhist, human, and teaching sects had not only fragmented the Jie sect but also oppressed and harmed its disciples after the investiture of God's calamity, forcing countless Jie sect disciples to live in misery. Towards the members of these 3 sects, Xiangxiao harbored boundless hatred, wishing only to obliterate them. Given the opportunity, she would not hesitate to consume the essence and cultivation of all those affiliated with the Buddhist, human, and teaching sections. Chapter 27, The Devouring Demon Jar. Dear sister, what is the effect of your indestructible heavenly art? Xiangxiao inquired of Yunxiao. My indestructible heavenly art can devour all energies in the world, seize the essence of heaven and earth, and transform them for my own use, shedding my old body to give birth to a divine embryo. Each time I shed my old body, my cultivation and foundation will elevate to a new level. Moreover, this indestructible heavenly art is accompanied by the forbidden techniques of the Empress, such as the bloom of a Thodan ruling the world, along with a supreme secret art that can unleash tenfold combat power instantaneously. Yunxiao unreservedly revealed the extraordinary aspects of her indestructible heavenly art. These 2 techniques are truly remarkable. Each surpasses the cultivation methods passed down by our esteemed ancestor, Hongjun. If you diligently cultivate, you will undoubtedly achieve the Tao of primordial unity in the future and lead the teachings to revival. Zhao Gongming was immensely excited, seeing a genuine opportunity for the resurgence of the teachings. If Yunxiao and Xiongxiao could attain the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even in the absence of Master Tong Tian, the teachings could rise again and redeem their past shame. As Bai Xiao observed her 2 elder sisters acquiring such extraordinary legacies through flicking the finger to cover the sky, she eagerly began to search her memory. However, after several thorough searches, she found herself empty-handed. The smile on Bai Xiao's face gradually faded, and a wave of disappointment washed over her, causing her to lower her gaze. Seeing Bai Xiao's sorrowful expression, Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, along with Xiongxiao, immediately guessed what was amiss. Third sister, do not be disheartened. We can pass on the indestructible heavenly art and the devouring demon art to you. You may choose one, Yunxiao gently consoled, patting Bai Xiao's shoulder. Could it be that senior you dislikes me? Bai Xiao's eyes reddened, tears welling within. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, along with Xiongxiao, were momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Bai Xiao's sorrow stemmed not from a lack of fortune from flicking the finger to cover the sky. This little girl. Yunxiao shook her head helplessly, preparing to offer comfort to Bai Xiao in her heart. Just then, Bai Xiao paused, a look of astonishment gracing her features. Oh, what is this? Bai Xiao flipped her hand, revealing an ancient, perfectly rounded black ceramic jar in her palm. A ghostly mask pattern. This is the devouring demon jar. It is a congenital supreme treasure, exclaimed Yunxiao and Bai Xiao in unison. Aside from Senior Yi, there are currently only the Taiji Saint and the primordial supreme one in the entire Hongwang world who possess a congenital supreme treasure. Each of these treasures is exceedingly precious, possessing unfathomable power. The ancient demon emperor, Dong Huang Tai Yi, became the foremost figure beneath the sanctified realm, crushing all opponents of the same tier with his congenital supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. To evolve into a congenital supreme treasure, one must cultivate the fighting Saint Law to an extremely profound level. Senior Yi has directly bestowed a congenital supreme treasure upon you. How enviable that is for me. Zhao Gongming remarked with a smile. With a chuckle, Bai Xiao's tears were instantly replaced with joy as she wiped away her tears, cradling the devouring demon jar with delight. Upon infusing her spirit into the jar, Bai Xiao discovered that this congenital supreme treasure not only possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities but could also evolve by devouring and refining other spiritual treasures. Theoretically, if enough spiritual treasures were devoured, the devouring demon jar holds the potential to evolve into a chaos supreme treasure. When Bai Xiao shared this revelation with Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, a tumult of excitement surged within them. The prospect of a chaos supreme treasure, beyond the already extraordinary nature of a congenital supreme treasure, was simply beyond their imagination. Senior Yi has not only helped us escape the heavenly list and elevate our cultivation, but has also granted us such invaluable techniques and treasures. This kindness is truly immense, Zhao Gongming sincerely reflected. Thus, we must diligently cultivate to enhance our strength and repay Senior Yi's great favor, Yun Xiao stated earnestly. Indeed. Zhao Gongming, Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, their gazes resolute as they soared towards the southern sky gate on a cloud. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware of the heavenly courts and the underworld's conspiracies against him. After returning from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, he personally guided the monkeys in their cultivation each day, diligently supervising their training. Hey. After Sun Wukong's earnest guidance, the hundreds of thousands of monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain embarked upon their cultivation journey, training vigorously, a stark contrast to their previous disarray. Sun Wukong reclined in a throne crafted by the monkeys, two maidens adorned in grass skirts and white flower crowns massaging him and feeding him spiritual fruits. With his hands crossed behind his head, he propped up his legs, wearing a lemon slice face mask, his eyes half closed, enjoying the cool mountain breeze, utterly content. This is the life. Sun Wukong sighed after sipping coconut juice through a straw made of reeds. Your time has come, Sun Wukong. Just as he reveled in leisure, a booming voice suddenly erupted, like an invisible tsunami sweeping from the distant skies, shaking the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain. In a state of complete relaxation, Sun Wukong was taken aback, and the coconut juice he had just ingested shot out of his nostrils. Who dares to disturb me at this moment? Sun Wukong sprang from his throne like a tightly drawn bow. Wiping the lemon slice from his face, his anger ignited in an instant. Sun Wukong, do you remember this king? 7 towering figures descended from the skies, exuding an aura of both divinity and malevolence, their overwhelming demonic energy casting a shadow over the sun's radiance. At the forefront stood a robust man, authoritative in appearance, adorned with a pair of massive bull horns. Exuding an extraordinarily powerful presence, he was none other than the notorious Bull Demon King of the Three Realms. Alongside him were the Ping Demon King, with wings sprouting from his back, the Jiao Demon King, half human and half dragon, and the Lion Camel King, whose fierce visage boasted a mane so lush it fused with his beard. On the fringes stood the Chaos Demon King, whom Sun Wukong had previously defeated. At last, they have arrived. Sun Wukong crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at the Bull Demon King and others with keen interest. The opponents he had previously dealt with, like the Chaos Demon King and the Dragon King of the East Sea, were far too weak, hardly worthy of being called adversaries. Sun Wukong longed for an exhilarating battle to test his own combat prowess. Chapter 28. The 7 Great Saints of Flower Fruit Mountain. The atmosphere exuded by the 7 Demon Kings was akin to an invisible ocean, causing every monkey on Flower Fruit Mountain to tremble in trepidation, their gazes instinctively turning towards Sun Wukong. The 2 monkey maidens attending to him turned pale, their speech faltering. Children, do not panic. Watch how this king teaches them a lesson. With a grand gesture, Sun Wukong soared into the air, positioning himself before the 7 demon kings, including the Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong, this is the consequence of your disrespect towards me. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The Bull Demon King, supported by his formidable allies, looked down upon Sun Wukong with arrogance, barking commands like a tyrant. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and scrutinized the Bull Demon King and his companions, completely dismissing the barking of the unruly Demon King. The latter, incensed by Sun Wukong's disdain, was about to retort when he was restrained by the Bull Demon King. Are you the Bull Demon King who once followed the Sage of Heaven? Sun Wukong sensed the vigorous energy pulsating within the Bull Demon King and recognized him as an unprecedented adversary. His fighting spirit surged, eager for a thrilling battle. Indeed. The Bull Demon King nodded. So, how would you like to fight? Will it be a one-on-one with me, or will you take on all 7 of us together? Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, began to stretch his limbs in preparation for the impending clash. Upon hearing his words, the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain gasped in disbelief, their skin prickling with fear. The Bull Demon King was a steed of the Sage of Heaven, having followed him for countless eons, his power renowned throughout the 3 realms. Even though their king was exceptionally gifted, he had only been seeking immortality for a few decades. How could he possibly contend with the Bull Demon King, let alone face all 7? My king, this monkey is far too arrogant and disrespectful, the unruly Demon King seethed, his chest swelling with indignation. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Bull Demon King did not react with anger at Sun Wukong's bold claims. Instead, he broke into a hearty laugh. I come today not to seek vengeance, but merely to befriend the renowned Monkey King of Flowerfruit Mountain, having heard of your extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing the unruly Demon King's report in the Banana Cave of Tsuayan Mountain, the Bull Demon King became intrigued. He believed it worth befriending Sun Wukong. Whether the latter truly possessed the power to defeat the unruly Demon King with ease, or was concealing his true strength beyond the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The Bull Demon King's declaration left everyone momentarily stunned, the unruly Demon King's eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Your subordinate, the unruly Demon King, was previously nearly vanquished by me. As his king, do you not wish to avenge him? Sun Wukong asked, maintaining his vigilance. The Bull Demon King, upon hearing this, erupted into another round of hearty laughter. I understand the situation. It was the unruly Demon King who attempted to seize Flowerfruit Mountain first. And for you to spare his life is indeed magnanimous. I, the Bull Demon King, have always acted with integrity. How could I repay kindness with malice? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched his head. After all, his initial intent had been to slay the unruly Demon King. Yet he had spared him only to lure the Bull Demon King into confrontation, not out of any grand sense of generosity. Children, prepare the wine and feast. I intend to revel with these Demon Kings. With a sweeping gesture, Sun Wukong commanded the monkeys to spring into action. Not one to be stingy. Sun Wukong welcomed the Bull Demon King and his 5 brothers with open arms, recognizing the value of forming alliances with experienced Demon Kings as he navigated the complexities of the 3 realms. The Bull Demon King's forthright and principled nature resonated with him. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Let us drink to our heart's content today. The Bull Demon King, known for his appreciation of camaraderie and drink, felt elated as they soared towards the back mountains of Flowerfruit Mountain under Sun Wukong's lead. The demon folk were naturally boisterous and wild, making no fuss over fine vessels. They gathered around a flat boulder in the back mountains, sitting together to drink. Sun Wukong conjured forth dozens of jars of celestial brew, pilfered from the Dragon King of the East Sea. The monkeys quickly brought forth an array of spiritual fruits to accompany the drinks. The Bull Demon King, the Pink Demon King, and others were equally generous, laying out their own wine and delicacies until the stone was overflowing. Do you not owe the Monkey King a drink? Were it not for his mercy, you would not be alive today. The Bull Demon King kicked the unruly Demon King. Reluctantly, the unruly Demon King approached Sun Wukong, holding a jar of wine with both hands. Thank you, Monkey King, for your magnanimity. I toast to you. He raised the jar and downed its contents in one go, spilling some of the potent liquor over his chest. Well said. We are now friends by virtue of this encounter, Sun Wukong replied, raising his own jar to seal their newfound camaraderie, eager to put past grievances behind them. Brother, what a bold spirit you have. I, old bull, shall toast to you as well. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, and the atmosphere grew lively as the Demon Kings began to drink in earnest. As the jars were tossed aside, they quickly piled up into a small mountain. All the Demon Kings flushed with drink, reveling in their merriment, their titles shifting from Monkey King and Bull Demon King to simply Monkey and Old Bull, until they ultimately pledged brotherhood on the spot. My brothers, let me tell you, the Demon Clan is weak now, and the Heavenly Court and Buddhist sects frequently come to exterminate us. As Demon Kings, we must unite to resist them, the Bull Demon King declared, draping an arm around Sun Wukong as they swayed drunkenly. Yes, let us vanquish them. Let us crush those bald donkeys. The Lion Trojan King shouted, waving his massive fist before promptly collapsing, sprawled out on the ground in slumber. Look at the Lion Trojan King, already down for the count. The Jiao Demon King laughed heartily, only to soon find himself succumbing to the effects of the drink as well. One by one, the Bull Demon King and his companions succumbed to drunkenness, sprawling across the grass, their snores harmonizing in the air. The Monkey King and the Huron King even ended up embracing, creating a scene that was quite hard to witness for the surrounding monkeys. At that moment, the black and white impermanents appeared beside Sun Wukong, brandishing their soul-binding chains. Chapter 29. Capturing an Ancestor under the command of King Yama. The black and white impermanents arrived to retrieve Sun Wukong's soul for judgment in the underworld. Gazing upon the sprawled demon kings on the ground, they felt an immense pressure, scarcely daring to breathe. After all, both the Pink Demon King and the Bull Demon King were formidable beings at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, should they awaken. A single strike could send them into oblivion. With soul-catching hooks in hand, the black and white impermanents cautiously approached Sun Wukong. The moment they appeared, Sun Wukong sensed their presence. No longer the naive young monkey he once was, he understood that the Buddhist sect was plotting against him and remained vigilant at all times. However, instead of resisting immediately, he decided to observe the underworld's intentions, contemplating whether they were plotting against him like the Dragon Clan. If so, he would not hesitate to turn the underworld upside down. The black and white impermanents swung their soul-catching hooks, expertly snagging Sun Wukong's rib, extracting his soul. Once they had retrieved his soul, they waved their hands to open a dark, profound passageway to the underworld, leading Sun Wukong's soul onward. In the Hall of Yama, which stretched 1,000 zhang in length and width, a gray-black mist enveloped the space. Lines of ghostly green candles adorned the walls, casting an eerie and sinister ambience. Additionally, hundreds of fierce-faced, hulking ox-headed and horse-faced guards flanked the sides, while the black and white impermanents stood at attention. Atop a high platform sat King Yama, clad in dark official robes, his beard bristling and eyes wide with fury, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. Before long, under the watchful gazes of numerous ghost officials, the black and white impermanents brought Sun Wukong's soul to the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has been brought," they respectfully announced, bowing before King Yama. "Very well," King Yama replied with a slight nod, prompting the black and white impermanents to step back and stand aside. With a loud crack, the gavel struck the table. Sun Wukong, born of stone, destined to live for 42 years, has reached the end of his lifespan. If there are no objections, he shall be sent for reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong opened his bleary eyes and stretched lazily. Once he regained his senses, he surveyed the ominous underworld, then, nonchalantly picking his nose, asked King Yama, "What were you just saying?" The ox-headed and horse-faced guards, along with the black and white impermanents and the judge, were at a loss for words, astonished by Sun Wukong's calm demeanor despite being shackled and in the underworld. They had not anticipated that this monkey would be so oblivious. Though King Yama felt a surge of irritation, he patiently repeated, "I, King Yama, hereby declare that your lifespan has expired. If there are no objections, you shall be sent for reincarnation." "You speak nonsense. I, Sun Wukong, have long transcended the 3 realms and am not bound by the 5 elements. How can my lifespan be over?" Sun Wukong retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at King Yama. While King Yama understood that this was merely a performance, he was enraged to find that a mere immortal monkey dared to shout at him. "Guards, seize this monkey," he commanded, slamming the gavel down once more. At that moment, a mischievous grin spread across Sun Wukong's face. He flicked his thumb and pinky, sending a delightful snack soaring through the air, landing squarely in King Yama's mouth. Cough, cough. King Yama's expression shifted dramatically, choking as if he had swallowed an entire cake. My king! My king!" The judge rushed to his side in alarm. "Ha ha." Sun Wukong erupted in laughter at King Yama's comical reaction. Once King Yama regained his composure and glared at the mocking Sun Wukong, his face turned a deep shade of anger. He had intended to stage a performance in collusion with the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Yet Sun Wukong's audacity to humiliate him in front of all the ghostly officials was intolerable. Unlike the Dragon King of the East Sea, King Yama was a true great Luo Golden Immortal and held dominion over the reincarnation of all beings in the 3 realms. Enraged by the mockery of an immortal monkey, he commanded, "Guards, give this monkey 50 strikes." Even if Sun Wukong was destined for greatness in the journey to the west, such humiliation would not go unpunished. He resolved to make an example of this impudent monkey. After all, he could always release Sun Wukong from the soul-catching chains afterward and continue the charade. Understood. The ox-headed and horse-faced guards approached with malevolent intent, wielding their punishment rods. "Humph, you think you can lay a finger on me?" Sun Wukong retorted. unable to fathom the underworld's scheme alongside the Buddhist sect. As the proud Monkey King, he had never faced punishment from his master. How could he allow these clowns to lay hands on him? Moreover, after his earlier desire to battle the Bull Demon King had gone unfulfilled, he was eager to unleash his pinned-up combat spirit on King Yama. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, Sun Wukong seized the soul-catching chains with both hands and, with sheer strength, snapped them asunder. With a sharp crack, the chains shattered into several pieces, clattering to the ground. Could it be that the East Sea Dragon King spoke the truth? King Yama was taken aback, astonished by Sun Wukong's extraordinary strength, which exceeded all expectations. Nevertheless, even if Sun Wukong could break free from the soul-catching chains, King Yama doubted he could unleash the power of a great Luo golden immortal. Such a notion was utterly absurd. The gap between their strengths was akin to that between dust and the sun. A mere flick of a great Luo golden immortal's finger could obliterate countless immortal beings. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong, liberated from his restraints, swung his colossal fist toward King Yama, brimming with an overwhelming force. Guards, stop that monkey. Stop him, the judge shouted, retreating in fear behind King Yama while gesturing for the ox-headed and horse-faced guards, along with the black and white impermanents, to restrain Sun Wukong. Hundreds of ox-headed and horse-faced guards, along with the black and white impermanents, charged at Sun Wukong from all directions. Yet, with the sound of punches and kicks echoing, these guards were sent hurtling backward with even greater speed, shattering various objects within the Hall of Yama. After effortlessly dispatching the guards, Sun Wukong surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, his fist charged with the might of a collapsing sky. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong, King Yama's complexion turned pale. Chapter 30. Shattering the underworld. The might of Sun Wukong's punch was overwhelming, akin to 1,000 stars plummeting from the heavens. The sheer energy radiating from him caused the entire Yama Hall to tremble violently, on the verge of shattering into fragments. Upon witnessing the terror of Sun Wukong's strike, King Yama realized that the Dragon King of the East Sea had spoken the truth, though disbelief lingered in his heart. The undeniable reality before him confirmed that Sun Wukong indeed possessed the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Despite the shock coursing through him, King Yama, as one of the 10 Yama lords, had weathered countless storms and quickly regained his composure amidst the chaos. With a deafening crash, Sun Wukong's unparalleled punch obliterated the Yama Hall, sending stones tumbling and dust swirling. A structure that had stood for eons was reduced to dust beneath his blow. The countless spirits and ghostly messengers in the underworld were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had never fathomed that the hallowed and inviolable Yama Hall would one day be shattered by a single individual. As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged. The spirits gazed in disbelief, recognizing King Yama and Sun Wukong facing each other in the sky, with King Yama holding a disheveled and battered judge in one hand. Flee at once, King Yama commanded, casting the judge aside, his expression dark and filled with trepidation as he regarded Sun Wukong. Though anger had surged within him moments ago, he had not forgotten the Emperor of Heaven and the Buddha's directives. He intended to punish Sun Wukong before feigning defeat to allow him to alter the book of life and death. However, after witnessing Sun Wukong's devastating blow, King Yama surmised that the latter's power might indeed rival his own. If he pretended to be defeated, he risked being overwhelmed and obliterated by Sun Wukong. The judge, hurled millions of meters away, was pale and shaken, still reeling from the sheer terror of Sun Wukong's earlier attack. Had it not been for King Yama's mercy in rescuing him, he would have surely perished. Old fool, prepare yourself, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eagerness ignited by the realization of King Yama's great Luo golden immortal level prowess. He charged once more towards King Yama. With a single step, Sun Wukong traversed the distance in an instant, his colossal fist erupting with dazzling divine light as it descended upon King Yama. This punch, infused with the strength of innumerable miniature worlds, shattered the very fabric of space in its wake. Although King Yama had already elevated Sun Wukong to his own level in his mind, this strike was far more terrifying than the one that had reduced Yama Hall to rubble. Caught unawares, King Yama was propelled backward by the force of Sun Wukong's fist. In the astonished gazes of the countless spirits, King Yama, their once mighty ruler, traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing to the ground, shattering several mountains of the underworld before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Sun Wukong must possess hidden treasures of immense power. His cultivation might even surpass my own. After enduring Sun Wukong's blow, King Yama felt his bones shatter and his organs suffer grievous injuries, nearly reduced to a bloody pulp. He surmised that Sun Wukong must be at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Otherwise, such power would be impossible. At that moment, Thoughts of retreat began to surface in King Yama's mind. After all, if he withdrew now, he would inadvertently fulfill the plans of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, allowing Sun Wukong to grow ever more arrogant, believing himself invincible. Yet Sun Wukong, in the throes of excitement, showed no signs of relenting and came charging at King Yama once more. How could the newly emerged stone monkey possess such terrifying prowess? Is the Buddhist sect truly so inept as to lose control of their own pawn? King Yama cursed internally, realizing that the Buddhist sect had mistakenly reported Sun Wukong's strength as that of a mere human immortal, when in fact he was at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Had he not been a great Luo Golden Immortal himself, armed with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death, he might have fallen victim to the Buddhist sect's misinformation. Gazing at the descending, ferocious Sun Wukong, King Yama dared not underestimate him and promptly produced his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death. King Yama held the Book of Life and Death in his left hand, wielding the reincarnation pin in his right, drawing a circle in the air towards Sun Wukong. The immense power of the laws of life and death surged forth from the book, coalescing into a gigantic vortex, intent on swallowing Sun Wukong whole. Like a shooting star, Sun Wukong plunged into the vortex of life and death, instantly engulfed by an overwhelming torrent of laws. Yet, as King Yama observed Sun Wukong being consumed by the life and death laws, doubt crept into his heart. Although he was astonished at Sun Wukong's rapid ascension to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm within mere decades, he knew that even a great Luo Golden Immortal was ultimately bound to the cycle of life and death. Should Sun Wukong be truly defeated by these laws, King Yama would find himself in dire straits, incurring the wrath of both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Just as King Yama pondered whether to show mercy, the vortex composed of the life and death laws erupted in an explosion. A golden stream of light surged forth from the chaos. Sun Wukong, every hair radiating golden brilliance, appeared as though enveloped in flames of gold, his vitality surging like an uncontainable ocean. Since embarking on his journey, Sun Wukong had yet to encounter a rival. Even the great Luo Golden Immortal King Yama appeared insignificant to him, merely an opportunity to stretch his muscles. Now, facing King Yama armed with his supreme innate spiritual treasure, Sun Wukong finally acknowledged the seriousness of the encounter. Radiating golden light, he resembled a blazing sun, illuminating the previously dim underworld in a hue of gold. Having broken free from the vortex of life and death laws, Sun Wukong charged towards King Yama once again, his colossal fist unyielding, turning the air around him into fragments. At that moment, King Yama could no longer afford to be astonished. He sensed that should Sun Wukong's fist connect, he would be reduced to mere mush. Life and death inscribed in the book, rebirth witnessed on the path of reincarnation. Sun Wukong, you shall die. For King Yama, while the Emperor of Heaven and the Buddhist sect's mission was paramount, his own life took precedence, casting aside all else. He inscribed Sun Wukong's name in the Book of Life and Death with the reincarnation pen. Chapter 31. The ferocious beating of the 10 Yama kings upon the appearance of Sun Wukong's name on the Book of Life and Death, an immense force of judgment, embodying the laws of life and death, descended upon him. For an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal, even with the finest innate spiritual treasures, the consequence would be immediate demise. The Book of Life and Death is no ordinary treasure. It is one of the 3 divine texts of heaven, earth, and humanity. Unlike other elemental forces that can be visually perceived and resisted by various treasures, the power of the laws of life and death is insidious and inescapable. For any cultivator of the same realm whose name is inscribed within the book, the path leads only to death, leaving no room for resistance. However, when Sun Wukong's name was inscribed by King Yama, he merely shuddered slightly and paused momentarily in the air before once again launching a powerful punch. Is that all? King Yama was utterly taken aback. He had expected Sun Wukong to be instantly cursed into oblivion, yet it appeared that the inscription had only caused a fleeting pause. Looking down, he was shocked to find that Sun Wukong's name had vanished from the Book of Life and Death. Unwilling to accept this outcome, King Yama attempted to inscribe Sun Wukong's name again. But to his astonishment, the pen of reincarnation seemed utterly ineffective, no matter how he urged it or wielded it. He could not write Sun Wukong's name upon the book. King Yama realized that this situation could stem from only 2 possibilities. Either Sun Wukong's cultivation level vastly surpassed his own, rendering the book's influence moot, or he had completely transcended the cycle of life and death, making the laws of life and death powerless against him. From the aura Sun Wukong had previously exuded, King Yama concluded that while Sun Wukong's cultivation was indeed higher, it was not by an insurmountable margin. Thus, only one possibility remained. As this realization dawned on him, King Yama was left in a state of utter bewilderment, his mind blank. Previously, he had dismissed the words of the Dragon King of the East as mere exaggeration. But now it was clear that Sun Wukong was far beyond what the Dragon King had described. He was truly an aberration. Despite King Yama's shock, Sun Wukong had no intention of sparing his feelings, and his cataclysmic punch was poised to strike the Dragon King of the East. With a grave expression, King Yama hurled the Book of Life and Death into the air. The book soared upwards, hovering above King Yama's head, its pages fluttering and releasing myriad golden runes, forming a protective golden semicircular barrier around him. As the barrier took shape, Sun Wukong's fist crashed against it. The force of countless miniature worlds erupted, causing the entire underworld to tremble violently. The energy radiating from the impact reduced the surrounding landscape to dust. The golden barrier's runes blazed brightly, barely managing to withstand Sun Wukong's titanic blow. Yet, even as King Yama utilized the supreme innate treasure, the Book of Life and Death, to fend off such a dreadful strike, his countenance remained grave, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had expended a full tenth of his divine power to activate the book, just to barely repel Sun Wukong's attack. At his current state, if Sun Wukong were to unleash several more punches, even the might of the book would not suffice to sustain him, leaving him vulnerable to destruction. Do not panic, my friend. We have come to assist you. At that moment, King Qin Guang and the other Yama kings flew towards King Yama. As fellow Yama kings, they could not stand idly by while Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the underworld. Seeing them approach, King Yama's expression brightened. The other 9 Yama kings were all formidable great Luo golden immortals. Together, they might have a chance to subdue Sun Wukong. The other spirits of the underworld, including the enigmatic black and white impermanence and the ox head and horse face, shared this sentiment. Regardless of Sun Wukong's strength, the combined might of the 10 Yama kings would surely compel him to surrender. Calling for help? I can do that too. Sun Wukong plucked a handful of his monkey hair and blew gently, instantly creating 9 identical clones of himself. Although these clones possessed only a fraction of Sun Wukong's power, they were more than sufficient to contend with the other 9 Yama kings. After all, there was but one Book of Life and Death. The 9 clones shouted as they somersaulted towards the Yama kings, and chaos erupted as they clashed, shaking the very foundations of the underworld. King Qin Guang and his peers, at the initial stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, found themselves evenly matched against Sun Wukong's clones at first. However, the tide soon turned overwhelmingly in favor of Sun Wukong. The once mighty Yama kings were left battered and bruised, utterly humiliated. King Yama was left in a state of disbelief. He had anticipated that his 9 colleagues would come to his aid, only to discover they were struggling to defend themselves. Yet, King Yama had no time to spare for their plight, as Sun Wukong relentlessly turned his attention back to him. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your shell, Sun Wukong exclaimed, anger ignited by King Yama's earlier defense with the book. Determined to test the true strength of the book, Sun Wukong unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms technique, his 6 arms striking the golden barrier with the ferocity of a tempest. Ripples spread across the surface of the barrier, reminiscent of countless raindrops falling upon a tranquil lake. The barrier's brilliance faded at a visible pace, dimming to nothingness within mere moments. With the loss of divine power, the Book of Life and Death fell from the sky, landing on the ground like an ordinary tome. King Yama suddenly coughed up blood, staggering back several steps, his face pale as parchment, collapsing to the ground as all his strength drained away in an instant. Sun Wukong's tempestuous assault had not only depleted King Yama's divine power, but had also siphoned a portion of his very essence. Simultaneously, the other 9 Yama kings, battered by Sun Wukong's clones, were utterly incapacitated. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend how 10 formidable Great Luo Golden Immortals, even with the support of the Book of Life and Death, had been vanquished by Sun Wukong's bare hands. It was astonishing to consider that Sun Wukong had only emerged into the world a few decades prior, with a training period scarcely a fraction of theirs. As for the countless spirits in the underworld, their jaws nearly dropped in shock, their minds buzzing as if struck by thunder. The 10 Yama kings had long been the steadfast pillars of the underworld, and never had any spirit dared to rise against them. Yet today, in full view of all, they had been utterly defeated by a single individual, a feat beyond belief. With the 10 Yama kings now devoid of any means to resist, a fierce killing intent radiated from Sun Wukong as he prepared to eliminate them once and for all. Chapter 32. Unjust wealth is as fleeting as clouds. Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sun Wukong, the 10 Yama kings were seized by a profound panic. As if plunged into an icy abyss. Sun Wukong, we are the 10 Yama kings of heaven, holding high positions and great power. If you were to slay us, the celestial court would undoubtedly seek retribution. King Qin Guang feigned composure, hoping to dissuade Sun Wukong and preserve his own life. And what of the celestial court? This matter was instigated by you. Should the Jade Emperor come seeking trouble without discerning right from wrong, I, Sun Wukong, shall overturn the Lingxiao Palace and claim the throne of the 3 realms for myself. Sun Wukong scoffed at King Qin Guang's threats, wholly unconcerned. After all, he had an omnipotent and unimaginably powerful master. The Jade Emperor was not merely unworthy as a rival. Even the likes of De Huang and Xiaohe in the Taoist temple could not best him. The 10 Yama kings exchanged furtive glances, their hearts sinking further. Sun Wukong's audacity had exceeded their wildest expectations. He was utterly unafraid of the celestial court. Moreover, the Jade Emperor was the appointed sovereign of the 3 realms, bestowed by the revered Hong Jun Daozu. Sun Wukong's audacious dismissal of him as the old man was nothing short of outrageous. Since you have delivered your final words, allow me to escort you on your journey. With that, Sun Wukong raised his immense fist, intent on eliminating the 10 Yama kings. The act of delivering a death blow was something his master had repeatedly emphasized. He would not dare forget it. As a great Luo golden immortal, Sun Wukong had transcended the river of fate, endowed with infinite lifespan. The matter of soul collection was indeed a misstep on my part. Here, I humbly apologize. However, aside from our official titles in the celestial court, we Yama kings also oversee the cycle of life and death across the 3 realms. If we were to perish, chaos would ensue in the underworld, bringing calamity to all. I implore you, great immortal son, to show mercy and spare our lives. King Yanluo, trembling, rose unsteadily to his feet, and then Sun Wukong, after a courteous bow, spoke. Though he knew that acknowledging defeat in front of so many as one of the 10 Yama kings was a blow to his pride. What good was pride if his life was at stake? At the precipice of life and death, King Yanluo had come to a clear understanding. Sun Wukong had only recently emerged, yet already possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. It was likely he had a sage as a backing. Continuing to threaten him would only be counterproductive. Better to submit and perhaps find a sliver of hope than to perish for the sake of pride. The Yama judge, witnessing this, could not help but admire. Truly, our king embodies the ability to be both firm and flexible, to yield and to stand firm, to be grand and humble. After King Yanluo spoke, he anxiously awaited Sun Wukong's response. If Sun Wukong were to remain unyielding, he would find himself on the path to certain death. His eons of cultivation turned to naught. The other 9 Yama kings shared the same anxiety. Their lives hinged entirely on Sun Wukong's whim. Very well. In light of the fact that I have found today's battle rather entertaining, I shall spare your lives, Sun Wukong declared. The once fierce aura of malice around him gradually dissipating. The 10 Yama kings exhaled in unison, their taut bodies relaxing with relief. They had managed to save their lives. However, Sun Wukong's next words caused their hearts to race once more. If I, Sun Wukong, had lacked this level of cultivation today, I might have perished at your hands. Therefore, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Quickly present all your treasures, for should you dare conceal even a single coin, I shall take your lives. With a predatory glint in his eye, Sun Wukong scanned the faces of the 10 Yama kings. Taken aback, they fell silent, not anticipating such a demand. Having served as Yama kings since ancient times, their wealth was indeed considerable, yet it was the fruit of a lifetime of labor. Much of it earned at the peril of their own lives. To relinquish it all to Sun Wukong felt akin to a fate worse than death. What? Do you wish for me to kill you first, and then steal from you? Sun Wukong's murderous intent flared once more as he perceived their hesitation. Great immortal son, I assume your master has taught you that unjust wealth is as fleeting as clouds. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to forcibly demand our treasures? King Yanluo attempted to soothe, reasoning that, given Sun Wukong's backing from a sage, he would surely understand such fundamental principles. Unless, of course, that sage was one of questionable moral standing. My master teaches, unjust wealth is as fleeting as clouds, and to me, it is as abundant as the clouds in the sky. Therefore, you would do well to willingly surrender your treasures, for I, Sun Wukong, possess little patience. The 10 Yama kings felt their foreheads bead with sweat at his words. Which sage had imparted such twisted logic to Sun Wukong? Could it possibly be Zhuan Ti or Jian? Yet, that didn't seem right. Just as the 10 Yama kings were lost in thought, a flash of divine light appeared in Sun Wukong's hand, revealing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan bag. He opened it and withdrew a low-grade innate spiritual treasure blade, striding toward King Yinluo. With one hand wielding the blade and the other holding the open Qian Kuan bag, Sun Wukong made his intentions clear. Surrender your treasures or forfeit your lives. Choose one. King Yinluo gazed at the chilling blade reflecting his own face, swallowing hard. Though he was deeply reluctant, the threat of death compelled him to lay bare all his treasures. Great Immortal Son. This book of life and death is the crucial artifact governing the cycle of life and death across the three realms. Might I beseech you to show mercy? King Yinluo pleaded, seeing Sun Wukong pick up the book of life and death from the ground, now also seeking the pin of reincarnation. I have already shown you enough mercy by sparing your lives. Do you dare make further requests? Sun Wukong retorted without hesitation. Managing the underworld is your responsibility, not mine. Besides, you previously wielded the book of life and death and still dared to apprehend me indiscriminately. Given this, it is a waste for such a significant artifact to remain in your hands. It would be better entrusted to me. Though Sun Wukong had refrained from exterminating the 10 Yama kings, the book of life and death was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and he would not yield it simply because of King Yinluo's pleas. Without further ado, he seized the book of life and death and forcibly took the pin of reincarnation from King Yinluo's grasp. After countless years of toil, King Yinluo found himself returned to square one, his heart bleeding. The book of life and death was the most precious treasure of the underworld, containing records of the birth, aging, illness, and death of all beings in the three realms. Now that it was lost, chaos would inevitably ensue. This was no ordinary transgression. Even if he were not to perish at Sun Wukong's hands, he would likely face the Jade Emperor's decree to ascend the execution platform. Furthermore, when the Dragon King of the East Sea had come to the Celestial Court to complain, King Yinluo had been deeply skeptical and had mocked him harshly. Now, not only had he been brutally beaten by Sun Wukong and nearly lost his life, but he had also lost the supreme innate treasure. If this news reached the Celestial Court, King Yinluo would have effectively shattered his own reputation, becoming the laughingstock of the three realms. Chapter 33. The shock of the celestial deities upon witnessing the King of Hell surrendering his treasures, the other rulers, including King Qin Guang and King of Reincarnation, though filled with deep reluctance, had no choice but to obediently deposit their life savings into Sun Wukong's bag. Sun Wukong weighed the bulging bag, a smile gracing his face. With these riches, the strength of the monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain would see a significant enhancement, and he would have ample resources for his training in the foreseeable future. Considering your compliance, I shall grant you temporary reprieve, Sun Wukong proclaimed. However, should you dare to provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. He brandished his formidable blade, pacing before the 10 kings of hell. Indeed, the 10 kings hastily assured him. Best it remains so, Sun Wukong nodded, then soared into the sky, vanishing from the underworld in an instant. As the harbinger of calamity departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the 10 kings of hell, the suffocating tension dissipating. Gazing upon the shattered mountains, the riven earth, and the ruins of the Hell Palace, they felt an overwhelming sense of despair as they recalled their once mighty fortunes reduced to nothing in a single day. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Even if they lamented and beat their chests, it would be of no avail. They must confront the reality before them. Did you not say that Sun Wukong was merely a minor celestial being? King Qin Guang inquired, his expression darkening as the other kings of hell turned their gazes towards the King of Hell. The King of Hell, confronted with the accusing looks of the other 9 kings, found himself at a loss for words. My esteemed friends, I empathize with your sentiments, perhaps even more so than you realize. Yet, I too am a victim in this affair, he lamented. The Jade Emperor himself indicated that Sun Wukong was but a minor celestial being, advising me to tread carefully and not to disrupt the plans of heaven and the Buddha. Who could have foreseen that not only did he conceal his true cultivation with mystical treasures, but also, in a mere few decades since his emergence, he has ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? The King of Hell expressed his helplessness, feeling utterly wronged. His cautious approach had proven futile against Sun Wukong's extraordinary capabilities. Alas, the others sighed in unison, acknowledging the truth in his words. Who could have anticipated that within such a brief span, Sun Wukong would achieve the prowess of a great Luo Golden Immortal, and that they, the 10 kings of hell, with a supreme innate treasure at their disposal, could not withstand him? Esteemed friends, what course of action do you propose? King Qin Guang asked. What else can I do but seek forgiveness from the heavens? The King of Hell replied, his face ashen. The Book of Human Affairs, one of the 3 sacred texts, had been snatched from his grasp, and he feared that upon his return to heaven, he might find himself condemned to the execution platform by the Jade Emperor's wrath. Yet, what must come cannot be avoided. Though he trembled with trepidation, he recognized that facing the situation head-on was his only option. To proactively seek forgiveness from the heavens might offer a glimmer of hope. To deceive the emperor would surely lead to his demise. I entrust the matters of the netherworld to you, my esteemed friends. I shall ascend to heaven to seek atonement. The king of hell steadied himself, gathering his divine power to mend his wounds before rising, resolved to face whatever awaited him. Very well, the others nodded in agreement. Though their circumstances were dire, they were still better off than the king of hell. At least for now, their lives were not in immediate danger. Thank you, the king of hell uttered before hastening towards the celestial realm. With his great Luo golden immortal cultivation, he swiftly reached the eastern heavenly gate and returned to heaven. Due to the temporal disparity, one day in heaven equating to a year on earth, though the 10 kings of hell had engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong, to the celestial realm, it had merely been a fleeting moment. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, he beheld the rows of celestial officials and the imposing figure of the Emperor of Heaven. A wave of anxiety washed over him, as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. However, he understood that what was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. Evasion was futile. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he ascended the steps of the Lingxiao Palace, resolved to face his fate. Your humble servant pays his respects, Your Majesty. I have come to plead for forgiveness. Please, punish me as you see fit. With heavy steps, amidst the astonished gazes of the celestial officials, he approached the center of the Lingxiao Palace and, with a thud, knelt before the throne. Seeking forgiveness? The Emperor of Heaven, with a calm demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Did you not go to deal with the stone monkey? The celestial officials murmured in confusion, unsure why the king of hell had made such a declaration. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the East, anticipating the spectacle, scoffed inwardly. Heed not the words of the elders, and meet your demise before me. You doubted me and mocked me. Now you reap the bitter fruit of your folly. The expressions of the celestial officials varied, yet the emperor maintained his composure, inquiring, What crime have you committed, Your Majesty? The king of hell began. Myself and the other 9 kings engaged in battle with Sun Wukong in the underworld. We were overpowered. Not only was I injured by him, but the book of human affairs was also seized from my possession. His revelation struck the officials like a thunderclap, generating a tumult of shock and disbelief. How can this be possible? They exclaimed. The 10 kings of hell were all powerful great Luo golden immortals, armed with the supreme innate treasure of the human book. How could a mere stone monkey, having only emerged for a few decades, possess such prowess? Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the celestial officials, realizing that the absurd claims of the Dragon King of the East were, in fact, true. To ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm within mere decades was unprecedented. The Emperor of Heaven, while maintaining an inscrutable expression, felt a stir of surprise within. It seemed that the Saint of Heaven had indeed bestowed sufficient resources upon Sun Wukong, enabling his rapid advancement. After a moment's contemplation, the Emperor concluded that, given Sun Wukong's current circumstances, this was the only plausible explanation. After all, even the most gifted disciple of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, the Master Xuandu, took millions of years to achieve the great Luo golden immortal status. The strength of this monkey was indeed beyond expectations. However, such hastily acquired power through the refining of resources was akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. Future cultivation would likely stall. Though the stone monkey posed a challenge, he was not a cause for concern, the emperor mused, as he did not regard Sun Wukong as a substantial threat. After all, he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, and the celestial realm was bustling with countless powerful beings, many of whom surpassed the great Luo golden immortal level. As long as the Tongdian cult master refrained from interference, a single Sun Wukong would not stir the tranquil waters of the vast celestial realm. Chapter 34. The Jade Emperor's thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. Your humble minister has lost the treasured artifact. The sin is unforgivable. I implore your majesty to impose punishment. The king of hell, Yan Luo, once again mustered the courage to plead for mercy. The civil and military officials within the Lingxiao Palace, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Yan Luo. His misfortune was indeed great. He had initially believed he was merely participating in a charade with the human celestial Sun Wukong, only to discover that Sun Wukong was playing a deeper game, boasting formidable strength that rendered even the combined might of the 10 Yama kings powerless against him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, The fact remained that Yanluo had lost the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death. This tome documented the birth, aging, illness, and death of all beings across the three realms. The underworld could only maintain its order in managing the life and death of its denizens thanks to the existence of this book. Now that it was lost, the specters of black and white, along with the ox head and horse face, could no longer discern who had reached the end of their lifespan. If no one in the three realms could be born, grow old, fall ill, or die, chaos would inevitably ensue. The weight of such a responsibility was one that no being could bear. In the eyes of the officials in the heavenly court, Yanluo's grave transgression could very well lead him to the execution platform. Even if the Jade Emperor were in a benevolent mood today, choosing to spare Yanluo's life to continue overseeing the underworld, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. After Yanluo finished his plea, the Lingxiao Palace fell into a deep silence. A stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In this hushed environment, Yanluo could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart, as if it were about to burst forth from his chest. Though his head was bowed, he could feel the Jade Emperor's authoritative gaze scrutinizing him. He understood that his fate hung precariously on the Emperor's next thought. In the midst of this intense anxiety, Yanluo's complexion turned ashen, and he dared not even draw a breath. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if an invisible sword hovered above him, ready to descend and shatter his being. Enough. This matter is not entirely your fault, the Jade Emperor's resonant voice rang out, granting Yanluo a sense of relief that felt akin to ascending from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. In those fleeting seconds, Yanluo perceived time as having stretched into eons. His face was pale as paper, his form drenched in sweat, akin to someone just rescued from the depths of the sea. Raising his head, he gazed at the Jade Emperor seated regally upon his throne, his eyes brimming with disbelief that the Emperor bore him no grudge for losing such a vital artifact. Your humble minister expresses profound gratitude, Your Majesty. I shall exert every effort henceforth to ensure the lives of the beings in the three realms remain unaffected. In that brief moment, Yanluo was engulfed by a wave of overwhelming emotion, prompting him to bow deeply before the Jade Emperor in heartfelt gratitude. Very well. You may withdraw. The Jade Emperor replied calmly, his countenance betraying not a flicker of emotion. The news of Sun Wukong's status as a human celestial had been conveyed to him directly by the Buddha's emissary, and the Jade Emperor held this information in the highest regard, almost dismissing the words of the Dragon King of the East. Moreover, not only Yanluo but even the Emperor himself had not anticipated Sun Wukong's extraordinary prowess at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Additionally, the Emperor discerned the grave injuries within Yanluo, indicating that he had fought valiantly against Sun Wukong, but ultimately succumbed to defeat, resulting in the loss of the Book of Life and Death and the Pin of Reincarnation. The root of this calamity lay in the erroneous intelligence from the Buddha's emissary, absolving Yanluo of any fault. Consequently, the Jade Emperor had no intention of punishing him, understanding that his role in managing the underworld's reincarnation was crucial. Furthermore, Sun Wukong's victory over the 10 Yama Kings would surely inflate his pride, leading him to feel invincible. From another perspective, one could argue that Yanluo had executed his assigned task flawlessly. A dignified sage of the heavenly Tao could not even discern the true capabilities of the clever stone monkey. Had the merits of the heavenly Tao been borrowed from a dog? The Jade Emperor scoffed inwardly. The erroneous information from the Buddha had inflicted significant losses upon the heavenly court, and he would certainly hold the Buddha accountable for this grievous oversight. Should the Buddha fail to rectify the situation, the journey to the West would remain unfulfilled, and he would not hesitate to overturn the table. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yanluo rose, retreating to the side of the civil officials, elated and overwhelmed with emotion. He had come to the heavenly court resigned to his fate, only to find that not only was he spared from execution, but he also faced no punishment whatsoever. Though the Eastern Dragon King yearned to mock Yanluo, witnessing even the Jade Emperor's leniency, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, swallowing his words back down. Your Majesty, this Sun Wukong is utterly unrestrained, causing chaos in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, even stealing the Book of Life and Death. Such heinous crimes warrant severe punishment to uphold the dignity of heaven. I beseech Your Majesty to command the capture of Sun Wukong and bring him to the heavenly court for a public trial. At this moment, a burly celestial general clad in black and red armor, known for his fiery temper, stepped forward. He was none other than the formidable giant spirit god. Upon hearing the giant spirit god's declaration, the officials within the Lingxiao Palace nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of Sun Wukong's transgressions. I second that. I also concur. A multitude of civil and military officials stepped forward, voicing their collective desire to punish Sun Wukong severely to demonstrate the authority of heaven. The Jade Emperor, however, remained impassive, merely casting a fleeting glance at the Star of Venus before speaking. Do any of you have objections? Although the Emperor's gaze only brushed past the Star of Venus. As the Emperor's trusted aide, he immediately understood the Emperor's intent. Your Majesty, the Star of Venus, donned in a white robe and wielding a whisk, his hair white yet youthful, promptly stood forth. In my humble opinion, while the clever stone monkey's actions are undoubtedly grave, he is but a mere monkey, lacking understanding of worldly affairs and proper conduct. If your Majesty were to invite him into the heavenly court and bestow upon him a position, offering guidance, it would not only allow him to atone for his transgressions, but also exemplify the immense grace of your Majesty. The Star of Venus bowed respectfully to the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, the irritable giant spirit god and others felt a sense of discontent brewing within them, ready to voice their dissent. Yet, the Jade Emperor interrupted decisively. Indeed, there is merit in your words. Thus, I entrust you with this matter. Court is adjourned. The Jade Emperor offered no opportunity for further rebuttal, issuing his decree and promptly declaring the court adjourned. Long live your Majesty. Although the officials of the Lingxiao Palace were momentarily taken aback by the Emperor's sudden decision, they quickly composed themselves, rising in unison to pay their respects as the Jade Emperor departed. Chapter 35. The Woes of the Lord of the Three Realms. Tai by Jinxian. That wicked monkey has committed heinous acts by stealing the book of life and death, causing chaos across the three realms. How can you still absolve him? After the Jade Emperor departed, the giant spirit god, visibly displeased, addressed Tai by Jinxian with a frown. While many astute individuals had already sensed the underlying truth when the Jade Emperor assigned the task to the King of Hell, some less perceptive beings, like the giant spirit god, remained oblivious to it. Ha ha, one must not speak of such matters, Tai by Jinxian replied. Understanding the giant spirit god's temperament, and with a light-hearted laugh, he exited the Lingxiao treasure hall. The giant spirit god, perplexed by Tai by Jinxian's cryptic demeanor, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor, surrounded by numerous maidens, was gracefully traversing the long marble bridge towards his residence, the fragrant pavilion. Suddenly, a fierce bellow shattered the air, resonating like a thunderous roar that swept across a large portion of the heavenly court. Zhao Gongming, San Shao, come forth to meet your doom. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor halted, turning towards the source of the voice, his crown slightly swaying as his expression darkened with rage. Due to his past as a disciple of Hongjun Laozu, these sage disciples had consistently disregarded him, the supreme ruler of the three realms. Before the investiture of the gods, they even referred to him merely as the heavenly boy. In essence, he, the Jade Emperor, was meant to be the highest authority in the heavenly realm, with no one rivaling his position. However, during the climax of the investiture of the gods, Jiangxia demoted him, ranking him among the 6 sovereigns. Subsequently, the Southern Polar Immortal was named the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor, and Tai Yizhenren was designated the Eastern Extreme Qihua Emperor. Yet, that was not the most outrageous part. The most disheartening aspect was that Jiangxia had conferred the title of the Emperor of the Dog Star upon Lei Zhenzi and elevated Bo Yikao to the rank of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, placing them on equal footing with him, the Heavenly Emperor. He had endured a staggering 12,960 tribulations to attain the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, thus becoming the Jade Emperor. In contrast, Lei Zhenzi was merely a minor disciple of the Chan sect, possessing only the cultivation of a golden immortal, while Bo Yikao, a mere mortal, had no cultivation whatsoever prior to being named the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. Each time the Jade Emperor recalled being placed on the same level as these individuals, his heart burned with fury, feeling as though he were sitting on needles. Although the disciples of the sect were arrogant, they still adhered to his commands within the heavenly court. In contrast, the disciples of the Chan sect, bolstered by their connection to the primordial heavenly venerable and their positions among the 4 sovereigns, completely disregarded him, the Lord of the Three Realms. Now, Guangqingzi, not even an official deity of the heavenly court, roamed freely within its confines, boldly creating a ruckus, thereby trampling on the dignity of the supreme ruler of the three realms. Yet, despite his simmering anger and a desire to send these lawless Chan disciples to the execution platform, the Jade Emperor understood that the primordial heavenly venerable was the most protective of his own. Should he dare to act on his wrath, it would likely be his own demise. I have been stagnant at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood for eons, unable to make any progress. What could possibly be the issue? The Jade Emperor muttered, furrowing his brow. The position of the great lord of the three realms left him restless. Longing to break through the saintly realm to clear his name and eliminate the so-called Purple Tenuity and Chihuahua emperors, making those arrogant Chan disciples pay the price. However, regardless of his efforts and exhaustive attempts, he remained unable to transcend into the saintly realm. Alas, the thought of his path to enlightenment being so distant filled the Jade Emperor with profound frustration. The chasm between the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood and the saintly realm felt insurmountable. Without extraordinary circumstances, he feared he would never break through in this lifetime, forever living in the shadow of the Chan sect. Nevertheless, Zhao Gongming's sudden detachment from the control of the investiture of the gods and his breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm was indeed peculiar. Perhaps there lay a great opportunity behind it. The troubled Jade Emperor suddenly recalled this possibility and extended his divine consciousness towards the Hall of the Wealth God, hoping to discern whether Zhao Gongming could unveil more secrets in the face of Guangqingzi's aggression. If Zhao Gongming proved to be of sufficient value, he might intervene to preserve the lives of Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao. On the other side, clad in a purple-red robe, with a fierce countenance and an imposing aura, Guangqingzi arrived at the Hall of the Wealth God alongside Tai Yizhenren. The ferocious energy radiating from Guangqingzi was terrifying, akin to that of a god of slaughter, causing the nearby heavenly officials to turn pale and hastily flee, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. With Guangqingzi's assistance, Tai Yizhenren had begun to restore his true form, regaining the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. For cultivators of their caliber, as long as their soul or true spirit remained intact, physical injuries were hardly consequential. Given a little more time, Tai Yizhenren would soon return to his peak. Zhao Gongming, Sanshao, if you do not emerge to face your doom, do not blame me for turning my wrath upon your brethren. Guangqingzi thundered again, his body exuding a chilling murderous intent, as if ready to unleash a massacre at any moment. The disciples of the sect, including Mo Li Shou and Mo Li Hong, turned pale at his words, their hearts racing with alarm. Given Guangqingzi's current display of power, he had evidently reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, on the brink of a breakthrough to the late stage. If Guangqingzi were to unleash his fury upon the disciples, they would have no one to counter him. Guangqingzi, you, a direct disciple of the Chan sect, dare to hold us, the external disciples of the sect, accountable? Just as the disciples were engulfed in panic, the foremost female immortal of the Golden Spirit Mother descended from the heavens, with a slender figure clad in a golden gown and crowned with a phoenix headdress. Her poised demeanor and the red mark on her brow added an air of undeniable elegance. Having been unable to intervene when Tai Yizhenren targeted the Sanshao earlier, she could no longer stand idly by as Guangqingzi threatened her disciples. I shall not tolerate this. If you dare to touch my 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, you shall face death. Upon seeing the Golden Spirit Mother, Guangqingzi sneered coldly, intending to eliminate her first, demonstrating to all disciples the consequences of offending the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. The Golden Spirit Mother remained composed, unperturbed by Guangqingzi's murderous intent. Indeed, like master, like disciple, only that old rascal, the primordial heavenly venerable, could produce such shameless disciples. Recognizing that the day's events could not end peacefully, she chose not to engage in her usual circumspection and openly expressed her thoughts. How dare you insult a saint? Golden Spirit, you are courting death. Guangqingzi roared, enraged that the Golden Spirit Mother had dared to insult him alongside the primordial heavenly venerable, and he struck out with a palm aimed directly at her. With Guangqingzi's current terrifying cultivation, he could easily obliterate the Golden Spirit Mother, erasing her very essence. Chapter 36. The Challenge of Guangqingzi with a Sweeping Motion. Guangqingzi unleashed a formidable palm strike towards the Golden Spirit Mother, the immense divine power within him fused with the forces of law, coalescing into a colossal palm of a million zhang, descending like a mountain to suppress the Golden Spirit Mother. All the celestial officials in the heavenly court felt an overwhelming sense of oppressive force emanating from the heavenly assault. As a powerful being nearing the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, Guangqingzi could unleash cataclysmic power with a mere gesture, capable of obliterating any practitioner at the Daluo Jinxian level. The disciples of the were filled with a sense of urgency, yet felt utterly helpless. Guangqingzi's current strength was insurmountable. Even if they were not bound by the God-sealing list, they would still be no match for him. At this moment, the Golden Spirit Mother appeared grave, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon tiger, Jade Rui. However, she understood that the disparity between her cultivation and Guangchengzi's was too great. Even with the aid of her precious artifact, it would be challenging to withstand Guangchengzi's casual strike, and the likelihood of her being obliterated was high. In this dire moment, two streams of light, one black and one white, surged forth from the distance, shattering the colossal palm in midair. The crowd was astonished by this sudden turn of events, and upon following the source of the light, they discovered that the two streams had transformed into a pair of dual hammers, landing in Zhao Gongming's hands. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens flew in from the south heavenly gate. Zhao Gongming, you have finally arrived. Tai Jinren gritted his teeth, his voice laced with suppressed fury, as if he wished to devour Zhao Gongming whole. He was a direct disciple of a sage and the esteemed Eastern Emperor Qiguo. Yet he had been defeated by Zhao Gongming, a mere external disciple of the, in front of many witnesses, losing both face and nearly his life, only surviving due to the means left by his master, Yuan Shi. Seeing Zhao Gongming return ignited a blaze of anger within Tai Jinren. Expecting Zhao Gongming to retort or engage him verbally, Tai Jinren was taken aback as Zhao Gongming ignored him entirely, treating him as if he were heir. Senior brother, incapacitate Zhao Gongming and bring him to me for further punishment. Tai Jinren hissed to Guangchengzi, his resentment escalating. He was no longer satisfied with merely killing Zhao Gongming. He craved a torturous retribution. Very well, as you wish, Guangchengzi replied, his calm demeanor concealing a confidence that regarded Zhao Gongming as mere prey to be toyed with. Junior sister, if you have departed, why return? The Golden Spirit Mother, though temporarily spared from peril, wore an expression of anxiety and helplessness. In her view, Zhao Gongming should have sought refuge in the Earth Immortal realm to cultivate until he reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, and then emerged to revive the. Zhao Gongming's appearance not only risked his life but also threatened the fragile hope of the. Rest assured, senior sister, my brothers will be fine, Zhao Gongming reassured her. Sensing her distress, Zhao Gongming, reveal to me how you escaped the God Sealing List and transcended to the quasi-saint realm, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, all senior disciples of thee in the heavenly court shall perish today. Guangchengzi scrutinized Zhao Gongming with a penetrating gaze, as if trying to unravel his secrets. His urgency stemmed not only from a desire to avenge Tai Jinren, but also from a keen interest in the extraordinary fortune that had allowed Zhao Gongming to break free from the God Sealing List and achieve quasi-saint status. Guangchengzi believed that if he could seize this opportunity, with the backing of Yuan Shi, he too could aspire to the saintly realm. What audacity! Do you truly possess the ability to compel such knowledge from us? Yin Xiao scoffed, her brow furrowing with anger, her beautiful visage cloaked in frost. Following her lead, the three heavens simultaneously released their auras, filling the space with quasi-saint energy, shocking all present. Gasp. The three heavens have also broken free from the God Sealing List and attained quasi-saint status. How astonishing, murmured the celestial officials, marveling at the extraordinary turn of events. Just recently, the three heavens had been on the brink of annihilation at the hands of Tai's divine whip, yet they had swiftly managed to escape the God Sealing List. It seemed that Zhao Gongming had indeed encountered immense fortune. The disciples of the were electrified, their fists clenched tightly, trembling with exhilaration. After years of enduring humiliation and surviving in the shadows, their moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Zhao Gongming has enabled the three heavens to break free from the God Sealing List. This truly surpasses my expectations. The fortune behind this must be even greater than I imagined. The Jade Emperor mused, intrigued by the potential opportunities that Zhao Gongming's fortune could unveil. If he could uncover this fortune, he might gain a chance at enlightenment. For even the six saints could not reclaim the true spirits bound to the God Sealing List. With this thought, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of fervor within him. Yet he remained patient, opting to observe. He planned to intervene at the critical moment when Zhao Gongming and the three heavens were on the verge of defeat against Guangchengzi, thus positioning himself to inquire about the monumental fortune that lay behind Zhao Gongming. Given the clear-cut nature of the disciples' enmity, it was likely that Zhao Gongming would not withhold any secrets. A subtle smile crept upon the Jade Emperor's face as he stroked his dragon beard, adopting an air of tranquility, convinced that he had everything under control while awaiting the inevitable clash. Guangchengzi's thoughts mirrored those of the Jade Emperor. Upon witnessing the three heavens' liberation from the God Sealing List, his excitement grew, and he was eager to unveil the extraordinary fortune behind it. Do you think that by remaining silent, I will be left in the dark? Once I capture you and delve into your souls, your secrets will be laid bare. Guangchengzi sneered, his immense divine power surging within him. Seeing Guangchengzi prepare for a serious confrontation, Tai Jinren quickly retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The three heavens exchanged solemn glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation as they summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Intending to employ the nine to diminish Guangchengzi's power, just as they had during the God-Sealing War. Chapter 37. The Sword of Immortal Execution. The Hunyuan Golden Cauldron radiated a resplendent golden hue, its square form resembling a magnificent golden tripod, inscribed with incomprehensible mystical patterns. Under the unified effort of the three heavens, the cauldron unleashed countless beams of golden light, akin to the blazing sun. Although the cultivation level of the three heavens lagged nearly 2 minor realms behind Guangchengzi, the completion of the nine Yellow River Formation could potentially diminish Guangchengzi's powers. Of course, Guangchengzi was acutely aware of this. As the nine neared completion, he swiftly unveiled his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Fantian Seal. The Fantian Seal, a fragment of the broken Huaguo Mountain, was forged through the power of saints, rendering it immensely sturdy and possessing unparalleled suppressive might. After all, Huaguo Mountain was originally transformed from the backbone of Pangu, intended to subdue the primordial chaos and maintain the world's stability. With a decisive gesture, Guangchengzi channeled his vast divine power into the Fantian Seal. The seal expanded to an enormous size, adorned with ancient patterns, and descended upon the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron with overwhelming force. As the three heavens were focused on deploying the nine, they could not hasten the activation of the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron as swiftly as Guangchengzi commanded the Fantian Seal. Before the cauldron could fully mobilize, it was forcefully subdued by the seal. The myriad patterns on the Fantian Seal cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. Its brilliance began to fade, dimmed to a shadow, completely restrained by the might of the Fantian Seal. At that time, my 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were caught off guard, falling into your trap. Do you truly believe you can employ the same tactics before me again? Guangchengzi sneered, looking disdainfully at Zhao Gongming and the three heavens. The nine was indeed formidable. Even he, with his cultivation, could risk losing his 3 flowers and dissipating the 5 qi, descending to the true immortal realm if ensnared within its confines. Yet, as long as it remained incomplete, it posed no threat to him. Though proud, Guangchengzi had been chosen by the primordial lord and appointed as the chief disciple of the Chan school, a testament not only to his exceptional talents but also to his remarkable intellect. Ha ha ha, to think you would dare to oppose me, Guangchengzi. Prepare to meet your doom. None shall escape. From a distance, Tai Jinren, witnessing Guangchengzi effortlessly dismantle the nine, could not contain his arrogant taunts. Meanwhile, Jin Lingxingmu and other disciples of the war grave expressions filled with anxiety and trepidation. To them, the nine was the most powerful card held by the three heavens against Guangchengzi. Now that they had lost this trump card, even if Zhao Gongming and the three heavens broke through to the quasi-saint realm, they could never hope to rival Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent as he summoned a terrifying sword of slaughter. This sword, a deep crimson in hue, bore the chilling imprints of the bloodshed of 3,000 chaotic demons, instilling fear in all present, its aura penetrating to the marrow of their bones. As the sword emerged, the serene atmosphere of the heavenly court transformed drastically, overtaken by a palpable aura of slaughter and dread. The 33 heavens were engulfed in a crimson haze, swirling with ominous blood mist, a harbinger of insurmountable carnage. This is the sword of immortal execution. The disciples have instantly recognized the weapon in Guangchengzi's grasp. During the Foshan calamity, the Taiji Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and other saints had jointly shattered the sword of immortal execution formation, resulting in the 4 swords being seized by disciples of the Chan school. One of these swords had fallen into Guangchengzi's possession. Now that you recognize this sword, prepare to meet your end by the very blade of your master. Guangchengzi's once handsome visage became chillingly sinister under the red aura emanating from the sword of immortal execution, radiating an overwhelming aura of hostility. With the treasure of the wielded against its own disciples, Guangchengzi was not merely intent on killing. He sought to eradicate their very spirit. The celestial officials of the heavenly court perceived Guangchengzi's intentions, sparking a tinge of sympathy for the disciples. Presently, Guangchengzi's cultivation far surpassed that of Zhao Gongming and the three heavens, and he wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sword of immortal execution. In contrast, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens possessed no other supreme innate treasures aside from the restrained Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. The vast disparity in both cultivation and treasures rendered the impending battle an inevitable massacre. The disciples of were utterly powerless before Guangchengzi, brandishing the sword of immortal execution. Guangchengzi. As the chief disciple of the Chan school, what honor is there in bullying the outer disciples of? If you possess any valor, release my true spirit from the Fengshen list, and let us engage in a battle to the death. Jin Lingxinmu interjected, attempting to buy time for Zhao Gongming and the three heavens as Guangchengzi advanced towards them, sword in hand. Having severed ties with the Fengshen list, if Zhao Gongming and the three heavens could harness their immense potential to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, they could undoubtedly revitalize the in this age devoid of saints. Enough. I have no desire for idle banter with you. Perish. Guangchengzi dismissed her words, raising the sword of immortal execution and cleaving towards Jin Lingxinmu. With Guangchengzi's invocation, the sword unleashed a blood-red beam stretching for millions of miles. A cacophony of murderous intent erupting forth, instilling unparalleled terror in every celestial official present. Under the terrifying crimson light, even space was effortlessly cleaved asunder, obliterating the myriad formations that illuminated the foundation of the heavenly court. It seemed as if the entire 33 heavens were to be split in twain by this strike. Even Jin Lingxinmu, the foremost female immortal of, turned pale, her spirit crushed under the weight of the insurmountable power disparity, devoid of any thought of resistance. Just when it appeared certain that Jin Lingxinmu would perish beneath the blade, and the Jade Emperor prepared to intervene, a black ceramic jar suddenly materialized above her. The jar, ancient and rounded, was entirely black, adorned only with a mask-like visage, yet it emanated countless patterns, akin to a boundless ocean, devouring the lethal aura of the sword of immortal execution. Chapter 38, The Blooming Thought. Ruling the world at this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. All gazes converged upon the seemingly inconspicuous ancient ceramic jar. As a formidable figure nearing the late stage of quasi-saint, Guangchengzi unleashed the sword energy of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Jinxian sword, which radiated a power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Even those of the same quasi-saint mid-stage realm would be cleaved if they lacked comparable treasures. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, this unremarkable black ceramic jar managed to withstand the sword energy of the Jinxian sword. Senior sister, you all should leave first. Allow us to handle this. Bai Shao declared to the Golden Spirit Mother, as the ancient jar transformed into a streak of light, spiraling back into her palm. This jar is an innate supreme treasure. Upon witnessing Bai Shao summon the black ceramic jar, the crowd was struck dumb, their minds reeling. Bai Shao, possessing only the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, stood in stark contrast to Guangchengzi, and even if the jar were a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it should have been unable to resist the Jinxian sword's fierce onslaught. Yet, the jar had effortlessly devoured the terrifying sword energy. There could be but one explanation. The black ceramic jar floating in Bai Zhao's palm was indeed an innate supreme treasure. An innate supreme treasure. There are only 3 such treasures in the entire primordial world, with the most powerful, the Chaos Bell, having vanished for eons. Presently, only Laozi of Taiji and Yuanshi Tianzuan possess one. Now, Bai Shao had unexpectedly produced an unseen innate supreme treasure, surpassing all expectations. Zhao Gongming had taken the 3 Shaos to the lower realms, and not only had they escaped the Fengshen list and advanced beyond quasi-saint, but they had also acquired an innate supreme treasure. The magnitude of this fortune was indeed staggering, muttered the Jade Emperor, his heart aflame with desire. This opportunity was immense. If he could seize it, he might truly attain the saintly realm. Indeed, it appears you have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. I am quite satisfied. This journey has not been in vain, Guangchengzi remarked, his initial shock transformed into delight upon seeing Bai Shao unveil an innate supreme treasure. To him, everything Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos possessed would eventually belong to him, serving as stepping stones on his path to enlightenment. As cultivation progresses, the gap widens. Though the difference in realm between him and Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos seemed minor, the chasm between them was immense. Even with the innate supreme treasure in Bai Zhao's possession, Guangchengzi was confident he could capture them all. Opportunities indeed exist, but one must possess the fate to seize them. Zhao Gongming radiated light, the powers of the law surging like a tempestuous sea. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the fighting saint law to its zenith. Under Zhao Gongming's command, another immense Fan Tian seal materialized, exuding a force capable of withering everything. Descending upon Guangchengzi with overwhelming might. Boom. In an instant, Guangchengzi evaded the strike, the massive Fan Tian seal crashing down, producing a tremendous roar that shook the entire heavenly court. To be able to manifest the supreme innate spiritual treasure Fan Tian seal, This divine ability was unfathomably extraordinary. The civil and military officials of the heavenly court gasped in astonishment. They realized that the earlier battle between Zhao Gongming and Tai Zhenren was not due to Zhao Gongming possessing another artifact. Nor was it Tai Zhenren's folly in summoning the jade, clear divine thunder upon himself. Instead, it was Zhao Gongming wielding a divine ability that could manifest everything. As the crowd marveled at Zhao Gongming's extraordinary capacity, the fairy Qiong Xiao also made her move. With a commanding voice, she proclaimed, as the thought blooms, "I shall reign over the world." In an instant, a rain of delicate petals began to fall from the heavens. The white and crystalline petals descended, radiating a holy light. Pure and unblemished, swirling throughout the sky. Each petal bore the marks of the Tao, each standing as a manifestation of Fairy Qiong Xiao. Fairy Qiong Xiao, graceful and enchanting, smiled as she held a bloom, embodying an exquisite painting. In the next moment, countless incarnations of Fairy Qiong Xiao surged forth. Transforming into a celestial light that streaked across the sky, her delicate hands commanding dragons, unleashing a formidable strike towards Guangqingzi. In a mere heartbeat, Guangqingzi was besieged by a tempest of attacks. The multitude of Fairy Qiong Xiaos relentlessly assailed him, leaving Guangqingzi in a state of disarray. Those present widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that a mere initial stage quasi-saint could pose a threat to Guangqingzi. Enough! Guangqingzi roared, unleashing the sword energy of the Zhuxian sword, blood-red light illuminating the heavens, scattering all the incarnations of Fairy Qiong Xiao, leaving only her true form. Clutching the Zhuxian sword, Guangqingzi appeared disheveled, veins bulging, like a furious lion. He glared at Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos, his eyes bloodshot, the murderous intent radiating from him almost palpable. Guangqingzi had come to the heavenly court intending to crush all disciples of the Jia sect, slaying Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos. Yet now, despite his overwhelming advantage in cultivation, the Jia sect disciples remained unharmed, while he found himself in a humiliating predicament before all. Such indignity was intolerable for the proud Guangqingzi. "You, beast clad in fur and horns, dare to offend me." Guangqingzi summoned his divine power and the laws to their utmost limit, the blood-soaked imprints of 3,000 chaotic demons on the Zhuxian sword becoming increasingly distinct. Emitting a terrifying aura as if the gates of hell had swung wide open, like chaotic beasts charging forth. "Let all of you perish," Guangqingzi bellowed, swinging the Zhuxian sword towards the three Xiaos and Zhao Gongming. A billion zhang blood-red sword energy pierced through the 33 heavens, sharp and terrifying, creating a cataclysmic rift that erupted with annihilating brilliance, sweeping across the realms. This strike was unlike the previous careless blows. Guangqingzi was fully committed. His formidable cultivation paired with the Zhuxian sword's supreme power, unleashing a force capable of obliterating the world, causing all heavenly officials to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Even at a great distance, their bodies ached, their souls trembled, as if they might be cleaved at any moment. The hearts of all Jia sect disciples raced, fearing for Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao's very existence under such a world-destroying strike. In the face of Guangqingzi's apocalyptic onslaught, Yun Xiao, the leader of the three Xiaos, closed her eyes. Radiating brilliance, mysterious Tao patterns flickered around her as if she were invoking some celestial power. As the billion zhang sword energy bore down upon her, Yun Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, thousands of identical Yun Xiaos materializing in perfect alignment. Previously, Qiong Xiao's as the thought blooms, "I shall reign over the world" had created countless replicas, but those lacked the combat prowess of the original, merely overwhelming in number. However, the 1,000 avatars of Yun Xiao, now conjured, were perfectly identical to her true self, each possessing the cultivation of initial stage quasi-saint. This was an unparalleled divine ability crafted by the white-clad empress in the indestructible heavenly art, comparable to the GZ secret. Yet, unlike the tenfold power that the empress's earlier creation could unleash, the transformation through Yufeng's Tao principles could erupt with 1,000-fold might in an instant. The sky-devouring demon jar. In this life and death crisis, the 1,000 Yun Xiaos united their efforts to activate the innate supreme treasure, the sky-devouring demon jar. Chapter 39, The Empress's Secret Technique. 10,000-fold combat power. The three Xiaos were born from the innate clouds, embodying a shared essence. Furthermore, they possessed experience in operating the primordial golden dipper and arranging the nine. Thus, although the devouring heaven demon jar was a treasure of the Bi Xiao, the Yun Xiao could also activate it effortlessly. Under the united effort of 10,000 Yunxios, the devouring heaven demon jar soared into the sky. expanding to an immense size that obscured the sun, resembling a dark moon. The ghostly mask upon the jar seemed to animate, alternating between expressions of sorrow and joy, sending chills down the spines of all present. At this moment, the jar's opening was revealed, transforming into a vast black vortex that appeared bottomless, as if connecting to another universe. When the blood-red sword aura of the extermination sword struck the black hole with overwhelming force, it vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Guang Qingzi and the celestial officials present were taken aback, unable to fathom how such a formidable assault was so easily neutralized. However, Yunsha did not afford Guang Qingzi a moment to recover from his astonishment. She recognized that her state could only be sustained for a few fleeting seconds, and she was fully committed to activating the devouring heaven demon jar. As she exerted herself, the jar became increasingly terrifying, exuding millions of intricate patterns. And the ghostly mask's features became vivid, as if tears were falling from the bronze visage. The black vortex at the jar's opening unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull, locking onto Guang Qingzi. His countenance shifted dramatically as he felt as though countless hands were grasping him, dragging him inexorably toward the dreadful vortex. Despite his desperate struggle, he was powerless against the overwhelming force unleashed by the innate treasure in Yunshao's hands. "No, Master, save me!" Guang Qingzi cried out in utter panic, thrashing about in futility as he was drawn into the black vortex, disappearing without a trace. With a clang, the lid of the devouring heaven demon jar closed, and the terrifying black hole vanished. At that moment, Yunsha trembled, and all her avatars dissipated in an instant. She exhaled deeply, her chest heaving, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Although their confrontation with Guang Qingzi was brief, it was perilously intense. They had all given their utmost, revealing their hidden strengths to narrowly overcome him. Had Guang Qingzi endured for just 2 more seconds, once her divine power waned, the tide of battle would have shifted dramatically, leading to their potential demise. Fortunately, they emerged victorious. Guang Qingzi, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, was confined within the devouring heaven demon jar, with his life and death entirely under their control. After all, no matter how strong Guang Qingzi was, he could never break free from an innate treasure. Witnessing this battle, everyone was left speechless, their minds blank as if struck by thunder, frozen in place. Before this, no one had anticipated their success. The disparity in cultivation levels was too great, and even the Jade Emperor awaited the moment when Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos would find themselves in dire straits before intervening. No one could have predicted that Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos would, through their extraordinary methods, manage to defeat Guang Qingzi. Yunshao's sudden surge of 10,000-fold combat power was particularly astonishing, shattering the perceptions of all observers, even causing the Jade Emperor to inwardly marvel in awe. Such an extraordinary feat of power could hardly be compared to the 36 celestial techniques created by the Tao ancestor Hongjun or the 72 earthly arts combined. Zhao Gongming, 3 Xiaos, release my senior brother at once. He is the Master's most favored disciple. If you dare to harm him, prepare to face the wrath of the saints. Tai Jinren, regaining his composure from shock, sternly admonished. In the current circumstances where saints could not enter the 3 realms, Guang Qingzi was the backbone of the Chan sect, the pillar of support. If anything were to befall him, the safety of all Chan disciples would be at stake. The wrath of the saints? If you have the capability, let that old thief Yuan Shi disregard the Tao ancestor's prohibitions and kill me. I would relish witnessing whether he possesses the audacity. Bi Xiao coldly retorted, settling into a meditative posture to begin refining Guang Qingzi's essence through the devouring heaven demon jar. The devouring heaven demon jar hovered before Bi Xiao, spinning ominously, with faint echoes of Guang Qingzi's agonized cries sending shivers through all who heard. Tai Jinren, accompany your senior brother on his journey. Xiang Xiao extended a hand, reaching toward Tai Jinren from afar. His complexion paled. He was taken aback by the audacity of the 3 Xiaos, who showed no fear of the saints' wrath and intended to strike against them. Tai Jinren attempted to flee, but with only the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he was utterly unable to escape Qiong Xiao's grasp, who effortlessly crushed his physical form and reclaimed his true spirit and essence. Like Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao also sat down to commence the process of refining Tai Jinren's essence. Meanwhile, Yunsha collected the extermination sword and the Fan Tian seal left behind by Guang Qingzi. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the disciples of the Jie sect captured those of the Chan sect, imprisoning them, while the latter showed no mercy, executing those from the Jie sect without regard for the bonds of the heavenly gate. Furthermore, Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren had long treated the GS sect disciples as lesser beings, ruthlessly persecuting them over the years. Thus, the three Xiaos harbored no sympathy for these two, resolutely beginning the process of refining their essence and true spirits. Chapter 40. The Wrath of the Sage Boom. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the 33 heavens, causing the entire chaotic world to tremble, the starry river to shatter, and billions of stars to be reduced to dust. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao. What audacity you possess! The furious voice of the primordial heavenly lord resonated throughout the chaotic realm, plunging the three realms into darkness, shaking the universe. As the 33 heavens of the heavenly court swayed under the dreadful presence of the sage, as if the apocalypse were upon them, Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren, the cherished disciples of the primordial heavenly lord, had been nurtured with immense effort. Now, with their lives at stake, the primordial heavenly lord, who was known for his protective nature, could not simply stand by. We bow before the sage. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the primordial heavenly lord, countless beings in the primordial world prostrated in reverence, while the civil and military officials of the heavenly court similarly knelt in unison. Yet, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao remained unmoved by the primordial heavenly lord's threat, continuing to refine the essence of Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren. For with the cultivation of the primordial heavenly lord, should he choose to act against them, they would stand no chance of even reaching the early stage of quasi-sainthood, let alone the peak, and would be extinguished with a mere fingertip. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. This was not an empty proclamation. The audacity of Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao in launching fatal attacks against Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren was a gamble. They wagered that the primordial heavenly lord, having ingested the fallen sage pill, would not dare to defy the orders of Hongjun Daozu and act against them. Master, save me. The faint cry for help from Guangqingzi echoed from within the devouring sky demon jar. Zhao Gongming, Sanshao, cease this at once, and I shall overlook the past. The primordial heavenly lord, despite his seething fury, took a half-step back, suppressing his rage for the sake of Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren. Begone! Yunxiao coldly uttered a single word, then closed her eyes, continuing to refine the essence of Guangqingzi. The officials of the heavenly court and the powerful beings of the three realms were shaken to their core, waves of turmoil surging within them, their minds buzzing. The primordial heavenly lord was known for his pride and protective nature. Now, he had humbled himself to plead for Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren. Yet Yunxiao not only disregarded his plea, but outright commanded the sage to leave. Such audacity was beyond mere courage. It was a boldness that defied description. As Yunxiao spoke, the chaotic world seemed to erupt with the force of countless volcanoes, the overwhelming divine might manifesting, shaking heaven and earth. As all beings felt the terrifying wrath of the primordial heavenly lord, the disciples of the were paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. Should the enraged primordial heavenly lord disregard the Daozu's prohibitions and act, it would spell doom for all disciples of the. Yet, under the terrifying wrath of the sage, the Sanshao remained unfazed, even neglecting to open their eyes as they continued to refine the essence of Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren. Zhao Gongming, prepared for death, remained calm and composed. As time passed, Tai Jinren's essence was completely refined by Qiongxiao, his true spirit dissipating into the cosmos. Guangqingzi within the devouring sky demon jar had also lost his true spirit, leaving only his essence to be gradually refined. The chief disciple of one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun had now fallen. The primordial heavenly lord, sensing the souls of his two beloved disciples scattered, was filled with unbridled rage, wishing to torment the Sanshao a billion times to vent his frustration. However, having consumed the fallen sage pill, he understood that acting against the Daozu's commands could lead to his own demise. Very well, I shall remember this debt. When I return to the three realms, I will ensure that not a single one of you remains. After leaving this menacing proclamation, the primordial heavenly lord's aura dissipated like a receding tide, restoring calm to the chaotic world and the three realms. Phew, that was terrifying. The Sanxiao's audacity was astonishing. They had brazenly annihilated Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren in the presence of the primordial heavenly lord, fearing he might retaliate and reduce them, along with the heavenly court, to dust. Once the terrifying aura of the sage faded, the officials of the heavenly court shakily helped one another to their feet, regardless of whether they were golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, or quasi-saints. They all acutely felt their insignificance under the overwhelming aura of the sage, hardly worthy of being considered even ants. Should the sage wish to eliminate them, he need only think a thought. As the Jade Emperor once again felt the sage's presence, his heart ignited with fervor. Flames of desire flickering in his eyes. The unparalleled power that transcended all, which he had pursued for countless eons yet could not attain, beckoned to him. The way of the Tao is 50, heaven is 49, removing one, all things possess a thread of variability. I wonder if the opportunity behind Zhao Gongming could be the hope for my own ascension to sainthood. The Jade Emperor murmured, having witnessed the explosive battle prowess of Yunxiao, the blossoming might of Qiongxiao, and the innate treasure of the devouring sky demon jar in the hands of Bixiao. His desire for that mysterious opportunity grew ever stronger. Nanjin Xianwing, Leijianzi, Boikao, come forth to see me. Yunxiao commanded, her authoritative voice echoing throughout the heavenly court. Before long, Nanjin Xianwang, with his protruding forehead, youthful visage, and cane in hand, and the grotesque Leijianzi, who bore wings on his back, along with the merely golden immortal Boikao, flew over. Greetings. Fellow Taoist, Senior, Nanjin Xianwang, Leijianzi, and Boikao all bowed in respect to Yunxiao. Although the three of them were among the 6 celestial officials of the heavenly court, holding higher status than Yunxiao, the gravity of the situation rendered them cautious. Having witnessed the annihilation of Guang Qingzi, the chief disciple of the, and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, they dared not maintain their former airs. With a single palm strike, the peak-level Nanjin Xianwang and the Tai golden immortal Leijianzi were instantly obliterated, their essence captured within Yunxiao's grasp. Both Nanjin Xianwang and Leijianzi had blood on their hands from the disciples of the during the Battle of the Gods. After becoming the Great Emperor of the North and the Great Emperor of the Huaqian, they had oppressed the disciples with the power of the God sealing list. So Yunxiao showed them no mercy. Boikao, witnessing this, was instantly paralyzed with fear, his face pale, trembling uncontrollably, terrified of meeting the same fate. If you renounce your position as the Great Emperor of the North, I shall spare your life, Yunxiao casually remarked after glancing at Boikao. Boikao had merely been immortal in the lower realms, uninvolved in the disputes between the and. After becoming the Great Emperor of the North, he had remained in the Purple Tenuity Palace to cultivate. Although Yunxiao harbored an intense hatred for the disciples of the, she did not lack discernment. Thank you, Senior. Boikao breathed a sigh of relief, hastily expressing his gratitude. Although he had lost his status as the Great Emperor of the North, preserving his life was more than enough. Chapter 41. Old Son. Truly merely a human immortal, the disciples of the Chan sect in the heavenly court were filled with dread as they witnessed the formidable South Pole immortal and Leijianzi being slain by Yunxiao with a mere command. With the deaths of Guangqingzi and Tai Jinren, and the primordial heavenly sovereign incapacitated by the consumption of the fallen Saint Pill, the Chan sect disciples found themselves utterly powerless against the quasi-saint Zhao Gongming and the three heavens. The tides of power had dramatically shifted, with the situation of the Chan sect and the Jie sect reversing in an instant. Those who had wronged the Jie sect over the years were now firmly etched in the mind of the master. None would escape justice. However, those who had not persecuted the Jie sect disciples need not worry, as the 4 siblings would not impose any difficulties upon them. Upon hearing these words from Yunxiao, some Chan sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief, while others, trembling with fear, collapsed to their knees. They had never anticipated that their leader, confined within the Purple Cloud Palace, could be resurrected, especially after their eldest brother Guangqingzi had perished in an attempt to intervene. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. The three heavens showed no mercy towards the Chan sect disciples who had oppressed the Jie sect, directly refining their essence and shattering their true spirits. The Jade Emperor observed this with an inner delight, showing no inclination to intervene. For now, he remained the sole authority among the Heavenly Six, aside from the disacknowledged Hutu. The status of the Jade Emperor had swiftly returned to what it was before the calamity of the Fengshan, rendering him the unrivaled sovereign of the heavenly court. After enduring years of humiliation, the Jie sect finally saw the light of day. Gratitude flowed from the Jie sect disciples as they rejoiced in their newfound freedom, vowing never to be bullied again. This long-awaited day had finally arrived, and the emotions they had suppressed for countless years erupted in joyous celebration. They embraced one another, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of tears. Observing their fervent joy, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens could not help but smile, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Elder Yi, for they understood that this promising turn of events was bestowed upon them by him. Had it not been for Elder Yi's intervention, they might have perished beneath Tai Jinren's God-smiting whip. After deliberation, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens resolved to present the Fan Tian seal as a gift and visit Elder Yi once more. seeking his assistance in liberating the remaining Jie sect disciples from the Fengshen list. Should they succeed, their next objective would shift to rescuing those Jie sect disciples ensnared within the Buddhist realm. Meanwhile, on Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong, along with Niu Mo Wang and Ping Mo Wang, sat around a stone table laden with various spiritual fruits and divine brews. However, each bore a grave expression, haunted by the lingering aura emitted by the primordial heavenly sovereign. The potency of a saint is indeed terrifying, capable of annihilating the three realms with ease. The 9 heads of Jiao Mo Wang displayed evident fear. The cataclysmic battle of the saints during the Fengshen calamity had obliterated the entire primordial world, with Hongjun Daozu personally merging fragments of the vast realms into what is now the Earth Immortal realm. The former primordial world could not withstand the saints' conflict, let alone the current Earth Immortal realm, which could easily be reduced to dust by a careless display of saintly power. This was precisely why the Dao ancestor had forbidden saints from entering the three realms. The Lion Trojan King expressed his lingering apprehension, lamenting the absence of a demon saint within their ranks. Peng Mo Wang, with a complex expression, downed an entire jar of wine in one go. The prospect of a demon saint seemed bleak, and the current state of the demon clan left much to be desired, with even the great Luo Jinxian being exceedingly rare. The Monkey King shook his head in dismay, voicing his concerns for the demon clan's present predicament. The Lion Trojan King pondered the fate of the legendary demon master Kunping, who had vanished after the fall of the demon court, rumored to be striving for saintly ascendance. Yet, years had passed without a word. Had he perhaps failed and succumbed to the path of dissolution? Without dissolution, there remained but a faint hope. Peng Mo Wang sighed heavily, his brow furrowed. Brothers, why should we be disheartened? Is it merely the matter of a demon saint? Given time, I shall surely become the great emperor of the demon clan, striking down the primordial and kicking the quasi-saints. Sun Wukong declared boldly, rising to his feet and placing a foot upon a stone pedestal. Hush, brother, your ambition is commendable. Yet one must not speak carelessly. Saints are not to be trifled with. Jiao Mo Wang cautioned, his face paling at Sun Wukong's audacity. I am the sole direct disciple of my master. What can a mere saint do to me? Sun Wukong retorted defiantly, exuding confidence that left Jiao Mo Wang trembling in caution. Niu Mo Wang's eyes brightened at Sun Wukong's proclamation. His curiosity about Sun Wukong's master had long been piqued. He wished to know what sort of divine being could cultivate someone as powerful as Sun Wukong in just a few decades. After all, even his own master, Tongdian Jiaozhu, had taken millions of years to elevate his direct disciple, Dao Ren, to the level of Daluo Jinxian. Brother, I have always admired your master. Could you perhaps introduce us? Niu Mo Wang inquired earnestly. Indeed, does your master surpass the 6 saints in prowess? Jiao Mo Wang joined in, equally curious. The rest, including Ping Mo Wang and the Lion Trojan King, awaited Sun Wukong's response with eager anticipation. I am not boasting, but even if all 6 saints were to unite, they would not stand a chance against my master's guard dog. Sun Wukong proclaimed with pride, raising a thumb in admiration. Although he was unaware of the current cultivation levels of Shiqilin and Yuan Feng, it was evident from their auras that Shiqilin far surpassed the primordial heavenly sovereign. Brother, you are truly intoxicated. Surely this is mere boasting? Jiao Mo Wang laughed heartily, not taking Sun Wukong's words to heart, viewing them as the ramblings of a drunken fool. Indeed, the 6 saints are disciples of Hongjun Daozu, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the most powerful being in existence. How could anyone surpass him? The Monkey King and Lion Trojan King echoed in disbelief, finding Sun Wukong's claims utterly preposterous. After jesting at Sun Wukong's bold assertions, the Lion Trojan King resumed drinking from his jar, while Niu Mo Wang and Peng Mo Wang regarded the situation with solemnity. Though Sun Wukong's words were indeed hard to believe, his remarkable achievement of attaining Daluo Jinxian level in just a few decades was already astounding beyond reason. Moreover, through the passage of time spent together, they have begun to grasp the essence of Sun Wukong's character. Although Sun Wukong often boasts and rarely presents himself with gravity, whenever the mention of his master arises, he displays an unparalleled respect and earnestness. Thus, they concluded that while his words may initially seem implausible, upon deeper reflection, they are not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. It became evident that the esteemed master of their comrade possessed extraordinary abilities, which undoubtedly accounted for the rapid ascension of their companion to the status of a celestial immortal within a mere few decades, a fact that filled his brother with envy. The Bull Demon King expressed his heartfelt admiration, and the Prung Demon King nodded in agreement. In response, Sun Wukong, bewildered, exclaimed, "What celestial immortal? I, your humble son, am merely a human immortal." Chapter 42. Sun Wukong enters the heavenly court with a sudden burst. The Lion Turtle King erupted 2 thick streams of wine from his nostrils. Coughing vigorously, Sun Wukong's words had genuinely astonished the Bull Demon King and his companions, leaving the Monkey King himself choking on the strong liquor. "Brother, you are a human immortal?" The Bull Demon King stared in disbelief. "Isn't it evident?" Sun Wukong proclaimed, releasing his aura entirely. The Bull Demon King and the others carefully sensed it, confirming that he was indeed a human immortal. "But not long ago, you destroyed the 10 Yama Kings," the Pink Demon King interjected, utterly baffled. His true form was that of the golden-winged Great Feng, a creature whose power rivaled that of the ancient demon emperors. Yet, even someone as formidable as he could only battle a single minor realm above him. How could anyone possibly defeat opponents across 6 major realms, from Earth Immortal to True Immortal, and beyond? "Oh, I am indeed a human immortal, but not an ordinary one, rather. I am a mythological human immortal," Sun Wukong explained earnestly upon witnessing the skeptical expressions on their faces. "Mythological? Human immortal? I've never heard of such a thing." The Bull Demon King pondered, realizing he had never encountered the term before. Even he, who had followed the Heavenly Master for countless years and seen much of the world, was oblivious. The Pink Demon King and the others were similar expressions of confusion. "The method of mythological cultivation is a unique system created by my master. I have merely begun my journey as a mythological human immortal, yet my lifespan is boundless. And I am untainted by karma," Sun Wukong introduced with pride. "Boundless lifespan, untainted by karma." The Bull Demon King and others felt a storm of astonishment surge within them. Their gazes filled with incredulity. These 8 words seemed simple, yet not even the great Luo Golden Immortals could achieve such a state. In the primordial world, the only beings capable of evading karma were those possessing merit treasures or supreme treasures. They could hardly fathom the strength Sun Wukong would attain should he advance to the ranks of mythological heavenly immortals, mythological golden immortals, or even the mythological great Luo Golden Immortals. Compared to the cultivation techniques passed down by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the mythological cultivation system appeared utterly superior. The Bull Demon King and others struggled to comprehend the existence of Sun Wukong's master, a figure responsible for such an incredible cultivation method. "Now, do you believe in my master's prowess?" Sun Wukong observed their astonishment with a hint of pride. "We believe. Who would have thought there exists someone even more formidable than the Tao ancestor Hongjun? With such a master, our demon clan is destined to thrive." The Bull Demon King, the Pung Demon King, and the others enthused, their hearts stirred with excitement. It was only a matter of time before Sun Wukong surpassed the 6 saints. If only he could introduce them to his master, they too might experience a metamorphosis and soar to greatness. "Brother, when will we have the chance to meet this venerable elder?" The Flood Demon King inquired eagerly. "Well, that depends on my master's wishes. I cannot guarantee anything," Sun Wukong replied. Despite his penchant for boasting, he dared not offend his master. "Haha, there's plenty of time ahead. Opportunities will surely arise." The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, raising his wine jar. "To the enduring bond of our brotherhood, cheers." The Pung Demon King and others stood as well, lifting their jars in unison. Though they yearned to meet Sun Wukong's master, they understood the need for patience. Offending such a being, who surpassed even the Tao ancestor, could lead to their annihilation in an instant. "Cheers." The 7 Demon Kings clinked their jars and drank heartily, after which Sun Wukong wiped his mouth and carelessly tossed the jar aside. "Old 4, your chest hair is soaked with wine. It seems you hardly drank anything." "It all leaked out," the Flood Demon King teased, pointing at the Lion Turtle King's golden mane. "Cough, cough. I've recently taken a few concubines, and my constitution is a bit weak. I can't handle my liquor." The Lion Turtle King sheepishly chuckled, embarrassed that his ruse had been exposed. "Come, hold him down and make him drink 100 or 80 jars." The Prung Demon King and the Flood Demon King rose, ready to enforce the clan's rules. No. Please." The Lion Turtle King waved his hands in protest, retreating. "Report. My lord, there is an old man with a white beard seeking an audience." At that moment, a monkey holding a command flag rushed in to bow before Sun Wukong and the others. The Prung Demon King and the Flood Demon King exchanged glances, recognizing the need to maintain the dignity of the Demon Kings, and thus relented, while the Lion Turtle King secretly rejoiced at having escaped a predicament. A white-bearded elder? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in thought. Bring him forth. Yes. The monkey hurried away to fulfill the command. Soon, a group of monkeys armed with long spears surrounded the heavenly sage, the Great White Star, bringing him forth amidst a cacophony of chatter. I am the Great White Star. And I pay my respects to the esteemed kings, he said with a warm smile, bowing sincerely to the 7 demon kings. Exuding none of the arrogance one might expect from a favored servant of the Jade Emperor. Great White Star? Why are you not serving the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court? What brings you to Flowerfruit Mountain? The bold demon king questioned sternly, his companions watching with fierce eyes. Ready to act should the situation require it. Your Majesty has learned of the unparalleled demon king Sun Wukong emerging from the earth immortal realm and is highly appreciative. He has sent me to invite the Monkey King to ascend to heaven and serve, the Great White Star explained, unfazed by their hostility. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor towards Sun Wukong. Invite me to ascend to heaven and serve? Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing to himself in astonishment. I just obliterated the 10 Yama kings and seized the book of life and death from the king of hell. How can the Jade Emperor refrain from sending troops against me and instead invite me to serve? Is the Jade Emperor truly so muddled? Or does he possess a peculiar penchant for self-harm? Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. His words, though irreverent to the Jade Emperor, did not provoke the Great White Star, who patiently continued, His Majesty is broad-minded and generous, and he greatly admires heroes of your caliber. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. The Great White Star's compliment struck a chord with Sun Wukong, who immediately brightened, his eyes narrowing in delight as his smile stretched from ear to ear. It seems your Jade Emperor possesses quite the discerning eye. In that case, I shall accompany you to heaven, Sun Wukong declared. Having recently emerged into the world, he held an abundant curiosity about the legendary heavenly court. Since the Great White Star had been tasked with inviting him, he saw no reason not to seize the opportunity to explore and gain knowledge. Chapter 43. Speed and passion upon hearing Sun Wukong's agreement to ascend to the heavens. A faint smile appeared on the face of the Star of Venus, Tai-Bai. Brothers, you may enjoy your time at Huaguo Mountain. I, son, shall return once I have had my fill of play, Sun Wukong declared to the bold demon king and the others. Very well, dear brother, you may go without worry. We shall keep watch over Huaguo Mountain, the bold demon king replied with a hearty pat on Sun Wukong's shoulder. He was not concerned that Sun Wukong would truly join the heavenly court, knowing that the rigid constraints of the celestial realm would not suit Wukong's free-spirited nature for long. Thank you, brothers, Sun Wukong said with a fist salute to the bold demon king and the others, before striding over to Tai-Bai. Let us go. I am ready to ascend to the heavens. Tai-Bai nodded. Very well, my king, please. As soon as Tai-Bai finished speaking, a white cloud appeared beneath their feet, lifting the two into the air as they departed Huaguo Mountain, heading toward the southern heavenly gate. Initially, Sun Wukong stood on the cloud, taking in the scenery with great interest, but he soon grew restless. This cloud is moving too slowly. When shall we reach the heavenly court? Let me hasten our pace. With a mere thought, the speed of the cloud surged 1,000-fold, transforming into a streak of light that shot upwards, swiftly traversing the turbulent skies between the celestial and earthly realms, arriving at the southern heavenly gate in no time. Outside the southern heavenly gate, resplendent golden light shimmered, and auspicious vapors filled the air. The gate itself towered majestically, crafted from deep azure glass and adorned with precious jade. On either side stood dozens of formidable heavenly marshals, extraordinary in their might, holding their weapons with great authority. As Sun Wukong entered the heavenly court for the first time, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. He gazed upward at the vividly carved dragon on the gate, marveling at its intricate details. He then approached the 4 heavenly kings, playfully plucking the jade pipa from the hand of the king of magic and teasing the purple golden fox of the king of longevity, much to its dismay, as it bared its teeth in anger while he laughed heartily. My king, Tai-Bai stammered, trembling and still in shock, unable to comprehend the thrill of speed and excitement he was experiencing at his age. Where is the Jade Emperor? Did he not wish to see me? Hurry and grant me a grand title. Sun Wukong strode boldly through the southern heavenly gate, while Tai-Bai, adjusting his disheveled hair, hurried to appease him. His Majesty has just concluded the morning court session and will convene with the civil and military officials tomorrow in the Lingxiao Hall. Would you permit me to take you for a tour of the heavenly court in the meantime? Very well. Ah, you there, old man. Leave your peach of immortality. Wukong exclaimed, delighted by the novelty of the heavenly realm, having been unrestrained in Huaguo Mountain with no concept of decorum. After several hours of merriment, Sun Wukong had thoroughly enjoyed himself. while Taibai struggled to keep up with him. Sun Wukong first indulged in the longevity peach hanging from the old man's staff, then seized a white steed from the royal stable, galloping for the heavenly court, causing chaos in his wake. If not for Taibai's fervent attempts to restrain him, Sun Wukong would have even ventured to the jade pool to catch a glimpse of the Queen Mother bathing. As the night passed, Taibai gazed at the rising sun, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved to finally be free. He had never felt time drag so painfully. With a resounding chime, the hour for the morning court had arrived. Celestial beings donned their ceremonial robes, flying from all directions toward the central Lingxiao Hall. "My king, the morning court has begun. Shall we meet the Jade Emperor?" Taibai approached with a smile. "Very well." Sun Wukong dismounted with an air of nonchalance, surveying his surroundings. "That old man with the pagoda. Put my horse away properly. Once I am appointed to a high office, you shall lead my steed daily." After tossing the reins aside, he soared toward the Lingxiao Hall. The king of the earth, Li, glared at the reins in his hand, infuriated by the monkey's audacity. He had not anticipated such arrogance from Wukong, who had disrespected him by demanding he tend to his horse. This Sun Wukong is a demon king from the lower realm and does not know proper etiquette. "I implore you, do not take offense, Li Tianwang," Taibai hastily interjected, smiling at the king. "Humph." Li Tianwang snorted disdainfully, casting the reins to the ground as he strode away. Offended by Wukong's insolence, he had every intention of confronting him, but now he had to restrain himself, having lost support from his faction due to Zhao Gongming and the Three Heavens. When Sun Wukong arrived at the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor and all the civil and military officials were already assembled. As he stepped into the hall, all eyes turned toward him. "Your Majesty, I have brought the Demon King Sun Wukong from Huaguo Mountain," Taibai reported, kneeling before the Jade Emperor. "Thank you, my loyal minister," the Jade Emperor replied with a nod, his gaze scrutinizing Sun Wukong. Although the celestial generals brandished their weapons and glared fiercely, Wukong remained unfazed, curiously poking at the armor of the celestial army and playfully twisting the beards of the civil officials. "You audacious monkey, do you not kneel before his majesty?" the giant spirit god exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "I do not bow to heaven and earth, nor to sages. I bow to no one but my master." Wukong replied dismissively, ignoring the giant spirit god entirely. The giant spirit god's face flushed with anger, ready to scold him again when the Jade Emperor interjected, "No matter." Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the giant spirit god shot Wukong a glare before returning to his place in line. "Why have you summoned me to the heavens? What title do you wish to bestow upon me?" Wukong inquired boldly. "What title would you like?" The Jade Emperor replied with interest. Wukong surveyed the celestial beings in the hall before fixing his gaze on the Jade Emperor. "It seems you hold the highest position in the heavenly court. How about I be the Jade Emperor for a few days?" Impudent. This demon monkey truly knows no bounds, daring to utter such blasphemy against his majesty. His crime deserves punishment. I implore you, let him be sent to the execution platform." The giant spirit god exclaimed once more. "Haha. Being the Jade Emperor is no simple task. One must possess great ability and manage the affairs of the three realms daily. Do you believe you can handle it?" Though Wukong's words were indeed disrespectful, the Jade Emperor did not seem to mind. He recognized the need to cooperate with the Buddhist saints to fulfill the journey to the West Plan and appreciated Wukong's forthrightness amid the sycophants he had encountered. "I certainly possess great ability, but managing the affairs of the three realms is far too cumbersome. You may remain the Jade Emperor, and simply grant me the title of Great Sage equal to heaven," Wukong concluded after some thought, preferring to delegate the matters of Huaguo Mountain to his generals rather than take on the burdens of the celestial realms. Chapter 44. The Jade Emperor's Pursuit of the Bold Demon Monkey. "Your Majesty, this Sun Wukong has dared to offend the celestial authority and shows utter disregard for the heavenly order. I implore your Majesty to send him to the immortal execution stage. Let the punishment of this demon monkey serve to uphold the majesty of heaven." Upon hearing these words from Sun Wukong, many celestial generals immediately stood up in righteous indignation, demanding severe punishment for him. After all, to the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor is the supreme deity. The title of the Great Sage equal to heaven signifies an intention to stand on equal footing with the Jade Emperor. "Haha, my dear ministers, do not be overly agitated. It is merely a title. What harm is there in bestowing it?" The Jade Emperor chuckled, stroking his beard. "In this world, strength has always determined everything. If titles held any true power, he, the Grand Supreme Heavenly Venerable of the three realms, would not have been oppressed or looked down upon by the disciples of the Xianmen. From this day forth, you shall be the Great Sage equal to heaven in my heavenly court. However, The celestial beings each have their own duties, and I am no exception. As the Pantao Garden is currently without supervision, I shall entrust it to you. What say you? The Jade Emperor inquired with a smile. The Pantao Garden? Very well, I shall humbly accept this responsibility, Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. After all, the Pantao Garden would not entail much onerous work. He would merely need to water the peach trees occasionally. In a flash of divine light, Sun Wukong donned the celestial armor he had seized from the Dragon King of the East, his phoenix-tailed golden crown swaying as he appeared quite majestic. That old fellow Li Jing, from now on you are to tend to my steed and care for my horse, Sun Wukong declared, recognizing the towering Li Tianlong nearby. Humph. Li Jing scoffed, turning his head away in disdain, wishing to avoid any further engagement. What is this attitude? I am now the great sage equal to heaven. Someone, take this old fellow away and give him 100 strikes. Sun Wukong bellowed, incensed that Li Jing dared to disregard the command of the great sage. Great sage, allow me to show you the Pantao Garden. It boasts a total of 3,600 peach trees. Patriarch Jinxian quickly stepped in to mediate the situation, coaxing Sun Wukong out of the Lingxiao Hall. This demon monkey is merely given a title, yet he truly believes himself to be the great sage equal to heaven. Ha ha ha. After Sun Wukong departed the hall, the officials of heaven burst into laughter, and the Jade Emperor wore a faint smile. Although the prior plan had encountered some mishaps, everything was proceeding smoothly for now. Soon, they would collaborate with the Buddhist sect to stage a grand performance of chaos in the heavenly palace, bringing them closer to their ultimate goal. Meanwhile, Patriarch Jinxian led Sun Wukong across the White Jade Bridge and through the celestial return corridor, soon arriving at the periphery of the Pantao Garden. This garden had a designated courtyard for cultivation, protected by a formidable array. From the outside, one could see vibrant multicolored lights emanating from within, ethereal mist flowing, and rays of dawn illuminating the scene, creating a dreamlike spectacle. After navigating through the layers of protective formations, Sun Wukong and Patriarch Jinxian finally entered the Pantao Garden. Each peach tree within stood thousands of feet tall, with robust trunks resembling coiling dragons, their leaves glistening like emeralds, and the celestial peaches hanging from the branches. Round and plump, exuding an enticing pink hue and a fragrant aroma that was utterly irresistible. Great sage, this Pantao Garden contains 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 produce small flowers and fruits, ripening once every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consume them. The next 1,200 ripen every 6,000 years, bestowing ascension and eternal life. The final 1,200, with their purple veins and fine cores, ripen every 9,000 years, allowing those who partake to share longevity with heaven and earth. Patriarch Jinxian explained as they walked among the trees. From now on, this Pantao Garden shall be entrusted to the great sage. I hope you will manage it well, Patriarch Jinxian added. Haha, worry not. Sun Wukong replied with a casual laugh. Although Patriarch Jinxian sensed Sun Wukong's nonchalance, he merely smiled and said nothing further. Entrusting this monkey to oversee the Pantao Garden was akin to asking a cat to guard a pile of salted fish. It was impossible for him not to indulge. Take care, great sage. I shall take my leave, Patriarch Jinxian bid farewell. Go on. Go on. Sun Wukong waved him off, his gaze fixed on the peaches. Once Patriarch Jinxian departed, Sun Wukong grinned mischievously and leapt up to the treetops, seizing a peach the size of a basin and taking a hearty bite. He relished the sweetest parts, discarding each peach after just a few bites. As Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Pantao Garden, Zhao Gongming accompanied by Xiao on another descent to the mortal realm. This time, Zhao Gongming sought the assistance of Senior Yi to help all the disciples of the GS school escape the Fengshen Bang, while Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao were in seclusion, having absorbed the essence of many disciples from the Chan school, though Bai Xiao was also supposed to enter seclusion. She insisted on personally expressing her gratitude to Senior Yi for his immense kindness. Zhao Gongming, understanding her determination, led Bai Xiao out of the southern heavenly gate, heading towards the direction of Mount Fengshen. Unbeknownst to them, the Jade Emperor was stealthily following behind, concealed in the void. Initially, he had planned to intervene during the critical moment of Zhao Gongming and the three Zhao's confrontation with Guang Qingxi, hoping to inquire about hidden opportunities under the guise of offering aid. However, he never anticipated that Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao would be so formidable, managing to defeat Guang Qingxi. With his plans thwarted, the Jade Emperor, despite not having a particularly amicable relationship with the GS school, knew that even if he approached Zhao Gongming, he would never reveal such a monumental secret. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this underhanded method, secretly trailing Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao to the mortal realm, though such actions were beneath his dignity as the Grand Supreme Heavenly Venerable. The thought of Zhao Gongming's extraordinary combat skills and the explosive power of Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao, coupled with the innate treasure of the swallowing demon jar, ignited a fervent desire within him. In pursuit of the coveted sacred position he had sought for eons, the Jade Emperor set aside his pride and followed Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao, eager to uncover the truth behind this immense opportunity. With Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao's quasi-saint level cultivation, they swiftly arrived at Mount Fengsuan. Mount Fengsuan, is this not the sacred ground of the Buddha Zhuan-Ti? The Jade Emperor mused, pondering whether Zhuan-Ti was secretly assisting the GS school. However, this conjecture was quickly dismissed. Impossible. The GS school and the Buddhist sect are sworn enemies, and Zhuan-Ti would never produce an innate treasure. Moreover, even a saint could not aid the GS school disciples in escaping the Fengshen Bang or unleash the kind of overwhelming power that Yun Xiao possesses. Could it be that there exists a being beyond the saints at Mount Fengsuan? The Jade Emperor's curiosity intensified, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to unravel the mysteries behind this unfolding drama. Chapter 45. The Jade Emperor scales the wall. As the Jade Emperor engaged in a storm of thoughts, Zhao Gongming and Bixiao had already arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple. With a gentle knock on the wooden door, it swung open, allowing Zhao Gongming and Bixiao to step inside, closing the door behind them. The Jade Emperor, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Was this unassuming temple the very place where Zhao Gongming and the three heavens underwent their transformation? The Jade Emperor scrutinized the temple before him, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary. Such temples were commonplace in the realm of earth immortals, numbering at least 8,000, none of which bore the mark of a significant figure. From the grandiose Zixiao Palace of Hongjun Laozu to the majestic Yushu Palace of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the magnificent Biao Palace of Tongtian Jiao Master, not to mention the Fengxia Cave of the 3 generations of disciples of the Xianmin, all were resplendent and awe-inspiring. Never had he encountered a supreme being's temple so utterly humble. With the wooden door marred by numerous wormholes and the surrounding walls adorned with moss and cracks, could it be that the transformative power that aided Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens was not a mighty figure, but rather some special opportunity akin to a heavenly Tao wishing pool? The Jade Emperor mused, feeling uncertain. After all, this world was born from the essence of Pangu, where anything was possible. Moreover, he held another hypothesis regarding this temple, that Zhao Gongming and Bixiao had merely established a temporary liaison point for the GS sect, intending to gather scattered disciples and rejuvenate their teachings, with no connection to any hidden great opportunity. He decided to observe the situation within the temple before drawing any conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Emperor extended his divine consciousness to probe the temple. However, he was soon left in disbelief. For no matter how he attempted to reach out, he could not sense the temple's presence at all. It was as if the temple did not exist within this realm. The Jade Emperor rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision. Yet upon reopening them, the temple remained undeniably present. Indeed, this temple was extraordinary, as it eluded even his divine perception. It was evident that the immense opportunity that transformed Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens lay hidden within. The Jade Emperor felt a surge of excitement, immediately dismissing his earlier assumption about the temple being merely a liaison point for the GS sect. Just as he contemplated revealing his true form to knock and investigate further, he hesitated. What if a supreme being truly resided within this temple? If this being had aided Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens in escaping the Fengshen Bang and imparted the formidable Dozhan sacred method or bestowed upon them innate treasures, it would suggest that this supreme being had likely taken Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens as disciples. If he were to visit shortly after their arrival, they would surely deduce that he had followed them. Not only would he lose face, but Zhao Gongming and Bixiu might also lodge complaints before the supreme being, leading to a potential loss of his chance for enlightenment, or worse, his very life. Yet, how could he turn away from such a monumental opportunity? If the temple contained not a supreme being but merely a heavenly Tao wishing pool or the lingering will of Pangu, and entering it could grant him his desires and benefits, he would be forsaking his chance at enlightenment. Perhaps it would be wise to observe the interior situation further. The Jade Emperor resolved to muster his courage and investigate, unwilling to depart without knowledge. As his divine consciousness proved ineffective and he could not rashly knock on the door, he decided to approach closer, peering over the wall to glimpse the temple's interior. However, upon nearing a certain distance, he found his divine power inexplicably vanish. In an instant, the Jade Emperor, once a pinnacle figure of the quasi-saint realm, plummeted to the ground like an unskilled mortal, landing with a thud. Ouch! The impact left him sprawled upon the uneven stones, wincing in pain. He hastily covered his rear and rose, suppressing his agony while brushing off the dust and leaves from his attire, casting a nervous glance around. Phew. Thankfully, no one had witnessed this. The Jade Emperor sighed in relief, for if his disheveled state had been seen by the beings of the three realms, it would surely have elicited peals of laughter, severely tarnishing his dignity as the Jade Emperor. This temple was indeed mysterious and peculiar, capable of sealing even his quasi-saint divine power. As he adjusted his appearance, he reflected on the temple's extraordinary nature, igniting a greater desire to uncover its secrets. The Jade Emperor lifted his gaze towards the towering wall, which loomed several heads taller than him, and confirmed that no one was around before stealthily approaching its edge. With determination, he leapt and grasped the edge of the wall, straining to hoist himself upward. The great heavenly sovereign of the three realms was now reduced to scaling a wall. Should the celestial officials of the heavenly court witness this, it would undoubtedly astonish them. Gradually, the Jade Emperor ascended, his head level with the top of the wall, revealing the scenery within the temple. Just as he felt an exhilarating rush, a slender green willow branch struck him with a resounding crack. "Ah!" he cried out, sent sprawling backward, his face ablaze with pain, observing himself through his divine perception. He noted a vivid red lash mark adorning his cheek, unmistakably swollen. "I mean no offense, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave," the Jade Emperor stammered, rising to his feet and bowing in the direction of the temple before fleeing the area in haste. Meanwhile, within the temple study, Zhao Gongming and Bi Xiao heard the anguished cry of the Jade Emperor. They exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished. As they contemplated questioning the situation, they noticed Yi Feng merely smiled, indicating he had no intention of elaborating, and thus they quelled their curiosity. "Thank you for your timely assistance, esteemed elder. This humble gift is but a token of my respect. I hope you will accept it," Zhao Gongming said earnestly, presenting the Fan Tian seal with both hands. "Ah, how thoughtful. Just what I needed, a paperweight," Yi Feng replied, accepting the Fan Tian seal and casually placing it atop a stack of papers nearby. Zhao Gongming and Bi Xiao exchanged glances, marveling at the elder's lavish generosity as he treated the exquisite innate treasure, the Fan Tian seal, as nothing more than a mere paperweight. However, recalling the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, which hung from the willow branch as a wind chime, they found it quite fitting. Chapter 46. The mythical Daluo can truly do as he wishes. I am deeply grateful to my esteemed senior for previously intervening and rescuing me, a disciple of the, from dire straits. We have now triumphed over the likes of Guang Qingzi from the Chan, yet many of my fellow disciples remain imprisoned upon that, unable to progress in their cultivation. Zhao Gongming spoke earnestly, casting a hopeful glance at Bai Xiao, urging her to continue the discourse. However, he was disheartened to see her eyes twinkling like stars, utterly entranced by the presence of Elder Yi, showing no inclination to assist him. Resolutely, Zhao Gongming pressed on, thus, "I earnestly beseech you, esteemed senior, to aid my fellow disciples in breaking free from thee and reclaiming their freedom." Zhao Gongming was acutely aware that Elder Yi bore no personal connection to him, and his repeated appeals might be perceived as somewhat shameless. Nevertheless, for the sake of his fellow disciples' liberty, he cast aside his pride and implored once more with unabashed sincerity. "Very well," replied Yi Feng, in high spirits after receiving a gift today. Although the Fan Tianyin held little value in his eyes, it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten by all of us at." Zhao Gongming exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement at Yi Feng's prompt agreement. He quickly bowed in gratitude, discreetly tugging at Bai Xiao's skirt to remind her to do the same. Awakened from her reverie by Zhao Gongming's nudge, Bai Xiao mimicked his gesture, bowing respectfully to Yi Feng, albeit still dazed. Yi Feng nodded, then began to paint. With fluid strokes, a breathtaking figure clad in a cerulean robe materialized on the paper. Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao stood quietly by, patiently awaiting further instructions. "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Yi Feng inquired, his focus unwavering on his artwork. If I may be so bold, might I inquire how you intend to assist my fellow disciples in escaping the? Should I bring them all here?" Zhao Gongming asked cautiously. "You need not worry. All disciples have already been liberated from the," Yi Feng replied without lifting his gaze. "What?" Both Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yi Feng had begun painting immediately after agreeing to their request, without seemingly performing any grand feats of power. Yet now, he claimed that all disciples had been freed from his constraints, leaving them utterly incredulous. In truth, with Yi Feng's unparalleled mastery as a mythical Daluo golden immortal, transcending the highest of paths, not only could he liberate the disciples from the, but he could also elevate them collectively to the realm of all with but a mere thought. In the vast multiverse, including the three realms, there was nothing beyond his reach if he so desired. In that very instant when Feng consented to the liberation of the disciples, a golden scroll, neither fabric nor paper, radiating celestial light and adorned with countless ethereal patterns, appeared in the heavens above. This scroll, intimately familiar to all cultivators within the three realms, was none other than the contained the names of all fallen disciples from the various sects during including formidable human warriors and true spirits. At the culmination of this cataclysm, Jiangxia had utilized it to appoint deities within the heavenly court, including the once singularly resplendent Jade Emperor. The sudden manifestation of the left all cultivators in the three realms bewildered, uncertain of its implications. Moments later, they began to tremble violently, each name transforming into golden light that surged into the bodies of the disciples. To their overwhelming joy, the disciples realized that their true spirits had returned from reuniting with their original forms. In an instant, the cultivation levels of all disciples surged, with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother recovering from the pinnacle of to the mid-stage of. The return of their true spirits brought an ecstasy that was beyond measure, sparking embraces and jubilant cries among the disciples in the heavenly court. Since their fall during their cultivation had plummeted, stifled by the suppressive grip. Stripped of their true spirits, they were unable to cultivate further, relying solely on the meager offerings of incense from the mortal realm. Now, with their true spirits restored, they were complete once more. From this moment onward, they could resume their cultivation, enhance their powers, and cast aside their fears of the divine whip. Observing this scene, other cultivators from the three realms speculated that the Tao ancestor Hongjun had granted clemency to, though only the disciples understood the true cause, as Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao had disclosed their mission prior to their departure. During when humanity and the Chan and Western teachings united against the Tao ancestor Hongjun had remained silent, and in such a context, silence equated to tacit approval. The disciples were not naive. They recognized that Hongjun had merely been waiting for them to fill the void on the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was overwhelmed by the surge of divine power coursing through her, feeling an almost surreal sensation. How formidable must that senior's cultivation be to release the true spirits of all her brothers and sisters in an instant, without concern for the Tao ancestor's ire? Was it possible that this elder surpassed even Hongjun himself? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her excitement swelled. If that were the case, perhaps even their master, the Tongdian, could return to the primordial realms. Meanwhile, within the Feng continued, "If you have no further matters, you may return. I prefer not to be disturbed while painting." He remained focused on his work, having switched to a finer brush to refine the details. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall not impose further. I take my leave," Zhao Gongming said, bowing deeply and preparing to escort Bai Xiao away. Although he had not witnessed any divine feats, he trusted that whatever Elder Yi claimed must be true. "Elder Yi, may I stay here?" Bai Xiao ventured, her voice barely above a whisper, her demeanor anxious as she nervously fidgeted with her skirt. "What?" Zhao Gongming was taken aback, having assumed that Bai Xiao's desire to accompany him stemmed from wanting to spend more time with Elder Yi, not from a wish to remain permanently. "Rest assured, Elder Yi, Bai Xiao merely wishes to serve you, seeking to repay your great kindness to, and she will not make any further demands," she hastily explained, fearing that Elder Yi might misconstrue her intentions as self-serving. "You are welcome to stay if you wish. You may leave at any time should you desire." Feng replied thoughtfully. Since Sun Wukong's departure, they had grown somewhat lonely, and having someone to serve tea and greet visitors would be rather pleasant, alleviating the need for him to interrupt his tasks to welcome guests. "Thank you, esteemed senior," Bai Xiao exclaimed, her joy erupting as she leaped with glee, her eyes shining like crescent moons. Upon receiving Feng's consent, Bai Xiao immediately directed her gaze toward Zhao Gongming. "Rest assured, my brother will clearly communicate with Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao. You need only serve Senior Yi diligently here, which will also serve as a small token of gratitude for his immense kindness." Although Zhao Gongming felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, it is often said that one cannot hold back a sister who has grown. Since Bai Xiao had taken the initiative to propose this, and with Senior Yi's agreement, what more could he say? "Hiki, thank you, brother. I will visit you in the heavenly court when I have the chance," Bai Xiao said, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 47. The plunder of the peach orchard. After Bai Xiao sent Zhao Gongming away, she settled down in the Taoist temple, taking over the duties originally held by Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor returned to his hall, the Hall of Fragrance, in a state of deep frustration. Gazing into the Haotian mirror, he was confronted by the ghastly scar, crimson and slashing across his visage, which only added to his dismay. Physical injuries were negligible for one of his stature, and he had initially believed such a trivial wound could be easily remedied. However, upon returning to the Hall of Fragrance, he exhausted all methods, including self-dismemberment and reconstruction, in an attempt to erase the whip mark from his face. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the mark remained indelible, seemingly embedded in his very essence, as if it had fused with his soul. With such a disfigured countenance, his authority was severely compromised, leaving him to ponder how he would appear before his court in the future. The Jade Emperor was beset by melancholy, grabbing a wine jug from the table and blowing into its opening. Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, has arrived. The voice of a palace maid suddenly rang out from outside the Hall of Fragrance. The Jade Emperor considered evading her presence, but the Queen Mother had already entered with grace. Seeing this, he hastily placed his left hand on the table, shielding his scarred face, subtly adjusting the angle as she moved closer. Observing the Emperor's peculiar demeanor, the Queen Mother approached with curiosity. Haotian, you seem rather strange today. Strange? Do you not see the melancholic charm I possess? The Jade Emperor's gaze deepened, revealing a hint of his vulnerability. Though he typically presented an imposing, stoic front to the celestial officials and beings of the three realms, he felt no need for such formality in the presence of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother, having once shared a primordial existence with the Jade Emperor, had witnessed his transformation from a mere stone to a divine being. Their bond had evolved from sibling companionship to profound affection over eons, especially following the fall of the Demon Court and the Jade Emperor's ascension as the supreme deity of the three realms. Seated beside him, the Queen Mother tenderly took hold of his arm and gently moved it aside. Upon seeing the blood-red lash across his face, her eyes widened in shock. What happened to you? This tale is rather lengthy. The Jade Emperor replied with a rueful smile, recounting the series of events leading to his current plight. It appears that this mark was left by an elder as punishment for your transgression, the Queen Mother deduced after hearing his account. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. Should I seek forgiveness now, the elder may still be incensed, and it could backfire. Yet, if I refrain from approaching, many matters await my involvement in the journey to the west orchestrated by the Buddhist realm. What shall I do? The Jade Emperor lamented, his brows furrowing deeper as he downed another gulp of wine. I have been experimenting with various celestial herbs and flowers in the Yaoqi, concocting this cosmetic powder, which may temporarily conceal your imperfection. After some time has passed, you can present a gift and seek to atone, the Queen Mother suggested, waving her sleeve to reveal dozens of exquisite bottles on the table. I have instructed preparations for the Yaoqi Grand Assembly, and the 7 sisters of Tian Shou and Tian Yang are already in the peach orchard harvesting peaches, so the heavenly court should be relatively free for now. The Queen Mother reassured the Jade Emperor as she began to apply the concealer to his scar. Truly, you are my wise partner. Yet, my right eyelid has begun to twitch. Could it portend ill fortune? The Jade Emperor inquired with evident concern. Do not fret. The sages are currently restrained from intervening in the three realms, and with the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court deposed, there is little cause for alarm. The Queen Mother comforted him. Perhaps I have been overly anxious due to this lash, the Jade Emperor conceded, closing his eyes to patiently endure the Queen Mother's ministrations. Meanwhile, outside the peach orchard, the 7 fairies, clad in garments of red, white, blue, black, purple, yellow, and green, descended from the heavens. They were statuesque and graceful, their exquisite features complemented by flowing dresses that imbued them with an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Sisters, be meticulous when selecting peaches. Aim for the plump, crimson ones. We must not allow father and mother to lose face, Princess Tian Shou advised, holding a delicate basket woven from celestial vines. Rest assured, sister. This is hardly our first endeavor, Princess Tian Yu replied with a smile. Indeed, the recent events have been tumultuous. First, Zhao Gongming unexpectedly broke free from the list of deities and defeated Tai Jinren, only for Guangqingzi to seek vengeance and ultimately meet his demise. Not long ago, the list of deities re-emerged, and the true spirits of the disciples of the returned to their original forms. One cannot help but wonder what chaos will unfold next. Princess Tian Yang remarked, her delicate brows furrowing with concern. Sister, you wouldn't be harboring mortal sentiments, seeking to descend to the mortal realm for a suitable partner amid this turmoil, would you? Princess Tian Chang teased with a playful smile. How dare you? I shall deal with you. Princess Tian Yang's cheeks flushed with indignation as she playfully retaliated. Big sister, save me. She has uncovered my secret thoughts and is now enraged. Princess Tian Chong cried out, as the seven sisters frolicked and bantered their way into the peach orchard. However, upon entering the orchard and witnessing the strewn branches and barren peach trees, they halted in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend that not a single peach remained on the 3,600 trees. The ground was littered with broken branches, presenting a scene of utter devastation. What could have happened? The seven fairies, clutching their baskets, gingerly navigated through the trees until they stumbled upon the source of the calamity. Sun Wukong sprawled on a branch, his round belly rising and falling as he snored. Sun Wukong! Princess Tian Shou exclaimed, recognizing the culprit, her brows furrowing in anger. Huh? Sun Wukong jolted awake, slipping off the branch but deftly rotating in midair to land gracefully. Esteemed fairies, what brings you to seek me? He inquired nonchalantly, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. What has become of the peaches in the orchard? The seven fairies encircled him, glaring with fury. Oh, I consumed them all. I must admit, while these peaches are juicy and sweet, they lack substantial nourishment. I am not particularly fond of them, Sun Wukong replied, casually using the grass to pick his teeth, unimpressed by the peach's reputed wonders. You devoured every single peach from the 3,600 trees. Princess Tian Rong shot him an incredulous glare. Sun Wukong, you are exceedingly bold. The Pan Tao, cultivated by the Queen Mother herself, is intended to grace the grand gathering at the Yaoqi, where celestial beings and mighty powers from all realms are to be entertained. Do you comprehend the enormity of your transgression? The Princess of Longevity, infuriated by Sun Wukong's nonchalance, felt her delicate face pale. I, the great sage equal to heaven, stand on equal footing with your Jade Emperor. Do you truly believe that a few spoiled peaches are beyond my reach? Sun Wukong declared with great indignation. A few peaches? You have consumed countless. The Princess of Celestial Manifestation was utterly speechless. You are merely a demon monkey from the mortal realm. My father, being benevolent, has conferred upon you the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, and you take it seriously. My mother's grand feast at Yaoqi has invited all the mighty powers of the three realms and celestial officials, yet you were not among them. Do you truly think you can compare yourself to my father? The princesses of celestial glory and celestial prosperity, in their fury, addressed Sun Wukong without reserve. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's previously smug expression abruptly froze. He had assumed that being bestowed the title of Great Sage equal to heaven would elevate him to equal standing with the Jade Emperor. Little did he know that this title was merely a hollow honor, devoid of genuine respect. He had been nothing more than a pawn in their game all along. This is infuriating. His face flushed with rage, Sun Wukong tossed the grass he had been holding onto the ground with force. Humph! I shall report your crimes to my father, and see if he does not send you to the execution platform for celestials. The Princess of Longevity scoffed coldly, turning toward the exit of the peach garden. Freeze! Sun Wukong pointed a finger and cast a binding spell, rendering the seven fairies motionless in place. The Jade Emperor dares to mock me. I shall make him pay dearly for this affront, turning this peach banquet into utter chaos. With a stormy expression, Sun Wukong marched toward the exit of the peach garden. Chapter 48. The disruption of the Yaoqi Grand Assembly within the fragrant hall. The Jade Emperor meticulously examined the Haotian mirror from various angles, a satisfied smile gradually gracing his face. Indeed, Zitong, your craftsmanship is truly exquisite. As long as no one approaches me closely or observes with divine consciousness, the marks upon my face will remain undetected, the Jade Emperor remarked with contentment. Given his esteemed position, even the attending celestial maidens could not draw near, and presently, no one in the heavenly court dared to extend their divine perception towards the Jade Emperor. However, this was merely a temporary measure. It would require the direct intervention of that esteemed elder to completely erase the marks upon his visage. The Queen Mother of the West carefully stowed away the various vials and jars from the table. Fear not, I shall remember. After some time, once the elder's anger has subsided, I will present gifts and seek their forgiveness, the Jade Emperor said with a cheerful demeanor. Yet, he could not shake off the persistent twitching of his right eyelid, a heavy foreboding weighing upon his heart, as if calamity were imminent. As the Queen Mother of the West applied concealer for the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong had already arrived at the Yaoqi. In the Yaoqi, Phoenix's sword and myriad flowers blossomed in a splendid display. Remarkable stones shimmered, and auspicious mists descended like a cascade of stars, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful. The waters of the Yaoqi rippled with the leaps of dragons and fish, clouds swirling in a riot of colors as pink petals floated down, creating concentric circles upon the surface. The beauty of the Yaoqi was unparalleled, a celestial realm unmatched across the three realms. Rows of tables adorned with golden delicacies and exquisite dishes were laid out, various rare treasures and spiritual fruits gleaming enticingly in jade plates. However, as the Yaoqi Grand Assembly was still being prepared, only a flurry of busy celestial maidens could be seen bustling about. Humph, the Yaoqi Grand Assembly, I, the old monkey, shall attend uninvited, Sun Wukong declared as he manifested his true form from the void, intent on turning the peach banquet upside down. Who goes there? This is sacred ground of the Yaoqi. Depart at once. The celestial maidens exclaimed upon seeing Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, hastily trying to shoo him away. As Sun Wukong realized that even the celestial maidens did not recognize the great sage equal to heaven, he felt a surge of indignation, his fury escalating. With a fierce grin, Sun Wukong bared his teeth, causing the maidens to pale in terror and flee the Yaoqi. Gazing upon the countless spiritual fruits and celestial brews within the Yaoqi, Sun Wukong's mind stirred, and he promptly absorbed them, along with the tables, into his inner world. With countless miniature realms within him, accommodating these treasures was a trivial matter. Let the Yaoqi Grand Assembly commence. After seizing the spiritual fruits and celestial brews, Sun Wukong, still unsatisfied, stood beside the Yaoqi and unfastened his belt. With a resounding splash, he began to pour water into the Yaoqi, transforming the once clear, radiant waters into a murky mess. The dragon fish, carefully nurtured by the Queen Mother of the West, floated belly up, frothing at the mouth, evidently poisoned. Heh. Sun Wukong chuckled, pleased with his handiwork. After a shiver ran through him, he fastened his belt and soared toward the Lingxiao Palace. At that moment, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were still in the fragrant hall, while the civil and military officials were adjusting their attire in preparation for the Yaoqi Grand Assembly. The Lingxiao Palace stood empty, save for a few gatekeepers. With Sun Wukong's legendary prowess, these gatekeepers were no match for him, and he easily dispatched them. Upon entering the Lingxiao Palace, he seized the Jade Emperor's 9-dragon throne. This year, it's my turn to sit. Sun Wukong grinned, having long coveted this throne. Meanwhile, the celestial maidens who had been driven away by Sun Wukong informed the giant spirit god of the chaos he had wrought at the Yaoqi. The giant spirit god burst into the Yaoqi, his face flushed with rage as he surveyed the disarray and the layer of belly-up dragon fish floating in the waters. Damnable demon monkey, you are audacious. I shall flay you alive and drag you to the immortal execution platform. The giant spirit god's furious roar echoed throughout the Yaoqi, summoning the heavenly deities to hunt down Sun Wukong. Chapter 49. The Jade Emperor's Distress. Your crystal has been stolen. Capture Sun Wukong. With a commanding voice, the giant spirit god issued orders, and countless celestial officials led millions of heavenly soldiers in a fervent pursuit of Sun Wukong. You go to Cloud Palace. You to Pisha Palace. You to Wuming Palace. I shall head to the Peach Garden. The demon monkey Sun Wukong has committed grave offenses, defied celestial authority, and disrupted the grand peach banquet. We must locate him and impose severe punishment. The giant spirit god, towering and clad in silver chainmail, with a beast-headed belt around his waist and a massive axe in hand, directed the celestial officials with utmost seriousness. Yes, the celestial generals responded, dispersing in groups to scavenge every corner of the heavens in search of Sun Wukong. Search thoroughly. Do not let this demon monkey escape. The commotion of the celestial beings roused the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother within the fragrant hall. Dressed in simple white garments, they stepped outside to inquire about the bustling activity. What is happening? What are you searching for? The mighty god, upon hearing their question, immediately bowed and reported, Your Majesty, the demon monkey Sun Wukong has disrupted the peach banquet and even urinated in the peach pool, killing the dragon fishes within. He continued, Lord Giant Spirit is commanding us to capture Sun Wukong and bring him before your throne for judgment. The Jade Emperor paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. That monkey is indeed mischievous. The peach banquet was a trap set by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother for Sun Wukong, so upon learning of his antics, the Jade Emperor was not overly astonished. The only surprise was Wukong's absurdity in urinating in the celestial pool. Although the Queen Mother was displeased to learn that her cherished dragonfishes had perished due to Wukong's actions, she accepted it with grace. For the sake of the heavenly merits post the journey to the West Calamity, the loss of the dragon fishes was hardly significant. They could simply be raised anew. Report, Your Majesty, the treasures from Cloud Palace, Pisha Palace, Wuming Palace, and all 36 palaces and 72 halls of the heavens have been completely plundered by Sun Wukong. Another celestial official hurriedly flew in and knelt before the Jade Emperor, delivering the news. Your Majesty, this demon monkey has shown utter contempt for celestial authority. I suggest we summon all celestial officials to join in the search for Sun Wukong. Once found, we must ensnare him in a heavenly net. The mighty god proposed. Such greed from that monkey. No wonder my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly, thought the Jade Emperor, still unruffled. To him, the great celestial monarch, Sun Wukong was merely a pawn in their quest for heavenly merit. Anger towards such a monkey would diminish his celestial stature. Moreover, even if Wukong raided the heavens, capturing him in the future would simply return the treasures to their rightful place. Capturing Sun Wukong, who possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, would require an army of at least 100 billion celestial soldiers to ensnare him. Thus, the Jade Emperor decided against a grand show of force, instructing them to search slowly and without haste. The mighty god was taken aback, unable to fathom how the Jade Emperor, who had always upheld celestial regulations, could be so lenient towards the demon monkey. Witnessing the mighty god's bewilderment, the Jade Emperor smiled gently and waved his white paper fan. Sun Wukong, born of heaven and earth, achieving the level of great Luo golden immortal, is indeed a rarity. Heaven possesses the virtue of nurturing life, and as the great celestial monarch, I must heed the will of the heavens. Sun Wukong is merely accustomed to his freedom in the mortal realm. He is unruly but not beyond redemption. With patience, perhaps I can guide him towards the right path. The mighty god was astounded by the Jade Emperor's expansive perspective and profound intentions. The image of the Jade Emperor grew immensely in the mighty god's eyes, radiating a divine glow of benevolence. Report, Your Majesty. Just then, the giant spirit god descended hastily, appearing at the entrance of the fragrant hall, his expression complex, as if bearing heavy news. Not wanting to speak directly in front of the mighty god, he communicated with the Jade Emperor through thought. Upon hearing the news, the Jade Emperor's body trembled, his countenance shifting visibly from pale to dark, then to a deep purple. The once calm and content Jade Emperor now radiated an intense, palpable aura of fury. At all costs, find Sun Wukong and eliminate him. Today, even the saints cannot save him. I decree it. The Jade Emperor's eyes blazed with fire, his neck veins protruding, as he crushed the white paper fan in his grip into shreds. Though the mighty god stood several paces away, he was still taken aback by the Jade Emperor's overwhelming pressure. The Jade Emperor's aura was terrifying, a boiling sea of divine power and the force of nearby laws. Both the mighty god and the giant spirit god felt like fragile boats on stormy seas, at risk of being torn apart at any moment. The mighty god was perplexed, unable to understand what the giant spirit god had reported to provoke such wrath in the Jade Emperor. Previously, upon learning of Wukong's theft, the Jade Emperor had remained composed and unbothered. Why are you standing there? Go and search immediately, the Jade Emperor commanded. Yes, yes. The mighty god and the giant spirit god hurriedly complied, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would incite the Jade Emperor's wrath. Find that wretched monkey. Kill him. Dismember him. The Jade Emperor gritted his teeth, his chest heaving with rage, fists clenched tightly, on the verge of an explosion. He had intended merely to stage a performance with the Buddhist sect for the beings of the three realms and accumulate some heavenly merit. Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also suffered immensely, since Long Ji was schemed against during the investiture of the gods, and descended to face calamity. The Jade Emperor had grown increasingly protective of his precious daughter, treating her with utmost care. Any male celestial official who dared to speak to the seven fairies would face dire consequences. But now, his beloved daughter had been sullied by Sun Wukong alone. The Jade Emperor had been contemplating the performance, only to find that his crystal had been stolen. Wouldn't he explode with rage? The journey to the west, the heavenly merits, the western two saints, none of it mattered to the Jade Emperor now. He only desired to find Sun Wukong and subject him to the most excruciating punishment imaginable. Your Majesty, if we both release our divine consciousness, it will encompass the entire heavens, and we shall surely draw out Sun Wukong, proposed the Queen Mother of the Peach Garden. Indeed, divine consciousness. I had nearly forgotten in my fury. The Jade Emperor, reminded by the Queen Mother, recalled his own peak cultivation level and quickly released his divine consciousness to envelop the entire heavenly realm. Chapter 50. The great battle approaches as the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother joined forces to unleash their divine consciousness in an attempt to locate Sun Wukong. He fortuitously burst forth from the southern heavenly gate, departing from the celestial court, rather than a mere intrusion. It could be said that Sun Wukong boldly soared out with swagger, as the 4 heavenly kings of the demon clan merely offered a token resistance. Although the disciples of the did not refer to the Jade Emperor as the heavenly boy as they did before the Fengshen calamity, their relationship was far from amicable. From the perspective of the disciples, since the Jade Emperor had previously disregarded the oppression they faced from the disciples of the Chan religion, they felt no obligation to impede Sun Wukong's escape. Otherwise, with powerful beings like Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Xiao, and the Golden Spirit Mother present, it would have been utterly impossible for Sun Wukong to plunder the 36 palaces and 72 halls of the Celestial Court without a trace. Your Majesty, that demon monkey Sun Wukong has dashed out of the southern heavenly gate and fled to the Flower and Fruit Mountain, reported the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear. I shall go and slay this demon monkey. The enraged Jade Emperor immediately resolved to traverse the void and descend to the mortal realm, intending to uproot both Sun Wukong and the entire Flower and Fruit Mountain. Your Majesty, you cannot act personally. Although the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool was equally furious, she had not entirely lost her composure. Why? Am I not the sovereign of the 3 realms? Am I not permitted to avenge my daughter myself? The Jade Emperor's fury reached its zenith. In this state, only the Queen Mother dared to intervene. Otherwise, even the ever-loyal Bai Jinxian would be sent to the execution platform for speaking so boldly. Your Majesty, the matter has occurred, and only you, and the giant spirit god are aware of it. However, if you personally descend to confront Sun Wukong and disrupt the plans of the 2 saints of the West, both Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin will not only send their good corpses to intervene, but they will also undoubtedly investigate the cause of your rage. With their saintly powers, should they uncover the truth and inform the beings of the 3 realms, the dignity of the Celestial Court would suffer immensely. And how would Shower and the others be able to live with such disgrace? The Queen Mother of the Jade Pool earnestly advised through her transmission. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's murderous intent gradually subsided. The Queen Mother's reasoning held substantial weight. If matters escalated to that extent, it was likely that Shou and the others would feel utterly ashamed to exist in this world. He could not forsake the lives of his 7 daughters in pursuit of vengeance against Sun Wukong. I understand. You speak wisely. Please return to the Jade Pool and reassure Shower and the others that there is no need for concern. No one else will know of this matter. Moreover, I shall certainly capture Sun Wukong, flay him, and ensure he never attains rebirth. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor had weathered countless storms, and despite the seething anger within, he quickly regained his composure. Very well. The Queen Mother nodded and promptly soared back towards the Jade Pool. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong navigated through the chaotic currents of the 9 heavens and swiftly returned to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Children, your king has returned. With a grand gesture, Sun Wukong unleashed a torrential downpour of spiritual fruits and peaches, showering them down like a deluge. Woohoo! Woohoo! The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain were overjoyed, eagerly gathering the spiritual fruits. For these monkeys, each fruit was an exceedingly rare treasure. Many monkeys, after consuming a single spiritual fruit, radiated brilliance, their pores exuding vitality, and their cultivation levels surged dramatically. Upon hearing the commotion, the Bull Demon King, the Jiao Demon King, and the Peng Demon King emerged from the water curtain cave. Brother. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's return, they were equally elated. Thank you, brothers, for watching over Flower and Fruit Mountain during my absence. Sun Wukong descended before the Bull Demon King and the others. It was a trivial matter. The Bull Demon King chuckled heartily, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Though a day in the heavens equated to a year on earth, for beings of their caliber, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. Brother, how was the Celestial Court? Was it enjoyable? The Monkey King inquired curiously. Don't even get me started. Just thinking about it makes me furious. The mere recollection of being duped by the Jade Emperor and others, playing the fool to their whims, filled Sun Wukong with vexation. What happened? Wasn't Bai asking you to ascend to an official position? The Jiao Demon King asked, intrigued. Despite the somewhat humiliating process, Sun Wukong felt no need to conceal the whole truth from his brothers and recounted everything. However, he opted to withhold the details of the altercation with the 7 fairies in the Peach Garden. Although he harbored a deep-seated resentment for the Jade Emperor, he sensed that divulging such information would be unwise. This Jade Emperor truly goes too far. Having Bai Jinxian invite me to ascend. How could he toy with me like this? He utterly disregards our demon clan. The Ping Demon King was equally incensed. We were merely enjoying our time here in Flower and Fruit Mountain, and yet the Jade Emperor seeks trouble, blatantly oppressing our demon clan. The Jiao Demon King's 9 heads began to roar, exuding ferocity. I did not let the Jade Emperor have his way either. All the treasures from the 36 palaces and 72 halls of the Celestial Court have been plundered by me. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing all the treasures he had seized from the Celestial Court. Under the brilliance of countless treasures, the entire water curtain cave was illuminated as if it were daytime. Haha, it's just as I expected. I knew my brother would not come back empty-handed. The Prung Demon King and the others laughed, expressing their admiration for Sun Wukong's actions. In their view, if Sun Wukong had allowed himself to be toyed with by the Jade Emperor without retaliating, it would have been a disgrace to the Demon Kings. Brothers, take whatever treasures you desire, Sun Wukong proclaimed boldly with a wave of his hand. Haha, then we shall not hold back. The Prung Demon King and the others laughed, joyfully beginning to select their treasures. Brother, our actions today have undoubtedly severed ties with the Celestial Court. It is likely that they will soon dispatch forces to retaliate. So we must be prepared. The Bull Demon King, as the eldest brother, remained clear-headed and analyzed the situation rationally without being blinded by the treasures before them. Let them come. I, Sun Wukong, wish to see what the Jade Emperor can do to me. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, exhibiting an unwavering fearlessness. Let us take action. Indeed, the Prung Demon King echoed, brimming with fighting spirit. The Jade Emperor has oppressed our demon clan for too long. We must engage in a proper battle with the Celestial Court. The Jiao Demon King, unable to tolerate any further disrespect towards their kind, rallied. Yes. Let us declare war on the Celestial Court. The Lion Camel King, the Monkey King, and others raised their arms in unison. Had this been before, they might have feared the might of the Celestial Court. However, knowing that Sun Wukong had an invincible master at his back, they felt emboldened, ready to confront even the vast behemoth of the Celestial Court. Chapter 51. The Seven Saints versus the Heavenly Court at Flower and Fruit Mountain. Amidst the fervor and battle spirit of the Demon Kings, the Heavenly Court was also in a state of urgent mobilization. Each of the 4 heavenly gates stood tall with fully armed celestial armies. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, with a somber expression, sat upon the new dragon throne, his heavy gaze surveying the assembly below. Although he had not yet spoken, the ministers flanking him could already sense the invisible aura of impending slaughter. Sun Wukong, the Demon Monkey, has violated heavenly laws and committed heinous crimes. Which of my loyal subjects is willing to take up arms and capture the Demon Monkey? The formidable voice of the Jade Emperor echoed throughout the Lingxiao Palace. I am willing. The giant spirit god was the first to step forward, cupping his hands in respect. I too shall take action to apprehend the Demon Monkey, to uphold the majesty of the heavens. A tall man clad in black armor, wielding a long sword, spoke next. He was the true martial emperor, the one tasked with vanquishing demons. Though his rank was not as high as the 6 emperors, he was undeniably a formidable being at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. I too am willing to join the fray with my son Neza to capture the Demon Monkey, Li Jing declared, stepping forward. Previously, when Sun Wukong had asked him to hold his horse, Li Jing had been quite displeased. Now was the perfect opportunity to confront Sun Wukong, and he would not let it slip by. Beside him, the cheerful Neza, adorned in red battle armor and sporting his signature double buns, felt his smile freeze at his father's words. Neza had merely wished to spectate, but his father's eagerness had drawn him into the fray. Excellent. The Jade Emperor nodded, casting his gaze around the Lingxiao Palace, awaiting further volunteers. However, Zhao Gongming, the Golden Spirit Mother, Yin Xiao, and Xiao Xiao entirely ignored the Emperor's gaze, showing no desire to engage. The 28 constellations and the 4 Demon Kings remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with the proceedings. The Jade Emperor sighed inwardly. Though the Heavenly Court appeared to be brimming with celestial beings, the number of warriors he could command was limited. Moreover, with Sun Wukong having defeated even the 10 Yama Kings, even the likes of Li Jing and the true martial emperor would find it a daunting task to subdue him. Unless, if the Heavenly Court's foremost warrior, Yang Jian, were to step forth, success would be assured. However, recalling Yang Jian's temperament made the Jade Emperor's head ache. Perhaps, with the bravery of the true martial emperor and Li Jing's exquisite 7-treasure glazed pagoda, they might indeed manage to capture that rascally monkey, the Jade Emperor murmured. He was reluctant to lower himself to request Yang Jian's assistance unless absolutely necessary. True martial, heed my command. The Jade Emperor's voice resonated powerfully throughout the Lingxiao Palace. I am here. The true martial emperor responded, cupping his hands. I appoint you as the Grand Marshal for this demon subjugation, leading 100 billion celestial soldiers to Flower and Fruit Mountain to capture the Demon Monkey. I accept the decree. Upon receiving the command, The true martial emperor strode purposefully out of the Lingxiao palace. Meanwhile, Li Jing, holding the 7-treasure glazed pagoda in his right hand and dramatically tossing his cloak with his left, followed closely behind. Report. The 72 cave masters have assembled. A robust black bear demon announced to the bull demon king. Good. The bull demon king nodded in satisfaction. The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain had only just begun their path of cultivation. Numbering less than 1 million, they were no match for the celestial armies. As the saying goes, a day in heaven equals a year on earth. Seizing the opportunity, the bull demon king, the flood dragon king, and the rock demon king gathered their 72 cave demon generals and billions of demon troops to prepare for a decisive battle against the heavenly court. At the pinnacle of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the banners of the 7 saints, the great sage equal to heaven, the great sage who covers the sea, the great sage who blends the heavens, the great sage who moves mountains, the great sage who drives away spirits, the great sage who communicates with the wind, and the great sage who stands tall fluttered in the wind, signifying their declaration of war against the heavenly court. Suddenly, the sky darkened at a visible pace, the sunlight obscured, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter filled the air. They are quick to arrive, the bull demon king murmured, raising his head to see the rapidly approaching heavenly army. The 100 billion celestial soldiers, clad uniformly in silver armor and wielding long spears, blotted out the sun. Their battle flags fluttering, their weapons glinting with a cold light that exuded an unmatched pressure. At the forefront, the true martial emperor, with the demon-slaying sword at his side, sat atop a massive black tortoise, exuding a commanding presence. The tortoise, towering 10,000 feet, was entirely black, its shell engraved with ancient Tao patterns, its eyes sparkling with life. Beside the tortoise stood a dark red serpent, rearing upright, hissing and flicking its crimson tongue, its gaze as sharp as a blade, as if it could strike at any moment. To the left of the true martial emperor stood Li Jing, the towering king, clad in golden armor. His red cape billowed behind him as he held the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, surveying the scene from the clouds. To his right were the giant spirit god, glaring fiercely with his battle axe, and the unwilling Neza, who wore a reluctant expression, perched on his wind-fire wheels. Seeing this, the billions of demon soldiers of Flower and Fruit Mountain hurriedly seized their weapons and rushed out from their lairs, preparing to engage in battle with the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao palace, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, and a supreme innate treasure, the Haotian mirror, adorned with 9 golden dragons, soared into the air, expanding to thousands of feet in size within the hall. Under the Emperor's guidance, the Haotian mirror emitted a soft blue light, displaying a scene of Flower and Fruit Mountain amidst blooming flowers and golden mist. However, upon witnessing the scene at Flower and Fruit Mountain, the Jade Emperor's fury surged anew. The Bull Demon King, the Rock Demon King, and Sun Wukong were merrily seated at a stone table atop the mountain, indulging in drink and merriment. The table was laden with golden vessels and jade plates, as well as various divine fruits and celestial brews, all pilfered from the heavenly court. Most infuriating of all, Sun Wukong sat arrogantly upon the Jade Emperor's throne of supreme dragons, nonchalantly crossing his legs, radiating an air of supreme satisfaction. You have defiled my daughter and covet my position as the supreme deity of the 3 realms. Sun Wukong, you had best pray you do not fall into my hands. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened, his overwhelming celestial might filling the Lingxiao palace, rendering the minister silent and fearful. The true martial emperor gazed at the flags of the 7 saints fluttering in the wind atop Flower and Fruit Mountain, as well as at Sun Wukong, who lounged on the throne. He furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, shall we send the giant spirit god as the vanguard to engage Sun Wukong? Li Jing inquired softly. A mere demon monkey. I alone am sufficient to handle this, the true martial emperor replied with a sidelong glance at Li Jing. The true martial emperor was not being arrogant or seeking to claim all the glory. Rather, he understood that Li Jing, despite being a king, was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, due to his dual affiliations with the Chan school and Buddhism. Neza, while competent at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, was still only on par with the 10 Yama kings. Since even the 10 Yama kings had been defeated by Sun Wukong, Neza would never be able to contend with him. As for the giant spirit god, he was merely at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and could at most deal with the weakest of the 7 demon kings of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Thus, the true martial emperor knew that he was the only one among the heavenly forces capable of facing Sun Wukong in battle. Yes, we await the triumphant return of your Majesty, Li Jing said with a forced smile. The giant tortoise promptly carried the true martial emperor away from the ranks of the heavenly army, soaring towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Chapter 52. The affection of uncle and the filial piety of nephew Sun Wukong. You previously wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and disturbed the underworld. The Emperor, out of consideration for your innate nature as a spirit monkey, has summoned you to heaven to serve as an official, hoping to guide you back to righteousness. Yet, to our dismay, you, this unruly monkey, have repaid kindness with malice, disrupting the Grand Peach Banquet and plundering the 36 palaces and 72 halls of heaven, committing heinous crimes. I am commanded to capture you and present you to the Emperor for judgment. The great Emperor Jinwu thundered, his authoritative voice reverberating like rolling thunder across the sky, leaving the myriad little demons of Flower Fruit Mountain in a daze. Bah! The Jade Emperor merely seeks amusement at my expense, yet speaks so grandly. If it is battle you seek, let us fight without pretext. Sun Wukong retorted without reservation. My brothers and I revel freely in Flower Fruit Mountain, while your heavenly court deliberately provokes us, mocking our demon king. Do you truly believe us to be easy prey? The bull demon king coldly remarked, exhaling 2 jets of murky white vapor from his nostrils. I shall capture the demon monkey Sun Wukong today, and all his accomplices shall share in his punishment. I advise you to act wisely, the great Emperor Jinwu declared solemnly, his long years of vanquishing demons lending him an aura of unyielding authority. I wish to see if your bravado matches your abilities. The Peng demon king exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, ready to engage the giant spirit god in battle. Third brother, since the great Emperor Jinwu has come to seek me, allow me to entertain him. Sun Wukong said with a chuckle, stepping forward to confront the Peng demon king. After the previous clash with the 10 Yama kings, Sun Wukong could only claim to have stretched his muscles and bones, yet had not truly engaged in a fierce battle. Very well. The Peng demon king, seeing Sun Wukong's insistence to confront, suppressed his own desire for combat and sat down, raising a cup to spectate. Sun Wukong leaped from the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain, soaring into the vast sky, facing the great Emperor Jinwu from a distance. Without much ado, the great Emperor drew his mid-grade innate spirit weapon, the demon-slaying sword, and struck directly at Sun Wukong. The blood-red sword energy howled forth, swift as lightning, but Sun Wukong, relying on his nimble agility, evaded the blow. When the demon-slaying sword descended, the blood-red energy cleaved a mountain of 1,000,000 zhong in 2 from a distance, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. Hail to our king! Our king is mighty. Our king is unparalleled. The monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain waved the flag of the great sage heaven sent, cheering fervently. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the heavenly army began to beat drums and raise flags in support of the great Emperor Jinwu. Following the Emperor's assault, his Xian turtle and Xian serpent also joined the fray. The natural patterns on the Xian turtle's shell glowed, radiating a pure light, forming a colossal formation that pressed down upon Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the Xian serpent transformed into a crimson streak, darting from various angles to launch sneak attacks on Sun Wukong. The Xian serpent was adorned with intricate patterns, and an eye-like symbol appeared at the back of its head, rising on 2 legs like a massive red ladle, its pair of ivory fangs harboring deadly venom. As the Xian turtle's formation emerged, Sun Wukong felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. His movements and spiritual power significantly hindered. The demon-slaying sword wielded by the great Emperor Jinwu was swift and fierce, unleashing an onslaught as relentless as a torrential downpour, capable of delivering thousands of strikes in an instant. Meanwhile, the cunning Xian serpent continuously sought for Sun Wukong's vulnerabilities, striking whenever an opportunity arose. A single bite from the Xian serpent could reduce even an indestructible body to a pool of putrid flesh. With the combined might of the great Emperor Jinwu and his Xian turtle and Xian serpent, their coordination was flawless, a seamless assault. Even the bull demon king, who had once followed a sage, found it challenging to withstand. Unfortunately, his adversary was none other than Sun Wukong, the cherished disciple of Feng, who had cultivated the mythological system. In the years since departing from Mount Foxuan, although Sun Wukong had indulged in revelry with the bull demon king and others, he had never forgotten his master's teachings, remaining vigilant against the schemes of the 2 saints of Buddhism. His cultivation never waned. Coupled with the treasures from the Dragon King of the East Sea and the vast resources plundered from heaven, Sun Wukong had ascended from the early stage of the mythological mortal realm to the mid-stage, experiencing a significant surge in strength. With merely a slight exertion of his spiritual power, the restrictions imposed by the Xian turtle formation dissipated in an instant. Facing the fierce assault of the demon-slaying sword, Sun Wukong did not shy away, resolutely meeting it with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp and resonant sounds of their clashes echoed, sending ripples of sharp sound waves across the realm, leaving all living beings in the vicinity with buzzing heads. To engage the blade of the demon-slaying sword with his fists was indeed extraordinary. Who would have imagined that Sun Wukong's physique was so formidable, rivaling that of the legendary 12 ancestors of the ancient Witch clan? In the Lingxiao Palace, the civil and military officials marveled at Sun Wukong's extraordinary valor, all secretly gasping in awe. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan were born of Panga's essence, and here was Sun Wukong, merely a naturally born stone monkey. Yet his physical form had achieved such astounding prowess, it was truly astonishing. It seemed that the great Emperor Zhenwu would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue Sun Wukong. Although the two had only just begun to clash, the Jade Emperor had already anticipated the outcome. Sun Wukong's strength exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. With a wave of his hand, a golden decree materialized from his sleeve, transforming into a stream of golden light that flew through the northern heavenly gate, heading towards the Guanjiangqiu. Shortly thereafter, the Jade Emperor's decree returned to his hand with a reply. With eager anticipation, he opened it, only to find a few terse characters, "Not interested, leave." Although the relationship between Yang Jian and the Jade Emperor had somewhat eased following the investiture of the gods, and Yang Jian had agreed to listen to summons, but not proclamations. It was only under the condition of protecting the beings of the three realms and vanquishing demons that he would heed the Jade Emperor's directives. Now, in the matter of subduing Sun Wukong, which the Jade Emperor had instigated, Yang Eryi had no interest in intervening. Despite being the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor had grown accustomed to receiving such blunt reprimands from his own nephew. After all, this disrespectful remark was trivial compared to the time when Yang Jian had wielded the Balian lantern and personally stormed the heavenly court. Contemplating for a moment, the Jade Emperor penned another decree urging Yang Jian to take action, suggesting that Sun Wukong's formidable strength and unique techniques could greatly benefit Yang Jian, who was currently striving to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, Yang Jian's junior brother, Neza, had already ventured to Flower-Fruit Mountain, and given Sun Wukong's fierce nature, Yang Jian's intervention was crucial to ensure Neza's safety. The Jade Emperor waved his hand once more, dispatching the new decree as a stream of light that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 53. Neza enters the fray. Meanwhile, above Flower-Fruit Mountain, the battle between Sun Wukong and the true martial emperor had reached a fever pitch. At that moment, the lurking Xian snake, seizing its opportunity, sprang forth, wrapping itself around Sun Wukong's legs, arms, and torso like a constricting vine. The myriad celestial soldiers of the heavenly court and the officials within the Lingxiao Hall felt a surge of hope as they witnessed this turn of events. Once ensnared, Xian snake opened its gaping maw, revealing a pair of razor-sharp venomous fangs, and lunged towards Sun Wukong's neck. Simultaneously, the true martial emperor swung his demon-slaying sword towards the same target, intent on decapitating the rebellious monkey. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing resonated through the air. Xian snake's fangs struck Sun Wukong's neck, only to shatter as they met a barrier akin to divine gold, sending sparks flying. The true martial emperor's sword met the same fate, leaving merely a faint white mark on Sun Wukong's neck, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. Gasp. The officials of the heavenly court collectively inhaled sharply, their heads buzzing in astonishment. They had assumed Sun Wukong's strength lay solely in his fists, but the realization that even his neck possessed such impenetrable fortitude was beyond their expectations. The true martial emperor, a figure of considerable prowess at the peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, was unable to inflict any damage. "Huh. It seems your so-called imperial prowess is rather overrated," Sun Wukong chuckled. Recognizing the true martial emperor's limitations, he felt no threat from him whatsoever. As Sun Wukong summoned his strength, Xian Snake emitted a pitiful wail before being utterly obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. With a powerful punch, he shattered the head of the giant tortoise beneath the true martial emperor, sending its massive body crashing down from the skies. The true martial emperor's scalp prickled in fear. Having vanquished countless demons and monsters in his lifetime, he had never encountered such formidable strength as Sun Wukong's. While he was momentarily dazed, Sun Wukong delivered another punch aimed at the emperor's forehead. The emperor raised his sword to block, only to be sent flying 100,000 miles, crashing through several mountain ranges, leaving a deep gash in the earth before finally coming to a halt. When the dust settled, the illustrious true martial emperor lay completely buried beneath rubble and dirt. The once mighty demon-slaying sword cracked ominously under the sheer force of Sun Wukong's strike. "Whoa, Our king is invincible. Our king is unmatched. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in jubilant cheers, waving their flags in exuberance. Even the likes of the Bull Demon King and the Pink Demon King were astonished by Sun Wukong's true prowess, marveling at the fact that he had vanquished the renowned true martial emperor without invoking any divine spells or powers, relying solely on his physical might. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood at the mere level of a mythical human immortal. If he were to ascend to the realm of a mythical celestial immortal or even a mythical golden immortal, how formidable would he become? Surely, he would be capable of overpowering even the venerable Hongjun Daozu. The Bull Demon King and the Pink Demon King exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with hope for the resurgence of their kind. Meanwhile, the officials of the heavenly court, witnessing the once mighty, true martial emperor being so swiftly subdued, were expressions of shock. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. While he had anticipated that the true martial emperor would likely fall short against Sun Wukong, he had not expected such a rapid and devastating defeat. The once mighty emperor now lay trapped beneath the rubble, likely having lost half his life from that singular blow. Let us hope Yang Jian will intervene, the Jade Emperor murmured. Despite having provided ample justification in his edict, Yang Jian had yet to respond, leaving the Jade Emperor uncertain about his nephew's intentions. Old man with the pagoda, stop striking poses and come forth to spar with me. Show me what you've got. Sun Wukong taunted, beckoning Li Jing after defeating the true martial emperor. Li Jing, taken aback, snorted coldly and ignored him. He had secured his position as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king due to the support of the Chan school and the Buddhist sections. Knowing that even the true martial emperor had been incapacitated by Sun Wukong, he realized that he would likely be dispatched in an instant should he step forward. Huh, old man with the pagoda, are you merely a figurehead? Sun Wukong continued to ridicule in front of the multitude of celestial soldiers. Ha ha. The billions of demons in Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the skies, leaving Li Jing utterly embarrassed. Neza, come forth. I shall pave the way for you, Li Jing commanded. Neza frowned at his father's words, his face marred by displeasure. When he was born, Li Jing had nearly struck him down. The subsequent neglect from Li Jing had led Neza to become unruly, even extracting the Dragon Prince's tendons from the East Sea. The Dragon King sought vengeance by flooding the town of Chintang, and to spare the innocent, Neza chose to end his own life, severing flesh from his mother and bones from his father. From that moment, their father-son relationship had effectively come to an end. When Li Jing learned that Mu Jia and others were using clay effigies to gather spiritual energy to resurrect Neza, he had flown into a rage, destroying the effigies and nearly causing Neza's spirit to disperse. It was only through the intervention of Tai Jinren, utilizing lotus flowers and leaves, that Neza was able to regain a new form. Thus, Neza harbored no fondness for this father who had attempted to take his life multiple times. Were it not for the bestowal of the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda by the lantern-lighting Taoist, he would have long since pierced Li Jing with a spear. Now, witnessing Sun Wukong effortlessly shatter the true martial emperor, Li Jing, fully aware that Neza was only at the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, still attempted to push him forward to face danger. It was akin to sending him to his doom. Sun Wukong is challenging you, if you wish to answer. You may do so yourself, Neza huffed, turning his head away. My son, do you dare to defy your father? Have you so quickly forgotten the taste of the Yoli divine fire? Li Jing rebuked, his brows furrowing in indignation. At the mention of the divine fire, a flicker of fear crossed Neza's youthful face. Though Li Jing lacked strength, the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda had been tampered with by the lantern-lighting Taoist. Should Li Jing activate the pagoda, he could easily imprison Neza within and burn him with the divine fire. The thought alone sent shivers down Neza's spine. Fine. Reluctantly, Neza acquiesced, stepping onto his wind-fire wheels, brandishing the fire-tipped spear as he soared towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 54. Surprise Attack. No Code of Conduct. Haha. The esteemed Heavenly King, the great king of the Heavenly Court, dares not respond to my challenge and instead sends forth his child to meet his demise. Per Neza. With a father like you, must have endured generations of misfortune. You should perhaps consider renaming yourself the Backward Turtle King. Observing this, Sun Wukong pointed and laughed heartily at Li Jing, his mockery unmistakable. Sun Wukong's words struck a chord with Neza, who, had it not been for the Emperor and the celestial officials supervising the battle, would have given Sun Wukong a thumbs up in approval. Backward Turtle! Backward Turtle! Commanded by the Bull Demon King and others, the myriad of demon beings from Flower Fruit Mountain echoed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the Eastern Victory Divine Land. Neza, my son, Why do you not make your move? Li Jing, nearly humiliated into seeking refuge in the earth, felt his anger boiling, but knew his own strength was lacking. So he could only urge Neza to act. Fine. Neza reluctantly replied, then leapt onto his wind fire wheels to launch an assault against Sun Wukong. 3 heads and 6 arms. With a mighty shout, Neza sprouted 2 additional heads on either shoulder and 4 arms beneath his armpits. 2 of these arms wielded the fire point spear, while the other 2 grasped the universe ring and the chaos silk, unleashing a ferocious onslaught on Sun Wukong. Raining pear blossom spear. As Neza rode his wind fire wheels, his fire point spear struck out tens of thousands of times in an instant, appearing both swift and formidable, sealing off all escape routes for Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the universe ring emitted a brilliant golden light, descending upon Sun Wukong like a blazing sun. The billions of heavenly soldiers bore witness, nodding in approval. Despite Neza and Li Jing's discord, the battle commenced earnestly, as they unleashed their full might against Sun Wukong, temporarily suppressing their adversary. This ungrateful son, Li Jing cursed darkly. Unlike the heavenly soldiers beguiled by appearances, he perceived that Neza was merely putting on a show. The thunderous display was all bluster with little substance. Although Neza's attacks appeared ferocious, they lacked any real lethality. Indeed, it could be said without exaggeration that Neza expended more divine power creating various treasures and glows than he did in his assaults. The truth remained, Neza had no desire to engage in battle, compelled by Li Jing's insistence to fight. Moreover, with the likes of the giant spirit god, whose strength surpassed his own, felled by just a few of Sun Wukong's blows, engaging in true combat with him would be tantamount to seeking death. On the surface, Neza and Sun Wukong battled fiercely, while in reality, both were merely playing a part, secretly communicating through their divine senses. After a brief exchange, both felt a profound sense of camaraderie, as if they had known each other far too late. Just as Sun Wukong and Neza were engrossed in conversation, Li Jing's 7 treasures tower soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal structure, radiating boundless divine light, and hovering above Sun Wukong. The tower became inscribed with intricate patterns, and its base thundered open, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss. Be careful, that 7 treasures tower is quite sinister, Neza urgently warned Sun Wukong. Yet, it seemed Sun Wukong was taken by surprise, as he was instantly enveloped in the golden divine light descending from the tower, drawn inside. Capture, Li Jing commanded with a wave of his hand, and the 7 treasures tower swiftly shrank, returning to his palm. Aha! Li Jing cradled the tower with one hand, while stroking his beard with the other, laughing uproariously. A mere demon monkey dares to challenge me, truly unaware of his own insignificance. Let us see how you fare within my 7 treasures tower, Li Jing boasted, activating the divine fire within to incinerate Sun Wukong to ashes. Knowing Neza's character, he anticipated the latter's feigned compliance, recognizing that Neza would not truly engage with Sun Wukong. However, Li Jing's intent was for Neza to occupy Sun Wukong, allowing him to secretly employ the 7 treasures tower for a surprise attack. With his scheme successfully unfolding, he laughed triumphantly and donned a mask of arrogance. The officials of the heavenly court observed with admiration, praising Li Jing. Truly the mighty heavenly king, Li, that demon monkey, Sun Wukong, is entirely at his mercy. The 7 treasures tower is a supreme innate treasure bestowed by the ancient Buddha of light, harboring divine fire capable of incinerating all things. I wager the demon will soon be reduced to nothingness. They chattered. A mere monkey with a hint of skill grows arrogant and overestimates himself. Now, he shall reap the consequences. They continued their discussions, while the Jade Emperor remained grave and unamused, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, the Monkey King and Lion Troop King, among others, were alarmed and sprang to their feet, ready to rescue Sun Wukong. However, at that moment, the 7 treasures tower suddenly became uncontrollable in Li Jing's grasp. To his astonishment, it expanded to immense proportions and then shrank to the size of a grain of rice. Its aura fluctuated wildly, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. What is happening? Li Jing's smile vanished, replaced by disbelief. This 7 treasures tower was a supreme innate treasure bestowed by the ancient Buddha of light. Any formidable demon or spirit drawn inside was assuredly doomed. He had never witnessed anyone capable of escaping once entrapped. Even the rebellious Neza had been subdued without resistance. Nearby heavenly warriors, witnessing the tower's instability, displayed expressions of terror and hastily retreated. Li Jing, desperately forming seals, exerted all his strength to stabilize the tower. Yet, despite his face turning crimson and sweat pouring down, he could not regain control. Suddenly, the Seven Treasures Tower trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to a great bell being struck, reverberating with a thunderous boom, sending ripples of sound waves cascading outward. To the astonishment of all, the seemingly indestructible tower began to crack, resembling a spider's web, as fierce flames erupted from the fissures. Li Jing, whose fate was intertwined with the tower, suffered a grievous blow, spitting blood and staggering backward. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! His face pale as parchment. Li Jing gazed at the cracks in the Seven Treasures Tower, his eyes wide in disbelief. The supreme innate treasure was supposed to be indestructible, eternal. How could a mere golden immortal like Sun Wukong possibly shake such a relic? Just as Li Jing grappled with despair, the Seven Treasures Tower erupted with a resounding blast. This time, the entire structure shattered into countless fragments. Emerging amidst the golden radiance, Sun Wukong wielded the supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Essence Iron Rod, and charged towards Li Jing, swinging down without reservation at the latter's head. Chapter 55. The deceased's current emotions are stable. The Seven Treasures Pile Tower is inextricably linked to Li Jing. When the Seven Treasures Pile Tower shattered, Li Jing was already gravely injured. Faced with the swift and formidable strike from Sun Wukong, Li Jing was utterly defenseless, his mind instantly reduced to a state of chaos, akin to a smashed watermelon. I am a reasonable being, always advocating virtue, declared Sun Wukong. Li Jing, I ask you, do you submit? Twirling the chaos pure iron rod in his hand, the onlookers noticed a massive character for virtue inscribed upon it. Since you do not refute my words, it seems you have accepted them wholeheartedly, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at Li Jing's lifeless body plummeting from the sky with a smile. At present, the deceased's emotions remained stable. Earlier, during his battle with Neza, Sun Wukong learned that Neza had long been coerced by Li Jing through the Seven Treasures Pile Tower. Consequently, Sun Wukong resolved to venture into the lion's den and obliterate the tower. Otherwise, Li Jing would have had no opportunity to imprison him within it. Upon witnessing Li Jing's demise, Neza felt a surge of joy rather than sorrow. The heavy burden that had weighed upon him for years had finally dissipated. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor observed the scene with an unperturbed demeanor, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Li Jing had always been a spy for the Buddhist sect in the heavenly court. This was precisely why the burning lamp had bestowed the precious Seven Treasures Pile Tower as a means to win hearts. The Jade Emperor was well aware of this, yet had been unable to find a fitting opportunity to eliminate this thorn in his side. With Sun Wukong's execution of Li Jing, it aligned perfectly with the Jade Emperor's intentions. Well, the great king is invincible. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in jubilant celebration upon witnessing Sun Wukong's decisive victory over the heavenly court's giant spirit god and the slaying of the tower holder Li Tianwang. Their spirits soared as they waved the banner of the great sage equal to heaven, producing a resounding cheer. Hearing the raucous cheers behind him, Sun Wukong's face broke into a triumphant grin as he pointed the chaos pure iron rod towards the heavenly court, proclaiming loudly, "Old Jade Emperor, are there no warriors left in your court? Have you sent these frail and decrepit beings to confront me? If your court is truly devoid of strength, beware. For I shall lead the demon army to storm the heavenly palace and seize your throne." His voice resonated through the southern heaven gate, reaching the Jade Emperor's hall. Many celestial officials, hearing Sun Wukong's brazen remarks, were incensed, their faces turning purple, their beards trembling with fury. How outrageous! This demon monkey is far too reckless. Openly defying the heavenly court, he must be cast into the depths of the underworld, condemned to eternal suffering. Indeed, for millennia, none had dared to display such arrogance. He must be punished to uphold the dignity of heaven. Although many officials in the hall were filled with righteous indignation, condemning Sun Wukong with fervent words, the Jade Emperor paid them no heed. For even if they spoke until their tongues were knotted, they could inflict no substantial harm upon Sun Wukong. In light of his own inability to intervene and the disciples of the Jie sect merely spectating, he could only rely on his first nephew, Yang Jian, the foremost warrior of the three realms, to resolve this urgent crisis. Just as Sun Wukong was preparing to continue his taunts, a spatial rift suddenly opened above Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon seeing this, Bull Demon King and his companions immediately grew vigilant, their expressions tense as they focused their attention on the anomaly. For now, the realms of the Earth Immortals, East Victory, South Continent, West Bull, and North Control had been fused into a stable domain by the great power of Hong Jun, and only a being of quasi-saintly strength could disrupt such a solidified space. In other words, only a quasi-saint possessed the capability to open a spatial portal and descend upon Flower Fruit Mountain. Under the scrutiny of millions of eyes, a figure clad in a black Taoist robe, wielding a long fan, emerged from within. He was tall and imposing, with a handsome visage, starry brows, and sword-like eyes. His long hair cascading down his shoulders, exuding both gentleness and authority. As the mountain wind swirled, his hair danced and garments fluttered, presenting a figure of unparalleled grace. The foremost warrior of the three realms, Yang Jian. Upon seeing Yang Jian, Bull Demon King's countenance turned unusually grave. In the world of primordial chaos, there existed two supreme body-refining techniques. One was the 9 turns mysterious art practiced by the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The other was the 8-9 mysterious art created by Hong Jun. Mastery of the 8-9 mysterious art could elevate one's physical form to the level of a saint, rivaling the 12 ancestors who bore the blood of Pengyu, making it an exceptionally formidable path of cultivation. However, since its inception, only Yuan Hong and the Jade Ding real person had barely managed to grasp its fundamentals. Yang Jian, on the other hand, had genuinely perfected the 8-9 mysterious art, rendering him invincible against those of the same realm. Hence, he earned the title of the foremost warrior of the three realms. However, since the calamity of the gods, Yang Jian had secluded himself at Guanjing Pass, striving to break through the quasi-saint realm, seldom making an appearance. Yet, judging by his prior display of traversing the void, it was likely he had at least 1 foot within the threshold of quasi-sainthood. In such a state, even the combined might of the 7 demon kings of Flower Fruit Mountain would not suffice as a match for him. In the Jade Emperor's Hall, upon witnessing Yang Jian's arrival, he exhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had gripped him. Although this nephew had caused him considerable trouble and headaches over the years, he was confident that with Yang Jian's intervention, Sun Wukong would have no escape. With Yang Jian's current cultivation and formidable prowess, no one beneath the quasi-saint level could withstand him. The Jade Emperor held 100% certainty in this regard. What worried the Jade Emperor, however, was Yang Jian's unpredictable temperament. He had little regard for the Jade Emperor's edicts and often acted as he pleased, even regarding his orders as a mere nuisance. Thus, even upon arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain, Yang Jian might simply be there to assess the situation rather than engage Sun Wukong directly. At this moment, Yang Jian stood tall in the sky, surveying the scene below, radiating an air of confidence that seemed to disdain all. "Senior brother," Neza exclaimed joyfully as he flew towards Yang Jian upon his appearance. "Are you unharmed?" Yang Jian inquired, scrutinizing Neza from head to toe. "Rest assured, I am in excellent health," Neza replied with a smile. With the 7 treasures pile tower rendered useless and Li Jing deceased, he was indeed in the best condition imaginable. "Good," Yang Jian nodded, then deliberately ignored the tense Bull Demon King and others, redirecting his gaze to Sun Wukong. "Are you the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain?" "Sun Wukong?" Yang Jian inquired. "Indeed, that is I," Sun Wukong responded, feeling an immense pressure upon first laying eyes on Yang Jian, as if his very blood were boiling uncontrollably. "You are the one who wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, disrupted the Peach Banquet, and plundered the 36 palaces and 72 halls of heaven?" Yang Jian pressed further. "That's right. The Jade Emperor's throne was rather uncomfortable," Sun Wukong replied candidly. "Well done." To the astonishment of the countless demons and heavenly soldiers, Yang Jian displayed a smile of appreciation upon hearing Sun Wukong's admission. In that moment, even Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had expected Yang Jian to be another servant of the Jade Emperor, come to capture him, but instead, Yang Jian had commended him with a well done. Now, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether this striking figure before him was friend or foe. Chapter 56. Reinforcements turned accomplices? Upon hearing these words, the Jade Emperor of the Lingshao Treasure Hall involuntarily twitched his face twice. After all, Yang Jian, known as the second son of heaven, was not only a prominent figure in the heavenly court but also his grandnephew. It seemed he was showing no regard for familial ties whatsoever. The Jade Emperor began to doubt whether his decision to summon Yang Jian was indeed wise. He feared that the trio of Yang Jian, Neza, and Sun Wukong might engage in lively conversation, only to unite and lead the armies of the grass-headed god from Guanjingku and the billions of demon tribes from Huaguo Mountain to assault the heavenly court. After all, both Yang Jian and Sun Wukong had previously caused chaos in the heavenly palace, and Neza had a disposition inclined to lend a hand whenever there was turmoil. Should they turn from saviors to foes, it would certainly lead to great mischief. However, at this juncture, the Jade Emperor could no longer intervene and could only hope that Yang Jian would prove reliable. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, upon receiving praise from Yang Jian, found himself utterly perplexed. "Yang Jian, did you not come at the behest of that old Jade Emperor to capture me?" Sun Wukong inquired with confusion. Of course not. Before your rampage in the heavenly palace, my senior brother had already brought the 7 brothers of Myxian to the heavenly court, pressing towards the Yao Qi, Neza gleefully explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian smiled faintly. Ah, so we are kindred spirits. We must convene and create some delightful chaos in the heavenly court together. Sun Wukong, feeling a sense of camaraderie, relaxed his guard, appearing as if he had met a long-lost friend. This scene did not go unnoticed by the civil and military officials of the heavenly court, who observed everything through the Haotian mirror. However, this time, the officials remained silent, refraining from expressing their opinions. After all, no matter how much Yang Jian stirred trouble or opposed the Jade Emperor, it was ultimately a matter of royal family. And as mere subjects, they could not interfere. The celestial general who had mistakenly killed Yang Jian's eldest son, Yang Jiao, during the hunt was initially rewarded and promoted by the Jade Emperor, but soon fell from grace and met his demise on the execution platform. I sense an immense surge of divine power within you, akin to an ocean of vitality. It seems your training methods differ from the norm. How about we engage in a friendly spar? Yang Jian proposed to Sun Wukong. His innate divine sight allowed him to perceive Sun Wukong's undercurrents of formidable power, sparking his desire for a duel. I am of the same mind, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his battle spirit igniting fiercely from the moment he laid eyes on Yang Jian. Yet, out of respect for their alliance, he had refrained from attacking. Now that Yang Jian had initiated the challenge, Sun Wukong eagerly accepted. As the two took their stances, a tempestuous aura radiated between them, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Neza, realizing the gravity of the impending clash, quickly took to the skies on his windfire wheels. This level of combat was far beyond his capacity to intervene, and even as a spectator, he felt the need to maintain a safe distance. Otherwise, even a mere ripple of energy could overwhelm him. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's readiness to engage Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his features. Despite his nephew's troublesome nature, he was finally showing promise today. With Yang Jian's current strength at the brink of quasi-sainthood, it was certain that, regardless of Sun Wukong's prowess in the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal, he would be brought to heel. Today, I, Yang Jian, shall spar with Sun Wukong. Should any of you dare to interfere or take the opportunity to launch an attack on Huaguo Mountain, do not blame my 3-edged blade for showing no mercy. Yang Jian declared, his gaze icy as he turned slightly towards the direction of the heavenly court's vast army. How could we dare to disturb the true Lord's duel? The giant spirit god, feeling the intensity of Yang Jian's stare, quickly forced a smile. They were all too familiar with the temperament of the Erling god, who was known for his unwavering decisiveness. Should they attempt to seize the moment, Yang Jian would likely retaliate alongside Sun Wukong against the heavenly court. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor's smile faded as he observed the scene unfold. Initially, he intended to wait for Yang Jian to injure Sun Wukong, only to unleash the heavenly host to eliminate the Monkey King on the spot. Yet, judging by Yang Jian's current demeanor, it seemed that even if Sun Wukong were to be harmed during their spar, Yang Jian would likely protect him. Nevertheless, witnessing Sun Wukong receive a thorough beating from Yang Jian would still provide some satisfaction. The Jade Emperor murmured to himself, harboring unwavering confidence in Yang Jian's strength. On the other side, the expressions of Mo Wang and his allies were filled with anxiety and unease as they watched Sun Wukong and Yang Jian prepare for battle. Though they had all witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable strength, Yang Jian's cultivation level far surpassed that of Sun Wukong, standing at the threshold of quasi-sainthood. With his mastery of the 8-9 profound art rendering his physical form unmatched among his peers, they feared that in a moment of carelessness, Yang Jian might severely injure Sun Wukong. Yet, despite their concerns, Sun Wukong had already committed to the spar. In the eyes of the billions of demon tribes and countless powerful beings from the 3 realms, as the king of the monkeys from Huaguo Mountain, he could not afford to retreat at this critical moment. At this point, all Mo Wang and his companions could do was hope that Yang Jian would show mercy and refrain from inflicting any lasting harm upon Sun Wukong's essence or soul. My cultivation surpasses yours. You may strike first, Yang Jian stated. If they were to become adversaries, Yang Jian would not hold back. Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. However, since they were merely sparring, he chose to allow Sun Wukong to initiate the attack. Very well. Sun Wukong recognized Yang Jian as an unprecedented foe and did not hesitate. He stepped forward, swinging his Chaos Fine Iron Rod down upon Yang Jian with great force. The Chaos Fine Iron Rod, a treasure of innate origin, although partially sealed by Feng, still rivaled the finest innate spiritual treasures. With a powerful motion of his arms, Sun Wukong summoned the strength of countless small worlds. The sheer magnitude and terrifying force of the strike distorted the space around it, as if attempting to pierce the very heavens. Yang Jian, seeing this, focused intently, his reflexes sharp. He swiftly wielded his folding fan to intercept Sun Wukong's blow. Boom! A thunderous collision erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent tremors through the realm, causing massive boulders on the ground to be flung dozens of meters into the air. Yang Jian was propelled like a meteor, hurtling several thousand meters away from the impact of Sun Wukong's strike. It appears that I may have underestimated the situation. Yang Jian's arm, gripping the folding fan, tingled with numbness, and his expression grew grave. He had initially believed that, with his cultivation at the brink of quasi-sainthood and the invincible physique granted by the 8-9 profound art, he could withstand Sun Wukong's attack without relying on the power of a divine artifact. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong's treasure was indeed of the finest innate quality, and his physical strength was remarkably potent, even rivaling his own semi-quasi-saintly might. In their initial clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Since beginning his training, Yang Jian had always relied on the might of the 8-9 profound art and the prowess of his divine sight, challenging those of higher realms. This was the first time he felt threatened by someone of a lower cultivation level, a notion unacceptable to his proud spirit. Now I must take this seriously, Yang Jian declared, sweeping his hand, causing the folding fan to transform into a three-edged blade. Simultaneously, divine light enveloped him as he donned an exceptionally imposing silver battle armor, fully entering a state of combat readiness. Chapter 57. The Primordial Five Ancestors, Qi Truly. Yang Jian exuded an extraordinary charm as he donned his silver armor, captivating even the mighty Sun Wukong, who could not help but marvel at the sight. Although he was known as the king of the beautiful monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain, in terms of appearance, he paled in comparison to Yang Jian, who seemed leagues ahead. Only his master from the Taoist temple on Mount Fengshuan could rival Yang Jian in looks. Nevertheless, despite his admiration, Sun Wukong did not pause in his actions. He stepped forward once more, swiftly appearing before Yang Jian, wielding his Chaos Essence iron staff with great vigor, launching a fierce assault. However, upon drawing his three-pointed two-edged blade, Yang Jian's prowess surged to an entirely new level. The clash between Sun Wukong's staff and Yang Jian's blade resulted in a stalemate, neither combatant gaining the upper hand. Though Yang Jian's blade was merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure derived from the three-headed serpent, it paled in comparison to the Chaos Essence iron staff. Yet, Yang Jian compensated for this disparity with his formidable cultivation, matching Sun Wukong blow for blow. The resounding clang of their weapons echoed through the skies, sending chills down the spines of the countless heavenly soldiers below. Since his emergence, Yang Jian had faced numerous challenges, from the heavenly court's pursuit to rescuing his mother from Peach Mountain, enduring countless battles that enriched his combat experience. The three-pointed two-edged blade danced in his hands, striking with precision and ferocity akin to a silver dragon, placing unprecedented pressure on Sun Wukong. Initially, Sun Wukong managed to hold his ground thanks to his aggressive onslaught. But as Yang Jian deftly countered his attacks, the blade's relentless and cunning strikes forced Sun Wukong into a precarious position, with the razor-sharp edge narrowly missing him several times, causing the Bull Demon King and others atop Flower and Fruit Mountain to break into a cold sweat. With a swift motion, Yang Jian unfurled his black cloak, enveloping the surroundings like a dark sea, obscuring Sun Wukong's vision. The Chaos Essence iron staff came crashing down, only to meet empty air. In the next instant, the silver blade lunged forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, aiming directly for Sun Wukong's chest. A wave of trepidation coursed through Sun Wukong as he sensed an unprecedented threat. In that fleeting moment, he could only cross his arms with the staff before him, bracing against the oncoming blade. With a mighty roar, Yang Jian unleashed the full might of his 8-9 mystical arts, channeling an overwhelming force into the blade. It radiated a blinding light, and a fearsome three-headed serpent phantom roared, seemingly intent on swallowing Sun Wukong whole. The sudden surge of power pushed Sun Wukong back, as if struck by an immovable mountain, causing his blood to surge and his complexion to redden. After retreating several hundred steps, he finally halted, his foot crashing down upon a mountain that crumbled to dust, a testament to the sheer strength he wielded. Yet even so, Sun Wukong could merely steady himself, his arms straining against the relentless advance of the gleaming blade. Though this was but a spar, Yang Jian's relentless ambition and mastery of the rigorous 8-9 mystical arts meant he would never concede to someone of significantly lower cultivation like Sun Wukong. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor observed with satisfaction as Sun Wukong was forced to retreat, just as he had anticipated. Even with all of Sun Wukong's formidable skills and treasures within the confines of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, he would find himself thoroughly outmatched by the premier warrior of the three realms. At that moment, the Bull Demon King and others, witnessing Sun Wukong's dire predicament, felt their hearts race with anxiety, yet they were powerless to intervene. The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain, who had once cheered him on, now wore solemn expressions, aghast at the sight of their invincible king faltering. Sun Wukong's face flushed crimson, his veins bulging, and his bones creaking under the unimaginable pressure. This was the first time since his debut that he found himself at a disadvantage. In previous encounters with the Tinyama kings, he had easily dispatched them without a care. Truly, Yang Jian was the foremost warrior of the three realms. Yet, Sun Wukong, as the sole disciple of his master, could not afford to lose. A fierce roar echoed within him as he summoned every ounce of strength. At this moment, from the desolate expanse of his inner realm, 5 luminous colors began to emerge: white, red, blue, green, and purple. These 5 hues represented the 5 supreme primordial forces of the universe: Tai, Taichu, Taishu, Taisu, and Taiji. The primordial 5 ancestors' Qi was the most fundamental and supreme force that birthed the Hongmeng world and gave rise to the great Tao and the myriad laws of the universe. Sun Wukong, having previously only scratched the surface of the mythical path, now truly embarked upon the journey of divine cultivation as he manifested the primordial 5 ancestors' Qi. Chapter 58. The Enlightenment of the Jade Emperor. Yang Jian exerted his strength, the 3-pronged blade nearly pressing against Sun Wukong's chest. Just as victory seemed certain, and everyone anticipated the outcome, even Yang Jian awaited Sun Wukong's concession. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes burst forth with resplendent golden light. Not only that, but every strand of hair on his body radiated divine brilliance, enveloping him in a golden flame. The blood within Sun Wukong surged like a roaring tsunami, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated across countless miles, transforming the area into a sea of gold. Simultaneously, an unprecedented and overwhelming force erupted from within him. The blade that had been pressed against his chest was gradually pushed back. Yang Jian was taken aback, astonished that Sun Wukong could retaliate even in such a dire situation. He exerted his arms once more, but his body involuntarily retreated. With a roar, Sun Wukong launched Yang Jian thousands of miles away. Yang Jian, wielding the 3-pronged blade, stumbled backward for dozens of steps before regaining his footing. Gazing at the magnificent Sun Wukong, whose aura surged like the ocean and radiated endless golden light, Yang Jian's expression revealed a rare astonishment. The Bull Demon King, the demon army, billions of heavenly soldiers, the mighty beings observing from the 3 realms, and the officials of the heavenly court all widened their eyes, nearly losing their composure. None had expected that the Sun Wukong, who had just been cornered by Yang Jian, could unleash such divine power and send the half-step quasi-saint Yang Jian flying. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's expression shifted slightly, yet he retained absolute confidence in Yang Jian. He believed that Yang Jian had not yet unleashed his full potential. Once Yang Jian fully manifested his power, even true early-stage quasi-saints would likely retreat in fear. Was this the innate 5 ancestor Qi spoken of by his master? Indeed, it was unparalleled. Sun Wukong, feeling the immense power surging within him, wore an ecstatic smile. The innate 5 ancestor Qi was the elemental force of the universe, the origin of all tangible and intangible matter in heaven and earth. Even the Tao, the primordial world, and the myriad laws derived from it were manifestations of the innate 5 ancestor Qi. Thus, compared to the mythical cultivation system, the paths of attaining the Tao through the myriad laws, achieving sanctity through physical form, or severing the 3 corpses were merely trivial and insignificant. Even though Sun Wukong had only just grasped this power, his combat prowess had reached an unprecedented and unfathomable level. In the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain, as he radiated brilliance and exuded a sea of blood, Yang Jian's expression grew grave. A divine light flickered in his hand, and he sheathed the 3-pronged blade, replacing it with a colossal yellow axe. This axe, towering half a person high, emitted a faint glow, with Tao patterns shimmering within. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the mountain opening axe obtained during the Great Yu's flood control efforts, and it was Yang Jian's most formidable spiritual artifact. Due to the axe's tremendous power and weight, it was unsuitable for close combat. Thus, Yang Jian did not charge forward, but began to infuse his divine power into the axe from a distance of thousands of miles. The mountain opening axe glowed intensely, emanating terrifying energy fluctuations, coalescing behind Yang Jian into a colossal yellow axe phantom, towering millions of feet in size. With a thunderous command, Yang Jian, bathed in silver light, swung the mountain-opening axe down towards Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the colossal axe phantom behind him descended with unparalleled force, as if intending to cleave the entire three realms in two. All present, including the demon race and heavenly generals, felt an oppressive suffocation, their bodies tingling with pain. Facing Yang Jian's terrifying strike, Sun Wukong roared, and the golden sea of blood surged. He raised his chaos iron rod, continuously infusing it with innate 5 ancestor chi. Unlike Yang Jian's mountain-opening axe, the chaos iron rod did not manifest a colossal phantom. Instead, the character, virtue, ascended skyward, illuminating the heavens and allowing every corner of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to witness its brilliance. With a tremendous effort, Sun Wukong swung down, the towering character descending like a mountain towards Yang Jian. Boom! The phantom of the millions of feet tall mountain-opening axe collided violently with the shimmering character. The chaotic forces of the laws and divine power erupted into a furious sea, unleashing an overwhelming energy. The heavens trembled, stars fell, and the space spanning millions of miles collapsed in an instant, an unfathomable terror. Both Yang Jian and Sun Wukong's faces turned crimson, veins bulging on their necks, as they exerted their utmost strength to wield their spiritual treasures. Ultimately, the character proved superior, shattering the phantom of the mountain-opening axe and pressing down upon Yang Jian with a destructive force. Yang Jian, gathering his resolve, swung the mountain-opening axe with great vigor, delivering numerous strikes until he finally managed to shatter the character. Hiss! This demon monkey's strength is astonishing, nearly at the Daluo golden immortal realm. Yet he has managed to challenge the foremost warrior of the three realms, Yang Jian, who stands at the half-step quasi-saint level. Indeed, just moments ago, it seemed the demon monkey was on the verge of defeat, only to suddenly unleash such terrifying power. The rod in his hand had not only shattered the 7 treasures glazed pagoda but also quelled Yang Jian's mountain-opening axe, suggesting it was a true supreme innate spiritual treasure. The celestial officials of the heavenly court and the mighty beings observing the scene were stirred by waves of astonishment. Sun Wukong's performance was nothing short of remarkable. Even the Jade Emperor in the Lingshao Palace began to feel unsettled. Initially, he had thought that Sun Wukong's rapid rise in power was merely due to the intervention of the Tongtian cult master, who had assisted in elevating Sun Wukong's cultivation and granted him treasures to conceal his aura, while possessing the Daluo golden immortal cultivation. He believed Sun Wukong's combat prowess was superficial and not a cause for concern. However, Sun Wukong's display today was overwhelmingly fierce, with his golden blood energy surging, allowing him to suppress the foremost warrior of the three realms, Yang Jian, across realms. This was far beyond what could be attributed to mere enhancement through the Tongtian cult master. If Sun Wukong's power was not derived from such means, then the Jade Emperor recalled that Sun Wukong had only been absent for a few days, yet had soared from a mere monkey devoid of cultivation to a formidable Daluo golden immortal. A chill ran down his spine, and he was filled with dread. Such a feat was not something even the 6 saints could achieve, let alone the Hongjun Daozu. Moreover, the unprecedented supreme innate spiritual treasure in Sun Wukong's possession hinted at a powerful background. According to Zhuan, Sun Wukong had vanished from Huaguo Mountain. The elder who had assisted Zhao Gongming and others in elevating their cultivation to escape the Fengshen Bang was also from Huaguo Mountain. Could it be that Sun Wukong's master was that very elder? Chapter 59, Chaotic Golden Eyes upon connecting two events. The Jade Emperor found himself engulfed in a void of thought, a profound sense of dread surging within him, as the marks of the whip on his face began to throb again. Had he recklessly decided to eliminate Sun Wukong, it would likely not have been the latter who perished, but rather himself. The waters ran too deep to wade and would mean certain destruction. In light of this realization, the Emperor resolved that it was prudent to withdraw from the journey to the west, while the merits of celestial duty were paramount. The prerequisite was the preservation of life itself. To conspire against a disciple of one who could potentially surpass the primeval ancestor was tantamount to courting death. Yet, despite his insights, the Jade Emperor refrained from sharing his thoughts with the likes of Zhuan and Jiejing, Taiji, or Yuan Shitianzuan. This was partly due to Zhuan and Jiejing's notorious nature, as they had previously schemed against his sister Yaoji and his niece Yangchan, thereby compelling him to uphold the celestial laws at the cost of his own kin. Even his grandnephew Yang Jian had fallen in battle while protecting Yangchan and Yaoji. Had it not been for the tacit agreement of Taiji and Yuan Tianzuan to collaborate with Buddhism in the journey to the West, he would have had no choice. The Jade Emperor would rather die than align himself with Zhuanti and Zhejiang. Moreover, Taiji and Yuan Tianzuan had consistently oppressed him, disregarding him as the supreme ruler of the three realms. Although the Tao ancestor prohibited saints from appearing in the world, Taiji had permitted the venerable Laozi to enter the heavenly court. The teachings of Chan were even more audacious. The 12 golden immortals of Kunlun nearly dared to defecate atop the head of the supreme ruler of the three realms, illustrating just how little respect Yuan Tianzuan held for him. Humph, the Jade Emperor mused, you presume to regard me as an ant due to your saintly cultivation. Yet you remain oblivious that before that esteemed predecessor, you are but mere ants yourselves. With a cold snort, the Emperor resolved to withdraw from the machinations of the journey to the West, waiting for the likes of Taiji, Yuanshi, Zhuanti, and Zhejiang to be dealt with by that esteemed predecessor. Meanwhile, amidst the tumultuous skies above the flower and fruit mountain, Yangjian stirred. Unlike before, he did not continue to wield the mountain-cleaving axe. Instead, he sheathed it. His gaze upon Sun Wukong was one of grave seriousness and astonishment. For the first time during their previous clash, he sensed a dominance so unparalleled, an exalted essence that transcended all forms of power. Although he was unaware of the nature of Sun Wukong's cultivation, it was indisputable that this method was superior to all others in the primordial realm. Even the mightiest paths that relied on sheer strength paled in comparison to the techniques wielded by Sun Wukong. However, even as Yang Jian acknowledged Sun Wukong's extraordinary prowess, his pride would not allow him to be bested by one of lesser cultivation. With a solemn expression, he raised his left hand, aligning 2 fingers to trace across the center of his forehead, where his heavenly eye resided. Ethereal patterns of Tao unfurled like flowing clouds, revealing a crimson vertical eye. Unlike Yang Jian's usual demeanor, which bore a blend of gentleness and determination, this vertical eye emanated an aura of absolute coldness, devoid of any emotion. As if a supreme deity surveyed the mortal realm. Even the most defiant and ferocious beings, such as the Bull Demon King, Ping Demon King, and Xiao Demon King, trembled involuntarily before this eye, gripped by an instinctive fear. In this world, one's lineage often supersedes effort. Yang Jian, possessing the physique of a war god and the heavenly eye, was seemingly favored by the heavens. Coupled with his arduous trials and unwavering resolve to rescue his mother, he endured sufferings beyond ordinary comprehension, ultimately attaining the 9th level of profound mastery. This unparalleled talent, combined with his extraordinary character, forged the greatest war god of the 3 realms, Erlangshan, Yang Jian. Now, with the emergence of the heavenly eye, the world quaked in trepidation. Having felt the magnitude of Sun Wukong's strength, Yang Jian dared not underestimate him, channeling all his might into the heavenly eye. Go! Yang Jian bellowed, and the heavenly eye erupted with a radiant dual-colored divine light, racing towards Sun Wukong with blinding speed. This light resembled the black and white rivers of stars cascading from the heavens, embodying the power to annihilate and obliterate all. The force unleashed by Yang Jian's heavenly eye far surpassed that of the earlier strikes with the mountain-cleaving axe, rivaling that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Upon witnessing the might of Yang Jian's heavenly eye, the Bull Demon King and countless demon soldiers were paralyzed with anxiety, their breaths momentarily stilled. Heavenly eye? I have one too. In the face of Yang Jian's formidable heavenly eye, Sun Wukong thrust the chaos essence iron rod beside him, and his own eyes began to radiate divine light. Each of the 4 monkey spirits possessed innate supernatural abilities. For instance, the 6-eared macaque could hear all, while the arm-pulling monkey could grasp the stars. As the Lingming Stone Monkey, Sun Wukong inherently possessed his own supernatural ability, the void-breaking divine eye. However, in the memories of Yifeng's previous life, the Buddhist sect had intentionally rendered Sun Wukong's void-breaking divine eye ineffective, transforming it into the fire-eyed golden eye, so as to prevent his power from exceeding limits. While the fire-eyed golden eye sounded impressive, it was considerably weaker. When faced with the red boy, he could barely open his eyes after being merely smoked by the Samadhi true fire. Yet now, upon cultivating the primordial 5 grand ancestors' chi, Sun Wukong's original void-breaking divine eye had metamorphosed into the more formidable chaotic golden eye. The chaotic golden eye was an extraordinary supernatural ability wielded by the chaotic demon ape, one of the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods who mastered the laws of battle. Moreover, with continued cultivation, the chaotic golden eye could further evolve, as the primordial 5 grand ancestors' chi served as the foundation for all tangible and intangible matter, capable of giving rise to all things in the world. With a mere thought, Sun Wukong's eyes erupted into a myriad of golden rays, akin to two blazing suns, radiating with such intensity that the billions of demons and heavenly soldiers present could hardly keep their eyes open. Boom. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's eyes unleashed two exceedingly brilliant golden beams, imbued with the terrifying power to shatter heaven and earth, colliding instantaneously with Yang Jian's divine light from the heavenly eye. Chapter 60. The outcome is decided. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. The clash of the black and white divine light with the golden chaotic pupil light unleashed a cataclysmic eruption of myriad patterns. Waves of formidable energy rippled outward, shattering the fabric of space, reducing mountains to ashes, and causing the earth to sink. Nothing could withstand such overwhelming power. It was as if thousands of dormant volcanoes erupted simultaneously, sending tremors through the entirety of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The countless demon clans atop Flower and Fruit Mountain struggled to maintain their footing, even at a distance of millions of miles. The celestial soldiers in the sky found their minds blank, nearly losing control of their bodies. The Bull Demon King, Pink Demon King, Jiao Demon King, and Neza from the Heavenly Court shared an overwhelming sense of dread. The destructive force unleashed by Sun Wukong and Yang Jian was utterly terrifying. Even the energy ripples alone could obliterate any great Luo golden immortal. Had they moved even slightly closer, they would have been reduced to nothing. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, the heavenly officials marveled in hushed tones. Yang Jian, as the foremost were god of the three realms and a formidable half-step quasi-saint, exhibited such destructive power through his heavenly eye that, while frightening, was somewhat expected. However, Sun Wukong, merely a great Luo golden immortal, managed to contend with Yang Jian to this extent, an astonishing feat beyond belief. Since Yang Jian's emergence, he had always been the one to challenge others across realms, effortlessly suppressing opponents of equal standing. Never had anyone dared to confront him from a lower realm. Initially, all the heavenly officials, including the Jade Emperor, believed that Yang Jian would easily subdue Sun Wukong. But witnessing the battle unfold, their confidence began to waver. After the terrifying explosion, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles had been reduced to nothingness. The savage and furious force of the laws of nature tore apart everything. Even quasi-saint level divine consciousness could not penetrate the chaos. At this moment, all the celestial officials, billions of heavenly soldiers, and the demon clans of Flower and Fruit Mountain, along with the mighty beings of the three realms observing from the shadows, were fixated, eager to learn the final outcome of the battle. As time passed, the violent force of the laws gradually regained its calm, and the shattered space began to mend under the primal laws of the universe. Soon after, the figures of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian emerged from the chaos. A sigh of relief escaped the Bull Demon King, Neza, and others when they saw that both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian stood unscathed in the sky, seemingly evenly matched. Sun Wukong wore a slight smile, while Yang Jian's expression was grave and serious. "Thank you for your mercy. I have been defeated," Yang Jian respectfully acknowledged Sun Wukong, his silver light flickering as he donned his usual black combat robe. Earlier, his heavenly eye divine light had been consumed following its clash with Sun Wukong's chaotic pupil light. Had Sun Wukong not pulled back at the last moment, Yang Jian might have suffered severe consequences, having already been vanquished even after employing his most powerful heavenly eye. He saw no reason to continue the fight. Yang Jian's admission sent shockwaves through the three realms. All the heavenly officials were left in a state of disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. They never anticipated that Yang Jian, with his advantage in realm and employing his strongest heavenly eye, would still succumb to Sun Wukong. Even the Bull Demon King, Pink Demon King, and Jiao Demon King were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. They had merely hoped for Sun Wukong to escape unscathed, given that he was significantly inferior to Yang Jian in terms of training duration and cultivation level. Yet now, Sun Wukong had triumphed over Yang Jian, achieving what they had deemed impossible. Truly, he is the sole disciple of that esteemed predecessor. What a prodigy. The Bull Demon King mused inwardly. This battle was exhilarating. No need for thanks, Sun Wukong chuckled, twirling his chaotic iron staff before putting it away. Yang Jian's formidable cultivation and strength truly warranted his title as the greatest war god of the three realms, exerting unprecedented pressure on Sun Wukong. Had it not been for the immense burden Yang Jian brought to the battle, Sun Wukong might not have advanced his innate cultivation so rapidly. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Yang Jian, you have opened my eyes, Sun Wukong praised sincerely, feeling a kinship with his opponent after their fierce duel. Might I inquire from whom you learned your skills? Perhaps you could introduce me to your master? Yang Jian spoke earnestly. During their confrontation, he had sensed the extraordinary primal power surging from within Sun Wukong. He was convinced that the cultivation method Sun Wukong practiced was far superior to even the 8-9 mysteries created by the Tao ancestor. Thus, Yang Jian was deeply curious about the existence capable of producing such a miraculous technique. Yang Jian's inquiry echoed the thoughts of all the mighty beings in the three realms, as well as the Jade Emperor and the heavenly officials, who were equally eager to discern the identity of the one who could cultivate such an extraordinary disciple. As the powerful beings held their breath in anticipation of Sun Wukong's response, he simply smiled mysteriously. He, my master has decreed that it cannot be spoken of. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall gladly introduce you. Oh, I see. Yang Jian realized, understanding the implications of Sun Wukong's words. His master must possess cultivation beyond that of the six saints, perhaps even stronger than the Tao ancestor Hongjun, yet remained concealed from the myriad beings of the three realms. This indicated that the esteemed figure was indeed indifferent to fame and fortune, remaining aloof from worldly affairs. His inquiry in such a public setting had been rather impudent. Seeing Sun Wukong unwilling to divulge further, the mighty beings of the three realms, who had initially been filled with anticipation, were now left disheartened. Jade Emperor, I have yet to fully enjoy this battle. Why not descend and spar with me? Sun Wukong declared, riding the high of his victories over Jinwu, Li Jing, and Yang Jian, boldly challenging the heavenly court once more. Your Majesty, this demon monkey is utterly disrespectful and brazen. I implore you to issue a command to capture him. The southern and northern war gods exclaimed indignantly. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, cast a knowing glance at the southern and northern war gods. It was evident that Sun Wukong had a powerful ally backing him, and the war gods urging him to act against Sun Wukong were treading dangerous waters. I see you are valiant and skilled in battle. Why not lead the charge to capture Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. However, the once indignant southern and northern war gods faltered, forced to chuckle nervously. Your Majesty, that demon monkey is no match for even Erling Shun. I fear I might be powerless against him. The Jade Emperor shot the southern and northern war gods a cold glare, his voice deepening. If you cannot defeat him, why waste breath? Convey my decree. Temporarily withdraw our forces and return to battle another day. Though the heavenly court's retreat may have seemed somewhat cowardly, it was a necessary acknowledgement of their limitations. As the four great heavenly gates sounded the retreat, the giant spirit god and hundreds of billions of heavenly soldiers sighed in relief. The battle prowess displayed by Sun Wukong was truly terrifying. Even Erling Shun, wielding his heavenly eye, proved inadequate against him. Even though the formidable array formed by countless celestial beings could contend with typical early-stage quasi-saints, it would likely be unable to withstand the astonishing prowess of Sun Wukong for long, inevitably succumbing to his might. The Jade Emperor's decision to withdraw his forces, at the very least, preserved a fragment of their lives. Retreat, commanded the giant spirit god. Yes, echoed the voices of hundreds of billions of celestial soldiers, who promptly shifted their direction towards the heavenly court, not daring to look back for fear that Sun Wukong and his demonic legion would pursue them. Oh, the heavenly court has retreated, acknowledging defeat. Our great king is invincible. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing the heavenly court's retreat, the multitude of demon warriors from Flower and Fruit Mountain erupted in exuberance, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights, the fluttering banners resembling waves, reverberating throughout the cosmos with the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, the Pink Demon King, and the other 6 demon lords exhibited expressions of delight, their bodies trembling with excitement. Ever since the decline of the demon race, they had been subjected to relentless oppression from the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. It had been ages since the demon race had experienced such a moment of pride and exhilaration. Just when everyone assumed this chapter was drawing to a close, a minuscule portal suddenly materialized in the skies above Flower and Fruit Mountain. Immediately thereafter, a silver bracelet surged forth from the portal, hurtling towards Sun Wukong at an astonishing speed. Chapter 61. The Great Supreme Lord's Misfortune with the Vajra Scepter. The Vajra Scepter, a treasured artifact of the Great Supreme Lord, was unleashed against Sun Wukong. Instantly, the mighty beings of the three realms recognized the artifact that struck at Sun Wukong. The Great Supreme Lord, as the foremost among the 6 saints and the embodiment of the Taoist deity Taiji, had the formidable backing of Taiji himself. In turn, Taiji was supported by the revered Hongjun Laozu. Moreover, the journey to the west was a pivotal moment ordained by the heavenly Tao for the flourishing of Buddhism. Thus, the great Supreme Lord was filled with confidence, intending to incapacitate Sun Wukong and return with him to the heavenly court to further the Buddhist agenda. In addition, the great Supreme Lord discerned the extraordinary nature of Sun Wukong's cultivation technique. He planned to capture Sun Wukong and take him to the Doshui Palace for thorough study, aiming to unravel the secrets within him. Upon being targeted by the Vajra scepter, Sun Wukong's fur bristled in response to an overwhelming sense of danger. With a single step, he teleported 100,000 miles away, narrowly evading the impending strike. The Vajra scepter whizzed past him, its mere tremor reducing a mountain of millions of feet to dust. This sudden turn of events was so shocking that even Yang Jian, who stood beside Sun Wukong, was momentarily taken aback. The sight of a towering mountain effortlessly obliterated left the likes of the Bull Demon King and others in sheer astonishment. As a powerful figure at the peak of the quasi-saint level, the great Supreme Lord wielded the supreme innate treasure with devastating force. Sun Wukong, no matter how formidable, could not possibly contend against such might. The Vajra scepter, having missed its initial target, quickly recalibrated and set its sights on Sun Wukong once more, rushing towards him like a streak of light. Seeing no way to evade, Sun Wukong drew forth the Chaos Essence Iron Rod from his ear, infusing it with the innate energy of the 5 patriarchs. Soon, the colossal character illuminated the heavens and the earth once again. How obstinate, courting one's own demise. In the 33rd heaven of the heavenly court, the great Supreme Lord sat solemnly on his mat, his expression stern. With a mere thought, the aura of the Vajra scepter surged to several hundred times its previous intensity. Sun Wukong's current strength was formidable enough to defeat early-stage quasi-saints, granting him the power to sweep through the challenges set forth by the combined forces of Buddhism and the heavenly court. The efficacy of these 81 trials had nearly diminished. Hence, the great Supreme Lord resolved to use the Vajra scepter to severely wound Sun Wukong, aiming to strip him of his 3 flowers on top and the 5 chi in his chest, thereby reducing his realm beneath that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong gazed at the rapidly approaching Vajra scepter, his expression grave. Following his fierce battle with Yang Jian, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The power emanating from the Vajra scepter now far exceeded his capacity to withstand. Even if he fully unleashed the Chaos Essence Iron Rod, it was likely that he would still be severely injured, if not killed. All the mighty beings of the 3 realms observing from the shadows unanimously concluded that Sun Wukong's fate was sealed. The disparity between the 2 parties was akin to that of clouds and mud. They were simply not in the same league. The forthcoming clash was devoid of suspense. They could already envision the scene where the Chaos Essence Iron Rod was sent flying, and Sun Wukong would be left coughing blood, utterly defeated. With a roar, Sun Wukong gripped the Chaos Essence Iron Rod, exerting every ounce of strength for one final stand. Just as everyone anticipated that he was about to be crushed by the Vajra scepter, the scepter, which had transformed into a streak of light, akin to a celestial star falling to earth with terrifying, destructive force, inexplicably vanished just before colliding with the Chaos Essence Iron Rod. It disappeared without warning. An artifact of unparalleled quality, driven by a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, was simply gone from the 3 realms as if it had never existed. What in the heavens? Where has my precious bracelet gone? In the Doshui Palace, the great Supreme Lord, shocked by the sudden disappearance of his life-bound supreme innate treasure, could not help but curse. He expanded his quasi-saint-level consciousness, meticulously searching the area where the Vajra scepter had vanished, while also attempting to activate the soul hidden within the scepter. Yet, after much effort, he found nothing. It was as if the supreme innate treasure had never belonged to him, leaving not a trace behind. Even the wisp of his soul intertwined with the artifact was completely severed from him. Now, the great Supreme Lord was drenched in sweat, frantic. The Vajra scepter was an unparalleled innate treasure, with very few such artifacts existing in the entire Hongwang world. Taiji had bestowed it upon him to ensure his influence over the Hongwang realm. After all, even if Taiji could not intervene directly in the 3 realms, the great Supreme Lord, with his quasi-saint peak cultivation and the Vajra scepter, remained one of the most powerful beings in existence. Without the Vajra scepter, he would be at a disadvantage facing other quasi-saint peak figures like the Jade Emperor and Zhen Yuanzi, thereby diminishing the influence of the human teaching in the 3 realms. Just as the great Supreme Lord was in a frenzy, like an ant on a hot pan, and the myriad powerful beings of the 3 realms were collectively bewildered. Within the temple of Huaguo Mountain, Yifeng reclined lazily on a bamboo chair, his eyes gently closed. Behind him, Bishu was cautiously fanning him with a palm leaf fan. Good boy, De Huang. Yifeng tossed the Vajra scepter, and the primordial Qilin leaped high, catching it deftly in its jaws and returning it, squatting before Yifeng, wagging its tail in a show of accomplishment. Excellent. Once more. Yifeng patted the top of the primordial Qilin's head, taking the Vajra scepter and tossing it again into the distance, engaging in playful antics. Upon witnessing this scene, Bishi was left utterly astonished. As a direct disciple of this, she was no stranger to the treasures of her former master. However, she had never expected that Yifeng, seemingly asleep, would suddenly possess the great supreme Lord S. Vajra scepter. Moreover, such a powerful and rare artifact was being used merely as a flying disc for dog play. It was an unimaginable waste, something no one else in the entire Hongwang world had ever done. Yet, as Bixiao regained her composure and recognized the person before her was indeed Yifeng, it all seemed rather normal. After this period of initial interaction, she had come to a clear understanding. The extraordinary occurrences within the temple were merely commonplace, and what seemed impossible to others was effortlessly achieved by Yifeng. Chapter 62. The arrival of opportunity in the midst of the chaos of the primordial realm. Sun Wukong, after a brief moment of astonishment, was suddenly adorned with a radiant smile. He realized that it was undoubtedly his master who had intervened to thwart the lethal strike from Taishang Laojun. My master has indeed been watching over me, Sun Wukong murmured, warmth blossoming in his heart. Though his master seldom manifested or reached out, he had been silently observing Wukong's growth. With this thought in mind, Sun Wukong stood taller, resolute in his determination not to bring shame upon his master. Meanwhile, the great powers of the three realms and Taishang Laojun, after some contemplation, came to a similar conclusion. That esteemed friend, I am Taiji Laozu. There are matters I advise you to refrain from meddling in. What is destined by heaven should not be forcibly interfered with by human hands. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, leading to utter annihilation amidst the calamity. Taiji Laozu's voice, resonant and imbued with the aura of a sage, echoed throughout the three realms, clear to countless beings. While he suspected that Sun Wukong's master was indeed a formidable figure beyond the realm of saints, as the foremost among the six sages, possessing both the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram and the acquired treasure of the heavenly and earthly Xianyuan pagoda, he held absolute confidence in his own strength. Even the Vajra pestle serves as a token of goodwill between us. I hope you proceed with caution. Taiji Laozu's voice rang out once more, a blend of benevolence and authority, issuing an ultimatum to Sun Wukong's master. After a pause, when no response came from Yifeng, Taiji Laozu's conviction grew. He believed that while Sun Wukong's master possessed some extraordinary qualities, they were not insurmountable. If his master were indeed stronger, he would have boldly presented himself to negotiate, rather than lurking in the shadows. The lack of response from his master suggested he had been intimidated. On the other hand, as Taiji Laozu's voice faded, the three realms fell into a profound silence, leaving many powerful beings who were curious about Sun Wukong's master deeply disappointed. They had anticipated that in the face of Taiji Laozu's threat, Sun Wukong's master would emerge to support his disciple, but to their astonishment, he remained utterly silent. However, Sun Wukong understood the true strength of his master and held a different perspective. To him, Taiji Laozu, revered by countless beings, was merely insignificant, a mere insect. The outcries of such insects were unworthy of concern. If displeased, one could simply crush them underfoot. Brother Yang, why not accompany me back to Huaguo Mountain for a celebratory drink with our comrades? Sun Wukong extended a cheerful invitation to Yang Jian. Yang Jian, not only formidable in strength but also generous in spirit and carefree in nature, resonated well with Sun Wukong, who even contemplated a fraternal bond with him. Perhaps another time. Today's encounter with you has been immensely beneficial, and I must return to Guanjingku for seclusion to strive for a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. Yang Jian politely declined, his focus solely on advancing his cultivation. Very well. Once you achieve your goal, we shall engage in further sparring. Sun Wukong did not press the matter. Agreed. Farewell. Yang Jian hastily bid farewell to Sun Wukong and promptly opened a portal, returning to Guanjingku. Meanwhile, Neza had no intention of departing just yet. He was eager to accompany Sun Wukong back to Huaguo Mountain for a drink. Just as Sun Wukong, the bold demon king, and others believed the matter was settled, an astonishing phenomenon manifested above Huaguo Mountain. Suddenly, the light of Buddhism surged westward for 30,000 miles, swords trembled like phoenix calls. Golden flowers and cups rose with auspicious clouds, and Bodhi lotuses transformed into golden forms, birthing countless golden lotuses from the void. Each golden lotus radiated boundless divine light. As if nurturing deities, multicolored brilliance adorned the heavens, and celestial melodies reverberated throughout the universe, while innumerable golden lamps, jewels, and cascading pearls fell from the sky like a ceaseless stream. Amidst this celestial display, the true form of Buddha appeared above Huaguo Mountain, clad in a golden red robe. He sat upon a golden lotus of supreme, innate spiritual treasure, his left hand holding a gesture of reverence while his right grasped a string of prayer beads. A halo encircled his head, and with a benevolent smile, he gazed down upon all beings. The moment the Buddha manifested, the attention of every creature in the earthly realm was drawn to him. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor felt a twinge of displeasure upon witnessing this spectacle. The Buddha, merely the leader of the Buddhist sect, had arrived in the East with such grandeur, almost overshadowing his status as the supreme deity of the three realms. The Buddha's actions seemed to challenge the authority of the heavenly court in the eyes of countless beings. However, the Jade Emperor refrained from voicing his discontent, instead allowing a knowing smile to grace his features. Unlike the other great beings of the three realms, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power of Sun Wukong's master, who was certainly not intimidated by Taiji Laozu. His master had previously intervened to shield Sun Wukong from Taishang Laojuan's Vidra pestle, clearly intent on protecting his disciple from the oppression of those with greater strength. Now, however, the situation was complicated by the arrival of the Buddha, who, in his arrogance, believed he could provoke a catastrophe, while the Buddha appeared jovial and carefree. The Jade Emperor pondered the potential consequences if the ancient figure were to truly provoke Sun Wukong's master. Sun Wukong. The Buddha's voice rang out, resonant and powerful, echoing through the heavens. Observing the vast and potent energy within Sun Wukong, the Buddha's smile deepened. He had just been informed by the saint of the Pure Land that once he subdued Sun Wukong with his palm, he could extract the latter's cultivation through the Five-Finger Mountain, refining Wukong's essence to replenish his own. This would not only present him with an opportunity to ascend to the peak of the quasi-saint realm, but was also essential in ensuring that Sun Wukong's strength did not surpass their plans. Even if Sun Wukong embarked on the journey to the west, the trials they had set would be rendered ineffective. Thus, sensing the pure essence and vigorous vitality within Sun Wukong, the Buddha felt an exhilarating joy, as if the pinnacle of quasi-saintship was beckoning him closer. Chapter 63. Why is this monkey playing by different rules? Sun Wukong gazed at the smiling figure of Tathagata in the sky and mused inwardly. Time flows inexorably, day and night unceasing. Beside him, Neza, puzzled, inquired, "Great sage, what does that mean?" With a chuckle, Sun Wukong replied, "What I mean is, those courting death are akin to the relentless river, rushing forth without regard for day or night." Despite recognizing Tathagata's formidable strength, which far surpassed his own capabilities, Sun Wukong was emboldened by the presence of his invincible master. He would not hesitate to confront even Tathagata, let alone this minor figure. "You, Sun Wukong, have wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace, disturbed the underworld, and violated heavenly laws, gathering countless demon soldiers to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. I, Shakyamuni, shall act on behalf of heaven and subdue you, you demon monkey." Tathagata's powerful and authoritative voice resonated throughout the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, clearly audible to countless mortals. Wow! Tathagata himself has come to exterminate demons. The masses of mortals in Eastern Victory Divine Continent reverently bowed, their faces etched with profound sincerity. It was evident that Tathagata's intervention aimed not only to subdue Sun Wukong, but also to enhance the reputation of Buddhism among humanity. "Even if I wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace and heaven, those grievances are between me and the Jade Emperor. What business is it of yours? You bald monk from the west? Haven't you heard that meddling in others' affairs invites trouble?" Sun Wukong boldly pointed at Tathagata, rebuking him without restraint. The powerful beings observing from the three realms gasped in astonishment at Sun Wukong's audacity. Tathagata was a formidable being at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, far beyond Sun Wukong's level. Furthermore, Tathagata was backed by the two heavenly saints, Junti and Jane. Given past events, even though Sun Wukong's master was a saintly figure, he had not dared to defy the esteemed Taiji Laozi, nor obstruct the decrees of heaven. With his master no longer a protective shield, Sun Wukong's boldness in confronting Tathagata was nothing short of suicidal behavior. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tathagata's ostentatious display today was indeed excessive, disregarding him, the monarch of the three realms, due to the backing of the two heavenly saints. However, having previously agreed to cooperate with the two saints, and still not having attained sainthood himself, the Jade Emperor felt his position was precarious. Aside from feeling displeased and cursing under his breath, he had no other options. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong showed no such reservations, openly berating Tathagata. much to the Jade Emperor's concealed delight. Initially, the Jade Emperor had intended to flay Sun Wukong alive and cast him into the abyss of hell for eternity. But after witnessing Sun Wukong's unparalleled combat prowess and undeniable potential for enlightenment, as well as suspecting that his master was the supreme being from Mount Fengsuan, the Jade Emperor's attitude gradually shifted. If Sun Wukong could treat his daughter well, he would be the finest son-in-law in history. Perhaps, in a moment of good fortune, that senior might directly guide him to enlightenment. By allying with such an invincible force, the status of the heavenly court would surely ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming the true sovereign of the three realms. The six saints might disregard the heavenly court today, but in the future, the heavenly court would rise beyond their reach. Of course, all of this hinged on Sun Wukong treating his daughter properly. As the Jade Emperor calculated these possibilities, Tathagata's expression darkened considerably. He had hoped to enhance Buddhism's influence among humanity, yet now he found himself publicly berated by Sun Wukong, feeling a loss of face and rising anger. What a sharp-tongued monkey. My mission is to alleviate suffering and guide all beings. I, Shakyamuni, must set an example and eliminate you, this scourge of the three realms. Tathagata declared solemnly, his voice tinged with ire. Eliminate the scourge of the three realms? I had heard that the Jade Emperor is the true sovereign of the three realms. Why does it sound as though you are the great deity here? Sun Wukong chuckled, deftly shifting the narrative. Old Jade Emperor, who is truly the ruler of the three realms, you, or this portly bald monk? Why does it seem his title is greater than yours? Sun Wukong cupped his hands into a megaphone shape and shouted towards the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, who had been sitting on his throne, waiting to witness the spectacle, suddenly froze. He hadn't anticipated that this mischievous monkey could turn the tables so swiftly, positioning the heavenly court against Buddhism in mere moments. The Jade Emperor found himself in a dilemma. If he responded to Sun Wukong's claim of sovereignty, it would only exacerbate the conflict between Buddhism and the heavenly court, making him lose face. If he pretended not to hear, the heavenly court's authority in the eyes of the beings of the three realms would undoubtedly diminish. Tathagata, of course, saw through Sun Wukong's clever ploy. Sun Wukong, no matter how glibly you speak, you cannot conceal your chaos in the three realms. However, as it is said, the heavens are benevolent. I shall grant you an opportunity. Tathagata sternly addressed Sun Wukong, then waved his right hand, revealing boundless spatial patterns. Sun Wukong, if you believe yourself to possess great powers, let us make a wager. If you can fly beyond my palm, I shall depart and no longer interfere. If you cannot, you will return to the 10 kings of hell. How about that? Tathagata's resonant voice echoed across Flowerfruit Mountain. Though Tathagata's words seemed appealing, they were merely a ruse to lure Sun Wukong into his palm, for a direct confrontation might provoke fierce resistance from Sun Wukong. Should he inadvertently harm Sun Wukong's essence, it would be a significant loss. Once Sun Wukong was ensnared within the palm of Tathagata's Buddhist realm, regardless of whether he could escape, Tathagata would suppress him beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, refining Sun Wukong's essence to replenish himself. As the myriad powerful beings of the three realms and the countless demon army of Flowerfruit Mountain speculated whether Sun Wukong would accept the challenge, Sun Wukong retorted, "Bald monk, that wager is utterly uninteresting. Let us change it. If you can soar from my grasp, then I shall concede you the victory. How about that?" Chapter 64. The manifestation of Yi Feng. With a beaming smile, Sun Wukong pointed at the artificial lake beneath him, seemingly quite pleased with his creation. How audacious! Sun Wukong dared to call upon the Tathagata to dive into a lake of urine, utterly humiliating the reputation of the Buddhist sect. Even in the face of the six saints, Sun Wukong's arrogance was tantamount to courting death. Although the Tathagata outwardly espoused benevolence and morality, he was a formidable character, and it seemed that Sun Wukong's fate was sealed today. The powerful beings of the three realms, upon hearing his brazen taunts, believed that Sun Wukong had undoubtedly signed his own death warrant. Had he chosen to soften his stance and recognize the gravity of his situation, he might have found a glimmer of hope. However, his reckless bravado had extinguished any last chance of survival. In that moment, the Tathagata's countenance darkened, and his facial flesh twitched as he realized that Sun Wukong, the monkey, was utterly unpredictable. As a leader of the Buddhist sect and a powerful being at the peak of quasi-sainthood, he could not believe that Sun Wukong would dare to humiliate him so publicly. "Since you refuse my hospitality, I shall be compelled to serve you a bitter cup instead," the Tathagata declared. "Let us see if your master possesses the courage to confront the two saints of the West and defy the decrees of heaven." Angered by Sun Wukong's disrespect, the Tathagata resolved to suppress him beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, regardless of the damage it might inflict upon Sun Wukong's essence. He aimed to show the reckless demon tribes the consequences of opposing the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong, you are lawless, a grave offender. Today, I shall bury you beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. The celestial proclamation of the Tathagata echoed, sealing Sun Wukong's fate. He raised his right hand to bring it down upon Sun Wukong. As the Tathagata's hand descended from the heavens, it radiated with brilliant golden light, expanding to an immense size. The patterns upon it were distinct, shimmering with a metallic brilliance, resembling a colossal mountain forged from divine metal. The billions of demons present, including the Bull Demon King, the Ping Demon King, and Neza, felt an incomparable pressure, far exceeding the intensity of Sun Wukong's previous clash with Yangjian. Compared to the aura emanating from the Tathagata, they all felt insignificant, akin to mere ants. Alas, Sun Wukong's time appeared to be up. It was a pity to witness such a promising talent, capable of defeating even the mightiest battle god of the three realms, Yangjian. Had he survived, he might have ascended to the status of a sage. To confront such a colossal entity as the Buddhist sect before achieving enlightenment was unwise. Many of the powerful beings in the three realms lamented the loss of Sun Wukong's potential, faced with the overwhelming might of the Tathagata's hand. Even Sun Wukong's extraordinary powers could not withstand it. His vibrant essence, once seized by the Tathagata, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The Bull Demon King, the Ping Demon King, and others wished to intervene, but under the pressure of the Tathagata's quasi-saintly might, they found themselves utterly immobilized. The Tathagata's colossal hand swept through existence, annihilating all in its path, poised to crush Sun Wukong in an instant. At this crucial moment, Sun Wukong's master had yet to appear, offering no aid against the Tathagata's impending strike. This left the beings of the three realms, who had held on to a sliver of hope, utterly despondent. Indeed, even if Sun Wukong's master had achieved enlightenment, he chose to prioritize his own safety over confronting such a titan as the Tathagata. As the Tathagata's hand descended with unrelenting force, Sun Wukong appeared utterly powerless to resist. Just when it seemed that all beings in the three realms believed Sun Wukong was doomed to execution at the hands of the Buddhist sect, an incandescent brilliance erupted from him. Following this, an unparalleled aura emerged, seemingly originating from the primordial universe itself. Vast, ethereal, and timeless, it transcended all earthly descriptors. This aura compelled all beings, from the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood like Patriarch Bodhi and the Jade Emperor to the countless ordinary souls below, to kneel involuntarily. The 33 heavens trembled, bowing before it as the myriad laws of the cosmos surrendered in reverence. In the wake of this phenomenon, a golden humanoid silhouette materialized behind Sun Wukong. Towering yet indistinct in features, it exuded a commanding presence that shook the very fabric of reality. The heavens quaked, and the souls of all beings resonated in unison, as if the stars themselves were on the verge of falling. This was an awe-inspiring force, the embodiment of majesty that transcended time. The figure stood tall with flowing hair, adorned with divine chains of order that pierced the heavens and the earth, witnessing the rise and fall of countless primordial worlds. Upon its emergence, not only did the myriad beings of the three realms bow in reverence, but even the 6 saints of the chaotic realm found themselves kneeling in submission. This was an irresistible authority, like ants before the full moon, evoking an innate sense of awe. The cosmos fell silent, the great paths fluctuated, and all rules of order were trampled beneath its feet, leaving only this singular figure as the essence of existence. Could this be the master of Sun Wukong? The sheer terror of it all. Surely, even a sage would pale in comparison to such might. No wonder Sun Wukong had so boldly challenged the heavenly court and the Tathagata. His support was formidable indeed. Who had previously claimed that Sun Wukong's master feared the supreme purity? It was clear now that he held them in utter disdain. The countless beings of the three realms were engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts, their minds blank, and even their souls trembled. The Jade Emperor, clad in a platinum dragon robe and crowned, knelt alongside the celestial officials in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Despite the absence of any palpable terror pressing upon them, they instinctively bowed before that figure, as though it were an ingrained response. The prowess of that elder surpassed even the Jade Emperor's wildest expectations. If only he could receive guidance from such a predecessor, achieving enlightenment would be effortless. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, Yangjiao, and Chengxiu gazed upon the ethereal image of Yifeng in awe. During their prior encounter, Yifeng had been remarkably approachable, devoid of any airs. Now, they truly grasped the magnitude of his terrifying presence, an aura that eclipsed all, beyond comprehension. In the chaotic realm, the 6 saints knelt within their own sanctuaries, their hearts gripped by fear. Once confident in their ability to dominate all, they now felt like fragile boats amidst a tempest, perpetually on the brink of being shattered by the overwhelming pressure of their opponent's might. The very essence of that aura did not actively target them. Yet they could not control the instinctual fear arising from the depths of their souls, compelling them to kneel. The six saints were taken aback, astonished to discover such a supreme, unfathomable power hidden within the three realms. The supreme purity Laozi, too, found himself bemused by his previous arrogance, believing he had intimidated his counterpart. The very reason for the lack of a response from the other party was likely due to their complete disregard for him, perhaps believing that responding would diminish their own stature. Then, under the gaze of countless beings, Yi Feng's silhouette raised his left hand and pointed decisively at the Tathagata. Chapter 65, The Divine Fall Boom. A burst of celestial radiance erupted, dazzling beyond measure, resembling an explosion of countless galaxies, filling the cosmos with an overwhelming power. The entire three realms echoed with lamentations, and the myriad laws of the universe trembled in fear. Time and space became chaotic, and all beings were engulfed in dread. In the face of Yi Feng's mythic strike at the golden immortal level, the Buddha, kneeling upon the golden lotus, found his mind shrouded in emptiness. Although he could acutely sense death drawing near, and the world around him dimming rapidly, he was rendered incapable of any resistance. He could only watch helplessly as the resplendent galaxy surged toward him. Under the gaze of countless beings, the luminous galaxy swept over the Buddha, consuming him entirely. The Buddha, at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, along with his 9-petal golden lotus, was instantly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Not only that, the terrifying light, having erased the Buddha, swiftly traversed the 33 heavens, continuing its relentless assault into the depths of the chaotic world. Deep within the chaotic realm, Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin had established a Buddhist domain as a sanctuary. This realm was suffused with the power of saints, enveloped in numerous formidable Buddhist formations, impenetrable and eternal. Yet, beneath the brilliance of that silvery divine light, all formations were effortlessly dismantled, and the saintly power was laid to waste. The silver divine light, akin to a grinding wheel of the Tao, rendered all it touched into nothingness. No force in the world could withstand it. Even Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin within the Buddhist realm could not utter a single cry before being instantaneously annihilated. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. The three realms returned to tranquility, the terrifying aura dissipating without a trace. The phantom behind Sun Wukong also vanished, as if it had never existed. Only then did the myriad beings of the three realms gradually regain their faculties, rising from the ground with bewildered expressions. It felt as though they had awoken from an extraordinary dream, ensnared in a mist of confusion. When the beings of the three realms turned their gaze back toward the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain, they discovered that the once mighty Buddha, surrounded by countless golden lotuses, had been reduced to mere bones. It was then they realized that all that had transpired was indeed reality. My goodness! The Buddha is dead. The mighty beings of the three realms were utterly astonished. Upon careful examination with their divine senses, they discovered that the Buddha was not merely devoid of physical form. Even his 3 souls and 6 spirits, his true essence, had been entirely obliterated. It could be said he was irrevocably dead. Even if Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, were to arrive, he could not restore the Buddha whose true essence had perished. The Buddha was a leader of the Buddhist sect, a formidable figure at the quasi-saint peak. Yet, he had been utterly annihilated by the mere gesture of Sun Wukong's master. The might of Sun Wukong's master was overwhelming, a blatant affront to the Buddhist order. Surely, Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin must be outraged. In that moment, countless mighty beings of the 3 realms were filled with trepidation, sensing a seismic shift on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's heart swelled with joy. Good riddance. How splendid. What a delightful demise. Both the previous Daobao Taoist and now the Buddha had relied on the support of saints, looking down upon the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor with disdain. They had even orchestrated grand displays against Sun Wukong atop Flower Fruit Mountain, disregarding him as the sovereign of the 3 realms. Moreover, the Buddhist sect had previously plotted against Yao Ji and Yang Chan, forcing him to take ruthless measures against his own kin to uphold the dignity of the heavenly court. Now, with the Buddha's demise, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of vindication wash over him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. While he maintained a facade of composure before his civil and military officials, the disciples of the were free to express their unrestrained thoughts. What a fitting end. Daobao, this is the consequence of your betrayal. Jin Ling Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Xiong Xiao applauded in delight. Originally, Daobao, as the eldest disciple of the had enjoyed great esteem among his peers, dedicating himself to the sect. Yet, during the life and death struggle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, while his fellow disciples fought valiantly, he had merely strolled through the battlefield, even failing to retaliate against the ambush of Guangqingzi. As the face dire circumstances, Dao Bao had recklessly offered his head, attacking Taiji Laozu, the foremost among the 6 saints, with his quasi-saint mid-level prowess. Taiji Laozu had effortlessly captured Dao Bao with the wind and fire Tathagata, extracting him from the battlefield. After the battle, Dao Bao had joined the Buddhist sect, becoming a leader of the Buddhist order, entirely forgetting the deep-seated enmity between and the Western sect, even enslaving fellow disciples such as Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, and Wuyun Xian. It was evident that Dao Bao had long conspired with Taiji and Zhuan Ti to betray. The disciples had long harbored a desire to purge their ranks of this traitor. But Dao Bao's formidable strength and retreat to the Ling Mountain's Great Thunder Sound Temple left them powerless for the time being. They had not anticipated that Dao Bao would bring about his own demise by attacking Sun Wukong, only to be obliterated by Ye's finger, leaving no trace behind. In light of this, Jin Ling Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, and others were filled with elation, even planning to express their gratitude to Yi with offerings at Huaguo Mountain. While the disciples reveled in their triumph, the Ling Mountain in the western Bulhazhou was thrown into disarray. No one had expected that the leader of the Buddhist sect, who had set out to vanquish demons and promote the glory of Buddhism, would be killed so unexpectedly and without the chance to retaliate. Within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin, Puxian, and the 108 Arhats appeared fearful, dreading that Sun Wukong's master might descend upon Ling Mountain, annihilating them as well. Everyone remained calm. Just as the multitude of Buddhas in the Great Thunder Sound Temple were in a state of panic, Maitreya, clad in golden robes and holding purple prayer beads, stepped forward. As the next leader of the Buddhist sect, Maitreya naturally had to take charge in the wake of the Buddha's demise. The Buddha was our leader, and the journey to the west is a matter ordained by the heavens. Now that Sun Wukong's master has slain our leader and blatantly obstructed the journey to the west, the 2 saints of Buddhism will undoubtedly respond. Zhuan Ti and Jieyin likely had already gone to the Zixiao Palace to consult the Tao ancestor. As long as the Tao ancestor intervenes, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong's master is, he will undoubtedly meet his end. Maitreya's resonant voice reverberated through the Great Thunder Sound Temple, instilling a sense of fortitude in the previously panicked Buddhas, calming their fears. Indeed, Sun Wukong's master had not merely killed the Buddha, he was opposing the very heavens. Hongjun, as the Tao ancestor of the 3 realms, the teacher of the 6 saints, and the representative of the heavenly will, was likely to take action. Even if Sun Wukong's master possessed extraordinary cultivation, he could not possibly contend with Hongjun. The thoughts of the Buddhist community echoed those of the majority of the mighty beings in the 3 realms. Just as everyone believed that Zhuan Ti and Jieyin had gone to summon the Tao ancestor, an endless expanse of dark red clouds suddenly surged across the skies of the 3 realms. These clouds, layered thickly, obscured the sun and shrouded the 33 heavens and the earthly realm. Strangely, all the clouds bore a dark crimson hue, as if stained by some blood. And even the once radiant sun had turned blood red. Chapter 66, The Weeping Sky. As the blood-red clouds amassed, shrouding the heavens in darkness, the entire 3 realms became enveloped in a dismal haze. The colossal blood sun and blood moon appeared simultaneously, while ominous winds howled through the air, rendering the realms akin to a descent into the netherworld, suffused with an eerie atmosphere. Countless beings were left bewildered, including ancient powers such as Jin Yuanzi and the progenitor Kunping, who had never witnessed such a strange spectacle. Faced with this bizarre occurrence, dread settled heavily in the hearts of all, an inexplicable fear filling their minds, as if the apocalypse were at hand. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, resembling the rupture of the celestial river, with endless streams of rain cascading from the sky. Furthermore, this deluge was blood-red, resembling the essence of life itself. More terrifying still, the rain was accompanied by unsettling winds that echoed like the lamentations of myriad souls. This downpour of blood, combined with the ominous blood sun, blood moon, and the haunting cries, sent shivers down the spines of all beings. It was the heavens weeping. The divine was in mourning. A saint had perished in that earlier strike. The terrifying blow that pierced the 33 heavens had been directed westward, and it was likely that the fallen was the sage Zhuan Ti. At last, a powerful figure recognized the unsettling phenomenon, their countenance pale with shock, as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within. They had initially believed that Sun Wukong's master had merely eradicated the Buddha Tathagata, never anticipating that both saints of the Buddhist realm had met their demise in that unparalleled assault. What? Xuanti has been slain? The other beings of the three realms felt as though a thunderclap had struck their minds, leaving them stunned and motionless. They had not expected that even Xuanti, who had attained sainthood during the calamity of the witch and the demon, and possessed two ultimate innate spiritual treasures, the Eastern treasure colorful lotus flag and the seven treasures wonderful tree, would be utterly defenseless, falling to a mere finger from Sun Wukong's master. Such prowess was truly terrifying. Moreover, beyond the astonishment at Sun Wukong's master's ability to dispatch a saint with but a touch, the great powers of the three realms marveled at his audacity, which was extraordinarily bold, verging on recklessness. For Xuanti was a disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. To slay the Buddha Tathagata was merely a slap to Xuanti's face, but to kill Xuanti was a direct affront to Hongjun himself. Did Sun Wukong's master truly disregard Hongjun's authority, or was he confident that his power was on par with that of the Tao ancestor? As these thoughts raced through their minds, a sense of impending change loomed over the three realms. Meanwhile, within the Great Lane Temple, the Buddha's complexion turned ashen, leaving the entire assembly in a state of bewilderment, as if the sky itself had collapsed. They had anticipated Xuanti seeking out Hongjun to exact vengeance for the Buddha Tathagata, yet now even the two saints of Buddhism had perished. If Sun Wukong's master were to strike at this moment, it seemed the entire Buddhist sect would be annihilated. The torrential blood rain persisted for several hours. It was only after the blood clouds above had transformed entirely into blood rain that the sky gradually cleared, restoring the sun and moon to their original forms. Once the downpour ceased, the immortal realm was inundated with countless blood-red rivers and lakes. Is there anyone from the heavenly court or the Buddhist realm still wishing to confront me? If so, do so swiftly, for time waits for no one. Sun Wukong declared from his perch above Flower and Fruit Mountain, nonchalantly picking his nose, exuding an air of insufferable arrogance. Yet, despite his brash demeanor, having witnessed Feng's might, no one dared to provoke Sun Wukong anymore. After all, with the demise of the two saints of the West, Sun Wukong now stood as the foremost harbinger of doom in the three realms, whoever crossed him met their end. I had thought the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court were formidable, but it seems they are not nearly as impressive as I had assumed. Sun Wukong scoffed, observing the silence from both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, who dared not retaliate. After twirling his chaos essence iron rod a few times, he stowed it away and returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain to revel with the Bull Demon King and others. In the wake of such a resounding victory, the countless demon troops were invigorated and elated, celebrating their triumph. The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect's campaign against Sun Wukong had ended in utter failure, resulting in the fall of Li Jing, the Buddha Tathagata, and the two saints of the West, a grievous loss. The great powers of the three realms, having witnessed this extraordinary event, found their eyes open to a new reality. They had not only observed Sun Wukong's defiance against the mightiest warrior of the three realms, Yang Jian, but also witnessed a phenomenon unprecedented throughout history, the fall of a saint, the emergence of such a being, capable of dispatching the two saints of the West with a mere gesture, hinted at a power that could rival the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Stirring a tempest of ambition among many in the three realms, countless gifted beings yearned to seek the tutelage of Sun Wukong's master. Additionally, ancient powers like Jin Yuanzi and Kuanping also aspired to obtain the path to enlightenment, having already reached the peak of quasi-sainthood during the ancient calamity of the witch and the demon. Yet, despite the passage of countless eons, they had made no progress beyond that threshold. Despair had nearly consumed Zhang Yuanzi and his peers, but with the appearance of Sun Wukong's master, hope for enlightenment flickered anew. As the beings of the three realms contemplated their newfound possibilities, the figures of Taiji Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Nuwa converged outside the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, as if drawn together by an unseen force. Chapter 67. Hongjun, it matters not. I shall intervene. The Zixiao Palace soars to immeasurable heights, encircled by an endless expanse of nine-colored clouds. The walls of the palace are adorned with infinite Taoist patterns, radiating an aura of supreme authority amidst the dim chaos of the world, rendering it particularly conspicuous. Laozi, clad in a flowing white Taoist robe, appears youthful with hair like snow, wielding a coiling dragon staff, exuding an ethereal charm. Conversely, Yuanshi Tianzuan dons a purple Taoist robe, intricately inscribed with noble designs. His brows like swords, his expression stern, emanating an overwhelming presence. Enhua, slender and graceful, is clad in a colorful gown that flows like clouds. A halo of divinity encircling her head, exuding a chilling yet exalted aura. Their encounters with one another elicit no surprise. Rather, it was anticipated. After all, the upheavals within the three realms have dramatically impacted the status of the Xianmin and their interests. Furthermore, the prowess of Sun Wukong's master has surpassed their ability to control the situation. At this juncture, they can only implore the intervention of Hongjun, the Tao ancestor. To rectify this anomaly, disciples Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Enhua seek an audience with the master. After exchanging simple greetings, they bowed respectfully towards the grand entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Enter, came a resonant, ethereal voice from within the palace not long after. The massive doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open with a thunderous sound. Without hesitation, Taiqing and the others filed in, vanishing into the depths of the palace. Before long, they found themselves in the presence of Hongjun Daozu, seated upon a cloud bed, dressed in white robes, holding a dust whisk. He radiated an aura of supreme and ethereal presence, his eyes resembling the ancient cosmos, profound and inscrutable, as though he were one with the entire universe. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Enhua bowed in unison before Hongjun Daozu. Simultaneously, they scanned their surroundings but found no sign of the Tongtian. Hongjun Daozu nodded, and with a mere thought, 3 mats appeared beneath Taiqing and the others. Once seated, he swept his dust whisk with a sudden flourish. 3,000 strands of dust whisk danced forth, tracing the trajectory of the Tao, as countless golden lights emerged from the void, twinkling like golden stars in the chaotic realm, coalescing into 2 human silhouettes beside Taiqing and the others. As the outlines became clearer, Zhuanti and Jane re-emerged into the world. Although Feng had triggered the mark left on Sun Wukong, unleashing a blow of mythic golden immortal caliber that obliterated Zhuanti and Jane as heavenly Tao saints. Their true spirits were entrusted to the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, the 6 saints of the primordial chaos could continually be reborn through the essence of the Tao. Indeed, should Feng truly wish to eradicate Zhuanti and Jane entirely, not even the Tao could protect them. Upon their revival, Zhuanti and Jane were still filled with trepidation, their eyes reflecting profound fear. The power they had previously encountered was overwhelmingly terrifying. They had not even possessed the slightest ability to resist and were instantaneously annihilated. In that fleeting moment, they feared their very essence entrusted to the heavenly Tao might be erased as well. Thankfully, they had been revived and had not met utter demise. However, as they gathered their wits after their revival, they suddenly realized that the power of the heavenly Tao had subtly affected their true spirits and consciousness. It was evident that this revival came at a cost. While it was a mere fraction for now, hardly impacting their mental faculties, repeated deaths could very well lead them to become mere puppets of the heavenly Tao. Thank you, Master. Zhuanti and Jane expressed their gratitude to Hongjun Daozu for their revival. Now, recount in detail the events you encountered, Hongjun Daozu instructed Zhuanti and Jane. Although he was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, his prior state of merging with the Tao had limited his understanding of the dynamics within the 3 realms. He sought detailed information from Zhuanti and Jane. Master, we were executing the plan for the journey to the west. Initially, all proceeded smoothly, but complications arose when we lured the spirit bright stone monkey, Sun Wukong, to the Huaguo Mountain. Zhuanti and Jane recounted meticulously, not daring to withhold any details. Upon hearing their account, Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow, taken aback to learn that not only had the journey to the west encountered complications, but even the disciples of the Jie sect had detached from the function list, regaining their powers, with the chief disciple, Guangqingzi, meeting his demise. It was also revealed that he had awakened from his state of merging with the Tao due to the terrifying force that had swept through the chaotic realm, annihilating Zhuanti and Jane. From the power they had previously unleashed, it seemed that their cultivation was not beneath his own, sowing seeds of doubt in the once omnipotent Hongjun Daozu. Master, Sun Wukong's master deliberately disrupted the ordained journey to the west, disturbing the flourishing of the Buddhist sect and nearly taking the life of a disciple. We implore you to take action on our behalf. Zhuanti and Jane earnestly petitioned Hongjun Daozu. If Sun Wukong's master remained unscathed, they dared not proceed with their plans for the journey to the west, for no one could guarantee that he would not obliterate them along with their essence entrusted to the heavenly Tao. Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Enhua waited Hongjun Daozu's response with bated breath. The 3 realms had been dominated by the Xianmin since the ancient calamity, with countless beings offering their devotion and bestowing fortune upon them. Should Sun Wukong's master gather numerous disciples, it would undoubtedly siphon away a significant portion of their fortune. directly impacting their vested interests. This matter requires careful deliberation and cannot be rushed, Hongjun Daozu stated. Upon hearing this, the 5 saints, including Tai Ching, were taken aback. Sun Wukong's master had thwarted the journey to the west, publicly slaying Xuanti and Jane, undermining the dignity and interests of the Xianmen. They had anticipated Hongjun Daozu would take immediate action to eliminate this variable, yet he spoke with caution, indicating the need for long-term consideration. This confirmed their earlier suspicions. Sun Wukong's master was not weaker than Hongjun Daozu. There is no need for alarm. I shall personally journey to the heavenly realm to address this matter, Hongjun Daozu remarked calmly, turning his gaze towards Xuanti and Jane. Xuanti, Jane, until then, you shall have the 6-eared macaque temporarily assume Sun Wukong's role and continue with the journey to the west plan. Chapter 68, the second-generation scapegoat, Yang Mei. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Xuanti felt a slight relief in his heart. Although the prowess of Sun Wukong's master was indeed formidable, Hongjun, as the representative of the heavenly Tao, possessed strength that far surpassed that of the saints. Moreover, within the realms, he could summon the power of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of how powerful Sun Wukong's master might be, unless he reached the level of the great Tao, he would have to yield to Hongjun, at most ensuring the safety of his disciple, Sun Wukong, and would certainly refrain from interfering in the predestined journey to the west. Furthermore, aside from the clever stone monkey, they also had another from the 4 mischievous monkeys, the 6-eared macaque. Initially, they intended to use the 6-eared macaque as one of the trials during the journey to the west, allowing it to devour the essence of the stone monkey and become a new pillar of the Buddhist sect. After all, the 6-eared macaque had pledged allegiance to Xuanti during the War of the Gods and Demons, demonstrating a loyalty to Buddhism that far exceeded that of Sun Wukong. However, with the unforeseen changes surrounding Sun Wukong, they could only push the 6-eared macaque forward to take his place and fulfill the journey to the west for Buddhism. Fortunately, as long as Sun Wukong's master refrained from further interference, the uncertainties remained within a controllable range. At worst, they could simply place someone else's steed or pet in the realm of the earth immortals to mitigate the dilemma of the true and false Sun Wukong. Master. After the separation from the Feng Bang, Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens collaborated to slay the leading disciple of the Chan sect, as well as Tai Jinren and the Southern Polar Immortal. I earnestly request Master to grant me an opportunity to strike. I assure you it will not affect the beings of the other 3 realms. The primordial heavenly sovereign earnestly beseeched Hongjun. Last time, Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens disregarded his threats and eradicated the true spirit of Guangqingzi. This not only rendered countless years of his efforts futile, but also humiliated him before countless beings across the 3 realms. Had it not been for the restrictions imposed by the Taoist ancestors' edict and the fallen Saint Pill, he would have acted immediately to obliterate the disciples of the Chan sect. The primordial heavenly sovereign had long harbored resentment over this matter and was eager to seek Hongjun's approval today to enact a fierce revenge on the disciples of the Chan sect, to vent his pent-up frustrations and demonstrate the consequences of defying him to the beings of the 3 realms. Hongjun, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. This matter shall be discussed later. Previously, when the disciples of the Chan sect ascended the Feng Bang in the myriad immortal formation, Tan Tian had already overturned the table, intending to destroy the Honghuang world and reopen the realms of earth, wind, water, and fire. Should the primordial heavenly sovereign act now to eliminate Jin Ling Xingmu and the 3 heavens, given Tong Tian's explosive temperament, it would likely lead to a life-and-death struggle. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign's expression changed slightly, and he wished to plead again, but Hongjun interjected, "Leave now." His ethereal voice carried an undeniable authority. Though the primordial heavenly sovereign felt dissatisfaction, he could only nod in acquiescence. "Yes, master. I take my leave." Taiji Laozu and the others similarly rose from their cushions, bowing before departing from the Purple Cloud Palace. Once the 5 saints had left, tranquility returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. "Yang Mei, could it be you?" Hongjun murmured, memories of the ancient battle between immortals and demons resurfacing in his mind. At that time, he had utilized the auspicious clouds of the heavens to outmaneuver and defeat the ancestor of the universe, forcing the ancestors of Yin and Yang and the demon ancestor, Rahu, to self-destruct. Yet, the severely injured ancestor Yang Mei had fled into the chaos realm, disappearing without a trace for countless eons. Hongjun suspected that Sun Wukong's master might very well be the rejuvenated ancestor Yang Mei. Otherwise, It would be inconceivable for such a formidable figure to manifest in the three realms, which he had always controlled. However, even if Sun Wukong's master were indeed the space demon god, ancestor Yangmei, Hongjun possessed unwavering confidence in himself. After all, upon becoming the representative of the heavenly Tao and the ancestor of Hong Wang, he had gained unimaginable benefits, elevating his powers beyond those he held as a chaos demon god. Moreover, within the realms, he could command the power of the heavenly Tao. In the face of such might, even the restored peak powers of ancestor Yang Mei would pale in comparison. Old friend, if you wish to see me, then I shall come to meet you. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun conjured a blue-purple portal of void. Rising from his cloud bed, he stepped with deliberate grace into the portal. In the next moment, clad in a white Taoist robe, with hair like snow and a youthful visage, Hongjun appeared atop Mount Fengsuan. All the changes seemed to have been set in motion by the disappearance of Sun Wukong from Mount Fengsuan. Hongjun focused his thoughts, unleashing a terrifying divine sense that encompassed the entire realm of the Earth Immortals. After a meticulous examination, however, he found no trace of any presence above the Saint Realm. This did not surprise Hongjun. After all, as the most powerful chaos demon god aside from Pangu, ancestor Yang Mei would likely possess some treasures capable of masking his aura. Nevertheless, as long as he could uncover any trace of ancestor Yang Mei's actions on Mount Fengsuan, he could utilize the power of causality to deduce the other information. The whisk in Hongjun's hand began to emit a radiant glow, with countless time Tao patterns flickering within its strands. Just as he intended to activate the power of time to recreate the scene of Sun Wukong's arrival at Mount Fengsuan, he suddenly noticed a seemingly unremarkable Taoist temple not far ahead. A look of curiosity crossed Hongjun's face, as his earlier divine sense had not detected the existence of this temple on Mount Fengsuan. Could it be that ancestor Yang Mei resides within this temple? After a moment of speculation, he deemed it quite possible, given that ancestor Yang Mei had brazenly slain Zhuanti and Jiayin amidst countless beings across the three realms. It indicated that the latter did not harbor intentions of stealthily confronting him. It was likely that all these actions were meant to draw him in. With this in mind, it made perfect sense for the other party to have erected the temple on Mount Fengsuan, awaiting his arrival. Hongjun resolved this in his thoughts, promptly retracting his whisk and stepping forward directly to the temple's entrance. Chapter 69. Hongjun, it matters not. I shall embarrass myself upon arriving at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, found that even this seemingly unremarkable temple was utterly devoid of substance before him. As he released his divine consciousness, he sensed nothingness. It was as though the temple did not exist within this realm. It appeared that this sacred place could entirely shield itself from his divine perception. Could it be that the venerable Yang Mei had deliberately set a trap to ensnare me, seeking vengeance for the past grievances of the extermination sword array? Initially intending to knock upon the wooden door, Hongjun hesitated, his mind troubled by the thought that this temple might be akin to a fearsome treasure. Reminiscent of the coffin of heaven, it would be prudent to first conduct a divination of sorts. He murmured to himself. Although he could summon the power of the heavenly Tao at will within the three realms, Yang Mei was once a figure second only to Pangu among the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods, thus caution was warranted. Consequently, radiance emanated from his brow, and myriad patterns of the laws coalesced into a cerulean divine ring before him, initiating a divination of the temple's contents. However, to his utter terror, as the divine ring began to operate, it shattered at once as if it had encountered some forbidden force. Immediately, an overwhelming and terrifying power enveloped him, rendering his thoughts stagnant, his mind a blank slate. When Hongjun regained his senses, he found himself in a strange and astonishing vast world. This realm was boundless, suffused with an even purer essence of spiritual energy than that of the primordial chaos. Furthermore, the 3,000 laws, which were exceedingly difficult to comprehend in the outer world, were strikingly clear here, almost within reach. Should the beings of the three realms have the opportunity to cultivate within this realm, they could effortlessly achieve the status of Mythical Daluo Jinxian through the power of the laws. This is the soil of origin, the chaotic divine stone. Hongjun was about to take a step forward when he was astounded to discover that beneath his feet lay the legendary soil of origin, capable of nurturing any grade of spiritual root. The chaotic spiritual root, the chaos green lotus, which gave rise to Pangu, originated from this very soil. Even the stones beside him were the rare chaotic divine stones that were nearly unattainable in the chaotic world. The current Jade Emperor and Queen Mother of the West, who had once been the chaotic stones he had enlightened, had now ascended to the quasi-saint realm, standing as supreme beings within the three realms. The chaotic divine stone was a treasure far more precious than the chaotic stone, as each chaotic divine stone was formed from the essence of chaos accumulated over countless epochs, often nurturing divine treasures such as innate supreme artifacts and chaotic divine gold. Just as Hongjun was engulfed in astonishment and excitement, a terrifying crimson avian descended from the heavens. Landing before him, this monstrous bird, stretching for billions of feet, was ablaze with the most fervent phoenix true fire, its feathers shimmering like a myriad of colorful star rivers. Exuding an aura so formidable that it sent shivers through the heavens, it looked down upon Hongjun with an air of supreme authority, its eyes like blazing suns radiating endless majesty. The Yuan Feng? Had it not perished during the Dragon Han calamity? How could it possibly appear here? Hongjun's mind was a whirlpool of shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt, utterly overwhelmed. During the final stages of the Dragon Han calamity, the leaders of the three clans vying for supremacy in the primordial chaos, the ancestor dragon, the beginning Qilin, and the Yuan Feng had all fallen victim to the celestial reckoning due to the weight of endless karmic retribution. At that time, the Yuan Feng had merely been at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm and could not have survived the heavenly judgment, while Hongjun was still reeling from this revelation. A sharp golden beak swooped down toward him. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had transformed into a minuscule body resembling a centipede, dwarfed by the Yuan Feng's talents. Clearly, the Yuan Feng regarded him as nothing more than an insect, preparing to devour him. Impudent! I am Hongjun Dao ancestor. He bellowed with righteous indignation at the Yuan Feng. Yet it seemed oblivious to his voice, the golden beak descending mercilessly. He attempted to summon the power of the heavenly Dao, but found himself utterly severed from that connection, his calls for aid falling on deaf ears. Help! Hongjun writhed in desperation, narrowly evading the Yuan Feng's lethal strike. After dodging, he hurriedly scurried forward, his multitude of legs propelling him away in frantic flight. Clop, clop. The Yuan Feng folded its wings, pursuing him with its long legs, relentlessly pecking at him. The golden beak grazed past him time and again, bringing him perilously close to death, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. It felt as though his body was racing ahead while his soul lagged behind. In such perilous circumstances, Hongjun was nearly at his wit's end, fleeing in any direction that seemed safe. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled into an extraordinarily unique grand palace, and the Yuan Feng ceased its pursuit. This palace was semicircular, woven from countless branches and leaves of chaotic spiritual roots, adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a hazy glow. What is this place? Hongjun, still trembling, felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The sights before him were far too incredible, surpassing all his expectations. Even the Yuan Feng, which should have perished during the Dragon Han calamity, had been reborn, its power now exceeding his own. As he continued to survey his surroundings, pondering the nature of this realm, he suddenly noticed that the light within the palace was dimming at a visible rate. Not only that, but an overwhelming malevolence surged forth like a monstrous tidal wave, crashing upon him and sending chills down his spine, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, Hongjun turned to confront an even more terrifying sight. Chapter 70. The Adventures of Hongjun. At the entrance of this extraordinary palace, a fearsome black and red beast loomed ominously, fixating its gaze upon Hongjun Daozu. Its colossal form stretched across vast distances, obscuring the sky, crowned with 9 menacing spines that resembled a supreme diadem. Its entire being was enveloped in a palpable aura of black and red malevolence. 2 pairs of immense purple wings, etched with intricate runes of the Tao, adorned its broad back, radiating a chilling metallic sheen that instilled dread in all who beheld it. A long, spear-like tail, akin to a divine weapon, glowed with a sanguine hue, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and the earth with ease. As Hongjun Daozu felt the beast's piercing gaze, his soul shuddered, and his body tensed as if frozen in fear. Was this not the Beast Emperor Shini of the Beast Emperor dynasty? Overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Shini, Hongjun's mind went blank. He yearned to flee, yet his myriad legs betrayed him, refusing to heed his command. Previously, he had believed Yuan Feng to be the most terrifying entity in this realm, only to discover that Shini's presence was even more astounding. Such an overwhelming aura Hongjun had only previously encountered in the legendary Pango. To his astonishment, both Yuan Feng and Shini, who were thought to have perished in the calamities of ages past, had instead grown to such formidable heights, it was utterly terrifying. While Hongjun's mind reeled, Shini bared a row of razor-sharp teeth, eyes blazing with fury. Clearly, Shini did not take kindly to the uninvited guest intruding upon its territory. With a thunderous roar, Shini raised its gigantic paw, poised to strike down upon Hongjun. The paw was terrifyingly sharp, surpassing even the legendary sword of extermination, were it not for the peculiar nature of this world. That single blow could have rent the very fabric of chaos, reducing myriad realms to mere dust, though Hongjun was utterly stunned by Shinny's overwhelming might. His instinct for survival ignited within him, unleashing a surge of unprecedented strength and speed. Yet, ultimately, he could not fully evade the beast's dreadful strike. A portion of his tail was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Spare my life. I am Hongjun. Spare my life. I am the Daozu." Hongjun fled in desperation, slipping away from beneath Shinny, a wretched creature devoid of the calm and collected demeanor he had displayed in the Purple Cloud Palace. Reduced to a state of utter panic. Upon escaping the palace, the furious roar of Shinny echoed behind him, shaking the heavens, causing his ears to ring, as if it could pursue him at any moment. In a frantic bid for survival, Hongjun darted aimlessly into narrow spaces. He squeezed past several chairs and benches, finally finding refuge atop a massive tree, where the overwhelming malevolent aura gradually receded, panting heavily on the tree trunk. Hongjun felt as if half of his soul had been scattered in the brief span of those few minutes. As he scanned his surroundings, ensuring there were no fearsome beasts nearby, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the willow tree beneath him. Peering down, he realized that his true self lay sprawled upon a colossal willow that seemed to support the chaotic world itself. The tree's trunk was immensely thick, its bark resembling the sinewy form of a dragon, radiating a golden-purple glow. Beneath its dense canopy, countless willow branches cascaded like a starry river, each adorned with numerous leaves, and each leaf cradling a star, as if the entire chaotic realm was birthed from it. Hollow willow, spaced out patterns. This is the ancestor Yangmei. Hongjun had long suspected that the individual responsible for the upheaval across the three realms was none other than the ancestor Yangmei. However, he had not anticipated meeting the ancestor in such an intimate manner. Although the aura emanating from Yangmei was not as fearsome as that of the Beast Emperor Shinny, it was no less formidable. "Friend, it has been a while," Yangmei spoke, turning toward the hollow willow's trunk, his expression a grimace more akin to sorrow than joy. He had nearly perished at the hands of Yangmei and the Sword of Extermination formation, making them mortal enemies. Yet here he was, inadvertently seeking refuge in the very presence of his adversary. This was akin to being caught in a quagmire. No matter the outcome, it was dire. "Yangmei, my old friend, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. Let bygones be bygones. We can discuss matters amicably." Hongjun stammered, suppressing his trepidation. However, Yangmei offered no reply, merely swinging a willow branch with a sharp crack that struck Hongjun, not only lacerating his flesh but also penetrating his very soul. With a pained cry, Hongjun fell from the willow tree to the ground. He attempted to flee once more, but Yangmei was not so easily deterred. Countless willow branches descended upon him with pinpoint accuracy, raining down blows that left him bleeding profusely, his body on the verge of collapse. After enduring an onslaught of countless strikes, Hongjun, barely clinging to life, managed to escape the range of the willow's wrath, ascending a staircase and entering a palace of unfathomable scale. Yet, upon entering, he was once again rendered speechless, awestruck. The furnishings, crafted from the essence of chaos, paled in comparison to the palace's floor, which was fashioned from a single, boundless piece of chaotic foundation stone. Such a stone, if forged by the demon god of instruments, could yield a piece no larger than a fist, yet here lay an expanse stretching infinitely, beyond the horizon. After regaining his composure, Hongjun sought a safe corner to heal. However, resonant sounds of the Tao began to emanate from deep within the palace, rhythmic and profound, stirring the heavens and igniting the sea of 3,000 laws in a fervor, imbued with an aura of supremacy that transcended all. Could it be a Taoist sanctuary of the Tao's embodiment? Yuan Feng and Shenny, mere pets nurtured by the embodiment of the Tao? A sudden epiphany struck Hongjun, igniting a fervent excitement within him as he felt he had grasped the truth. Despite his grievous injuries and near demise, this could very well be an unprecedented opportunity. If he could seize this moment and win the favor of the Tao's embodiment, transforming from a mere spokesperson of the heavenly Tao to that of the Tao itself, would that not propel him to unimaginable heights? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Hongjun eagerly maneuvered his form toward the source of the Tao's resonance. After traversing towering thresholds, he entered another vast palace, where he beheld the embodiment of the Tao from a distance. At that moment, the Tao's embodiment reclined upon a bed crafted from a singular piece of primordial divine wood, lying sideways, turned away from all beings. The Tao ebbed and flowed, the entire cosmos reverberating in its presence, enshrouded in the essence of chaos, as all paths quivered and lamented in its wake. Supreme, unparalleled, transcending all. No words could adequately encapsulate the figure before him. Upon seeing this visage, Hongjuan's countless knees instinctively fell to the ground in reverence. Do not even mention him. Even the Beast Emperor, the space demon god Yang Mei, and the ancestral figure before me pale in comparison, rendered utterly insignificant, merely akin to ants. Hongjun Daozu no longer perceives this presence as the embodiment of the great Tao, although he has never encountered the true essence of the Tao. His intuition informs him that even the most exalted Tao cannot be compared to this being, just as Hongjun Daozu is overwhelmed with astonishment. His heart surging with reverence and worship, a soft feminine voice suddenly resonates in his ear. Oh, how is it that there is a worm here? Has the place not been cleaned properly? Never mind, I shall simply squash it. Chapter 71. A Great Omen Upon Hearing a Sound. Hongjun lifted his head and discovered a familiar silhouette appearing behind him. Wasn't that Bixiao from the Jiejiao? How could she be here? A jolt of surprise coursed through Hongjuan's heart. He had not been in this realm for long, yet he had already escaped death several times. To encounter his own disciple in such an extraordinary place was utterly unexpected. Moreover, Bixiao's meager cultivation somehow allowed her to survive in this terrifying environment. The fact that she could appear here unscathed indicated a connection to that transcendent elder. No wonder the disciples of Jiejiao had suddenly detached from the Fengshen Bang and experienced a surge in their cultivation. Once Hongjun regained his composure, he quickly pieced together some of the truth. If Bixi was acquainted with that elder, then once he revealed his identity, she would undoubtedly assist him in making an introduction. At that moment, Hongjuan's mind began to race with possibilities. Although he had shown favoritism towards the Rinjiao and Chanjiao during the Fengshen calamity, his status as the Dao ancestor and his role as a teacher remained, even if Bixiao held grievances against him. As long as he offered a means to no longer confine Tong Dian, she would have no choice but to agree. However, given his peculiar state, how could he convey his identity? Should he, in this thousand-legged form, carve out the words "I am Hongjun"? Just as Hongjun was lost in thought, Bixi was engulfed in self-reproach. She had intended to clean the room while Elder Yi took his afternoon rest, but upon reaching the doorway, she encountered a massive black centipede. This sight prompted her to reflect on her own cleaning habits, questioning whether her negligence had given rise to such a creature. Nevertheless, Bixiao resolved that her immediate priority was to eliminate the centipede before it laid eggs and spawned a horde of offspring. With that in mind, she cautiously grasped the broom handle, her gaze fixed on the centipede, and struck down with force. Hey, what are you doing? Hongjun had just begun to etch out half of the character for I with his writhing body when a gigantic broom came crashing down upon him. Given Bixiao's cultivation level, even if she summoned a treasure of chaos, she should not have posed a threat to Hongjun, as the disparity in their realms was vast. Furthermore, the broom in her hands, though made of precious materials, lacked any true offensive power. Yet, this broom had been wielded by Yi Feng. That alone was reason enough for a nascent sage to overpower a master of the six saints, the Dao ancestor, and the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao. Bixiao swung the broom down heavily upon Hongjun, momentarily overshadowing his form. By sheer luck, Hongjun managed to escape through a gap in the broom's bristles. How audacious! I am your teacher and ancestor, Hongjun. After emerging, he did not flee immediately but stood upright, thousands of arms akimbo, angrily reprimanding Bixiao. Unfortunately, despite his thunderous call, Bixiao could not hear him at all. It was her first encounter with such an arrogant insect, and instead of fleeing, it stood defiantly nearby, provoking her further. You foul bug, I'll squash you. Bixiao pouted, and once more gripped the broom to strike at Hongjun. Good heavens! This is a violation of the master-disciple bond. Is there no justice left? Seeing Bixiao lift the broom again, Hongjun instinctively recoiled, hurriedly covering his head and fleeing. Where do you think you're going, you filthy bug? Provoked by the audacity of a mere insect, Bixiao's determination surged. She was resolved to squash it today. Grasping the broom, she charged out of Yifeng's quarters, relentlessly pursuing Hongjun, broom in hand, causing chaos in the courtyard. This is absurd. Hongjun was utterly flustered, feeling immense grievance. He could accept being pursued by powerful beings like Yuan Feng, Shini, or Yang Mei, but now, as the esteemed master of the six saints, revered by all, he found himself fleeing from a disciple of nascent sage level. His dignity was utterly tarnished. In his past, even amidst the formidable killing array of the heavenly Tao, he had never endured such humiliation. Nevertheless, despite his lamentations, Hongjun dared not pause in his escape, dodging wherever he could. He had already lost all semblance of dignity in this realm. To lose his life at the hands of his own disciple would be a mockery beyond measure. enough to rouse laughter from Peng himself. Yuan Feng, the initial Qilin, Shini, and others each maintained their territories within the Taoist temple, generally refraining from intrusion. Thus, they abandoned their pursuit of Hongjun. Bi Xiao, however, harbored no such restraint, driving Hongjun into a corner. In a state of utter panic, Hongjun stumbled upon a foul-smelling sewer at the base of a wall that led to the outside world. Forget it, I have no face left to lose. My life is paramount. Under normal circumstances, the exalted Hongjun would never consider crawling through a sewer, as it was far beneath his dignity. However, circumstances had changed. In the outside world, he was the revered Hongjun, untouchable and supreme. Yet here, he was merely a centipede, vulnerable to the whims of anyone. What dignity did he have left? Thus, Hongjun gritted his teeth and dove headfirst into the stinking sewer, his myriad legs flailing as he finally emerged from the temple. Outside, Hongjun, battered and bruised, disheveled and reeking, transformed back into his human form. Yet, his eyes bore an emptiness, akin to a soulless husk. What had transpired? How could he sustain such grievous injuries? Moments later, as his body trembled slightly, clarity returned to his gaze, and consciousness surged back. Yet, upon observing his disheveled state, reeking of filth and resembling a beggar from the mortal realm, he was instantly astounded, waves of shock crashing through his mind. I am the Tao ancestor, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, invincible in the three realms. How could I be harmed? Moreover, wasn't I just deducing matters within the temple? How did I end up in this predicament? What on earth happened? Hongjun's expression reflected disbelief. He could hardly accept that someone in the three realms could inflict injury upon him. Countless questions swirled in his mind as he strained to recall. Yet previous memories were but a blank slate. These injuries seemed to have manifested out of thin air. Eerie, ominous, a dire portent. Hongjun gazed at the unremarkable Taoist temple before him, his heart tinged with trepidation. Just as he contemplated resuming his deductions within the temple, a profound sense of dread arose from the depths of his soul, as if the temple before him were the most terrifying abyss in all the myriad realms. At Hongjun's level, sometimes intuition proved even more accurate than what could be observed with the eyes. Here lies a portent of great misfortune. It seems that I, a humble practitioner, cannot grasp it. I shall inform the heavenly Tao and invite its presence. Hongjun Daozu murmured to himself, ultimately deciding to trust his instincts. He returned to the purple cloud palace to tend to his wounds while conveying the matter to the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. With the intervention of the heavenly Tao, this ominous place shall undoubtedly be unraveled. Chapter 72. The Withered Chrysanthemum. The ground covered in wounds in the Taoist temple, Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, found himself questioning the very essence of his existence after being struck. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Flower Fruit Mountain was rife with the exuberance of celebration, as billions of demon clans reveled in their recent triumph. Within the Water Curtain Cave, the Bull Demon King rose, holding a large jar of wine with utmost seriousness. Addressing Sun Wukong, "Brother, I raise this cup to you." "Your words are too kind," Sun Wukong replied, promptly standing from his 9 dragons throne, lifting a jar of wine that was slightly lower than that of the Bull Demon King. Following their recent battle, Sun Wukong had cultivated the innate 5 primordial energies, experiencing a significant boost in strength. Had it been the former Sun Wukong, his tail would be high in the air, feeling invincible across the 3 realms, perhaps even contemplating the position of the Tao ancestor. However, seasoned by experience, Sun Wukong understood that his current power was trivial compared to his master. Even his master's pets, De Huang and Xiaohe, could effortlessly overpower him with a mere finger. Thus, while he felt a surge of excitement at his newfound prowess and was optimistic about the future, he remained grounded and unpretentious. "Thanks to my brother's support, I have truly broadened my horizons today," the Bull Demon King exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he tilted his head back and drained the jar of liquor in one go. Though he had traveled alongside saints and witnessed much, today's experiences far eclipsed any revelations from those countless years. Since the decline of the ancient demon court, our kind has endured relentless oppression from the heavenly court and the Buddhist sections. They even forcibly converted our strongest to guard their gates, and as we lack a saint, we have had to endure in silence. Today's victory truly allows our entire demon race to exhale a long-held breath of resentment, the Ping Demon King expressed sincerely. "With your potential, dear brother, you shall undoubtedly become a saint among demons, and we are fortunate to have you." The Jiao Demon King also stood, raising his jar in unison. "Brothers, you flatter me," Sun Wukong said, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head at the lavish praise from the Bull Demon King and others. who regarded him as the hope of the entire demon race. Since ancient times, the strong have commanded respect. I, the bold demon king, willingly concede my position as the foremost among the 7 saints to you, dear brother, he declared from the heart. Previously, he had believed himself the strongest among the 7 demon kings, but today he realized just how vast the chasm between him and son Wukong truly was. Moreover, with such extraordinary talent and fearlessness against the Tao ancestor, who had effortlessly obliterated the 2 Western saints, son Wukong's future potential was limitless. The bold demon king felt undeserving of his title as big brother. Once a big brother, always a big brother. Among us, it is the bond that matters, not the titles, son Wukong declared, waving his hand grandly. Earlier, when he had caused a ruckus in heaven, facing imminent reprisal from the heavenly Tao, the bold demon king and others had immediately rallied their forces, ready to confront the heavenly court. Even when son Wukong faced danger, they had shown genuine concern. Had he not swiftly turned the tide, they would have charged in recklessly. What son Wukong valued was this brotherhood to him. Who held the title of big brother was of no consequence. Ha ha ha, you speak truly, dear brother. I, the bold demon king, was indeed petty. I shall self-punish with 30 jars. He laughed heartily, grabbing a jar from the table and beginning to drink vigorously. Today, we brothers shall not rest until we are intoxicated. The Monkey King and others were equally inspired by the camaraderie and rose with their jars. Not resting until intoxicated, the 7 jars clashed together, spilling wine. As the bold demon king, son Wukong, and the other 6 saints, in high spirits, consumed jar after jar. Report, your majesty. There is an old man at the foot of the mountain requesting an audience. A messenger monkey hurriedly entered the water curtain cave. An old man? Son Wukong and the bold demon king exchanged glances, feeling a sense of familiarity. It resembled the earlier visit from the Star Lord, who had come to summon him to heaven. Let me see who it is. If it's that old man from the Star Lord, I shall surely skin him alive. Son Wukong fumed, still nursing a grudge over how he had been tricked into heaven. With a thought, he unleashed his spiritual sense, instantly discerning the identity of the visitor. Yama? What brings him here at this hour? Could it be he seeks the book of life and death, or the pin of reincarnation? Son Wukong pondered, a playful smile appearing on his face. Bring him to me. Yes. The messenger monkey promptly obeyed. Brother, what do you wish to see Yama for? The Monkey King inquired. Puzzled. Drinking can become rather dull. If Yama is foolish enough to come here, seeking the book of life and death, I might just find a bit of amusement at his expense, son Wukong replied with a knowing grin. I see, you are quite mischievous, dear brother. The bold demon king and others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In mere minutes, the messenger monkey returned with Yama in tow, reporting to the esteemed kings. Yama has been brought before you. Very well, you may leave. Son Wukong waved dismissively. Greetings to the esteemed kings. Yama bowed cautiously to son Wukong, the bold demon king, and the others, adopting a humble demeanor and wearing a forced smile, clearly here with a request. Why does Yama leave the comfort of the underworld to visit us at Flower Fruit Mountain? Son Wukong reclined on the dragon throne, legs crossed, scrutinizing Yama with an amused glint in his eyes, seemingly calculating how to derive some entertainment from the encounter. The bold demon king and others wore expressions of mischief, exchanging knowing glances with son Wukong, their smiles conspiratorial. Under the scrutiny of the 7 kings' playful gazes, Yama felt an involuntary tightening in his core, his body tensing as he thought, could it be that these 7 kings harbor some ulterior motives? Had I known, I would have summoned the other 9 Yama lords as well. I may not withstand their torment. Yama's heart raced with trepidation. Yet the weight of his mission propelled him forward, and he steeled himself. Today, even if he faced withered petals and a ground stained with wounds, he would achieve his objective. Chapter 73. The request of King Yama. To be frank, I have a request to make. If your majesty agrees, I am willing to pay any price. King Yama declared with unwavering determination, clutching his heart, deeply pained. A request? Surely you do not wish to reclaim your ledger of life and death, ha ha ha. Son Wukong laughed heartily upon hearing this. King Yama, do you not realize where you are? Coming alone to demand treasures, do you not fear you may never return? The bold demon king added with ill intentions. While the other demon lords watched King Yama with hungry eyes, ready to pounce and tear him to shreds. Gentlemen, you have misunderstood. The earlier mistake of misappropriating the soul of the great sage Sun was indeed our fault. How could I dare to demand treasures from him? King Yama felt a chill run through him and hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Oh? Son Wukong, intrigued. saw that his connection with King Yama was now limited to the ledger of life and death. Beyond that, he could not fathom why King Yama would take such a significant risk to seek him out. Pray tell, what is it that you require of me? Sun Wukong inquired. Resting his hand on the armrest of the dragon chair, his finger rhythmically tapping, facing the malevolent gazes of the 7 demon lords. King Yama suppressed his fear and slowly revealed his purpose. In ancient times, the ancestral witch Hutu, after the death of all spirits, had nowhere to return and wandered the wilderness, scorched by the sun and chilled by the night. Thus, she transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation to complete the earthly realm. However, as Hutu possessed only a corporeal body without a true spirit, her consciousness became trapped within this cycle, initially believing this to be an inescapable predicament. It was only through the unparalleled might of my revered master that we glimpsed a sliver of hope. Therefore, I, King Yama of the 10 Halls, humbly request that the great sage Sun introduce me, so that I may seek my master's assistance in liberating the ancestral witch Hutu from the cycle of reincarnation. After speaking, King Yama disregarded his status and knelt before Sun Wukong, bowing deeply. Observing this, Sun Wukong gradually withdrew his mischievous smile, his expression turning serious. He had not anticipated such reverence from King Yama. Many seek an audience with my master, requesting his aid. Yet, between us, there is no bond. We have previously clashed in battle. Pray tell, why should I assist you? Sun Wukong queried. Upon hearing this, King Yama's eyes lit up with hope as he raised his head. He crawled closer, using his knees in place of feet. Should the great sage agree to my request, I, King Yama of the 10 Halls, am prepared to offer any price, even all the reincarnation fortune of my realm. King Yama spoke fervently, his hopeful gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong. Reincarnation fortune? I have heard of it. It seems such fortune can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. However, having endured so many years of reincarnation, your cultivation remains so minimal that I harbor doubts about its effectiveness, Sun Wukong candidly expressed. My dear brother, countless beings in the 3 realms must traverse the 6 paths of reincarnation after death. And the fortune of the 6 paths is not inferior to that bestowed by the Grandmaster Hongjun. If you could acquire the reincarnation fortune possessed by the 10 Halls of Yama, it would undoubtedly benefit the speed of your future cultivation greatly. The Bull Demon King stated earnestly. And while the Bull Demon King's endorsement of the reincarnation fortune piqued Sun Wukong's interest, he remained skeptical. After all, the cultivation of the 10 Halls of Yama seemed exceedingly low in his eyes. Originally, the 10 Halls of Yama were merely ordinary humans and witches. Without the fortune of reincarnation, they would have never broken through to celestial immortality and would have long since perished from exhaustion. What is a human witch? Sun Wukong asked curiously. He was familiar with humanity and had heard of witches, but had never encountered the term human witch. They are the offspring of humans and witches. Although they possess some traits of the witch lineage, they do not lack a true spirit like the witches. However, their foundation remains too weak to stand out. The Bull Demon King elaborated. So it is a hybrid. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. I implore the great sage to show mercy and make an introduction. I, King Yama, would be eternally grateful. King Yama bowed his head again in respect. Had it been in the past, he might not have been so eager to free the ancestral witch Hutu from the cycle of reincarnation. However, after the conclusion of the Feng calamity, the Buddhist sect had extended its reach into the underworld, seeking to bring it under their dominion and harvest the fortune of reincarnation. The 10 Halls of Yama wished to intervene, but the Bodhisattvic Siddhagarbha, a mid-stage quasi-saint, possessed cultivation far superior to theirs. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect had already set their sights on this bounty. Even if they reported to the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor intervened to drive away Siddhagarbha, the Buddhist sect would not relent, employing other means to annex the underworld. Thus, only by liberating the ancestral witch Hutu from the cycle of reincarnation could they sever the Buddhist sect's ambitions once and for all. After careful contemplation, Sun Wukong nodded, saying, seeing your sincerity, I shall assist you in making an introduction. However, whether my master will help you is uncertain and will depend upon your abilities and his disposition. King Yama rejoiced upon hearing this, nodding vigorously. Thank you, great sage. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in making the introduction, even if we do not succeed, it will still be my responsibility, and the 10 Halls of Yama will gladly offer the fortune without reservation. Very well, you are quite capable. Sun Wukong nodded, clearly satisfied with King Yama's attitude. Come, I shall take you to meet my master. Rising from his 9-dragon throne, Sun Wukong waved his hand, opening a portal within the water curtain cave that led to Mount Foksuan. Chapter 74. returned to the Taoist temple after Sun Wukong cultivated the essence of the primordial five Tai. His power surged, granting him the ability to traverse the void. Although the Bull Demon King and his companions were immensely eager to witness the grandeur of their master, Sun Wukong had pressing matters to attend to and had already promised to introduce them in due time. Thus, the Bull Demon King and the others stifled their excitement and patiently awaited Sun Wukong's return at Flowerfruit Mountain. "Brothers, let us indulge in revelry upon my return," Sun Wukong declared to the Bull Demon King and his friends before stepping through the portal with King Yanluo, who soon found himself standing before the Taoist temple on Mount Fengsuan. Though his absence had been brief, it felt as if centuries had passed, given the multitude of experiences he had endured. Upon returning to Fengsuan Mountain, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. King Yanluo, meanwhile, was astonished to find that a transcendent being capable of vanquishing the Western saints could reside in such a simple and unadorned temple. Indeed, the path to enlightenment is often the simplest. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, the pursuit of material possessions becomes trivial, and the heart becomes solely focused on the way. I shall learn from my predecessors, shedding distractions and dedicating myself to the path, King Yanluo resolved. As Sun Wukong joyfully knocked on the temple door, it was soon opened by Bixiao, who was unexpected to him. "Oh, who might you be?" Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered by this newcomer in the temple he had just left. "Greetings, Fairy Bixiao," King Yanluo responded, initially puzzled but quickly deducing the situation, smiling as he bowed. "Please, enter." "Great sage," Bixiao gestured, stepping aside. Sun Wukong and King Yanluo entered the temple, while Bixiao recounted the circumstances that led to her presence there. "Ah, I see," Sun Wukong mused, a knowing smile gracing his face as he cast a meaningful glance at Bixiao. Logically, her stay here was justified. Yet his intuition suggested her motivations extended beyond mere gratitude. She likely harbored intentions of becoming his master as consort. Bixiao, feeling the weight of Sun Wukong's piercing gaze, blushed, sensing her secret had been uncovered, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. King Yanluo, however, stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had initially perceived the temple as modest and unremarkable, but as he sensed the pure, astonishing spiritual energy and the clarity of the myriad laws of the universe within, he realized he had vastly underestimated the place. Everything within the temple surpassed his expectations, even the ground glimmered with star-like brilliance. The wind chime hanging from the willow branches was none other than the coveted Chaos Bell, a primordial treasure sought after by countless powerful beings across the realms. Though the temple appeared ordinary, it was far more extraordinary than any other place in the three realms, perhaps even surpassing the Zixiao Palace of the honored ancestor Hongjun. Could it be that this elder's cultivation surpasses that of honored ancestor Hongjun? King Yanluo pondered, his heart racing with excitement. If the elder were willing to intervene, perhaps there was hope for rescuing the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch. Noticing the disarray of the courtyard, Sun Wukong inquired, "What transpired here?" "It's quite the tale." A large centipede, nearly a foot long, suddenly appeared in the quarters of Elder Yi. "I intended to squash it, but it escaped through the gutter," Bixiao explained. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. With the protection of the sacred Qilin, the primordial phoenix, and the venerable Yangmei old ancestor, it was improbable for ordinary insects to intrude upon his master's quarters. This centipede must possess some significance. However, he brushed aside his concerns. With his master's unparalleled strength, nothing could threaten him. Perhaps if captured, the centipede would serve as an ingredient for medicinal liquor. "Has my master awakened from his nap?" Sun Wukong asked. Elder Yu was indeed napping, but he may be awake now, Bixiao replied. "Very well," Sun Wukong agreed, making his way towards the main hall, followed closely by King Yanluo. Upon returning to the temple, Sun Wukong felt a wave of warmth and anticipation to see his master. In contrast, King Yanluo was tense, each step sending shivers through his soul, as he felt the weight of terrifying gazes upon him, akin to a dragon scrutinizing an ant. He feared he might perish before even meeting the legendary Elder Yi. With determination, Sun Wukong ascended the steps and quietly approached the bedroom, only to find his master absent. "It seems my master has risen. If he is not fishing in the courtyard, he must be in the study brewing tea or painting," he concluded. Exiting the bedroom, he returned to the hall and beckoned to King Yanluo, directing him towards the study. Upon arrival, they found Elder Yi seated at the desk, a steaming pot of tea before him, diligently painting on a sheet of white paper. "Shoo, my master is painting. We mustn't disturb him. Let us wait in the hall," Sun Wukong whispered to King Yanluo. "Understood," Great Sage, King Yanluo nodded obediently. Sun Wukong and King Yanluo took their seats at a round table in the hall, and soon Bixiao entered with a tea tray. Great Sage, esteemed friend. Please enjoy some tea, she said, swiftly arranging the tea set and pouring fragrant tea for both Sun Wukong and King Yanluo. Chapter 75, Portrait of the Rotund Man. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. Sun Wukong and King Yanluo expressed their gratitude, and then lifted their steaming cups of tea. Sun Wukong, impatient as always, downed the fragrant brew in one go, closing his eyes to savor the experience. The tea from my master is indeed superior. Nothing from the outside world can compare, he mused with heartfelt admiration. Not long ago, Bixiao just roasted some fresh tea. If the great sage likes it, he may take some back, Bixiao remarked from the side. Ha. In that case, I shall not be polite. Sun Wukong chuckled, refilling his cup from the table. Meanwhile, King Yanluo fell into deep contemplation. The elder Yi he had seen earlier in the study did not possess the ethereal grace he had envisioned. In fact, he seemed utterly devoid of cultivation, resembling an ordinary mortal. This was a stark contrast to the overwhelming aura he had projected when he sheltered Sun Wukong on Mount Huaguo. An aura that had transcended the heavens. Old Yin, why aren't you drinking? Sun Wukong, having consumed dozens of cups of fragrant tea, noticed King Yanluo still lost in thought, and promptly reminded him. Oh, right, King Yanluo replied, as if awakening from a dream. He suppressed his thoughts and downed the steaming tea. As the liquid entered his throat, it transformed into a surge of boundless vitality, coursing through his body as meridians. Boom. King Yanluo's body trembled slightly, and he abruptly broke through from the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to the mid-stage. Did I just break through? He exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. It is known that advancing through each minor level after the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is far more arduous than breaking through a major realm, with many beings unable to transcend even after millions of years of cultivation. Yet, he had merely sipped a cup of tea and experienced such a profound breakthrough without any side effects. Seeing King Yanluo's astonished expression, Sun Wukong erupted into laughter. He recalled his own first experience of breaking through while drinking tea, wearing a similar expression. Regrettably, this method could only be employed once. Thereafter, one could only enjoy the aroma of tea without further breakthroughs. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. King Yanluo expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Bixiao. The benefits of this cup of tea had saved him countless years of arduous cultivation. The journey was worth it. If he could also request assistance from Elder Yi, it would be utterly perfect. Not only could he sever the grasp of the Buddhist sect, but even the witch clan might regain its ancient glory. With these thoughts, King Yanluo could hardly contain his excitement, frequently glancing toward the study, eagerly awaiting Elder Ye's summons. After sitting idly for a while, Sun Wukong's restless spirit compelled him to move, as if the stool had grown nails, making it difficult for him to sit still. Thus, he made his way to the front courtyard to converse with the likes of Shini and Qilin, seeking advice on matters of cultivation. Although Sun Wukong's mythical cultivation system differed from the principles practiced by the likes of Yame Laozu, there were still experiences to be gleaned. As time passed, the sun gradually descended. After satisfactorily consulting with Shini and others, Sun Wukong returned contentedly. However, just as he sat down, eager to sip his tea, a voice from the study called out, Wukong, come in. All right, master. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy as he promptly got to his feet and headed toward the study. Upon hearing the voice, King Yanluo felt a wave of unease wash over him, his breath quickening, as if his heart might leap from his chest. This was the pivotal moment. King Yanluo hurriedly followed, mentally rehearsing the words he had previously discussed with the 10 kings of hell. Master, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I have missed you dearly. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly as he entered the study, finding Yifeng cleaning his brush and rehanging it on the rack. Is that so? I see you enjoying yourself daily on Flower Fruit Mountain, carefree and untroubled. I doubt you think of me at all, Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. Embarrassed, Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hee, what I think in my heart surely does not show on the surface. Master, on this occasion, Sun Wukong intended to introduce King Yanluo, but Yifeng interjected. Come, see how this painting of mine has turned out. Yifeng grasped one end of the painting rod and lifted the freshly completed scroll from the table. Sun Wukong focused his gaze and found it to be a portrait of a robust man, over 7 feet tall, dressed in a gray Taoist robe, adorned with a long jade pendant around his neck and wearing Buddhist beads on his left wrist. As the scroll fully unfurled, an aura of lewdness enveloped the air like an invisible wave. Each feature of the man's face was, in isolation, quite normal, even handsome to some degree. Yet, when combined, they exuded an inexplicable air of lewdness. Despite the man's gentle smile, Sun Wukong felt as though he were scheming to deceive and trick others. Yi Feng's artistry was undoubtedly impeccable, with the subject appearing almost lifelike on paper. However, Sun Wukong could not fathom who this person was. Dressed in Taoist robes while wearing Buddhist beads, quite peculiar indeed. After showering praise, he voiced his confusion. At that moment, King Yanluo also entered the study. Upon seeing the figure in the painting, he trembled, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank, and the well-rehearsed words suddenly stuck in his throat. In his eyes, the entire world seemed to fade away, leaving only the scroll before him. What appeared as a curious painting to Sun Wukong was imbued with boundless Taoist essence in King Yanluo's perception. Radiating brilliance, King Yanluo's entire being began to emanate light, as countless cycles of Taoist patterns manifested across his form. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback upon witnessing King Yanluo enter a state of enlightenment beside him. He had been the first to see the painting, yet felt no stirring within, even finding the subject somewhat lewd. Meanwhile, King Yanluo had merely glanced at it and was utterly entranced. Was this lewd rotund man truly so captivating? Chapter 76. The Tribulation of Heavenly Skills despite his curiosity. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the unexpected allure that the seemingly repugnant figure of the portly man held in the eyes of King Yama, who appeared to be in a state of profound enlightenment. However, recognizing that King Yama was immersed in this enlightening experience, Sun Wukong refrained from disrupting it. The shameless old guards of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court had conspired against him. Even the likes of the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Tathagata Buddha had personally intervened. Fortunately, his master was by his side. With a grin, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to Yi Feng, feeling reassured by the words that as long as he did not bring suffering to sentient beings, he could act freely. With his master's presence, no one in this world could pose a threat to him. Yi Feng smiled gently, uttering the most domineering words in the softest tone. It might sound overly protective, yet, as the saying goes, a mentor who does not defend his disciple is not a worthy mentor. With such power, he would never allow outsiders to bully his disciples simply due to their prolonged cultivation. Thank you, Master. With your assurance, I feel much more secure, Sun Wukong replied, his confidence swelling. If the Buddhist sect dared to scheme against him, he would ensure that their realm would be thrown into chaos, even to the extent of shattering the spirit mountain and obliterating the two old bald heads, Zhuanti and Jiayin. The principle of repaying grievances with vengeance and kindness with kindness was a fundamental teaching of his master. The notion of repaying enmity with virtue had never been their lineage's way. After chatting for several hours, nightfall arrived, and King Yama gradually emerged from his state of profound understanding. He was transformed, as if reborn, from the portrait of the portly man. He had grasped the true essence of the laws of reincarnation, resulting in a tremendous surge in his cultivation, propelling him from the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal to the early stage of a quasi-saint, crossing over a major realm and two minor realms. Furthermore, King Yama had comprehended a path to enlightenment, the tribulation immortal skill. By cultivating to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint stage over 9 lifetimes and condensing 9 reincarnation seals, he could merge his 9 lifetimes of cultivation into one, attaining the status of a mixed-origin great Luo golden immortal. After sensing the monumental changes within himself, King Yama took a moment to collect his thoughts. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed senior, he exclaimed, kneeling before Yi Feng in a profound gesture of respect. While he harbored immense gratitude, he also became increasingly certain that Yi Feng's prowess exceeded even that of Hongjun Daozu. After all, it was merely through a painting that his cultivation had soared to such heights, a feat so extraordinary that even Hongjun Daozu could not replicate. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded, glancing out the window at the deepening night. I am off to enjoy some music. What is enjoying music? Sun Wukong asked quizzically, scratching his head. Having never encountered this intriguing term before, Yi Feng did not respond to Sun Wukong's inquiry, but called towards the door of the study, Bixiao. Have you learned Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss? Show me your dance. Shortly after Yi Feng's call, Bixiao appeared at the door, adorned in a pink skirt adorned with cherry blossoms, and gracefully bowed. Esteemed senior, I am ready. Yi Feng, satisfied, reclined in his chair, unfolding a paper fan in anticipation of the dance. Master, I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong said, surprised to discover that his master had developed this unique interest during his absence. Very well, Feng replied, offering no words of retention. After all, Sun Wukong could traverse the void, returning at his leisure within the three realms. With his level of cultivation, he could easily perceive all realms. Though Sun Wukong resided in Flower Fruit Mountain, Feng could, if he wished, witness his beloved disciple at any moment. In fact, had he not retracted his gaze in time, he might have even witnessed Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with the 7 fairies in the Peach Garden. Seeing Feng reclining with a paper fan, clearly eager to watch Bixiao's performance, Sun Wukong promptly communicated to King Yama to leave discreetly, so as not to disturb his master's enjoyment. Though King Yama had not achieved his ultimate goal, his newfound strength was sufficient to confront Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, thus ensuring the safety of the underworld for the time being. Moreover, the great opportunity bestowed upon him by Feng during their first meeting filled him with hope for a future visit. Esteemed senior, I bid you farewell. King Yama respectfully bowed to Feng before hastily departing with Sun Wukong from the study. As they traversed the courtyard, Sun Wukong cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape, whispering towards the direction of Shen and I. Esteemed senior, do remember our agreement. At that moment, Shen and I was lounging in a cat nest, half opening his eyes and nodding in acknowledgement. With that response, Sun Wukong felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Previously, he had been passively enduring the schemes of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, but passivity was not in Sun Wukong's nature. He resolved to take the initiative, intending to stir chaos among the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Although Sun Wukong possessed absolute confidence in his master's abilities, he was also aware of his master's habits, sleeping in, taking beauty naps, and even dozing off while fishing near the courtyard pond. He worried that if he stirred too much trouble, the Western saints might strike while his master was asleep, leaving him vulnerable to an unprovoked attack. Thus, Sun Wukong had arranged with Shen and I that should he require assistance while his master was resting, he would activate the communication talisman left with Shen and I to summon him for aid. Though Shen Ni's cultivation might be insignificant compared to his master, it would be formidable enough to sweep through the 3 realms. As they exited the main gate, King Yama took care to close it securely. I have introduced you, but it seems the timing is not right today. You know the location of the temple. Do come again another day, Sun Wukong advised King Yama. In Sun Wukong's perspective, since his master was willing to grant King Yama an opportunity, it indicated a lack of aversion towards him, potentially even a willingness to assist. However, whether such assistance would continue in the future remained uncertain. If his master chose not to involve himself in the affairs of the underworld, King Yama might find it impossible to locate the temple upon returning to Mount Fengsuan. Under such circumstances, Sun Wukong would be unable to offer any help, as he, being a disciple, could not interfere with his master's decisions. Thank you, great sage. Upon my return to the underworld, I shall ensure to convey the reincarnation fortunes to you. King Yama expressed his deep gratitude with a respectful bow to Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded and opened a portal to return directly to Flower Fruit Mountain. King Yama took a moment to steady himself, deciding to keep the location of the temple and all he had witnessed to himself. He understood that Sun Wukong's lack of admonition to keep the matter confidential was not grounded in trust, but rather in the overwhelming power of Feng. Should he dare to harbor any ill intentions, he would likely be obliterated by the cosmic forces before he could even act on them. One must not offend a sage. It was even more imperative to respect a being of Feng's caliber. Chapter 77. Benefactor, you have a connection with our Buddhist sect. Upon regaining his composure, King Yanluo ascended into the air, hastening towards the nearest entrance to the underworld. Aside from the Grand Fengdu Ghost Gate, there existed numerous other passages to the underworld across the 3 realms, facilitating the timely reincarnation of souls after death. King Yanluo initially intended to share this auspicious news with the other 9 Yama Lords. Yet, as soon as he entered the realm of the deceased, he was greeted by a resounding chant of sacred sounds. Following the source of the sound, he beheld a splendid golden Buddhist light illuminating the heavens from the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In addition, countless golden lotuses blossomed gently in the void, while a massive swastika symbol, spanning millions of miles, slowly revolved. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat gracefully amidst the golden lotuses, his countenance majestic, guiding the spirits who had embarked on the path of reincarnation. Alas, King Yanluo's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. The Earth Mother ancestor had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, completing the underworld's pathways, and established numerous gates connecting the 3 realms, leading the departed souls into the underworld. Once the souls entered, they would undergo the sequential trials of the 10 Yama Lords, ultimately drinking the Meng Pa soup to forget their past lives and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, the karmic debts accumulated with each reincarnation would become overwhelming, escalating the frequency of calamities. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, once the duties of the underworld were fulfilled and the souls had consumed the Meng Pa soup, opened another small passage to guide these spirits before they entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. From the soul's capture to judgment, punishment, and the consumption of the Meng Pa soup, all the arduous tasks were shouldered by the underworld officials. Yet, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seized the opportunity to create a small pathway for reincarnation, thus commandeering the fate of these souls. Moreover, those souls he guided would harbor an innate affinity for the Buddhist teachings, and upon rebirth, they would likely join the Buddhist order. Exceptional individuals would receive a mark within their souls, ensuring their introduction to the Buddhist path upon their reincarnation. Before entering the underworld, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had made a shameless vow, declaring that he would not attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. The underworld serves as the reincarnation channel for all beings in the 3 realms. As long as there are beings destined to die, souls will perpetually enter the underworld. It is simply impossible for hell to be empty. Ordinary beings in the 3 realms mistakenly believe that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is benevolently guiding the departed souls, yet in truth, he is merely a deadbeat in the underworld. Although such actions are undeniably infuriating, the 10 Yama Lords, limited to the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, are no match for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who stands at the mid-stage of the Quasi-Saint Realm. They can only endure his insults. However, the current King Yinluo, with his significantly enhanced power and mastery of the transcendent celestial techniques, could no longer ignore the situation. Ksitigarbha, it is time to settle the scores for these years. A surge of accumulated wrath filled King Yinluo's heart as he soared towards the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha, don't you think your actions are excessive? King Yinluo spoke coldly. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned at his words, holding a Buddhist offering, and smiled gently at King Yinluo. My friend, the calamity of the westward journey has commenced. Our Buddhist sect shall surely flourish, even surpassing the heavenly court. Rather than seeking refuge in the heavenly court, it would be wiser to ally with our Buddhist order. At this, King Yinluo scoffed. Humph. The true nature of your Buddhist sect is known to all the powerful beings in the 3 realms. You present one facade while concealing another, driven solely by profit. If the underworld were to fall into your hands, the beings of the 3 realms would likely have to connect with your Buddhist sect just to be reborn. The idols of the celestial officials are crafted from clay. Yet the Buddha idols are adorned in gold. Even mortals visiting temples must first pay for incense offerings. Those so-called blessed Buddhist beads and wooden fish are sold at exorbitant prices in the mortal realm. If the underworld were to be governed by your sect, it is not far-fetched to believe that you would exploit the souls for wealth, guiding them to offer innate treasures for a chance at rebirth as heavenly beings, while the impoverished would find themselves condemned to the paths of the malevolent spirits. Though it may sound absurd, if the Buddhist sect were to take control of the underworld, such scenarios could indeed unfold. After all, from the likes of the Buddha to Guanyin, Puxian, and the long-eared and bright-eyed Buddha, they are all individuals capable of betraying their own roots. Mortals know well that one day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father. If they can betray their own sect, what else might they not be capable of? My friend, our Buddhist sect is dedicated to alleviating the suffering of all beings in the 3 realms. To misunderstand and slander our order in such a manner is to risk falling into delusion, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stated, seated upon a verdant lotus, radiating a gentle light. Adorned in a golden red robe, with a golden halo behind his head, exuding an aura of sanctity. Yet, the words he spoke were laced with a fierce intent, clearly indicating a willingness to confront King Yinluo. The Buddhist sect indeed resembles a den of serpents and rats. Once a sore spot is prodded, you simply drape the label of delusion upon us. Today, I am keen to see how you intend to subdue me, King Yinluo declared, unleashing his vast quasi-saint aura, scattering the golden lotuses in the void. Upon sensing King Yinluo's formidable presence, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after merely a few hours, King Yinluo would experience such a dramatic surge in power, elevating from the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the initial phase of the Quasi-Saint Realm. However, he quickly deduced the reason. The only entity capable of facilitating such a rapid ascension within such a short span was the mysterious master of Sun Wukong. Despite King Yinluo's newfound protection, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remained unperturbed. Just moments earlier, the two saints of the West had conveyed through telepathy that the Tao ancestor was preparing to personally deal with Sun Wukong's master. To the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with the omnipotent and supreme Hongjun Tao ancestor stepping in, even Sun Wukong's master would ultimately face defeat. Moreover, if King Yanluo had consumed some extraordinary treasure that led to his power surge upon vanquishing him, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could extract the divine essence of that treasure from his bloodline and origin to replenish himself. After all, only a few hours had passed. With these thoughts in mind, the smile on the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face grew increasingly sinister as a brilliant light flashed in his right hand, summoning a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, an exquisite staff. Chapter 78. My name is inscribed on the monument of the three realms. Life and death written on the path of reincarnation in the lofty expanse of the heavens, the king of hell and the king of Ksitigarbha faced each other, their auras clashing like an invisible, tumultuous ocean. In an instant, millions of souls in the underworld, along with various spirits, were drawn to this fierce confrontation. King Qin Guang and his companions were astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They had not anticipated that just a few hours earlier, the king of hell was merely a nascent great Luo golden immortal, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had transcended a major realm to become a quasi-saint, ready to engage the king of Ksitigarbha in battle. Although King Qin Guang and his peers were exhilarated by the king of hell's ascension and were eager to see him vanquish the king of Ksitigarbha, they were acutely aware of the latter's profound Buddhist mastery. Not only did Ksitigarbha possess the cultivation of a mid-stage quasi-saint, but he also wielded a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The king of hell had only just attained the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, and his previous superior innate treasure had been snatched away by Sun Wukong, leaving him empty-handed and ill-prepared to face Ksitigarbha. They contemplated intervening, deliberating on a longer strategy. But the palpable murderous intent saturating the atmosphere indicated that both sides were at a critical juncture, one beyond their capacity to influence. Today, I, King Ksitigarbha, shall eradicate evil and eliminate calamities for the beings of the three realms. He proclaimed, his voice resonating with immense power, his Buddha light surging forth, illuminating the surrounding millions of miles in a golden hue. Reincarnation divine palm. Ksitigarbha struck towards the king of hell, countless reincarnation runes converging into a colossal golden palm that spanned millions of feet, the terrifying force of reincarnation flooding the realm. Millions of souls drawn close began to envelop themselves in the radiant Buddha light, embarking on the path of reincarnation. Even the 9 kings of hell, separated by millions of miles, felt the strange influence of the reincarnation force, instinctively compelled to tread the path of rebirth. However, King Qin Guang and his companions, being kings of hell, possessed unwavering resolve and quickly regained their senses through sheer willpower. Yet, upon regaining clarity, they found themselves even more anxious. If they were affected so profoundly from a distance, one could only imagine the terror the king of hell faced against the reincarnation force. Despite their urgent concerns, their own strength rendered them unable to approach the battlefield, let alone offer assistance. They could only silently pray for the king of hell's safety. For if Ksitigarbha were to slay him, it would inevitably lead to their own restrictions, preventing them from seeking aid. The downfall of the underworld would then be merely a matter of time. King of hell, you have served as a ruler here for countless eons. It is time for you to embark on the path of reincarnation. In your next life, I shall personally guide you into the Buddha's fold, allowing you to become my disciple. Rest assured on your journey. Ksitigarbha sneered, his voice imbued with an uncanny power that sought to usher the king of hell into the afterlife. As the immense reincarnation divine palm descended, a vortex resembling a gate of reincarnation appeared within its palm. Under the overwhelming might of the divine palm, the king of hell seemed utterly suppressed, stripped of any capacity to retaliate. Should he be consumed, his true spirit would detach from his corporeal form, embarking on the path of rebirth. Just as Ksitigarbha was about to absorb the king of hell's bloodline and essence with a cold smile, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted like a celestial thunderclap. My name is inscribed on the monument of the three realms, life and death written on the path of reincarnation. The king of hell formed seals with his hands, and countless reincarnation runes soared skyward, coalescing into a massive monument of the three realms. This monument, towering at millions of feet, was an ancient gray, adorned with intricate designs of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and creatures, emanating an eternal aura as if it were a sword piercing through the fabric of time itself. Boom! The monument of the three realms collided heavily with the reincarnation divine palm, creating a cataclysmic sound that echoed throughout the underworld, as if two colossal meteors from the chaotic void had struck one another. The overwhelming divine power rippled outward, reducing the surrounding space, mountains, and earth to mere dust. Millions of reincarnation runes clashed violently, consuming one another. Both Xitigarbha and the King of Hell were equally flushed, exerting their utmost to overpower each other. Ultimately, the monument of the three realms proved superior, piercing through the sky like a blade, shattering the reincarnation divine palm. Even after demolishing the divine palm, the monument continued its relentless assault towards Xitigarbha, intent on subduing him. As the sound of numerous, sharp chimes echoed, Xitigarbha gripped his staff in one hand and formed a mysterious seal with the other, chanting fervently. With each incantation, the 9 golden rings on his staff vibrated violently, resembling ferocious beasts restrained within. Go! Xitigarbha directed his staff towards the King of Hell. One golden ring broke free from its bindings, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that instantly shattered the monument of the three realms, dispersing it into countless reincarnation runes throughout the cosmos. After shattering the monument, the golden ring traced an elegant arc in the air before returning to the staff. At this moment, Xitigarbha's demeanor shifted from the initial ease to one of grave seriousness. He was taken aback that the King of Hell, having only been absent for a few hours, had not only ascended a major realm but had also developed a profound understanding of the laws of reincarnation. Though the path of attaining enlightenment through the laws was well known among the beings of the three realms, no one had ever succeeded in such a feat throughout history. The enhancement of one's understanding of the laws is far more challenging than mere cultivation, with many powerful beings spending millions of years in seclusion without any progress in this aspect. Yet, with the assistance of Sun Wukong's master, the King of Hell's comprehension of the laws of reincarnation had evidently surpassed Xitigarbha's own. This level of achievement was truly astonishing. In that moment, Xitigarbha began to doubt whether the Taoist Hongjun could truly contend with Sun Wukong's master. However, this thought flitted through Xitigarbha's mind only briefly before he dismissed it. After all, Hongjun was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, capable of wielding its power. Unless Sun Wukong's master was an existence of the Tao level, Hongjun would surely be able to subdue him with ease. Chapter 79, The Celestial Melody of Transcendence. Xitigarbha, it appears that you, as a bodhisattva, are unable to contain this great demon of mine. Upon sensing the formidable power of the cycle of reincarnation and the celestial technique of transcendence, the once apprehensive King Yanluo suddenly brimmed with confidence. Humph! Xitigarbha, in front of the gathered crowd, despite holding the advantage in cultivation, found himself at a disadvantage in this initial encounter, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you truly believe you have already secured victory over me? Xitigarbha sneered, wielding the superior innate spiritual treasure in his hand. However, as far as I am aware, your supreme innate spiritual treasure, the human book, has long been in the possession of Sun Wukong. With a derisive laugh, Xitigarbha's radiated a golden Buddhist light, illuminating the heavens. The hearts of King Qin Guang and his companions tightened with anxiety, their fists clenched white. From the previous events, it was evident that while the three realms monument summoned by King Yanluo was indeed incredibly powerful, capable of shattering the reincarnation divine palm, Xitigarbha had merely summoned a single divine ring to obliterate the monument. The divine rings on the numbered 9. If Xitigarbha unleashed his full power to command all 9 divine rings against King Yanluo, what could he possibly use to defend himself? In response to Xitigarbha's taunts, King Yanluo maintained a calm demeanor, as if victory was already assured. Such pretense. Since the conclusion of the divine calamity, Xitigarbha had infiltrated the underworld. After years of observation, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the 10 kings of hell, even knowing the color of their undergarments, thus he would not be intimidated by King Yanluo's bravado. I am quite eager to see how you will preserve your life beneath these 9 rings of the... With a cold snort, Xitigarbha formed a mysterious seal with his hands, chanting incantations. The sound of chimes echoed. The brilliant Buddhist light surged forth, and the crisp sound of collision resonated again, not from a single divine ring, but from all 9 divine rings rushing towards King Yanluo. Witnessing this, King Qin Guang and the others held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. It is no exaggeration to say that the fate of the underworld lay between King Yanluo's life and death. If he were to be struck, even a body forged from divine gold would be utterly shattered. In this moment of dire urgency, a divine light flashed in King Yanluo's hand. A flute, sculpted from jade, appeared. Holding the flute with both hands, he positioned it to his lips. Immediately, a melodious tune resonated. As the music filled the air, the entire world fell silent. Even the previously tense 10 kings of hell and millions of lost souls were momentarily entranced, forgetting everything. This celestial melody of transcendence was not merely a tune from the abyss, but an unparalleled forbidden secret technique created during the peak of the first life of a certain plump figure. After being refined by Feng, it could produce world-shaking sounds, with ethereal melodies resonating with the Tao of immortality. Possessing the ability to seize the mysteries of creation and erasing all worldly laws, wielding supreme power to cleanse the path of immortality and sever the heavens. As the ethereal flute notes echoed, visible sound waves rippled outward. When the golden nine rings, imbued with destructive force akin to a comet, collided with the sound waves, they instantly sank as if trapped in a quagmire, their power diminished significantly. How could this be? Xidigarba's heart trembled at the sight. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle flute sound possessed such bizarre power, capable of halting his fully summoned 9 golden rings in an instant. It should be noted that he was a formidable being at the mid-level of quasi-saint, surpassing King Yanluo in cultivation. The might unleashed by an innate spiritual treasure of superior quality should have been overwhelming. Yet, the flute in King Yanluo's hands was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure. Not even an innate one, yet the notes it produced held such formidable power, far exceeding his expectations. As Xidigarba attempted to exert his full strength to command the 9 ring, an even more astonishing event unfolded. He discovered that the 9 golden divine rings, within the range of the flute's melody, were gradually losing their connection with him. The Buddhist light dimming, and the patterns upon them being gradually erased by the power of the flute's sound. This superior innate spiritual treasure was slowly slipping from his control. Then, in the next moment, the melody shifted dramatically, transforming from a gentle tune into a tumultuous storm, filled with a chilling intent that permeated every corner of existence. Thunder rumbled. The heavens trembled, as under the guidance of King Yanluo's flute, countless patterns coalesced into a colossal gray-black grinding wheel, bearing down upon Xidigarba. The gray grinding wheel, resembling an apocalyptic force, thundered across the sky, causing the entire underworld to quake, its overwhelming power instantly knocking down the 9 golden divine rings high above. Simultaneously, Xidigarba completely lost connection with this superior innate spiritual treasure. However, Xidigarba had no time for anger. For the terrifying gray grinding wheel was already barreling down upon him with unstoppable force. Under this dreadful wheel, Xidigarba felt his very soul tremble, overwhelmed by an oppressive sensation that was suffocating. The power of the grinding wheel was too formidable, too tyrannical. Should he be crushed beneath it? His fate would surely be to have his soul scattered. Faced with the threat of death, Xidigarba abandoned his pride and sought to escape through the portal to the void. But at that moment, a colossal net, woven from the chains of the Tao, descended from above, enveloping him. Xidigarba struggled to break free, but he could not sever the chains of the Tao, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the impending gray grinding wheel. No, no, King Yanluo. Let us negotiate. I can offer my apologies. Please, halt. Xidigarba's face turned pale as he frantically pleaded, hoping to persuade King Yanluo to spare his life. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for retribution? If I lacked this power, you would have long since obliterated me as a demon. King Yanluo's expression remained grim as he continued to play the melody of transcendence, the gray grinding wheel descending relentlessly. With a soft pop, a faint sound echoed as Xidigarba's physical form was instantly obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. Even his 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with his true essence, were crushed beneath the grinding wheel. Thus, a quasi-saint at the mid-level of the Buddhist path met his demise. Chapter 80. That year, with my hands tucked into my pockets, I was oblivious to the concept of an adversary. At this moment, the entire underworld was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Countless souls and spirits were left dumbfounded, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The 9 kings of hell, including King Qin Guang, were so taken aback that their jaws dropped in disbelief. They never anticipated that the Bodhisattva Xidigarba, who had oppressed the netherworld for so many years, would be single-handedly vanquished by the newly transformed King of Hell. The sudden turn of events was so overwhelming that it left King Qin Guang and his peers in a state of incredulity. A sharp slap echoed through the air, accompanied by the wailing of King of Reincarnation. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, clutching his face, marked by a vivid red handprint, glaring angrily at King Qin Guang. "Oh, nothing. I merely wished to ascertain whether I was dreaming. Given your agonized cries, it seems not." King Qin Guang chuckled, patting the shoulder of King of Reincarnation. "Damn it. Then why don't you slap yourself?" King of Reincarnation retorted, shaking off King Qin Guang's hand from his shoulder. "What a joke. Slapping myself would hurt too much." "I'm not foolish," King Qin Guang replied with a mischievous grin. "How dare you?" Infuriated, King of Reincarnation was about to roll up his sleeves and confront King Qin Guang. Just then, the King of Hell descended from above, landing before them. King of Reincarnation reluctantly contained his rage. Impressive, Old Yen. You've only been gone a few hours, yet your strength has surged to such heights, even taking down Xidigarba. Remarkable, King Qin Guan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. What transpired during your absence? How did your cultivation rise so swiftly? King Chu Jiang expressed his envy. Have you encountered the master of Sun Wukong? Did he agree to help our ancestor Hu to escape the shackles of reincarnation? King Song Di eagerly inquired. Dear friends, remain calm and allow me to recount the events, the King of Hell said, observing their exuberance, and proceeded to narrate the events in broad strokes, carefully omitting the location of the Taoist temple and other sensitive details. Wonderful. The esteemed Elder Yi bestowed upon you such a grand opportunity at our first meeting. Clearly, he holds us in favorable regard, King Chu Jiang said, his expression brimming with excitement, his face flushed. Indeed, I never expected things to unfold so favorably. If we continue our sincere visits, perhaps Elder Yi might indeed assist Ancestor Hutu in breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation, King of the city added. Overwhelmed with uncontainable joy, after years on the brink of despair, they finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. I shall return with gifts to visit the Elder again soon, the King of Hell declared. With newfound optimism, the 10 kings of hell were invigorated. Moreover, King Qin Guang and the others felt a pang of envy towards the King of Hell. Had they volunteered to visit Elder Yi earlier, perhaps they too would have experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation and attained the path to enlightenment. While the 10 kings of hell reorganized the netherworld and transferred the cycle of reincarnation to Sun Wukong, the Taoist Patriarch Hanjun returned to the Zixiao Palace. Within the vast hall, purple clouds billowed. The Taoist Patriarch, holding a whisk, sat cross-legged on a mat, exuding an ethereal presence, though his bruised visage somewhat marred the ambience. With his eyes closed, the patterns of the heavenly Tao appeared upon his brow. Then, a massive purple vertical eye materialized before him, emanating an air of supreme coldness. Devoid of any emotion, coldly surveying all beneath it. This was the manifestation of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, the eye of the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, the Taoist Patriarch recounted the strange events he had experienced to the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. You mean to say that as you attempted to probe the affairs within the temple, you lost consciousness, only to awaken with these injuries? The resounding voice of the heavenly Tao reverberated throughout the Zixiao Palace. Indeed, the Taoist Patriarch nodded, his expression somewhat embarrassed. After all, as the representative of the heavenly Tao, it was quite shameful to have been caught off guard and left in such a disheveled state. I cannot believe that as my representative, you are unable to control even the minor realms. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao scoffed, its tone laced with disdain. Yes, although the Taoist Patriarch felt a twinge of displeasure at the mockery, there was little to refute given his current appearance, so he simply acquiesced. However, it matters not. I shall intervene. The eye of the heavenly Tao transformed into a young man clad in a black robe, hands tucked into his pockets. For these years, I have kept my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it means to have a rival. Let me deduce and see what kind of being my opponent truly is. The young man in black spoke, countless patterns of the heavenly Tao emerging in his eyes as he began to deduce the affairs within the Taoist temple on Mount Fengsuan. Meanwhile, the Taoist Patriarch eagerly awaited, his heart racing with anticipation to uncover the mysteries of the temple. However, to the Taoist Patriarch's astonishment, the once composed and self-assured young man in black suddenly clasped his head in despair, letting out a horrified scream before vanishing without a trace. What just happened to the heavenly Tao? Chapter 81, The Heavenly Path. I have split open upon regaining consciousness. The essence of the heavenly path found itself ensconced in an unfamiliar realm. The chaotic divine stone, the primordial soil, the remarkably distinct 3,000 laws of the great Tao, and the exceedingly rich spiritual energy filled the essence with profound astonishment. Yet, it swiftly regained its composure. The essence realized it had transformed into the form of the heavenly path wheel. More alarmingly, it had split apart. Grievous cracks marred the surface of the heavenly path wheel, rendering it akin to a shattered disk on the verge of disintegration. Should the heavenly path wheel shatter, its consciousness and essence would be obliterated, vanishing completely from this world. What is this place? How have I come to be in this state? The essence of the heavenly path was struck with horror, its heart racing with dread. It was the heavenly path of the primordial world, the mightiest in the myriad realms beneath the great Tao. Logically, it was invincible under the aegis of the great Tao. How had it fallen to such a predicament? After a moment of panic, the essence began to meticulously recall the events leading up to this moment, searching for the cause. I was initially deducing the temple atop Mount Fengsuan, and then sensed I had stumbled upon some terrifying taboo. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself in this condition. Could it be that I have suffered a backlash from that taboo force? After a moment of intense contemplation, the essence surmised the reason. The temple's master must be exceedingly formidable. Merely through the backlash, they could inflict such grievous harm upon me. Could it be that the master of the temple is an embodiment of the great Tao? With this thought, the essence was suddenly gripped by fear. Though it was the strongest heavenly path beneath the great Tao, it was still merely the heavenly path. If it had offended the supreme great Tao, it would be a path to certain demise. No wonder Hongjun had merely harbored the intent to probe and ended up in such a battered state. Nevertheless, he had managed to escape. Let me see how I might extricate myself from this realm. Just as the essence was scanning its surroundings for an exit, a colossal golden beast appeared before it. The creature, stretching for millions of feet, exuded immense power, its fur billowing like flames of burning gold, radiating an unparalleled majesty. The majestic dragon horns atop its head were enveloped in great Tao runes, containing boundless strength. Is this not the primordial Qilin? Upon seeing the primordial Qilin, the essence of the heavenly path was taken aback. During the final stages of the long-on calamity, it had intended to eradicate the ancestor dragon, the Yuanshan phoenix, and the primordial Qilin. Yet, these three ancestors had suddenly vanished, completely disappearing from the primordial world. Though the essence had been baffled at the time, it had ceased to pursue the matter since the ancestors had not re-emerged. It was only now that the essence understood. The great Tao had sheltered the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin ancestors. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the primordial Qilin, its cultivation had far surpassed that of its envoy, Hongjun, even rivaling its own. Just as the essence of the heavenly path sought to inquire how to leave this realm, the primordial Qilin opened its massive jaws and seized it, lifting it aloft. How audacious! I am the heavenly path of the primordial world. How dare you treat me thus? The essence reprimanded the primordial Qilin indignantly, yet it was entirely disregarded. The primordial Qilin, brimming with excitement, wagged its tail and bounded over to Yifeng's side. At that moment, Yifeng reclined in a bamboo chair, rod in hand, the long fishing line sinking into the unfathomable depths of the pond. Bai Xiao stood beside him, cautiously fanning him with a palm leaf fan. Upon catching sight of Yifeng, the essence of the heavenly path trembled, a profound fear rising from the depths of its soul. In its eyes, Yifeng transcended all realms. The 3,000 laws of the great Tao encircling him, each gesture evoking lament from the Tao. The overwhelming aura he exuded was so potent that even a mere wisp of it left the essence feeling as though its body would crack. The essence found itself engulfed in an unprecedented shock, its worldview irrevocably altered. During the reincarnation of the ancestor of the Earth Mother, when the great Tao's merit had descended, it had sensed the aura of the great Tao. While that aura was indeed supreme, the presence before it was far more terrifying and profound. He was the singularity of the world, with all beings, all Tao laws, and even the great Tao itself, compelled to prostrate before him. Moreover, this seemingly inconspicuous pond evoked a soul-deep terror within the essence. For this small pond was but a fraction of the main vein of the river of time. The vast, tumultuous river of time could devour anything that approached or touched it. Even the primordial heavenly path was no exception, for in the face of the immeasurable calamity, it too would face annihilation, never attaining true immortality. Yet, before this existence that surpassed the great Tao, the formidable river of time appeared as tranquil as a mere puddle, utterly incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. How terrifying! Here I am, fishing in the river of time for eternity. The primordial heavenly path had once thought itself invincible, utterly unaware of the meaning of arrival. Yet now, it found itself with head in hands, bewildered by the harsh realities it faced. As the essence of the heavenly path grappled with its existential crisis, the primordial Qilin halted beside Yifeng, excitedly wagging its tail. Oh, what a beautiful disc this is! Bai Xiao curiously extended her hand to retrieve the disc from the primordial Qilin's mouth, examining it closely. The disc was pure white, resembling the finest white jade, its edges adorned with golden threads, and its cloud-like patterns enhanced its extraordinary allure. Such a stunning disc, a pity it is cracked. Bai Xiao lamented. Yifeng turned his head, taking the disc into his hand and weighing it. The moment the heavenly path wheel entered Yifeng's grasp, an overwhelming essence of the primordial source surged within him, prompting the cracks on its surface to show signs of healing. Not only that, the essence felt its own source and realm gradually transforming. At this moment, the heavenly path was ecstatic. Should it remain cradled in the hands of such a being, it would surely evolve from a mere heavenly path into a true great Tao. Alas, the heavenly path's beautiful reverie lasted only a few fleeting seconds before Yifeng casually tossed it aside. The heavenly path will traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, with the primordial Qilin eagerly chasing after it. It leaped and caught it deftly midair, returning with a look of eager devotion to Yifeng's side. Indeed, this flying disc is far superior to the previous one, Yifeng remarked, stroking the primordial Qilin's head with satisfaction. Master, please continue to throw me. Though the essence of the heavenly path felt quite humiliated being held in the primordial Qilin's mouth, the benefits gained during those few seconds in Yifeng's hand were simply too great. The essence was now impatient to return to Yifeng's grasp, yearning to once again experience that overwhelming primordial essence. However, at that moment, the bobber floating on the pond's surface began to tremble violently. A catch! Yifeng rose to his feet, grasping the rod with his left hand while deftly retrieving the line with his right, pulling the enigmatic creature forth from the currents of time. Chapter 82. The chaotic prawn floating and drifting in the pond, the float bobbed up and down. The fishing rod bent into a bow, as if it might slip off at any moment. Bai Zhao's heart raced, her delicate white fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the water's surface. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao brimmed with curiosity, eager to see what this formidable being, transcending the great Tao, could draw from the river of time. With a sudden splash, a colossal chaotic beast, immense beyond measure, was pulled forth, crashing heavily onto the ground. This beast, a deep crimson in hue, bore a serpentine body adorned with long, curling antennae and was flanked by a multitude of sharp appendages. Its blood-red eyes radiated an insatiable desire for slaughter, its visage a grotesque display, while chaotic runes flickered ominously across its armored back, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. By heavens! A chaotic beast at the half-step great Tao level. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao was taken aback, its astonishment palpable, as if it had lost its very chin. It had not anticipated that Yifeng would immediately catch such a terrifying creature. It was known that even the Pangu, the creator of the world, only reached this level. Thus, the chaotic beast Yifeng had caught was comparable to Pangu himself. I had expected a grand fish, but it turns out to be merely a prawn. Nevertheless, it appears rather succulent. I shall prepare a marinade for it. As Yifeng spoke, he deftly removed the prawn from the hook. Despite its vigorous struggles and thrashing tail, it was ultimately tossed into a bucket with ease. By heavens, what a prawn! The heavenly Tao consciousness was utterly stunned. A creature of such magnitude, akin to Pangu, was casually referred to as a prawn, destined for marination. The consciousness felt as if it had witnessed the unveiling of the heavens today. After catching the prawn, Yifeng resumed casting his line into the river of time. During this interval, a chaotic lobster of the heavenly Tao grade leapt toward the pond's edge, only to be kicked back by Yifeng. For a seasoned angler, what was not caught was of no value. It was a matter of principle. However, it was not long before he successfully hooked another creature at the half-step great Tao level, a chaotic Kuan fish. Its form shimmered between azure and deep violet, exhaling chaotic energy while radiating a starlit glow. Such a creature, feasting on stardust and chaotic essence, could devour an entire realm in a single gulp. Even Pangu, armed with 3 chaotic treasures, would find it a formidable opponent. Yet, on Yifeng's hook, its only recourse was to thrash helplessly. Wow, Senior Yi, this fish is enormous. I shall fetch a basin at once. Bai Xiao exclaimed, rushing to retrieve a large basin from the Taoist temple to accommodate the colossal Kuan fish, which exceeded the previously prepared bucket in size. Having amassed sufficient bounty for the day, Yifeng finally reeled in his fishing rod and approached the wooden basin, gazing down at the thrashing Kuan fish still submerged in water. Truly, it was too large to stew in a single pot. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to slice half of the Kuan fish into sashimi and prepare the other half with spices for a spicy dry pot. Bai Xiao, please fetch some dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns from the backyard. And remember to save the orange peels for a delicious dog meat hot pot later. Yifeng instructed Bai Xiao, casting a seemingly casual glance at the primordial Qilin. Understood. Bai Xiao set aside the fishing rod and basket before hastily heading to the backyard. Meanwhile, the primordial Qilin, upon hearing Yifeng mention dog meat, shuddered in trepidation, its tail drooping as it nuzzled against Yifeng's pant leg to curry favor. As Bai Xiao returned with the necessary utensils and tableware, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao watched in as Yifeng brandished a knife of chaotic treasure grade, skillfully slicing the half-step great Tao chaotic Kuan fish into translucent sashimi. He then prepared the deep crimson chaotic beast into a marinated dish, casually discarding the bones to the primordial Qilin and the divine reversal. How brutal. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao was filled with dread, witnessing two half-step great Tao chaotic beasts meet their demise in such a manner. Fortunately, as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, it was spared from such a gruesome fate. Otherwise, it too might have been skewered and roasted. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the human emperor's capital, Chang'an, lay besieged by millions of fully armed soldiers. Their presence a dark tide threatening the city. Li Jianxiang, Li Shimin, Li Xuanba, and Li Yuanji rode atop majestic steeds, weapons in hand. Their black armor glinting ominously in the light, exuding an aura of impending violence. At the forefront, Li Yuan donned a dragon robe of golden armor, wielding a golden divine sword, exuding the majestic air of an emperor as he commanded the scene before Chang'an's gates. Yang Guang, you tyrannical ruler. Your canal construction and grand palaces have brought suffering upon the people. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and lead the righteous army to your gates. Will you not surrender? Li Yuan bellowed, his golden sword pointed directly at Chang'an. Tyrant, your doom approaches. Come forth and meet your fate. Li Jianqing, Li Shimin, Li Xuanba, and Li Yuanji rallied their vast army, their voices echoing mightily, a wave of sound that enveloped Chang'an, casting a dark pall over the city, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. At that moment, Emperor Yang Guang stood upon the sacrificial altar, clad in a golden dragon robe. His expression stern as he surveyed the assembled officials below. Though the officials stood in orderly ranks, their faces betrayed their unease. With Li Yuan's vast army at the gates, the current defenses of Chang'an would falter in an instant should conflict arise. If the city fell, the human race would face a cataclysmic slaughter, especially for Emperor Yang Guang, whose lineage would likely face utter annihilation. Yet, standing on the sacrificial altar, Yang Guang exuded an air of regal authority, showing no signs of anxiety. At the highest point of the altar stood a statue of Feng, resolute and unwavering. Chapter 83. May all of our human race be like dragons. This statue is none other than the Emperor of Humanity, Yang Guang, who personally sculpted it over the course of 3 days and nights, beginning from the pursuit of clay. He had foreseen the current predicament many years prior. During the ancient calamity of the wraiths and liches, humanity was among the weakest of races. It was only through the bloodshed and valiant efforts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that humanity gradually rose to prominence. Ultimately, it was Emperor Yu who crafted the 9 tripods for humanity, solidifying their position as the masters of heaven and earth. The hardships endured by humanity during this period are beyond the imagination of outsiders. However, observing the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the Taoist sages Ta Ching and Yuan Shi realized that humanity was now capable of self-preservation within the 3 realms and thus could no longer be exploited for their fortunes. Consequently, they issued a decree to confine the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors within the Fire Cloud Cave under the pretext of suppressing humanity's fortune. Following this, Ta Ching, Yuan Shi, and the Buddhist sect joined forces, using humanity as a pawn to instigate the calamity of the deities. The once equal Emperor Xian was reduced to the status of GFA, a disciple of Jiangxia, forced to bow before lesser deities. With the loss of their powerful leaders, humanity became vulnerable to the encroachments of demons as well as natural disasters, left with no recourse but to beseech the gods, allowing the various sects and the heavenly court to siphon their fortunes. The Buddhist sect even orchestrated scenarios where they would unleash demons upon the world, only to return as saviors, exterminating their own creations while converting a portion of humanity to their faith. The heavenly court would often deliberately withhold rain from certain regions for years, only to fulfill the people's wishes once offerings were made. Stripped of their fortune, humanity held only the nominal title of the masters of heaven and earth, unable to produce extraordinary figures, thus entrenching a vicious cycle where they were exploited by the major powers. Upon ascending the throne, Yang Guang vowed to restore humanity's prestige, ensuring they became truly formidable and deserving of their title, not allowing the efforts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to be in vain. He initially instituted an extensive examination system, encouraging the populace to pursue education and self-awareness, to develop productivity rather than merely seeking divine intervention during hardships. Furthermore, in response to the drought-stricken areas of the Sui Empire, Yang Guang ordered the construction of canals and the diversion of water from the south to the north, establishing palaces across the lands to intimidate those who might secretly plot chaos, rendering it impossible for the Buddhist sect to act covertly. Although he understood that such grand projects would inevitably burden the populace and result in eternal infamy, he believed this was a matter of immediate benefit with lasting significance. Once the Grand Canal was completed, it would not only swiftly stimulate economic growth along its routes, allowing villagers to connect with Chang'an and sell their produce at higher prices, but it would also free the inhabitants of the Sui Empire from the need to plead for rain from the heavens. Under Yang Guang's decisive reforms, the number of educational institutions surged while temples and ancient monasteries dwindled. The various sects felt the sudden decline in fortunes derived from humanity and were thrown into a state of panic, particularly the Buddhist sect. Within their grand plan, a supportive emperor was essential to facilitate the journey to the West for scriptures. Thus, the Buddhist sect dispatched powerful figures, akin to their earlier support for GFA, to usurp Emperor Xian's position, now covertly backing Li Yuan and his sons to initiate a major reshuffle of human power. Yang Guang was acutely aware of the schemes of the religious sections. However, he realized that he alone could not counter the conspiracies of the three major sections. Initially, he prepared for mutual destruction alongside Li Yuan and others. Yet, the appearance of Sun Wukong's master instilled hope in the despairing Yang Guang. The master's effortless obliteration of the two Western saints ignited a fervor within Yang Guang, filling him with utmost admiration, though the figure remained indistinct. Yang Guang sculpted a statue from clay based on his memory, and, as the city faced imminent collapse, he led his officials in a grand celestial offering ceremony. Should this ceremonial tribute fail, Chang'an would fall under Li Yuan's dominion, and humanity, which had just begun to flourish, would once again be reduced to mere pawns of the major sections. Ancestors above, I, Emperor Yang Guang of humanity, beseech you. Though we are the nominal masters of heaven and earth, we are but playthings in the hands of myriad deities. Today, I lead my officials in reverence, imploring your grace to alleviate our urgent plight and bestow upon us supreme wisdom. With a solemn countenance, Yang Guang clasped 3 incense sticks at forehead level, performing a respectful bow before the statue of Feng. Despite being the emperor, leading his officials in such a display of reverence might seem trivial in the grand scheme. But the power wielded by Feng, who effortlessly vanquished the 2 Western saints, was comparable to that of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Even the 6 saints bowed before Hong Jun. Thus, Yang Guang's ceremony was devoid of impropriety. May the ancestors bestow their grace upon humanity and grant us supreme wisdom. Under Yang Guang's leadership, the officials of the Sui dynasty echoed in unison, their solemn voices resonating throughout Chang'an. As Yang Guang and his officials deposited their incense before the statue, outside the city, Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and others erupted in raucous laughter. Haha, they never burn incense. Yet now they clutch at straws. Yang Guang, I advise you to open the city gates and welcome your fate. I may yet show mercy and spare you a complete corpse. Otherwise, when I lead my army inside, I will ensure your remains are scattered. Li Yuan, gripping the reins of his dragon horse with one hand and wielding the golden imperial sword with the other, laughed maniacally, already assuming the posture of an emperor. Ha! Yang Guang, it is futile to worship any gods or Buddhas now. Li Jianqing, Li Shimin, Li Xuanba, and Li Yuanji also laughed raucously, brandishing their weapons. Among them, Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba radiated the aura of disciples of the human sect and the Chan sect, while Li Shimin and Li Yuanji were subtly surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light, with 4 saints backing them. Li Yuan and his cohorts regarded the throne as already within their grasp. If not for Li Yuan's awareness of his rebellion against his elder brother, he would have long since led his army to crush Chang'an and eliminate Yang Guang. However, as time passed, Li Yuan's impatience grew, and he could hardly contain his eagerness for the throne that was so tantalizingly close. In a quarter of an hour, if that fool does not open the gates and surrender, I shall lead my army to storm in and personally take the head of that old rogue Yang Guang. Li Yuan secretly communicated with Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba. Good. Li Jianqing and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their excitement barely concealed. Once they captured Chang'an and seized the throne, a new emperor would arise among them after Li Yuan's demise. The thought of wielding power over the world and reveling in the company of beautiful women stirred their hearts with fervor. Chapter 84. The Heavenly Emperor's Scripture within the city of Chang'an. Yang Guang led the civil and military officials in profound reverence. Outside the city, millions of armed soldiers of the human race stood ready. The bloodstained swords and blades glinted coldly, battle flags billowed like waves, and the neighing of war horses created an overwhelming sense of dread that permeated the entirety of Chang'an. Under the oppressive aura of impending doom, the officials at the grand sacrificial ceremony could not help but break into beads of sweat, their hearts racing with anxiety. Only the emperor, Huaguo, maintained his composure, exuding the dignity befitting his station, even as the empire teetered on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the fate of the human race rested upon the indistinct idol and upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who had been savoring spicy fish slices in the courtyard of the Taoist temple, suddenly paused with his chopsticks suspended in midair, a faint smile gracing his lips. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak, the late-blooming human race found itself lamentably at the mercy of various powers. In Yi Feng's recollections from his past life, he remembered how the Tang emperor had excessively catered to the Buddhist sect, personally escorting the monk Xuanzang beyond the borders and grandly welcoming his return with scriptures, allowing Buddhism to flourish among humanity. Reflecting on his past life as a member of the human race, Yi Feng felt compelled to assist Huaguo to prevent humanity from falling victim to the schemes of celestial deities and Buddhas once more. With a thought, a painting hanging in his study shimmered with golden light and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in Chang'an, billions of miles away, the clay Buddha statue remained eerily still, while the officials mentally prepared flattery to appease Li Yuan and secure their lives. Could it be that the heavens truly wished to extinguish the human race? Huaguo clenched his fists, pressing his hand against his sword, ready to face Li Yuan and others in a desperate stand. Suddenly, the clay statue erupted with golden radiance, its previously blurred features becoming distinct, a divine presence emanating like a torrent from above. It had manifested. The revered ancestor had revealed itself. Huaguo gazed at the transforming idol, his mind struck as if by a thunderclap, frozen in place while waves of unprecedented emotion surged within him. He had not anticipated that the idol he had crafted would truly come to life in this moment of despair for the human race. The officials below the sacrificial platform erupted into fervor. Their frail bodies seemed to be infused with vitality as they leaped with joy, embracing one another. In Huaguo's astonished gaze, a scroll traversed the void and unfolded before him. Instantly, he was enveloped in golden light, cut off from all external thoughts and scrutiny. Within that divine radiance, Huaguo locked eyes with a figure from the painting. The man in black from the painting possessed sharp eyebrows and a chiseled face, radiating an indomitable spirit and an imposing physique, exuding an aura that could conquer mountains and rivers. His long hair cascaded down as if he had stepped forth from the canvas, and his deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through time itself, overpowering the heavens and suppressing the ages. As their gazes met, a torrent of information flooded Huaguo's mind like an ocean. The heavenly emperor's scripture? Upon regaining his senses, Huaguo discovered an unparalleled scripture of transcendence now residing in his consciousness. It contained unique cultivation methods and profound imperial secrets, traversing the bitter sea, the divine bridge, the four poles, and the transformation into a dragon. He marveled at the existence of such extraordinary cultivation techniques, perfectly suited for the human race. If this knowledge could be imparted to humanity, they would surely all become like dragons in the future. Realizing the immense potential of this unique cultivation method, Huaguo immediately thought of the countless generations of humans who had struggled to comprehend the golden elixir technique passed down by Laozi of Taiching. I am Yi Feng today. I accept you as my named disciple and shall impart to you the path of cultivation. I hope you will lead humanity to rise and become the true masters of heaven and earth. At that moment, a resonant voice of supreme Tao echoed in Huaguo's mind. His life essence elevated instantaneously, breaking through to the realm of the emperor. As he felt the transformative changes within him and listened to the Tao's voice resonating in his mind, he was filled with indescribable excitement and knelt before the idol, offering a respectful bow of apprenticeship. I, Huaguo, pay my respects to my master. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your teachings, and I will ensure that the human race rises like dragons. With a heavy bow, emotions surged within him, and his eyes unconsciously glistened with tears. Yi Feng's intervention at Huaguo Mountain had not only made Huaguo acutely aware of unparalleled strength, but had also imparted a sense of protection. Anyone who dared to harm his disciple would face annihilation, regardless of their power or status. With such a formidable and protective mentor, Huaguo felt bolstered in confidence, and his vision for the future of humanity became increasingly clear. As the divine light dimmed, Huaguo's true form reemerged. However, he was now profoundly transformed. Every gesture radiated an imperial aura of supreme authority that left the officials below in awe. They had initially believed that Huaguo's sacrificial ceremony was merely a desperate struggle, but they were astonished to see the idol truly manifest and bestow upon him immense opportunities. Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. The officials instinctively knelt before Huaguo, bowing in reverence under the overwhelming imperial presence he exuded. "Rise, my loyal ministers." Yang Guang nodded, raising his hands, and a gentle yet commanding force lifted all the officials back to their feet. Even the mightiest generals of the Sui dynasty felt as insignificant as ants before the divinity of his aura. Today, as the Li rebels threatened the Sui, encroaching upon the imperial majesty, I shall personally eradicate them outside the city. Yang Guang, brimming with confidence, unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, striding toward the city gate with the poise of an emperor. "Follow your majesty, and let us vanquish the rebels." The martial spirit of the Sui's civil and military officials was ignited by Yang Guang's words. Warriors sounded their horns, and majestic steeds galloped forth. They mounted their horses, reins in one hand and weapons in the other, pursuing the silhouette of Yang Guang into battle. Chapter 85, The Might of the Emperor. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Chang'an, Li Yuan, Li Jianqing, and others sensed an unusual tension. They had initially assumed that Yang Guang's grand ritual to the heavens was merely a desperate act of a dying man. To their astonishment, it appeared to bear fruit. The only one in the three realms bold enough to disregard the teachings of humanity, the doctrines of the enlightened, and the tenets of Buddhism, openly challenging them, was none other than the master of Sun Wukong. Recalling the disciples of the intercepting sect, who had dramatically increased their powers thanks to the patronage of Sun Wukong's master, Li Yuan and his companions began to feel a surge of anxiety. "Kill. Charge in and take the head of the tyrant Yang Guang," Li Yuan decisively ordered, ready to lead his 4 sons and millions of troops to storm the city of Chang'an. At that moment, however, Yang Guang, clad in a golden dragon robe, strode through the air with a commanding presence, ultimately pausing above the city gates, surveying the crowd below. The countless citizens of Chang'an, along with Li Yuan's vast army, were left in awe as they witnessed the once ordinary Emperor Yang Guang defy gravity. Yang Guang. Li Yuan and his companions were taken aback by the extraordinary transformation that had occurred in such a brief moment, rendering them unable to intervene. As the gates of Chang'an swung open, a host of Sui generals erupted forth, confronting Li Yuan's forces. Although Li Yuan's group bore grim expressions, they had no option of retreat. After all, rebellion constituted a grave crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Furthermore, after years of meticulous plotting, the throne was tantalizingly close, merely a step away. There was no way Li Yuan and his sons would relinquish their ambition. Li Yuan, you, as the Duke of Tang, have enjoyed the favor of heaven and held great power. Yet now, you lead your kin in rebellion against the great Sui dynasty. However, should you choose to take your own lives here, I may pardon your 9 generations. Yang Guang's authoritative gaze bore down on Li Yuan, his voice resonating with a commanding might that enveloped the gathering. "You tyrant, today, let me, Li Yuan, act on behalf of the heavens and rid the world of your tyranny." Though a twinge of fear gripped Li Yuan's heart, he maintained the faade of a champion of the people, resolute in his stance. He urged his steed into the air, wielding a golden sword, launching an assault against Yang Guang. Simultaneously, Li Jianqing, Li Shimin, and others unveiled their true powers, emanating celestial energy that soared toward the heavens. Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba summoned a mystical force known as Palm Thunder, radiating with violet and azure lightning. Though less potent than the more profound thunder laws, it remained a formidable skill in the realm of celestial beings. Li Shimin and Li Yuanji, enveloped in a golden light, unleashed a massive Buddha's palm strike aimed squarely at Yang Guang. The colossal imprint, towering like a mountain forged from divine gold, bore down upon Chang'an, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure among its citizens. Simultaneously, Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba unleashed their long-prepared palm thunder. Thousands of furious lightning serpents coalesced into a tempest above Chang'an, creating a dazzling spectacle of destruction. "Die, Yang Guang." Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fury as he directed a swift, lethal strike toward Yang Guang's head. "Protect his majesty." The Sui generals were thrown into a panic, fearing for Yang Guang's safety. The citizens of Chang'an, equally tense, stared at the sky, hardly daring to blink. A mere firefly dares not compete with the brilliance of the moon. As the emperor, I shall vanquish all foes. Yang Guang faced the onslaught from Li Yuan, Li Jianqing, and the others without a hint of trepidation, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. As their attacks descended upon him, he effortlessly countered with a single palm strike, shattering Li Shimin and Li Yuanji's Buddha's palm. In an instant, they were obliterated alongside their attack. "My sons." Li Yuan's heart shattered at the sight of his children being struck down by Yang Guang, fury boiling within him. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, Even his rage could not alter the outcome. Yang Guang extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the blade of Li Yuan's sword. With a slight exertion, the golden sword disintegrated, symbolizing the shattering of Li Yuan's imperial dreams. Li Yuan could hardly fathom that in the brief interval from Yang Guang's celestial ritual to his appearance at the city gates, the once ordinary man had transformed into a formidable presence of the golden, immortal realm. This was no mere prodigy. It was a defiance of the natural order. The five of them had spent years under the clandestine tutelage of formidable figures from various sects, coupled with the aid of rare treasures, to attain their celestial powers. After witnessing his weapon crumble, Li Yuan was merely left aghast before being consumed by the tempest of palm thunder. The explosive sounds of thunder filled the air as the lightning ravaged the surroundings, enveloping both Yang Guang and Li Yuan. In that moment, Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba were filled with anxious anticipation, longing for Yang Guang to be obliterated by their divine thunder. Yet, ultimately, their hopes were dashed. As the terrifying light dissipated, Yang Guang stood unscathed above the city, while Li Yuan was reduced to mere ash by the very thunder intended for his foe. Seeing this, Li Jianqing and Li Xuanba attempted to flee, but Yang Guang's sword swiftly severed their heads before they could escape. The citizens of Chang'an and the millions of troops under Li Yuan's command were left in utter shock as they witnessed Yang Guang descend like a deity, effortlessly dispatching Li Yuan and his kin, unperturbed by the storm of lightning. Your Majesty's might. As reality set in, the citizens of Chang'an and the soldiers of the Sui dynasty knelt in reverence, bowing deeply to Yang Guang. Meanwhile, the rebellious army felt a chilling dread wash over them. No matter their numbers, they were but mortals, utterly incapable of standing against the newly ascended Emperor Yang Guang. Furthermore, rebellion was a grave sin punishable by the annihilation of their entire lineage. At a single command from Yang Guang, the entire Sui dynasty would be plunged into chaos and bloodshed. Chapter 86. The dual approach of kindness and severity with a resounding clash akin to the striking of metal. A soldier under Li Yuan's command cast aside his weapon and knelt on his knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, I was momentarily bewitched by your counsel and joined the ranks of the rebels. I beseech your mercy, grant me my life. And I vow to atone for my transgressions henceforth." As this first soldier surrendered, an ensuing cacophony erupted, with thousands upon thousands of human soldiers dismounting from their steeds, relinquishing their weapons and imploring for forgiveness. An astonishing sight unfolded outside the city of Chang'an as a vast multitude knelt in submission. "Your Majesty, these individuals are but fair-weather friends. Were it not for your transformation, their iron cavalry would have long since trampled upon Chang'an," remarked Zhou Fazhang, one of the four fierce generals of the Sui dynasty, his blade glinting ominously with a bloodthirsty sheen. "Please, Your Majesty, I implore you." The soldiers under Li Yuan's command cried out, their faces pale, bowing fervently in desperation. Yang Guang, contemplating for a moment, responded, "I am aware. Many citizens within the Sui territory harbor grievances regarding my canal construction efforts. This endeavor, indeed, burdens the people and strains the treasury. I hereby apologize to the realm." As Yang Guang bowed deeply to the vast expanse around him, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished that the formidable ruler would prostrate himself before millions of his subjects. Your Majesty, Zhou Fazhang and the others hastily dismounted and knelt, unable to bear the weight of Yang Guang's gesture. "However, I assure you, the construction of the canal is a merit that will benefit generations to come. Once the Grand Canal is fully operational, all citizens of the Sui dynasty will reap its rewards," he continued, rising to express his heartfelt sentiments. Yang Guang's words resonated deeply, evoking a profound sense of empathy among the assembled crowd of citizens and soldiers. "As for you, the reason for your presence here today largely stems from the manipulations of Li Yuan and others, or dissatisfaction with the canal project, which I can comprehend," he stated, eliciting a collective sigh of relief among the kneeling soldiers who hoped for clemency. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Yang Guang shifted his tone. "Today, I present you with two choices. First, redeem yourselves through labor on the canal for a decade, after which you may return to your fields. Second, face the penalty for rebellion, with your entire clan facing extermination." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I willingly choose to work on the Grand Canal," the multitude of soldiers fervently replied, recognizing that a decade of hard labor paled in comparison to the annihilation of their kin. Yang Guang nodded approvingly and promptly issued his next decree. "Zhang Shutua?" "I am here," responded Zhang Shutua, one of the four formidable generals, towering at over 2 meters, exuding an oppressive aura merely by standing. "I command you to eradicate Li Yuan's faction. Leave no survivors," Yang Guang declared solemnly. "I shall obey." Zhang Shutua affirmed. Come, here. Yang Guang called. I am here. Hura promptly stepped forward. Arrest all captains and above serving under Li Yuan on the spot. They shall face execution post-investigation. Any resistance shall result in the extermination of their entire clan. Yang Guang's calm demeanor belied a chilling intent, causing the faces of the kneeling captains to pale instantly. Yes, Hura responded, immediately leading soldiers to begin the arrests. The captains, distinguishable by their distinctive armor, were easily identified amidst the throng. Even as some attempted to flee, they were swiftly subdued by their subordinates, only to be dragged back to Chang'an, incapacitated and resembling lifeless fish. As Yang Guang had articulated, most ordinary soldiers had likely been misled by Li Yuan and were discontent with the laborious canal project, while those of higher rank had been promised benefits by Li Yuan. Yang Guang would not allow these conspirators to escape justice. With events reaching a decisive conclusion, officials commenced the aftermath management. While Yang Guang returned to the palace to continue his discourse with his mentor, the swift quelling of the human rebellion brought a sigh of relief to countless citizens. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, the ever-watchful Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin seethed with fury, their faces a tumultuous blend of red and blue. Does Sun Wukong's master harbor animosity towards our Buddhist sect? First, he dismantled our long-planned scheme in the underworld, resulting in the fall of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Now, he interferes in human affairs, causing our efforts to be in vain. Zhuan Ti raged, obliterating countless stars in the chaotic realm with a single strike. I fervently hope my master will intervene soon to address this unforeseen variable. Otherwise, our Buddhist pilgrimage may prove insurmountable. Jie Yin lamented, his brows furrowed in sorrow. Yang Guang is merely at the golden immortal level. If our sect's Randalamp and Medicine Master, both of the quasi-saint realm, were to act, they could surely catch Yang Guang off guard and reclaim our plans, Zhuan Ti asserted with confidence. What are your thoughts, brother? Zhuan Ti inquired. Since the calamity between the witches and the undead, our sect has adopted a stance of humility, quietly accumulating wealth while allowing the teachings of humanity, exposition, and interception to deplete each other. Our Buddhist foundation is now exceedingly robust, with numerous great Luo golden immortals and a considerable number of quasi-saints, Jane replied. My younger brother, patience is key. Our sect has already suffered the loss of the Tathagata and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Further losses may jeopardize our foundation. In my view, it would be prudent for the heavenly court to intervene in this matter, Jane contemplated. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's eyes brightened. Brother speaks wisely. The heavenly court and our sect have previously forged a cooperative agreement. The Jade Emperor's cooperation in our pilgrimage will yield him a share of the heavenly merit. Given our recent setbacks, the Jade Emperor will certainly need to offer more to gain that merit. Chapter 87, Jade Emperor. Snap, your night is gone in the heavenly court. Within the fragrant hall, the Jade Emperor, adorned in pristine white robes, sat gracefully beside a stone table. His right hand, with the index and middle fingers poised, delicately held a piece of pure white jade chess, his profound gaze fixed intently on the chessboard, brows slightly furrowed as he contemplated his next move. Opposite him, the seat remained unoccupied, manifesting his solitary struggle against himself. The Jade Emperor, embodying both sides of the conflict, meticulously planned each move, striving to outmaneuver his own reflections with ingenuity and strategy. This practice of internal duality not only sharpened his intellect, but also allowed him to unearth hidden opportunities amidst dire circumstances, repeatedly transforming peril into prosperity for the heavenly court and elevating it to its current esteemed status, where myriad celestial beings gathered. At that moment, two golden wisps of cloud materialized, gradually coalescing into the ethereal figures of Zhuan Ti and Jie. Heavenly friend, what a delightful mood you are in, they remarked amiably as they settled at the stone table, their expressions warm and inviting. Upon witnessing their arrival, the Jade Emperor's brow furrowed further, and without lifting his gaze, he inquired, Speak, what is it that you seek? As the saying goes, one does not enter the three treasures hall without reason. One does not seek cash without a property. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, appearing uninvited in the fragrant hall with their sly smiles, certainly had no benevolent intentions. Heavenly friend, the current state of the three realms is undoubtedly apparent to you. Many of our plans within the Buddhist sect have been thwarted, culminating in the fall of both the Tathagata Buddha and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The human race is gradually slipping from our grasp. Thus, I wish to see if you, heavenly friend, could lend a hand to our sect in eliminating the variable that is Yang Guang. Zhuan Ti continued with a disarming smile. Eliminate Yang Guang? The Jade Emperor scoffed, a cold smile escaping his lips. As far as I am aware, Yang Guang has undergone a transformation through the grace of Sun Wukong's master, liberating himself from your Buddhist sect schemes. Even your 2 Western saints fell victim to his mere shadow. Now, you wish for me to intervene against Yang Guang? Do you seek to lead me down the same path? The Jade Emperor harbored ambitions of acquiring the path to enlightenment through Feng and was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between the opposing forces. He would not be swayed by Xuanti and Jie Yin's mere words into a perilous endeavor. Alas, heavenly friend, your assessment is misguided, Jie Yin interjected, sensing the Jade Emperor's reluctance. During our last audience with the Tao ancestor, he assured us he would take action regarding this matter. However, he may have been delayed by some pressing issue. With the Tao ancestor's intervention, even the mightiest of Sun Wukong's masters would face certain demise. Why should you harbor fear? The Jade Emperor remained impassive, displaying no signs of disturbance. If you are not afraid of Sun Wukong's master, then why does your Buddhist sect, brimming with formidable beings, not take action yourselves? Heavenly friend, our Buddhist sect is indeed burdened by difficulties. We have already lost 2 revered saints, Tathagata Buddha and K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, before our journey has even truly commenced, leaving us gravely weakened. Thus, we find ourselves compelled to seek your assistance. Xuanti lamented, a visage of sorrow etched upon his face. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing Xuanti's grievances, felt no sympathy, but rather a cold laughter escaped him. As I recall, the demise of K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva resulted from your sect's ambitions to encroach upon the underworld, attempting to bring it under your control. Are you not aware that the underworld belongs to my heavenly court? We had previously reached a cooperative agreement. Yet you chose to act deceitfully, and now you find yourselves lamenting before me. Is this not utterly absurd? Sages must not appear in the 3 realms, nor take action therein. The ethereal forms of Xuanti and Jie Yin held no power. The Jade Emperor felt no trepidation. Since the moment Yifeng had fiercely defended his own, annihilating the 2 Western saints with a mere gesture, the Jade Emperor had resolved to sever ties with the Buddhist sect and embrace a more enlightened path. Now, with Xuanti and Jie Yin approaching him for rebuke, he would not hold back. With a decisive flick, the Jade Emperor's chess piece struck down, capturing the knight opposite him. Snap, your knight is gone. Xuanti and Jie Yin, confronted with the Jade Emperor's unabashed mockery, found their expressions shifting through hues of blue and purple, utterly dismayed. They had anticipated that, despite his discontent, the Jade Emperor would not directly confront them due to the ties of celestial merit. Yet the situation unfolded far differently than they had expected. Not only did the Jade Emperor completely sever ties with them, but he also ridiculed their loss of the knight, a reality they could not deny. Heavenly friend, Jie Yin began, with matters having reached this point, I shall no longer beat about the bush. Our Buddhist sect has encountered successive setbacks. If you wish to claim that fraction of celestial merit, you must be willing to offer something substantial in return. Otherwise, no need for otherwise. What is merely a fraction of celestial merit? I have no need for it. You may bestow it upon whomever you choose. The Jade Emperor interrupted Jie Yin with a bold declaration. He believed that even should he acquire that fraction of celestial merit, it would only serve to advance him marginally further, never enough to attain enlightenment. Rather, he would place his hopes upon the master of Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong's master present, the success of the Buddhist journey remained uncertain, and the likelihood of failure loomed large. To threaten him with such empty promises struck the Jade Emperor as an act of sheer folly. As Xuanti and Jie Yin faced the Jade Emperor's disdainful remarks, their smiles evaporated completely. Heavenly friend, I urge you to consider this carefully. Currently, the human sect, the Chan sect, and our Buddhist sect have united. The journey to the West is an inevitable trend. As the ruler of the heavenly court, your decision here would be unwise. Chapter 88. If problems cannot be resolved, eliminate the one who raises them. Turning left upon exiting, no farewells were offered. The Jade Emperor, resolute in his decision, continued to concentrate on the chessboard before him without lifting his head. Upon witnessing the Jade Emperor's unwavering stance, the figures of Xuanti and Jie Yin ceased their futile entreaties, letting out a cold snort before vanishing into thin air. In the chaotic realm, within the dojo recently established by Xuanti and Jie Yin, Xuanti scoffed, that mere boy from heaven. When we attended the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, he was but a child in a diaper welcoming us at the door. Now, he dares to adopt the demeanor of the supreme deity before us. Truly ungrateful. His face flushed with indignation, a flicker of anger burned in his eyes. The flourishing of our Buddhist sect is a matter of heavenly decree. That boy from heaven, so short-sighted, will inevitably find himself toppled from his throne when the teachings of Buddhism spread to the eastern lands and the human race flourishes. Jiejing, too, felt a surge of anger. Indeed, that boy from heaven has completely abandoned his responsibilities. Thus, only the Chan sect or the human sect can lend our Buddhist order a helping hand to eliminate uncertainties. Zhuanyi pondered seriously. As for the Chan sect, let us set them aside for now. Their chief disciple, Guangqingzi, along with Taiyi Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun and the southern polar immortal, have all perished at the hands of the disciples of the Jie sect. I suspect that until Hongjun Daozu deals with Sun Wukong's master, Yuan Shi Tianzuan will refrain from sending his disciples into action. Your reasoning is sound, brother. Zhuanyi nodded in agreement. Once, the Chan sect had flourished significantly, boasting the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, as well as the likes of Yunzongzi and the southern polar immortal. However, during the calamity of the Fengshen, several of the 12 were abducted, and now more have fallen. It can be said that the Chan sect has few seedlings left. Among the second generation of the Chan sect, they must be as precious as a middle-aged man's hair in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes. Then let us seek out Taiji Laojun. He possesses a peak-level quasi-saint divine corpse in the heavenly court, and with Guangqingzi, the foremost of the third generation of the Xianmen, his power is formidable. Eliminating a mere human emperor should pose no challenge, Zhuanyi proposed. Indeed, it is worth noting that aside from agreeing to assist us in completing our journey to the west, Taiji Laojun has not rendered much aid thus far. It is high time he exerted some effort, Zhuanyi and Jiejing resolved. Promptly making their way to the dojo established by Taiji Laojun in the chaotic realm. After negotiations, although Taiji Laojun harbored some reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced to the request. Citing the importance of heavenly merit, naturally, he would never dispatch his prized disciple, Xuandu, to undertake such a perilous task. After all, Xuandu was merely an ordinary innate human when he first became Taiji Laojuan's disciple. Through careful cultivation, various teachings, and potent elixirs, Taiji Laojun had elevated Xuandu to the esteemed position of the foremost disciple of the Xuanmen's third generation. Now, with saints barred from the three realms, Xuandu represented the face of the human sect. Taiji Laojun did not wish to suffer the loss of his cherished disciple, much like Yuan Shi Tianzuan. In fact, prior to taking Xuandu as his disciple, Taiji Laojun had once accepted a named disciple, Dui Jinren. However, due to his desire to establish the human sect among humanity and gain heavenly merit for sainthood, he chose Xuandu as his prized disciple. Given his emphasis on the doctrine of non-action, Taiji Laojun preferred to have fewer disciples, thus he left Dui Jinren to roam free in the West Kunlun, seldom checking in on him. Now, Taiji Laojun considered that the nearly forgotten Dui Jinren would be an ideal candidate to deal with the uncontrollable human emperor, Yang Guang. From the battle at Huaguo, Taiji Laojun discerned that Sun Wukong's master was deliberately training his disciple. During the fierce confrontation between Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, they were momentarily at a significant disadvantage, with Sun Wukong's master refraining from intervening. It was only when his divine corpse, Taishang Laojun, and Patriarch Bodhi stepped in that Sun Wukong's master finally acted to protect him. Thus, Taiji Laojun believed that even if Yang Guang had become a disciple of Sun Wukong's master, as long as Dui Jinren's strength was comparable to Yang Guang's, Sun Wukong's master would likely remain uninvolved. At that moment, he could grant Dui Jinren a formidable weapon. If Dui Jinren activated it at a critical juncture to eliminate Yang Guang, the mission would be accomplished. As long as he summoned Xuandu to the Purple Cloud Palace in the chaotic realm beforehand, even if Sun Wukong's master sought vengeance, it would be too late. As for Dui Jinren, being merely a named disciple, his demise would pale in comparison to the acquisition of heavenly merit. As Taiji Laojun commenced his preparations, the Buddhist sect continued to fervently plan their journey to the west across the three realms. At Lingming Mountain, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, Patriarch Bodhi, adorned in a golden robe and holding prayer beads, sat atop a golden lotus, surrounded by a halo of light, appearing supremely sacred. In all worlds, the Buddhas and Venerable Ones remain present. O Venerable Ones, may you show compassion toward me, if in this life, or in my past lives. Since the beginning of birth and death, I have committed numerous sins. Patriarch Bodhi earnestly preached, his resonant voice echoing throughout the great Thunder Sound Temple. Numerous Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and 108 Arhats listened intently, their expressions solemn. At that moment, a young man clad in a robe, possessing striking features and clear eyes, furrowed his brow slightly. Observing this, Patriarch Bodhi immediately paused his discourse and addressed the young man, Jin Chanzi, I see your brow furrowed. Is there something you do not comprehend? This young man, Jinxian, was a disciple taken in by the Tathagata Buddha at Junti's behest, and was the true, irreplaceable fated individual for the journey to the West. Although the Tathagata Buddha had already passed into nirvana, Jinxian, as the fated one, was still obliged to adhere to the previous plans. Rising from his seat, Jinxian bowed to Maitreya Buddha. O Buddha, you speak of compassion, yet why? During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, when floods raged, did we not witness our Buddhist sect saving the world? Why must mortals spend their lives in piety, and yet not all may attain Buddhahood, while wicked individuals need only lay down their weapons to achieve it? Why does the Buddha declare wealth to be extraneous, yet the Buddha statues are adorned in gold? Living beings are born with emotions and desires. Yet the Buddha speaks of severing the 6 roots and extinguishing all desires. Does this not contravene the natural order and human relations? Please, O Buddha, elucidate these matters. Amitabha. Jinxian's words flowed forth, each resonating with sincerity. Maitreya Buddha found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. Yet, as the saying goes, if problems cannot be resolved, then eliminate the one who poses the questions. Furthermore, he had already intended to seize an opportunity to cast Jinxian into the mortal realm as a pilgrim. Now that Jinxian dared to question him publicly, it was the perfect occasion to make a decisive move. Maitreya Buddha wore an expression of resignation. Jinxian, I did not anticipate that although you possess remarkable talents and an extraordinary background, you remain ignorant of the true essence of Buddhism and dare to question it so recklessly. I am greatly disappointed in you. Return to the cycle of reincarnation, and when you attain profound enlightenment, you may return to Ling Mountain. His voice resonated powerfully, filled with an undeniable authority as he pronounced Jinxian's fate. Chapter 89. The Golden Cicada enters reincarnation. The Golden Cicada never anticipated that it was the Maitreya Buddha who had initiated the conversation, encouraging him to express the doubts that had long been brewing in his heart. He had merely intended to voice the uncertainties that had accumulated over the years, seeking the profound wisdom of the Maitreya Buddha to unravel his perplexities. Yet, to his astonishment, the Maitreya Buddha abruptly turned against him. Wielding his authority as the leader of the Buddhist sect and a figure of quasi-saintly cultivation to impose unfounded accusations upon him. Maitreya Buddha. The teachings proclaim that all beings are equal, that everyone embodies the essence of Buddha. If that is the case, why can I not question? The Golden Cicada arose from the meditation cushion, his gaze piercing and unwavering as he fixed it upon the Maitreya Buddha. From the ancient primordial chaos to the present realms, it has always been power that dictates all. Do you truly believe in this notion of universal equality, that all beings are Buddhas? If that were indeed the truth, then why would I exert such effort to ascend to this esteemed position within the Buddhist hierarchy? Seeing the Golden Cicada's naive and foolish demeanor, the Maitreya Buddha could not suppress a cold laugh within his heart. Golden Cicada, your obsession and ignorance have led you astray into the demonic path. You should hasten to reincarnate and cultivate anew. The Maitreya Buddha admonished again, his voice resonating like a grand bell, imbued with an air of unparalleled authority. The rosary on his left hand shimmered with light, as if poised to strike the Golden Cicada at any moment. Confronted with the Maitreya Buddha's aggressive stance, the Golden Cicada could only respond with a derisive chuckle. The absurdity of the situation engulfed him. He had devoted himself unwaveringly to the Buddhist teachings, firmly believing that they could alleviate suffering and redeem all beings. Yet, he found himself branded as a demon by the Maitreya Buddha. It became clear to him that those who voiced dissent were deemed demonic, while those who conspired in silence were considered divine. In a world where moral corruption had become the norm, the act of awakening was regarded as a transgression. The Golden Cicada now comprehended that the doubts harbored in his heart reflected the extreme hypocrisy of the Buddhist order. The grandiose rhetoric of the Buddhist sect was merely a thin veneer of insincerity. The very establishment he had devoted his life to was mired in filth and collusion, rendering his existence profoundly absurd. Such a Buddhist order could still stand proudly amidst the 3 realms, with countless adherents, exemplifying sheer absurdity. At this moment, the Golden Cicada's lifelong convictions crumbled into ashes, his heart turning to desolation. He closed his eyes, extended his arms, and his physical form began to radiate a celestial glow. Soon, a colossal phantom of a Golden Cicada emerged behind him, showering the world with endless beams of light. As the light cascaded down, the Golden Cicada's figure grew increasingly indistinct until he finally vanished from the mortal realm, leaving only a faint golden essence soaring towards the underworld. Witnessing the Golden Cicada successfully embark on the path of reincarnation as planned, The Maitreya Buddha wore a satisfied smile. Since the inception of the journey to the West, he had encountered numerous obstacles, and now, at long last, something had unfolded according to his design. Although the golden cicada was indeed unruly at present, he believed that after 10 cycles of reincarnation, when the golden cicada returned to Ling Mountain, he would align with the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, harboring no further dissent against the Buddhist teachings. Shortly after the golden cicada was sent into reincarnation, the 3 realms erupted with significant events. The ancient demon monkey, the 6-eared macaque, wreaked havoc, consuming countless humans from the northern and southern continents. Ultimately, while attempting to flee to the eastern victory land, he was subdued by the Maitreya Buddha, who struck him down beneath the 5-finger mountain. Simultaneously, the disciple of the Grand Master of the Xin-Du, Martial Tianping, after becoming intoxicated, audaciously flirted with the moon goddess, Chang'e. In a show of righteousness, the Grand Master punished his own disciple, casting Tianping down to the mortal realm as a cautionary measure. Moreover, the Jade Emperor's General of the Curtain, having shattered a crystal goblet, was stripped of his celestial rank and cast into the Sand River, enduring daily torment from countless arrows. Although the powerful beings of the 3 realms were aware that this was merely a performance orchestrated by the Buddhist sect and the human teaching, the Maitreya Buddha's act of suppressing the chaotic demon monkey and the Grand Master's unyielding stance against his own disciple garnered significant attention from the uninformed masses, who praised the Buddhist sect and the human teaching. Unbeknownst to them, the uninformed spectators believed that the General of the Curtain had served the Jade Emperor loyally for countless years, and that it was unjust for him to suffer such a dire fate simply for breaking a goblet. They thought it rather petty for the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the heavenly court and the supreme deity of the 3 realms, to act so vindicatively. In the Hall of Fragrance, the Queen Mother expressed her displeasure to the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, it is truly reprehensible that you hold the General of the Curtain in such high regard. Yet he tarnishes the reputation of the heavenly court and your own. Perhaps you should command his return to the heavenly court and sentence him to the execution stage as a deterrent?" Previously, while collaborating with the Buddhist sect, the Jade Emperor had received not only a portion of the merits of the heavenly Tao, but also the position of a pilgrim for the journey to the West. Initially, the Jade Emperor had intended to bestow the opportunity for heavenly merit upon the General of the Curtain, recognizing his diligent service over the years. However, he had now resolved not to engage in collusion with the Buddhist sect. The General of the Curtain had orchestrated this performance without the Jade Emperor's approval, which not only damaged the reputation of the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court, but also constituted an act of betrayal. While the Queen Mother appeared displeased, the Jade Emperor remained nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by the matter. It appeared that his years of care and consideration for the General of the Curtain paled in comparison to the promise of the 8 treasures golden body position offered by the Buddhist sect. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. However, although he had resolved to withdraw from the journey to the West, he acknowledged that it was a matter ordained by heaven. The Tao Ancestor was the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. While he and the heavenly court could choose not to participate, they could not obstruct its course. The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the chaotic realm beyond the 33 heavens. The Queen Mother, upon hearing this, understood and nodded in agreement. Although they were esteemed as the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, the Tao Ancestor represented the will of heaven. Should they oppose the journey to the West, it would be tantamount to defying the Tao Ancestor. Since this matter had come to pass, they would allow it to unfold without concern. The Jade Emperor comfortingly patted the back of the Queen Mother's hand. The allure of the Buddhist sect's promises, though enticing in appearance, could only be realized should the journey to the West be successfully completed. If the journey were to falter, all promised benefits would remain mere empty words. The General of the Curtain, having betrayed the heavenly court for the sake of the promised position, risked losing not only the benefits from the Buddhist sect but also incurring the wrath of the heavenly court, potentially relegating himself to a demon of the 3 realms. He might one day be casually eliminated by the celestial beings of the heavenly court seeking to bolster their accomplishments. Chapter 90. Who says the human race lacks great emperors, by the way? How are Shower and the others faring? Have their healths recovered? The Jade Emperor inquired with profound concern. Although he had always cared for the 7 fairies, he felt a lingering sense of indebtedness, as their tribulations stemmed from his dealings with the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing his words, the Queen Mother's expression shifted slightly, revealing an air of unease. "What troubles you? Surely you do not harbor any dark thoughts?" The Jade Emperor, noticing her demeanor, grew anxious. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. After my reassurances, Shower and the others have regained their emotional stability and have no intentions of despair, the Queen Mother hastily replied. Ah, that is a relief. The Jade Emperor nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. It seems I must pay an early visit to that esteemed elder. Only by acquiring the path to enlightenment and attaining sanctity can I truly protect my daughters from the threats posed by the Western saints, he murmured, immediately preparing gifts for the journey. Initially, he had planned to wait before visiting, but now, in light of his desire to swiftly attain enlightenment for the sake of his daughter's safety, the Jade Emperor resolved to expedite his plans. Meanwhile, Emperor Yongguang, having quelled the rebellion led by Li Yuan and others, once again communicated with his master through the divine statue, ultimately arriving at the Taoist temple to meet Yi Feng. Yongguang first bowed deeply in gratitude to Yi Feng for his immense blessings upon himself and the entire human race. He then meticulously articulated his grand ambitions for the future of humanity. In conclusion, Yongguang earnestly requested Yi Feng to allow the dissemination of the special cultivation techniques from the Heavenly Emperor scriptures to the entire human race, enabling them to embark upon the path of cultivation in earnest. Yi Feng, not one to be stingy, was heartened by his disciples' fervor. In addition to granting Yongguang's request, he presented him with scrolls depicting the likes of the Primordial Emperor, the Void Emperor, the Cosmic Emperor, the Underworld as cover, the Ancient Chaos Emperor, the Feathered Ascension Emperor, the Ninely Emperor, and the Tao Transformation Emperor, allowing him to bestow these scrolls upon any talented individuals he encountered among the human race. These scrolls, much like those previously gifted to Yongguang, contain the cultivation methods and forbidden techniques of these emperors. All the forbidden techniques within the emperor's scriptures underwent a metamorphosis in Yi Feng's hands, rendering them even more formidable than the combined heavenly gangs of the Tao ancestor. Moreover, Yi Feng completed the higher-level cultivation methods pertaining to the mortal realm immortal, the immortal, and the even loftier immortal emperor, ritual Tao, and so forth. Should one reach the level of ritual Tao, their cultivation would rival that of the ancient saints. Originally, Yi Feng intended to pass down the scroll of the Black Emperor as well, but ultimately decided against it. That scroll would find its way to a more suitable individual, a more fitting hound. Upon receiving these scrolls, Yongguang was invigorated, filled with excitement and hope for the future. He firmly believed that, in the near future, countless emperors would emerge among the human race. Eagerly, Yongguang bid farewell to Yi Feng and returned to Chang'an, ready to impart the teachings to the populace. When Yongguang appeared in the skies above Chang'an, draped in a golden dragon robe, the attention of all the citizens was instantly captivated. They could not help but emerge from their homes and shops, kneeling in unison. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The millions of citizens within Chang'an gazed up at Yongguang with profound reverence. His earlier majestic presence, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens to quell rebellion with mere gestures, had left an indelible mark upon their minds. The human race had been seemingly devoid of foundational strength, rendering cultivation nearly impossible, a consensus shared by all. Yet now, Emperor Yongguang had shattered this curse, gaining power to stand alongside the divine. In the hearts of the citizens of Chang'an, Emperor Yongguang embodied the very hope of the human race. "Rise," Yongguang commanded, nodding slightly as he raised his hands gently. Instantly, a soft force lifted all the citizens, allowing them to stand once more. Chapter 91. The transmission of the heavenly shield technique. Our human race is frail and incapable of cultivation. Although we are deemed the masters of heaven and earth, we cannot contend even with ordinary beasts, let alone demons. Yongguang spoke from the depths of his heart, his gentle yet resonant voice reverberating throughout Chang'an, instantly resonating with the gathered populace. The expressions of the citizens were complex, and they unconsciously nodded in agreement. What Yongguang articulated struck a chord within them. Even within the grand empire of the Sui, the lives of humans were far from easy, constantly threatened by the lurking ferocity of wild beasts. The towering walls of Chang'an were constructed not only to repel external foes and insurrections but, most importantly, to guard against ravenous wolves and tigers. It was not uncommon for farmers and travelers venturing out for work or herb gathering to fall prey to these savage creatures. Entire villages and towns had been swallowed by beastly hordes overnight, leaving no trace of their inhabitants. The sages resided high above, surveying the ages, while the celestial courts and Buddhist sects held dominion over their realms. In stark contrast, the human race, the supposed lords of creation, struggled amidst drought and flood, reduced to prey for savage beasts, an absurdity beyond comprehension. Who among us has not fantasized about soaring through the winds, brandishing a sword across the three realms? Yet, the harsh reality remains that our foundation is woefully inadequate, and the esoteric teachings left by the founder of human education are cryptic and daunting. Most humans can merely practice martial skills to strengthen their physical forms, with the path to immortality appearing utterly unattainable. My benevolent master, recognizing the frailty of our race, has devised a cultivation method tailored specifically for us, and I am commanded to impart this knowledge. Yang Guang continued, his words resonating powerfully like the grandest of bells, invigorating all who heard. The citizens of Chang'an, along with the civil and military officials, were rendered speechless, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion, even questioning if they had misheard. After a brief moment of astonishment, the millions of humans fell into an unparalleled state of exhilaration. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that they trembled, nearly unable to articulate their thoughts, instead clutching the hands of their loved ones tightly. Some elderly individuals wept openly, kneeling in reverence. The grand ceremony led by Yang Guang, where he received the transformative grace of the heavens, had already spread throughout Chang'an. Coupled with his status as the emperor of humanity, no one dared to question the authenticity of his words. Although the people of Chang'an had long regarded Yang Guang as the beacon of hope for humanity, they had not anticipated such sudden fortune. The might of Yifeng was evident to all, likely rivaling even the Tao ancestor Hong Chun. A being of such caliber bestowing a cultivation method upon humanity could only be a masterpiece. Most importantly, Yang Guang declared that this technique was perfectly aligned with the human race, implying that even those with the most meager foundations could tread the path of cultivation, seizing the opportunity to shape their destinies and pursue immortality. Gratitude to the imperial teacher, gratitude to your majesty. The millions of humans in Chang'an knelt in unison, sincerely bowing deeply. Sit in meditation and listen attentively as I impart the teachings, Yang Guang instructed, settling into a cross-legged position in midair, with others following suit. This posture allowed for the greatest clarity of mind, free from distraction. Once the assembly was still, Yang Guang began to elucidate the teachings to the citizens of Chang'an. This technique is known as the Heavenly Shield Technique. It delineates the human body into various secret realms, thoroughly excavating our latent potential. The initial stages comprise 3 major realms: the Wheel Sea, the Tao Palace, and the transformation of the dragon. The Wheel Sea consists of 4 minor realms: the opening of the Bitter Sea, the cultivation of the Life Spring, the establishment of the Divine Bridge, and the reaching of the other shore. With his imperial cultivation, Yang Guang expertly conveyed the teachings, even projecting the Wheel Sea from his own being to elucidate the intricacies to the masses. As Yang Guang elaborated, the 2 Western sages observing from afar were thrown into disarray. The emergence of Yang Guang alone was already a thorn in their side. If he were to disseminate a cultivation method suitable for humanity, the consequences would be dire. Should humanity gain the ability to cultivate, soaring through the skies and moving mountains, they would no longer need to rely on the Buddhist sections. Realizing the urgency, the sages hurriedly communicated with the great Clarity Laozi, imploring immediate action. The human body possesses 5 organs: heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidneys, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Tao Palace is divided into 5 small realms, each associated with an organ capable of cultivating a Tao Palace deity, akin to a spiritual avatar. If all 5 organs are perfected, the Tao Palace achieves completeness. Several hours later, as Yang Guang elaborated on the cultivation methods of the Tao Palace, he manifested the deities within himself, explaining their profound mysteries one by one. Although most of the populace was encountering such teachings for the first time, they understood the rarity of this opportunity and listened intently. Thanks to Yang Guang's exceptionally detailed explanations, the citizens of Chang'an began to grasp the underlying principles. Some martial practitioners with foundational skills even sensed the presence of their will see within. Just as the citizens of Chang'an were engrossed in learning, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing directly opposite Yang Guang. The Taoist master Du Yi, clad in yellow robes and bearing a grayish-white beard, approached with an air of hostility. He knew precisely why he was there and commenced to accuse Yang Guang. Yang Guang, you previously killed my disciples and offended the dignity of our sect. I have come personally to apprehend you and bring you back to Mount Daluo for your transgressions. Surrender at once. Under normal circumstances, as the Emperor of Humanity, Yang Guang was protected by the Imperial Dragon Aura. Not even the irate Saint Enwa from the time of the investiture of the gods would dare to confront him. However, due to the recent rebellion led by Li Yuan and others, the Sui dynasty had nearly faced annihilation, and the Imperial Dragon Aura had waned significantly. Furthermore, Young Guang had dispersed his protective aura across the various palaces along the canal to intimidate the beasts, allowing Dewey to disregard it and confront him directly. Bold. How dare you speak such insolence against His Majesty? Came Huer, brandishing his weapon in defiance of Dewey. Such is the nature of man, when faced with death. Even the proud may speak kindly, Yang Guang replied nonchalantly, rising from his position. Your Majesty? Huer was bewildered, uncertain of Yang Guang's meaning. What I mean is, no matter how arrogant a person may be, once brought to the brink of death, they will speak to me with respect. Chapter 92. On-site instruction. Yang Guang rose to his feet, his gaze piercing and fierce, fixed upon the Taoist master Du Yi, brimming with fighting spirit. He resolved to transform the impending battle with Dewey into a practical demonstration of the heavenly shield technique for the citizens of Chang'an. Although Dewey sensed the distinct divine power within Yang Guang, the fluctuations indicated that he was merely at the level of a golden immortal. In contrast, after years of nurturing by the Supreme Clarity Patriarch, Dewey had attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Witnessing Yang Guang, who was a whole realm weaker, daring to speak so arrogantly stirred anger within Du Yi. Yang Guang, do not overestimate yourself. I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender, and you may yet live. Du Yi proclaimed with a proud stance, aware that the Supreme Clarity Patriarch was undoubtedly observing him from the Chaos realm. He believed that if he performed well, he might regain his master's favor and earn a rightful place within the human sect. I know you seek trouble. There is no need for further words. Let us battle outside Chang'an, Yang Guang replied calmly, unsurprised by Dewey's arrival, having anticipated it. After all, his actions had encroached upon the interests of the Buddhist sect, the human sect, the Chan sect, and the celestial court, compelling these major powers to act against him and prevent humanity from breaking free from their control. Very well. Dewey acquiesced. Although he was tasked by his master to eliminate Yang Guang, he dared not tarnish the reputation of the human sect among the populace. He ascended to an open space outside Chang'an. With a single step, Yang Guang shrank the distance and appeared before Du Yi instantaneously. Though his companions wished to caution him, they remained silent, for Yang Guang had already accepted the challenge, and they would not undermine the emperor's authority. Yang Guang stood high above, his dragon robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura that astonished Dewey. Originally, Emperor Xian had been the last human emperor, ensnared by the machinations of the three sects. Yet the imperial might emanating from Yang Guang was no less formidable, perhaps even superior. Not only did Yang Guang possess the cultivation of a golden immortal, but he also had a master comparable to the primordial ancestor Hongjun, indicating a future of boundless potential. If left unchecked, humanity might indeed sever ties with the major sections. While Dewey was lost in contemplation, Yang Guang summoned the 5 great palace spirits from within his heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and kidneys. The red spirit of the heart, ablaze like a fiery child, the green spirit of the kidneys, adorned in a flowing gown like a forest fairy. At Yang Guang's command, the 5 palace spirits launched a coordinated assault on Du Yi. This was the first time Du Yi had encountered such a peculiar technique, and the synergy among the spirits ensnared him completely from the outset. The heart, being the source of power, rendered the heart spirit's attacks particularly formidable, while the kidney spirit specialized in healing spells to quickly mend injuries. As the 5 spirits besieged Du Yi, Yang Guang meticulously explained the principles to the citizens of Chang'an. The millions of inhabitants recognized the rarity of such an opportunity, understanding its immense benefit for their future cultivation, listening intently, hardly daring to blink. How dare you treat me with such disdain? Du Yi bellowed in fury upon realizing Yang Guang was using him for on-site instruction. He activated his supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the tranquil wind pearl. The pearl shimmered like a miniature star, and with all his might, Du Yi unleashed a myriad of patterns, instantly confining the surrounding space like a barrier. In an instant, Yang Guang's 5 palace spirits were immobilized. Boom! Du Yi struck out with 5 palms, dispersing the 5 palace spirits completely. Now, how will you continue your teaching? He sneered coldly. The citizens of Chang'an were taken aback, witnessing the dispersal of Yang Guang's spirits. However, there was no need for alarm, as long as one cultivated the palace realm to perfection. They could easily reconstruct the spirits in a short time without suffering any lasting damage. Yang Guang continued patiently explaining to the populace. Ah, we have learned, they exclaimed, hastily jotting down notes. In the original heavenly shield technique, if the palace spirits were entirely obliterated, one would need to attain an exceptionally high realm to recreate them. Yet, following Yi Feng's enhancements to the technique, this flaw had been rectified. Seeing Yang Guang still instructing the citizens, completely dismissing him as a genuine adversary, Dui's rage intensified. Yang Guang, prepare to die. In a fit of fury, he activated the tranquil wind pearl and hurled it towards Yang Guang. The pearl transformed into a colossal meteor, plummeting from the heavens with astonishing speed, embodying immense destructive force. Should it collide, even a mountain forged from divine gold would shatter. The citizens of Chang'an felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the tranquil wind pearl, their faces paling in fear. Such a level of power was terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Even those who had previously held unwavering confidence in Yang Guang began to feel apprehensive. Nevertheless, Yang Guang remained unfazed, his composure unshaken, embodying the imperiousness of an emperor. Gathering divine power within his palms, Yang Guang manifested a golden sigil, which transformed and shifted, inscribing the 9 secret characters: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lian, Qian, and Xian. Having inherited all the legacies of the heavenly Emperor Yi, the ultimate secret art of the 9 secrets unified was one of his trump cards. As the tranquil wind pearl hurtled towards him, Yang Guang's eyes gleamed with golden light as he raised his left hand and thrust it forward with force. Chapter 93. The Celestial Emperor's Fist with a resounding roar akin to an erupting volcano. The chaotic sea of stars seethed with an unimaginable force that swept across the heavens and the earth. The 9 secrets of Taoism, refined through Yu Feng's hands. Each harbored a terrifying power beyond comprehension. Even a single secret, the Jie character, could unleash a force 1,000-fold greater. Now, as the 9 secrets converged, their combined might was so formidable that it shook the very foundations of the world. With an imposing aura, the stabilizing wind pearl, akin to a falling meteor, was met with a mere gesture from Yang Guang, causing its intricate patterns to dissipate and nearly shatter its essence. The divine soul refined within by the real person Dui was obliterated in an instant. Dui felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him, leaving him with a throbbing headache and a mind blank as he staggered in the air, barely avoiding a fall. Upon regaining his composure, Dui gazed at Yang Guang with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yang Guang, despite being at a significantly lower cultivation level, could nearly obliterate his high-grade innate spiritual treasure with a mere display of skill. Dui realized that had Yang Guang not desired to use him as a practical teaching tool for the human race in Chang'an, that single strike would have sufficed to annihilate him. Such unparalleled talent! What manner of being was Sun Wukong's master? Yang Guang had only recently taken his leave from the mundane world, yet he already possessed such extraordinary prowess. If left unchecked, who could predict the heights Yang Guang might reach? The very principle that those beneath the sages were akin to ants could very well be shattered. Dui had often taken pride in being a disciple of the supreme purity Lao Jun, but now, in comparison to Yang Guang, his pride felt utterly trivial. It seemed that the only way to contend with Yang Guang was to unleash the formidable weapon bestowed upon him by his master. Yang Guang, for your mercy, prepare to meet your demise. Dui's countenance darkened. Though he appeared calm, he was secretly channeling the tremendous weapon bestowed by the supreme purity Lao Jun. Yang Guang, with a cultivation level significantly beneath Dui, had nearly shattered the stabilizing wind pearl. This defiance of natural order astonished the great beings observing from the 3 realms, as well as the supreme purity Lao Jun within the chaotic world. They had initially believed that Sun Wukong's astonishing combat prowess was solely a product of his master's guidance and an array of celestial treasures. Yet, here was Yang Guang, a mere mortal transformed into a being of exceptional strength in the span of mere days. Such a transformation was indeed a source of embarrassment for the 5 sages. Consequently, the supreme purity Lao Jun, along with the likes of Zhuanti and Jane, solidified their resolve that Yang Guang must not be allowed to survive. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Your Majesty is magnificent. A resounding voice echoed from the direction of Chang'an, reverberating through the skies. The citizens of Chang'an, witnessing the might of Emperor Yang Guang once more, were filled with immense admiration, raising their arms to cheer and fervently wishing for the day they could possess such celestial prowess. Next, allow me to demonstrate the marvel of the dragon transformation realm. Each of our spines resembles a great dragon soaring into the heavens, connecting the secret realms within each of us. By harmonizing the realms we have cultivated through our spines, we can unleash even greater power. As Yang Guang's spine radiated light and his body subtly shifted, it resembled a great dragon of spirit, emitting a faint dragon's roar, as if ready to ascend the skies. Yang Guang, you shall perish. Dui was consumed by rage, screaming at Yang Guang with a desperation fueled by insult. Unable to endure the feeling of being belittled any longer, he surged toward Guang. His form transformed into a streak of light. At the same time, blinding lightning erupted from his body, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Guang observed intently, recognizing that a lightning talisman had ignited in Dui's palm. This talisman, forged by a being above the quasi-saint realm, could unleash a strike of quasi-saint magnitude. Although he had undergone a profound transformation, he remained significantly distant from that level. A direct hit would surely result in his utter annihilation. The distance between Guang and Dui was minimal, and as Dui charged with all his might, he revealed his hidden trump card just as he neared Guang. This sudden turn of events left the citizens of Chang'an momentarily stunned. Dui's face contorted into a wild, ferocious grin, eagerly anticipating the moment Guang would be obliterated by his lightning strike. Yet, to his dismay, there was no trace of panic on Guang's face. Instead, he unleashed his fists, and an exalted figure manifested behind him. With flowing black hair and eyes so profound they seemed to pierce through time, he stood majestic, embodying the essence of the cosmos with chaos swirling around him. Towering above the earthly realm, his gaze instilled tremors in all things, and with every movement, he appeared to trample the universe beneath his feet, exuding an imperial majesty akin to that of a celestial emperor descending upon the mortal realm. As Guang continued to unleash his fists, he traced a trajectory that slowed the very fabric of time and space around them. Even the stars beyond the realm began to rotate in accordance with his movements. With imperial might radiating from him, Dui felt as if he were an insignificant insect, struggling to resist the urge to kneel. Finally, Guang struck with a fist. As if the entirety of creation descended upon Dui, he barely had time to utter a cry before being obliterated beneath the overwhelming force of Guang's celestial might. The talisman, which contained the power of a quasi-saint strike, was left just shy of being fully activated. Guang reached out, effortlessly collecting the talisman. In that moment, the world fell silent, the air thick with awe. Every gaze converged upon Guang, and under the overwhelming imperial presence, the citizens found themselves kneeling in reverence, paying homage. The imperial aura emanating from Guang was unmatched, even surpassing that of the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the three realms. As if a true celestial emperor had descended to survey the world. Despite being at a disadvantage in cultivation, Guang had maintained the upper hand throughout the battle, dispatching Dui without the latter even resorting to his formidable weapon. This scene was nothing short of astonishing, igniting a fervent fire within the hearts of the citizens of Chang'an. Chapter 94. A return visit. The hearts of the human race surged with excitement. The mighty beings of the three realms relished the spectacle, astonished by the extraordinary prowess displayed. Meanwhile, the three saints, Zhuanti, Jin, and Laozi of Taching, found themselves utterly bewildered. Despite the meticulous preparations made by Laozi, who even bestowed a formidable weapon, the outcome was far from favorable. Not only did they fail to vanquish Guang, but they also inadvertently placed a talisman imbued with quasi-saintly power into his hands, further complicating matters with Guang now possessing an additional trump card. It seemed inevitable that they would have to wait for their master to intervene and eliminate this troublesome adversary. Once that individual was removed, Sun Wukong, the disciples of the and Guang would merely be inconsequential clowns, hardly worth consideration. Zhuanti and Jiayin murmured to themselves, placing all their hopes upon the shoulders of Hongjun Daozu. What manner of being could so effortlessly cultivate such defiant disciples? The mighty beings of the three realms were equally reflective, harboring a profound envy for Guang's extraordinary fortune. His hands-on teaching ignited a fervor among the people of Chang'an, intensifying their yearning for power. As Guang concluded his discourse, a wave of enthusiasm for cultivation swept through Chang'an. From 3-year-old children to 90-year-old elders, all enthusiastically joined the ranks of the cultivation army. After a period of time, approximately 1% of the human race successfully opened there, embarking on the path of cultivation. Although this ratio may seem diminutive, it represented a remarkable achievement compared to the previous inability of the entire human race to practice the golden elixir technique. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. With the cultivation experiences of their predecessors, the likelihood of subsequent practitioners successfully opening there would undoubtedly continue to rise. Guang was immensely satisfied with this progress. As the human race gradually extricated itself from the control of several major sects, and their fortune returned to them, the potential for newborns among the human race to possess extraordinary capabilities would surely increase significantly. It was even conceivable that legendary physiques such as the Holy Body, the King of Humans Body, the Celestial Demon Body, or even the Chaotic Body might emerge. At that time, He would be able to impart the legacies of other great emperors, while Emperor Yangguang was envisioning a grand future for the human race. The Jade Emperor had already equipped himself with treasures and journeyed to Huaguo Mountain in search of the path to enlightenment. As the spatial gateway opened, the Jade Emperor emerged, clad in a flowing white robe. Upon gazing at the seemingly unremarkable Taoist temple before him, he instinctively touched the scars on his face, concealed beneath layers of makeup, and could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. However, his thirst for the path to enlightenment overshadowed his fear. The Jade Emperor approached the entrance of the temple, took a deep breath, and was about to knock when another spatial gateway suddenly opened. The King of Hell, cloaked in black, stepped forth, having previously accompanied Sun Wukong. The King of Hell had experienced a significant surge in power and easily defeated the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva upon returning to the underworld. For the time being, his strength was sufficient to protect the underworld. However, given the Buddhist sect's modus operandi, it was unlikely that they would let the loss of a mid-stage quasi-saint bodhisattva go unpunished. Only by freeing the ancestral witch from the cycle of reincarnation could the underworld be assured of lasting peace. After waiting quietly for a while, the King of Hell could no longer suppress his yearning and chose to pay another visit. Upon seeing the King of Hell emerge from the spatial gateway, the Jade Emperor and he exchanged glances, each astonished at the coincidence of their encounter. "I greet your majesty," the King of Hell said, breaking the silence with a bow. "Today, I too seek an audience with the elder. Besides, we are not in the heavenly court, so there is no need for formalities between us," the Jade Emperor replied, devoid of any airs. "Very well," the King of Hell nodded, and then proceeded to knock on the temple door. With a resounding thud, the door echoed. Moments later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing the figure of Bixiao in a flowing green dress. "I greet the immortal Bixiao," the King of Hell beamed, wearing an ingratiating smile. "Bixiao." It has been a while, the Jade Emperor greeted her warmly. Since his last visit with Zhao Gongming and Bixiao, during which Zhao returned to the heavenly court while Bixiao disappeared, he had come to understand the situation and thus was not surprised to see her now. Indeed, Bixiao nodded, fully opening the temple door. "Please come in." "Thank you, immortal." The King of Hell chuckled, stepping inside alongside the Jade Emperor. "May I ask, is the elder currently in the study?" he inquired delicately. "The elder has just risen and is now tending to the garden in the back." "I will take you there," Bixiao replied. While such tasks were typically her responsibility, Feng seemed to be in good spirits today and chose to engage personally. "Thank you for your assistance, immortal." The King of Hell felt a glimmer of hope and excitement swell within him. As the King of Hell conversed with Bixiao, the Jade Emperor stood frozen in astonishment. The temple exceeded his expectations by unfathomable degrees. The essence of the primordial soil, the chaotic divine stone, the unparalleled spiritual energy, and the clear manifestations of the 3,000 great Tao left the worldly wise Jade Emperor in a state of unparalleled shock. As a gentle breeze rustled the wind chimes hanging from the willow tree, the Jade Emperor turned to follow the sound, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. The long-sought-after chaotic bell, pursued by countless mighty beings of the three realms for millennia, was casually used as a wind chime within this temple. This was simply beyond belief, exceedingly ostentatious. In contrast, the abode of Hongjun Daozu, the Zishu Palace, seemed no more than a thatched hut. "Your Majesty?" Just as the Jade Emperor was engulfed in bewilderment, a gentle voice broke through his reverie. He turned to find the King of Hell and Bixiao awaiting his response. "Oh, my apologies." The Jade Emperor's face flushed, embarrassed to have displayed such a foolish demeanor upon entering. "To speak candidly, when I first arrived here, my reaction was identical to yours, Your Majesty," the King of Hell offered, kindly providing the Jade Emperor an avenue for relief. "Ah, good." The Jade Emperor cast a grateful glance at the King of Hell, exhaling a sigh of relief, and followed Bixiao as she led the way toward the back garden of the temple. Chapter 95, The Meeting of In-Laws. The Jade Emperor and the King of Hell cautiously followed behind by Shao. After a long period of anticipation, they were finally about to behold the true visage of the esteemed elder. With each step the Jade Emperor took toward the rear courtyard, his heart fluttered with increasing trepidation, a contrast to the King of Hell, who had already visited once. Concurrently, the Jade Emperor began to secretly conjure images of Feng in his mind, envisioning a figure capable of subduing the myriad paths of the universe with a mere gesture, treading upon the very fabric of existence. Seated at the source of the river of time, gazing down upon eternity, a paragon of unparalleled power. "Elder Yi, we have come to pay our respects." Bai Zhao's melodious voice rang out. The Jade Emperor, unable to contain his eagerness, turned toward the sound, discovering a young man clad in a white robe, sleeves rolled up, wielding a pair of large scissors, diligently trimming the branches of a nearby tree within the flower bed. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, for this individual bore little resemblance to his expectations. Moreover, there was not a trace of divine energy emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal, devoid of the overwhelming aura that had once obliterated the Western saints at Flower Fruit Mountain. "Greetings, Elder Yi." At that moment, the King of Hell immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully clasping his fist in salute. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, quickly regained his composure and bowed to Yi Feng, stating, "I, the younger generation's Hao Yin, have come to pay my respects today." Although he remained somewhat puzzled, he recognized the individual's esteemed identity beyond doubt. After all, he had previously left a deep whip mark on his face due to his own recklessness. He could not afford to offend the elder again. Yi Feng nodded, placing the scissors upon the freshly trimmed spiritual root, then gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he walked toward the grape trellis. Beneath the trellis lay an antique wooden table accompanied by 4 wooden chairs. Yi Feng casually pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for the Jade Emperor and the King of Hell to join him. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell and the Jade Emperor exchanged cautious glances before carefully approaching the grape trellis. The grapevines twisted like purple dragons, robust and vigorous, their natural fissures infused with the essence of the great Tao. Each leaf of the grapevine was unique in shape and hue, vibrant and glistening like natural jade. The clusters of large, plump grapes hanging down radiated a spectrum of colors, causing both the King of Hell and the Jade Emperor to unconsciously swallow hard. Feeling a sense of awe, the entire scene in the rear courtyard far exceeded their expectations. The only element they recognized was the 9 heavens resting soil used for cultivating the spiritual roots. As for the spirit roots themselves, they could not identify a single one, for their rank was far beyond their comprehension. Particularly striking was the grapevine before them, whose patterns exuded the essence of the Tao, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon both the Jade Emperor and the King of Hell. The Jade Emperor harbored serious doubts about whether he, the sovereign of the 3 realms, could even contend with this grapevine. "Please, have a seat." Noticing the Jade Emperor and the King of Hell standing rigidly, Yi Feng smiled gently. "Thank you, Elder." Hearing Yi Feng's second invitation, the Jade Emperor set aside his astonishment, steadied his mind, and took a seat. The King of Hell, seeing this, also steeled himself to sit down, though his body remained stiff, with only the tips of his posterior touching the chair. At that moment, Bai Shao brought over a jade plate laden with freshly washed spiritual fruits and placed it on the table. The fruits exuded an enchanting fragrance, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Just a whiff of the aroma caused the pores of the Jade Emperor and the King of Hell to open wide, their minds clearing instantly, and their thoughts accelerating significantly, nearly plunging them into a state of enlightenment. They marveled inwardly, for the spiritual fruits before them were truly astonishing, even the most potent innate spiritual root, the Huang Li, paled in comparison. These fruits likely stemmed from chaos-level spiritual roots, whereas the peaches from the Pantao Garden seemed no better than weeds by comparison. The Jade Emperor and the King of Hell gazed in awe, saliva uncontrollably pooling in their mouths, yet they managed to suppress their urges. Yi Feng casually plucked a spiritual fruit, took a bite, leaned back in his chair, and directly inquired, "Speak, what brings you to me?" The Jade Emperor, seizing the opportunity, spoke first. "Elder, I once inadvertently offended you. Aware of my transgression, I humbly request that you overlook it and erase the mark from my face." With that, he removed the veil from his face, revealing a vivid red whip mark. Bai Shao and the King of Hell exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the Jade Emperor had indeed visited the Taoist temple before. However, it was evident that his prior experience had not gone smoothly, as he had not only failed to gain any fortune but had also received a severe whipping. The Jade Emperor felt the heat rise to his cheeks under their scrutiny. Observing this, Yi Feng displayed a hint of amusement. During the previous encounter, the Jade Emperor had attempted to peer over the wall, only to be sent flying by a swift whip from the old ancestor Yang Mei, leaving behind an indelible mark. For someone of the Jade Emperor's stature, bearing such a mark was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment. With a casual wave of his hand, the whip mark on the Jade Emperor's face vanished. All done. The Jade Emperor, feeling the smoothness of his skin where the mark had been, rejoiced within. He could finally cast aside his worries of concealment and shame. "Thank you, Elder, for your magnanimity," he expressed with a respectful bow. "Do you have any further requests?" Yi Feng continued to inquire of the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, The Jade Emperor eagerly revealed his greatest wish. Indeed, there is one more humble request. I have cultivated through 1,750 tribulations and have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, I have encountered a bottleneck over the years, unable to advance even a fraction further. Thus, I seek your esteemed guidance to grant me an opportunity for enlightenment, so that I may achieve the realm of primordial unity and fulfill this greatest aspiration of mine. Chapter 96. The Art of Transformation. Upon articulating his ultimate pursuit in life, the Jade Emperor felt his heart begin to pound uncontrollably. He had been ensnared at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for eons, with no advancement despite relentless cultivation. It was as if the path ahead had been severed. The Jade Emperor understood that without a significant opportunity, he might never attain the status of a saint. And beneath the saintly realm, all were but insignificant insects. Until he achieved sainthood, even if he became the most formidable quasi-saint, he would merely be viewed as a larger insect in the eyes of true saints. Be it to avenge the injustices inflicted upon him by ancient saints or to protect his 7 daughters, the Jade Emperor was compelled to attain enlightenment. At present, Feng represented the Jade Emperor's sole hope for achieving this. Should Feng refuse, the Jade Emperor feared he would remain forever trapped in this realm, akin to ancient beings like Zhen Yuanzi, with no possibility of attaining enlightenment in this lifetime. After all, if Hongjun Daozu had wished for him to achieve enlightenment, he would have guided him long ago, rather than leaving him to languish until now. As the Jade Emperor awaited with profound trepidation, Feng spoke. The path of cultivation is arduous and distant. Attaining the Tao of primordial unity is merely another starting point in this journey. Today, I shall bestow upon you the methods to transcend the realm of saints. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was engulfed in unparalleled exhilaration, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. He had not only received Feng's promise of guidance towards enlightenment, but also the methods to surpass the saintly realm. This opportunity exceeded all his expectations. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. The Jade Emperor hastily rose to express his gratitude. With a wave of Feng's hand, a scroll unfurled like a cascading waterfall, revealing a figure within. The man depicted was tall and imposing, exuding an incomparable aura, clad in a cerulean robe. With a steady gaze and wielding the Grand Luo immortal sword, his eyes reflecting the solitude of eternity. His presence was monumental, as if he could uphold the azure heavens, with every gesture imbued with an overwhelming majesty, as if he might burst forth from the scroll and shatter the universe. Upon seeing the figure of the Emperor of the Wild Heaven within the scroll, the Jade Emperor shuddered, his eyes vacant, plunging into a profound state of enlightenment. The King of Hell, however, was not surprised, for he too had experienced a similar epiphany from a painting, resulting in a dramatic surge in his own cultivation. Several hours later, the Jade Emperor trembled slightly, regaining clarity as his aura expanded significantly. Realizing the transformation within himself, he was overwhelmed with joy. While he had not yet broken through to the primordial unity realm, he had nearly reached the zenith of quasi-sainthood, a consummate quasi-saint, rightfully the foremost beneath the saints. Moreover, this elevation in cultivation was secondary. The Jade Emperor had fully inherited the teachings of the Emperor of the Wild Heaven. This included methods to cultivate beyond the sacrificial path, the ancient Ten Fiends treasure technique, and the art of transformation. He could transform at will, transcending time and space, and even reincarnation. The art of transformation allowed him to evolve into myriad forms, dispersing his consciousness across countless realms for cultivation and growth. The enhancements gained by these avatars would ultimately be returned to his true self, akin to countless selves cultivating simultaneously. Additionally, the art of transformation was an extraordinarily formidable divine ability, enabling him to draw upon the projected power of his future self who had surpassed the saintly realm in the present world. For instance, once he mastered this technique, he could, under the right circumstances, harness the strength of a future Jade Emperor who had transcended the saintly realm to vanquish present adversaries. Armed with such a transcendent technique and cultivation method, the Jade Emperor was confident that he would soon shatter his constraints, achieve sainthood, and perhaps even ascend to even loftier realms. Thank you for your immense grace, esteemed senior. I shall forever remember your kindness. The Jade Emperor expressed his profound gratitude to Feng with a deep bow. Once he attained sainthood, he would protect the 7 fairies while also seeking retribution against the likes of Guanyin. Indeed, Feng nodded. The inheritance of the Emperor of the Wild Heaven would serve as a welcoming gift for his future kin. Esteemed senior, ever since our ancestral shaman of the Wu clan transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, Their consciousness has been imprisoned therein. I humbly beseech your assistance for their liberation." The king of hell, observing the Jade Emperor's ambitions realized, was filled with envy and immediately knelt, gazing expectantly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly before shaking his head. "Your request cannot be granted at this time. The Buddhist sect previously attempted to meddle with the cycle of reincarnation. If the ancestral shaman were to escape, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance, obliterating the spirit mountain with a single strike. The Buddhist sect is a crucible I have deliberately set aside for my direct disciples to sharpen their skills, particularly for the enhancement of Sun Wukong. If they were to perish prematurely, the grand spectacle I have orchestrated would collapse before its climax. The performance has only just begun. I shall not permit its curtain to fall early." The king of hell, filled with anticipation, was met with Yi Feng's refusal, leaving his countenance ashen and his heart sinking. He had not expected that while Yi Feng would grant him immense opportunities to enhance his power, he would decline to aid the ancestral shaman's escape from the cycle of reincarnation. The prospect of the underworld suffering a fierce retaliation from the Buddhist sect left him in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Despite his commendable cultivation, he was still vastly outmatched by the formidable Buddhist sect. "However, I have bestowed upon you another opportunity, one sufficient to temporarily shield your underworld from harm." Yi Feng's voice resonated once more in the king of hell's ears, invigorating him. The king of hell, upon regaining his composure, instinctively examined himself, but found no change. He had not experienced the significant power surge he had previously enjoyed. "I am foolish, esteemed senior. Please enlighten me. You shall understand upon your return to the underworld." Yi Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Although the king of hell remained perplexed, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further given Yi Feng's assurance. "Thank you, esteemed senior." The king of hell bowed respectfully. "Indeed," Yi Feng nodded, then rose to stretch. "I have rested enough. It is time for me to resume my labor. You may take your leave." Seeing that Yi Feng had issued his dismissal, the Jade Emperor and the king of hell stood and bowed in unison. "We shall take our leave now." "Wait," Yi Feng suddenly interjected, raising his hand to pluck a bunch of grapes, which he offered to the Jade Emperor. "Take these with you." The Jade Emperor gazed at the luminous grapes, radiating with intricate patterns, feeling both honored and astonished that Yi Feng would bestow such a treasure upon him. Meanwhile, the king of hell looked on, nearly mesmerized, swallowing hard. "Thank you, esteemed senior." The Jade Emperor gratefully accepted the grapes, carefully storing them within his spatial treasure. "Go on," Yi Feng waved his hand, returning to his diligent work as a gardener. Chapter 97. Enduring a moment for tranquility, retreating to incite anger under the auspices of Bixiao, the Jade Emperor and King Yanluo swiftly departed from the Taoist temple. In stark contrast to the trepidation experienced upon arrival, the Jade Emperor now exuded exuberance and satisfaction. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. A path to enlightenment surely awaits you," King Yanluo proclaimed with hands clasped in reverence. "Ha!" The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, his spirits buoyant. The burdens that had troubled him for years were finally lifted. With his current state and the cultivation techniques he had acquired, achieving the realm of Hunyuan was merely a matter of time. With the potential to surpass even the 6 saints in the future, a notion he once deemed inconceivable. You need not feel disheartened. Since the Elder has promised the underworld a chance for protection, it must indeed be true. You shall see upon your return, the Jade Emperor reassured, patting King Yanluo's shoulder. Moreover, the Elder merely indicated a temporary inability to comply. There will be future opportunities. Indeed, King Yanluo nodded, increasingly curious about the nature of the fortune that could shield the underworld from the Buddha's reach. "Let us bid farewell. I must return to the heavenly court for meditation," the Jade Emperor declared, eager to share this joyous news with Queen Mother Yaoqi and his 7 daughters. "I humbly see you off, Your Majesty." With that, the Jade Emperor opened a portal, directly returning to the Yaoqi of the heavenly court. As he emerged from the portal, the long-awaiting Queen Mother Yaoqi approached him immediately. "Your Majesty, how fared the encounter? Did you meet with the Elder?" "Fear not, my lady. Allow me to recount the events in detail," the Jade Emperor replied, his countenance bright as he took her hand and narrated the unfolding events. After hearing his account, Queen Mother Yaoqi was momentarily taken aback. The developments were far smoother than they had anticipated, almost beyond belief. The Jade Emperor then revealed a cluster of luminous grapes, glimmering with radiant light. "Behold, these are the treasures bestowed upon me by Elder Yi. The energy contained within just one grape is sufficient to elevate one's cultivation immensely, transforming one's essence." Queen Mother Yaoqi leaned in, her eyes wide with awe. I never imagined such extraordinary spiritual roots existed in the world. The energy within any single grape surpasses the combined might of all the top innate spiritual roots in the three realms. In comparison, my water peach seems trivial. Perhaps you should refine 2 of these grapes first to enhance your foundation and strength? The Jade Emperor suggested. Feeling guilty that Queen Mother Yaoqi's duties had kept her at the mid-level of quasi-saint cultivation. However, she smiled gently. Your Majesty, I fear these grapes were not intended for us. The Jade Emperor paused, counting the grapes, exactly 14. It dawned on him that Elder Yu must be aware of the impending arrival of his grandchild, these grapes serving as a gift for Shower and her unborn child. The Jade Emperor's heart swelled with mixed emotions, somewhat disheartened yet elated. Disheartened because it seemed the elder's generosity stemmed not from appreciation for him, but rather a consideration for the relationship between son Wukong and the 7 fairies. Yet, he was pleased to see the elder's regard for Princess Shou and her child. Having thoughtfully presented this gift before departing, Your Majesty, Shower and the others have calmed considerably. Shall we visit them? Queen Mother Yaoqi, sensing the complexity of his feelings, encouraged. Very well. The Jade Emperor composed himself, and together with Queen Mother Yaoqi, they soared deeper into the Yaoqi. Meanwhile, upon returning to the underworld, King Daluo was consumed by speculation regarding the fortune that could temporarily safeguard the realm. Upon his arrival, he promptly sought out King Qingguang and the other 9 Yama lords. However, they had not experienced any enhancements in cultivation, nor were there any defensive formations present in the underworld. This left King Daluo perplexed. There's no need to rush. Take your time to investigate. After all, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has just passed, and the Buddhist sect is unlikely to act swiftly, the King of Reincarnation reassured him, patting his shoulder. Indeed. The other Yama lords nodded in agreement. But just as King Daluo began to relax, a resounding voice echoed ominously throughout the underworld. A portal opened, and the coldly smirking Patriarch Bodhi stepped forth, emanating a formidable aura that engulfed the entire realm. Witnessing the ominous demeanor of Patriarch Bodhi, the hearts of the 10 Yama lords sank. They had not anticipated such swift retribution from the Buddhist sect. Barely had King Daluo returned to the underworld when Patriarch Bodhi arrived on their heels. Initially, the Buddhist sect had intended to gradually absorb the underworld. But after the loss of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Jade Emperor's mockery, their patience had worn thin. Returning to the chaotic world of the Taoist temple, the anger within the Buddhist sect only intensified. After all, they were esteemed saints of the heavenly Tao. Yet they had been ridiculed by a mere boy from the heavenly court. Thus, they resolved to abandon their cautious approach and directly sent Patriarch Bodhi to subdue the underworld. For he was but an extension of the saint of pure insight, as long as the saint remained. Even if Patriarch Bodhi were to perish at the hands of Feng, he could always be resurrected anew. Chapter 98. The Return of the Mighty from the River of Time. As they gazed at the menacing figure of Patriarch Bodhi, the hearts of King Daluo and King Qingguang sank into despair. Although King Daluo had undergone a transformation, experiencing a surge in his cultivation, he was still merely at the mid-stage of quasi-saint realm. In contrast, Patriarch Bodhi stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, a formidable powerhouse whose might was unparalleled. Even King Daluo, in the presence of such strength, would be easily subdued, left without any means of retaliation. You were urged to abandon darkness for light and join my Buddhist sect. Yet you not only refused, but also murdered the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, a heinous crime. Today, I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. Since this confrontation took place in the underworld, where mortals from the 3 realms could not witness it, Patriarch Bodhi discarded any pretense and revealed his true self, intending to eradicate the 10 Yama kings and seize control of the underworld. The true face of your Buddhist sect is known to all the great powers across the 3 realms, aside from the shameless and those you have forcibly converted. Who would desire to associate with you, the vermin of the earth, to abandon darkness for light? Realizing that Patriarch Bodhi had come solely to annihilate them and take over the underworld, King Daluo, with newfound determination, brazenly mocked him. The underworld was established by Lady Hutu, a sacred land of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is beyond your reach to defile. King Qingguang and the others, though equally unaware of the opportunity that Feng had alluded to, now had no choice but to place their hopes entirely upon him. A bunch of insignificant ants. The underworld shall belong to my Buddhist sect, and I shall send you on your way. With a cold snort, Patriarch Bodhi prepared to unleash his formidable abilities to obliterate the 10 Yama kings and take command of the underworld. Patriarch Bodhi. To covet the underworld is akin to seeking death. Just as the 10 Yama kings felt a chill run down their spines, engulfed in despair, a loud and commanding voice suddenly echoed from the direction of Fendu's gates. Upon hearing this voice, Patriarch Bodhi trembled, memories of past fears resurfacing in his mind. Meanwhile, the 10 Yama kings were filled with exhilaration, finally understanding the opportunity that Feng had spoken of. From the direction of Fendu, a man of colossal stature, clad in ancient battle armor, approached. His physique was extraordinarily robust, muscles bulging like hills, with veins resembling coiling dragons, emanating an unparalleled sense of strength. His long black hair flowed freely, and his fierce gaze commanded an awe-inspiring presence that left Patriarch Bodhi momentarily stunned. Is that the ancestor Gong? Patriarch Bodhi's expression turned incredulous. He had not anticipated the resurrection of the ancestor Gong, who had perished countless years ago. During the ancient war between the witches and the demons, both sides suffered devastating losses, leading to the demise of Emperor Jun, Dong Wangtai, and the 10 great ancestor witches. Ancestor Gong had survived but, unable to accept the annihilation of his kin, had tried to drag the entire world into catastrophe by crashing into Mount Buzhou, resulting in great turmoil. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of the 6 saints that peace was restored. However, Ancestor Gong had been burdened by too much karmic retribution and had fallen to the heavenly judgment. Logically, as one of the 12 ancestor witches, he should have been unable to return to life, yet here he stood before Patriarch Bodhi, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Patriarch Bodhi, you possess great audacity. Ancestor Gong glared at him, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Although he himself was uncertain how he had returned, he was resolute that the underworld was a sacred territory earned through the sacrifice of his sister, Lady Hutu, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. Not even Patriarch Bodhi, nor even the Tao ancestor Hongjun, would escape his wrath. Fellow Gong, let us speak calmly. It is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Patriarch Bodhi, witnessing the formidable presence of ancestor Gong, turned pale and retreated. Although Gong was currently at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, comparable to Bodhi's own quasi-saint peak, the ancestor witches were invincible in physical combat at the same level. Just his mere physical form was enough to rend any adversary apart. Moreover, while Patriarch Bodhi had engaged in many unscrupulous acts over the years, ancestor Gong was notorious for his ruthless nature. During the ancient calamity, he had wielded a battle axe, rampaging from Kunlun Mountain to Mount Daluo, leaving a river of blood in his wake for 3 days and nights, his relentless fury unyielding. Misunderstanding? What nonsense! Ancestor Gong charged forward with a few swift strides, his aura akin to a chaotic beast unleashed, filled with malevolence. Before Patriarch Bodhi could react, the enormous axe descended upon him with tremendous force. Indestructible golden body. In a hurry, Patriarch Bodhi activated the protective divine ability of the Buddhist sect. Radiant light erupting from his form, manifesting a myriad of patterns into a protective barrier. The indestructible golden body, a sacred defensive technique created by saints, was renowned for its formidable defense, rendering it nearly unbreakable within the same realm. However, as the colossal axe, imbued with immense power, struck Patriarch Bodhi, the light surrounding him shattered instantaneously. He staggered, nearly being sent crashing to the ground by Ancestor Gong's might. Feeling the terrifying strength of Ancestor Gong, a chill coursed through Patriarch Bodhi's heart. Fortunately, he had managed to react in time, using the indestructible golden body to withstand that blow. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to the ground. Before he could rejoice for long, Ancestor Gong swung his enormous fist again. In a desperate bid for survival, Patriarch Bodhi unleashed all his divine abilities and treasures, radiating divine light and exuding an awe-inspiring aura, yet he remained at a complete disadvantage, reeling from the relentless onslaught. King Yinluo, King Qingguang, and the others, witnessing the unparalleled might of Ancestor Gong, were overwhelmed with excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. It was no wonder he was one of the 12 ancestor witches. Even after countless eons, he retained his invincible dominance, effortlessly overshadowing the quasi-saint Patriarch Bodhi. Chapter 99. Zhuan-Ti, are you speaking in human language? To resurrect the long-fallen ancestor Gong is truly astonishing. Senior Ye's prowess is simply remarkable. The 10 Yama kings exclaimed from the depths of their hearts, their admiration for Senior Yi reaching unparalleled heights. They believed that such a defiant method could hardly be executed even by the esteemed Hongjun Daozu, yet Senior Yi accomplished it with remarkable ease. This indicated that Senior Ye's cultivation was likely even more formidable than that of Hongjun Daozu. As the 10 Yama kings reveled in their good fortune of having allied with a veritable powerhouse, The fierce clash between Gong and Patriarch Bodhi gradually drew the attention of the mighty beings across the three realms. When these beings discovered that the one overpowering Patriarch Bodhi was none other than Gong, one of the 12 ancestral shamans who had perished in antiquity, they were left speechless in awe. None had anticipated the fortunate opportunity to witness the unparalleled might of an ancient hegemon of the primordial era. The peak of quasi-saintly Patriarch Bodhi appeared before Gong like a son being chastised by his father, as his protective treasures were rendered into fragments by Gong's might. The artifacts conjured by Patriarch Bodhi could scarcely withstand a mere slap from Gong, proving that the invincibility of the shamanic flesh was not an empty boast. Their combat strength was astonishingly fierce. It was unexpected that the cultivation of Master Son Wukong was so remarkable that even Gong, who had faced the judgment of the heavenly Tao, could be revived. With the ancient hegemon's return, the power dynamics of the three realms were poised for a monumental reshuffling. Following the initial shock, the mighty beings swiftly deduced that Gong's resurrection was undoubtedly linked to Master Son Wukong. Amidst their astonishment, the thoughts of Lun Yu, who sought to revive ancestor Hong Yun, and the other mighty beings yearning to resurrect the demon emperor, ignited with fervor. While the mighty beings of the three realms were ablaze with excitement, Zhuan and Jia from the Chaos World wore expressions of utmost distress, their frustration mounting. Since the unforeseen emergence of Son Wukong, not a single one of their plans had proceeded smoothly. They had encountered obstacles at every turn, resulting in the loss of several quasi-saint-level powerhouses. What was more infuriating was their awareness of the opposing forces working against them, yet they were utterly powerless to retaliate. They remained in a state of uncertainty regarding when their master would finally intervene. Zhuan and Jia sighed deeply, grappling with a question that had lingered in their minds for far too long, yet they dared not press Hongjun Daozu, resigning themselves to their predicament. With the resurgence of ancestor Gong, both mortals and spirits lamented, while only Patriarch Bodhi found himself enduring punishment. After a fierce struggle, nearly all of Bodhi's protective treasures were shattered by Gong's strikes. If this continued, he would soon face his demise. The 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best strategy, Bodhi thought, contemplating retreat as he recognized the overwhelming might of Gong. In a decisive move, Patriarch Bodhi summoned his last remaining top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Pearl. It floated in his palm, radiating a verdant glow, with intricate Tao patterns flickering in and out of visibility. However, despite being forged by the esteemed Zhuan, Bodhi understood that this treasure alone would not suffice to defeat Gong. At best, it would secure him a chance to escape. As Bodhi continuously infused the Hunyuan Pearl with his quasi-saintly power, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the shadowy realm as if it were daylight. "Perish!" he shouted, directing the Hunyuan Pearl towards the advancing Gong. As the pearl neared Gong, it detonated with a cataclysmic force. The explosive might of a top-tier postnatal treasure was terrifying. As the Hunyuan Pearl shattered, an uncontrollable torrent of divine power surged forth. The very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, fracturing in an instant. Mountains and earth within a billion-mile radius collapsed, as the most fearsome chasms and apocalyptic radiance erupted, engulfing the 6 realms. Such destructive power instilled a chill in the hearts of all the mighty beings observing. To resist ancestor Gong, Patriarch Bodhi had truly spared no expense, sacrificing even this precious treasure. The 10 Yama kings, witnessing the sheer ferocity of the devastation, were swept away like leaves in a tempest. Bodhi understood that this level of attack would only inflict minor injuries on Gong. Given Gong's physical constitution, he would likely recover swiftly. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Bodhi opened a portal to escape. "This is horrifying. I must flee." He had initially thought this was a mere task, only to find himself nearly losing his life. As the portal appeared, Bodhi prepared to step through, but a colossal hand emerged from the raging storm of energy, grasping him firmly. In the presence of that hand, Bodhi was utterly powerless to resist. No amount of struggle would avail him. "Damn it, this explosive power is astounding. It nearly knocked me off my feet." Following this, Gong's rugged visage emerged from the energy storm. "What on earth are you saying?" Upon seeing Gong emerge unscathed, Bodhi was left in a state of disbelief. He had expected that the full power detonation of a top-tier postnatal treasure would at least inflict some damage, granting him a chance to escape. To his astonishment, the body of the 12 ancestral shamans proved to be so formidable that the explosion merely caused Gong to stagger slightly, without leaving a scratch. It was no wonder that the ancient demon emperor, despite wielding 3 innate treasures of the highest order, had ultimately found himself in a stalemate with the shamanic clan. This ancestral shaman was truly monstrous. At that moment, Bodhi felt as if his head was spinning. Acutely aware of the urgency faced by the ancient Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Just as he pondered his escape, Gong Gong extended his hands, seizing him from both sides. Hey, what are you doing? Gong Gong, we can discuss this. Bodhi, sensing Gong Gong's murderous intent, was drenched in cold sweat as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Chapter 100. Not only does everyone possess books to read, but they also have skills to hone. Alas, even though the venerable Bodhi ancestor was eloquent and persuasive, he was utterly denied the opportunity by the ancestral deity Gong Gong. With a slight exertion of his hands, Gong Gong ruthlessly tore the Bodhi ancestor asunder, blood gushing forth in a scene of sheer brutality. The despairing scream of the Bodhi ancestor echoed throughout the underworld before abruptly ceasing, sending chills down the spines of the powerful beings observing from the 3 realms, an involuntary shiver of dread creeping into their hearts. While it would have been somewhat expected for Gong Gong to annihilate the Bodhi ancestor with the force of his laws, the sheer ferocity of such a brutal dismemberment was incomprehensible. It is difficult to fathom the immense psychological pressure and terror the Bodhi ancestor must have endured at that moment. Fortunately, it seems that the deceased has achieved emotional stability. After vanquishing the Bodhi ancestor, Gong Gong tossed his remains aside. A formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level had been effortlessly subdued by Gong Gong's simple, yet tyrannical methods. The battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided, with the Bodhi ancestor possessing no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. Congratulations, Lord Gong Gong, on your return to the world. The 10 Yama kings said in unison as they flew before Gong Gong, bowing in respect. It is you. I never expected that time would change you to this extent. Gong Gong, upon seeing the 10 Yama kings, felt a twinge of astonishment. Realizing that those who had once been mere celestial beings had now ascended to the realm of great Luo golden immortals, quasi-saint level powerhouses. Thanks to Lord Gong Gong, King Qing Guang exclaimed excitedly. In the current situation where saints could not manifest in the 3 realms, the underworld, under Gong Gong's protection, was assured of safety. Even the Buddhist sect would think twice before interfering. What is the reason for my resurrection? Does it pertain to you? Gong Gong inquired. The 10 Yama kings, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare withhold the truth and meticulously recounted the events leading to this moment. Upon hearing their account, a look of astonishment crossed Gong Gong's rugged face. He had not anticipated that such a formidable being existed in this world, capable of granting him a second chance at life. Gong Gong, who had previously shattered Mount Buzhou, had borne an unimaginable burden of karmic retribution and had never considered the possibility of resurrection. Moreover, Gong Gong pondered that if this being could revive him, it was highly likely they could also resurrect his brother Dijun, the ancestral deity Shijun, and even assist the sister Hutu in escaping the cycle of reincarnation. It seemed he must seek an opportunity to personally visit this venerable elder. After learning of the circumstances surrounding his resurrection, Gong Gong was eager to pay a visit to Elder Yi. First, to express his gratitude for the gift of life, and second, in hopes that Elder Yi could revive other ancestral deities. However, when King Yama and Gong Gong returned to Mount Fengsuan, they found nothing, regardless of how diligently they searched. Even digging deep into the earth, they could not uncover the presence of the Taoist temple. They speculated that Elder Yi likely did not wish to meet them at this time, and thus chose to return to the underworld, planning their next steps carefully. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor returned to the heavenly court, visited the 7 fairies, and then entered a state of seclusion, entrusting all affairs to the Queen Mother, focusing entirely on breaking through to the saintly realm. Following a series of setbacks, the Buddhist sect had also calmed down considerably. Time slipped by, unmarked in the wilderness. Hundreds of years passed swiftly. During this time, the heavenly court, Buddhist sect, and underworld experienced little change. The most notable transformation occurred in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Within the realm of the Great Sui Empire, the human race, now fully aware of the arduous path of cultivation, harbored an intense yearning for the powers of the celestial beings. Arguably, no other race within the 3 realms desired strength more fervently than the humans. After Yang Guang propagated the teachings of humanity, the people of Chang'an City first succumbed to a fervent wave of cultivation. This fervor swiftly spread to other cities, riding the currents of the Grand Canal. After several centuries, about 1/10 of the human populace within the Great Sui Empire had embarked on the path of cultivation. Although their powers had yet to reach the level of moving mountains or summoning storms, They could easily tame ferocious beasts and address droughts and floods. With newfound strength, the human race no longer relied on deities or Buddhas, and their fortunes gradually stabilized, with newborns inheriting superior qualities compared to their predecessors. The condition of the human race, as Yang Guang had anticipated, was flourishing, entering a virtuous cycle. The Buddhist sect, human teachings, and the way of the celestial revelation had been restive but had remained relatively subdued due to previous hardships. However, as the centuries rolled on, the calamity of the journey to the West had finally arrived, prompting the Buddhist sect to prioritize the formation of their expeditionary team. The bald monks of the Buddhist sect have always schemed against me. Now it is time for me to turn the tables on you. At Flower Fruit Mountain, the water curtain cave rumbled open. Holding the journey to the West, Sun Wukong snapped the book shut with a smirk, having discerned the Buddhist sect's plans with clarity. With a quick glance, he opened a spatial portal outside the water curtain cave and flew through. When Sun Wukong reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of a temple outside Chang'an City. As the human race not only gained access to literature, but also honed their skills, their dependency on celestial beings diminished dramatically. Near Chang'an City, only the Golden Mountain Temple remained. The temple was resplendent, with ancient charm, and the monks and citizens flowed in and out. Sun Wukong transformed into the guise of a mortal, dangling a strand of dogtail grass, reclining leisurely at the temple entrance, awaiting the arrival of a destined individual. As the sun set, a resounding bell tolled from deep within the temple. The citizens who had come to offer incense began to depart. Young monks, some carrying water buckets and others wielding brooms, began to methodically clean the temple. Amitabha, our temple is about to close, so patrons please descend the mountain promptly. At that moment, a young monk clad in simple green robes, holding a broom, offered a single-handed Buddhist salutation to Sun Wukong. Though the young monk appeared youthful, barely in his 20s, he possessed striking features and clear, radiant eyes, with a faint glow of Buddha light emanating from his brow, indicating his extraordinary nature. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong chuckled, spitting out the dogtail grass. I have finally awaited your arrival, Jiang Luer. Chapter 101. The Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Upon hearing this, the young monk gazed at Sun Wukong with a look of confusion. Esteemed benefactor, we have never met. How do you know my name? Do you truly recognize me? Observing Jiang Luer's bewilderment, Sun Wukong chuckled, naturally. I, old son, not only know your present self, but also your past life. Jiang Luo is the 10th reincarnation of the Golden Cicada, destined to embark on the journey to the West, Tang Xing. In his previous 9 lives, the Golden Cicada perished at the hands of the demonized General Rolling Curtains in the flowing sand river, his head strung together as a necklace. Yet in this life, Jiang Luo remains unaware of his identity and mission. Past life? Present life? The more Jiang Luo listened to Sun Wukong, the more perplexed he became. You will soon understand. Sun Wukong raised his hand, a faint golden light shimmering between his fingers. He pointed at Jiang Luo's forehead, causing a flicker of panic in the latter's eyes as he instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He had already been marked by Sun Wukong's touch. In the next moment, Jiang Luo trembled slightly, and his gaze turned vacant as the sealed memories of his past life surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Sun Wukong, with a smile, patiently awaited the revelation. After a brief pause, Jiang Luer's eyes regained clarity, though they were no longer the naive orbs they once were. Instead, they radiated a profound wisdom. Amitabha, today I come to know that I am indeed myself. Jiang Luer performed a Buddhist salutation to Sun Wukong, his entire demeanor transformed. Thank you, esteemed benefactor, for your assistance in recalling my past. Let's speak plainly. I wish to collaborate with you to confront the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong stated directly. Please, speak freely. I shall surely cooperate with all my might, Jiang Luer replied, displaying his intelligence. Having regained his memories, he had surmised the Buddhist sect schemes concerning him. However, he was acutely aware that despite his restored recollection, his current strength was insufficient to challenge the hypocritical Buddhist establishment. The only viable course of action was to ally with Sun Wukong, who possessed formidable backing across the 3 realms. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is a straightforward affair. Sun Wukong, grinning, elaborated on his plan to Jiang Luer. It was simple, since the Buddhist sect sought to form a pilgrimage team to bring Buddhist teachings back to the East. He could instead have Jiang Luer spread the art of the heavenly covering to humanity, transmitting the teachings directly to the foot of the Lingshan in the Western Bullheaven. After all, aside from the Grand Sui Empire in the Eastern Victory, many human populations thrived across the three other continents. The Buddhist sect's journey to the West presented an opportune moment to disseminate the heavenly covering, thereby strengthening humanity. What say you? Are you interested in collaborating with me to overthrow the Buddhist sect? Sun Wukong inquired. Absolutely. The Buddhist sect is utterly hypocritical, filled with nonsensical rhetoric. Deceiving the masses and poisoning the three realms, they are indeed a malignant tumor that must be eradicated. At this moment, Jiang Luo had thoroughly discerned the true nature of the Buddhist sect and was eager to rid the three realms of this blight. The very thought of having devoted himself to such a deceitful organization filled him with revulsion. Excellent, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Waving his hand to reveal a tome, The New Legend of the White Lady. This book contains the opportunities bestowed upon you by my master. Sun Wukong spoke earnestly. Over the preceding centuries, he had returned multiple times to the Mount Fengsuan Temple to share his plans with his master, who granted him both Journey to the West and The New Legend of the White Lady. He extended the book towards the golden cicada, who received it with a look of delight, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. In the three realms, disciples of the and the King of Hell had experienced a meteoric rise in power due to the opportunities granted by Feng. The golden cicada had not anticipated such fortune to arrive so abruptly. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. After expressing his gratitude, he eagerly began to peruse the book. Sun Wukong remained quietly beside him, awaiting the outcome. As the golden cicada delved into the book, he was instantly captivated by the world it portrayed, becoming completely absorbed. Time slipped away, the sun gradually setting, and the bright moon ascended into the sky, casting a silvery veil over all creation. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the golden cicada. He lifted his gaze, and a golden divine dragon flickered in his eyes, emanating an overwhelming pressure that restored him to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, he had gleaned a path to enlightenment from the book, the great mighty heavenly dragon technique. Henceforth, as long as he did not fall, attaining sainthood would merely be a matter of time. I extend my deepest gratitude for your immense grace, esteemed elder. The golden cicada bowed deeply to Sun Wukong, feeling immense appreciation for both Feng and Sun Wukong. After years of dedication to the Buddhist sect, he had merely been treated as a pawn, forced to reincarnate and rebuild his strength. Yet, Sun Wukong not only aided him in regaining his past memories and understanding his true self, but also bestowed upon him the profound teachings sought by countless mighty beings across the realms. Such a favor was immeasurable. Our collaboration must remain discreet for now. Focus on your cultivation. I shall inform you of further actions in due time. Sun Wukong advised Jiang Luo. Understood, Jiang Luo nodded. Sun Wukong and Jiang Luo communicated while shielding their thoughts from the heavenly secrets, momentarily severing the divine awareness of the guiding sages. Upon realizing this, the sages felt an acute sense of unease. After all, Jiang Luo was the true destined figure for the Buddhist pilgrimage, and no disruptions could be allowed. Nevertheless, even though their anxiety was palpable, they were powerless to act. The Grand Master Hongjun had strictly prohibited any saintly beings from entering the three realms or intervening therein. Brother, Sun Wukong's master continues to create disturbances. Yet we are bound by the master's decree, leaving us at a disadvantage. Perhaps we should visit the Purple Cloud's palace to request the lifting of this restriction. Zhuan Ti pondered seriously. After contemplating, Jie Yin agreed. Our master previously stated he would personally intervene with Sun Wukong's master. It has been quite a while. We should indeed inquire about the outcome. The two sages, united in purpose, immediately set off towards the Purple Cloud's palace in the chaotic world. Chapter 102. The journey to the west officially begins before long. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. To their astonishment, as they approached the palace, 9 golden dragons burst through the thick, chaotic mist, pulling a resplendent palanquin that descended from the heavens, landing at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Following this, the primordial supreme being, clad in golden robes, emerged by lifting the curtain. However, at this moment, his expression was exceedingly grim, and his eyes burned with an intense fury, seemingly on the verge of an outburst. Greetings, Brother Yuan Shi, Zhuan Ti said with a cheerful smile as he approached. Yuan Shi nodded slightly. What has caused you such anger, brother? What else could it be? Those aberrations from with their fur and horns, emboldened by their rising cultivation, have severed ties with the investiture of the gods. Recently, they demanded the other 3 swords of the 4 swords of extermination from my 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Qi Jingzi clashed with them and was ultimately annihilated. It is truly intolerable. When I return to the 3 realms, they shall find themselves in a situation where they cannot live nor die. Yuan Shi declared coldly, his fists cracking ominously within his wide sleeves. He had painstakingly nurtured the illustrious 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, which had been a source of pride for his teachings. Yet now, with Guangqingzi, Nanji Xianwen, and Qijingzi falling one after another, the integrity of his teachings was nearly obliterated. Yuan Shi could only watch helplessly as his treasured disciples perished, and the dignity of his sect was being trampled upon. Hence, he sought the intervention of Hongjun Daozu to lift the prohibitions, allowing them to return to the three realms. Upon hearing this, Zhuan and Jieyin felt a surge of joy. They had previously focused their attention on their own Buddhist pawns, neglecting the fact that they had suffered severe losses during this period. Nonetheless, this development was fortuitous, with Yuan Shi, a direct disciple of the Daozu, advocating on their behalf. The possibility of the Daozu agreeing to lift the prohibition was significantly heightened. Disciples Yuan Shi, Zhuan and Jieyin seek an audience with the master. Upon clarifying their intentions, the three immediately bowed toward the purple cloud palace. With a resounding boom, the palace doors swung open, and the three entered in single file. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu remained seated upon his cloud bed, his demeanor serene, exuding an aura of supreme authority with each gesture. Disciples pay their respects to the master. They intoned in unison. Hongjun Daozu acknowledged with a nod, waving his hand to conjure 3 cushions that appeared before them. Sit down and speak. Yes, the 3 complied. Taking their seats. Speak. What brings you to seek this humble Taoist? Hongjun Daozu inquired. Master, Yuan Shi began, the disciples have been exceedingly rampant, showing blatant disrespect to their elders, repeatedly inflicting harm upon my 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. I earnestly request the master to lift the prohibition, allowing the disciples to take action against those from. Yuan Shi stated his purpose directly, gazing at Hongjun Daozu with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun Daozu turned his attention to Zhuan and Jieyin. And what of you? Zhuan and Jieyin immediately clasped their hands together and spoke. Master. Sun Wukong's master has aided the underworld and the human race, consistently opposing our Buddhist teachings. Now that 500 years have passed, the ordained journey to the West is about to commence. Therefore, we dare to inquire when the master will take action against Sun Wukong's master to quell this upheaval. Upon hearing this, Hongjun Daozu's expression shifted slightly, and he cleared his throat, contemplating how to respond. Actually, I have already intervened, he revealed. Oh, if I may be so bold, what was the outcome? Yuan Shi and Zhuan felt a surge of tension at this revelation. If Hongjun Daozu had indeed vanquished Sun Wukong's master, it would eliminate their fears. Despite the many changes occurring in the 3 realms, the death of Sun Wukong's master would simplify matters considerably. It remains inconclusive, Hongjun Daozu replied, his countenance betraying discomfort. Although he had not fully grasped the situation, he could not admit to being bested. He believed his previous defeat was due to his opponent's underhanded tactics and his own negligence. With the power of the heavenly Tao, he was confident that he would not be inferior. After all, the primordial realm was the most powerful of the myriad worlds beneath the great Tao, and the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm was the strongest among them. Unless Sun Wukong's master possessed the strength of the great Tao itself, he could not contend with the might of the primordial heavenly Tao. Moreover, the fact that the opponent had been subtly manipulating events without revealing themselves indicated their fear of the primordial heavenly Tao. If they possessed the strength to overlook everything, they would not engage in such foolishness. The only mystery remained the sudden disappearance of the heavenly Tao's consciousness, which had been silent ever since. Inconclusive, Yuan Shi and Zhuan were taken aback, realizing the true terror of Sun Wukong's master. They had not anticipated that even Hongjun Daozu had personally intervened without achieving victory. However, you need not be overly alarmed. My previous encounter was merely a personal exchange of skills without invoking the heavenly Taoist power. Should Sun Wukong's master continue to disrupt the ordained journey to the West, I shall wield the might of the heavenly Tao to ensure their obliteration. Hongjun Daozu reassured them, noting their apprehensive demeanor. After all, the success of the journey to the West would greatly benefit both the heavenly Tao and himself. So it was imperative that Zhuan and Jieyin were not deterred from their mission. Thank you, master. Upon hearing Hongjuan's resolute words, Zhuan and Jieyin felt their anxious hearts finally settle, determined to embark on the journey to the West and propagate the Dharma widely. Chapter 103. The Water and Land Ceremony regarding the matter of the Jie sect. Since you have repeatedly requested, this humble Taoist can acquiesce. After Hongjun Daozu finished instructing Zhuanti and Jiejing, he turned his gaze towards Yuan Shitianzun. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitianzun's heart soared with joy, never having anticipated the Dao ancestor would agree so readily. However, you must consider carefully, should I lift the ban? I shall no longer confine your brother Tongtian within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu added. During the Fengshen calamity, the teachings of humanity, the teachings of the expounding, and the teachings of the West had united against the Jie sect. His inaction at that time had already shown bias, considerably tarnishing his credibility. If he were to now permit Yuan Shitianzun to take action against the Jie sect disciples while continuing to confine Tongtian, such blatant favoritism would inevitably lead to a collapse of his credibility in the hearts of the beings across the three realms. For one who represents the Tao, credibility holds immense significance. The initially elated Yuan Shitianzun, ready to express his gratitude, fell silent upon hearing this. During the Wanxian array, the Master Tongtian had been driven to madness by the fall of his disciples and the rise of the Fengshen list. Even contemplating the destruction of the three realms to restart the cycle of earth, wind, and fire. To this day, Yuan Shitianzun still felt a chill at the memory of Tongtian, wielding the Qingping sword, his eyes blood-red, like a madman. Should Tongtian see him take action against his disciples, he would likely disregard everything and engage in a life-or-death struggle. Although Yuan Shitianzun was confident in his own cultivation and certainly held a superior realm, the Master Tongtian's expertise in swordsmanship rendered him terrifyingly formidable when enraged. Even with an advantage in realm, Yuan Shitianzun would not dare to assert he could contend with a frenzied Tongtian. At that point, even if he were to avenge Guoqingzi by slaying the Sanshao, Zhao Gongming, and others, Tongtian would undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly against the disciples of the expounding. Very well. I shall endure for now. If the Jie sect disciples continue their reckless ways, then I shall intervene. Yuan Shitianzun pondered for a moment before forcibly suppressing his anger. In his heart, the life of his Kunlun Fuyuan Jinxian was far more precious than that of the Jie sect's beastly disciples. Of course, should the Jie sect disciples persist in their violent actions against the disciples of the expounding, he would not continue to stand idly by. Better to die fighting than to be slaughtered without resistance. Indeed, Hongjun Daozu nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief as he managed to appease them. The predetermined journey to the West was officially upon them. You are to execute this well and complete the journey of the West calamity without undue concern, when necessary. I shall intervene, Hongjun Daozu instructed Zhuanti and Jiejing. Yes, we shall take our leave. Satisfied with the response, Zhuanti and Jiejing promptly took their leave, preparing to vigorously promote the journey to the West. Hongjun, very well, go forth. After Zhuanti and Jiejing departed from the Purple Cloud Palace, Yuan Shitianzun followed closely behind, returning to his Taoist temple in the Chaos Realm aboard his 9-dragon Aggerwood carriage. Once everyone had left, Hongjun Daozu began to seriously connect with the consciousness of the Tao. Strange, how could the well-functioning consciousness of the Tao simply vanish? Not long after Zhuanti and Jiejing left the Purple Cloud Palace, the bustling water and land ceremony in Chang'an commenced. Originally, according to the plans of the Buddhist sect, there were to be minor plots involving the vengeful spirit of the king of the Jing River entangled with the emperor. However, with Yang Guang's formidable cultivation and the emperor's flourishing fortune, even the Jing River Dragon King would have to behave obediently, let alone the East Sea Dragon King. Thus, after internal discussions within the Buddhist sect, these trivial plots were entirely omitted. Moreover, the water and land ceremony was a result of the Buddhist sect's arduous efforts to finally materialize. After all, the number of human cultivators had increased significantly, and even those who had not embarked on the path of cultivation possessed some knowledge, no longer praying daily to the deities. Those in Chang'an who still believed in the Buddhist sect were indeed rare. The Buddhist sect mobilized all the monks from Jinshan Temple and all the Buddhist followers within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to barely manage to hold a water and land ceremony in Chang'an. This further solidified the Buddhist sect's determination to eradicate Yang Guang's disruption of order. After all, it had only been a few hundred years. Yet the Buddhist sect was nearly unable to survive in Chang'an. If this continued, would the Buddhist sect not be directly expelled by humanity? Of course, these schemes were matters for the future. The Buddhist sect now only wished to complete the water and land ceremony promptly, allowing the journey to the West calamity to commence fully. In the heart of Chang'an, at Jinshan Temple, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, the gathered Buddhist followers, clad in robes, holding prayer beads and wooden fish, solemnly performed the ritual of the water and land ceremony. Among the tens of thousands of followers, Jiang Luer, adorned in a golden red robe, his handsome visage illuminated by a radiant glow, stood out conspicuously. The grand water and land ceremony captured the attention of many Chang'an citizens, who gathered around to observe. Indeed, as the ceremony progressed, numerous humans were inspired by the Buddhist atmosphere and felt an urge to join the monastic order. The ritual continued for several hours before gradually concluding. After the ceremony, Jiang Luer, surrounded by numerous followers, ascended the high platform to expound upon the teachings of the lesser vehicle. The Buddha spoke to the good beings. If a wealthy elder or his son understands the four evils and refrains from committing wrongs, and is aware of the 6 losses to wealth, then it is said, good beings, wealthy elders, and their sons should abandon the 4 evils and pay respect to the 6 directions. In this world, one does good, and later receives good retribution. The roots of this world and the roots of the next, as the wise speak of in current law, yield worldly fruits. When the body perishes and life ends, one is reborn in heaven, in a good place. Concealed within the void, Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded with satisfaction upon witnessing this. Although the journey to the west had faced numerous setbacks, the water and land ceremony thus far appeared to be quite successful, serving not only as the commencement of the journey, but also subtly promoting the Buddhist sect. As long as he subsequently revealed himself to bestow the robes and guided Jiang Luer towards the west to obtain the scriptures, the journey to the west would officially begin. His Majesty has arrived. Just as Guanyin Bodhisattva prepared to act, a resounding voice echoed from the palace direction, and hundreds of fine steeds galloped forth, causing pedestrians along the road to hastily clear the way. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The citizens, monks, and followers near the water and land ceremony knelt in unison. Shortly thereafter, Yang Guang, clad in a golden dragon robe and surrounded by fully armed soldiers, entered the water and land ceremony. Chapter 104. Guanyin, what is happening? Amidst the throng, Yang Guang ascended the high platform. The valiant generals of the Sui dynasty, their hands calloused and scarred, gripped their swords tightly, their piercing gazes surveying the crowd. Stand at ease, Yang Guang gestured from the platform. Thank you, your Majesty, came the synchronized response as the nearby citizens rose in unison. Observing from the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. After much effort, the Buddhist sect had finally organized this water and land ritual. Should Yang Guang command its dissolution, all would be lost. Fortunately, Yang Guang did not take such action. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the abbot of Jinxian Temple and Jiang Luer, seemingly only there to partake in the festivities. This brought a quiet sigh of relief from Guanyin. Nevertheless, the longer the night stretched, the more uncertain it became. It would be prudent for the humble monk to act swiftly, handing over the robe to Jiang Luer to guide him on the journey westward. After careful consideration, Guanyin transformed, accompanied by the young disciple, into a bald-headed, barefoot monk clad in tattered garments, and began hawking wares at the water and land ritual. Robes and staffs for sale, Guanyin called out, quickly drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. What is the price of that robe? A curious voice inquired. With a proud smile, Guanyin replied, 5,000 taels for the robe and 2,000 for the staff. The crowd gasped. The total was 7,000 taels. Such a price for these coarse items seemed absurd, surely. Donning them would not grant immortality or sanctity. Guanyin, noticing their disdain, merely smiled and continued his sales pitch. How audacious! The emperor stands before you. Yet you dare to masquerade as a monk, tarnishing the Buddhist faith. Suddenly, a warrior clad in golden armor challenged Guanyin. All eyes turned to the Bodhisattva and his young disciple. Confused, Guanyin questioned, pray tell, why do you say this? Humph. It is common knowledge that the Buddhist path is one of purity, regarding wealth as mere refuse. Yet you price these humble items at 7,000 taels and have the gall to peddle them before the emperor. You impersonate a disciple of the Buddha, selling robes at an exorbitant price, attempting to deceive the sovereign. You should confess your crimes at once. The golden-armored man thundered. The surrounding citizens nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in his words. 1 tael could sustain a family for a year. 7,000 was an unfathomable sum for ordinary folk. Surely, this old monk was blinded by greed, seeking to draw attention and perhaps lure the emperor into purchasing his wares. Guanyin, taken aback by the warrior's accusations, quickly interjected. Esteemed patron, you see but a fraction of the truth. While the robe and staff are priced at 7,000 taels, should a destined individual appear, I would accept nothing in return. The warrior snorted derisively. A clever tongue you have, false monk. Do you think to shift your tail now? It is too late. Your Majesty, these pretenders seek to mislead and deceive. I implore you to punish them. Yang Guang stroked his chin thoughtfully before declaring, "Bring forth these impostors, and let them be beaten 3,000 times. If they die, they are guilty. If they survive, their crimes are less severe." Yes, the golden-armored warrior complied, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he produced a spiked club. This warrior was none other than Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who had come to disrupt the proceedings of the water and land ritual, seeking to deal with Guanyin. Guanyin's expression shifted drastically. She attempted to probe the warrior's identity with her divine sense, but as soon as her essence approached, it dissipated like a drop in the ocean. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Guanyin hesitated. Revealing her true form risked the dissolution of the ritual, which had already faced numerous challenges. Yet, if she remained concealed, she would have to endure the punishment of 3,000 strikes. As she wrestled with her thoughts, several strong men surged forward, pinning her and the young disciple to the ground. Sun Wukong, with a derisive laugh, swung his club down with ferocity. The club struck, blood splattering and staining the tattered garments. Guanyin was taken aback. The club was a genuine primordial treasure, and even her semi-divine form could not withstand its might. Yet, revealing her true self in front of the assembled crowd would tarnish the image of the Buddhist faith. Torn between her options, Guanyin was met with relentless blows from Sun Wukong. "You dare to scheme against me, old monk? You abandon your righteous path to masquerade as a bodhisattva, seeking to vex me." He cursed inwardly, continuing his assault. After 3,000 strikes, Guanyin lay battered and bruised. The young disciple beside her had succumbed after receiving only a fraction of the blows. Unexpectedly, "You are not guilty of death, yet the little monk bears the greater sin. Begone." Sun Wukong relished the sight of Guanyin's dismay. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo on the high platform nearly burst into laughter, astonished by the fall of the once mighty Guanyin. Chapter 105. Guanyin, the plot seems amiss. Guanyin, the bodhisattva, steadied herself with both hands on her waist, rising unsteadily from her previous position. Gazing at the mischievous grin of Sun Wukong, she felt as though she could shatter her teeth in frustration. As a formidable figure at the threshold of sagehood, Guanyin had once held a revered position among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, esteemed by countless beings. She had never endured such humiliation, especially not in front of the throngs of onlookers who had witnessed her receiving 3,000 strikes. It was an affront of unparalleled disgrace. However, having already suffered this indignity, revealing her true form at this juncture would only lead to gossip throughout the three realms about Guanyin being punished in the human emperor's city, thus dragging her and the Buddha's reputation through the mud. Therefore, despite the seething anger within her, Guanyin could only swallow her pride and endure this silent suffering. Remarkably, she could still stand after receiving 3,000 blows. Truly, her resilience was commendable. The citizens, witnessing Guanyin's ability to rise after such punishment, could only gasp in astonishment. Blushing with embarrassment, Guanyin bowed her head and walked forward, eager to escape this humiliating place. "Leave behind your cassock and staff, lest you use these tainted items for deceit in the future." Sun Wukong's voice rang out again. The cassock was a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure forged from the remnants of Jin Chanzi, and the staff was of similar caliber. Such treasures would not escape Sun Wukong's grasp. Guanyin froze upon hearing this. Initially, the Buddha's followers intended to borrow these artifacts to strengthen the connection between Jin Chanzi and the Buddha. But now Sun Wukong sought to seize them outright. As Guanyin hesitated, Sun Wukong unapologetically reached for the cassock and staff. She wanted to intervene but feared that doing so might provoke Sun Wukong further, risking another decree from Yang Guang to strike her again. In her moment of indecision, Sun Wukong swiftly snatched the items away. "Now, be gone. If I see you again, I shall strike you once more." Sun Wukong waved dismissively at Guanyin. Fuming, Guanyin's face turned ashen, but she dared not protest further and left the water and land Dharma assembly in disgrace. Her decision to disguise herself and sell the cassock here was perhaps the most foolish choice she had ever made. "Master Jiang, I believe this cassock and staff are fated to be with you. Allow me to present them to you." Sun Wukong chuckled, addressing Jiang Luo on the platform. To the cultivators of the three realms, supreme postnatal spiritual treasures were indeed invaluable, yet they did not catch Sun Wukong's discerning eye. And so he casually gifted them to Jiang Luo. "Thank you for your kindness, benefactor." Jiang Luo recognized the cassock as his own remnants and graciously accepted Sun Wukong's offering. Although the cassock and staff had passed into Jiang Luo's possession, they were now devoid of any ties to the Buddha. The water and land Dharma assembly continued. Jiang Luo meticulously explained the teachings of Buddhism to the citizens of Chang'an, while Yang Guang listened with a smile. Before long, the sky transformed into a resplendent gold. Suddenly, resonant Buddhist chants filled the air, reverberating through the heavens as radiant light accompanied a shower of blossoms, captivating the attention of all in Chang'an. Amidst this spectacle, Guanyin, adorned in a flowing white gown and seated atop a white lotus, descended from the sky. Initially, Guanyin had intended to find a quiet place to recover after leaving the assembly. However, she reconsidered. This water and land Dharma assembly was a hard-won opportunity for the Buddha's followers to gather their remaining strength. If she missed this chance, it would be challenging for the Buddha to replicate it. Thus, after much contemplation, Guanyin chose to reveal her true form and guide Jiang Luo on his journey to the west. Salutations to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the citizens of Chang'an. Upon witnessing the legendary Bodhisattva's arrival, promptly knelt in reverence, paying their respects. Although their faith in Buddhism had waned, they still held a deep-seated awe for the divine beings of legend. Yang Guang frowned slightly at this display, yet he remained silent. His desire for humanity to grow strong and free of reverence for celestial beings intensifying. The humble monk has encountered the human emperor. Guanyin acknowledged the crowd before bowing to Yang Guang. Despite her condescension towards humanity, the formidable warrior who had struck her 3,000 times warranted her caution. To avoid further embarrassment and to uphold the Buddha's mission, Guanyin decided to temporarily set aside her pride. Indeed, Yang Guang replied coolly. Might I inquire what brings the esteemed Bodhisattva to Chang'an today? Guanyin smiled gently and turned her gaze toward Jiang Luo. The humble monk passed through this land and heard of one spreading the teachings of lesser vehicle Buddhism. I have come to offer guidance. Lesser vehicle Buddhism? The citizens of Chang'an exchanged bewildered glances, having never before heard of such distinctions within Buddhist teachings. Jiang Luo, do you understand that what you are explaining is indeed lesser vehicle Buddhism? This path does not allow the deceased to ascend to the heavens. It merely offers secular peace and light. In contrast, our Buddha possesses the great vehicle teachings, which can liberate the departed from suffering and grant them eternal life. Guanyin earnestly articulated to Jiang Luo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo inquired, and where can one find the teachings of the great vehicle? Guanyin's heart soared at this question. Finally, Jiang Luo had taken the bait. The great vehicle teachings reside in the Great Thunderclap Monastery of the Western Paradise, under the Buddha Maitreya. They can resolve countless grievances, dispel calamities, help the deceased ascend to the heavens, alleviate suffering, prolong life, and transcend the cycle of existence, Guanyin expounded, her words imbued with a fraction of divine power. Enticing listeners, Guanyin had anticipated that Jiang Luo would eagerly volunteer to journey to the west for scriptures. But his following words left her utterly astonished. If that is the case, I kindly ask the Bodhisattva to bring the teachings of the great vehicle here. I am but a mortal. The Great Thunderclap Monastery is so far from the Great Sway. If I were to undertake the journey, I would likely spend my entire life without returning. Even if I did return, it would take at least 3 to 5 decades. During that time, countless citizens would suffer without the benefits of the great vehicle teachings. Therefore, I implore the Bodhisattva to use her divine powers to bring forth the great vehicle teachings for the salvation of all. Guanyin was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that Jiang Luo had no intention of embarking on the journey to the west and merely sought to benefit without effort. Could it be that the Buddha's mission to save all beings was merely lip service? Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong interjected. The nearby citizens exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they began to murmur among themselves. Guanyin had proclaimed that the Buddha possessed the great vehicle teachings to save all beings. Yet now she hesitated to share them. Was her visit merely for show? They felt disillusioned, realizing that the Buddha's promise of salvation might be nothing more than empty words. Although the citizens of Chang'an whispered quietly, Guanyin, as a formidable being at the sage level, heard every word clearly. Witnessing the rapid decline of the Buddha's image in the eyes of the people, she felt a surge of anxiety. However, before Guanyin Bodhisattva had the chance to defend herself, Jiang Luo's voice rang out once more. Bodhisattva, I wish to inquire, since you are aware that the teachings of the lesser vehicle cannot liberate the souls of the departed, while the greater vehicle can resolve myriad grievances and dispel unwarranted disasters, why has the Buddhist community not disseminated the teachings of the greater vehicle to benefit all sentient beings, allowing them to suffer in silence? Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, not only the onlookers but also the monks and devotees exchanged glances, their faith beginning to waver. This greater vehicle doctrine is a recent revelation of our Buddhist teachings, not something intended for concealment, Guanyin Bodhisattva quickly explained, sensing the diminishing credibility of the Buddhist faith among humanity. Oh, in that case, please, Bodhisattva, present the teachings of the greater vehicle. I will dedicate my life to elucidating them. to liberate all beings and guide the souls of the departed, Jiang Luo continued. Guanyin Bodhisattva was momentarily at a loss for words, for Jiang Luo's questions were indeed piercing. When the sages left behind the teachings of the greater vehicle, they stated, if sentient beings wish to escape the sea of suffering, it requires not only the collective effort of the Buddhist community but also the self-rescue of the beings themselves. Thus, I wander through the three realms, seeking a representative of the multitude. I perceive your steadfast determination and the wisdom reflected in your mind. You are the ideal candidate to journey westward to obtain the scriptures. Guanyin Bodhisattva's mind raced, and drawing upon her vast experience accumulated over eons, she swiftly concocted a response, attributing the reasoning to the two sages of the West. After all, the sages embody the highest authority. Their decisions are bound to possess profound insight and rationale. Are you willing to represent all sentient beings and journey to the West to seek the true scriptures and save the world? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked with a smile. If it can alleviate the suffering of all beings, then I shall not hesitate, Jiang Luo replied. However, the path to the West is fraught with peril, and I, being but a mortal, fear that I may not progress far before falling prey to demons and monsters, unable to acquire the scriptures. Might the Bodhisattva bestow upon me some treasures for my protection? With a shift in thought, Jiang Luo began to press Guanyin Bodhisattva for assistance. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression shifted subtly. She had not anticipated Jiang Luo's reaction to deviate so significantly from her plans. Not only did he boldly question the Buddhist path, but he also sought benefits for himself. Could it be that Jiang Luo had regained memories from a past life? Contemplating this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's gaze deepened. Yet, despite her doubts, seeing the situation had progressed this far, and Jiang Luo had already agreed to the journey, she knew that any sudden change could lead to failure, risking her own standing. Thus, she resolved to make a sacrifice. After all, as the planner and overseer of the trials of the journey to the West, she would gain immense merit and enhance her power once the journey concluded. With a sweeping gesture, Guanyin Bodhisattva summoned 3 radiant beams of light that descended into Jiang Luo's hands. These 3 treasures will suffice to protect you for the time being. When you truly set foot on the path to the West, further assistance will manifest, she said, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. These 3 items were indeed genuine innate treasures. Though they were of lesser grade, they were still exceedingly precious. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Once this water and land dharma assembly concludes, I shall immediately set forth to the West to seek the true scriptures, Jiang Luo affirmed, recognizing the importance of seizing the opportunity. With Jiang Luo's agreement, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a sense of relief. Although the water and land dharma assembly had its share of tumult, the outcome was ultimately favorable, and the journey to the West was formally underway. I grant you a travel document to facilitate your passage through other realms, Yang Guang suddenly spoke, and a guard presented the document with reverence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Luo accepted the travel document with both hands, opening it to reveal several lines inscribed. The bearer of this document shall be granted passage through all nations. Otherwise, either they must come or I shall personally lead the great Sui cavalry. Upon reading this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. The document radiated an air of authority. Although there were many mortal nations across the 4 continents, they paled in comparison to the great Sui Empire. I also have a purple gold alms bowl for you to use during your journey, and I offer you a fine white horse to aid your travels, Yang Guang continued, as a guard led a magnificent white steed forward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Luo graciously accepted, bowing in gratitude for Yang Guang's generosity. Though the path to the West is long, as long as your heart is sincere and your resolve steadfast, you shall surely reach the West and obtain the true scriptures. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke, ascending on a cloud towards the heavens. Your disciple bids farewell to the Bodhisattva. The assembled monks and devotees once again bowed respectfully. After Guanyin Bodhisattva departed, the water and land dharma assembly quickly concluded, and the monks and devotees dispersed from Chang'an City. Following the dissolution of the assembly, Jiang Luo, under Yang Guang's escort, left Chang'an City, officially embarking on the journey to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the West. Chapter 106. Yang Jian's visit. With a heart full of joy, Guanyin Bodhisattva returned to the Buddhist realm to report, while Wukong made his way back to Flower and Fruit Mountain. However, to his surprise, as soon as he emerged from the spatial gateway, he found Yang Jian waiting for him at the Water Curtain Cave. Beside Yang Jian lay a large, sleek black dog, half his height, prostrating itself on the ground. Brother Yang, it has been quite a while, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a broad smile lighting up his face upon seeing Yang Jian. Despite their previous fierce battle, Sun Wukong held a deep admiration for Yang Jian. Indeed, It has been a long time, Yang Jian replied, clasping his fist with a smile. He had gained much from their last encounter and immediately entered seclusion upon returning to Guanjingqiu. After several centuries of meditation, Yang Jian successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm. His power significantly enhanced. Initially, he had felt a competitive urge after being defeated by Sun Wukong despite their differing levels, prompting him to come to Flower and Fruit Mountain for a rematch. However, upon sensing the aura radiating from Sun Wukong, his smile faltered. Although Yang Jian had made considerable progress in his strength, the gap between them had not only remained but had widened. He realized that should he engage in combat with Sun Wukong once more, he might be swiftly subdued. Alas, there is always a greater sky and a greater being beyond oneself. Yang Jian sighed inwardly, accepting this reality, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. Guests are to be welcomed. Come in for a drink. Today we shall not return until we are intoxicated, Sun Wukong said, sensing the change in Yang Jian's expression. He cheerfully patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and led him into the water curtain cave, draping an arm around him. Very well, let us drink until we are inebriated. Yang Jian quickly came to terms with the situation. Previously, he had been invincible among his peers. Now, having a rival to pursue ignited his resolve to grow stronger. Moreover, after their last battle, he had hurried away to enter seclusion without the chance to converse with Sun Wukong, making this a perfect opportunity. Once inside the water curtain cave, they noticed the space was empty and remarkably quiet. Great sage, where are your companions? Yang Jian inquired. Sun Wukong chuckled. I previously took my brothers to visit our master. They all gained significant fortunes and are currently in seclusion. Oh, I see, Yang Jian replied, envy evident on his face. The majestic figure that had effortlessly eradicated the Western saints remained vivid in his memory, even after several centuries, as they settled at a large table within the cave. Sun Wukong's monkey Kin promptly served an array of fruits and celestial brews. Meanwhile, the howling celestial dog dutifully paced nearby, ever vigilant. Brother Yang, your howling celestial dog is truly loyal, Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. Yang Jian gazed at the dog with a tender expression. Back in the day, before I joined the Golden Cloud Cave, the howling celestial dog was already by my side. Over the years, it has fought alongside me through countless battles, making it my closest companion. Though it is not human, I have never regarded it as a mere pet, but rather as my dearest brother. Such loyalty is indeed enviable, Sun Wukong sincerely expressed. After years of traversing the three realms, he had come to understand that power reigns supreme, and relationships often hinge on self-interest. Even the three pure ones, who share a common origin, could turn against one another for gain. Genuine bonds of affection are exceedingly rare and precious in the three realms. The camaraderie between the great sage and the other 6 demon kings is also a rarity in the three realms, destined to become a legendary tale in the future. Yang Jian chuckled as well. During their intense battle, when Sun Wukong seemed to falter, the Bull Demon King and others had nearly rushed in to assist without hesitation. Haha! For the sake of friendship, let us drink, Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising a large jar of wine. Cheers! Yang Jian mirrored the gesture, and they began to drink heartily. The celestial brews, pilfered by Sun Wukong from the heavenly court, were aged for millennia, possessing immense potency. Neither of them used their divine powers to mitigate the effects of alcohol, and after several rounds, both were flushed and thoroughly intoxicated. Yang Jian, emboldened by the drink, expressed his admiration for Yi Feng, revealing his desire to pay a visit. Since you are so sincere, I, Sun Wukong, can introduce you to him. However, whether my master will receive you is beyond my guarantee, Sun Wukong stated. He had sensed a hint of appreciation for Yang Jian in his master's words during their previous conversations. Thank you, great sage, Yang Jian exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he stood, raising a jar of wine and drinking it in one gulp to express his gratitude. Not at all, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. He then opened the spatial gateway leading to Mount Fengsua, ushering Yang Jian through it. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Sun Wukong immediately harnessed his divine power to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Though he often acted carefree and even boisterous in the outside world, he dared not show any disrespect before Yi Feng. It appears that my master is willing to meet you today. Otherwise, we would not have reached the temple, Sun Wukong remarked. Recalling how he had witnessed the peak Hunyuan golden immortal, Gong Gong, wandering around Mount Fengsua like a headless fly for hours without finding the temple's door. Yang Jian, enveloped in a white mist, also dispelled the effects of the alcohol. The thought of soon meeting an unparalleled being surpassing the 6 saints filled him with both excitement and trepidation. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Wukong rapped on the temple door once more. Before long, Bai Xiao opened the door. Greetings, great sage, Bai Xiao greeted Sun Wukong with a bow. Indeed. Sun Wukong chuckled, gesturing to Yang Jian beside him. Today, I bring a friend to visit my master. Yang Jian stammered. I pay my respects to the honored uncle. He paused, taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward upon realizing that Bai Xiao had ascended to the late quasi-saint realm. Indeed, Bai Xiao nodded at Yang Jian. Although the overall relationship between the Jie and Chan sects was strained, it did not mean that all individuals within the two sects were enemies. For instance, the relationship between Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect and disciples of the Jie sect had always been harmonious. Yang Jian's enmity with the Jie sect during the Fengshan calamity was merely a command from his master, and he had never committed any acts of bullying the weak. So Bai Xiao bore him no ill will. Please, come in, Bai Xiao invited, fully opening the wooden door. Where is my master? Is he still resting? Sun Wukong inquired. No, Elder Yi is in his study practicing calligraphy, Bai Xiao replied, leading the way ahead. As Yang Jian stepped into the temple, his heart raced with excitement and anxiety. The overwhelming spiritual energy in the air and the clarity of the 3,000 great Tao principles left him astounded, revealing why Bai Xiao had advanced to the late quasi-saint realm in such a short time. To speak without exaggeration, even a pig could attain immortality in such an environment. Hiss. A leaf, a star, a hollow willow. In his astonishment, Yang Jian's gaze fell upon the hollow willow in the corner, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. As a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, Yang Jian possessed considerable knowledge regarding ancient matters. The phrase a leaf, a star, hollow willow undoubtedly alluded to the legendary spatial demon, the ancestor Yang Mei. Not only had ancestor Yang Mei once contended with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, even surpassing him, but he was also one of the superlative beings among the 3,000 chaotic demons, second only to the great Pangu. Since the ancient war between immortals and demons, ancestor Yang Mei had vanished without a trace. Some speculated that he had retreated into the chaos realm to recuperate and would return once his strength was fully restored. Yang Jian harbored great admiration for this legendary figure, never expecting to encounter him in this seemingly inconspicuous Taoist temple. Given the status and cultivation of ancestor Yang Mei, it was unfathomable that he would assume the guise of a decorative tree here. Could it be that Senior Yi's cultivation surpassed even that of Tao ancestor Hongjun? The thought sent a jolt through Yang Jian's heart. Presently, the outside world held the belief that the cultivation of Sun Wukong's master was on par with that of Hongjun. But if that were the case, ancestor Yang Mei would surely never be content to play the role of a mere ornamental tree. Hiss. The primordial treasure, the chaos bell, hung from the willow's branches as a wind chime. The mere fact that ancestor Yang Mei could be reduced to such a state of existence, treating the chaos bell as a trinket, rendered Senior Yi's cultivation beyond one's imagination. Could it be that Senior Yi was a being of the Tao level? As this realization dawned upon him, Yang Jian's sense of reverence intensified immeasurably. What are you dawdling for? Keep up. Upon seeing Yang Jian standing idle after entering the temple, Sun Wukong turned and called out. Oh right. Yang Jian, as if awakening from a dream, forcefully suppressed his astonishment and followed suit. Along the way, he spotted a golden dog with dragon horns, playfully carrying a white jade plate as it dashed about the front courtyard. The patterns on the jade plate struck Yang Jian as eerily familiar, yet he couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong nimbly traversed the courtyard and entered the hall, where he indeed found his master diligently practicing calligraphy in the study. Shoo. My master dislikes being disturbed while painting or writing, Sun Wukong quickly conveyed to Yang Jian. Rest assured, Yang Jian replied, gazing into the study where he beheld the figure of Yi Feng, clad in white, momentarily taken aback. He had expected Sun Wukong's master to resemble Hongjun, with a youthful visage and celestial demeanor, yet found that Yi Feng appeared even younger than the celestial teacher. Furthermore, no formidable aura emanated from Yi Feng, who seemed entirely unremarkable. The phrase the Tao is supremely simple perhaps aptly described the existence of Senior Yi. Yang Jian pondered, reflecting on the situation. He considered that if his own cultivation surpassed that of Yi Feng, he might deliberately project his aura to impress others. However, if he had already ascended to another level, there would be no need to showcase his power before someone else. After all, a dragon has no need to flaunt itself before ants, as they exist on entirely different planes. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian waited outside the study for a quarter of an hour. When Yi Feng put down his brush and returned it to the holder, Sun Wukong grinned and stepped into the study. Hello, master. I've come to see you again. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Yang Jian respectfully bowed to Yi Feng, saying, I have met the esteemed senior. Indeed, Yifeng replied with a slight smile. Although it was the first time he had encountered Yang Jian, he found the young man strikingly familiar. The resemblance to the first handsome figure from his previous life's tale, the legend of the Lotus Lantern, was uncanny. Were it not for Yang Jian's cultivation level being insufficient to reach that stage, he might have suspected that this was one of his incarnations. Please, have a seat. Yifeng invited. Thank you, Master, Senior. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian promptly found seats. Wukong, have you encountered any perplexities in your cultivation recently? Yifeng inquired. Hehe, Master. You truly understand me. I do have a minor issue. Sun Wukong chuckled, leaning closer to Yifeng as he began to inquire. After Yifeng elucidated the confusion, Sun Wukong exuberantly recounted his experience of striking the Bodhisattva Guanyin with his rod in front of an audience. Master. You should have seen her face when she was at a loss, utterly furious. My wolf Feng staff is so thick, each strike was exhilarating. As he grew animated, Sun Wukong gesticulated wildly, striving to recreate the scene for Yifeng. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at Sun Wukong's antics. Observing Yang Jian sitting quietly beside him, casually, Yifeng tossed a book toward Yang Jian. If you find yourself bored, feel free to peruse this book. Thank you, Senior. Yang Jian eagerly accepted the book with both hands, his heart aflame with excitement. Previously, when he had shared drinks with Sun Wukong in the Water Curtain Cave, Sun Wukong had mentioned that the likes of the Bull Demon King had undergone tremendous transformations in strength after immersing themselves in books and art. Though he was unaware of the book's specific significance, he was convinced it concealed great opportunities. With boundless anticipation, Yang Jian opened fingers blocking the sky, while the celestial dog leaned in closely, fixated on the pages. Chapter 107. The Primordial Dark Emperor. Time passed, second by second. As Sun Wukong animatedly explained things to Yifeng, Bai Shao arrived with spiritual fruits and brewed tea. Yifeng, sipping his tea, watched Sun Wukong's performance with great interest. Although he possessed the ability to perceive all past and future events across the myriad realms with a mere thought, he refrained from doing so. For such days were exceedingly dull, devoid of any novelty or thrill of the unknown. The six-eared macaque, like yourself, is one of the four chaotic monkeys, and your origins are nearly identical. If you can devour his essence, your foundation will significantly rise, Yifeng remarked to Sun Wukong. Ah, I see, Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes spinning with ideas as he began to plot. As time flowed on, after several hours, Yang Jian and the celestial hound began to radiate a faint glow, with various Dao patterns appearing around them. Countless Dao patterns converged behind Yang Jian, forming a towering silhouette with its back to all beings, a bell suspended above its head. He sat majestically upon the Dao platform, his long black hair cascading down, and though his face remained hidden, a sense of ancient solitude emanated from him. A sigh echoed, shaking the world, causing the heavens to tremble and the stars above to seem as if they might fall. With this sigh, Yang Jian's aura erupted like a volcano, surging wildly. In just a few breaths, he leaped from the early stage of a quasi-saint to the mid-stage, saving countless eons of cultivation time. As his aura gradually stabilized and the brilliance receded, he opened his eyes. Thank you, esteemed senior, Yang Jian exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he bowed deeply to Yifeng. He had just broken through to the quasi-saint level. To advance further would generally require millions of years of cultivation. Yet now, after merely a few hours of reading, his cultivation had risen an entire minor realm. More importantly, he had acquired the Primordial Sutra from the flick of a finger to cover the heavens. This sutra was among the most formidable imperial scriptures within the tome, and through Yifeng's guidance, had transformed into a method potent enough to lead one to enlightenment. The magnitude of this opportunity left Yang Jian feeling both honored and astonished. Indeed, Yifeng replied with a nod, acknowledging Yang Jian's gratitude. In his moments of ennui, he had penned numerous books, and it would be a waste for them to gather dust on a shelf unnoticed. Just as Yang Jian was about to speak again, the celestial hound suddenly stood with its front paws on its hips. When it stood upright, it was nearly eye level with Yang Jian. Celestial hound, have you obtained the Dark Emperor's legacy? Yang Jian felt a sudden chill of foreboding. Indeed, today, I have awakened. What I desire, I shall strive to attain myself. From now on, I shall traverse the three realms, garnering affection from all, and revive my celestial hound lineage. The celestial hound declared with exuberance. After reading the flick of a finger to cover the heavens, the celestial hound felt enlightened, its worldview completely transformed. It had previously believed that, being a canine, it was destined to be subservient. Yet, it was astonished to discover that in another world, There existed a kindred spirit who lived so freely, boldly navigating amidst powerful beings. If the Dark Emperor could live with such audacity, why should it not? Thank you, esteemed senior, for enlightening me and granting me a new lease on life. The celestial hound said, resembling a human as it bowed to Yi Feng, leaving Yang Jian momentarily speechless. Yes, Yi Feng lifted his cup for a sip, then nodded subtly. Yang, do you have the confidence to join the Dark Emperor in making a significant impact across the three realms? Cough, cough. Of course, Yang Jian replied, glancing at the celestial hound's paw on his shoulder, a frown forming on his forehead. However, having regarded the celestial hound as his closest companion for so long, he quickly adjusted to it. The celestial hound, as the last scion of the celestial hound clan, had aspirations of reviving its lineage, which was commendable. Furthermore, considering the Dark Emperor's formidable strength, Yang Jian felt genuinely happy for the celestial hound. Yet, recalling the Dark Emperor's cunning and unscrupulous nature, Yang Jian felt a sense of foreboding. After all, the celestial hound had been quite honest and simple-minded before, and he hoped it wouldn't be led astray. Bai Shao, bring me my fishing rod, Yi Feng commanded, rising to stretch his limbs. Yes, Bai Shao promptly complied. Master, I shall not disturb your leisure, son Wukong. Having accompanied Yi Feng for centuries, understood his habits and knew he preferred solitude while fishing, thus he took his leave. Very well, go, Yi Feng acknowledged with a nod. Yang Jian also bid farewell, promising to visit again soon. Although the spiritual energy here was abundant and the 3,000 Tao principles were crystal clear, Yang Jian wished to linger longer. Yet, he understood the importance of propriety and did not overstay his welcome. Yi Feng casually nodded, and Yang Jian, son Wukong, and the celestial hound respectfully exited the study, making their way towards the door. Yang Jian, save me. I appoint you as the second spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao, seeing Yang Jian and the celestial hound in the front yard, immediately cried out in desperation. It had been tormented for hundreds of years by the primordial Qilin and the divine reversal, treated like a plaything. As the supreme heavenly Tao, revered by all beings, it had never endured such indignity. This unbearable torment had become intolerable, yet it was powerless to escape. Seeing Yang Jian in the Tao temple, the heavenly Tao consciousness recognized a glimmer of hope and cried out for help. Unfortunately, within the temple, even if it screamed until its throat was raw, no sound could escape. The celestial hound merely scratched its ear and wagged its tail, following Yang Jian out of the temple. Thank you for the introduction, great sage. Yang Jian expressed his profound gratitude. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It's a trivial matter. I merely made an introduction. It is primarily my master who wished to meet you, Sun Wukong replied with a wave of his hand. My master has just resolved my cultivation dilemmas, so I must return to Flowerfruit Mountain to meditate. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Yang Jian responded as they parted ways. Sun Wukong opened a portal to the void and returned to Flowerfruit Mountain. Yang, would you assist me in restoring the glory of the Celestial Hound clan? Once Sun Wukong departed, the Celestial Hound eagerly wrapped its paw around Yang Jian's shoulder, shaking its eyebrows in inquiry. Of course, Yang Jian replied, still grappling with the enormity of the Celestial Hound's transformation. What plans do you have? The first step in reviving the Celestial Hound clan is, of course, to increase our numbers. I intend to take in 1,000 or so concubines to carry on the Celestial Hound bloodline. Brother Yang, let us proceed in this manner before we transition to that. The celestial dog nestled against Yang Jian's shoulder, leaning his head close, wagging his large tail as they whispered to one another. In the realm of chaos, time does not record its passage. Months swiftly elapsed. Jiang Luer, astride a white steed, advanced beyond the borders of the Sui dynasty. Originally, the Buddhist sect had prepared minor tribulations at Shuangchao Ridge to alert Jiang Luo to the perils of his journey to the west, laying the groundwork for his future discipleship. However, Jiang Luo not only regained memories of his past life but also ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The fierce tiger dispatched by the Buddhist sect was swiftly vanquished by a single slap from Jiang Luo, who then proceeded to roast it over a fire. This sudden turn of events left Lu Buqin, who had been waiting nearby, utterly astounded. After consuming 3 large bowls of tiger whip soup and satiating his hunger, Jiang Luo continued his journey, munching on grass while riding his white horse. Beneath the 5-finger mountain, the 6-eared macaque had been suppressed for 5 centuries, revealing only his head and an arm, which was covered in a tangle of weeds, rendering him a pitiful sight. Despite the arduousness of these 500 years, the 6-eared macaque bore no grievances, for the Saint Juanti had personally assured him that should he successfully complete the journey to the west, he would attain enlightenment and become the Buddha of combat for the Buddhist sect. Since the day several months ago when Avalokiteshvara informed him that the seeker of scriptures would soon embark, the six-eared macaque had awaited with unwavering focus. All he needed was to be accepted as the disciple of the seeker, and he could finally break free from the five-finger mountain and regain his freedom. At last, the seeker approached, riding a white horse. The long-awaited moment caused the six-eared macaque's heart to race as he sensed Jiang Luer's presence nearby. "Master! Master!" he called out, waving his arm to attract Jiang Luer's attention. The sound of crisp hooves echoed closer. Jiang Luo appeared before the six-eared macaque on his white steed. "Master! Master!" exclaimed the six-eared macaque, his eyes shimmering with excitement, filled with boundless joy. After 500 years, the opportunity for freedom had finally arrived. "Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human." Just as the six-eared macaque hoped Jiang Luo would remove the talisman binding him to the mountain, Jiang Luo glared at him with fury, his voice booming like thunder in the macaque's mind. The six-eared macaque was immediately filled with confusion. This was not what Avalokiteshvara had conveyed to him. Moreover, the aura radiating from Jiang Luo was akin to an invisible, tempestuous sea, exuding an overwhelming terror. Great Luo, golden immortal. The six-eared macaque's mind went blank, almost losing his wits. As a disciple of the Saint Xuanti, he was well acquainted with Jin Shanzi. At his peak, Jin Shanzi had merely reached the Tai golden immortal realm. Now, having reincarnated and undergone cultivation again, he should have been bereft of power. How could he not only retain it but advance to the great Luo golden immortal realm? Though the six-eared macaque was bewildered, the fierce glare from Jiang Luo, which suggested imminent danger, compelled him to explain quickly, "Master, I mean no harm. I come at Avalokiteshvara's behest to seek you as my teacher. Bold one. A human is a human, and a demon is a demon. Our paths diverge. I suspect your intentions." Jiang Luo did not lower his guard upon hearing the macaque's words. Instead, he bellowed again, and a golden dragon's phantom emerged from behind him. Goodness! The six-eared macaque's face turned pale as he sensed Jiang Luo's overwhelming murderous intent, causing his very soul to tremble. "Master, please listen to my explanation. I truly come under Avalokiteshvara's command to escort you to the west." The macaque was sweating profusely and pale, fervently gesticulating to clarify. "Bold demon, you dare to speak such arrogance, claiming to escort me to the west? We shall see whether you escort me there or I send you." Jiang Luo's anger escalated upon hearing the six-eared macaque's explanation. "Master, please let me explain. No. Listen to my reasoning. I meant to say that sending you to the west is not what you think." Under the immense pressure radiating from Jiang Luo, the six-eared macaque felt as though his very soul was on the verge of fleeing, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Bold one, you dare to dispute before me, showing utter disregard? Great dragon of might, lord of the earth, unleash your wrath." As Jiang Luo chanted, the golden dragon's phantom roared, twisting and soaring toward the heavens. "Annihilate!" Jiang Luo struck towards the six-eared macaque, and the golden dragon's phantom descended with tremendous force upon the five-finger mountain. With a deafening explosion, the very heavens trembled, stones rolled, and dust billowed into the sky. Under Jiang Luo's overwhelming palm, the towering five-finger mountain was obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. The six-eared macaque, trapped beneath the rubble, coughed up a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. "Bold demon, I shall send you to the west." Jiang Luo reached out, gripping the macaque's throat with a hand imbued with terrifying divine power, ready to deliver the final blow. "Cough, cough. Master. What I meant was, Avalokiteshvara specially instructed me to wait for you here and escort you to the west to seek the Buddha and scriptures, though severely wounded." The six-eared macaque spoke rapidly in a desperate attempt to explain. "Arranged by Avalokiteshvara? Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Jiang Luo's expression shifted to one of realization, lowering his raised hand as his fierce killing intent gradually subsided. Chapter 108. Bold demon, I demand your true form revealed. Master, I mentioned it from the very beginning. The six-eared macaque, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief, let out a sigh. Despite being gravely injured, he had at least managed to salvage his life. "So you mean this is the fault of this humble monk?" Jiang Luo frowned, his right palm that had just been lowered gradually rising again. No. It's entirely my failure to articulate. It's my fault alone, and in no way reflects on my master." The six-eared macaque hastily clarified, taking all the blame upon himself. "Very well." Jiang Luo, upon hearing this, finally released the six-eared macaque. "Master, allow me to pay my respects. My name is Six-Eared." The macaque, disregarding his wounds, immediately bowed to Jiang Luo. The journey westward is fraught with peril. I am but a mere mortal, powerless as a chick. Everything relies upon you. Jiang Luo earnestly patted the shoulder of the six-eared macaque. What do you mean, powerless as a chick? Are you referring to a kuanpeng or a phoenix? The six-eared macaque glanced back at the five-finger mountain, which had been shattered into rubble by Jiang Luo's palm, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. However, after this brief encounter, the six-eared macaque began to grasp Jiang Luo's character. Fear not, master. I shall shoulder all dangers and ensure your safe passage to the west in pursuit of the true scriptures. The six-eared macaque declared respectfully, anxious to avoid provoking Jiang Luo again. Let us continue on our journey. Jiang Luo nodded in satisfaction. All right, master, hold on tight. The six-eared macaque took the reins and continued westward. The five-finger mountain lay on the border of the Sui Empire, but the further they traveled west, the more treacherous the road became. Days later, Jiang Luo and the six-eared macaque arrived at the foot of a towering gorge. The gorge rose to great heights, with jagged rocks and twin peaks separated by a bottomless river, passable only by a narrow, winding path. Master, hold steady, the six-eared macaque said as he led the way. The sound of rushing water and the occasional bird's song echoing through the valley. Let us proceed. Jiang Luo nodded. Despite the perilous mountain path, as a powerful being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he was not inclined to fear. Very well. The six-eared macaque led the horse onto the narrow trail, which twisted and turned, barely wide enough for a single person and perilously close to the cliff's edge, where a moment's inattention could lead to a plunge into the river below. At that moment, Ao Lai, the third prince of the West Sea, lay in wait beneath the gorge, ready to strike. After the sealing of the gods, the lamp-burning Taoist had visited the East Sea, informing the four sea dragon kings that the three realms would soon face a calamity during the journey to the west, which would pave the way for the Buddhist faith to flourish. When that time came, Buddhism would spread eastward, ushering in an unprecedented golden age, surpassing even the heavenly courts. The four sea dragon kings understood the intent of the lamp-burning Taoist and chose to align themselves with Buddhism. The lamp-burning Taoist promised to arrange a position for the dragon clan among the 8 heavenly dragons, provided that Ao Lai could serve as the steed of the scripture seeker, escorting him to the spiritual mountain in the west. Though it seemed beneath his dignity to be a mere mount, the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, consented in hopes of joining the Buddhist ranks and sharing in the fortune. As Ao Lai lay in the deep pool beneath the Eagle Cry Gorge, he watched as the six-eared macaque and Jiang Luo approached the most perilous and steep part of the gorge. In an instant, Ao Lai transformed into a 100-foot-long white divine dragon, bursting forth from the water and soaring into the sky, opening his massive maw to engulf the white horse upon which Jiang Luo rode. This was part of the Buddhist plan, and the Bodhisattva Guanyin had discreetly informed the six-eared macaque, who naturally would not intervene. Yet at that moment, a resounding shout echoed like thunder in the valley. Bold! How dare you ambush this humble monk? Jiang Luo, who had been resting his eyes upon the white horse, suddenly opened them and struck out a palm toward the oncoming Ao Lai. Boom! Ao Lai, merely at the golden immortal realm, was no match for Jiang Luo, who was a genuine great Luo golden immortal. With a single palm strike, the 100-foot white dragon was shattered into pieces, raining down as a crimson shower into the Eagle Cry Gorge, staining the rushing waters red. Gasped. The six-eared macaque, witnessing this, immediately drew in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling and spine chilling. The esteemed third prince of the West Sea had been effortlessly obliterated by Jiang Luo's casual strike. The six-eared macaque felt fortunate for his quick wit and nimble tongue. Otherwise, he too might have met such a fate. Foolish dragon clan. Unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, this humble monk bears you no grudge, yet you dare to launch a malicious ambush. Jiang Luo declared. One must eradicate the roots of evil, otherwise they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Six-eared, wait here. I shall return shortly. After speaking, Jiang Luo leapt into the Eagle Cry Gorge. It is over. The West Sea Dragon Clan is doomed. The six-eared macaque began to mourn for the West Sea Dragon Clan, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Jiang Luo. The Eagle Cry Gorge, like the water-curtained cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, extended directly to the ocean floor. Upon reaching the depths, Jiang Luo unleashed the great might of the heavenly dragon technique, summoning a golden divine dragon to soar towards the West Sea Dragon Palace. Within the resplendent and opulent West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King, clad in a white dragon robe, lounged in his dragon throne, half-closed eyes, while 2 enchanting clam maidens fed him spirit fruits. My dear child should have already devoured the scripture seeker's white horse. Once the journey to the west concludes, my West Sea Dragon Clan will secure a position among the 8 heavenly dragons. The West Sea Dragon King reveled in this thought, completely unaware of the calamity about to befall him. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded, shattering all palaces within a 1,000-mile radius into ruins, unleashing a surge of divine power that created terrifying ripples of energy, toppling the reclining West Sea Dragon King. What on earth is happening? The West Sea Dragon King struggled to rise, utterly bewildered, having no idea why the West Sea Dragon Palace was under attack. Though the Dragon Clan had waned since ancient times, they still held a significant status, allied with the heavenly courts and having established a good rapport with Buddhism. Logically, no one should dare to provoke them. Your Majesty, a bald monk has broken in. A terrified shrimp soldier reported, he is incredibly fierce. We are no match for him. And casualties are heavy. A bald monk? The West Sea Dragon King was confused, uncertain when he had offended a monk. West Sea Dragon King, come out before me. A voice filled with murderous intent thundered like a storm, leaving all the Dragon Clan members stunned and dazed. The West Sea Dragon King looked up to find a bare-chested monk glaring down at the entire West Sea Dragon Palace. A great Luo golden immortal? When did my West Sea Dragon Clan offend such a formidable figure? The West Sea Dragon King was utterly perplexed, but seeing the aggressive approach of the monk, he had no choice but to steel himself and advance. Esteemed elder, may I inquire your name? The West Sea Dragon King forced a smile as he approached. The humble monk hails from the eastern lands of the Sui dynasty, on a pilgrimage to the western paradise. Jiang Luo responded, a pilgrim? How absurd. The Dragon King of the West Sea, upon hearing this, nearly lost his composure. Guanyin Bodhisattva had clearly informed him that the pilgrim was a reincarnation of the frail golden cicada, specifically instructing Ao Lai to ensure the protection of the cicada's safety. Yet, the Jiang Luo before him stood bare-chested, with a muscular physique, a green dragon tattoo adorning his back, emanating an aura so fierce it seemed almost tangible. Such a formidable pilgrim required protection? Protection from the demons and monsters along the journey? Master, I wonder what offense my West Sea Dragon Clan has committed? Though the West Sea Dragon King was internally astonished, he stifled his shock, attempting to temper Jiang Luo's wrath. Otherwise, with Jiang Luo's cultivation, should he unleash his power upon the West Sea Dragon Palace, it could spell doom for the entire Bailong clan. Humph. I passed by Eagle Cry Gorge, where a West Sea White Dragon attacked me for no reason, nearly leading to my demise. I have come to demand an explanation. Jiang Luo scoffed. And what of that White Dragon? The West Sea Dragon King inquired, his heart tightening. Oh, I dispatched it with a single strike, Jiang Luo replied casually. The West Sea Dragon King's face turned ashen in an instant. Ao Lai was his cherished son, born late in his life, and the only dragon of the golden bloodline since the Dragon Han calamity. Though this golden bloodline was still thin, it was exceedingly rare, with the potential for Ao Lai to revert to a 5-clawed golden dragon upon advancing in cultivation. Yet now, he had been slain by Jiang Luo with a mere blow. The Dragon King felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood from the sheer despair. However, with Ao Lai's death now a certainty, he understood that no amount of mourning would change the outcome. The immediate priority was to safeguard his own life and that of the West Sea Dragon clan. Since the monk has already slain the White Dragon, there is no need for further explanations, is there? The West Sea Dragon King cautiously asked. Humph. I bear no grudge against your West Sea Dragon clan, yet you chose to ambush me without honor. Had I not possessed some capability, I would have long since met my end at the jaws of your dragon. Jiang Luo retorted, his murderous aura intensifying, suggesting he might obliterate the entire West Sea Dragon Palace at any moment. Your Eminence, let us discuss this civilly. What can my West Sea Dragon clan offer to make amends? The West Sea Dragon King, sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Jiang Luo, quickly proposed. Amends? Jiang Luo pondered briefly before responding. My white horse has been overly frightened and may struggle to proceed. If you can transform into a white horse and escort me to the west for my pilgrimage, I could overlook this incident. What? The West Sea Dragon King froze. Although the Dragon Clan is no longer what it once was, he still held a prominent position in the Three Realms. To serve as Jiang Luo's steed and endure such humiliation was utterly disgraceful and would surely invite ridicule if word got out. What's this? You're unwilling? Jiang Luo observed the West Sea Dragon King's hesitance and frowned, unleashing the power of a great Luo golden immortal. The West Sea Dragon King, merely at the late stage of a golden immortal, felt as if he were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of despair. I am willing. To assist the eminent monk in his pilgrimage to the west and benefit all beings is my honor, the West Sea Dragon King ultimately decided, choosing life over pride. Very well, Jiang Luo nodded. Then accompany me on my journey. May I have a moment to bid farewell to my kin? The West Sea Dragon King asked cautiously. Go ahead, Jiang Luo replied without objection. Thank you, master. The West Sea Dragon King, filled with relief, descended into the still-standing dragon palace. Father, do you truly intend to become his steed? The West Sea Crown Prince Ao Zhou asked, his expression fraught with anxiety. From this day forth, the matters of the West Sea Dragon clan are entrusted to you. You must. The West Sea Dragon King feigned giving instructions to his son while secretly conveying a message, urging Ao Zhou to seek out Guanyin Bodhisattva in the Western Sacred Mountain. Only with Guanyin's intervention could he hope to regain his freedom. Rest assured, Father, Ao Zhou nodded in response. Once the West Sea Dragon King had finished his instructions, he transformed into a magnificent white horse and galloped toward Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo leaped onto the white dragon horse, and together they gradually vanished from the sight of the West Sea Dragon clan. Crown Prince, what shall we do now? After Jiang Luo departed, the remaining members of the West Sea Dragon clan gathered around Ao Zhou, their expressions a mix of panic and confusion. With their clan suffering heavy losses and the Dragon Palace reduced to ruins, the absence of their leader left them in disarray. Do not panic. I shall seek out Guanyin Bodhisattva to resolve this matter. With her assistance, my father will surely return swiftly, Ao Zhou assured them. Very well. The members of the West Sea Dragon clan nodded in agreement, their previously frantic hearts settling somewhat. Once certain that Jiang Luo had left, Ao Zhou wasted no time in soaring toward the sacred mountain to report to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Chapter 109. Monks speak no falsehoods. The resounding chime echoed from the summit of Ling Mountain, reverberating throughout the entirety of Huaguo. Numerous Buddhas chanted, their radiance illuminating the surroundings where golden lotuses flourished, casting an aura of sacredness over the entire Ling Mountain. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhas and Arhats took their places, reverently welcoming the Buddha. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed in unison. A beam of golden light descended, revealing Patriarch Bodhi, seated upon a golden lotus, arriving from the heavens. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how fares the journey to the west? Patriarch Bodhi inquired, his gaze fixated on Guanyin Bodhisattva, eager to know the progress of the most crucial endeavor. To report to the Buddha, Jinxian has embarked on the journey to the west and has now reunited with the six-eared macaque, Guanyin Bodhisattva responded. Ah, splendid. Patriarch Bodhi's smile broadened at the news. Previously, the journey to the west had encountered numerous obstacles, with not a single task proceeding smoothly, not even the deaths of Tathagata Buddha and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. However, it appeared that circumstances were beginning to improve. Once the journey was completed, as the leader of the Buddhist realm, he would reap immense benefits, possibly even achieving the realm of a heavenly Tao saint. Yet, Guanyin Bodhisattva's tone shifted, her expression wavering. Is there a problem? Patriarch Bodhi inquired. The Crown Prince of the West Sea, Ao Zhou, has just reported that Jinxian struck down the third prince of the West Sea, Ao Lai, with a single blow at Eagle Cry Gorge, and has gone to the West Sea Dragon Palace seeking revenge, devastating much of the palace and causing significant casualties among the West Sea Dragon clan. Even the West Sea Dragon King has been forcibly subdued as a mount by Jinxian, Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of all present Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. After all, Jinxian had been reconstituted before their eyes 500 years ago. He should possess no cultivation at all now. How could he possibly slay the third prince of the West Sea with a single strike and tame the West Sea Dragon King? It seems that the master of Sun Wukong has intervened once again, Patriarch Bodhi mused, piecing together the situation. Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others exchanged uneasy glances. After all, the master of Sun Wukong had previously annihilated the Western two saints with a mere finger, comparable to the existence of Hongjun Daozu. If they continued to pursue the journey to the west, they might find themselves obliterated at any moment. There is no need for concern, Patriarch Bodhi reassured them confidently. The journey to the west is ordained by the heavenly Tao. The master of Sun Wukong can only employ minor tactics and would dare not intervene directly. We merely need to resolve the uncertainties surrounding Jinxian. After Patriarch Bodhi's analysis, Guanyin Bodhisattva and the others found it reasonable, and their anxiety began to ease. May I inquire, Buddha, what strategies do you propose? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked. Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand, and 3 radiant rings flew from his sleeve. These are 3 exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures, the Golden Hoop spell, the Tightening spell, and the Restriction spell. These 3 spells, when embedded in flesh, cannot be undone before the end of the calamity of the journey to the west. The bound individual, upon reciting the incantation, will suffer a fate worse than death. They will assist you in controlling Jinxian, ensuring he obediently completes the journey to the west. With a flick of his hand, the spells flew before Guanyin Bodhisattva. Many thanks, Buddha. Guanyin Bodhisattva, filled with joy, promptly accepted them. As long as she could place any of the spells upon Jinxian, even if he regained his cultivation, he would have no choice but to comply and complete the journey to the west. Indeed, time is of the essence. Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should hasten to alleviate this uncertainty. Patriarch Buddha urged. For the most crucial matter for the entire Buddhist community was the successful execution of the journey to the west. Understood. I shall heed the Buddha's command. Guanyin Bodhisattva opened a portal of void and vanished within. Meanwhile, Jiang Lua rode back to Eagle Cry Gorge atop the White Dragon steed, transformed from the West Sea Dragon King, continuing toward the western heavens. Days later, Jiang Lua and the six-eared macaque arrived at a picturesque stream. Master, shall we take a moment to rest here? The six-eared macaque suggested, momentarily lost in thought. Very well. Jiang Lua seemed oblivious to the unusual demeanor of the six-eared macaque, promptly dismounting and kneeling by the stream to wash his face with its water. At that moment, a plump old woman clad in coarse cloth, carrying a bamboo basket, approached and nodded in greeting to Jiang Lua. What brings you here, esteemed elder? Jiang Lua inquired. May I ask, have you seen a hunter clad in animal skins, around 40 years old, in this vicinity? The old woman asked. I have traveled from the east and have not encountered anyone, Jiang Lua replied honestly. Alas, my husband has been missing for several days since he went hunting. I worry he may have lost his way. The old woman sighed, her face etched with concern. Dear lady, one must always think positively. Perhaps your husband is not lost, but rather has met with an unfortunate fate? Jiang Lua comforted her tenderly. Goodness, is there such a way to console someone? If you have nothing kind to say, it's better to remain silent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, disguised as the old woman, was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiang Lua's words. Master, given the heat, I have a freshly sewn tiger skin hat to offer you for shade. The old woman lifted a tattered cloth covering her basket and produced a beautifully crafted hat. I appreciate your kind gesture, but in this sweltering heat, such a thick tiger skin hat may be counterproductive, Jiang Lua politely declined. You misunderstand, esteemed elder. My tiger skin hat appears thick, but is actually cool and breathable. Please, try it on, the old woman insisted warmly, extending the hat toward Jiang Lua. Master, I believe this hat would suit you perfectly. Do give it a try. The six-eared macaque chimed in, encouraging him. Very well then. Jiang Lua accepted the tiger skin hat. At this moment, both Guanyin Bodhisattva, disguised as the old woman, and the six-eared macaque could not contain their anticipation, excitement washing over their faces. Guanyin Bodhisattva was eager because once Jiang Lua donned the tightening spell, he would be at their mercy, forced to comply with the Buddhist plan. The six-eared macaque was thrilled as Guanyin Bodhisattva had shared the incantation of the tightening spell with him, knowing she could not accompany the journey. However, neither Guanyin Bodhisattva nor the six-eared macaque anticipated that Jiang Lua would swiftly place the tiger skin hat upon the head of the six-eared macaque with lightning speed. Before the six-eared macaque could react, he felt a sharp pain, as if countless thorns had pierced his very soul. He instinctively yanked off the hat, only to discover a golden hoop had already formed upon his head. Panic washed over the six-eared macaque as he clutched one side, attempting to remove it. Yet, the tightening spell had rooted itself within flesh. Despite his utmost effort, his face flushed crimson, and he could not budge it at all. This is disastrous. The six-eared macaque exchanged glances with Guanyin Bodhisattva, both seeing the same sense of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They were utterly unprepared for Jiang Lua's remarkable alertness, which allowed him to instantly unravel their scheme. In truth, while Jiang Lua was still in Chang'an, son Wukong had briefly shared the Buddhist pilgrimage plan with him. The sudden appearance of the old woman, who was actually Guanyin Bodhisattva in disguise, amidst these desolate mountains was indeed peculiar. Moreover, despite Jiang Lua's prior reassurances, the old woman did not express anger. Instead, she offered him a hat as a gift, further solidifying Jiang Lua's suspicions. Observing the six-eared macaque fanning the flames in an attempt to impose the tightening spell upon him, Jiang Lua deftly placed the tiger skin hat upon the macaque's head. The six-eared macaque, secretly transmitting a plea for Guanyin Bodhisattva's assistance in lifting the spell, was met with despair when she informed him that the curse could only be undone after the pilgrimage's trial concluded. There was no need for excessive worry. Although the spell was temporarily inescapable, the golden cicada was unaware of its incantation, rendering it merely a decorative accessory. Noticing the wretched demeanor of the six-eared macaque, Guanyin Bodhisattva promptly offered words of comfort. Indeed, the six-eared macaque pondered this, finding some truth in her words. After all, Jiang Luo was oblivious to the incantation, and the tightening spell upon him was nothing more than a harmless iron ring. Disciple, how dare this audacious demoness conspire against you? You must act swiftly to vanquish her. Jiang Luo admonished with righteous fervor. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque momentarily froze, then bellowed defiantly, producing the Rui Jingu bang from his ear. Demoness, meet your demise, he roared, swinging the magical staff toward the old woman disguised as Guanyin Bodhisattva. Though the mighty beings of the three realms were aware that this pilgrimage was merely a performance for the heavenly Tao orchestrated by the Buddhists, even a performance necessitated some semblance of authenticity. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao might dismiss the journey altogether. Furthermore, even if the Buddhists intervened, they could only assist the pilgrims. Otherwise, if the Buddhists overtly suppressed the seekers, the entire expedition would crumble. This was precisely why Maitreya Buddha prohibited Guanyin from directly sealing Jiang Luo's cultivation. As the staff struck down, the old woman, impersonating Guanyin, let out a piercing scream before dissipating into a swirl of blue smoke. Phew! That nearly frightened me to death. The road to the west is fraught with peril, yet I am grateful for your presence, disciple. Jiang Luo sighed with relief, his expression reflecting a mixture of gratitude and lingering fear. Do not worry, master, I have vanquished the demon. The six-eared macaque reassured him, appearing utterly loyal. Phew! I must recite the Purity Sutra to calm my mind, Jiang Luo proclaimed, grasping his prayer beads and closing his eyes to chant softly. As Jiang Luo commenced his recitation, the six-eared macaque felt the tightening spell constricting ever more fiercely, as if it sought to cleave his head in two, causing a bone-deep agony. Master, please stop. The macaque grasped the spell, his face alternating between shades of green and white, rolling on the ground in torment. Immersed in the Purity Sutra, Jiang Luo remained oblivious, continuing his chant. The six-eared macaque, writhing in pain, plunged into the stream, then leapt skyward, shattering a portion of the cliff above him. Minutes passed before Jiang Luo finally opened his eyes and ceased his incantation. The six-eared macaque's head was now contorted into a grotesque shape, resembling a gourd, as he fainted on the shallow bank. Had Jiang Luo continued his chanting, the spell would likely have ruptured the macaque's skull. Though the six-eared macaque appeared utterly wretched, Jiang Luo harbored no sympathy, remembering that the macaque had once conspired with Guanyin against him. Had he not been vigilant, he might have found himself in the same predicament. Once Jiang Luo halted his recitation, the tightening spell gradually returned to its original state. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon and the night deepened that the six-eared macaque finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Jiang Luo's face, filled with concern. Disciple, you have finally awakened. I merely recited the Purity Sutra. How could you faint? Have you weakened from your prolonged confinement beneath Five Fingers Mountain? Jiang Luo inquired with genuine concern. Master, you were reciting the Purity Sutra? The six-eared macaque asked, trepidation evident in his gaze. He had never anticipated that Jiang Luo truly knew the incantation to the tightening spell, causing him to faint in agony. Naturally, a monk does not speak falsehoods, Jiang Luo replied with an unflinching demeanor. Master, may I beseech you for a favor? Could you refrain from reciting the Purity Sutra in the future? The six-eared macaque implored. I was raised in Jishan Temple, devoid of parents. The abbot instructed me to recite this sutra when my heart is troubled. After so many years, I unconsciously recite the sutra whenever my emotions are stirred. It is difficult to control, Jiang Luo explained, his expression revealing his inner conflict. You are merely jesting, the six-eared macaque thought, feeling a wave of exasperation. As a disciple of the Bodhisattva of the Perfected One, he was intimately familiar with the Purity Sutra, which was entirely different from the incantation of the tightening spell that Guanyin had just disclosed. Jiang Luo had claimed that monks do not speak falsehoods. Yet now he was fabricating tales without a second thought, maintaining an unwavering composure while misleading others. Chapter 110. Entering Gao Laozhuang, Master, fret not, with me around. You shall never be troubled, declared the six-eared macaque. His cultivation was already inferior to Jiang Luo's, and now, burdened by the tightening spell, he found himself completely at Jiang Luo's mercy. Henceforth, he could only obediently serve Jiang Luo to avoid the torment of the spell. Very well, Jiang Luo responded, nodding in satisfaction. He washed his face with the cool, clear stream water before mounting his steed, continuing on his journey to the west. At that moment, the white dragon king of the West Sea, transformed into a white horse, felt a profound sense of despair. When Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, his heart raced with excitement. believing that she would surely be able to subdue Jiang Luo and grant him his freedom. However, the West Sea Dragon King was taken aback when Jiang Luo cunningly turned the tables on Guanyin Bodhisattva. Not only had the six-eared macaque been placed under the tightening spell, but Jiang Luo's vigilance would also undoubtedly increase from this point onward. The prospect of regaining his freedom now seemed infinitely distant. If word got out that the esteemed West Sea Dragon King had been reduced to a mere mount for Jiang Luo, it would not only ruin his reputation but also severely diminish the remaining dignity of the Dragon Clan, turning them into a laughingstock across the three realms. Yet, despite his helplessness, the West Sea Dragon King found himself powerless against the ferocious and vastly superior Jiang Luo. Both the West Sea Dragon King and the six-eared macaque were scheming in their own ways, harboring ulterior motives, while Jiang Luo remained entirely indifferent. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks appeared futile. The white dragon horse, with its formidable strength, had not traveled far before arriving at the Guanyin Temple, where the incident of the stolen cassock had occurred. Although the six-eared macaque fervently collaborated, boasting to the old monk about Jiang Luo's cassock, the old monk was reduced to tears, yearning to borrow the cassock for a moment, claiming that in his old age, possessing such a treasure for even a single night would allow him to close his eyes in peace. However, regardless of how the six-eared macaque assisted, or how pitifully the old monk acted, even going so far as to kneel and clutch Jiang Luo's legs, Jiang Luo remained resolute. Not a chance. Faced with the unyielding Jiang Luo, the carefully orchestrated challenge by Guanyin Bodhisattva fell flat. The following day, Jiang Luo departed, riding the white dragon horse. Days later, while astride his steed, he caught sight of a rather prosperous village in the distance. The village was crisscrossed with paths, its bamboo fences dense, thatched cottages abundant, towering trees welcoming visitors, and winding streams reflecting the scenery. This was undoubtedly the largest village Jiang Luo had encountered since leaving the Great Sui Empire. "Master, shall we go beg for alms and rest?" suggested the six-eared macaque, who was leading the horse. "Indeed," Jiang Luo replied. With his agreement, the six-eared macaque took the reins and guided Jiang Luo into the village. At the entrance stood a wooden sign inscribed with three prominent characters, Gao Lao Zhuang. However, despite the village's apparent size and prosperity, every household had their doors firmly shut, as if fearing something ominous. As Jiang Luo rode through the village, he came upon a grand courtyard, and upon hearing the sound of hooves, a timid servant cautiously opened the door just enough to peek outside. "A monster!" the servant cried, upon catching sight of the six-eared macaque's grotesque visage, before hastily retreating into the yard, forgetting to close the door behind him. Seeing that a household had finally opened its door, and recognizing it as the largest in Gao Lao Zhuang, the six-eared macaque boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was met by a pale-faced servant, accompanied by 7 or 8 men armed with sticks and hatchets. Yet, upon seeing the six-eared macaque, their faces were filled with panic, causing them to instinctively step back. "There is no need for alarm. I, the six-eared, am a spirit of nature, not a malevolent monster. I am merely escorting the monk who seeks the scriptures from the east through this land," the six-eared macaque explained. However, the servants remained visibly shaken, trembling in fear. After a thorough explanation from the six-eared macaque, the servants reluctantly accepted his words and summoned the elderly patriarch, Gao Laodai. Gao Laodai, with his gray hair and wrinkled face, wore a black silk cap, a robe of green and white brocade, rugged leather boots, and a black-green sash. He emerged with a warm smile, greeting. "Old man greets the esteemed monk. Poor monk greets the elder," Jiang Luo replied, dismounting and bowing respectfully. "Esteemed monk, having traveled from afar, you must be weary. Allow me to arrange accommodations for you to rest and cleanse yourself of the dust of your journey," Gao Laodai said warmly. "Thank you, kind sir." Jiang Luo expressed his gratitude, signaling the six-eared macaque to secure the white dragon horse. "Old man has an ungracious request. Might the esteemed monk be able to assist?" Gao Laodai suddenly inquired. In Gao Laodai's eyes, Jiang Luo's ability to have the six-eared macaque as a disciple escorting him to the west demonstrated a certain prowess. "Pray, do elaborate," Jiang Luo responded. As it appeared, Gao Laodai was the most respected figure in Gao Lao Zhuang, and Jiang Luo sought to establish a good rapport with him, intending to impart teachings in this place. Old man has 3 daughters. The eldest and second have already married. Yet the youngest has reached an age for marriage but has struggled to find a suitable match. 3 years ago, while she was in a nearby town, she was attacked by bandits. Fortunately, she was rescued and brought the man home. This man, surnamed Zhu, is without parents, siblings, or a permanent home, and thus settled here. Though he consumes much, he possesses immense strength, able to till the fields without oxen and harvest crops without tools, coming and going at dawn and dusk. Seeing him as a rootless person who toils diligently, I welcomed him as a son-in-law. However, on the day of the wedding, he drunkenly transformed into a hideous creature with the body of a man and the head of a pig, terrifying us all. I expelled him, yet he, relying on his demonic powers, imprisoned my daughter in the back courtyard, visiting every few days, instilling fear in the hearts of all in Gao Laozhuang. Therefore, I implore the esteemed monk to subdue this pig demon and restore peace to Gao Laozhuang. Gao Laotai recounted the situation to Jiang Luer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luer frowned slightly, and his smile faded. Kind sir, I cannot assist you with this matter, Jiang Luer stated plainly. Gao Laotai was taken aback, bewildered. Esteemed monk, why is that? If it is a matter of funds, I can provide some, Gao Laotai offered, mistakenly believing Jiang Luer sought money. Tell me, has your daughter wed this man surnamed Zhu? Jiang Luer inquired. That is indeed the case, Gao Laotai replied, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Since they are already married, you surely understand the principle of following one's spouse, correct? Jiang Luo asserted. Well, Gao Laotai was taken aback, not anticipating Jiang Luo would speak in favor of the pig demon. Regardless, he is a demon, and humans and demons are destined to part ways. And what of it? Humans are born of human parents, and demons are born of demon parents. Humans possess hearts, and so do demons. My eldest disciple is a demon. Yet I have never discriminated against him, Jiang Luer declared with righteous conviction. Beside him, the six-eared macaque felt a wave of embarrassment, recalling how Jiang Luer had previously thundered. How audacious. A demon is a demon, before obliterating the five-finger mountain with a single strike. My dear disciple, do you not agree? At this moment, Jiang Luo cast his gaze towards the six-eared macaque beside him. Indeed, indeed. My master is magnanimous and treats me with meticulous care. Although the six-eared macaque harbored secret disdain, he could only superficially comply due to the intimidation he felt from Jiang Luo's authority. Furthermore, you mentioned that the pig demon has imprisoned your daughter in the backyard. With his cultivation, if he truly wished to seize her, he could easily abduct her or even slaughter the entire Gao family. Yet he has not done so. Instead, he visits frequently with courtesy, demonstrating that this pig demon is not malevolent and can even be regarded as sincerely earnest. Since he understands propriety, is genuinely devoted to your daughter, and is diligent and hardworking, what more could you possibly desire? Jiang Luer retorted with righteous indignation. In his view, this pig demon's respectful dealings with Gao Old Village did not reflect a reckless abuse of power, while Gao Laotai had once sought to eliminate the pig demon. In comparison, it could be said that Gao Laotai was the true villain. Faced with Jiang Luer's logical inquiries, Gao Laotai found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to counter. After all, the pig demon possesses great power and could easily abduct Gao Zulian without the Gao family being able to resist. Moreover, it was indeed his initial recognition of the pig demon's abilities that led him to choose him as a son-in-law. If the esteemed monk is unwilling to intervene, then please leave, Gao Laotai issued a direct dismissal. You stubborn old man, while others treat you with respect, you remain intent on harming others, unyielding and obstinate. This truly vexes me, Jiang Luer exclaimed in frustration. He appeared agitated, his chest heaving violently, before he closed his eyes and began to recite the Pure Land Sutra. Wem, Ma, and I, Padme, hum. As soon as Jiang Luo began to chant, the six-eared macaque's expression changed dramatically. He covered his head with his hands and began to wail. Master, please stop, please stop. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle the pig demon myself. The tightening spell caused the six-eared macaque excruciating pain, and he stumbled in his plea for mercy. There's no need for that. I'm right here. A voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned towards the sound and beheld a robust man with a dark face and short hair, large ears and a long snout, appearing at the entrance. He was clad in a somewhat indistinct blue and green robe, tied with a floral cloth, striding confidently into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Gao Laotai and the house servants turned pale with fear and retreated in haste. Esteemed monk, it is this pig demon. If you can strike him down, I, Gao Laotai, will reward you handsomely. Gao Laotai, supported by his servants, retreated into the house, then called out to Jiang Luer through the closed door. I have met the esteemed monk. The pig demon, Zhu Ganglai, bowed respectfully to Jiang Luer. Though his appearance was grotesque, he had once been the illustrious Marshal Tianpeng. revered in the heavens and a teacher to many generations, and thus understood the importance of decorum. Indeed, Jiang Lua ceased his chanting, and the six-eared macaque, feeling a wave of relief, gradually regained his composure. I have heard everything you said, esteemed monk. Zhu Ganglai expressed his gratitude sincerely. His eyes filled with appreciation as he gazed at Jiang Lua. Today, he had procured some cosmetics in a nearby town and was eager to present them to win Gao Zuelian as favor, only to overhear the conversation between Jiang Lua and Gao Laodai outside the door. Little did Zhu Ganglai expect that Jiang Lua, a stranger to him, would speak in his defense. Since his fall from grace, he had transformed from a high-ranking celestial general to a grotesque creature, living in a daze for hundreds of years. Having finally developed feelings for a woman, he had entered Gao Old Village, working tirelessly day in and day out to gain Gao Laodai's approval in the hopes of marrying Gao Zuelian. Yet, in the end, he had still failed. With his status as a Tai Golden Immortal, he could have easily abducted Gao Zuelian or influenced her mind to depend on him completely. However, Zhu Ganglai chose not to do so. Instead, he wished to win over Gao Laodai and Gao Zuelian through genuine sincerity. Yet today, he fully realized that the biases held in people's hearts are akin to an insurmountable mountain, impervious to his efforts. Despite 3 years of hard work, not only did it yield no results, but Gao Laodai also sought to end his life. Zhu Ganglai, I have come to understand the rights and wrongs of this matter. It is commendable that you have remained steadfast and sincere for 3 years. I can help you transform your appearance and seal your current form, Jiang Lua stated. As a forsaken child of the Buddhist order, he could deeply empathize with the feelings of abandonment and betrayal. Chapter 111, Taking on the Disciple. Beiji, thank you for your kind offer, esteemed monk, but it is unnecessary, Zhu Ganglai replied without a moment's hesitation. He exhaled deeply, gazing skyward before releasing a heavy sigh from his chest. The monk's journey to the west was fraught with peril, a daunting distance of 80,000 miles. Though my appearance may be unseemly, I possess certain capabilities. If you do not mind, I, Zhu Ganglai, would be honored to take you as my master and escort you on your pilgrimage to the west. Despite his grotesque visage, Zhu Ganglia's eyes gleamed with a newfound clarity. I certainly do not mind, Jiang Lua responded with a gentle smile. With that, Zhu Ganglai knelt on the ground, performing a formal bow of respect to Jiang Lua, honoring him as his master. Although he had previously pledged to Guanyin Bodhisattva to escort the pilgrim to the west, it had been motivated solely by the promise of rewards. Now, however, Zhu Ganglai found himself genuinely wishing to follow Jiang Lua and assist him on this sacred journey. After all, there was little left for him to cherish in Gao's village. Rise, my obedient disciple, Jiang Lua said joyfully, lifting Zhu Ganglai to his feet. Your name is rather unpleasant. I shall bestow upon you a new name, Zhu Beiji. Beiji, to abstain from hypocrisy, to shun insincerity. Jiang Lua explained the meaning of Beiji, which he had derived from his own reflections rather than the traditional 8 vices of greed, anger, and ignorance. I shall adhere to your teachings, Master, Zhu Beiji replied. Bowing once more, leaving the onlookers, including the elders of the Gao family, utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Jiang Lua could so effortlessly win over such a formidable pig demon, who had willingly offered his allegiance. Since the Gao family welcomes us no longer, let us seek refuge elsewhere, Jiang Lua suggested, glancing at the elder who was peering through the door. Agreed, Zhu Beiji nodded, while the 6-eared macaque promptly loosened the reins of the white dragon horse. Thank you, Elder Gao, for your previous hospitality, Zhu Beiji said, producing several exquisite boxes of rouge and powder he had procured for Cui Lian from a nearby town, placing them on the stone steps. I leave these with you. Master, please make yourself comfortable, Zhu Beiji offered, hoisting the burdens from the white dragon horse onto his own back to provide Jiang Lua with more room on the steed. Very well, Jiang Lua acknowledged, feeling quite pleased with his new disciple. Meanwhile, the 6-eared macaque, leading the horse, felt a deep sense of distress. To this day, none of the 81 trials assigned by Guanyin Bodhisattva had truly taken effect, and his hope for freedom seemed distant. He also worried that if they continued this way, by the time they reached the foot of Ling Mountain in Xinyo Huaguo, they might still be untested, leading to potential complications. The moment Zhu Beiji crossed the threshold, he waved his hand, instantly breaking the previous enchantment. Elder Gao swiftly commanded his servants to open the back gate and rescue Gao Zuelian. He had assumed his beloved daughter had suffered greatly over the past 3 years. However, upon opening the gate, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene of vibrant flowers, pavilions, and flowing waters, as if spring had been captured in its entirety. At that moment, Gao Zuelian sat beneath a peach blossom tree, swinging on a swing. accompanied by 2 attendants clad in blue. However, as the servants entered the courtyard, the 2 attendants transformed into fiery talismans, disintegrating into ashes. The sight overwhelmed Elder Gao. He had never imagined that Zhu Ganglai, despite his rough exterior and demon heritage, could be so attentive to Gao Chui Lian. What followed was a poignant reunion between father and daughter, while Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji nonchalantly departed from Gao's village. After leaving, they ventured to Huanfeng Ridge. Although the king of Huanfeng possessed some abilities, he paled in comparison to Zhu Beiji, the disciple of the esteemed Tianping marshal. As long as Zhu Beiji stayed focused, dealing with these minor demons would be a trivial task. Before the king could make a move, Zhu Beiji dispatched him with a single strike. Mindful of his master's teachings, Zhu Beiji refrained from hypocrisy, dispatching the king of Huanfeng and preparing a feast of roasted meat, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, when Guanyin Bodhisattva reported the situation to Maitreya Buddha, noting that Jiang Luer and his companions were nearing the river of sand without a single trial having taken effect, Maitreya began to grow anxious. He convened a meeting of the higher-ups in the Buddhist realm while also informing the chaotic world of the predicament. Now, the situation left the chaotic world in a quandary. On one hand, Jiang Luer, as the destined pilgrim, had embarked on his journey to the west, making it impossible for them to intervene forcefully without undermining the integrity of the celestial narrative. On the other hand, Hongjun Laozu had warned that if Sun Wukong's master continued to interfere, he would take action. Yet, Sun Wukong's master had not intervened in this matter. All the current developments were orchestrated by Jiang Luer, who had regained his memories and powers. They found it difficult to solicit Hongjun Laozu's intervention. However, given that Cunny Jiejin had lived for countless eons, he eventually devised a strategy to mitigate the situation. Meanwhile, after Zhu Beiji and his companions finished their meal at Huangfeng Ridge, they continued their leisurely journey. After traversing mountains and valleys for half a month, they finally beheld a vast river ahead. This river was exceptionally unique. Not only was it extraordinarily wide, stretching 800 miles, but its currents flowed with tremendous ferocity. Even more peculiar was the murky water, resembling sludge, obscuring its depth. "Master, look, there is a monument," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, shouldering the burdens as he spotted a stone stele standing by the riverbank. 800 miles of the river of sand, 3,000 fathoms deep. Not even a goose feather can float, and the reeds sink to the bottom. "This river is strange," Zhu Beiji noted. "Neither goose feathers nor reeds can float." The 6-eared macaque scanned the river of sand, searching for a boat to cross, but found nothing. "Master, we cannot fly across, nor is there a single vessel. How shall we traverse this river?" he asked, scratching his head in dismay. "Fear not, for I, your humble servant, shall ensure your safe passage across," Zhu Beiji declared confidently. Having once served as the Marshal of Heaven, overseeing the heavenly river, although the river of sand was formidable, it paled in comparison to the soul-swallowing, bone-crushing waters of the heavenly river, which could even claim the lives of Daluo Jinxian. Seeing Zhu Beiji's confidence, the 6-eared macaque felt uneasy. As a disciple of the Buddha, he hoped that Jiang Luo would not so easily traverse the river of sand, or else Guanyin Bodhisattva's trial would be rendered ineffective. Just as Zhu Beiji prepared to demonstrate his unrivaled swimming skills by ferrying Jiang Luo across the river, a sudden eruption of water sent a robust, bare-chested man soaring into the air. With fiery red hair and eyes that shone like lanterns, he appeared formidable, his face a striking hue, reminiscent of thunder and drums. Draped in a pale yellow cloak, with twin white vines cinched at his waist, a formidable figure emerged. Beneath his neck hung 9 skulls, and in his hand, he wielded a majestic staff. This imposing man was none other than the curtain-lifting general, who had sought refuge in the Buddhist sect, biding his time in this locale. The 9 skulls adorning his neck represented the 9 previous lives of Jiang Luer. As the curtain-lifting general surged forth from the water's depths, he aimed to ensnare Jiang Luo within the treacherous sands of the river. "Beware the demon," he warned. But he was met with the gleaming 9-foot rake of Zhu Beiji. When Zhu Beiji refrained from idling, his strength was formidable indeed. With a single swing, he sent the curtain-lifting general crashing back into the river's depths. "Master, you wait here. Allow me, the old monkey, to engage this fiend," declared the 6-eared macaque to Jiang Luer, intent on amplifying the challenge to gain the approval of the heavenly Tao. "Begone! Such a minor demon requires no contest. If this is all you can muster, then perhaps it is I, old pig, who should assume the position of the elder brother," Zhu Beiji retorted scornfully, shoving the 6-eared macaque aside and striding towards the riverbank. "Curtain-lifting general, you were once of the heavenly court. Surely you recognize my 9-foot rake?" Zhu Beiji bellowed. his resonant voice reverberating across the 800 li of the river. However, his shout met with silence, leaving Zhu Beiji feeling somewhat embarrassed before Jiang Luo. If you do not emerge and surrender willingly, do not blame me for being merciless. Zhu Beiji shouted again. Though the title of curtain-lifting general sounded grand, in truth, it merely denoted a servant to the Jade Emperor, akin to a eunuch among mortals. As the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion, Zhu Beiji's status and prowess were on an entirely different plane. Within the river, the curtain-lifting general was in a state of panic. The plan conveyed to him by the Bodhisattva Guanyin was clear. The six-eared macaque would feign a battle at the river, after which Sun Wukong would seek Guanyin's assistance. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji was to remain idle. Yet now, Zhu Beiji's uncharacteristic eagerness to engage was overwhelming, threatening to plunge into the river at any moment. The curtain-lifting general, acutely aware of their disparity in strength, understood that he could never match Zhu Beiji. Yet for the sake of the promised benefits from the Buddhist realm, he had already defied the Jade Emperor's commands and sought refuge in Buddhism. Should he act contrary to Guanyin's directives, he risked incurring the wrath of both the Buddha and the heavenly court, leaving him with nowhere to hide. After much contemplation, the curtain-lifting general resolved to continue down this treacherous path, fully committing himself to Buddhism. Am I granting you face, then? Zhu Beiji exclaimed, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his intimidation. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves, hoisted his 9-foot rake, and leaped into the river with determination. With a resounding splash, Zhu Beiji plunged beneath the surface. Although the water was murky and visibility was nearly non-existent, it posed no challenge for him. Harnessing the formidable prowess of his Tai Golden immortal cultivation, he swiftly located the curtain-lifting general amidst the depths. Curtain-lifting general, where do you think you're fleeing? Zhu Beiji shouted, pursuing him relentlessly. The curtain-lifting general, realizing Zhu Beiji was indeed in pursuit, was seized by panic and fled in desperation. Despite his frantic escape, the curtain-lifting general, being merely at the peak of golden immortal, was no match for Zhu Beiji, who quickly caught up. With no mercy for the insolent figure that had embarrassed him before his master, Zhu Beiji wielded his rake, infused with immense power, and struck at the curtain-lifting general. Boom, boom. The river erupted in towering columns of water. Before long, Zhu Beiji emerged from the depths, his right hand bearing the 9-foot rake and his left grasping the battered curtain-lifting general, who resembled a lifeless dog. With ease, he strode to the riverbank, where he released the curtain-lifting general, who fell unceremoniously onto the ground. Master, it is done. How shall we deal with this curtain-lifting general? Zhu Beiji inquired, seeking praise from Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, seated upon his white dragon steed, cast a glance at the fallen general. Alas, if only he were not human, I would have simply severed his head and tail and roasted him on a volcano. Upon regaining his composure, the curtain-lifting general felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this seemingly harmless monk, Jiang Luo, harbored intentions as fierce as any warrior. As the curtain-lifting general pondered his fate, Jiang Luo dismounted and approached, looking down upon him from a position of authority. Pray tell, esteemed monk, are you the one destined to journey westward to obtain the scriptures? From Jiang Luo's tranquil gaze, the curtain-lifting general sensed a chilling intent and hastily inquired, how can this be discerned? My master is indeed the one, guided by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, to seek the true scriptures in the West. The six-eared macaque interjected, offering support. Upon hearing this, the curtain-lifting general's expression transformed to one of unbridled joy. He quickly rose and bowed deeply before Jiang Luo. I was once the curtain-lifting general of the heavenly court, but due to offenses against the Jade Emperor, I was cast down to endure daily torment in this river. Thanks to the guidance of Bodhisattva Guanyin, I awaited your arrival. I beseech you, noble monk, to accept me as your disciple. I vow to wholeheartedly escort you on your journey to the West. Escort? Jiang Luo replied with a cold laugh, as he removed the necklace of skulls from the curtain-lifting general's neck. To consume my 9 lives, is this what you term as escorting? Chapter 112, Transforming Teammates with Love. Upon grasping the skull necklace, a subtle radiance emanated from it, resonating with Jiang Luo. What? This skull is your 9th reincarnation, master? So, you perished at the hands of the rolling curtain general in all your previous lives? Zhu Beiji was utterly astounded. Despite his demotion to a pig-like creature, he had never committed any malevolent acts or taken a life. He was shocked to learn that the rolling curtain general had slain his master in all 9 past lives and fashioned his skull into a necklace. Such actions could only be described as monstrous. The rolling curtain general, pale as death, realized that Jiang Luo had recalled the memories of his past lives. Master, step aside. Allow me to strike him down. Zhu Beiji, regaining his composure, brandished his 9-foot rake, eager to vanquish the rolling curtain general. Beiji, halt. Just as the rolling curtain general believed his doom was imminent, Jiang Luer suddenly intervened, preventing Zhu Beiji's assault. Why, master? Zhu Beiji inquired, his rake raised high. Confusion etched on his face, unsure of Jiang Luo's motives. Though the rolling curtain general had consumed the monk's past lives, he was likely unaware of it. Furthermore, those lives were merely ordinary. Even without the general's interference, they would have met their end in the river of sand. Jiang Luer spoke earnestly. Zhu Beiji pondered this, finding some merit in it, yet still questioning. Master, while that may be true, does he not deserve punishment for his misdeeds? Jiang Luer approached Zhu Beiji, gently grasping the handle of the rake and lowering it. The Buddha embodies compassion. Ancient sages have sacrificed themselves for others. As a monk, I must emulate their benevolence and seek to transform the rolling curtain general with love. Jiang Luer's face radiated compassion as he counseled. Thank you, esteemed monk. If you can overlook the past, I shall wholeheartedly escort you to the west for scriptures, the rolling curtain general exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with hope as he patted his chest in assurance. Can his words be trusted? Perhaps he feigned submission while harboring malicious intent, Zhu Beiji warned cautiously. Alas, Beiji, your perspective is somewhat narrow. The rolling curtain general claims to be awaiting my arrival under the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even if you doubt him, you must trust Guanyin, Jiang Luer replied with a warm smile, his voice soothing like a gentle spring breeze. Zhu Beiji hesitated, wanting to caution his master that even Guanyin might not be worthy of trust. However, seeing Jiang Luer's resolute intent, he, as a disciple, refrained from opposing his master's wishes. I shall defer to your judgment, master, Zhu Beiji conceded. Indeed. Jiang Luo nodded and retrieved a razor from his pack. Today, I shall shave your head and accept you as my disciple. Thank you, master. Thank you. The rolling curtain general, relieved to have spared his life, marveled at Jiang Luer's willingness to be so accommodating. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque sensed an ominous premonition as he observed Jiang Luo meticulously shaving the rolling curtain general's head. From the moment Jiang Luo shattered Five-Finger Mountain and threatened him with a journey to the west, it was evident that such kindness was unlikely. The act of forgiving and accepting the rolling curtain general as a disciple could very well hide ulterior motives. However, given the circumstances, he felt it prudent to remain silent. After all, Jiang Luer had chosen to forgive, choosing love over vengeance. Once the shaving was complete, Jiang Luer proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple. Since you have chosen to serve me by the river of sand, I shall bestow upon you the name, Sha Wujing. Disciple pays respects to master." The rolling curtain general bowed in reverence. Brother Sha, now that you are part of the sect, this burden falls to you, Zhu Beiji said, handing over the shoulder pole. No problem, Sha Wujing responded, confidently accepting the burden. Yet, as he grasped the pole, his expression shifted dramatically. It felt as though he were lifting two towering mountains, nearly collapsing under its weight. Are you all right, Brother Sha? Zhu Beiji inquired with a smirk, feigning concern. If you are weak, perhaps it's best to remain here in the river of sand, for the path ahead is fraught with peril and monsters. I'm fine, Sha Wujing gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to bear the burden. His face reddened, and veins bulged from his neck, as if he were shouldering the weight of two Kunlun mountains. Though he recognized Zhu Beiji's jest, he had no choice but to persevere. Should he falter now, the hard-earned efforts of the Buddhist order would be in vain, leaving him with no refuge in the three realms. Seeing Sha Wujing's flushed face, Zhu Beiji chuckled and strode towards the river of sand, spitting into his palms. He grasped the handle of his 9-foot rake. Master, I was once the marshal of the heavenly river, so watch closely. Unbeknownst to Zhu Beiji, Jiang Luer concealed his true strength, never revealing it before him, which led Zhu Beiji to believe he could impress Jiang Luer. With fervor, he raised the rake high and shouted, striking down towards the rushing river of sand. Open for me. With Zhu Beiji's full might, the rake glimmered with a dazzling silver light. Upon striking the river, a powerful gust erupted, cleaving the 800-mile river of sand in two. The surging waters parted, revealing a wide pathway of riverbed. Witnessing this, Sha Wujing gasped in astonishment. Previously, he had only heard tales of the marshal of the heavenly river being a mere figurehead who slept by the riverbank. Now he witnessed Zhu Beiji's prowess firsthand, capable of parting the mighty river. The six-eared macaque, too, regarded Zhu Beiji with newfound apprehension. He had assumed that, as a disciple of a sage, he surpassed Zhu Beiji in strength. Yet now, his confidence wavered. Moreover, he worried that if Zhu Beiji continued this boldness, the trial set forth by Guanyin Bodhisattva would be rendered moot. As the river of sand was split, Jiang Luo leisurely rode his white dragon horse, guiding the six-eared macaque and others across. Meanwhile, standing amidst the clouds, holding a gourd, Mu Jia stared blankly as Jiang Luo and the others ventured forth. Upon leaving the river of sand, Jiang Luo and his companions entered the western Bullheaven continent. Once there, Jiang Luo ceased his haste, choosing instead to share teachings across the various towns and tribes of the human realm. As Jiang Luo imparted teachings to the human race of Xinyo Hajo, Mu Jia returned to the South Sea, fully relaying the events concerning the Liashawa River to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Upon hearing this, Guanyin furrowed her brow. The emergence of Jinshanzi, with his restored memories and cultivation from his past life, had already posed a significant variable on the journey to the west. Now, with the unexpected arrival of Zhu Beiji, complications arose. Originally, she had anticipated that Zhu Beiji would merely muddle through the ranks, contributing little effort. To her surprise, he was now exceedingly proactive. The challenges she had set at Huafeng Ridge and Liashawa River had proven ineffective, as they were swiftly resolved by Zhu Beiji. It seemed necessary for her to pay a visit to Mount Daluo, she murmured. Although she harbored a desire to eliminate Zhu Beiji, he was, after all, a disciple of the human sect and a direct pupil of the great master Xuandu, making direct intervention inappropriate. Hence, she decided to inform the great master Xuandu about this matter. With a wave of her hand, she opened a spatial gateway to Mount Daluo and ascended upon her lotus platform into its depths. Mount Daluo loomed majestically, towering like a sword piercing the clouds, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur, veiled in mist and vapor, rivaling even Kunlun Mountain. This had once been the sacred domain of the Supreme Pure One, which, after his departure to the Chaos World, was entrusted to the great master Xuandu. As the spatial gateway opened, Guanyin Bodhisattva, clad in a flowing white gown, emerged gracefully from within. Taoist Xuandu, I have come to pay my respects, she proclaimed, her resonant voice echoing throughout Mount Daluo. With a thunderous sound, the entrance to the cave opened, and the great master Xuandu, adorned in azure robes, flew forth. Appearing to be in his 30s, he bore a resolute visage and steady gaze, exuding an air of calm authority with every gesture. What brings you here, esteemed one? He inquired directly, lacking any intention of inviting Guanyin for a lengthy discussion within his abode. As the foremost disciple of the Shuangguan lineage, the great master Xuandu, despite his seemingly humble demeanor, possessed an inherent pride. Understanding his character, Guanyin promptly replied, Zhu Beiji has now joined the journey to the west. However, certain unforeseen events have arisen, prompting me to seek your counsel. Upon hearing this, Xuandu raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism evident in his demeanor. Is that so? Ever since Zhu Beiji joined our ranks at Gao Laozhuang, he has been unusually diligent, rendering my previously laid challenges ineffective. Thus, I implore you to clarify matters with my esteemed disciple. Guanyin Bodhisattva, wearing a smile, recounted the entire sequence of events to the great master Xuandu. After listening attentively, the great master Xuandu furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware of his disciple's nature, knowing him to be someone who would rather lounge than exert effort. In his previous role as Marshal Tianping in the Heavenly Court, each time he sought out Zhu Beiji, he found him either lounging in bed or idly wandering. Yet now, under the tutelage of Jiang Luo, his newfound diligence was indeed unexpected. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter, the great master Xuandu assured Guanyin. He understood her current predicament, even with the Buddhist strength. It was impossible to recruit only those above the golden immortal realm to tackle the 81 tribulations, necessitating the inclusion of ordinary demons. If his own prized disciple were to unleash his full potential, there were few in the three realms capable of surpassing him, aside from ancient powerhouses. Failure to successfully complete the journey to the west would jeopardize his own heavenly merits. Hence, for his own benefit, the great master Xuandu resolved to clarify matters with Tianping. Thank you, esteemed friend. Guanyin expressed her gratitude, her face lighting up with joy. Indeed, the great master Xuandu nodded, promptly departing through the spatial gateway, leaving Guanyin behind. Although she felt somewhat slighted, she paid it no mind and opened a portal to return to the Buddhist realm, preparing for the trial of the four saints. As night fell, Jiang Luo, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Seng rested by a campfire in the wilderness. The white dragon horse was tethered to a nearby tree, while the flames crackled and danced, occasionally spitting out sparks that swiftly extinguished. Zhu Beiji, lying on the grass with his head resting on his belongings, was dozing off when suddenly the voice of the great Master Xuandu resonated in his mind, jolting him awake. "Master?" he exclaimed, astonished that his thoughts had summoned his revered teacher. Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji followed the instructions and soared towards the distant mountains, where he found the great Master Xuandu standing at the edge of a cliff with his hands clasped behind his back. "Disciple pays respects to Master," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. In his previous ignorance, he had foolishly teased the celestial maiden of the Moon Palace, leading to his fall from grace and transformation into a pig-headed demon. Ever since his descent to the mortal realm, he had longed for the day when his master would appear to set things right and restore his true form. He had once sought out the great master at Mount Daluo for assistance, only to find the gates firmly shut, leading him to leave a note and return to Gao Laozhuang in disappointment. Now, at last, his master had appeared. Zhu Beiji was filled with an overwhelming surge of emotions, akin to a child wronged, eager to unburden his grievances to his esteemed teacher. Chapter 113. The world is a market of interest in stark contrast to the boundless excitement of Zhu Beiji. The Master Xuandu remained as impassive as an ancient well, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Master, you have finally come to seek your disciple," Zhu Beiji exclaimed. "The celestial maiden Chang'e of the Guanghan Palace is an ancient deity, a powerful being of the quasi-saint realm. I must have been schemed against in the heavenly court, for even with 100 lives, I would not dare to provoke the Guanghan maiden. Look at me, a pig-headed creature, universally reviled. I implore you, Master, to help me rectify this wrong and vindicate my name." Zhu Beiji could hardly contain his grievances, spilling them forth in a torrent of words. "Zhu Beiji." The calm voice of Master Xuandu interjected, cutting through the air and halting Zhu Beiji's flow of words. Zhu Beiji, taken aback, felt a sense of bewilderment. The long-anticipated reunion after 500 years was unfolding differently than he had envisioned. "Master, I have come to remind you that on the journey to the West, you need not exert yourself fully. Merely strive to reach the Western paradise without disrupting the plans of the Buddhist order," Xuandu Master stated bluntly. Zhu Beiji was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He had assumed that after enduring such great injustice, Master Xuandu would surely assist him in confronting the heavenly court, demanding an explanation from the Jade Emperor, and restoring his true form. How could he begin with a warning not to interfere with the Buddhist scheme? "Master," Zhu Beiji attempted to voice his confusion, but was again interrupted by the Master's icy tone. "Zhu Beiji, simply follow my instructions. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." In that moment, the fervor within Zhu Beiji was extinguished by Xuandu Master's frigid demeanor. Memories began to resurface, haunting him. At the banquet in the heavenly court, he had appeared to lose his senses, directly offending the Guanghan maiden, and was subsequently cast down to the mortal realm, only to be reborn as a pig. His pleas for aid at Mount Daluo had ended in vain, and shortly thereafter, Guanyin Bodhisattva had arrived at Gao Laozhuang, seemingly foreseeing his fate, to inform him of his duty to escort the scriptures to the West. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Zhu Beiji, draining the color from his face and sapping his strength. "Master, my fall to the mortal realm and joining the scripture-collecting party, it cannot be that this is part of your plan with the Buddhist order?" His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Though he had been lazy, Zhu Beiji was not naive. The world buzzed with the pursuit of profit. The Kunlun 12 golden immortals had gathered disciples during the calamity of the Feng, using them as shields against disaster. "I have taken you as my disciple and devoted years to your guidance. It is now time for you to repay me," Xuandu Master declared, as the cold moonlight illuminated his frosty visage, plunging Zhu Beiji into despair. He had never anticipated that the master he had trusted so implicitly would conspire with the Buddhist order against him, leading to his fall from grace, transformed into this grotesque, pig-headed creature. "Zhu Beiji, as long as you adhere to my wishes, I shall not treat you unfairly once the journey to the West is completed. However, should you prove obstinate, do not expect me to honor our bond as master and disciple," Xuandu Master intoned, wielding a blend of authority and menace. Having reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he was but a step away from achieving enlightenment. If he could acquire the heavenly merits that accompanied the conclusion of the journey to the West, he might ascend as the 8th sage among the 3 realms. Thus, Xuandu Master could not afford to lose control over Zhu Beiji. Originally, he had planned for Zhu Beiji to laze his way to Mount Ling, where he could feign ignorance of worldly affairs due to his seclusion at Mount Daluo. However, with the sudden upheaval in Zhu Beiji's circumstances, the master had no choice but to reveal his true intentions to safeguard his own interests. After Xuandu Master had finished speaking, Zhu Beiji felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. The foundation of his beliefs crumbled in an instant. The master had altered his destiny, bestowing upon him the cultivation of the Tai golden immortal realm. He had always been grateful, constantly contemplating how to repay his master's immense kindness. Had Xuandu master simply laid bare his expectations, Zhu Beiji would have complied without hesitation, willing to face any peril. Yet now, the one he had trusted most had allied with the Buddhist order against him, leaving him abandoned, a mere pawn in their game. Since I have addressed this matter, it not only concerns my interests, but also those of your ancestral master. Choose wisely. Xuandu master issued a final ultimatum before vanishing into the void, leaving Zhu Beiji alone in his desolation. After the master departed, Zhu Beiji knelt atop the mountain, resembling a frozen statue, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. His expression serene but his eyes hollow, lost in thought. It was not until the dew hung heavily on the branches and the morning calls of roosters echoed through the valley that Zhu Beiji regained his senses. Flying back to the place where he had spent the night, what he did not expect was to find Jiang Luer diligently simmering white porridge over the campfire, stirring it with a wooden ladle. Upon seeing Jiang Luer, Zhu Beiji froze momentarily, feeling a pang of guilt. Previously, he had hoped Xuandu would help him reclaim his former identity and freedom, allowing him to escape the scripture-collecting party and return to the heavenly court. "You're back?" Jiang Luo inquired, not raising his head from the pot. "Yes," Zhu Beiji nodded in response. "Good to have you back. You must be hungry." Jiang Luo, holding a spoon in one hand and a bowl in the other, filled a large bowl with steaming porridge and offered it to Zhu Beiji. "Master." Zhu Beiji gazed at Jiang Luer's smiling face and the fragrant, steaming porridge, his emotions suddenly becoming complex. "No need for many words. It's enough that you have returned," Jiang Luo said with a smile. He had noticed Zhu Beiji's earlier departure but had chosen not to intervene. If Zhu Beiji had not returned, Jiang Luo would not have been surprised. After all, the journey to the west was arduous, and Zhu Beiji had merely been a fleeting acquaintance during their time at Gao Laozhuang. It was only natural for him to wish to return to the comforts of his former life as the Marshal Tianping. Though Jiang Luo remained unaware of the recent events, he felt a surge of joy at Zhu Beiji's return. "Thank you, master." Zhu Beiji choked on his words, solemnly accepting the bowl and squatting beneath a tree, devouring the porridge in silence. Soon after, Luer the six-eared macaque and Sha Sung awoke as well. "Wow, this porridge your master made smells wonderful," they exclaimed, joining in the feast. After finishing the porridge and extinguishing the fire, Zhu Beiji took the initiative to grasp the reins of the white dragon horse. "Master, please mount," he said earnestly. He had come to a realization. Since his former sect had so conspicuously conspired with the Buddhist order against him, from this day forth, Zhu Beiji would have only Jiang Luo as his true master. Very well. Jiang Luo mounted the horse, and the group resumed their journey toward the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west. "Master, I fear I can no longer exert myself as I once did," Zhu Beiji murmured to Jiang Luo along the way. Though he had become disillusioned with humanity's teachings, he was still merely at the Tai golden immortal level. It is utterly impossible to contend against the formidable entity that is Renjiao. The Grand Master Xuandu has already issued his ultimatum. Should he continue to exert himself as he has in the past, he may indeed invite calamity upon himself. Nevertheless, I shall take action. Jiang Luo's eyes were half closed, his body swaying in rhythm with the strides of the white dragon horse. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji felt a twinge of confusion, astonished that Jiang Luo would express such confidence. Yet, observing Jiang Luo's delicate scholar-like demeanor, he appeared not to possess any formidable cultivation. Months later, atop a mountain reaching 1,000,000 zhang in Xinyo Huzhou, a portal to another realm opened, and out stepped Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the imposing figure of the great black dog, Howling Skyhound. Yang Jian scanned the horizon, noting that all he could see were towering mountains, desolate and devoid of life. "Great sage, why have you brought us here? And why must I ensure the presence of Howling Skyhound?" Yang Jian inquired, his expression one of perplexity. "Indeed, I am currently occupied with the sun overseeing myriad princesses to toil for the revival of my Tengu clan," Howling Skyhound replied, arms crossed, clad in flamboyant shorts, exuding an air of a supreme expert. "Do not worry, it shall not impede your affairs." Sun Wukong chuckled meaningfully, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Howling Skyhound, bewildered, and Yang Jian, feeling a sudden unease, sensed something was amiss. Before long, Sun Wukong spotted Jiang Luo and his companions riding on the white dragon horse. "Jiang Luo," he communicated telepathically. "Great sage." Jiang Luo was taken aback. not expecting Sun Wukong to reach out to him at this moment. What instructions do you have, great sage? He inquired. Surmising that Sun Wukong's sudden appearance was not without purpose, Sun Wukong produced a jar of aged liquor covered with red cloth, which vanished in a flash of divine light. I have placed a jar of fine wine in your belongings. Inside, you will find my concocted powder. Crazy, so you shall find it useful shortly, he said with a mischievous grin. Subsequently relaying to Zhang Luer the general plot of the Four Saints testing Zen in Journey to the West. Thank you for your reminder, great sage. Zhang Luer comprehended Sun Wukong's intent in an instant. As a deity of celestial stature, Sun Wukong communicated with Zhang Luer through divine thought. And given that Zhang Luer displayed no signs of unease, the others, including the six-eared macaque, remained oblivious. Several days later, Zhang Luer and his entourage beheld a grand courtyard with red walls nestled between the valleys. The courtyard was adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, its imposing presence accentuated by two gilded pillars that stood out amidst the majestic mountains. Master, that residence appears to belong to a wealthy household. Perhaps we might seek alms there, suggested the six-eared macaque, leaping onto a boulder by the roadside to gaze intently. Very well, let us pay a visit. Zhang Luo replied with an unruffled demeanor. Six-eared, Beiji, stay behind me. Do not disturb the inhabitants. Understood, master, the six-eared macaque responded eagerly. And soon they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Luo dismounted, adjusted his attire, and approached the grand entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of clear knocks echoed. Who is it? A woman's voice inquired, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Creak. The door swung open, revealing an elegantly aged woman in a purple robe, exuding grace. Benefactor, I am a humble monk from the Eastern Tang, journeying to the West to seek the Buddha and scriptures. I pass through this area and wonder if I might find shelter for the night. Zhang Luo greeted respectfully with a Buddhist gesture. Oh, I see. Please, esteemed monk, enter, the elderly woman replied, returning the gesture with courtesy and fully opening the door. Even upon seeing Zhu Beiji and the six-eared macaque behind Zhang Luo, she displayed no surprise, for she was, in fact, Guanyin Bodhisattva in disguise. This courtyard concealed profound mysteries. Upon learning that Zhang Luo had regained his former memories and cultivation, Guanyin Bodhisattva, realizing the tribulations she had orchestrated were not having the intended effect, took out a unique spiritual treasure, the heaven-covering pearl. This pearl could temporarily shield against the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, allowing Guanyin and her companions to seal Zhang Luo's cultivation, brainwash him, and create opportunities. Guanyin Bodhisattva planned to forcibly guide Zhang Luo later that night, alongside Laoan of Lishan, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, to ensure that the tribulations she had set in motion would unfold as intended. What a splendid white horse, the elderly woman remarked. Esteemed monk, you may tie your horse in my backyard. The mountains are treacherous, and wild beasts may roam at night. Guanyin Bodhisattva, still in her elderly guise, warmly welcomed Zhang Luo and his companions inside, even opening the gate to the backyard for the white dragon horse. When Zhu Beiji returned after securing the horse, he found Zhang Luo and the others already seated, while the elderly woman served tea and fruit as hospitality. Thank you for your kindness, venerable lady, the six-eared macaque said, mimicking the gesture of clasping his fists. Traveling can be challenging. It is only right to assist one another, the elderly woman responded with enthusiasm. As Zhang Luo and his companions savored the tea and fruit, the elderly woman seemed hesitant, as if she had something troubling to convey. After a moment's deliberation, she finally spoke. Esteemed monks, there is something I wish to say, though I hesitate. Matters best left unspoken should remain unspoken, Zhang Luo interjected coolly, leaving the elderly woman momentarily speechless. Chapter 114. What are you trying when I lack a Zen heart? The elderly woman had initially believed that her warm hospitality towards Zhang Luo would elicit an equally enthusiastic response from him, allowing her to convey the words she wished to express. However, she was taken aback by Zhang Luo's reticence, leaving her momentarily speechless. The woman's affluent background was apparent to all the esteemed monks present. Her household boasted immense wealth, with vast tracts of fertile land and extensive orchards and forests. Unfortunately, her husband had passed away early, leaving no male heir, prompting her to seek a suitable match for herself. She wondered if any of the venerable elders might be interested. Amatba, Zhang Luo interjected, esteemed elder, you cannot be serious. You appear to be in your 40s, while I am merely in my 20s. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to pursue such a young man? The six-eared macaque and others stifled their laughter at his boldness. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva was unaware of Jiang Lu's background as a monk, she maintained a pleasant demeanor for the sake of her plans. You have misunderstood, venerable monk. The elderly woman clarified. I am not seeking a match for myself, but rather for my 3 daughters, Jinxian, Ai, and Lian. Daughters, please come forth. At her call, 3 charming young maidens emerged from the inner chamber, their beauty captivating. Jinxian, Ai, and Lian possessed radiant complexions and enchanting figures, their movements graceful and alluring, evoking admiration. Daughters, greet our esteemed guests, the old woman encouraged. The 3 young women placed their hands on their waists and bowed gracefully. Indeed, quite impressive, Jiang Lu remarked, munching on seeds with keen interest. Your daughters are truly stunning, he praised, eliciting a hearty laugh from the elderly woman, who seemed delighted by the compliment. However, Jiang Lu paused thoughtfully. What is it? The elderly woman inquired. It is merely that they are somewhat overdressed. My old eyes struggle to see clearly. Jiang Lu quipped nonsensically. Did you not just claim to be 20? You cannot already be losing your sight. As a monk, your lustful thoughts suggest you are deeply ensnared by worldly desires, indeed in need of spiritual purification, the elderly woman pondered silently. Aha, you jest, venerable monk, she replied, attempting to smooth over the awkwardness. These are my 3 precious daughters. Might any of you esteemed monks consider marrying into our family? We possess great wealth and abundance, far superior to the arduous journey to the west for scriptures. Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque and Sha monk adopted resolute expressions. Our pilgrimage to the west is driven by a desire to enlighten the world. No hardship can sway our determination, Sha monk stated. Same here, the 6-eared macaque added, grinning as he scratched behind his ear. At that moment, Zhu Beiji spoke up. Esteemed elder, I have a humble request. Speak plainly, venerable monk, the elderly woman replied. Look at my robust physique. I can protect you and your daughters while also tending to the fields. Since my master and fellow monks have no interest, why not betroth all 3 sisters to me? This way, we can unite as one family and avoid disputes, Zhu Beiji proposed candidly. Just as the elderly woman was processing this unexpected turn, Zhu Beiji continued, if you find your heart stirred, I would not mind including you as well. Imagine the delight of sharing a bed together. Some become reclusive after unrequited love, for no one else can replace their beloved. Others, however, become indiscriminate. For anyone will do since none can fill that void. Zhu Beiji belonged to the latter category. Zhu Beiji, you are truly unappealing yet harbor such lofty ambitions, even seeking to add me to your harem. Just wait until I have dealt with Jiang Lu. I will certainly teach you a lesson, you lecherous swine. The elderly woman silently cursed. The elderly woman believed in destiny and divine will. If one could blindfold themselves and capture her daughters, she would gladly bestow them upon him. She then produced a strip of black cloth from her pocket. Very well, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he approached her. Receiving the black cloth and swiftly tying it around his eyes. Daughters, hide well, the elderly woman instructed. With his eyes covered, Zhu Beiji extended his arms and cautiously advanced. Come, catch me. Jinxian, Ai, and Lian laughed like chimes, teasing him as their handkerchiefs brushed against his nose, keeping him at bay. Despite Zhu Beiji's considerable prowess, he was unable to catch the 3 maidens, who were manifestations of the powerful deities, Lishan Lamu, Puxian Bodhisattva, and Wenshu Bodhisattva. At this moment, Jiang Lu took action. He set his foot down, and the instant it met the ground, Ai, who embodied Puxian Bodhisattva, stumbled and was swiftly seized by Zhu Beiji. Aha, I have succeeded, Zhu Beiji laughed, wrapping his arm around Ai's waist and pulling the blindfold off. Ai, now revealed, appeared bewildered, unsure of how she had been captured so suddenly. Esteemed elder, I have captured Ai. You must not go back on your word, Zhu Beiji proclaimed to the elderly woman. Guanyin Bodhisattva, in her guise as the elderly woman, was initially taken aback but quickly managed to smile. Of course. I believe in seizing opportunities. Let us not delay. Why not have a wedding today? You would relieve me of a concern, Jiang Lu suggested with a sly grin. Indeed, that sounds splendid, Zhu Beiji declared enthusiastically. The elderly woman was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Jiang Lu and Zhu Beiji had completely defied her expectations. As she stood in shock, Jiang Lu rummaged through his belongings and discovered a jar of fine wine sealed with red cloth. Esteemed elder, as the saying goes, each has their aspirations. Since Beiji has chosen to remain, it is only fitting that we offer him our blessings. This wine, brought from the eastern land of Sui, is a token of respect. I hope you will look after my disciple in the future. Jiang Luer lifted the red cloth, and a rich aroma of wine immediately surged forth, enveloping the entire courtyard, causing Zhu Beiji, the six-eared macaque, and Sha Xing to unconsciously swallow their saliva. With a clatter, Jiang Luo seized a large bowl from the table and filled it to the brim before presenting it to the old woman before him. The elderly woman, an incarnation of Guanyin Bodhisattva, cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Luo. She suspected that, given his unpredictable nature, the wine was likely to be tainted. To ensure her safety, Guanyin Bodhisattva released her divine consciousness to meticulously inspect the exquisite wine before her. Huh? It truly is just wine? A hint of perplexity crossed Guanyin's mind as she saw Jiang Luo extending the wine bowl towards her, prompting her to accept it with a hand. Come. I offer you this cup, Jiang Luo urged. Why does the esteemed monk not drink with the old woman? She inquired, still harboring some unease. As the saying goes, there are spirits 3 feet above one's head. As a monk, how could I indulge in wine? Jiang Luo proclaimed with righteous severity. Upon hearing this, the old woman furrowed her brow, a few lines appearing on her forehead. When you were indulging in gluttony, feasting on the roasted yellow wind monster, did you forget you were a monk? However, despite her thoughts, Guanyin Bodhisattva refrained from voicing them, wishing to maintain harmony for the night. Thank you for your kind offer. Esteemed monk, the old woman said, raising the wine bowl to her lips and downing its contents in one go. No wonder it is renowned as exquisite wine from the great Sui. It truly is delightful, she exclaimed sincerely. Haha, dear benefactor, you flatter me. Jiang Luo laughed heartily, refilling the bowl and presenting it again to AI. Come, I toast to your union and a century of harmony. AI glanced at the elderly woman, who gave a slight nod. Thank you, esteemed monk, AI said, accepting the bowl and drinking it down as well. From this day forth, my good disciple will become family with you two sisters. Today is a day of great joy, and you should also celebrate. Come, let us drink this fine wine together. Wishing you both a future filled with peace and harmony. Jiang Luo warmly extended the wine bowl once more. Seeing that the elderly woman and AI had already consumed the exquisite wine, Jinxian and Lian felt reassured and likewise drank every drop of the wine Jiang Luo offered. Beiji, from now on, this family will rely on you for care. Do not be lazy in your duties, Jiang Luo admonished earnestly. Rest assured, master, I will not bring you shame, Zhu Beiji replied with a broad grin. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Jiang Luo truly intended to allow Zhu Beiji to depart from the pilgrimage, living here in carefree bliss? Although both were perplexed, they could not pinpoint the source of their unease. Esteemed monk, please take a rest. I shall prepare a vegetarian meal for everyone, the old woman said with a beaming smile. Thank you, dear benefactor, Jiang Luo replied courteously, performing a respectful gesture. Guanyin Bodhisattva and her old woman guise exchanged glances with Jinxian, AI, and Lian, feeling a sense of reassurance. Though the plan to test Jiang Luo's resolve had deviated from their initial expectations, they had managed to keep him and his companions grounded. Once night fell, they could employ the hidden heaven pearl to temporarily obscure the perception of the heavenly Tao, forcibly sealing Jiang Luo's cultivation and brainwashing him with Buddhist teachings, achieving their goal once and for all. At that moment, they noticed that Sun Wukong and Erlangshan had unexpectedly appeared outside the courtyard. Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji hastened to the door, closely followed by the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing. Close the door. Unleash the hounds. Sun Wukong grinned as he beheld the now utterly disoriented forms of Guanyin, Puxian, Wenshu, and Laojun kicking the dog of heaven into the hall. Greetings, great sage, true monarch. Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji saluted Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. It was only at this moment that the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing grasped that the preceding events had been meticulously orchestrated by Sun Wukong, Jiang Luo, and Zhu Beiji. Guanyin and the others believed they were outsmarting Jiang Luo, when, in fact, they had been thoroughly ensnared by Sun Wukong's cunning. Greetings, great sage, true monarch. The six-eared macaque and Sha Xing, though filled with trepidation, managed to force a smile as they greeted Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded, casting a meaningful glance at the six-eared macaque. He and the six-eared macaque shared a common origin, both being manifestations of the primordial chaos. Upon seeing the six-eared macaque, a desire to consume him surged within, yet Sun Wukong suppressed this impulse. After all, the six-eared macaque still served a purpose, and there would be time to act in the future. Chapter 115. The Bodhisattva's plight. I, the old sun, shall take my leave. You may continue your journey. Sun Wukong instructed Jiang Luer and the others with a decisive tone. Yes, great sage, Jiang Luer replied, bowing respectfully to Sun Wukong. After watching him depart, he remounted the white dragon horse, accompanied by the six-eared macaque, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Sung, embarking once again on the journey to the west. The following day, as dawn broke and sunlight poured into the valley, a piercing scream suddenly reverberated through the heavens, shaking the sky and causing countless leaves to flutter down. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lady of the Li Mountain, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Manjushri Bodhisattva awakened to find themselves battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray. As their senses returned, the events of the previous day began to resurface in their minds. Jiang Luer, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, hell to the heavens, I shall make you pay. Guanyin Bodhisattva seethed, her teeth clenched, consumed by a desire for vengeance against Jiang Luer, Sun Wukong, and the others. Meanwhile, Lady of the Li Mountain, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stood frozen, unable to comprehend the reality before them. They had been plotting how to outmaneuver Jiang Luer and his companions after nightfall, only to find themselves outwitted by their own folly. Let us go to the Flower Fruit Mountain and flay that wretched monkey, Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a fierce, fiery glare. Guanyin, for now, temper your wrath. We must not act impulsively, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva urged, her divine light shimmering as she spoke. What impulsiveness! The sages have declared that should Sun Wukong's master interfere in the journey to the west, the Tao ancestor would intervene. Without his backing, do you believe we cannot handle this monkey? Guanyin Bodhisattva retorted. Indeed, the sage has said so, but since Sun Wukong and the others dared to act, they may very well have left contingencies, such as a recording stone. If we confront them and Sun Wukong were to reveal the recorded evidence to the three realms, the consequences would be unimaginable. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva cautioned. As it stands, Sun Wukong is indeed crafty and utterly unprincipled. If he is capable of using the howling dog against us, exposing the recording stone to put us in the spotlight of the three realms is entirely plausible, she continued. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression faltered. If what Samantabhadra Bodhisattva suggested were to come to pass, they might be forced to seek refuge in another world. Are we to endure this humiliation? She thought, her heart filled with indignation. My suggestion is to bide our time, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva advised. The journey to the west may last 3 to 5 years, or even over a decade. Once the journey concludes, as the planner of this undertaking, you will undoubtedly accrue immense merit from the heavenly Tao. Even if you cannot attain saintly status, you will become a formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. At that point, dealing with Sun Wukong will be a mere trifle. Indeed, by then, perhaps the Tao ancestor Hongjun will have already dealt with Sun Wukong's master. When you choose to act, it will be effortless and pleasurable, Manjushri Bodhisattva added. Guanyin Bodhisattva pondered their words and found them to be quite reasonable, allowing her anger to gradually subside. I shall endure this once. When the journey concludes, the cries of Sun Wukong shall echo through the three realms. She vowed through gritted teeth. Very well, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and Manjushri Bodhisattva exchanged glances, silently agreeing to suppress their grievances for the time being. Return to your own sanctuaries for now. Should I require your assistance in the future, I shall summon you, Guanyin Bodhisattva instructed, taking a few deep breaths to resolve to keep this matter to herself. Understood. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others nodded, refraining from bringing up the issue any further. Alas, what a pity it is to have squandered the precious celestial pearl bestowed by the sage, Guanyin Bodhisattva lamented, raising her left hand to reveal the once resplendent pearl, now dimmed and marred with cracks, transformed into a dull stone. Reflecting on the failed plans orchestrated by the Buddhist order, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a surge of anxiety. I must hasten to report this to the spiritual mountain, she resolved, recognizing that the next challenge awaited at the Wuzhuang temple, where even Jiang Luer and Sun Wukong would find it difficult to stir trouble before the great deity Zenyuanzi. With this thought, she opened a portal through space and returned to the spiritual mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Luer and his companions continued their westward journey. After a few days, they beheld a magnificent mountain rising majestically into the sky, shrouded in clouds and mist. Indeed, it was a paradise. The white cranes come to roost in the cypress trees. The dark apes hang from the vines, the sun illuminates the clearwoods, where countless strands of crimson mist encircle, the winds stir the shadowy ravines. Where myriad paths of colorful clouds soar, the eerie birds cry amid the green bamboo, while the golden pheasants battle amongst the wildflowers. What a splendid place! Zhu Beiji exclaimed, his heart filled with admiration. Master, Although this mountain diverges somewhat from our path to the west, such a celestial abode must surely be home to ancient powers. Why not pay them a visit? The six-eared macaque suggested, subtly guiding Jiang Luer and the others toward Guanyin Bodhisattva's orchestrated calamity. Jiang Luer, riding the white dragon horse, cast a discerning glance at the six-eared macaque, having already seen through its ulterior motives without exposing them. Very well, Jiang Luer replied, nodding subtly. The six-eared macaque beamed with delight and quickly led the white dragon horse toward the towering mountain. This mountain was known as Huaguo Mountain, the sanctuary of the ancient deity Xinyuanzi. Among the 3,000 earthly visitors, Xinyuanzi was not only immensely powerful, possessing a cultivation level at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, but also held dominion over one of the three divine texts, the Earth Book. He had once protected humanity during the ancient demon slaughters, earning the reverence of humankind as the Earth Ancestor. Huaguo Mountain towered to immeasurable heights, its beauty complemented by a treacherous ascent filled with bizarre rocks. Only the white dragon horse, transformed from the Dragon King of the West Sea, could carry Jiang Luer upward. A common steed would have perished long before reaching the summit. After a grueling climb of 7 days, Jiang Luer and his companions finally reached the peak of Huaguo Mountain. Atop the mountain stood a magnificent palace, lofty and ethereal, its pavilions shrouded in Danxia clouds, exuding an air of majesty that rivaled even the Lingxiao Palace. Master, we have arrived, the six-eared macaque joyfully announced to Jiang Luer. In Guanyin Bodhisattva's plan, this trial was to be staged in collaboration with the ancient deity Xinyuanzi. Even with Jiang Luer restored to his Daluo level of cultivation, he would be no match for Xinyuanzi's might. The 81 tribulations set forth by Guanyin Bodhisattva were now about to unfold. Jiang Luer nodded in acknowledgement, dismounting and striding toward the entrance of the Wuzhuang Temple, followed closely by Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng, while the six-eared macaque hurried off to secure the horse. As the grand doors of the Wuzhuang Temple swung open, 2 young acolytes, appearing no older than 12 or 13, clad in azure robes and adorned with topknots and horn braids, emerged from within. We are the disciples of Wuzhuang Temple, Feng and Mingwei. It is an honor to meet the esteemed master. Please, come inside and sit. They greeted Jiang Luer and his companions with a respectful bow. Are you aware of our arrival? Jiang Luer inquired. My master informed me prior to his departure that an old friend from 500 years ago would be visiting, and instructed us to extend our warmest hospitality, Feng Tongzi replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luer nodded. Indeed, during his time as a golden cicada, he had exchanged a few words with Xinyuanzi. Master, esteemed monks, please enter. Feng and Mingwei, the 2 young acolytes, stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully to Jiang Luer and his companions. Thank you for your efforts, Jiang Luer said as he adjusted his attire and stepped into Wuzhuang Guan. Though Wuzhuang Guan lacked the ostentatious grandeur of intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, it exuded an ancient charm, with evergreen trees lining the pathways and various ethereal birds flitting about, imparting a sense of a celestial abode. Guided by Feng and Mingwei, Jiang Luer and the others entered the main hall of Wuzhuang Guan. The hall featured a vibrant inscription of heaven and earth in the center, adorned with a scarlet incense table upon which rested a pair of golden incense burners, emitting wisps of smoke that spiraled towards the 33 heavens. With his left hand, Jiang Luer lit incense and offered 3 bows. Master, why are there no statues of the 3 pure ones in this temple? Only the inscription of heaven and earth, Zhu Beiji inquired. At this, Qingfeng's face illuminated with pride. My master once shared the teachings with the 3 pure ones. Even if they were to meet, they would merely address each other as fellow Taoists, rendering worship unnecessary. Zhu Beiji nodded in understanding. Esteemed elders, thank you for your patience, Mingwei announced as he served tea, with Qingfeng passing the cups to Jiang Luer, Lu Ermi Ho, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Seng in turn. What are these peculiar fruits that resemble children? Zhu Beiji observed, noticing 2 small, infant-like objects on the tray. These are called ginseng fruits, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots of the 3 realms. They bloom every 3,000 years, bear fruit every 3,000 years, and mature only after 10,000 years, yielding a mere 30 fruits, Feng explained. The fruits resemble infants, complete with limbs and features. If one has the fortune to merely smell a fruit, they may live for 360 years, consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years. Before departing, my master specifically instructed us to present 2 for you to savor. Feng and Mingwei elaborated to Jiang Luer. Oh, I see, Zhu Beiji acknowledged, smacking his lips. He had heard of the ginseng fruit, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, but had never had the opportunity to enjoy it until now. With Chief Feng and Mingwei presenting 2 ginseng fruits, he was eager to experience their flavor. "Master, please indulge," Mingwei offered, presenting the tray before Jiang Luo, curious to witness his astonishment. After all, the ginseng fruits bore an uncanny resemblance to swaddled infants, and they believed Jiang Luo, a mere mortal monk, would surely be taken aback, his complexion paling in shock. Chapter 116. A great black pot awaits. However, what Qing Feng and Mingwei did not anticipate was that Jiang Luo, without a hint of hesitation, seized the ginseng fruit from the tray and devoured it in just a few bites. Indeed, it was delightfully crisp, reminiscent of chicken. "Why not bring me another 100 or 80 of these for my disciples to savor?" Jiang Luo remarked, seemingly unable to discern its flavor. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Mingwei were struck with disbelief, their foreheads adorned with a few dark lines. They had not expected that the reincarnated monk Jiang Luo, as described by Lord Jinyuan, would possess such audacity. Furthermore, to suggest wanting 100 or 80 ginseng fruits. Was he mistaking them for cabbages? The high monk jested. "This ginseng fruit tree bears only 30 fruits once every 10,000 years. Our Lord instructed us merely to present 2 for the high monk's tasting. We have no authority to distribute any more." "Very well," Jiang Luo nodded. "Esteemed elders and high monks, your accommodations have been arranged in the left wing of the courtyard, and the door has been opened for you," Chief Feng announced. "Thank you. You may return to your duties," Jiang Luo replied. After Chief Feng and Mingwei departed, Zhu Beiji gazed at the empty tray that had held the ginseng fruits, smacking his lips in evident longing, craving a taste. Lord Jinyuan is rather stingy. A mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment for a being of his caliber. To limit us to just 2 ginseng fruits is quite unfair, he grumbled, plopping down on a nearby bench. "Second brother, I believe one should learn to be content. The great Jinyuan has only crossed paths with us, and it is already commendable of him to offer 2 ginseng fruits," the earnest Shaseng advised. "Lu'er, the ginseng fruit tree must surely be in the backyard. Why don't you and I?" Zhu Beiji began to entice son Wukong. "Beiji, a monk must not act disrespectfully," Jiang Luo interjected sternly, rising to his feet. "Yes, master." Zhu Beiji shrank back, silenced by the reprimand. "This Mount Wanshou towers immensely, and I find myself quite fatigued even atop my steed. Since Lord Jinyuan is not present, let us rest here for the night and set forth at dawn." Jiang Luo instructed Zhu Beiji and the others before exiting the main hall to retire in the quarters arranged by Chief Feng and Mingwei. As night fell, Jiang Luo lay on a bamboo mat, softly snoring. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji quietly sat up and nudged the slumbering Lu'er. "Lu'er?" Zhu Beiji called. Lu'er woke with a start, his eyes wary upon seeing Zhu Beiji. "What is it?" Zhu Beiji glanced at Jiang Luo to confirm he was in deep slumber before lowering his voice. "Lu'er, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots in the 3 realms, the ginseng fruit tree, must surely be in the backyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Shall we not go and pluck a few for a taste?" Lu'er's heart stirred at the prospect. On one hand, Guanyin Bodhisattva had indeed sanctioned such an endeavor. On the other, though he was a disciple of the Saint of Propositions, his cultivation was merely that of a Tai golden immortal. Eating a few ginseng fruits might significantly elevate his powers. That might not be wise. The great Jinyuan is no trifling opponent. If he discovers we have pilfered his ginseng fruits, we shall be in grave trouble. Lu'er feigned reluctance. "You worry too much. A being of Jinyuan's caliber, at the peak of quasi-sainthood, perceives a millennium as merely a day. He could be away for tens of thousands of years. By the time he returns, the ginseng fruits will have already regrown," Zhu Beiji continued to coax. Lu'er stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Master said we would depart from Wuzhuang Temple at dawn. Tonight is our last chance. I will create a distraction while you gather the fruits." "Very well, it is settled then. Those 2 boys are cunning. You must keep a close watch," Lu'er resolved. "Fear not. I, Shu, shall see it through." Zhu Beiji thumped his chest confidently. "Let us proceed quietly." So as not to disturb Master and Sha Sing, Lu'er advised, surprised by Zhu Beiji's willingness to collaborate in this endeavor. The 2 departed the quarters stealthily, splitting their paths, Zhu Beiji to observe Chief Feng and Mingwei, while Lu'er flew toward the backyard of Wuzhuang Temple. The architecture within Wuzhuang Temple was a sprawling labyrinth, grand and imposing, adorned with intricate corridors and various formations. Yet, Lu'er cautiously infiltrated the backyard. The ginseng fruit was indeed a rare treasure. With only 30 fruits ripening over 10 millennia, Jiang Luo had consumed 2, leaving 28. setting aside one each for Beiji and Sha Sang. The rest would be entirely for Lu Er, who hoped to break through a minor realm. As Lu Er reveled in his thoughts, he summoned his golden staff, for Guanyin had informed him that only golden instruments could harvest the ginseng fruits. However, upon reaching the backyard, he was petrified by the sight before him. The once majestic ginseng fruit tree, towering thousands of feet, lay toppled upon the ground, its branches shattered and leaves scattered. Its vibrant emerald leaves shimmered like jade, and the trunk bore intricate patterns resembling a dragon, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clearly, this was the ginseng fruit tree, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots in the three realms. How could this be? Who dared to do such a thing? Lu Er's mind raced in turmoil. The ginseng fruit tree was the lifeblood of Jinyuan. Lu Er stood frozen in shock, his thoughts swirling. Although Guanyin's plan had been to topple the ginseng fruit tree, as an innate spiritual root, it was not so fragile. Even if slightly drained of vitality, it could recover with divine water. Yet now, it appeared not only fallen but utterly drained of essence. The tree began to visibly yellow, and the ethereal patterns on its trunk and leaves faded away. Just as Lu Er stood bewildered, a sharp voice rang out, "You audacious monkey, refusing to eat the ginseng fruits by day, yet you dare to topple the tree at night." Startled, Lu Er turned to see Qing Feng and Mingyue glaring at him in fury. "It's not what you think. Allow me to explain. I did not topple the ginseng fruit tree," Lu Er hastily protested. Qing Feng and Mingyue exchanged glances, then eyed the golden staff in Lu Er's hand. "Humph. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Wait until our Lord returns to see how he punishes you," they coldly declared. The ginseng fruit tree is the lifeblood of the immortal Xinyuanzi, with some even claiming it to be his original form prior to transformation. Now that the ginseng fruit tree has been utterly destroyed, it is inevitable that Xinyuanzi will soon return to Wuzhuang Temple. "It's over. I must flee immediately." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face turned ashen. Although his current cultivation level is not particularly high, he has survived since ancient times. He vividly recalls the madness of Xinyuanzi after the demise of the Red Cloud ancestor at the hands of the likes of Zhuanti and Jian, as well as the Kuanping ancestor. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Tai possessing one of the three innate supreme treasures, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the entire demon court would likely have been reduced to ruins by Xinyuanzi's wrath. Faced with the impending fury of Xinyuanzi, the six-eared macaque disregarded everything else and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky from the back courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple, vanishing into the horizon. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, the six-eared macaque streaked across the night sky at astonishing speed, with the world, mountains, and rivers rushing beneath him. Though he was still bewildered and unaware of the true nature of the ginseng fruit tree, he had no time for contemplation, longing only to return to Mount Ling and seek refuge with the Buddha Maitreya and others. After all, Sun Wukong had completely extricated himself from the machinations of the Buddhist sect, leaving only him to fill Wukong's position and assist the sect in its journey to the west. Upon returning to Mount Ling, he might find a glimmer of hope. After flying for several hours, the six-eared macaque noticed the distance to Mount Ling diminishing, causing his previously anxious heart to ease somewhat. Perhaps Xinyuanzi was preoccupied with something else, he mused. However, as he continued his flight, a sudden sense of unease washed over him, as though the entire world was flying backward alongside him. Turning back, he was instantly struck with terror, every hair on his body standing on end, nearly causing his soul to escape. Behind him loomed a colossal figure, towering to immeasurable heights, formed from countless swirling patterns, emanating an aura of infinite majesty, making even the stars from beyond the realm appear as mere specks. What filled the six-eared macaque with dread was the sight of that immense figure raising its right hand, the sleeve of which seemed to absorb the entirety of the realm surrounding him. The technique, sleeve universe. The six-eared macaque had long heard of Xinyuanzi's ability, a divine power infused with the laws of space. When he listened to the explanation from the saint of the Western Paradise, he had once harbored a yearning to witness it firsthand. Yet, he never anticipated that today he would become the target of Xinyuanzi's sleeve universe. Six-eared macaque, you have committed an egregious error, and now you wish to escape? Xinyuanzi's voice resonated behind him, thunderous and filled with an overwhelming presence that instilled the utmost fear in the six-eared macaque. "Bodhisattva, save me," he cried out, thrashing desperately, employing every ounce of strength as if he were a leaf caught in an ocean whirlpool. Nevertheless, despite exerting all his efforts, he remained merely a weakling of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Even after flying for hours from Wuzhuang Temple, he was effortlessly drawn into Xinyuanzi's sleeve, losing consciousness. Time passed. And when the six-eared macaque regained awareness, he found himself tightly bound and imprisoned in the front courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Alongside him were Jiang Luer, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Xing, all similarly restrained. The ropes binding them were artifacts of the three realms, the binding immortal ropes, which could not be escaped by those beneath the great Luo golden immortal realm. Sha Xing appeared terrified. Zhu Beiji's expression was somewhat abnormal, while Jiang Luer remained calm, even dozing off. Six-eared macaque, do you know your crime? Before them stood a middle-aged man, appearing around 40, glaring at them with fury. His moon-white robe rustled, a purple-gold crown shimmering with celestial authority atop his head, his eyes deep and inscrutable like the ancient rivers of stars. The moon-white robe was embroidered with celestial bodies, swirling as he strode, resembling genuine stars in motion. This man was Xinyuanzi, an ancient powerhouse who had once listened to teachings alongside the six saints in the Purple Cloud Palace. As a primordial ancestor and a mighty being of the three realms, Xinyuanzi was typically composed, even unflinching in the face of calamity. Yet now, his face was etched with fury, flames flickering in his eyes. What caused the six-eared macaque even greater disquiet was the sight of Xinyuanzi wielding a long whip, glaring at him with predatory intent, as though the whip could strike him at any moment. Great Immortal, it's all a misunderstanding. I, the six-eared macaque, would never dare to harm your ginseng fruit tree, he quickly explained, fearing that in a fit of rage, Xinyuanzi might smite him with a single blow. Dare not. Did this seat's ginseng fruit tree fall of its own accord? Xinyuanzi replied coldly. He had indeed agreed to cooperate with the Buddhist sect to stage a performance, hoping to gain some heavenly merit upon the conclusion of their journey to the West. However, he never anticipated that the Buddhist sect would turn their charade into reality, not only uprooting his ginseng fruit tree but also draining it of all its essence. At this point, even the three light divine water in the hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva, or the intervention of Hongjun Laozu, could not revive this top-tier innate spiritual root, one of the 10 greatest in the three realms. The cost of this calamity far exceeded Xinyuanzi's expectations, beyond what any merit could compensate after the journey's end. Even if it meant severing ties with the currently resplendent Buddhist sect, Xinyuanzi was determined to pursue this matter to its conclusion. If the Buddhist sect failed to provide him with a satisfactory answer, then the journey to the West? Nonsense. Today, he would ensure that the entire expedition met its end right here. Chapter 117. The yellow mud wrapped in the crotch faced with the reprimand from Xinyuanzi. The six-eared macaque realized that he was in a dire predicament, akin to being wrapped in yellow mud. Though not dead, he was as good as done for. Resigned. He chose to abandon any struggle and accepted his fate. Jiang Luer. Xinyuanzi's wrath was palpable, especially upon seeing Jiang Luer bound and dozing off, even producing bubbles of mucus from his nose. This only fueled his anger further, and he shouted loudly. Jiang Luer jolted awake, his eyes flying open. The six-eared macaque, Sha Xing, and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, secretly astonished. What kind of nerve did one need to sleep in such a setting? Jiang Luer. As the saying goes, a child's lack of education is the parent's fault. You have failed to instruct your disciple, allowing the six-eared macaque to topple my ginseng fruit tree. I shall be the first to punish you. Xinyuanzi advanced toward Jiang Luer, brandishing his whip. Senior Xinyuanzi speaks the truth. This matter indeed falls upon my shoulders. Jiang Luer responded gallantly, showing no intention of evading punishment. Please, do not hold back. If I must perish beneath your whip, then it is a fate I deserve. Xinyuanzi, taken aback by Jiang Luer's audacity and sense of responsibility, regarded him with newfound respect. However, the thought of his lifeless ginseng fruit tree reignited Xinyuanzi's fury. Jiang Luer, prepare for my whip. He raised the whip high, and with his peak quasi-saint cultivation and wrathful intent, the strike would undoubtedly take half of Jiang Luer's life. Yet, Jiang Luer remained composed, not uttering a single plea for mercy. Taoist friend Xinyuanzi. Just as Xinyuanzi's whip was about to descend, a melodious voice echoed from outside the gates of Wuzhuang Temple. Bodhisattva! Bodhisattva! The six-eared macaque's eye sparkled, relief flooding through him. In the presence of the furious Xinyuanzi, Jiang Luer, with his Daluo golden immortal status, might withstand a couple of lashes, but the six-eared macaque, being merely a golden immortal, could easily be struck dead by one. The arrival of Guanyin Bodhisattva instantly ignited hope for survival in the six-eared macaque. In contrast to the excitement of the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing, Jiang Luer's expression remained unperturbed. He understood that as the destined individual on this journey to the West, The Buddhist order was counting on him to complete it, to spread the Dharma eastward, and to elevate Buddhism. Even the likes of Kunti and Jain awaited the conclusion of this expedition for the heavenly merit to descend, to settle their karmic debts. Thus, the Buddhist order would never allow him to meet his end. Even if he were to tear the heavens apart, they would dutifully clean up after him. This unwavering certainty emboldened him to topple the ginseng fruit tree and secure its essence before shifting the blame onto the six-eared macaque. Guanyin, come in and speak. Jin Yuanzi commanded, gazing unceremoniously toward the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Soon, Guanyin Bodhisattva, clad in a flowing white gown and holding a jade bottle, entered. However, her gait appeared slightly off. Taoist friend Jin Yuanzi, why are you so enraged? Guanyin inquired, sensing the disturbance caused by Jin Yuanzi's earlier display of fury, which had reverberated across the three realms. If it were merely an act, there would be no need for such unbridled anger. Why am I angry? My ginseng fruit tree has been destroyed. How can you ask that? Jin Yuanzi struggled to contain his wrath. Seems you're quite immersed in your role, Guanyin thought. Amused by Jin Yuanzi's earnestness in his performance for the sake of heavenly merit post-journey. Taoist friend Jin Yuanzi, within this jade bottle lies the supreme healing elixir, the three light divine water. With this water, the ginseng fruit tree can surely be revived, Guanyin announced, lifting the jade bottle with a hint of pride. After all, this divine water was renowned throughout the realms for its unparalleled healing properties, capable of restoring even the most desolate remains to life. Revive it? Humph. If you truly possess such power, not only will I cease my pursuit, but I will also grant you all future ginseng fruits, Jin Yuanzi retorted coldly. Sweeping his arm to fling open the back gate, Guanyin gazed in that direction, her expression paling instantly. The once flourishing ginseng fruit tree now stood barren, its leaves fallen, resembling a lifeless stump devoid of vitality. This. Guanyin turned her gaze to the six-eared macaque. While she had instructed him to topple the tree, she never intended for him to be so ruthless as to completely kill it. The ginseng fruit tree was Jin Yuanzi's lifeline, a fact well known across the three realms. Hence his furious outburst. Under Guanyin's accusatory gaze, the six-eared macaque felt utterly speechless, unable to voice his grievances. After all, Qi Feng Mingwei had witnessed him wielding the golden hoop in the back courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Taoist friend Jin Yuanzi, surely we can discuss this. Despite her reluctance, Guanyin forced a rather painful smile, knowing that the expedition was crucial to the Buddhist order's interests. If Jin Yuanzi, in a fit of rage, were to act recklessly and cause chaos, it would jeopardize the well-being of all within the Buddhist community. Discuss? Discuss your mother. Jin Yuanzi unleashed a swift slap. Smack. The sound of the resounding slap echoed. Guanyin was sent flying like a shooting star, disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind a few bloody teeth. Well, she flew quite high, Jiang Luer remarked with admiration. Jin Yuanzi's gaze turned sharply toward Jiang Luer. Although Jiang Luer, in his past life as Jin Shanzi, held some connection to him, the pain of losing his beloved ginseng fruit tree overshadowed any such regard as he raised his whip once more. My master is delicate and cannot endure such punishment. Allow me, Zhu Beiji, to take his place. My skin is tough and resilient. As Jin Yuanzi's whip was poised to strike, Zhu Beiji stepped forward, eager to accept the punishment on Jiang Luer's behalf. Jiang Luo looked at Zhu Beiji, his expression shifting slightly. Indeed, adversity reveals true companionship. He hadn't anticipated that Zhu Beiji would voluntarily offer to bear the punishment in front of the peak quasi-Saint Jin Yuanzi. It seemed that Zhu Beiji had genuinely come to regard him as a master. Today's events are indeed a result of my lack of guidance. I shall take this lash myself, Jiang Luer declared. Given Zhu Beiji's sincerity, he could not allow his devoted disciple to suffer in his stead. Master, do not fear. My skin is tough. I can endure it, Zhu Beiji grinned, reassuring Jiang Luer. Enough of this. Since you both wish to take the lashes, I shall oblige. Jin Yuanzi scoffed, and in a flash, he struck each of them with a whip. A crisp sound echoed as the whip struck, leaving two deep gashes on Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji's bodies, blood oozing profusely and staining their garments. Master, are you all right? Despite his own excruciating pain, Zhu Beiji, pale as paper, was primarily concerned for Jiang Luer, fearing that the lash could have dire consequences. Foolish disciple, I am unscathed, Jiang Luer reassured him. Observing the commotion, Lu Er Mi Ho and Sha Sung reveled in the misfortune of Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji, who both bore the brunt of the punishment without escaping unscathed. Though the disciples have erred, the master is not blameless. Yet, as your master suffers, you show no inclination to defend him. Your guilt is compounded. just as Lu Ermiho and Sha Xing savored their hidden glee. The icy voice of Jin Yuanzi rang in their ears once more. Before they could even feel fear, Jin Yuanzi delivered 5 lashes to each of them, causing them to faint from the pain. Though Jin Yuanzi was infuriated over the matter of the ginseng fruit tree, he still held a degree of admiration for the bond between Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji. In contrast, Lu Ermiho and Sha Xing, despite their concealed delight, were seen through by Jin Yuanzi. He despised those lacking in loyalty and sentiment, and thus bestowed upon them a rapid succession of 5 lashes. Even the white dragon horse tethered in the front yard was not spared, receiving a strike in Jin Yuanzi's wrath. Jin Yuanzi had been somewhat lenient with Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji, but his fury towards Guanyin Bodhisattva, the puppet master behind the scenes, culminated in a resounding slap that sent her flying from Wuzhuang Temple to the spiritual mountain, landing directly in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, Maitreya Buddha was imparting wisdom to a gathering of Buddhas and Arhats, filling the temple with an air of sanctity. However, Guanyin's abrupt entrance shattered this solemnity, leaving all present in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting confusion as they questioned how Guanyin Bodhisattva, a figure of such esteemed rank, could appear in such a disheveled state. Feeling the intense gazes upon her, she hastily rose, attempting to compose herself. Jin Yuanzi, how dare you treat this humble monk with such disrespect? Upon my ascension to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, I shall seek retribution for this affront. Clutching her swollen cheek, her heart seethed with resentment. Having always held a position of prestige, she had never endured such humiliation. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, the journey to the west was of paramount importance to all within the Buddhist realm, and she knew she must devise a plan to rescue Jiang Luer and his companions from Jin Yuanzi's grasp. Guanyin Bodhisattva, what has transpired to leave you in such a state? Maitreya Buddha's booming voice resonated throughout the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Revered Buddha, a mishap has occurred with the journey to the west team at Jin Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple. Guanyin Bodhisattva replied with hands clasped, bowing to Maitreya while tending to her injuries. A mishap at Wuzhuang Temple? Maitreya and the assembled Buddhas exchanged astonished glances. They were aware that Jiang Luo had regained his strength, making him formidable. However, Jin Yuanzi was a powerful figure at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Having previously agreed to cooperate with the Buddha's plans, it seemed implausible that any unforeseen events could arise. Originally, our plan involved Lu Ermiho toppling Jin Yuanzi. Guanyin began, but she was interrupted by a fit of coughing, clearly affected by Jin Yuanzi's earlier blow. Lu Ermiho toppling Jin Yuanzi? The assembled Buddhas exchanged uneasy glances, astonished by the audacity of Guanyin's proposal. Jin Yuanzi, for the sake of cosmic merit, had shown considerable restraint, allowing even the skin of the swallow to slip away. The ginseng fruit tree was toppled by Lu Ermiho. Guanyin continued after regaining her composure, and the Buddha's expressions shifted to one of understanding. Jin Yuanzi, being an ancient power, would likely not resort to unscrupulous measures for gain. Maitreya Buddha felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Guanyin's words had been ill-timed, easily misconstrued. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, Guanyin hastily clarified, however, upon my arrival, I discovered that Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree had not only been toppled by Lu Ermiho, but was entirely lifeless. Even if I were to expend all the divine water in my jade bottle, it would likely be of no avail. This prompted Jin Yuanzi's overwhelming fury, leading to the detention of Jiang Luer and his companions at Wuzhuang Temple. I intended to mediate with Jin Yuanzi, yet he sent me flying to the Great Thunder Sound Temple with a single strike. Chapter 118. An apology. The Bodhisattva Guanyin recounted the origins and developments of the situation with eloquence. Upon hearing her words, the Buddha present collectively gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the audacity of the six-eared macaque to the extent of extinguishing the life force of Jin Yuanzi. Maitreya Buddha furrowed his brow, recognizing that the complexity of the matter far exceeded his expectations. In the absence of the sage's ability to intervene in the 3 realms, Jin Yuanzi, wielding the Earth Book, was among the most formidable beings. Even if he personally sought forgiveness at Wuzhuang Temple, the outcome would likely be no better than that of Guanyin. Do not panic. I shall contact the sages to seek their guidance, Maitreya Buddha reassured the anxious assembly. Guanyin felt a slight sense of relief at Maitreya's intention to reach out to the sages. As the saying goes, when the heavens collapse, there are tall figures to bear the weight. The dual saints of Buddhism, aside from the master of Sun Wukong, should be able to resolve other matters with ease. After concluding his words, Maitreya closed his eyes and ventured into a trance, seeking counsel from the sages of enlightenment. Moments later, he opened his eyes with an air of resignation and sighed heavily. What did the sages decree? Guanyin asked, her heart racing with anticipation. The sages have determined that at this juncture, we must offer Zenyuanzi the Bodhi tree of Buddhism as compensation to quell his anger and ensure the safety of the journey to the West team, Maitreya replied solemnly. What? The countenances of the various Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats within the great Thunder Sound temple paled at this pronouncement. The Bodhi tree, akin to the ginseng fruit tree, ranks among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the three realms and represents the very visage of Buddhism, being the original form of the sage of enlightenment before his transformation. Furthermore, the current flourishing of Buddhism, surpassing even the teachings of humanity, the Chan school, and the heavenly court, could be attributed to the Bodhi tree and its sacred fruits. Although the Bodhi fruit does not confer immediate elevation and cultivation like the ginseng fruit or Huaguo Li, it aids beings in enlightenment and enhances their spiritual growth. Now, this treasured possession of Buddhism was to be surrendered to Zenyuanzi, even though they understood this was the decree of the sage of enlightenment. The assembly felt a profound sense of reluctance. The paramount concern for Buddhism at present was to ensure the successful completion of the journey to the West, thereby promoting the flourishing of the faith. Everything else could be temporarily cast aside. Maitreya spoke again to provide comfort. It is merely a temporary sacrifice. The assembly stirred at his words, grasping the underlying implication. Although Zenyuanzi was currently among the most powerful beings in the three realms, this was contingent upon the sages being restricted. Should the Tao ancestor lift the ban and the sages of enlightenment return, the Bodhi tree could indeed be reclaimed. For now, it was merely a matter of lending the tree to stabilize Zenyuanzi. Guanyin, this matter falls to you. Above all, ensure the safety of the travelers. As for the transgressions of the six-eared macaque, let us not pursue them for the time being, Maitreya emphasized once more. Yes, Buddha, Guanyin nodded. Departing from the great Thunder Sound Temple and soaring towards the summit of Mount Ling, traversing the 8 treasures pool and the bamboo grove of pure roots, Guanyin arrived before the Bodhi tree, towering at 10,000 zhang. Each leaf shimmered with vitality, radiating a divine glow and intricate patterns of mystery. Simply approaching it granted Guanyin a sense of clarity and enlightenment. After gathering all the Bodhi fruits from the tree, she shrank the towering Bodhi tree to the size of a willow twig, placing it into her pure jade bottle, and then opened a portal to fly towards Wuzhuang Temple. In an instant, the portal opened at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, and Guanyin stepped through. Despite having been struck and humiliated by Zenyuanzi, she suppressed her resentment for the sake of Buddhism's mandate and her own interests. With a forced smile akin to a chrysanthemum, she called out towards the interior of Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi, fellow Taoist. I have come to offer my sincere apologies and hope for your magnanimity in providing Buddhism a chance to make amends after a moment of anxious waiting. The doors of Wuzhuang Temple creaked open. Guanyin exhaled inwardly, rising upon a white cloud into the temple. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Jiang Luer and others bound, and before them stood a massive cauldron of oil. It appeared that Zenyuanzi intended to coat the six-eared macaque in breadcrumbs and egg wash, frying him to a golden crisp, while planning to turn Zhu Beiji into crispy pork belly. The six-eared macaque and Zhu Beiji trembled in fear, sensing Zenyuanzi's gaze upon them. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, all matters can be discussed amicably. I have brought gifts specifically to apologize, Guanyin hastened to reassure him. Zenyuanzi turned to glare coldly at Guanyin. Speak plainly. How does your Buddhism intend to compensate me? If I am unsatisfied, your journey to the West shall end here. Feeling increasingly irked by Zenyuanzi's brusque demeanor, Guanyin struggled to maintain her composure. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, I understand that the ginseng fruit tree is one of your most treasured possessions. This mishap is indeed a fault of Buddhism, and we express our profound apology. Stop. Just tell me how you plan to compensate, Zenyuanzi interrupted, clearly uninterested in her preamble. Not wanting to prolong the situation further, Guanyin waved her hand, releasing the Bodhi tree from the pure jade bottle. The towering Bodhi tree shot up into the heavens, enveloped in verdant light, showering the surroundings with a cascade of spiritual energy, instantly rejuvenating the atmosphere of Wuzhuang Temple. This is one of the top innate spiritual roots of Buddhism, though it may not hold the same significance as the ginseng fruit tree in your eyes. It is indeed invaluable and represents our sincerity, Guanyin declared, hoping to alleviate tensions. The surrounding figures, including Qing Feng and Ming Wei, gazed in awe at the magnificent Bodhi tree. Astonished to witness such a Buddhist treasure, Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji were equally taken aback, not expecting Buddhism to be so generous. However, the six-eared macaque's expression was anything but normal, fully aware that all present attributed the loss of the ginseng fruit tree to his actions. He feared that even if the journey concluded, he would face dire consequences. At that moment, Guanyin felt a wave of trepidation, uncertain if Xuanyuanzi would accept her offer. Should he refuse, in the absence of the sages, Buddhism would find itself powerless against him. After all, Wuzhuang Temple was Xuanyuanzi's domain, fortified by countless formations. And with the supreme innate treasure, the Earth Book, few beneath the sage level could breach its defenses, even in ancient times. When the sages of enlightenment and others attempted to vanquish the venerable Hongyan, they could only succeed by luring him out of Wuzhuang Temple. The expressions of the crowd varied greatly, yet Xuanyuanzi remained calm, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Very well, he finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the six-eared macaque, Zhu Beiji, Sha Xing, and the white dragon horse all sighed inwardly in relief. Although Xuanyuanzi was reluctant in his heart, the situation had reached its current state, and he had no choice but to proceed. A soft sigh escaped him, reflecting his apparent unwillingness, yet he was resigned to his fate. However, this was merely a fade. Firstly, the ginseng fruit tree was merely an exquisite innate spiritual root acquired by Xuanyuanzi. It was not his original form prior to transformation. Secondly, while the ginseng fruit tree bore fruit only once every 10,000 years, suggesting its rarity, Xuanyuanzi himself was an ancient being, having emerged from the end of the long-on calamity, and had survived for countless eons. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had enough ginseng fruits to fill the entire Wuzhuang Temple. Thus, the prospect of exchanging it for a new Bodhi tree brought him a sense of hidden delight, even though he had to conceal it outwardly. This Bodhi tree, please accept it, my friend, Guanyin Bodhisattva said to Xuanyuanzi, who waved his hand, causing the Bodhi tree to soar into the backyard, planted in the spot where the ginseng fruit tree once stood. Since you have accepted my apologies on behalf of the Buddha, might you release Jiang Luer and the others? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired once more. With a flicker of thought, Xuanyuanzi commanded the binding ropes to detach themselves from Jiang Luer and the others, slithering like ethereal snakes into his ample sleeves. Make haste and leave, Xuanyuanzi admonished, turning his attention away from Jiang Luer and the others. Master, let us depart quickly. The six-eared macaque and the others exclaimed, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve. Agreed, Jiang Luer nodded. The six-eared macaque swiftly led the horse while Sha Xing shouldered the burdens, all departing from Wuzhuang Temple at the fastest pace possible. Upon exiting Wuzhuang Temple, the group wiped the sweat from their brows, gazing back at the temple shrouded in clouds, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. The six-eared macaque was astonished to realize that what was initially a mere performance orchestrated between the Buddhist realm and Xuanyuanzi had almost cost them their lives. Even now, he remained perplexed as to who had sabotaged Xuanyuanzi's ginseng fruit tree at such a crucial moment, inadvertently placing the blame upon him. Although the six-eared macaque had entertained suspicions about Jiang Luer, he had been sound asleep on the couch at the time of the incident. Furthermore, even if Jiang Luer possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, it was implausible for him to have harmed the ginseng fruit tree without detection. Most crucially, had the essence of the ginseng fruit tree been siphoned away by Jiang Luer, Xuanyuanzi, at the peak of quasi-sainthood, would surely have discovered it. Could it have been the mosquito Taoist? The six-eared macaque muttered. The mosquito Taoist was the first of its kind to attain enlightenment, possessing formidable innate abilities. During the final calamity of the Feng era, he had siphoned off 3 grades of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal merit golden lotus, reducing its status from supreme to high grade. The current devastation of the ginseng fruit tree, having been drained of its essence, indeed bore the hallmarks of the mosquito Taoist modus operandi. As the six-eared macaque pondered these thoughts, Guanyin Bodhisattva was unceremoniously expelled from Wuzhuang Temple by Xuanyuanzi. Thank you for your assistance, Bodhisattva. The six-eared macaque quickly approached, eager to curry favor and avoid retribution. Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a glance at the six-eared macaque, harboring resentment within her heart. She had not anticipated that he would be so audacious as to create such a significant mess, resulting in heavy losses for the Buddhist realm and incurring Xuanyuanzi's wrath, which had sent them flying back to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Despite her irritation towards the six-eared macaque, she recognized the necessity of his involvement at this juncture. After all, Jiang Luo had regained his past life's memories and was quite a handful, while Zhu Beiji maintained a rather ambiguous stance. Though Sha Xing had joined the Buddhist cause, his capabilities were limited to the golden immortal realm, rendering him less than useful. Therefore, in this peculiar circumstance, the six-eared macaque's role became exceedingly vital. This incident at Wuzhuang Temple marked the first trial following the commencement of their journey to the west. The remaining challenges in the days ahead would undoubtedly rely on the six-eared macaque to set the pace. No matter, as long as you are unharmed, Guanyin Bodhisattva eventually said, suppressing her anger. Seeing that Guanyin Bodhisattva had not yet sought to hold him accountable, the six-eared macaque breathed a sigh of relief, resolving to work even harder to assist the Buddhist realm in completing their journey to the west as a means of atonement. Thank you, Bodhisattva. As Guanyin Bodhisattva approached Jiang Luer and the others, they all bowed respectfully. However, both Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji wore subtle smiles, their eyes flitting toward the white gown of Guanyin Bodhisattva, suggesting a playful intent. Noticing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt her cheeks flush, recalling the events of the fourth saint's trial of Zen. Nevertheless, as Jiang Luer did not bring it up, she had no intention of stirring the pot. Ah, Jiang Luer, the journey to the west is long and arduous. You must possess a sincere heart in your quest for the Tao to reach the Western paradise and seek the true scriptures to enlighten the world, Guanyin Bodhisattva admonished. I shall heed your words, Bodhisattva, Jiang Luer replied, feigning compliance. After exchanging pleasantries, Guanyin Bodhisattva opened a portal and returned to Mount Ling to report, while Jiang Luer and the others continued on their journey westward. Chapter 119. The Truth After Departing from Mount Wanshou. Jiang Luer and his companions traversed for several months without encountering any fiends or strange creatures. Furthermore, they did not come across any human settlements. The four travelers journeyed through lofty mountains, sleeping beneath the stars and resting upon the earth. As night fell, Jiang Luer and his companions ignited a campfire in the woods and soon drifted into slumber. Suddenly, in the depths of his mind, Zhu Beiji heard Jiang Luer's spiritual communication. Startled, Zhu Beiji realized that Jiang Luer was no ordinary monk, but possessed remarkable cultivation. Master, what are your instructions? Zhu Beiji inquired, regaining his composure. Beiji, the essence of the ginseng fruit tree now resides with me. I shall share a portion of it with you to aid your cultivation. But you must remember to keep this matter confidential, Jiang Luer replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji was once again taken aback. Previously, he had followed Jiang Luer's directive to send the six-eared macaque to steal from the ginseng fruit tree, but the situation escalated dramatically, resulting in the complete destruction of the tree. Although Zhu Beiji had harbored doubts about Jiang Luer's involvement, he concluded that even with cultivation, Jiang Luer could not possibly compare to the peak of the quasi-saint realm, Jin Yuanzi. If Jiang Luer had indeed destroyed the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi would certainly have noticed. What could possibly have transpired? Zhu Beiji pondered, perplexed. There are matters you need not concern yourself with. Yet, since you genuinely regard me as your master, I shall reciprocate with sincere intentions. Jiang Luer's voice resonated once more in his ear. Zhu Beiji felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The master Xuandu, whom he had revered as closest to him, had schemed against him for personal gain. Conversely, Jiang Luer not only divulged this crucial secret, but also offered him a gift of the essence from the ginseng fruit tree to enhance his cultivation. Thank you, master. Zhu Beiji expressed gratefully. With a thought, Jiang Luer conjured a jade-green elixir that appeared in Zhu Beiji's palm, and the two began to jointly refine the essence of the ginseng fruit tree to elevate their cultivation. Meanwhile, within Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Bodhi tree that showered endless rays of light, lost in contemplation. As an ancient, powerful being, he was acutely aware of the characters of the duo, Zhuan-Ti and Jie. During the waning days of the Dragon Han calamity, they had resorted to deceitful tactics, exploiting the weak and enriching themselves, causing great lament among the beings of the primordial wilderness. Had it not been for Hong Jundaozu attaining sainthood and subsequently taking them as disciples in the Zixia Palace, their unscrupulous behavior would have led to their demise long ago. The Bodhi tree was the true form of Zhuan-Ti before his transformation and one of the foremost innate spiritual roots of the three realms. Jin Yuanzi could easily surmise that Zhuan-Ti and Jie could not genuinely wish to present such a treasure freely. Their current actions were merely a temporary strategy. If they were to return to the three realms, the first order of business would be to claim the Bodhi tree. I have complied with Sun Wukong's wishes and participated in this charade with Jiang Luer and the others. I wonder if Sun Wukong will consider recommending me, Jin Yuanzi murmured. At Huaguo Mountain, after effortlessly dispatching the Western Saints, Jin Yuanzi promptly sought out Sun Wukong for a recommendation. However, as they had no prior connection, Sun Wukong merely stated that he would think it over. Upon the resurrection of the ancestral witch Gong, Jin Yuanzi's excitement reached unprecedented heights, prompting him to approach Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong did not provide a direct answer, but offered him an opportunity to assist Jiang Luer in the ruse involving the ginseng fruit. Otherwise, given Jin Yuanzi's peak quasi-saint cultivation, he could not possibly be unaware that the essence of the ginseng fruit tree lay within Jiang Luer's grasp. Moreover, even if Jiang Luer possessed an artifact capable of obscuring all spiritual perception, he could effortlessly trace back the events leading to the ginseng fruit tree's collapse and uncover the true culprit. After much contemplation, Jin Yuanzi resolved to approach Sun Wukong again, presenting the Bodhi tree as a gift, a token of respect for Sun Wukong's master. This could potentially elevate the elder's mood and persuade him to assist in reviving Hongyun Laozu. Furthermore, it would serve as a permanent solution should Xuan Ti and Jie Yin return to the Three Realms. They would never dare to demand the Bodhi tree from Sun Wukong's master, for that would be an invitation to their own demise. With this thought, Jin Yuanzi utilized his sleeve to conceal the Bodhi tree and promptly opened a spatial gateway leading to Huaguo Mountain. Above the water curtain cave at Huaguo Mountain, the spatial portal manifested and Jin Yuanzi emerged. Soon, he was surrounded by two monkeys stationed at the entrance, brandishing their weapons with fierce expressions. "I come to pay my respects to your king. Please convey my message," Jin Yuanzi said with a respectful bow. "There's no need." Just as the monkey guards prepared to enter the cave to deliver the news, Sun Wukong stepped out. "Greetings, great sage," Jin Yuanzi said, bowing to Sun Wukong. Given his cultivation and temperament, he would typically address even a saint as a fellow Taoist. However, Jin Yuanzi had placed all his hopes for reviving Hongyun Laozu upon Sun Wukong, thus adopting a humble demeanor in hopes of securing an opportunity. In ancient times, Hongyun Laozu had acquired the last remnant of primordial purple energy, the foundation of the great Tao, symbolizing a position of sanctity. All ancient powers coveted this essence. Moreover, Xuan Ti and Jie Yin owed a significant debt of gratitude to Hongyun Laozu for a past concession regarding the position of saint. This debt was monumental and impossible to repay. As the saying goes, a long-standing favor can turn into enmity. Jin Yuanzi was well aware that Xuan Ti and Jie Yin had harbored murderous intent towards Hongyun Laozu, which is why he had advised him to remain within Wuzhuang Temple. Both were formidable quasi-saint beings, among the strongest beneath the saints. Together, along with the temple's formidable array, they were nearly invincible. However, centuries later, Jin Yuanzi unexpectedly gained insight into a breakthrough opportunity and, regrettably, entered a deep seclusion. Before his retreat, he had repeatedly warned Hongyun Laozu to never leave Wuzhuang Temple. Hongyun Laozu had agreed, but Jin Yuanzi had not foreseen that Hongyun Laozu's pure and kind nature would be lured out, leading to a confrontation with the likes of Kunpeng Laozu and others, which ultimately forced him to self-destruct. By the time Jin Yuanzi arrived, it was too late. Hongyun Laozu had already perished, with no chance for reincarnation. Although many in the Three Realms speculated that Yun Changzi was the reincarnation of Hongyun Laozu, such rumors were unfounded. Hongyun Laozu, Jin Yuanzi's dearest friend, had vanished forever from antiquity. This loss remained an indelible wound in Jin Yuanzi's heart, causing him profound sorrow that echoed through the ages. Thus, Jin Yuanzi resolved that should an opportunity to revive Hongyun Laozu arise, even if it were but a sliver of hope, he would pursue it without hesitation. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Jin Yuanzi and nodded, not surprised by his arrival. "Great sage, I have completed the tasks you assigned." Jin Yuanzi expressed admiration for Sun Wukong's astute strategies. The events that transpired thereafter mirrored precisely the plans Sun Wukong had previously discussed with him. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be unremarkable. However, in the current tumultuous state of the Three Realms, where the heavenly machinations were chaotic and even the sages could not foresee future events, it held significant weight. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. With Jiang Luer devoted to enlightening humanity, Sun Wukong was determined to reward him with the ginseng fruit tree, which also served the dual purpose of playing a trick on the Buddhist sect. Indeed, the Buddhist sect compensated him with the Bodhi tree. "I wish to present this item to my esteemed predecessor. I kindly request that the great sage Sun introduce me," Jin Yuanzi earnestly implored, his gaze sincere yet filled with trepidation. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a wave of sympathy rise within him. In a world rife with deception, Jin Yuanzi's unwavering feelings for the ancient ancestor Hongyun, even after countless eons, were truly precious. "Very well. I, Sun Wukong, can make the introduction. But whether my master will see you is beyond my guarantee," Sun Wukong replied. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with hope as he stepped forward, his face flushed. Grasping Sun Wukong's furry hand with fervor. Thank you, great sage Sun. Thank you, he exclaimed, shaking Sun Wukong's hand vigorously, his excitement rendering him oblivious to his stature as an ancient power. Ahem. Sun Wukong gently coughed twice as a reminder. Jin Yuanzi quickly regained his composure, realizing his lapse in decorum. My apologies, great sage Sun, he chuckled awkwardly. No harm done. Sun Wukong waved dismissively, understanding Jin Yuanzi's current emotional state. Follow me, he commanded, opening a spatial gateway to Mount Fengsuan once more. Sun Wukong stepped through, followed closely by Jin Yuanzi, who was still apprehensive. In the next moment, they found themselves on Mount Fengsuan. It seems my master is in a good mood today and willing to meet you, Sun Wukong indicated towards the Taoist temple. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, astonished to discover that such an extraordinary being as Sun Wukong's master resided in such a humble abode. In contrast, his own Wuzhuang temple was opulent by comparison. Reflecting on this, Jin Yuanzi acknowledged that the grandeur of Wuzhuang temple was largely driven by his own vanity rather than mere comfort. The great Tao is indeed simple. Even a being of your stature resides in such simplicity, while I have decorated my Wuzhuang temple for the sake of appearances. I understand now, he concluded, experiencing a profound epiphany. Sun Wukong, observing his bewilderment, was left perplexed by Jin Yuanzi's sudden enlightenment before even stepping into the temple. It seems that for the truly powerful, even their flatulence is fragrant. I too aspire to be someone whose every action is revered, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. The door swung open, yet no one was visible. Upon lowering his gaze, Sun Wukong discovered the large yellow dog, the Shikolin, pawing at the door. The esteemed predecessor even keeps pets. Jin Yuanzi mused, only to be startled when the formidable figure of the Shikolin, with its immense body capable of swallowing stars, appeared before him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Yuanzi regained his composure, gazing at the Shikolin with profound reverence. Although he too was a figure of ancient power, the Shikolin had once dominated the primordial world while he was still a fledgling, struggling to survive. Jin Yuanzi had presumed that the Shikolin had perished during the cosmic upheaval at the end of the Dragon Han era. To his astonishment, after countless years, he found himself once again in the presence of such a legendary figure. Although the Shikolin did not project an overtly menacing aura, Jin Yuanzi felt an overwhelming pressure from its mere presence, despite being a peak quasi-saint himself. It was evident that the Shikolin had long surpassed the saintly realm, becoming a being of even greater stature. Greetings, esteemed Shikolin. Both Sun Wukong and Jin Yuanzi bowed in unison. The Shikolin nodded and stepped back, allowing Sun Wukong to fully open the door. Where's my master? Sun Wukong inquired as he entered the temple. The Shikolin gestured towards the pond, and upon looking, Sun Wukong found Yi Feng reclining on a bamboo chair, fishing rod in hand, dozing peacefully. Beside him, Bai Xiao dutifully held an umbrella to shield him from the sun's glare. As Sun Wukong approached the pond, Jin Yuanzi, much like the previous visitors such as Yama and the Jade Emperor, was utterly astonished by the myriad wonders within the temple. The clear manifestation of the 3,000 laws, the primordial earth, and the willow tree that manifested stars with each leaf, among many other extraordinary artifacts, far surpassed his expectations. Previously, he had believed that simplicity was a virtue of his Wuzhuang temple, yet now, in comparison to this temple, his own establishment seemed utterly insignificant, unworthy even to serve as a latrine. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi caught a fleeting glimpse of the Beast Emperor, Shen Enai, from the Beast Emperor dynasty. Though their encounter was brief, witnessing Shen Enai carrying a cracked white jade plate into a cat's den left Jin Yuanzi profoundly shaken, completely overturning his understanding of the world. Chapter 120. The ancient ancestor of Red Cloud. Have you finished being astonished, Zhen Yuanzi? At that moment, the voice of Sun Wukong echoed in Zhen Yuanzi's ear, pulling him back to reality. Sun Wukong was not surprised by Zhen Yuanzi's reaction. After all, even the Jade Emperor and King Yanluo, as well as himself when he first arrived at the Taoist temple, were petrified by fear. Once Zhen Yuanzi regained his composure, he hurriedly followed Sun Wukong to the edge of the pond. Hush. As they approached, Bi Xiao immediately raised her index finger, signaling for silence. The senior is fishing. We must not scare away the fish, she whispered. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Such refined leisure, esteemed senior, Zhen Yuanzi said with a beaming smile, initially intending to flatter, but upon noticing the calm surface of the water, which concealed the tumultuous currents of the river of time. He nearly faltered in fear. The dangers of the river of time were beyond description, even for Xinyuanzi. It was said that even the most exalted sage, Hongjun Daozu, would be consumed entirely if he fell into it. Standing at the pond's edge, Xinyuanzi felt dizzy and weak, nearly leaning against Sun Wukong for support. What kind of being could fish in the river of time for eons? Initially skeptical about this seemingly ordinary yet strikingly handsome man being a supreme existence capable of erasing the Western two saints, Xinyuanzi now held no doubts. Who would dare to fish in the river of time without transcendent powers that defied the heavens? Moreover, when he previously sought Sun Wukong's assistance, he had felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that his master had taken a stance against the vast Xian men. Many beings in the three realms speculated on the strength of Sun Wukong's master compared to Hongjun Daozu, with most believing that even if Sun Wukong's cultivation rivaled that of Hongjun Daozu, he could not withstand the latter's command of the heavenly powers. Though Xinyuanzi was prepared to go to any lengths to resurrect the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud, he still felt a lingering apprehension. However, now he thought, apprehension? What folly! The figure before him was undoubtedly an invincible being capable of erasing even Hongjun Daozu or the heavenly Tao with a mere gesture. If he agreed, resurrecting the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud might be accomplished in the blink of an eye. As Xinyuanzi's thoughts swirled, Bishu proactively greeted him. I pay my respects to Senior Xinyuanzi. As Xinyuanzi held a status equivalent to the three pure ones, Bishu naturally regarded him as a senior. Indeed, it is truly enviable that Miss Bixiao accompanies the esteemed senior here, Xinyuanzi replied courteously. It is merely the senior's kindness, Bixiao replied sweetly. Miss, how long has our master been asleep? Sun Wukong asked softly. He has just fallen asleep. If no fish bite soon, he may sleep for another 2 or 3 hours. Bixiao answered, clearly familiar with Feng's sleeping patterns. Very well, then we shall wait here for our master to awaken. As Sun Wukong prepared to find a seat, the float on the water suddenly began to shake violently, creating ripples across the surface. A catch! A catch! Feng, who had been snoring just a moment ago, abruptly opened his eyes, excitement lighting his face as he began to reel in the line. Sun Wukong, Xinyuanzi, and others turned their gaze toward the pond, eager to see what Feng had caught from the river of time. As the fishing line was drawn in, a red, glowing mass gradually emerged on the water's surface. With a swift motion, Feng pulled the rod, and the hook drew forth a swirling mass of red mist from the river of time. What is this? A cloud of mist? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed, while Bixiao looked equally confused. Only Xinyuanzi's face flushed with excitement, veins bulging as he trembled violently, for he sensed an incredibly familiar and haunting aura emanating from the red mist. Master, how do we consume this? Sun Wukong asked, preparing pots and pans nearby. To his astonishment, the mass of red mist on the hook began to transform, swirling and coalescing into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, with a beard as red as flame. The man appeared equally bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. My old friend. Upon seeing this figure, Xinyuanzi's eyes glistened with tears of joy, his voice trembling. Old friend, what are you doing here? Were you not in seclusion at Wuzhuang Temple? The ancient ancestor of Red Cloud asked, puzzled. Not long prior, Xinyuanzi had instructed him not to leave Wuzhuang Temple. Yet an instinct had urged him that the opportunity for enlightenment had manifested in the wilderness, and if he could seek it out and fuse it, he might attain sanctity. Initially, the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud had managed to suppress this urge, adhering to Xinyuanzi's warnings. However, as time passed, the desire became increasingly difficult to resist. Ultimately, driven by a mix of hope and folly, he ventured beyond the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. Unbeknownst to him, upon his departure, he was beset by powerful beings such as Kunpeng, Dongwang Tai, and others. Despite being the first cloud to take form in the world and possessing incredible speed, he could not evade them. Eventually surrounded, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Though he fought valiantly to break free, outnumbered and suffering grave injuries, he resolved to self-destruct rather than allow the primordial purple energy to fall into the hands of villains. The ancient ancestor of Red Cloud distinctly remembered detonating himself. Yet in the next moment, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, fully healed, with Xinyuanzi here, who was now overwhelmed with emotion, as if they had experienced life and death partings. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Xinyuanzi enveloped him in a tight embrace. Although the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud was still bewildered, he could clearly sense the depth of Xinyuanzi's emotions. After a long while, Xinyuanzi released him, gradually regaining his composure. I am eternally grateful for your great kindness, esteemed senior. After releasing the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud, Xinyuanzi knelt before Yi Feng and bowed deeply 3 times. Xinyuanzi had anticipated that he would need to plead earnestly for the esteemed senior to consider reviving the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud. Yet he was taken aback when, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the senior had already summoned the ancient ancestor of Red Cloud from the River of Time. It was but a trivial task. Rise, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, casually casting the fishing line back into the pond. The ancient ancestor of Red Cloud, witnessing this, felt even more puzzled, questioning why Xinyuanzi would offer such profound respect to this handsome stranger he had never met before, addressing him as esteemed senior. In his recollection, there was no such figure in the wilderness. My old friend, what is going on? The ancient ancestor of Red Cloud inquired. My friend, do you not realize that you have been dead for countless eons? This is the wilderness of an era long after your demise. It was the senior who intervened, rescuing you from the River of Time, Xinyuanzi said to the venerable Hongyun. What? Have I truly been dead for countless eons? Xinyuanzi's words struck Hongyun like a thunderclap, leaving him in a daze, his mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. He had not anticipated that after merely self-destructing, he would awaken in this new realm only to be informed by Xinyuanzi that he had perished for billions of years. Had it not been for Xinyuanzi's own words, he would have never believed such a tale if it had come from another's lips. Once Hongyun regained his composure, he deeply appreciated the astonishing wonders of this realm. And upon glancing at the surging currents of the Time River behind him, he instantly deduced that the figure before him, clad in white, was an entity of the highest order, surpassing even the Tao itself. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, Hongyun expressed, kneeling in reverence. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. If you have no further matters, please depart and do not disturb my fishing. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi quickly presented his prepared gift, a Bodhi tree reduced to an inch in size, hovering in his palm and emitting a verdant glow. Senior, this is a humble gift prepared by me. Though insignificant, I hope you will accept it, Xinyuanzi offered, somewhat bashfully. Before his arrival, he had believed that even if Sun Wukong's master could stand on equal footing with Hongjun, the Bodhi tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the 3 realms, would not appear too trivial. However, in this context, the Bodhi tree seemed no more than a weed, leaving Xinyuanzi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Bixiao, please accept this on my behalf, Yi Feng instructed. With Yi Feng's praise, Xinyuanzi's heart soared with joy as he promptly stood and handed the Bodhi tree to Bixiao. I shall not intrude upon your leisure any longer. I take my leave, Xinyuanzi whispered to Yi Feng. The latter nodded slightly, then reclined on his bamboo chair. Closing his eyes to doze, Xinyuanzi waved goodbye to Hongyun and departed the Taoist temple alongside Sun Wukong. Exhaling deeply after leaving the temple, Xinyuanzi gazed at the living embodiment of Hongyun beside him, still feeling as if caught in a dream. He had yearned for this moment, and it had finally come to fruition. Thank you, great sage Sunday. If ever you find yourself in need of our assistance, do not hesitate to command us. Xinyuanzi once again bowed in gratitude to Sun Wukong. Ha, merely a trifling matter. You may return now. I have matters to discuss with my master, Sun Wukong replied, escorting Xinyuanzi and Hongyun out of the temple before retracing his steps and closing the door behind him. Old friend, who ultimately conspired against you? Xinyuanzi inquired of Hongyun. As his close companion, Hongyun had been brutally attacked to his demise. Had it not been for Yi Feng's timely intervention, he would have faded into oblivion in ancient times. This grievance weighed heavily on Xinyuanzi's heart. The culprits who ambushed me included the Kunping ancestor, with whom I had enmity during my time in the Purple Cloud Palace, as well as Dongwang Tai, Dongwangong, and the 2 treacherous scoundrels, Zhuanti and Jiejing. Hongyun seethed through clenched teeth. The attack by the Kunping ancestor was understandable, given their prior conflict, while Dongwang Tai and Dongwangong sought my life for the sake of the primordial purple energy, a common occurrence in the Hongwang realm. However, their enmity with the Kunping ancestor stemmed from their yielding a seat to Zhuanti. Originally, Zhuanti owed him a tremendous favor and should have been grateful. Yet, Hongyun had not anticipated that Zhuanti would not only be shameless, but also heartlessly collude with the Kunping ancestor and others to ensnare him, forcing him to self-destruct. Let us go to Lingshan and make those 2 scoundrels, Zhuanti and Jiejing, pay with their lives. Hongyun declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with malice, clearly having succumbed to darkness. Previously, he had been kind-hearted and was known as the greatest good man of Hongwang, yet he had met a tragic end at the hands of others. Since being a good man proved futile, he resolved to change completely, vowing to repay both grievances and kindness. Old friend Hong Yun. While I too long to see Junti and Jiejing suffer 1,000 deaths, the passage of countless years has altered the landscape, Zhen Yuanzi cautioned, meticulously recounting the events of the past eons to Hong Yun. After listening, Hong Yun fell into a state of shock, rendered speechless for a long time. He had not expected that the once mighty witch and demon clans, with their myriad followers, would follow the same path as the dragon, Qilin, and phoenix clans, succumbing to the cataclysm. Furthermore, even the unyielding mountain, formed from Pengu's spine, had been shattered by the Grand Witch Gong. In his previous life, the three pure ones were inseparable, akin to one entity, yet now they had transformed into irreconcilable foes. Junti and Jiejing, those two rogues, had resorted to deception and malice. And now they had attained sainthood, leading the Buddhist sect, which had become the preeminent power across the three realms. Truly, the heavens are unjust, Hong Yun lamented. Logically, individuals like Junti and Jiejing should be condemned to the deepest pits of hell for eternity, yet they now thrive, while I, once the foremost good man of Hong Wang, nearly faced total annihilation in ancient times. Although Junti and Jiejing have attained sainthood, we currently cannot contend with them in the chaotic world of Buddhism. Moreover, Dong Wanggong has also fallen in the calamity of the witch and demon clans. However, the Kunping ancestor still clings to life. Chapter 121. Ancient grievances in the northern continent of Jiulu. The towering mountains and picturesque landscapes resemble a paradise on earth. However, this is the haven for demons, where most of the demon clans converge. There are even legends that after the defeat of the ancient demon court, the remnants of the army, led by the demon master Kunping, have been recuperating in the northern continent of Jiulu, ever ready to strike. The law of the jungle prevails here, and even the numerous human clans dare not approach this land, fearing they may become the demons' next meal. Although the celestial court has intentions to eradicate the demons of Jiulu, the strength of the demon clans is formidable. Not only is the ancient mighty demon master Kunping at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, but there also exist the surviving 10 ancient demon gods. These 10 demon gods were already powerful in the early quasi-saint realm eons ago, and after countless years, their cultivation has become unfathomable. Even the celestial court finds it challenging to conquer this place. Kunping, the ancestor, come forth. As billions of demons in the northern continent of Jiulu were recuperating, a voice like thunder suddenly erupted. This resounding proclamation shattered the clouds and resonated throughout half of the three realms, leaving the myriad beings and mighty figures bewildered, directing their consciousness towards the source of the sound. In the skies above Jiulu, Zhen Yuanzi stood amidst the clouds, clad in a black robe that fluttered in the wind, his long black hair billowing, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura. The very essence he emanated distorted the space around him, and the chilling killing intent caused many demons to turn pale. Zhen Yuanzi? Why would he suddenly seek trouble with ancestor Kunping? The mighty figures of the three realms were perplexed, ever since the end of the witch-demon cataclysm. When the demon court collapsed and Kunping fled to the lower realms with the He Tu and Luo Shu, he had remained hidden, even during subsequent calamities. Kunping had not shown himself. While the ancient powers were aware of the deadly enmity between Kunping and Zhen Yuanzi after Kunping had slain the ancestor Hong Yun, none anticipated that Zhen Yuanzi would suddenly strike after years of silence. Shortly after Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed, two figures soared into the sky, confronting him. To the left stood a man with a feather fan and a scholarly demeanor, exuding an air of refinement. To the right was a burly man with robust, elongated horns, his upper body bare and muscles glistening like black gold, carrying a wolf-toothed club and glaring defiantly at Zhen Yuanzi. Indeed, the ancient demon gods had not perished. Even Bai Zhe and Ci Tai had made their appearances. Bai Zhe and Ci Tai were already quasi-saint level beings in ancient times. Their current strength was surely formidable. The once fallen demon clan had regained its vitality, and their foundation was not to be underestimated. No wonder the celestial court harbored such trepidation. Senior Zhen Yuanzi, may I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Bai Zhe asked with a smile. As the strategist of the demon clan, he was markedly different from the other demon gods who were merely fighters. This was why Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai had appointed him as the leader of the 10 demon gods. Bring Kunping to see me. Zhen Yuanzi coldly glanced at Bai Zhe, unwilling to lower himself to converse with him given their adversarial stance. Zhen Yuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. My brother Bai Zhe addresses you as senior, and you think yourself worthy of such a title? The hot-tempered Ci Tai's expression darkened as he placed the club in his hands, radiating a menacing aura. During the witch-demon cataclysm, Xiai Tai would never have dared to speak to Jin Yuanzi with such disrespect, as Jin Yuanzi was already a peak quasi-saint back then, while Xiai Tai had just recently entered the quasi-saint realm. However, times had changed. Xiai Tai felt his strength had grown significantly over the years, while Jin Yuanzi remained stagnant. With Kunping's backing, Xiai Tai felt emboldened and no longer held Jin Yuanzi in awe. In response, Jin Yuanzi swiftly struck Xiai Tai with a resounding slap. Boom! The immense power of a peak quasi-saint surged forth like a boiling ocean. Xiai Tai barely had time to react before he was sent flying, half his face shattered, blood gushing forth. What are you, to dare speak to me in such a manner? Jin Yuanzi coldly surveyed the severely injured Xiai Tai, his dominance palpable. Had it been any other demon god, this casual slap would have obliterated them, reducing them to a rain of blood. Xiai Tai, clutching his mangled face with one hand and gripping his club with the other, felt his anger escalate, his eyes turning blood red, preparing to retaliate against Jin Yuanzi. Stand down. A deep voice resonated, carrying an air of undeniable authority. A portal opened, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his hair split between black and white. Appearing with a stern expression, standing opposite Jin Yuanzi in the skies above Julu. Kunpeng, the ancestor. The mighty figures of the three realms and the myriad beings gasped in shock upon witnessing the legendary demon master. Since the fall of the demon court, Kunpeng had been silent, leading many to speculate whether he had perished while attempting to transcend to the saint realm. Yet, they were astonished to see him alive and thriving, brimming with vitality. Jin Yuanzi, my friend, it has been eons since our last encounter. Kunpeng greeted Jin Yuanzi with a smile, seemingly disregarding the presence of the demon god Xiai Tai, as if he were disinterested in conflict. However, Jin Yuanzi had come today to seek vengeance and resolve the ancient grievances. Kunpeng, spare me your pleasantries. I am not here to reminisce. Today, we must settle the scores of the past. Jin Yuanzi declared coldly, his gaze sharp as if it could cut through the air, ready to unleash a tremendous blow at any moment. Settle? Kunpeng's demeanor shifted as the gravity of the situation became apparent, his smile fading. Jin Yuanzi, our levels of cultivation are comparable. You possess the supreme innate treasure, the Earth Book, while I have the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the He Tu and Luo Shu. Are you certain you can settle this with me? Kunpeng spoke with unwavering confidence, showing no fear of Jin Yuanzi. And what if I were to join in? Another portal opened, revealing the red-haired ancestor Hongyun. Hiss. The ancestor Hongyun? Is this real? Who would dare to provoke Kunpeng? Many were stunned, questioning the authenticity of this figure, as it was widely believed that ancestor Hongyun had self-destructed in ancient times. And it was rumored that the current Yun Zhangzi was his reincarnation. However, if Hongyun were truly resurrected, it could only be due to the intervention of Sun Wukong's master, akin to the resurrection of the ancestral Wukong. Indeed, to resurrect these two formidable beings at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, one must bear an immense burden of karmic retribution. As the beings of the three realms beheld the appearance of ancestor Hongyun, they erupted into fervent discussions, their astonishment reaching a zenith. In turn, ancestor Kunpeng, upon witnessing the living presence of ancestor Hongyun, found himself petrified in place. After all, he had witnessed ancestor Hongyun's self-detonation and demise eons ago, and now, to see him alive once more was unfathomable. Kunpeng, the time has come for you to repay your debts. Ancestor Hongyun intoned with a chilling gaze, his aura suffused with malevolence, starkly contrasting with his previous image as the paragon of benevolence in the primordial world. The more virtuous a being, the more terrifying their descent into darkness. Ancestor Hongyun found himself enveloped in such a state. Confronted by the predatory stares of Jin Yuanzi and ancestor Hongyun, Kunpeng found himself flustered, retreating 2 steps in quick succession. While he felt he could contend with Jin Yuanzi, the addition of another quasi-saint level ancestor Hongyun rendered him utterly powerless. It was not merely a question of whether he could fight, the very possibility of escape loomed uncertain. Though he possessed the swift agility of the Kunpeng, ancestor Hongyun, being the embodiment of the first auspicious cloud of heaven and earth, equally wielded the power of speed. Jin Yuanzi, ancestor Hongyun, do you intend to make an enemy of my entire demon clan? Kunpeng asserted with a fierce tone, invoking the entirety of the demon race in a bid to instill fear in Jin Yuanzi and ancestor Hongyun. Make an enemy of the demon clan? Can you truly represent the entire demon race? Jin Yuanzi retorted with a derisive laugh. The demon emperor and the demon sovereign have perished as the demon master. It is only natural for me to lead the demon clan. How could I not represent them? Kunpeng feigned composure. During the third war between the witches and the demons, victory was within reach for the demon race. After all, The witch clan had lost their formidable combat capabilities due to the reincarnation of the Grand Witch Hutu, which rendered them incapable of contending with the Dudingshan Sha formation of the Zhou Tian Star Do. Yet you, Ancestor Kunping, chose to abscond with the supreme innate treasure, the Hichu Luo Shu, from Emperor Jun at the onset of battle, thus preventing the formation of the Zhou Tian Star Do. As a result, both the witch and demon races met a fate of mutual destruction. Zhen Yuanzi revealed this ancient secret, causing jaws to drop in shock. The demon race had believed that Ancestor Kunping had safeguarded their last bastion of strength and deterred the Buddhist sect and heavenly court, earning him their utmost gratitude. Yet, they did not anticipate Zhen Yuanzi's audacious proclamation. In an instant, the entire demon race was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of the veracity of these claims. Zhen Yuanzi, cease your nonsensical slander against me, Kunping exclaimed, his expression shifting as he vehemently denied the accusations laid bare before the assembled crowd. His motivations for joining the demon court during the calamity of the witches and demons had been purely self-serving. Driven by ambition to usurp the positions of Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai, even going so far as to bribe several powerful demons. Although Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai were aware of his machinations, the formidable strength of the witch clan, with 12 ancestral witches, necessitated a delicate balance, and thus they turned a blind eye. However, Kunping was acutely aware of the adage, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. Once Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai vanquished the witch clan and unified the primordial world, he knew it would only be a matter of time before they turned against him. Therefore, at the critical juncture of the third war between the witches and demons, as Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai prepared to deploy the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, he seized the opportunity to steal Emperor Jun's supreme innate treasure and fled to the lower realms, leading the demon race to lose their most powerful trump card. In the face of the vengeful ancestral witches, even with the chaos spell, the foremost of innate treasures, Dong Wangtai ultimately fell during the calamity. Kunping had presumed that this incident would fade into obscurity. However, he was taken aback when Zhen Yuanzi openly disclosed the truth before all. Naturally, he could not admit to his culpability and instead launched into a frantic rebuttal. The truth of our words is well known among the ancient powers. It is not something you can obscure. We can swear oaths before the heavens to affirm that every word we speak is true. Do you, Kunping, dare to do the same? Ancestor Hongyun challenged, his resolve unwavering. Today, he intended not only to slay Ancestor Kunping, but also to crush his spirit, generating animosity that would echo through eternity. Faced with Ancestor Hongyun's resolute declaration, Kunping's face flushed with indignation, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the likes of City and Bays, witnessing Kunping's discomfiture, quickly disowned the veracity of Zhen Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongyun's claims. They had never imagined that the demon master they had fervently supported as the last hope of the demon race was, in fact, the principal architect behind the downfall of the ancient demon court and the demise of the demon emperor and sovereign. In that instant, countless demons found their beliefs and convictions shattered. The 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Kunping, sensing the tide turning against him, resolved to make his escape. While Zhen Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongyun had stripped him of his esteemed status within the demon race, preserving his own life took precedence. After all, once dead, all would be lost. However, just as Kunping entertained the thought of fleeing, he discovered that the surrounding space had been ensnared by an invisible force. Not only could he not open a portal to escape, but even his Kunping's speed was severely hampered. Hongyun, you have plotted against me. Kunping suddenly realized that Ancestor Hongyun had arrived just after Zhen Yuanzi. And what if I have? When you dealt with me in the past, you employed every vile tactic imaginable. Ancestor Hongyun retorted with a cold laugh, conjuring a fiery red gourd that materialized in his palm. Chapter 122, The Encirclement of Kunping. This gourd, known as the 99 Scattersoul Gourd, is a supreme innate spiritual treasure forged from the 7 primordial gourds obtained by the ancient ancestor Hongyun on Mount Buzhou. All unrelated individuals, be gone. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The long red hair of Ancestor Hongyun billowed, emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura that instilled a suffocating sense of oppression among countless demon clans within billions of miles. Bai Zhe and Ci Tai exchanged glances, subsequently choosing to depart in unison. If Ancestor Kunping were the last hope of the demon race, they would risk their lives to ensure his safety. However, the demon court had once had the opportunity to unify the 3 realms during ancient times, but due to Ancestor Kunping's betrayal, the demon race not only lost this once-in-a-millennium chance, but also suffered grievous losses, with countless demons perishing, including the fall of the demon emperor and the demon sovereign. Ancestor Kunping's actions are deemed a disgrace to the demon race, marking him as its greatest traitor. Naturally, they would no longer support Ancestor Kunping. I am the only one among the demon race with the hope of becoming a demon saint. Should I fall, the demon race will forever remain beneath others, trampled upon by other forces. The ancient times are long gone, even if the demon race were to recuperate here for billions of years. Restoring their numbers to the zenith of the ancient demon court would be of no consequence. You are surely aware of the truth that those beneath saints are akin to ants. Seeing his power waning, Ancestor Kunping called out, attempting to prevent the demons from leaving. During the billion years of his disappearance, apart from striving to break through to the saint realm, he had also been researching the ancient demon court's most formidable trump card, the great array of the heavenly stars. After countless years of study, although he could not deploy the complete version due to the absence of the chaos bell, the eye of the array, he had developed a reduced version, the lesser heavenly stars array. With the concerted efforts of numerous demons to form this array, he could contend with both Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hanyan. After all, with his peak quasi-saint strength, coupled with the support of billions of demons operating the lesser heavenly stars array, he would undoubtedly become the strongest beneath the saint realm. Upon hearing this, the demons of the northern Jiulu continent halted their steps. While Ancestor Kunping was indeed a great sinner of the demon race, they recognized the truth in his words. Only with a demon saint emerging from their ranks could the demon race truly lift their heads and establish themselves as a top-tier force within the three realms. At that time, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would not dare to trouble the demon race lightly. It is indeed my fault regarding the ancient affairs. However, I assure you that I shall strive with all my might to ascend to the saint realm and lead the demon race to resurgence. Ancestor Kunping spoke again, directly acknowledging his past mistakes and painting a grand vision for the entire demon race. This declaration caused hesitation among the demons, including Bai Zhe and Ci Tai. Ancestor Kunping, you claim to be the only one with the chance to attain the status of demon saint. What does that make of me, Sun Wukong? Just as the demons were preparing to reaffirm their support for Ancestor Kunping, a voice suddenly resonated from the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain. Indeed, our demon race still has Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, not only formidable in strength but also backed by a figure comparable to the Hongjun Daozu, would undoubtedly become a great saint of the demon race someday, provided he did not fall in the future. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, billions of demons instantly shifted their perspective. After all, Sun Wukong's prowess and background were evident, and compared to Ancestor Kunping, who had been stuck at the peak of quasi-saint for billions of years, the possibility of achieving enlightenment seemed worlds apart. Sun Wukong, do you even count as one of us demons to interfere here? Ancestor Kunping's countenance changed as he saw Bai Zhe and the others preparing to reconsider their stance and join him against Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hanyan. Only for Sun Wukong to suddenly interject, am I not one of the demon race? What nonsense are you spouting? When the demon race was being oppressed by the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, where were you, demon master? While I, alongside the Bull Demon King and countless other demon lords, battled against the heavenly court, you were busy hiding in the northern Jiulu continent. What right do you have to question my loyalty to the demon race? Standing atop Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong boldly confronted Ancestor Kunping, his booming voice resonating like sound waves through the void, reaching the northern Jiulu continent. Upon hearing this, the demons began to ponder. Although Sun Wukong's words were somewhat coarse, they seemed to carry a certain truth. Previously, when Sun Wukong and the 7 demon kings clashed with the heavenly court at Flower Fruit Mountain, all demons bore witness, while Ancestor Kunping had never stood up to support them. Let us leave. Let Ancestor Kunping fend for himself. Bai Zhe and Ci Tai were the first to depart. Observing that even the demon strategist Bai Zhe had chosen to leave, the other demons swiftly followed suit. Disregarding Ancestor Kunping's persuasive words, Ancestor Kunping, the cycle of heaven and earth brings forth retribution. Being forsaken by your kin and leaving a stench for eternity shall be your fate. Ancestor Hongyan scoffed coldly, promptly activating the 9-9 scatter soul gourd in his grasp. The gourd soared into the sky, expanding to a colossal size, resembling a crimson volcano. As the gourd's lid opened, an eruption of dark red sand surged forth, akin to a volcanic explosion. The dense crimson sand poured out from the gourd's mouth, obscuring the heavens, transforming the northern Jiulu continent into a realm of blood-red chaos. A tempest raged, and sinister winds howled, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. This dark red, soul-devouring sand could ensnare the forms of deities, annihilate their bodies, and extinguish their spirits, trapping them outside the 6 paths of reincarnation. Should Ancestor Kunping be engulfed by this soul-devouring sand, his very essence would be obliterated. Kunping, perish! Ancestor Hong Yun roared, his hands forming seals, causing the 99 scatter soul gourd to radiate blinding light, revealing the inscribed runes. With Ancestor Hong Yun's invocation, a massive red tornado materialized in the skies above, made entirely of soul-devouring sand. The colossal vortex towered high, exuding a soul-sapping allure. Its immense gravitational pull tearing the surrounding space into fragments. The overwhelming power instilled a sense of suffocating dread in countless beings across the three realms. How terrifying! Is this truly the might of an ancient powerhouse? At the peak of quasi-saint, Ancestor Hongyun wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure left few capable of withstanding his onslaught beneath the saint realm. From the aura emanating from him, it was clear that Ancestor Hongyun was resolute in his intent to kill. It seemed that Ancestor Kunping was destined for demise today. The beings of the three realms gazed upon the earth-shattering red tornado, their hearts gripped by fear, sensing that an unprecedented event was poised to unfold. The nearby demons, witnessing the horrific crimson vortex, felt a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, although Ancestor Hong Yun had become somewhat darkened, he had not descended into a frenzied slaughter. Otherwise, they would likely have perished beneath the terrible soul-devouring sand, leaving not even their true spirits intact. Even beings billions of miles away in the three realms felt the suffocating pressure, let alone the beleaguered Ancestor Kunping facing it directly. In the face of such a fearsome red storm, even Ancestor Kunping felt a crushing weight upon his chest, struggling to breathe, not daring to underestimate the situation. Ancestor Kunping swiftly produced the supreme innate spiritual treasure he had stolen from Dijuan, the river map and Luo book. After the fall of Emperor Jun, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure became a masterless entity. Coupled with the fact that the ancestral Kunping had refined it for countless eons, he had long since mastered its intricacies. Under the impetus of the ancestral Kunping, the Hichu and Luoshu soared into the heavens, transforming into a magnificent scroll stretching 100,000 zhang. The scroll, translucent and radiant, emanated boundless divine light, its surface undulating like tumultuous waves. The mountains, rivers, sun, and moon inscribed upon the Hichu and Luoshu, under the ancestral Kunping's guidance, seemed to manifest as tangible entities. The illustrious peaks such as Mount Buzhou, Kunlun, and Mount Daluo coalesced around the ancestral Kunping, enveloping him in their majestic embrace. More significantly, the mountains like Kunlun and Daluo seemed to establish a mystical connection with these phantoms, as if they had merged into a singular entity. In that moment, the ancestral Kunping stood amidst it all, seemingly shielded by the entire world. This was the visage of Mount Buzhou, utterly astonishing. Indeed, it towered above the present-day Kunlun by countless magnitudes. Although it was merely a manifestation of Tao patterns, one could still feel the overwhelming sense of grandeur and pressure. How fortunate it would be to witness the true form of Mount Buzhou with one's own eyes. Many beings of the three realms, born after the collapse of Mount Buzhou, were profoundly shaken upon witnessing the primordial first mountain materializing from the Hichu and Luoshu, their hearts filled with boundless yearning. Surrounded by numerous illustrious mountains and rivers like planets orbiting the sun, the ancestral Kunping had effectively created a sanctuary. The monstrous soul-eating sand surged forth, a terrifying force of destruction crashing heavily against those renowned mountains and rivers. Bang! A deafening collision resonated as myriad Tao patterns clashed, plunging the sky into darkness. The sun and moon obscured, and even the entire North Julu continent trembled. However, despite the terrifying storm of soul-eating sand, it struggled to shake those great rivers and mountains. These majestic formations radiated golden light, as if forged from divine gold, for both the Hichu and Luoshu and the 99 scattering soul gourd were exquisite innate treasures. Moreover, the ancestral Hongyun was merely transported to the present through the time stream by Yi Feng during the ancient calamity of the Wu and Yao. The ancestral Kunping had cultivated for countless eons more than the ancestral Hongyun. Though he had not yet broken through to the saintly realm, he had nonetheless advanced further, surpassing the ancestral Hongyun in cultivation. Nevertheless, the ancestral Kunping remained vigilant, for he recognized that he had merely fended off the ancestral Hongyun's assault. The more formidable Zhen Yuanzi had yet to make his move. The Earth Book. Zhen Yuanzi stood in midair, his robes fluttering, exuding an immense aura. With a grand sweep of his hand, a thick, ancient black tome appeared in his palm. This book, one of the three books of heaven, Earth, and man, was the Earth Book. The Earth Book, an embodiment of the Earth's primordial membrane, contained far superior control over the vast wilderness compared to the Hichu and Luoshu, which merely chronicled the notable mountains and rivers. Holding the Earth Book in his left hand, Zhen Yuanzi invoked it fully. The pages rustled rapidly, each revealing scenes of the primordial mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans, far more detailed than what was inscribed in the Hichu and Luoshu. In an instant, a colossal rune manifested upon the surfaces of the renowned mountains and rivers like Kunlun and Daluo, akin to the seal used by Mithriya to suppress the six-eared macaque beneath the five-finger mountain. The emergence of the Dao patterns directly suppressed Kunlun and Daluo, severing their connection with the Hichu and Luoshu entirely. Consequently, the might of the Hichu and Luoshu diminished sharply, its divine light waning. Under the relentless assault of the soul-eating sandstorm, the mountains conjured from Dao patterns flickered, appearing on the verge of obliteration. The ancestral Kunpeng was thoroughly alarmed. The Earth Book, a companion treasure of Zhen Yuanzi, wielded immense power, even capable of effortlessly severing the ties between the mountains and the Hichu and Luoshu, placing him at a disadvantage. He had initially believed that he could withstand for a time, searching for a solution. Zhen Yuanzi, ancestral Hongyun. The ancient events were indeed my fault. I am willing to conclude this entanglement with the Hichu and Luoshu. Under the relentless assault of the ancestral Hongyun, the ancestral Kunpeng's face turned crimson, his form swaying precariously as he pleaded for mercy, hoping to exchange the Hichu and Luoshu for his life. Ridiculous. The Hichu and Luoshu will naturally belong to me once you perish. Why must you offer it up? Zhen Yuanzi scoffed. Do you believe you currently possess the qualification to bargain with us? Once you die, not only will the Hichu and Luoshu be ours, but all your treasures will also belong to us. The fully darkened ancestral Hongyun grinned, sending chills down the ancestral Kunpeng's spine. This transformed good-natured individual was too formidable to provoke. To the Jade Emperor, Bodhi Ancestor, Taishang Laojun, and all P quasi-saint powerhouses listening, if you can save me. Once I am safe, I shall immediately offer both the Hichu and Luoshu and all my wealth. Seeing that he could not bribe Zhen Yuanzi or the ancestral Hongyun, the ancestral Kunpeng threw all his wealth into the mix, enticing other powerful beings to come to his aid. As soon as these words left his lips, they incited a wave of murmurs among the beings of the three realms. The Hichu and Luoshu, along with the ancestral Kunpeng's entire fortune, constituted an immensely generous reward. If one could attain it, they would undoubtedly undergo a transformation and soar to greatness. Some beings lamented, wishing they possessed the cultivation of a peak quasi-saint to seize this opportunity. Chapter 123. The greatness of Kun cannot be stewed in one pot. It is needless to say that the ancient Kunpeng ancestor is not only a formidable being from antiquity, but also a former demon master of the demon court, endowed with unimaginable wealth. However, Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud ancestor are also not to be trifled with. To seek the aid of the Kunpeng ancestor at this juncture would be tantamount to declaring oneself an enemy of Zhen Yuanzi and his ilk. Such a transaction might not yield the desired outcome, perhaps leading to a situation where one earns a life but loses it shortly thereafter. Yet, it is said that under heavy rewards, there are bound to be brave souls. The Kunpeng ancestor stands at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, and should another powerful figure of equal standing choose to intervene, they could very well contend with both Zhen Yuanzi and the Kunpeng ancestor. In that moment, beings across the three realms engaged in fervent speculation, pondering whether anyone would rise to offer assistance under the weight of the Kunpeng ancestor's substantial bounty. Among the quasi-saints in the three realms, the Jade Emperor began to weigh the pros and cons currently. He was engrossed in a retreat to break through to the realm of saints, and unless the heavens were to shatter, he would remain within. Moreover, with the Red Cloud ancestor's resurrection, the Jade Emperor surmised that it was the handiwork of Yi Feng. Consequently, he had no intention of opposing the Red Cloud ancestor. Meanwhile, the divine incarnations of the saints, Patriarch Bodhi and Taishang Laojun, found themselves tempted by the rewards offered by the Kunpeng ancestor. However, after some deliberation, they ultimately decided against intervening. Given that the saints themselves could not manifest in the three realms or act upon them, their remaining incarnations had become their sole trump card. Should anything happen to this card, their grip on the three realms would significantly diminish. Furthermore, they had deduced that the Red Cloud ancestor had been resurrected by Yi Feng. Until Yi Feng was dealt with by Hongjun Daozu, they would not rashly antagonize him. The Kunpeng ancestor initially believed that his generous rewards would surely entice a quasi-saint to lend a hand. Yet, as the situation became increasingly perilous, the three realms remained eerily calm. Not only did no one step forth to assist, but no one even spoke in his favor. At this, the Kunpeng ancestor was left utterly dumbfounded. In a moment of clarity, he realized that retreat was the wisest course of action, should he continue to fight. He might indeed be courting death. Gazing at the waning shadow of the great mountain beside him and the imminent strike from Xinyuanzi, he resolved to take a gamble. Although this space was constrained, with his Kunping speed, he might still find a glimmer of hope. Determined, the Kunping ancestor unleashed a mighty roar, drawing upon every ounce of divine power within him. In an instant, the mountain shadow that was on the verge of collapse solidified once more. Seizing the moment of reprieve, he conjured 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, launching them towards the Red Cloud ancestor and Xinyuanzi. With a resounding explosion, the 2 beams of light detonated, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that surged forth like a deluge, as if mountains were being torn asunder, volcanoes erupting, and the very fabric of the cosmos fracturing, obliterating all in its path across vast expanses. In a desperate bid for survival, the Kunping ancestor sacrificed these precious treasures. As the mid-grade innate spiritual treasures erupted, both Xinyuanzi and the Red Cloud ancestor were compelled to momentarily halt their assault, raising their defenses. Simultaneously, the shockwaves from the twin explosions shattered the bindings set by the Red Cloud ancestor. With a swift thought, the Kunping ancestor invoked his Kunping speed, soaring towards the chaos world. The current realm of Earth immortals was but a fraction of the ancient wilderness, and being pursued by 2 quasi-saints. He knew there was no sanctuary left for him in the 3 realms. Though the chaos world was fraught with peril and mystery, it offered a refuge from Xinyuanzi and the Red Cloud ancestor's relentless pursuit. Once he entered the chaos world, it would be akin to a dragon returning to the heavens. Xinyuanzi and the Red Cloud ancestor would find it exceedingly difficult to catch him. Just as the Kunping ancestor prepared to flee, admired by countless beings of the 3 realms for his ingenuity and decisiveness, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A towering figure, muscular and rugged, radiating an aura of ferocity, awaited him at the threshold of the chaos world and the heavenly realm. Gong. The Kunping ancestor was taken aback, finding himself beset by adversaries on the very same day. The ancient Wu and Yao clans were sworn enemies, and even after eons, the animosity remained undiminished. Moreover, the forthright and aggressive Gong harbored a particular disdain for those who feared death and wavered in their resolve. Had the Kunping ancestor faced him honorably within the ancient Wu Yao formation, Gong might have adhered to the principles of martial ethics and engaged him in a fair duel. However, given the Kunping ancestor's unscrupulous demeanor, Gong deemed it unnecessary to uphold any sense of righteousness and resolved to strike while the iron was hot. Resolving to confront this challenge head-on, Gong, having recently resurrected and likely weaker than the Kunping ancestor, charged forward with intent. Gritting his teeth, the Kunping ancestor transformed into his true form, a colossal, pitch-black Kunping, stretching across the skies. With a powerful flap of his wings, he rent the very fabric of space, moving with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible. At this moment, the Kunping ancestor found himself ensnared between pursuing foes and an impending blockade, with his very survival hinging on this singular instant. Meanwhile, the mighty beings of the 3 realms held their breath, waiting for the outcome, eager to witness the extraordinary measures Gong would employ to intercept the Kunping ancestor. For, at the speed the Kunping ancestor was now exerting, even a mountain forged from divine gold would shatter upon impact. Yet, when faced with the full-force onslaught of the Kunping ancestor, Gong did not invoke any mystical arts or divine powers. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and, in the blink of an eye, landed a precisely executed punch upon the Kunping ancestor's elongated beak. The sound resonated, a deep, thunderous echo, akin to celestial bodies colliding in the chaos world, causing the very heavens to tremble. The supreme formation of the heavenly court activated spontaneously, dissipating the terrifying energy ripples. In full view of the assembled multitude, the Kunping ancestor, having unleashed all his might, was struck by Gong's punch, resulting in his beak fracturing inch by inch, propelled backward at a speed faster than that of the impact. Blood and shattered bone erupting forth. In this exchange, Gong had merely thrown a single punch to deliver a devastating blow to the Kunping ancestor. This was the might of the ancestral shaman. As the beings of the 3 realms witnessed the Kunping ancestor, bloodied and reeling from the impact, they collectively gasped in astonishment. It was well known that the Kunping ancestor stood among the strongest beneath the saintly realm. Moreover, the Kunping's true form was an exceedingly robust entity, virtually unmatched within his tier. Even a true dragon would be torn asunder by the Kunping. Yet now, the fully charged Kunping ancestor had been grievously wounded by a single strike from Gong. The countless beings of the 3 realms bore witness to the sheer terror embodied by the Wu clan. The demon race finally comprehended why the ancient demon emperor, despite wielding the supreme innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, had met with such a tragic end. The reason was clear. The Wu clan was simply too formidable. The Kunping ancestor was sent flying for billions of miles by Gong's punch, his long beak shattered, blood streaming from his mouth, nose, and ears, his mind a haze, ringing incessantly. However, although the ancestral figure of Kunping was gravely injured, he had no time to rest. Behind him, Zhen Yuanzi and the ancestral figure of Hong Yun had already arrived. The door of void opened, and both Zhen Yuanzi and the ancestral figure of Hong Yun emerged from within. The three formed a triangular formation, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Kunping. This cunning old thief Kunping was indeed quite sly. While his combat skills were mediocre, his ability to flee was exceptional. It was no wonder he had survived since ancient times, nearly slipping away once more. Grateful for the assistance of his friend Gong, the ancestral figure of Hong Yun clasped his fists in acknowledgement. I have long desired the demise of this Kunping. No thanks are necessary, Gong replied. In truth, ever since he was reborn and learned that Kunping might still be alive, Gong had wished to eliminate this ancient adversary. However, as the ancestral figure of water, he was not intimidated by anyone below the sacred realm. Yet, he had witnessed Kunping's swift escape before, and if Kunping were to flee with determination, it was likely that he could not be stopped. Thus, in order to avoid alarming the prey, Gong had been biding his time. Never expecting that Kunping's many misdeeds would lead Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun to act so swiftly against him, while the three, Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, and Gong, remained calm and composed. Kunping found himself surrounded, his complexion pale, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. Initially, he could hardly contend with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. And now, faced with the fierce Gong, he feared that if all three were to attack simultaneously, he would be obliterated in an instant. Do not force my hand. If you push me to the edge, I will self-destruct and detonate the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, taking you all down with me. Kunping barked fiercely, like a cornered dog barking in desperation. Take us down with you? Do you possess such capability? Zhen Yuanzi scoffed, as with a wave of his hand. The earth book transformed once more into the Earth's membrane, completely sealing off the space. It should be noted that this earth membrane was not the same as the current earth membrane of the celestial realm, but rather that of the ancient primordial land, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The destructive force required to breach the earth membrane would have to reach the level capable of annihilating the ancient primordial land, a feat Kunping was evidently incapable of achieving. Is the heavens truly intent on destroying me, Kunping? Kunping cried out in anguish. Having narrowly escaped the catastrophic calamity of the witch and demon war, only to find himself facing demise millennia later. Kunping, it is not the heavens that seek your destruction, but your own malevolence that has led you to this end, Hong Yun declared, decisively pronouncing Kunping's fate. As Kunping's spirit wavered, Gong stepped forward, closing the distance with him. Never engage in close combat with the witch clan. This was a warning frequently issued by Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai to the beast clan, for they understood all too well what it meant to be in close proximity to a witch of the same realm, regardless of one's special race or formidable physical prowess. Being near a witch of equal standing only led to certain death. Upon reaching Kunping, Gong extended his arms, as thick as mountains, and seized him with brutal force. In the eyes of countless beings from the three realms, the colossal Kunping was brutally torn asunder by Gong. Blood rained down like a waterfall, feathers and shattered bones scattering in all directions. When Kunping's true spirit attempted to flee, it was swiftly captured by Hong Yun using the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. With a gentle shake, the soul-devouring sand within the gourd instantly consumed Kunping's true spirit, a faint, nearly inaudible cry escaping into the gourd. Clearly, the ancient demon Kunping, having survived through the ages, finally met his end after a lifetime of malevolence. How ruthless! How powerful! The sheer might of Gong's physical form was astounding, effortlessly tearing apart Kunping, a being capable of colliding with the unmoving mountain. The beings of the three realms watched this scene, their scalps tingling, their bodies aching in response. Upon regaining their senses, they were left in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that such a formidable entity had been utterly eradicated in less than a quarter of an hour. Under the calamity, even non-sacred beings faced the peril of extinction. The inhabitants of the three realms began to sense the grave dangers posed by the calamity, realizing that even a peak quasi-sacred being like Kunping could not escape unscathed. With the vengeance of Hong Yun fulfilled, the dark aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Zhen Yuanzi also stowed away the Earth Book. Indeed, the physical form of the witch clan is truly invincible. Today I have witnessed it firsthand, Zhen Yuanzi remarked with heartfelt admiration. Well said, Gong Gong casually responded, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, one hand grasping half of Kunping's body, and proceeding to efficiently pluck feathers and strip bones. In ancient times, the Beast Clan regarded all races except the Witch Clan as sustenance, while the Witch Clan viewed the Beast Clan in the same manner. Observing Gong Gong's intent, Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi understood that he meant to make full use of Kunping, preparing to cook him. Under the watchful gaze of the myriad beings of the three realms, as well as Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, Gong Gong swiftly plucked all of Kunping's feathers clean, then invoked the laws of water to wash Kunping's body. In the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kun. Its size is such that a single pot cannot contain it. Transforming into a bird, it is called Peng. Its magnitude requires 2 roasting racks, one for garlic and one for spicy seasoning. Chapter 124. The 3 strikes of the bone demon. The grand shaman of Gong Gong skewered half of the body of the ancient Kunping and roasted it over an open flame, while the other half simmered in a cauldron. As time elapsed, steam began to rise from the cauldron, and the roasted Kunping turned crispy on the outside while remaining tender within, sizzling with juices. Upon brushing the shamanic family's secret seasoning onto the meat, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, spreading across the northern Jilu continent, causing countless beings to involuntarily swallow their saliva, nearly choking on their own tongues. Dear friends, why linger? Come, let us partake together. The grand shaman of Gong Gong, not one to be stingy, warmly invited the esteemed Red Cloud ancestor and Zhen Yuanzi, who stood nearby. Very well. Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud ancestor accepted the invitation without hesitation. After all, the ancient Kunping was a formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Its flesh undoubtedly contained vast divine essence. Consuming its blood and flesh would surely enhance their own vitality, summoning a vast expanse of cloud sea. Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud ancestor settled atop the clouds, joining the grand shaman of Gong Gong in a sumptuous feast. The roasted Kunping was perfectly charred and fragrant, while the stew in the cauldron was rich and flavorful, its meat so tender it fell off the bone as it melted in their mouths. Paired with the ginseng wine brewed by Zhen Yuanzi from ginseng fruits, the trio relished their meal, exclaiming in delight. Meanwhile, countless beings and mighty powers across the 3 realms watched in astonishment as Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud ancestor consumed the massive body of the Kunping. After their feast, the 3 of them radiated an ethereal glow, their vital energy surging outward, their faces flushed, indicating they had perhaps overindulged. At that moment, the vitality within them surged to unprecedented levels, the sound of blood flowing reminiscent of mighty rivers. Thank you for your hospitality, dear friend. When next we gather at my Wuzhuang temple, I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost care, Zhen Yuanzi expressed with a bow to the grand shaman of Gong Gong. Haha, well said. The grand shaman of Gong Gong returned the gesture with a hearty laugh, in high spirits after vanquishing an ancient foe. After exchanging farewells, the 3 departed through a portal, leaving behind only a pile of broken bones. The beings of the 3 realms were left in a daze, gazing at the mountain of bones, some even bearing tooth marks, struggling to fathom that only hours earlier, it had belonged to a being of unparalleled strength, the Kunping. Witnessing the demise of the ancient Kunping, the hearts of the beings were heavy with sorrow. Indeed, without sanctity, even a long life amounts to mere survival. Just as the Kunping, who perhaps only yesterday dreamt of ascending to the pinnacle of demonhood, now lay as mere bones. This journey through the trials of the West was proving to be far more perilous than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, after departing from Wuzhuang Temple, Jiang Luer and his companions traveled westward. Months passed, and after refining a portion of the essence from the ginseng fruit tree, Jiang Luer achieved mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation, while Zhu Beiji advanced from early-stage Tai E Golden Immortal to mid-stage, significantly boosting his power. A resounding eagle's cry echoed through the towering, knife-edged valleys, prompting Jiang Luer and his companions to look up. Before them lay a scene of overlapping peaks, winding ravines, towering trees, and lush undergrowth, all of which exuded an eerie atmosphere. However, Jiang Luer remained unfazed, eyes gently closed, his demeanor tranquil, swaying gently with the rhythm of the white dragon horse. At that moment, the 6-eared macaque signaled to Sha Seng, prompting an epiphany in the latter. Senior brother, having traveled for so long, both man and horse are weary. Perhaps we should pause and rest? Sha Seng suggested. Indeed, my junior brother speaks wisely. Master, let us take a moment to recuperate before we bravely cross the ravine ahead, the 6-eared macaque added. Jiang Lua cast a glance at the six-eared macaque. Aware of their scheming yet unfazed, for he knew his strength eclipsed theirs. Very well, he nodded, dismounting. Zhu Beiji promptly retrieved a mat from their belongings, placing it on a nearby rock for Jiang Lua to sit upon. Senior brother, we have been in these desolate mountains for quite some time without sustenance. Might you seek out some wild fruits for master? Sha Xing pressed further. All right, the six-eared macaque agreed, preparing to fly off in search of wild fruits, but paused, pulling out the golden cudgel from his ear. Master, during my absence, please do not stray beyond this circle, he instructed, drawing a protective boundary around Jiang Lua's resting spot. Good, my diligent disciple, Jiang Lua nodded in appreciation, allowing the six-eared macaque to ascend into the sky. The others settled down to rest. But soon a woman clad in simple green appeared before them, with skin as smooth as jade, a neckline revealing a hint of bosom, delicate emerald eyebrows, and sparkling almond-shaped eyes. Her figure was voluptuous, and her expression exuded warmth, causing Zhu Beiji to gaze in awe. This woman was none other than the enchanting demoness of White Tiger Mountain, the Bone Demon. Fair maiden, where do you venture? Zhu Beiji attempted to initiate conversation. But Jiang Lua stood up, adjusting his robe and brushing dust from his bald head, greeting her with a warm smile. The Bone Demon approached with a delicate sway. Elder, within this green jar lies fragrant rice, and in this green bottle, fried gluten. It is midday, and I am bringing sustenance to my husband, who is out gathering firewood and hunting. Oh, Jiang Lua raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he stepped outside the protective circle drawn by the six-eared macaque. Dear maiden, with your bosom exposed in these desolate mountains, you might easily encounter unsavory individuals. With a sly grin, Jiang Lua advanced toward the Bone Demon, seeing his forwardness and the lascivious expression on his face. The Bone Demon felt a flicker of unease and took 2 steps back. Elder, you jest. This mountain, known as White Tiger Mountain, has only my household for 100 miles. Where could there be any ill-intentioned individuals? She feigned calm. That may not be the case, Jiang Lua chuckled, brandishing his staff toward the Bone Demon, who swiftly transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the forest. Not long after the Bone Demon fled, the six-eared macaque descended from the sky, clutching a broken branch laden with rosy peaches. Master, how did you leave the circle without encountering any demons? He inquired, puzzled. According to their plan, the Bone Demon should have been luring Jiang Lua, only for him to descend and strike down her substitute. Yet, the Bone Demon had not appeared. While the six-eared macaque pondered, Sha Xing relayed the earlier events telepathically. Is that so? The six-eared macaque regarded Jiang Lua, who appeared calm and composed, astonished by his strength. As they drew closer to the west, only the trial at Wuzhuang Temple had been successfully navigated, albeit at great cost to the Buddhist sect. The six-eared macaque felt a growing urgency. It seems I must seek out the Bone Demon. I cannot let the challenge laid out by the Bodhisattva go unfulfilled. He resolved inwardly. Ah, my beloved disciple, you return at an opportune moment. I just engaged in vigorous activity and my stomach is now growling with hunger. At that moment, Jiang Lua's voice broke through the six-eared macaque's thoughts. Master, do enjoy these peaches. They are exceptionally sweet. The six-eared macaque plucked a peach from a branch, gently wiped away its fuzz, and presented it to Jiang Lua. Ah, truly a devoted disciple, Jiang Lua remarked with a smile, gratefully accepting the peach and taking a bite, the juice bursting forth. Beiji, Sha Xing, you two should partake of the peach. The six-eared macaque set the branch down, and both Zhu Beiji and Sha Xing began to indulge heartily. Half an hour later, the group had rested and resumed their journey. Zhu Beiji led the way, holding the reins of the horse, while Sha Xing followed closely, bearing the immense burden on his shoulders. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque silently trailed at the rear. Once Jiang Lua, seated upon the white horse, entered a state of meditation, the macaque discreetly split off a portion of his essence and quietly departed from the group. Several hours later, they had ventured deep into the heart of the mountains, where the terrain grew increasingly perilous, with weeds towering over them. At that moment, an elderly woman appeared before them, leaning on a cane, her hair as white as snow, moving slowly and unsteadily, her frail body resembling a withered leaf. Her eyes squinted, and the deep wrinkles on her face could almost trap a fly. May I inquire, esteemed elder, have you seen my daughter? The old woman, in reality the transformed white-boned spirit, asked, revealing her sparse remaining teeth. The six-eared macaque, upon locating the white-boned spirit, engaged in considerable dialogue to soothe her agitation. Despite her apprehension towards Jiang Lua's formidable powers, she ultimately conceded in her quest for heavenly merit as compensation. Moreover, she had already conferred with Guanyin Bodhisattva. Failing to meet the Bodhisattva's expectations would bear dire consequences for her, a creature of no standing. Esteemed elder, I have traveled from the east and encountered nothing but wild beasts and birds along the way. I have not seen your daughter, Jiang Luo replied sincerely, his eyes wide open. Curse it. How shamelessly one can lie without a hint of embarrassment. How thick-skinned one must be. Had it not been for you nearly taking my life, I might have believed your deceit, he thought silently. The white-boned spirit, observing Jiang Luo's seemingly genuine smile, felt a wave of annoyance as several dark lines appeared upon her forehead. This is my daughter's handkerchief, she suddenly exclaimed, spotting a segment of blue cloth adorned with intricate patterns among Sha Seng's belongings. Her expression shifted dramatically as she dropped her cane and rushed to Sha Seng's side. Snatching the handkerchief. How could my daughter's handkerchief be here? You claim to have seen her nowhere. Could it be? The hearts of monks are so cruel as to have brought about her demise? The white-boned spirit, assuming the guise of an elderly woman, theatrically clutched the blue cloth and collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Beiji, take action, Jiang Luo commanded. Understood, master, Zhu Beiji responded without hesitation, once again brandishing his nine-toothed rake. Chapter 125, The Three Encounters with the Bone Demon after vanquishing the Bone Demon with a single blow. Jiang Luo and his companions resumed their journey westward, seeking a path down from White Tiger Mountain amidst the dense thickets and brambles. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque employed its old tricks once more, conjuring a doppelganger that soared toward the bone cave. This cave lay concealed deep within White Tiger Mountain, surrounded by a labyrinth of ancient bones, many of which had long since petrified and become encrusted with moss. The mountain had once been the battlefield of a primordial war, leaving countless remains strewn about. The bone demon had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, gaining sentience. The entrance to the cave was ominous. Crafted from the skull of a colossal beast, its gaping maw appearing poised to devour any unwary traveler. Having previously traversed this location, the six-eared macaque navigated effortlessly into the bone cave. Lady Bone, it called out. Six-eared, you may descend White Tiger Mountain. I shall forego this heavenly merit. A melodious voice echoed. A striking figure emerged from the shadows, a lady clad in a flowing purple gown, her features delicate and her stature statuesque. The bone lady was in a state of lament. She had initially perceived this task as simple, yet she had suffered the indignity of being slain twice. Six-eared. This turn of events is unexpected. I had not foreseen it, she confessed, a hint of sympathy evident in her tone. There is no need for further words. Return whence you came, she commanded, her demeanor shifting as she turned to dismiss him. Lady Bone, I need not elaborate. You have already paid a hefty price. Would it not grieve you to abandon your endeavor now? The six-eared macaque retorted, his eyes glinting with cunning. The bone lady hesitated, her resolve wavering upon realizing the truth in his words. Having invested so much, it would indeed be a grave loss to allow Jiang Luo and his companions to depart empty-handed. Although the plan is shifted, if you assist me in this final act, you may yet attain the celestial merit needed to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the six-eared macaque proposed, casting a tempting offer. This ignited a flicker of ambition within the bone lady. Despite her newfound intelligence, her inherent abilities were mediocre, and she lacked a cultivation method. While her beauty flourished, without a breakthrough to the Daluo Golden Immortal stage, she faced inevitable decline. Achieving the Tai Golden Immortal status would exponentially extend her lifespan. How can you assure me that this time, my participation will not end in the same manner as before? She inquired, her apprehension evident. Consider, Lady Bone. You shall take the guise of an elderly figure. Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji, no matter how reckless, would never dare to harm an old soul. The six-eared macaque laid out his reasoning. The bone lady's interest piqued. She deliberated before ultimately acquiescing. Such an opportunity to gain celestial merit was rare, and to miss it would be a misfortune she could hardly afford. I shall assist you, six-eared, she finally agreed. Excellent, he replied with a nod. Jiang Luo's steed, the white dragon horse, possesses extraordinary strength. We must act swiftly before they leave the mountain. Very well, the bone lady concurred. And the six-eared macaque's doppelganger transformed into a strand of monkey hair that fell to the ground. However, just as Jiang Luo and his companions prepared to depart White Tiger Mountain, a haunting melody drifted through the air, growing nearer. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and clad in tattered gray garments, appeared before them. Esteemed elder, what troubles you? Jiang Luo inquired kindly. The old man, upon seeing Jiang Luo's demeanor, instinctively shifted nervously but steadied himself. My daughter ventured to White Tiger Mountain at noon to deliver a meal to her husband, but has yet to return. My wife, worried for her, has also gone in search, yet as dusk approaches, she remains missing. Might I ask if you have encountered either on your descent? Jiang Luo replied with regret. It is my fault for not overseeing matters properly. Your daughter and wife were mistaken for monsters by my disciple here, and he struck them down. The six-eared macaque's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. The old man, momentarily stunned, erupted into inconsolable tears. Oh, wretched fate! We were once a family reliant on one another at the foot of White Tiger Mountain, only to be cruelly severed by this malevolent monk. How shall I endure this life? Death would be a kinder fate. He appeared ready to take drastic measures against Jiang Luo. Yet he found both Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji looking at him with calm indifference, showing no intent to intervene. You vile monk, you have slain my kin. I shall have my revenge. The bone lady, quick-witted, transformed into the elderly figure and brandished her cane toward Jiang Luo. Master, be cautious. This individual is a demon in disguise. The six-eared macaque warned, swiftly drawing his golden staff and leaping down to deliver a decisive blow to the bone lady's transformed form. The old man's body convulsed briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Brother, why did this demon not reveal its true form? Could it be that you have committed an error? Sha Xing hurriedly approached the fallen figure, concern etched on his face. You misunderstand. This demon masquerading as an elder aimed to harm our master. Fortunately, I saw through its ruse just in time to protect him, the six-eared macaque insisted. His face flushed with indignation. But look, this figure lying here is clearly a human, not a demon. Our master always teaches us to harbor compassion. You acted too hastily without understanding the situation. How shall our master face the world if this were to spread? Sha Sun continued to stoke the fire, hoping Jiang Luo would support the notion of expelling the six-eared macaque. Brother, your words are misguided. Demons wreak havoc upon the world. To spare one is to invite the peril of countless others. Slaying a demon, even by mistake, is far preferable to allowing it to escape. Jiang Luo responded with magnanimity. Moreover, your brother's actions were solely to protect me. Do not dwell on it further. However, should the tale of your brother mistakenly slaying an innocent circulate, it may tarnish your reputation, Sha Xing pressed on. Ah, my dear disciple, reputation is but a fleeting cloud. In my heart, you all are my cherished disciples, far more valuable than any ephemeral fame. Besides, this incident occurred in a remote area where no witnesses dwell. As long as we remain silent, who shall ever know? Jiang Luo earnestly counseled, entirely unperturbed by the machinations of the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing. Ultimately, the trials and tribulations of the journey to the west, consisting of 81 challenges, are decreed by the heavenly order. For the Buddhist sect to attain the celestial merits, it must inevitably complete these arduous tasks. The more he disrupts the arrangements of the Buddhist order, the longer the journey to the west shall be prolonged. Firstly, he will have ample time to elevate his cultivation in preparation for a complete severance with the Buddhist order. Secondly, he can disseminate the method of celestial concealment more extensively. The six-eared macaque and Sha Xing exchanged a glance, letting out a resigned sigh. Jiang Luo seemed to defy all conventions, as if he had discerned their every scheme and intention, leaving them utterly helpless. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, the bone lady, observing in silence, was incensed, her complexion shifting from blue to purple. If this challenge bore no fruit, then after the conclusion of the journey to the west, she too would be ineligible to receive the celestial merits, rendering her efforts entirely fruitless and resulting in a double loss. Though the bone lady was deeply frustrated, she dared not emerge to sabotage the Buddhist endeavors, lest the six-eared macaque truly deliver a fatal blow. On the other side, the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing found themselves at a loss for words in response to Jiang Luo's twisted logic. The master is indeed correct, they replied. Well, if that is the case, let us continue on our journey, Jiang Luo declared, closing his eyes once more to enter a state of meditation. Very well. The six-eared macaque reluctantly acquiesced. Jiang Luo's temperament was elusive, beyond their capacity to manage. Thus, they could only place their hopes in the Bodhisattva Guanyin or other formidable figures of the Buddhist realm. As Jiang Luo journeyed westward, imparting teachings along the way, the human race within the Great Sui Empire, under the leadership and call of Yang Guang, exhibited a flourishing vitality. The method of celestial concealment resonated perfectly with humanity, and as their fortunes gradually converged, nearly 30% of the populace had become cultivators, although most had yet to ascend to the immortal path. The transformation from their former state was akin to a leap from the depths to the heights. Moreover, as the fortunes of humanity coalesced, the newly arising cultivators possessed increasingly elevated foundations, instilling hope for a vibrant future among all. Should this virtuous cycle persist, humanity would inevitably ascend to become the true sovereign of heaven and earth, standing proudly among the three realms. Through the collective efforts of the people of Chang'an, the city had expanded several-fold. Besides the bustling thoroughfares below, the skies above Chang'an were filled with numerous individuals soaring on swords and riding celestial cranes and other mystical beasts. Within the imperial palace of the Great Sui, Yang Guang, clad in a flowing white robe, gazed upon the thriving human race, feeling the burgeoning strength of their fortune. A smile graced his face, and his heart brimmed with comfort, as if he could already envision a future where each member of humanity soared like dragons. Reflecting on the frailty of humanity in times past, he felt a sense of nostalgia, as though it belonged to another era, once beset by internal strife and external threats. Humanity was fortunate to have a compassionate master who not only imparted the heavenly emperor scripture but also bestowed the highly suitable celestial concealment method, paving the way for the grand flourishing of the Great Sui. Just as Yang Guang reveled in boundless aspirations, envisioning humanity's renewed presence within the three realms, a commanding and resonant voice echoed through Chang'an. Yang Guang, step forth to meet me. The thunderous voice, akin to a mighty bell, filled the air with an overwhelming aura of authority, startling countless cultivators to the point that they lost control, plummeting from the skies like dumplings tossed into water, creating chaos below. Chapter 126, A Change of Fate. Upon hearing such domineering words, the citizens of Chang'an were filled with astonishment. Currently, Yang Guang stood as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and held the esteemed title of Emperor of Humanity. Who, then, dared to audaciously call him by his title and demand an audience? The crowd raised their gazes to the sky, only to behold a man garbed in a gray-blue robe. His gaze imposing and exuding an aura reminiscent of the vast ocean, surveying the entirety of Chang'an. It was the Grand Master Xuandu. Many citizens had previously worshipped the statue of the Grand Master, thus they quickly recognized him. However, if disciples from the Chan sect sought trouble, the populace would find it quite normal. Yet, the appearance of the Grand Master, the foremost disciple of the human teaching, with such an aggressive demeanor, bewildered the citizens. Surely, the two parties should be aligned in purpose? The Grand Master's reprimand echoed throughout Chang'an, reverberating into the three realms and stirring the powerful beings residing there. Instantly, countless invisible gazes converged upon the city. Observing the Grand Master confronting Yang Guang, the mighty beings of the three realms began to speculate on how Yang Guang would respond. After all, the Grand Master shared a temperament akin to that of the Taiching saint. While he often appeared indifferent and detached, he placed immense value on interests and prestige. Xuandu, if you have matters to discuss, come to the Imperial Palace. Yang Guang's authoritative voice resonated from the depths of Chang'an, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial aura that enveloped the city, isolating the Grand Master's imposing presence. His Yang Guang exhibited a blatant disregard for decorum. After all, the Grand Master was the chief disciple of the human teaching. Given the Grand Master's already aggressive approach, Yang Guang's public dismissal of him indicated a likely escalation of tensions. The mighty beings of the three realms sensed the brewing storm among the human race. Yang Guang, knowing my identity, you dare to speak so boldly? What audacity! The Grand Master's countenance darkened, clouds of fury gathering upon his visage. The human race is the sovereign of heaven and earth, and I am their emperor, standing equal to the saints. You are merely a disciple of the human teaching and ought to pay your respects to me. Yang Guang's resonant voice echoed once more from within the imperial palace, unwavering in the face of the Grand Master's intimidation. After all, the human race was flourishing, and the circumstances were incredibly favorable. As the emperor, he was to set an example for all humanity, refusing to bow to any individual or force, regardless of their stature, including the Grand Master himself. The citizens of Chang'an felt their spirits soar upon hearing Yang Guang's proclamation. Since the reign of Emperor Xian, humanity had cowered in fear before lesser deities. It had been countless years since they had held their heads high with such defiance. The Grand Master, as the only direct disciple of the Taiching saint and the leading figure among the three generations of the Taoist sect, was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. He had assumed that his arrival would compel Yang Guang to seek him out, yet he was astonished that, merely a few hundred years later, the emperor had grown so audacious as to reprimand him in front of the masses. Yang Guang, you are nothing more than a great Luo Golden Immortal in my eyes. akin to an insignificant insect. How laughable that you aspire to stand equal with the saints. Are you prepared to face my wrath for your insolence? The Grand Master declared, his voice thunderous, flames of anger flickering in his eyes, darkening the skies above. The citizens of Chang'an were seized by trepidation upon hearing his words. After all, the Grand Master was a being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint power. Should he unleash his fury, the entirety of Chang'an could be reduced to ashes with a mere strike. In the next moment, a golden rainbow surged forth from the depths of the imperial palace, like a radiant pathway soaring into the heavens. Clad in a white robe, Yang Guang ascended this golden expanse, step by step, to the high skies. Though he did not wear the dragon robe, a golden dragon, formed from the imperial aura, roared behind him, instilling awe. Xuandu, do you dare to lay a hand upon me? Yang Guang's expression was stern, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the Grand Master. Devoid of any hint of panic, the human race had gradually grown stronger, and the imperial aura reached unprecedented heights. Even during the time of the divine tribulation, the Saint Yin had hesitated to confront the Emperor Xin directly, opting instead to let Daji wreak havoc upon the Shang dynasty. No matter how powerful the Grand Master might be, he would think twice before acting against the Emperor of humanity. For such an act could provoke a backlash from the very destiny of the human race. Moreover, the Grand Master represented the human teaching. Should he choose to attack Yang Guang, the credibility and fortune of the human teaching among the populace would plummet, resulting in a net loss. Thus, Yang Guang stood resolute, his gaze piercing as he faced the Grand Master, showing no sign of retreat. To think a mere great Luo golden immortal would dare to be so brash before me, the Grand Master sneered coldly. Yang Guang, do you believe I have not considered these matters? With a flourish of his hand, a golden seal materialized in his palm. Yang Guang, do you see this? Yang Guang focused intently on the seal, which bore the image of entwined dragons and was adorned with the visages of the 5 heavenly emperors, inscribed with the characters contained below. The seal hovered in the Grand Master's hand, emanating an air of supreme authority, causing Yang Guang's expression to shift dramatically. The Kongtong Seal. Yang Guang instantly recognized the legendary artifact. The Kongtong Seal was the foremost treasure of humanity, wielded in turn by the 3 Pure Ones. After the fall of the Shang, it had come into the possession of the primordial heavenly venerable. Yang Guang had not anticipated that the Grand Master would bring such a fabled item today. The citizens of Chang'an, who had seen Yang Guang exude confidence moments before, now wore expressions of bewilderment, murmuring among themselves. What was so special about this seal that it could so profoundly unsettle the emperor? I once read in an ancient tome that this is the Kongtong Seal, the foremost treasure of humanity. An elderly man, bent and wise, replied. The foremost treasure of humanity? Then surely we have nothing to fear, as the treasures of humanity cannot be wielded against the emperor. Indeed, the Kongtong Seal cannot directly harm the emperor, but it can depose him. The old man's words sent shockwaves through the surrounding populace, their faces mirroring Yang Guang's sudden pallor. With the human race finally beginning to flourish under Yang Guang's leadership, gradually breaking free from the control of various powers. Should the Grand Master use the Kongtong Seal to strip Yang Guang of his title and install a puppet ruler, the promising progress of humanity would abruptly cease. Though the citizens of Chang'an were loath to see events unfold in such a manner, they felt utterly powerless. After all, the Grand Master stood as a quasi-saint at the pinnacle of power. Even if the entirety of humanity united, there would be no match for him. Yang Guang, today I shall depose you as emperor and establish a new sovereign, the Grand Master declared with a chilling smile. Originally, the Kongtong Seal resided in the hands of the primordial supreme being. However, upon perceiving the declining fortune of the human race, he conferred with the Grand Supreme Elder and decided to wield the Kongtong Seal as a trump card to directly eliminate Emperor Yang Guang. Consequently, the human race would once again fall under their dominion. This task was entrusted to the Master Xuandu to execute. Although Yang Guang felt a twinge of panic, he quickly steadied his mind. Xuandu, even if you manage to usurp my position with the Kongtong Seal, the role of emperor can only be occupied by a true member of the human race, and not just any puppet can ascend to such a station, he declared. Do you think I would be so naive as to not foresee this? Therefore, I have resolved to exert myself and personally take your throne, Xuandu Master stated leisurely, revealing his plans. Upon hearing this, Yang Guang's heart plummeted. The Xuandu Master not only possessed formidable strength but was also one of the most powerful innate beings of the human race, entirely qualified to become emperor. Moreover, with his peak quasi-saint cultivation, once he ascended to the throne, no one would be able to depose him or initiate a change of dynasty. This meant that all hopes for the human race would be ruthlessly extinguished by the hand of Xuandu Master. The future of the human race was likely to become even more dire, completely under the thumb of their oppressors. Observing Yang Guang's pale visage, Xuandu Master revealed a triumphant expression. Having previously been disrespected by Yang Guang, he now intended to utterly crush his hopes and dreams. By the mandate of heaven, the human emperor Yang Guang, devoid of virtue and talent, has ascended to the imperial throne, defying celestial order. Today, I, Xuandu of the human sect, shall restore order by dethroning the old emperor and establishing a new one. May heaven witness this. Xuandu Master's resonant voice reverberated across the three realms. In the next instant, the Kongtong seal soared skyward, radiating brilliance like a resplendent sun, with countless golden patterns coalescing into a majestic image of the celestial emperor. Simultaneously, the golden dragon phantom behind Yang Guang emitted a long cry, as if responding to a summons and attempting to break free from him. The human sect is ruthless. They are cutting off the very roots. As the current sovereign of the universe, the human race's fortune is vast, and the three teachings would never relinquish it. Without strength, escaping the grasp of such overwhelming power is akin to a foolish dream. The human race is utterly doomed, destined to be exploited more fiercely than ever before. Witnessing this, the beings of the three realms sighed in lament. Indeed, in this universe, strength dictates everything. Xuandu Master's proclamation to dethrone the human emperor not only drew the attention of all creatures, but also caught the watchful eyes of the Grand Supreme Elder and the primordial Supreme Being in the Chaos World, who were closely monitoring the developments in Chang'an. Regarding the plans of the Grand Supreme Elder and the primordial Supreme Being, Xuandu Master was only partially aware. The reason they instructed him to replace Yang Guang at this juncture was not solely to reclaim the fortunes of the human race, but also to compel Yang Guang's master, Feng, to intervene. For the last time, the Tao ancestor Hongjun had warned that should Feng continue to disrupt the three realms, he would confront him with the power of heaven, even lifting the prohibition against saints entering the three realms. At this moment, both the Grand Supreme Elder and the primordial Supreme Being were anxiously focused on Chang'an, believing that with Feng's protective nature, he would undoubtedly act, potentially igniting a cataclysmic battle across the three realms, serving as a significant turning point. As the brilliance of the Kongtong seal intensified, the image of the celestial emperor became increasingly solidified, emanating an overwhelming aura that overshadowed all. Yang Guang's face turned crimson, struggling to maintain control over his imperial fortune, while the golden dragon phantom behind him gradually drifted towards Xuandu Master. However, at that moment, Xuandu Master radiated an unparalleled aura, as the royal dragon energy coalesced into a golden dragon robe upon him, almost securing his position as emperor. Ha! Xuandu Master laughed heartily, gazing at the golden robe adorning him, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. Just as all beings across the three realms were engulfed in tension, and the countless citizens of Chang'an sensed an impending dark hour for the human race, a furry hand suddenly emerged from the void, clasping the Kongtong seal. This left the entire assembly in shock, their breaths suspended, as they had anticipated Xuandu Master's imminent ascension as the human emperor, only for such an unexpected turn of events to unfold. Following this, a furry monkey stepped forth from the spatial gate, carefully examining the Kongtong seal in hand, a subtle smile gracing his face. Ah, so this is the Kongtong seal, quite exquisite indeed. I, son Wukong, shall graciously accept this as a token of our encounter. He chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, the brilliance of the Kongtong seal diminished sharply, suppressed by the innate essence of the five patriarchs. With the loss of the Kongtong seal as a medium, the golden dragon robe on Xuandu Master vanished into thin air, and the royal dragon returned to Yang Guang's side with a resounding cry. Xuandu Master's smile froze in an instant, taken aback that son Wukong had intervened to thwart his ambitions. Even more astonishing was the exchange of knowing smiles between Yang Guang and son Wukong. Brother, your timing is impeccable, Yang Guang remarked. Son Wukong replied with a grin, I have long been present. I merely wish to witness the expression on this fool's face as he faltered at the critical moment. After scrutinizing Xuandu Master, he added, well, I must say, your expression is indeed quite entertaining. On behalf of the human race, I extend my gratitude for returning the Kongtong seal. Chapter 127. I anticipated your anticipation upon witnessing the unfolding events. The mighty beings of the three realms and the citizens of Chang'an were suddenly enlightened. It became evident that all of this had long been foreseen by Yang Guang and Sun Wukong. Ever since Yi Feng's ethereal presence had struck down the Buddha and the two saints of the West, Sun Wukong had completely extricated himself from the machinations of Buddhism. From that point onward, he began to turn the tables on the Buddhist sect. With the guidance of his master Yi Feng, Sun Wukong quickly deduced that, under such circumstances, the teachings of humanity and the teachings of enlightenment would inevitably utilize the Kongtong seal to reverse the tide and dethrone Yangguang, the human emperor. The citizens of Chang'an, upon witnessing Sun Wukong seize the Kongtong seal and thwart the ascension of the master of Xiandu, instantly displayed relieved smiles. In stark contrast, the master of Xiandu's complexion shifted through hues of blue, white, and purple, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated that. Armed with a treasured artifact to replace Yangguang and ascend to the throne, he would instead find himself the fool in this scenario. Sun Wukong, hand over the Kongtong seal. The master of Xiandu declared coldly, his words dripping with menace. You, a mere follower of humanity, exist solely through the support of the human race. The Kongtong seal, the foremost treasure of humanity, rightfully belongs to my master Yangguang. What are you to claim it? Sun Wukong retorted, a divine light flashing as he temporarily stowed the Kongtong seal away. Sun Wukong, hearing such unceremonious words, the master of Xiandu's dark robes stirred without wind, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. Clearly, feeling both his dignity and pride wounded, he was prepared to strike at Sun Wukong to reclaim the Kongtong seal. As the terrifying aura of the master of Xiandu, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, enveloped Chang'an, the hearts of all citizens sank, with saints barred from entering the three realms or intervening. The master of Xiandu stood as one of the most formidable beings. Although Sun Wukong had seized the Kongtong seal, without sufficient strength, it would all be in vain. Ready for a brawl? Very well. It has been several centuries since I last fought, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to engage. Do not flaunt your power, Wukong. Were it not for your master's backing, you would merely be a trivial monkey, the master of Xiandu replied sternly. While his murderous intent surged, he remained wary of Sun Wukong's master. After all, with just an ethereal presence, Yi Feng had effortlessly obliterated the two saints of the West. Should he intervene, the master of Xiandu knew he would stand no chance of survival. As if you're not relying on your master as well. Had you not been taken as a disciple by the old man of Ta Ching, you wouldn't even have the cultivation you possess today. Perhaps the grass on your grave would be several feet high by now. Sun Wukong countered with sharp wit. Since you are so arrogant, let us battle fairly. Without our respective masters intervening, the master of Xiandu articulated his intentions. What a shameless individual you are, pretending as if your master could intervene. Nevertheless, I shall grant you this small favor. Master, I shall seek retribution for my junior today and teach this little Xiandu a lesson. You need only observe. Sun Wukong called out to Yi Feng, undeterred by the master of Xiandu's motives. Very well, the master of Xiandu sneered, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Although Sun Wukong had previously demonstrated formidable combat prowess during the battle at Huaguo Mountain against the Heavenly Court, the path to further cultivation grew increasingly arduous. Even with the utmost assistance from Ta Ching Laozi, it had taken him countless eons to ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. He could not fathom how Sun Wukong could achieve such heights within a few hundred years. Most of the mighty beings in the three realms shared the master of Xiandu's perspective. Believing that Sun Wukong had already reached the limits of his potential and that any further progress would be drastically slower, they anticipated that Sun Wukong would soon pay a heavy price for his hubris. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor, Jin Yuanzi, Yin Luo Wang, and Yang Jian, who were aware of Yi Feng's capabilities, awaited the spectacle of the master of Xiandu being thoroughly trounced. For in the hands of Elder Yi, everything deemed impossible could become effortlessly achievable. Let this battle in the heavens not harm the innocent. Sun Wukong grinned at the master of Xiandu and soared into the sky, ascending to greater heights. Otherwise, their impending clash would undoubtedly affect the millions of citizens in Chang'an. Although the master of Xiandu had failed to execute his plan to become the human emperor, he still represented humanity. Thus, he could not maliciously choose to battle in this location, so he followed suit. Wang, it is time for this emperor to take action. At Guanjingkou, the imposing black dog, howling celestial dog, observed the master of Xiandu ascend into the heavens and promptly dashed towards Mount Daluo, shaking his great tail. Upon reaching the expansive celestial realm, the master of Xiandu found Sun Wukong waiting not far from him, arms crossed and a smug smile adorning his face. Prepare to meet your end, Sun Wukong. The master of Xiandu, already filled with pent-up frustration from being toyed with, could no longer contain his rage upon witnessing Sun Wukong's arrogance. The fury erupted like a volcano. Boom. The once bright celestial realm was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The sun and moon obscured as horrific thunderbolts rained down, causing the entire 33 heavens to tremble. Countless bolts of lightning, thick as mountains, descended as if intent on annihilating the heavens and earth, fracturing the surrounding space. The scene was terrifying, a testament to the master of Xian Du's overwhelming fury. The teachings of humanity advocate for non-interference, yet the master of Xian Du unleashed his might with unexpected ferocity. The beings of the three realms quaked in fear, their faces ashen, thoroughly intimidated by this apocalyptic presence. As the chief disciple of Ta Ching Laozi and the foremost figure of the three generations of Xiamen, the master of Xian Du's strength was indeed unfathomable. The atmosphere suggested that his power was nearly on par with the ancient top-tier beings, such as Jin Yuanzi and Kunping. Other powerful entities in the three realms could only lament the situation, recognizing that with Sun Wukong's background and previously demonstrated strength, as long as he survived, he was destined to become a saint among the demon race. Regrettably, Sun Wukong's unbroken streak of fortune had rendered him overly arrogant, provoking the master of Xian Du before he had fully matured. It appeared that Sun Wukong's life was in grave peril, likely to perish under the formidable Ta Ching Thunder Law. At this moment, the master of Xian Du's robes billowed, hair standing on end, his entire being crackling with violet arcs of electricity, his eyes blazing like torches, emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura. The suffocating pressure he exerted, even from a distance of countless miles, left the citizens of Chang'an nearly unable to stand. Yang Guang, although deeply troubled, realized that with his current strength, he could neither assist nor even approach the scene. Thunder is inherently the most terrifying force in the world, and under the full exertion of the formidable cultivation of the Grand Master of Xian Du, its potency is magnified even further. At this moment, within a radius of billions of miles, the surroundings have transformed into the most fearsome desolation among the three realms. Even those at the mid to late stages of quasi-saint levels, should they dare approach, would be annihilated in an instant by the overwhelming power of the thunder, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 128. The Scraping of the Meridians. Die, Sun Wukong. You shall perish before me. The Grand Master of Xuandu bellowed in fury, unleashing the full might of the supreme thunder technique towards the spot where Sun Wukong had previously stood. In that moment, his sole desire was to obliterate the monkey who had thwarted his schemes and disrespected him, leaving no chance for retaliation or survival. He aimed to demonstrate to all beings across the three realms the dire consequences of inciting his wrath. Under the Grand Master's relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong's figure was engulfed by a tempest of blinding and ferocious lightning. Remarkably, Wukong had yet to retaliate, remaining utterly silent, as if he had been annihilated before he could even utter a cry of despair. The powerful beings of the three realms began to speculate. If Sun Wukong were indeed slain by the Grand Master, would Yifeng retaliate? Would the Dao ancestor invoke the power of heaven to engage in a cataclysmic battle with Wukong's master? Such a confrontation could lead to the utter annihilation of the three realms under the clash of these unimaginable titans. The Grand Master of Xuandu poured forth his fury, unleashing countless bolts of lightning upon the place where Sun Wukong had once been, without respite. It wasn't until a full quarter of an hour had passed that his wrath began to wane, the relentless storm of thunder gradually subsiding. After this frenzied barrage, the Grand Master found his divine energy significantly depleted. Observing the prolonged silence from Sun Wukong, he began to doubt whether the monkey had perished entirely. Thus, he tempered his assault, the once terrifying tempest of lightning now diminishing somewhat. With his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Wukong had stood, he hoped to witness the aftermath of his overwhelming victory, envisioning a scene filled with floating treasures amidst the devastation. This scraping is quite proficient. Though the force could use some work, I'm nearly dozing off, Wukong mused. To the Grand Master's astonishment, not only had Sun Wukong not perished, but he was reclining casually in midair, propping his head up with one hand, utterly unscathed, even stifling a yawn. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Grand Master's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, as a tidal wave of disbelief surged within him. The formidable beings of the three realms, who had confidently anticipated Wukong's demise, stood petrified, their minds buzzing in shock, unable to process the scene before them. In the face of the Grand Master's full-scale assault, they had envisioned many possible outcomes for Wukong: annihilation, or perhaps the protection of a treasure bestowed by Yifeng, or even a grievous state of injury. Yet, They had never fathomed that Wukong would not only withstand the Supreme Thunder technique, but would do so without deploying any defensive measures. More astonishingly, he had absorbed the full brunt of the attack, emerging without a single mark of injury, brimming with vitality. In the Chaos Realm, the countenance of the Supreme Taiji also shifted dramatically, mirroring that of his proud disciple. Sun Wukong's strength had utterly surpassed his expectations. Even as one of the three Pure Ones, experienced and knowledgeable, he had not anticipated such a spectacle. Could it be that the adage beneath the saints, all are, but ants might be shattered by Sun Wukong? As the Supreme Taiji gazed upon the unfolding events, a thought arose within him that he found almost incredulous. The beings of the three realms and the Grand Master of Xuandu were left in a state of bewilderment, thoroughly astonished by Sun Wukong's resilience. Meanwhile, the Hound of Heaven, empowered by the art of writing, had arrived at the foot of Mount Daluo. Beholding the towering, magnificent, and awe-inspiring Mount Daluo, the Hound could scarcely contain his drool. After all, this mountain had once been the sacred ground of the Supreme Taiji. Following the Supreme Taiji's departure from the three realms due to the prohibitions of the Hongjun Dao ancestor, he had entrusted its management to his beloved disciple, the Grand Master of Xuandu. With the treasures of the Supreme Taiji combined with the Grand Master's possessions, the Hound of Heaven could hardly resist the temptation, envisioning the vast wealth hidden within Mount Daluo. However, despite his overwhelming desire to seize it all at once, he retained a semblance of rationality. Swiftly producing hundreds of array flags inscribed with mystical patterns, "Form the array," he commanded. Hundreds of crimson flags flew from his flamboyant attire, settling into designated positions before vanishing into the void. The array glowed with radiant symbols, gradually merging with the essence of the Hound himself. Originally crafted by the primordial emperor as a means of deception during his own tribulations, this array had been transformed by Feng into a tool capable of fooling even the heavens. With the Hound's profound mastery of the art of writing, evading the myriad restrictions within Mount Daluo was a trivial matter. As he melded with the array, his form began to dissipate from sight, rendering him undetectable even to the apex of the Grand Master of Xuandu. "Treasure, this sovereign approaches," he exclaimed with a crooked smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth, as he eagerly charged toward the entrance of Mount Daluo. Chapter 129. Do not compete on the line. Your crystal has been stolen. Although the entrance to the Daluo Mountain's cave paradise was fortified with formidable restrictions by the Grand Master Xuandu, it posed no obstacle to the Hound of Heaven, who had mastered the art of movement. With ease, it entered the sanctum. Upon entering the cave paradise, it was greeted by the sight of an imposing palace. At the center of the palace stood a statue of the Ta Ching, seated in meditation. The statue held a whisk in its hand, perched upon a cushion, with half-closed eyes, exuding an air of serene detachment, reminiscent of an ancient sage. How narcissistic! The Hound of Heaven scoffed, rolling its eyes at the sight of the Ta Ching, establishing a statue in its honor. Yet, just as it was about to delve deeper into the cave paradise, its gaze caught a glimpse of the seemingly unremarkable cushion beneath the Ta Ching's statue. Could it be the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the wind and fire cushion? The Hound of Heaven quickly recalled its knowledge of spiritual treasures and instantly recognized the remarkable item beneath the Ta Ching. During the ancient teachings of the primordial Dao ancestor Hongjun, 7 purple cushions were arranged in the front row. These 7 purple cushions represented sacred positions and were later distributed to the Ta Ching and others after Hongjun concluded his 3rd lecture. The wind and fire cushion was one among them. While the wind and fire cushion might lack formidable offensive or defensive capabilities, it significantly enhances a practitioner's comprehension, aiding in the pursuit of enlightenment. In certain respects, this cushion is even more precious and rare than other supreme innate spiritual treasures. What a fortuitous discovery! The Hound of Heaven's eyes gleamed with excitement, nearly drooling at the unexpected find of a supreme innate spiritual treasure upon entering. Cautiously, it retrieved the wind and fire cushion using the heavenly deception array, marveling at its good fortune. Previously, it had diligently pursued its cultivation yet had not acquired even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Now, merely seizing an opportunity and playing the role of a sly fox, it had obtained a treasure it once deemed unattainable. No wonder the likes of Junti and Jane endure countless criticisms while engaging in dubious acts. Truly, lewdness brings joy. The Hound of Heaven mused, joyfully tucking the wind and fire cushion into its oversized pants. After surveying the hall and confirming the absence of other treasures, it proceeded to the next level of the cave paradise. Upon entering the next level, the Hound of Heaven was immediately met with a wave of heat. It focused its gaze and discovered a colossal alchemical furnace towering hundreds of feet high. The furnace, shimmering in bronze, was engraved with various ancient Tao patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity. From within, fierce flames blazed, illuminating the entire alchemical hall in a vibrant red, leaving the Hound of Heaven feeling parched. Turning its head, it noticed that the walls of the alchemical chamber were lined with neatly arranged jars and bottles. There were orange gourds, white jade vials, and more, each inscribed with the names of the elixirs contained within, numbering over 10,000 at a glance. Incredible! Such an abundance of elixirs. The Hound of Heaven gasped, realizing that while it knew of Ta Ching's prowess in alchemy, it had not anticipated such a stockpile remaining in Daluo Mountain. It seemed that Ta Ching and Xuandu regarded this place as their stronghold, never suspecting that anyone would dare to infiltrate. All of this belongs to me, the Hound of Heaven exclaimed, rushing eagerly towards the shelves of elixirs. The first row displayed the invaluable 7 transformation golden elixirs, 8 transformation golden elixirs, and 9 transformation golden elixirs. A single 9 transformation golden elixir was sufficient to cultivate a formidable being at the Daluo golden immortal realm. With its left paw grasping a gourd, the Hound of Heaven swiftly removed the stopper with its right hand and poured the contents into its mouth, akin to devouring candy. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, I'm full. After consuming several 9 transformation golden elixirs, it felt a surge of energy erupt within, breaking through 3 minor realms, ascending from the early stage of Daluo golden immortal to the peak. Fortunately, the overwhelming energy from these breakthroughs was masked by the heavenly deception array, preventing it from being revealed. Initially, it believed reaching the peak of Daluo would take millions of years, yet it had achieved this in the blink of an eye. If only it could find 10 or more, perhaps it could directly ascend to the quasi-saint realm. The Hound of Heaven pondered, its eyes shimmering with anticipation as it continued its search. However, after an exhaustive exploration, disappointment set in. Each 9 transformation golden elixir was exceedingly rare, requiring substantial heavenly materials and a lengthy period to refine. The ones it had consumed were nearly all of Ta Ching's reserves. Yet, while the 9 transformation golden elixirs were scarce, the Hound of Heaven discovered other intriguing concoctions. For instance, elixirs crafted from the essence of the 4 symbols, the Dragon Bone Enhancer, the White Tiger Delay Pill, the Vermilion Bird Vitality Elixir, and the Black Tortoise Endurance Pill. Unexpectedly, Ta Ching and Xuandu, seemingly proper and dignified, secretly concocted such peculiar items, but without partners. What purpose did these serve? Could it be? Cough, cough. The Hound of Heaven cleared its throat, stifling its wandering thoughts to avoid straying into inappropriate territory. With a wave of its hand, all the elixirs from the shelf surged into its spatial treasure, its oversized pants. After collecting the elixirs, the Hound of Heaven discovered a stack of books near the alchemical furnace. It surmised they were either texts on alchemy or simply reading materials to alleviate boredom during the tedious process. However, upon picking up the books, its expression shifted once again to one of astonishment. Titles such as Demonic Father, Seductive Mother, The Adventures of Bai Jia, and Illustrated Tales of Liao Zhai caught its eye. Flipping through a few pages, it turned crimson, even steam escaping its nostrils. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Those who appear most respectable often harbor the most lewd thoughts. The Hound of Heaven mused, casually tucking these books away for study later upon returning to the river mouth. This alchemical furnace also appeared to be a superior innate spiritual treasure. It would be prudent to collect it. Once again, the Hound of Heaven activated its spatial treasure, shrinking the alchemical furnace ablaze with true fire and stowing it away. Ouch, this true fire is quite scalding. The Hound of Heaven grimaced, surveying the alchemical chamber to ensure nothing was overlooked before striding towards the next grand hall. The subsequent hall was even more astonishing, containing a microcosm of its own. Within this small realm, the spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant, pure, and concentrated, almost coalescing into mist, with the air shimmering with crystalline light, resembling an ethereal paradise. This microcosm was a medicinal field arranged by the Ta Ching, interwoven with countless spiritual roots and celestial herbs. Starry grass, dragon blood vine, each plant was translucent, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Moreover, these spiritual roots and celestial herbs were exceptionally rare in the outside world, some having vanished since ancient times, each boasting at least 1,000,000 years of medicinal age. Their appearance in the external realm would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Truly, as the foremost of the 6 saints, the Ta Ching's wealth is astounding. The Hound of Heaven's eyes sparkled. The bounty it had acquired surpassed all expectations. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, he would likely find it nearly impossible to attain even a fraction of what he desired throughout his lifetime. Yet now, An abundance of treasures lay before him, within easy reach. Ah, what splendid treasures they are, now belonging entirely to this emperor. Should Xuandu return, even if he were not to meet his demise at the hands of the great sage Sun, he would likely perish from sheer indignation. Xiaodian Dog quickly steadied his thoughts. Uncertain of when Master Xuandu would return, he activated his glaringly gaudy flower-patterned trousers and began to gather all the spiritual roots and celestial herbs into his possession. He even spared no effort in collecting the very soil from the medicinal fields that nurtured these celestial herbs, taking it all with him. Meanwhile, high above Dongxing Shenzhou, Master Xuandu was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Sun Wukong, completely unaware that his crystal had been pilfered. Nonetheless, Xuandu's expression was as dark as the depths of water, reflecting his utmost displeasure. He had initially believed that subduing Sun Wukong would be a mere trifle given his own strength. However, having unleashed his full might through the Taiji Thunder technique against Sun Wukong, he found that not only had Sun Wukong not suffered any significant injury, but he had also withstood the cataclysmic force of the Taiji Thunder with his physical form, utterly unscathed. This display of power was truly terrifying. It is worth noting that Sun Wukong had only emerged into the world a few hundred years prior, yet he had already attained such formidable prowess. Under these circumstances, Master Xuandu felt that it would not be long before Sun Wukong ascended to the status of a saint among the demon clan. At that juncture, targeting Sun Wukong would become nearly impossible, and he might even be obliterated with a mere flick of a finger. This indicated that the present moment was his last opportunity to eliminate Sun Wukong. Should Sun Wukong perish, he could reclaim the Kongong seal, usurp Yangguang to become the emperor of humanity, and bask in the vast fortunes of the human race. Coupled with the merits acquired post the journey to the West Calamity, he would have a glimmer of hope to ascend to the saintly realm. Yet, all of this hinged upon his ability to slay Sun Wukong. With this thought, Master Xuandu's countenance darkened further, and the murderous intent within him surged to unprecedented heights. Today, he must slay Sun Wukong, for only then would he have the chance to attain sanctification. Conversely, Sun Wukong sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xuandu, but felt a curious thrill in his heart, wondering what other trump cards the master might possess. Let all his tactics be revealed. Otherwise, by the time I, the old monkey, take action, he will have no chance left. Sun Wukong chuckled with glee. Chapter 130, The Innate Supreme Treasure. Ha ha. The Grand Master of Xuandu erupted into a hearty laugh as the Tomb of Heaven's light dimmed, reverting to a compact size, gently hovering in his palm. Sun Wukong, this is the consequence of your arrogant pride. The resonant voice of the Grand Master echoed throughout the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, brimming with audacity and flamboyance. The entire human populace within Chang'an City was left stupefied. They could hardly believe that the Sun Wukong, who had just moments ago held an undeniable advantage in momentum, had been so effortlessly subdued by the Grand Master of Xuandu. Countless mighty beings from the three realms focused intently on the Tomb of Heaven, eager to discern if Sun Wukong possessed any hidden cards to escape. Yet, the tomb remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any movement, as if Sun Wukong had been refined into liquid the moment he was absorbed. Judging by the previous circumstances, it was evident that Sun Wukong's power surpassed that of Xuandu, yet the Grand Master had easily subdued him with the Tomb of Heaven. The possession of such a formidable spiritual treasure was indeed of paramount importance. Some mighty beings expressed their envy towards the tomb, lamenting, did Sun Wukong's master fail to bestow upon him any protective treasures? Others questioned in disbelief how the future saint, Sun Wukong, could have met such an untimely demise. It was likely he did possess protective artifacts. However, the Grand Master acted with such swiftness that Sun Wukong had no time to react before being captured. Indeed, Sun Wukong had been overly presumptuous. Previously, during his time at Flower and Fruit Mountain, he had provocatively challenged the Buddhist sect, only to be saved by his master in the end. Today, however, he obstinately refused his master's intervention, insisting on confronting the Grand Master of Xuandu alone. And now he had paid the ultimate price for his pride. A sense of regret permeated the hearts of many. It was a pity that with the power Sun Wukong had demonstrated, he was destined to become a demon saint. Yet he had allowed his arrogance to lead to his tragic downfall before achieving that fate. The demon saints, such as Bai Zhe and Ci Tai from the northern continent, were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions upon witnessing Sun Wukong fall to the Grand Master. With the ancestor Kunping slain by the combined might of Xinyuanzi and the ancestor Gonggong, the demise of the highly anticipated Sun Wukong cast a shadow over the future of the demon race. The heavens and the Western Buddhist sect might seize this opportunity to strike against the demons. As fear gripped the demon populace, the other beings of the three realms, after a brief moment of shock, were soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, Sun Wukong was the sole direct disciple of Yi Feng. Although Sun Wukong had insisted that his master refrain from intervening in his battle with the Grand Master, no one could guarantee that Yi Feng would not retaliate against Xuandu, or even against the Grand Master of Taching. In such a case, it was conceivable that the Dao ancestor might also become involved, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire three realms. At this moment, both the Grand Master of Taching and the primordial Heavenly Sovereign were filled with anxiety. Even in the chaos of the world, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Their divine consciousness had already discreetly communicated with the Panga Banner and the Taijitu, prepared to counter any sudden assault from Yi Feng. However, after several tense moments of waiting, the three realms remained in a state of calm, with Yi Feng not taking action as he had at Flower and Fruit Mountain. Instead, it was the Tomb of Heaven in the Grand Master's hands that began to stir. Clang! A crisp sound echoed from within the tomb, as if something were attempting to break free. The Grand Master's smile abruptly vanished. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong, once absorbed into the tomb, had not transformed into liquid, but was now striking against the coffin lid, striving to escape. Hope reignited in the hearts of the other mighty beings from the three realms and numerous demons. The Tomb of Heaven could instantaneously refine any being beneath the saintly realm into liquid, yet it seemed Sun Wukong still possessed a life-preserving treasure bestowed by his master. Nonetheless, even if Sun Wukong had a protective artifact, if he could not escape the tomb swiftly, he would likely not endure for long. The mighty beings of the three realms speculated amongst themselves. Sun Wukong, you think you can escape after being captured in the tomb? Such delusion. The Grand Master of Xuandu scoffed, channeling all his strength to activate the refining power of the tomb. The bizarre patterns on the tomb began to radiate light, and a strange force filled the space, intent on completely refining Sun Wukong into liquid. Once again, the entire human and demon populace braced themselves in trepidation. The Grand Master had believed that once Sun Wukong was absorbed into the tomb, activating the refining power would suffice to transform him into liquid in a matter of moments. Yet, to his astonishment, the more fervently he exerted his power, the louder the sounds of impact against the coffin lid became. Eventually, a crack appeared in the once sealed lid of the tomb. At this juncture, the Grand Master of Xuandu grew increasingly agitated. He had never imagined that even after being absorbed into this supreme treasure of the heavenly path, Sun Wukong would still possess such strength to resist. Suddenly, the tomb erupted uncontrollably, expanding once more to a colossal size. Boom! The coffin lid was thrust open amidst a multitude of incredulous gazes. The Grand Master's expression shifted dramatically as he formed a seal with his hands, soaring upwards, his body shimmering with countless patterns. Crashing down onto the lid of the tomb to forcefully restrain it, lest Sun Wukong burst forth. As he executed the mountain suppression seal, he resembled an immense Kunlun mountain, descending heavily onto the coffin lid. With a resounding clang, the lid that had been slightly ajar was once again forcibly pressed back down. With me here, you shall not escape. Even the saints of the heavenly path would be completely sealed within the tomb after 7 days. I shall suppress you for 7 days. The Grand Master's voice boomed across the three realms. As he employed the mountain suppression seal, his body pressed against the tomb. The unusual movements of the tomb temporarily ceased, as if Sun Wukong could not break free from the Grand Master's suppression or the potent seal of the tomb. However, the Grand Master had yet to breathe a sigh of relief when, accompanied by a deafening explosion, a tremendous force erupted, flipping the coffin lid along with the Grand Master himself. Then, a resplendent golden rod, radiating with the essence of the heavenly path, emerged from the tomb. Its aura was magnificent and boundless, momentarily appearing as the singular entity in the cosmos, surpassing all other top-tier innate treasures. This is an innate supreme treasure. The beings of the three realms were astounded, unable to fathom that an unprecedented innate supreme treasure would manifest at this moment. Once the Grand Master of Xuandu regained his composure and beheld the resplendent innate supreme treasure, his heart was filled with insatiable desire. However, he did not attempt to seize it. Instead, he turned to flee. After all, the power Sun Wukong had previously displayed far exceeded his own. And now with the addition of an innate supreme treasure, he would surely have no rivals beneath the saintly realm. Even Kongxian, reputed as the foremost being beneath the saints, would likely choose to avoid confrontation, though he yearned for the innate supreme treasure in Sun Wukong's possession. He understood that losing his life rendered all else meaningless. His own survival was paramount. Just as the Grand Master of Xuandu contemplated his escape, a multitude of blazing beams of light surged forth from the tomb, streaking through the void with astonishing speed, imbued with the power to obliterate all in their path, instantly annihilating the Grand Master's physical form. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the Grand Master's body was utterly reduced to a crimson mist. The powerful beings of the three realms were left utterly astonished. The shift in circumstances was indeed too rapid. Just a moment ago, Sun Wukong had been suppressed within the coffin of the dead sky by the Master Xuandu. In the blink of an eye, not only had the coffin been overturned, but the Master Xuandu himself had been obliterated. This young scion of Xuandu had the audacity to deceive and ambush me, the venerable monkey of 690 years, displaying a profound lack of martial ethics. Sun Wukong's voice resonated from within the coffin, and he transformed into a brilliant arc as he soared forth. At this moment, Sun Wukong still exuded an overwhelming aura, his vitality akin to a vast ocean, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Moreover, a faint golden barrier enveloped him, offering protection. As Sun Wukong extricated himself from peril, this golden shield morphed into 3 strands of golden fur, returning to the back of his head. The powerful beings of the 3 realms, witnessing this, suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Sun Wukong was so emboldened. It turned out he possessed a means left by his master, rendering even the coffin of the dead sky, which could seal saints, ineffective against him. Nevertheless, the coffin itself was a remarkable artifact, and thus Sun Wukong claimed it for himself. With a grand gesture, he seized the coffin of the dead sky in his grasp and subsequently erased the spiritual imprint left by the Master Xuandu, appropriating it entirely. The most formidable treasure of the heavenly Tao was thus acquired by Sun Wukong, inciting envy in countless onlookers. However, the hearts of the beings across the 3 realms remained suspended in trepidation. For although Sun Wukong had not perished within the coffin, the Master Xuandu had been slain by him. As the sole direct disciple of the Supreme Old One, and the foremost among the 3 generations of the Xinyuan sect, Xuandu's death at the hands of Sun Wukong could potentially provoke the Supreme Old One to unleash his wrath upon Sun Wukong, leading to a cataclysmic conflict. Yet, the beings of the 3 realms were once again taken aback, for the chaotic world remained undisturbed. The Supreme Old One, far from taking action, showed no inclination to even make an appearance. Rest assured, Sun Wukong reassured them, the young Xuandu is indeed the apple of the Supreme Old One's eye, and he will not perish so easily. Before I could obliterate his true spirit, he was whisked away by a talisman. Sun Wukong, perceiving the thoughts of the beings in the 3 realms, offered this clarification willingly. Chapter 131. Xuandu wears the mask of suffering. The citizens of Chang'an were filled with mixed emotions as they witnessed Yang Guang holding the Konggong seal, exhilarated to the utmost. The return of this treasure to humanity marked an undeniably historic moment. Without the Konggong seal, the 3 teachings could no longer manipulate humanity at will. Under the leadership of Emperor Yang Guang, humanity would continue on the path to prosperity, destined to become the sovereign of heaven and earth. The hearts of the people surged with joy, yet the expression on the face of the resurrected Xuandu Grandmaster was one of utter despair. As the foremost figure of the 3 teachings, he had brought forth the formidable Zongtian coffin, a treasure of unparalleled malevolence, yet he was still vanquished by Sun Wukong. In addition to suffering a grave loss of dignity, he had forfeited both the Konggong seal and the Zongtian coffin, treasures of immense value. Despite the wealth of the human teaching, this loss was indeed grievous. Moreover, with the Konggong seal now in the hands of Emperor Yang Guang, bolstered by an unprecedented surge of human fortune, even a sage returning to the 3 realms would think twice before confronting him. Xuandu Grandmaster seethed with frustration, realizing that all this misfortune stemmed from his inability to best Sun Wukong. He tried to console himself, recalling his master's words that the ban preventing sages from entering the 3 realms might soon be lifted. At that time, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong was, he could not contend with a sage. Despite the current setback, he reassured himself that the human teaching was rich and could withstand such losses. And he resolved to return to the Daluo Mountain to seek solace among the treasures in his cave. Boom! As the gates of the Daluo Mountain opened, the Xuandu Grandmaster flew in with great anticipation. The next moment, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from Daluo Mountain, echoing across the entire North Julu continent, startling countless birds to take flight. The voice conveyed profound despair and sorrow, drawing the bewildered gazes of all beings in the 3 realms towards Daluo Mountain. What had happened to Xuandu? Such torment must stem from the inability to accept defeat. Though the human teaching appeared serene, they were fiercely proud. Perhaps it was the loss of the Kongtong seal and the Zongtian coffin that he could not bear. Was the head of the three teachings so fragile in spirit? As the powerful beings of the three realms speculated, the Xuandu Grandmaster stood frozen in shock within the cave of Daluo Mountain, gazing at the empty hall before him. He questioned if he was imagining things. After all, this was Daluo Mountain, a place not only fortified by his own intricate defenses but also known throughout the three realms as the abode of the Taiji Laozi. Rubbing his eyes, he peered again, only to confirm that the grand hall was indeed devoid of any treasures. Not only had the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the wind and fire futon, been stolen, but even the statue of Taiji and various murals and lanterns had vanished without a trace. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a rat could find no hiding place in this empty hall. Yet, to the surprise of all beings in the three realms, the chaotic world remained eerily calm. The Taiji Laozi did not intervene, nor did he show any inclination to appear. Rest assured, the Xuandu lad is the apple of Taiji Laozi's eye. He won't perish so easily. Before I could even strike at his true spirit, he was taken away by a talisman, Sun Wukong explained, sensing the thoughts of the beings in the three realms. Upon hearing this, the beings collectively released a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Most beings in the three realms were indifferent to the power struggles, content to observe from the sidelines. After all, their own lives were far more important. In merely a few hundred years since Sun Wukong's emergence, he had already bested the Xuandu Grandmaster, uplifting the spirits of countless demon clans across North Julu. If this trend continued, it would not be long before a demon sage arose, re-establishing their presence in the three realms. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan had anticipated that Sun Wukong would falter against Xuandu and that Yi Feng would intervene, with the Dao ancestor wielding the power of heaven to subdue Yi Feng and perhaps lift the ban on sages entering the Hongwang. However, Sun Wukong had decisively defeated the Xuandu Grandmaster on his own, while Yi Feng had not even shown up. Though the Xuandu Grandmaster had survived due to the backup plan granted by Taiji Laozi, the crushing defeat of his cherished disciple was a bitter pill for Taiji Laozi to swallow, leaving him deeply embarrassed. Human teaching, Chan teaching, Buddhist sect, do you have anyone capable? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and the Xuandu lad has already fallen. Sun Wukong chuckled, unabashedly arrogant, faced with such brazen words from Sun Wukong. The beings in the three realms could only click their tongues in disbelief at his audacity to challenge the three major forces single-handedly. Yet, given the prowess he had displayed, his confidence was not unfounded. It seemed that until the sages were allowed back into the three realms, these teachings would be powerless against him, regardless of their simmering anger. As anticipated, the three forces, human teaching, Chan teaching, and Buddhist sect, chose to feign ignorance in response to Sun Wukong's provocations. How disappointing, a bunch of cowards. Since you dare not act, I'll take my leave. You are always welcome to seek me out, Sun Wukong declared, waving his hand to open a portal in space. In the next moment, he appeared above Chang'an City. Senior brother, Yang Guang rushed forward, scrutinizing Sun Wukong with great care. Once he confirmed that Sun Wukong was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, when Sun Wukong had been sealed in the Zongtian coffin, Yang Guang had nearly disregarded everything to intervene. Yet, he understood that Sun Wukong, despite his flamboyant demeanor, was remarkably prudent, never undertaking any actions without certainty. His confidence in his master's strength had restrained him from intervening. This Kongtong seal is the treasure of humanity. Today, I return it to you, Sun Wukong proclaimed, presenting the previously seized Kongtong seal to Yang Guang, having thoroughly erased the markings upon it. Thank you, senior brother, Yang Guang gasped, extending his hands to accept the Kongtong seal with utmost gravity. Gazing at the seal adorned with a golden dragon and the insignia of the five emperors, his heart was flooded with conflicting emotions. Although the Kongtong seal was born of humanity's fortune, it had long been under the control of the three teachings, wielded as their final trump card against humanity. Today, however, this treasure had finally returned to the hands of the human race. Chapter 132, The Silver-Horned King. From this moment forth, apart from the honorable ancestor Hongjun, not even the six saints shall directly interfere in the affairs of humanity. Upon witnessing the slight reddening of Yang Guang's eyes filled with emotion, Sun Wukong promptly patted his shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance, before vanishing from sight in an instant. Yang Guang's spirit quickly regained its composure as he gazed at the Kongtong seal in his hand, and a new idea began to blossom in his mind. By imperial decree, Select an auspicious day and time to proceed to the Fire Cloud Cave to respectfully welcome the return of the ancestors of humanity. Yang Guang's resonant voice echoed throughout Chang'an, stirring the hearts of all humanity within the city. During the era of Emperor Yu, he forged the 9 tripods and proclaimed to the heavens, elevating humanity to the status of sovereigns of the universe. At that time, humanity basked in unparalleled glory, boasting 3 ancestors, Suiren, Wuchao, and Zi, along with the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earthly sovereign Shenong, and the human sovereign Huangdi, as well as the 5 emperors, Zhuangqiu, Diku, Yao, Shun, and Diyu. The 3 ancestors and the 3 sovereigns were formidable beings on the verge of sanctity, while the 5 emperors were great Luo Jinxians. This power rivaled the current flourishing state of Buddhism. However, the 6 saints deemed humanity's strength excessively formidable, making it difficult to control. They suppressed humanity's fortunes under the pretense of restraining the 3 ancestors and the 5 emperors, confining them within the Fire Cloud Cave. Previously, the 6 saints loomed ominously, wielding absolute power, while humanity's strength was feeble, necessitating their endurance of humiliation. Yet now, the 6 saints found themselves barred from the 3 realms, while humanity's strength gradually ascended. With the return of the Kongtong seal, Yang Guang resolutely decided to select an auspicious day to officially welcome the return of the 3 ancestors and the 5 emperors. With this formidable force to guide humanity in their cultivation, their strength would inevitably surge to unprecedented heights. Yes, we shall diligently obey the sacred decree. The people of Chang'an felt a surge of enthusiasm, growing increasingly confident in humanity's potential to become the true sovereigns of the universe. Meanwhile, in the chaotic world, the expressions of figures like Taiji Laozu and Junti were grim. With the Kongtong seal reclaimed, they found themselves unable to act. Should humanity continue on this trajectory, they would completely escape their grasp. Without the fortunes provided by humanity, their cultivation speed would plummet significantly. After a discussion, Taiji Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Nuwa were tasked with petitioning Honorable Ancestor Hongjun to lift the edict barring the saints from entering the 3 realms, while Junti and Jiayin urged the swift completion of the journey to the west. Once the journey was accomplished and Buddhism spread eastward, they would still have a chance to impact humanity. The battle between Sun Wukong and the great master Xuandu had undeniably altered the situation across the 3 realms. At this moment, the journey to the west team continued their leisurely progress through the Xinyo Hezhou. The 6-eared macaque diligently led the way, carrying the golden-banded rod, occasionally leaping atop mountains or boulders to survey the path ahead. Jiang Lua reclined comfortably on the broad back of the white dragon horse, his eyes gently closed, savoring the refreshing breeze. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji held the reins of the white dragon horse, opting for the gentlest paths to avoid disturbing Jiang Lua's repose. Though the white dragon horse maintained a calm facade, inwardly he felt utterly unwilling. He had initially believed that as long as he temporarily complied with Jiang Lua's request, he could preserve his life. However, time had passed, and the Buddhist sect had yet to rescue him. Once the revered Dragon King of the West Sea, he now endured this humiliation. If word of his predicament spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Nevertheless, despite his inner reluctance, the white dragon horse's situation was relatively favorable. With his cultivation, traversing these mountain paths felt like a walk in the park. At the rear of the group, Shaoxing gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed. With each step, he left behind incredibly clear footprints, as if he were scaling 2 mountains, exerting every ounce of his strength and suffering immensely. However, having already offended the heavenly court, being cast out from the journey to the west team would spell his doom. Consequently, no matter how arduous the journey became, Shaoxing was compelled to endure for the sake of his own life. As the journey to the west team progressed, a chilling mountain wind howled, raising swirling sands and abruptly awakening Jiang Lua. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an exceedingly strange mountain landscape, towering peaks, sharply pointed summits, deep ravines, and perilous cliffs, clearly a treacherous domain. Help! Help! At that moment, a piercing wail echoed from nearby. The group turned towards the sound and discovered an elderly man with gray hair and a hunched figure, clad in tattered garments, seated upon a stone at the foot of the mountain. Master, it seems someone is injured ahead. Shall we go take a look? Inquired the 6-eared macaque. Very well. Jiang Lua glanced at him and nodded subtly. Under the guidance of the 6-eared macaque, they approached the elderly man. The old man sat on the stone, clutching his leg with both hands, blood seeping through his fingers, and his disheveled gray hair scattered across his pallid face, presenting a pitiful sight. Old benefactor, what has happened? Why are you here in this desolate mountain, so grievously injured? The six-eared macaque inquired with genuine concern. Demons, demons. The old man. Upon seeing the six-eared macaque's monkey-like visage and Zhu Beiji's pig-like form, turned pale with fright and attempted to flee in a panic. Do not be afraid, old man. We hail from the eastern Tang of the Sui dynasty, traveling to the west to seek the Buddhist teachings. We merely passed through this area. And we are not demons or monsters, Sha Xing hurriedly reassured him. Upon hearing the explanations from the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing, and seeing their lack of malice, the old man ceased his flight. Esteemed monks, this mountain is known as Pingding Mountain. I am a Taoist priest from a nearby temple. Not long ago, a benefactor in the southern part of the mountain invited us to perform a star-chanting ceremony. While passing through this area with my disciple, we encountered a fierce tiger. Alas, my disciple was devoured on the spot, and I barely escaped from the tiger's jaws, only to injure my foot and become unable to walk. The old man lamented, tears streaming down his face, filled with anguish and regret. Zhang Luer remained seated on the white dragon horse, quietly observing the performance of the silver-horned king. It must be said that as the disciple of Taishang Laojun, the silver-horned king's portrayal was remarkably vivid. Had Zhang Luo not been focused on refining the essence of the ginseng fruit tree, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the great Luo Jinxian, he might have been convinced. Chapter 133. Is the tortoise shell binding too much? Oh, venerable elder, your plight is truly tragic. In this desolate wilderness, with an injured foot, what would you do if you encountered other wild beasts? Sha Xing's face displayed compassion as he continued to play his role alongside the silver-horned king. Might I inquire? Venerable elder, where was the Taoist temple you previously resided in? Sha Xing asked. Just ahead, not far. Over the next hill, the old man replied, gesturing forward. Master brother, I carry the luggage and cannot bear anyone. Would you be so kind as to assist this elder back to his temple? Sha Xing inquired. As monks, it is natural for us to act with compassion. What do you think, master? After the six-eared macaque agreed, he turned to Zhang Luer for confirmation. If you wish to carry him, then do so, Zhang Luer replied indifferently. The journey to the west was rather dull, and he was curious to see what further performance the six-eared macaque and Sha Xing would concoct. Once Zhang Luo consented, the six-eared macaque, with Sha Xing's assistance, lifted the elder onto his back. Thank you, esteemed elder. Good deeds are rewarded. The old man exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion, his gaunt face filled with gratitude. If this were the world of Yi Feng's past life, he would surely win the Oscar for Best Actor. The journey to the west team continued their trek through the valley, flanked by towering cliffs that loomed ominously, casting an eerie chill. Even in daylight, only a few rays of sunlight managed to penetrate the crevices of the rocks. After a while, as the six-eared macaque carried the elder, the old man suddenly leapt up, invoking the mountain-moving technique, causing an immense mountain to come crashing down upon the six-eared macaque. Ha! The elder had transformed atop the mountain, revealing his true form, a grotesque creature clad in a silver robe, with a pointed nose and a pair of silver horns. I, the six-eared macaque, acted out of kindness to save you, yet you repay me with treachery. The six-eared macaque struggled beneath the weight of the mountain, each movement a monumental effort. His knees sinking into the ground, his face flushed. How dare you, vile creature? Sha Xing and Zhu Beiji, witnessing this, promptly drew their weapons. Pigzi, Sha Wujing. At that moment, the golden-horned king, adorned in a golden robe with a long golden horn protruding from his forehead, descended from above, brandishing a purple gold gourd toward Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. What business do you have with me, old pig? Zhu Beiji retorted, brandishing his 9-foot rake protectively in front of Zhang Luer. However, before Zhu Beiji could finish, a powerful suction erupted from the purple gold gourd, drawing him inside. The purple gold gourd, one of the most precious treasures from the ancient gourd vine, had been refined by the Supreme Old Lord into a supreme innate spiritual treasure for storing elixirs. The Golden-Horned King and the Silver-Horned King, former alchemical disciples of the Supreme Lord, had stolen this treasure to descend to the mortal realm as demons. Although their cultivation was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, they effortlessly captured Zhu Beiji using the gourd. Master, run. Sha Xing loyally brandished his crescent-shaped spade, charging toward the Golden and Silver-Horned Kings. Ha ha, Zhang Luer. Let us see how you escape. We have already set our sights on this golden cicada flesh. The Golden-Horned King waved his hand, and a silver rope shot forth like a silver dragon, binding Zhang Luo tightly. This binding rope was also a high-quality innate spiritual treasure. Other binding ropes were mere imitations of this superior treasure. Once Zhang Luo was ensnared, The silver-horned king swiftly subdued the peak golden immortal Shaseng. Huh. This so-called golden cicada, six-eared macaque, and martial tiamping are nothing but a facade. It appears they are merely names without substance. The golden-horned king laughed heartily atop the mountain, reveling in his triumph. Before they descended, the Supreme Old Lord had warned them repeatedly about the formidable journey to the West Team, advising them to exercise caution despite possessing treasures. After all, only the challenge at Wuzhuang Temple had managed to extract a heavy price from the Buddhist sect to date. If this challenge were to succeed so easily, it would surely bring great honor to the Supreme Old Lord. Should the sage take a liking to them, they might even break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and attain immortality alongside the heavens. Let us return to the Lotus Flower Cave. The Golden Horned King commanded, lifting Jiang Luo bound by the rope with a wave of his hand. The Silver Horned King similarly hoisted the tightly bound Shaseng, and the two ascended, soon arriving at the Lotus Flower Cave. Inside the cave, resembling a rocky cavern, peculiar stone pillars loomed everywhere. The Golden and Silver Horned Kings casually tossed Shaseng and Jiang Luo into a corner, then retrieved the similarly bound Zhu Beiji from the purple gold gourd. Your Majesty, today is indeed our lucky day. It seems we shall have a hearty feast tonight. A swarm of little demons surrounded them, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Zhu Beiji's rotund figure, nearly drooling. Ah, the pig's trotters and ribs simmered in broth. What a delicacy they would make. One little demon approached and tugged at Zhu Beiji's ear. Cook your granddad. Should I let you taste my pig's whip? Despite being wrapped like a dumpling. Zhu Beiji scowled at the little demon, even bending over, causing the female demons in the cave to blush. Younglings, you are unaware that this monk before you is the legendary golden cicada. Consuming his flesh would grant eternal life, allowing one to live alongside the heavens in bliss. The Golden Horned King boasted with a laugh. What? Is this the monk who came from the Eastern Tang dynasty? The little demons, having heard of the golden cicada's legend, curiously gathered around Jiang Luo, inspecting him closely. They were astonished that the mighty six-eared macaque and the formidable martial Tianpeng had been captured so effortlessly. Great and powerful? That is merely relative. I have simply acted casually today to subdue them. The silver-horned king boasted, basking in the admiration of the little demons. Feeling quite pleased with himself. Your Majesty is indeed formidable. Your Majesty is indeed formidable. The little demons chorused, their spirits lifted. For these little demons, achieving immortality was their greatest dream, and it seemed that dream was about to be realized. I must say, O Demon King, I have no objections to being bound. However, using a tortoiseshell binding is rather excessive, Jiang Luo interjected. Chapter 134, Another Monk Appears? Ahem. The Golden Horned King coughed lightly a couple of times, observing Jiang Luo bound by the tortoiseshell, feeling it was rather unseemly. Particularly, the female demons within the cave had gathered in small clusters. Whispering and pointing at Jiang Luo, the Golden Horned King waved his hand grandly, instantly altering Jiang Luo's bindings. Minions! The Silver Horned King called out. At your command. The little demons responded in unison. Clean these three up. Tonight we feast on the flesh of the golden toad and attain immortality together. Understood, my lord. Upon hearing the Silver Horned King's decree, the throngs of little demons surged forward, seizing Jiang Luo and the others and carrying them away. Meanwhile, after the Silver Horned King departed, the six-eared macaque decided to drop his pretense. With a grand gesture, he effortlessly removed the immense mountain that had been weighing him down. Although his power was not as formidable as Jiang Luo's, a mere mountain posed no challenge for him. Though Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji were indeed powerful, in the face of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold gourd, and the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the binding rope, they would likely struggle to make an impact. Next, all the six-eared macaque needed to do was cooperate with the Golden and Silver Horned Kings to enact a scene, and this trial would be successfully passed. He chuckled to himself, his simian features brimming with delight. Furthermore, should this obstacle be overcome, he could replicate the method, employing powerful spiritual treasures to control Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji, thus expediting the completion of the Buddhist order's 81 trials. After a moment of contemplation, the six-eared macaque soared towards the direction of the Lotus Cave on a cloud. Before long, he landed outside the Lotus Cave and bellowed, "Monsters, release my master, or I, the six-eared macaque, shall demolish your wretched cave." Standing at the entrance, he cursed with his hands on his hips, his sharp voice quickly resonating within the cave. The Golden Horned King and the Silver Horned King, in perfect unison, led the little demons out to confront him. Master! Master! Our elder brother has come to rescue us. We are saved. Sha Sang exclaimed excitedly to Jiang Luo, striving to make the situation appear more genuine. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded, then slightly closed his eyes. Leaning against the wall of the hot spring, calling out to the little demons behind him, put a little effort into the scrubbing. Did your king forget to feed you? At that moment, Jiang Luo, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Sung were placed in the hot spring within the lotus cave, stripped bare, surrounded by a throng of little demons who were cleaning them in preparation for the steaming. The little demons initially believed Jiang Luo was about to be consumed and felt a sense of dread. However, seeing Jiang Luo with his half-closed eyes and serene demeanor, he appeared more like a vacationer than a captive. Noticing Jiang Luo's unruffled composure, Sha Sing turned his gaze to Zhu Beiji. Second brother. The Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King are quite formidable, and with the purple gold gourd in their possession, do you think our elder brother can defeat them? If he cannot rescue us in time, will we not be consumed tonight? In response, Zhu Beiji sprawled out casually, it matters not. What sorrow is there in life? And what suffering in death? Since the dawn of time, who has escaped death? Whether early or late, we all must meet our end. Let us take things as they come. Though Zhu Beiji bore the appearance of a simpleton, he was astute in reality. Previously, when at Wuzhuang Temple, the Buddhist order had willingly sacrificed a premium innate spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, to extricate them from the clutches of Xinyuanzi, indicating that the Buddhist order would never allow them to perish before completing their journey to the west. Thus, although Zhu Beiji was currently bound tightly like a rice dumpling, and a group of little demons deliberated on how to feast upon him, he remained entirely unperturbed. Seeing both Jiang Luo and Zhu Beiji seemingly indifferent, Sha Sing felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He can hardly believe they remained so calm on the brink of being boiled alive. Haha, brother. Your treasure is truly remarkable. The six-eared macaque was captured so effortlessly. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out from the cave entrance. The Golden Horn King, brandishing the purple gold gourd, strutted over alongside the smug Silver Horn King to Jiang Luo's side. Jiang Luo, your beloved disciple, the six-eared macaque, has already been confined within this gourd. In no time at all, he shall become a puddle of goo, so do not harbor any illusions of rescue. The Golden Horn King proclaimed boastfully, hands on his hips. Oh, Jiang Luo replied, entirely unfazed by the Golden Horn King's ostentation, his eyelids barely lifting as he responded with a mere syllable. Minions, bring forth my finest wine. Today, I shall indulge in exquisite liquor and savor the flesh of the golden toad to achieve immortality. Seeing that Jiang Luo showed no reaction, the Golden Horn King prepared to revel with his little demons. However, at that moment, a small, flag-bearing messenger demon rushed in hastily from the entrance, reporting, My lord. The little demon knelt on one knee, bowing before the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. What is it? The Golden Horn King inquired. Reporting to the Lord, while patrolling the mountains, I spotted another monk outside, strikingly similar to Jiang Luo, seemingly from the Eastern Tang dynasty, embarking on a pilgrimage to the west. The little demon pointed at Jiang Luo as he spoke. Are you certain you are not mistaken? The Golden Horn King asked incredulously. I am certain. I made sure to observe several times. They are indeed identical. The messenger demon patted its chest, assuring them. Upon hearing this, the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed. They meticulously scanned Jiang Luo with their spiritual senses before beginning to ponder. Brother, what is going on? How can there be two Jiang Luos? The Silver Horn King communicated telepathically to the Golden Horn King. I do not know. Was it not decreed that only one person is destined for the pilgrimage? The Golden Horn King stroked his thick golden stubble, equally confounded. Could it be that we have captured the wrong one? The Silver Horn King murmured. Our master has repeatedly instructed us that this task is of utmost importance and must not fail. Regardless, we should investigate. At worst, we will capture them both. The Golden Horn King concluded after a moment of contemplation. Very well. The Silver Horn King nodded, promptly commanding the messenger demon to lead the way to capture the other Jiang Luo. Chapter 135. Just one more to capture on the winding paths of Pingding Mountain. A monk clad in a cassock, resembling Jiang Luo to an uncanny degree, was making his way with a staff in hand. At that moment, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn, accompanied by a throng of lesser demons, descended upon a nearby hillock. Great King, look, that monk is right there. A flag-bearing demon pointed at the monk on the narrow path. As the two kings focused their gaze, they were taken aback to find two identical figures of Jiang Luo. Brother, could it be that we apprehended the wrong one earlier? King Silver Horn inquired telepathically. Impossible. Jiang Luo was riding on the white dragon horse. It was undoubtedly him. King Golden Horn declared emphatically. What then do we make of this monk before us? King Silver Horn pressed further. Monk, King Golden Horn bellowed, his resonant voice echoing through the canyon, causing stones to tumble from the cliffs. The monk, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Luo, was startled, his legs trembling as he leaned heavily on his staff to avoid collapsing. Monk, what is your name? King Silverhorn asked, responding to your majesty. The humble monk is known as Lu Jianger, a monk from the Eastern Sui dynasty, traveling west to seek the Buddha and scriptures. Lu Jianger stammered, clearly intimidated by the two kings. Lu Jianger? What nonsense is this? Both kings exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. I ask you, what is your connection to Jiang Luo? King Golden Horn demanded, his eyes burning like torches as they fixed on Lu Jianger. Your Majesty, Jiang Luo is my elder brother. We grew up together, Lu Jianger replied. Elder brother? Did the master not mention that Jiang Luo has a younger sibling? King Silverhorn communicated to King Golden Horn. Regardless, we shall capture him and ensure we do not miss a single one. King Golden Horn resolved, determined to fulfill the task assigned by Taishang Laojun, even if it meant apprehending this perplexing Lu Jianger as well. Lu Jianger, I call to you. Will you dare respond? King Golden Horn raised his purple gold gourd and shouted. Huh. Lu Jianger, caught off guard, could only utter a confused response before he was swiftly engulfed by the gourd. With great satisfaction, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn returned to the Lotus Cave with the gourd in hand. Jiang Luo, I have also captured your younger brother. We shall soon steam them together for the feast. King Golden Horn proclaimed proudly as he approached Jiang Luo and the others, removing the lid of the purple gold gourd. Instantly, Lu Jianger emerged, bound and restrained, landing before Jiang Luo. Pigsy and Sandy were utterly perplexed, having never heard of Jiang Luo having a younger sibling. Just as King Golden Horn was about to intimidate Jiang Luo further, the flag-bearing demon rushed in once again. Report. Great King. Another monk identical to them has appeared at Pinging Mountain. King Golden Horn? King Silver Horn? What on earth is happening? The two kings exchanged thoughts once more, and despite their confusion, they flew out of the cave once again. Before long, they returned, and once more, another monk identical to Jiang Luo tumbled out of the gourd. Minions, prepare the large pot. Soon we shall steam Jiang Luo, Lu Jianger, and Jianger Lu all together. King Golden Horn commanded. Yes, the lesser demons cheered. Within the Lotus Cave, hundreds of lesser demons had initially worried about insufficient food for the journey to the West Crew. But now, their fortunes had changed. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the messenger demon returned. Report. Great King. Yet another monk has appeared at the mountain entrance. King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn were left speechless. Jiang Luo, how many younger brothers do you possess? King Silverhorn inquired. There are no more. This is the last one, Jiang Luo answered candidly. Upon hearing this, both kings felt a sigh of relief, and without hesitation, they set out once more. Not long after, they successfully captured Luo Jiang as well. Great King, at the mountain entrance, the messenger demon continued to rush back with news. Although King Golden Horn and King Silverhorn were inwardly frustrated, they understood the importance of this task, especially given that Taishang Laojun had lent them the supreme innate treasure, the purple gold gourd, and the high-quality innate treasure, the binding immortal rope. Thus, they had no choice but to continue their relentless pursuit at the mountain entrance, fearing they might miss the true reincarnation of the golden cicada. 3 hours later, the entire Lotus Cave was filled with bald-headed monks. Jiang Luo, Lu Jianger, Jianger Lu, golden cicada, cicada gold. Thousands of monks, all resembling Jiang Luo, now outnumbered the demons in the cave. The messenger demon, who had come to report, was exhausted, panting heavily, appearing utterly worn out. Initially, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn intended to stake out at the mountain entrance to avoid unnecessary trips. However, during their vigil, the area remained eerily calm, with nary a monk in sight. Yet, as soon as they returned to the Lotus Cave, the messenger demon would invariably arrive with news of yet another monk sighting. Confused and weary, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn found themselves making repeated trips between the mountain entrance and the Lotus Cave. After thousands of such trips, the two kings were utterly drained, no longer possessing their earlier vigor. Moreover, the sheer number of identical Jiang Luos had become so intertwined that they could no longer discern which one was the original capture. As for the lesser demons within the Lotus Cave, they had initially relished the sight of the kings continuously bringing back monks, anticipating a grand feast. However, as the number of monks swelled to fill the cave completely, even illuminating the previously dark cavern, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Even with such appetites, they lacked pots of sufficient size. Jiang Luer, did you not say that was your last younger brother? King Golden Horn gasped, questioning. Indeed. The last billion are soon to be captured. Thousands of identical Jiang Luers chorused in unison. Chapter 136. Eldest Senior Brother. Something awful has happened. All the monsters have been slain by Master. Report, my lord, the mountain entrance. At this moment, the voice of the demon messenger echoed again. Upon hearing this, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn felt as though they were enveloped by a malevolent sound, staggering several steps before regaining their composure. This was clearly a trial set for the journey to the West team. Yet King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn felt as if they were the true victims suffering in this ordeal. Brother, what shall we do? At this rate, when will it end? I can scarcely endure this. I would rather return to the Doshui Palace immediately to refine elixirs. King Silver Horn was on the verge of a breakdown. Perhaps we could release the six-eared macaque to defeat us and rescue these monks. That might count as a trial, King Golden Horn suggested, eager to depart from this cursed place. Agreed. The two swiftly came to an understanding and silently opened a crack in the lid of the purple gold gourd. The six-eared macaque immediately concealed himself and flew out through the opening. Although previously confined within the purple gold gourd, he had been keenly aware of external events. Isn't this the plan devised by the Buddhist sect for me? How has the situation reversed so drastically? The six-eared macaque scratched his head in confusion, feeling utterly bewildered. Never mind. I shall cooperate with King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn to complete this trial. With that thought, he retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang and aimed to soar towards the Lotus Cave. However, at that moment, the formerly dim Pingding Mountain suddenly radiated light as bright as day. The six-eared macaque looked up to see a golden dragon soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a familiar reprimanding voice echoed across the heavens. Bold demon, do you not know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth? How dare you utter such arrogant words, showing utter disregard for this humble monk? Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha, and all the Buddhas of Prajna. Subdue them. The booming command resonated with immense authority, filling the skies. The golden dragon emitted a resounding roar as it descended heavily. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the direction of the Lotus Cave, sending terrifying shockwaves soaring, dust billowing, and earth flying. Even the six-eared macaque was swept away by this overwhelming surge. Filled with dread, the six-eared macaque plunged his Jingu Bang into the ground, barely stabilizing himself. In this terrifying tempest, he felt like a mere leaf amidst tumultuous waves, on the brink of being torn asunder. As he sensed the howling winds, he was struck by an overwhelming fear. Wasn't Jiang Luo bound by the celestial binding rope? How did he escape? Judging by this display, his power has seemingly surged even more. It seems King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn are in grave peril. Pale-faced, the six-eared macaque began to mourn for King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn. This terrifying storm came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, dissipating without a trace. Eldest Senior Brother, something terrible has occurred. Just as the six-eared macaque was putting away his Jingu Bang, he heard the distant cry of Sha Sing. What is it, Brother Sha? The six-eared macaque inquired in confusion. Eldest Senior Brother, King Golden Horn, King Silver Horn, and all the monsters within the Lotus Cave have been slain by Master. Moreover, even the purple gold gourd and the celestial binding rope of the Supreme Lord Laozi have been seized by Master. Sha Sung hurriedly approached the six-eared macaque, his face pale, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He had always believed Jiang Luo to be a weak monk, incapable of harming a fly. Yet today, Jiang Luo had forcibly broken free from the celestial binding rope and unleashed the great might heavenly dragon, annihilating all the monsters within the Lotus Cave. Not only that, but the vast Pinging Mountain had also been forcibly reduced in height by Jiang Luo's single strike, truly becoming a flat-topped mountain. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness and despair. He had thought that with a top-notch innate spiritual treasure from the Supreme Lord Laozi, paired with his and Sha Sang's covert cooperation, they would surely succeed in this trial. Yet now, all plans had crumbled to dust. Moreover, they had journeyed so far in the west, nearly half the distance to the western Bulhazhou, yet had barely completed the trial at Wuzhuang Temple. As he contemplated the daunting journey of 81 trials, the six-eared macaque felt an insurmountable sense of despair, as if facing an eternal chasm that could never be crossed. In his utter hopelessness, he sensed the growing fury of the Taiji Laozi, Yuanchi Tianzuan. and others who had been observing this situation. These wretched ants dare to covet even the treasures of this humble Taoist. It seems that after years of seclusion from the three realms, they have truly forgotten that sages are not to be trifled with. In the chaos of the universe, Taiji Laozi's expression darkened, emitting an aura of extreme malevolence. I shall go to the Zixiao Palace to seek the master to lift the ban. If he does not consent, I shall remain outside the Zixiao Palace. Will you accompany me? Taiji Laozi transmitted to Yuan-Shi Tianzuan and Yuhua. Having been offended time and again, Taiji Laozi could no longer endure it and resolved to beseech Hongjun Daozu to lift the ban. I will accompany you, replied Yuan-Shi Tianzuan and Yuhua in succession. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan had long harbored resentment over the earlier incident with Guangqingzi and sought revenge against the San Shao, so he naturally would not decline. As for Yuhua, although she had no disputes with the Jie sect, she also did not wish to remain confined within the chaos. Very well, Taiji Laozi waved his hand, directly opening a portal to space and arriving before the Zixiao Palace. However, at this moment, the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace were firmly shut, and the ones who had come to seek an audience with Daozu, Zhuanti, and Jiejin were still waiting outside. Greetings, senior brother. Zhuanti and Jiejin bowed to Taiji Laozi. Indeed, Taiji Laozi nodded, and soon Yuan-Shi Tianzuan and Yuhua emerged from the portal. Disciples seek an audience with the master, earnestly requesting the lifting of the ban so that we may return to the three realms and restore order. Taiji Laozi and the others exchanged glances before together bowing in respect toward the closed doors of the Zixiao Palace. After their voices echoed, there was no immediate response from Hongjun Daozu, as if he were contemplating. The waiting Taiji Laozi and the others felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Sigh. A resonant sigh echoed from within the Zixiao Palace. Very well, let it be as you wish. Chapter 137. The return of the sage to the three realms within the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun Daozu sat on his cloud bed after much contemplation. He decided to lift the ban that prohibited the sages from entering the three realms. His initial motivation for imposing this restriction was twofold. Firstly, to solidify his credibility among the beings of the three realms, as he, being the Tao ancestor, had to uphold justice for the myriad of creatures when his 6 disciples wreaked havoc. Secondly, as all beings in the three realms were now cultivating the celestial path he had imparted, the more beings that practiced this path, the greater the fortune he would receive, thus accelerating his own cultivation. Therefore, for his own benefit, he had to protect the creatures of the three realms. However, as the turmoil escalated, even with Feng refraining from action, Sun Wukong alone was capable of causing chaos throughout the realms. With the sages barred from descending, Sun Wukong, who could even defeat Master Xuandu, seemed unstoppable. The human race was growing stronger, severely undermining the interests of the Xianmen. As the journey to the west approached its halfway point, only one trial had been completed, and even the treasures of the Supreme Lord, the Golden Lotus and the Binding Rope, had changed hands. If the sages did not intervene soon, the journey to the west might never reach completion. Thus, despite Hongjun Daozu's apprehension towards Feng and the inability to contact the heavenly Tao, he found himself compelled to act. Outside the Zixiao Palace, the likes of Taiji Laozu and others were momentarily stunned upon hearing Hongjuan's response, only to be overwhelmed with exhilaration. They had implored repeatedly. Yet the Tao ancestors' replies had always been ambiguous. They had not anticipated such a decisive affirmation this time. Due to this ban, Taiji Laozu had witnessed the human race slipping from his grasp, unable to intervene as his beloved disciple, Guangqingzi, fell in battle. Now that the prohibition was lifted, both Taiji Laozu and Yuan-Shi Tianzuan were eager to take action. Thank you, Master, for your support, they said in unison, bowing towards the gates of the Zixiao Palace. In the next moment, all but Yuhua rapidly opened the spatial gateway and hurried into the three realms. At Pingding Mountain, Jin Chanzi and Zhu Beiji had just reunited with Lu Ermiho and Sha Sang, barely exchanging a few words when the sky suddenly brightened. An endless golden light descended upon the world, and golden lotuses bloomed from the void, accompanied by the celestial chants of deities and Buddhas. Soon after, the two figures clad in golden robes, Zhuanti and Jiayin, emerged from the spatial portal. Instantly, the supreme and overwhelming aura of the sages swept across the three realms, compelling countless beings to kneel in reverence. Heavens, am I not seeing things? Is that not the two sages of the West? The beings of the three realms were utterly astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was the Buddha of guidance and the mother of Zhuanti. Moreover, they had truly descended in their physical forms. Such an exalted presence could not be mistaken. Had not the Tao ancestor forbidden the sages from entering the three realms after the Fengshen calamity? Did Xuanti and Jieyin dare to defy the Tao ancestor's decree? The Tao ancestor, the master of the six sages and the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, could not be disobeyed. The only explanation was that the ban had been lifted. In their astonishment, the beings of the three realms deduced the truth of the situation. It seemed that with the increasing variables within the realms, even the Tao ancestor could no longer remain idle. As the current situation stood, if the sages were to return, the three realms would likely be engulfed in genuine bloodshed. The beings collectively gasped, fear gripping their hearts. Previously, the three heavens and Zhao Gongming had eliminated the leading disciple of the Chan sect, Guangqingzi, as well as Tai Yijinren, reclaiming the four swords of extermination, given Yuan Shi Tianzun's protective nature towards his disciples. It was inconceivable that he would not seek retribution against the disciples of the Chan sect. Moreover, the human race had nearly forsaken the teachings of humanity. Taiji Laozu was likely to turn against Emperor Yangguang. Furthermore, the current journey to the west would see Xuanti and Jieyin spare no effort to rectify the chaos and complete their quest. On one side stood the enigmatic Yifeng along with his disciple son Wukong and Emperor Yangguang. On the other, the most powerful force since ancient times, the Xianmen. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly be more terrifying than the calamity of Fengshen. The beings of the three realms feared that the entire realm might be reduced to dust amidst the clash of these two formidable powers. Concern and dread filled their hearts, with some even contemplating escape to the chaotic realm. Jiang Luer, do you know your crimes? At this moment, the sage Xuanti, enveloped in countless golden lotuses, spoke. His voice resonated like a grand bell across the west Nyo Huzhou, imbued with an overwhelming authority that compelled Lu Ermi Ho, Sha Wujing, and Beilongma to kneel in fear. Although Xuanti and Jieyin recognized that the upheaval surrounding Jiang Luer was undoubtedly influenced by Yifeng, and they had previously been nearly obliterated by Yifeng's divine will, they felt that since the Tao ancestor had explicitly lifted the ban, it must mean he was prepared for a confrontation with Yifeng. Crimes? I ask, Holy One, what crime do I hold? Despite the palpable fear among Lu Ermi Ho and the others, Jiang Luer faced the sage without a hint of trepidation. His steadfast character, which had previously led him to challenge the Buddhist teachings before the myriad Buddhas in the Great Lane Temple, shone through. Thus, even in the face of a sage, Jiang Luo felt no fear. Death was merely a possibility. What crime indeed? In your previous life, you were a member of the Buddhist sect, and in this life, you are the fated pilgrim to the West. Not only do you neglect your duty to journey to the West for scriptures, but you also deliberately obstruct and disrupt the order of the three realms, which is a grave offense. Xuanti declared, towering over Jiang Luer, his voice booming as if pronouncing judgment upon him. I, a humble monk, have tirelessly journeyed day and night towards the West, slaying demons and upholding the welfare of the beings. How is it that in the mouth of the Holy One, I become a disruptor of the order of the three realms? Are not those demons and monsters merely pawns of the Buddhist sect? Jiang Luer retorted, unwavering in his stance. Upon hearing this, Xuanti's expression shifted slightly. While it was well known that the Buddhist sect, in conjunction with the teachings of humanity and the Chan sect, orchestrated the 81 trials, acknowledging this openly would lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, to set up these trials, the Buddhist sect had intentionally released numerous demons that wreaked havoc across the realms, devastating many human kingdoms. Should Xuanti admit to this, the carefully cultivated image of the Buddhist sect as a benevolent savior would be irrevocably tarnished. Jiang Luer, no matter how eloquently you speak, it cannot alter the facts. Seeing Jiang Luer's sharp retorts and recognizing the precarious position of the Buddhist sect, Jieyin realized that continuing this debate would only complicate matters further. Therefore, Jieyin resolved to directly suppress Jiang Luer, erasing his past memories and cultivation, ensuring he became a compliant puppet of the Buddhist sect to fulfill the journey to the West. Chapter 138. Challenge of the Sage. The expressions of Xuanti and Jieyin shifted dramatically as the terrifying pressure of the sage's realm erupted like an unquenchable volcano, instantly engulfing the entirety of Nyo Huzhou. In that moment, all beings within Nyo Huzhou were compelled to kneel, overwhelmed by the resurgence of fear that had once been dominated by the sage. Despite the endless number of cultivators in Nyo Huzhou, they were acutely aware of their insignificance compared to the aura of the sage, feeling even less than mere ants. Zhu Beiji was filled with anxiety. Although he recognized the triviality of his cultivation in comparison to the sage, He instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Luer. Meanwhile, Lu Ermiho, Sha Xing, and Bai Longma secretly reveled in their situation. Their journey thus far had been fraught with torment inflicted by Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji, particularly for Bai Longma, who longed to return to the West Sea and reclaim his title as Dragon King. Now, with the sage personally intervening, it seemed inevitable that Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji would meet their doom. Who could create such a commotion? Ah, it's the old ball donkey, Lu Ermiho mused. Just as Lu Ermiho and Sha Xing were delighting in their misfortune, a sudden voice pierced the air. The onlookers turned to see a portal of space opening above them, from which Sun Wukong emerged. A blade of dogtail grass in his mouth and a smile upon his face. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhuanti and Jane dissipated instantaneously. Jiang Luer and Zhu Beiji, who had been flushed with anxiety, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them, their expressions gradually returning to calm. Sun Wukong, my patience has its limits. Zhuanti glared at Sun Wukong, his face darkening, the flames of anger flickering in his gaze. They had assumed that under the protection of his master, Sun Wukong would remain subdued, yet he only grew more audacious, thoroughly disrupting their meticulously laid plans for the journey to the west and causing significant losses to the Buddhist order. Now, just as they sought to resolve the variable that was Jiang Luer, Sun Wukong appeared, mocking them before the myriad beings of the three realms. Zhuanti and Jian seethed with hatred towards Sun Wukong, their patience fraying. The murderous intent they radiated caused all beings in Xinyo Huzhou to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, distorting the very fabric of space, as if the heavens might shatter at any moment. Yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, continuing to taunt Zhuanti and Jian. I relish your kind of expression. Unable to stand me, yet powerless to eliminate me. For friends, Sun Wukong would disregard losses and offer his utmost support. For foes, he would show no mercy, whether through sharp words or direct confrontation. Sun Wukong, you are merely relying on the power of your master to act so brazenly. Otherwise, your insolence would have led to your immediate demise. Zhuanti retorted, the veins on his neck bulging, as the self-proclaimed smiling tiger of the three realms. Zhuanti and Jian typically wore expressions of harmlessness, but their true colors emerged in their fury towards Sun Wukong. You speak so boldly as if you weren't granted the primordial purple energy by the old thief Hongjun to attain your status. Without that, with your qualifications, you might not have achieved sagehood even to this day. Oh, I misspoke. Given your nature of thievery, if you had not become sages, the grass on your graves would have grown into towering trees. Sun Wukong chuckled, delivering this biting retort that struck Zhuanti and Jian's pride. The murderous aura they exuded sharpened further, becoming almost tangible, their eyes fixed on Sun Wukong with a gaze that seemed to wish to devour him whole. The beings of the three realms, witnessing Sun Wukong's brazen provocation, were gripped by a sense of trepidation. They believed that his actions were likely sanctioned by his master, who was evidently prepared to confront the heavenly Tao. Though Zhuanti burned with rage, he found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal, acknowledging the countless misdeeds they had committed since their emergence. Had they not clung to the powerful Hongjun Taoist, they might have met their end long ago. Sun Wukong, since you are so reckless, let us duel without relying on our masters, Zhuanti declared fiercely. At this, the beings of the three realms erupted in disapproval. Indeed, though many years had passed since the calamity of the gods, Zhuanti's shamelessness remained a familiar flavor. Sun Wukong, in response to the challenge, simply laughed. It is truly you, Zhuanti, who would put forth such a shameless proposal. However, after his laughter, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted, his aura transforming from languid to razor-sharp. Nevertheless, I am curious to see if the sage truly possesses the legendary supremacy. His gaze burned intensely as he met Zhuanti's, igniting a fierce fire of battle within him. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, the beings of the three realms were taken aback. They recognized Sun Wukong's formidable prowess, having witnessed him defeat the first Were God of Heaven, Yang Jian, and recently vanquished the chief disciple of the Xiamen, Xuandu Daoxing, with overwhelming force. Yet, despite his extraordinary strength, they could not fathom him standing shoulder to shoulder with the sage. After all, the decree that all beneath the sages were but ants was well known among countless beings throughout the ages. This principle had been validated over eons, as seen in the ancient battles between the witch and the demon clans, where even the 12-peaked quasi-saints of the witch clan could not withstand a mere finger from the sage Taiji Laozi, causing their grand formation to crumble. The strength of the ancestral witches was undeniable, yet even they could not rival the power of a sage. illustrating that the sages might have transcended into an entirely different realm, beyond the reach of any non-saint being. By agreeing to duel Yuan-Ti without the intervention of their respective masters, Sun Wukong's actions appeared to all beings in the three realms as an act of self-destruction. Chapter 139. You disdain me, yet cannot overcome me. Yuan-Ti had originally uttered those words merely to suppress the arrogance of Sun Wukong, never anticipating that he would acquiesce. Now, witnessing Sun Wukong's agreement, a cruel smile crept across Yuan-Ti's face. Sun Wukong, to the Chaos Realm. He proclaimed hastily, fearing that Sun Wukong might reconsider. Do I seem to fear you? Sun Wukong retorted, fully aware of Yuan-Ti's intentions. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength and boldly tore through the void, heading towards the Chaos Realm. As Yuan-Ti opened the portal to the void, he was halted by Jie Yin's hand upon his shoulder. Snapping back to reality, the two exchanged glances. Rest assured, brother, after this battle, Sun Wukong shall no longer exist, Yuan-Ti assured Jie Yin. Cognizant of his brother's concern that Sun Wukong might be resurrected by his master if slain. However, Yuan-Ti resolved that since Sun Wukong had sought his own demise, he would employ every means to obliterate him from this world, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, Jie nodded, refraining from further comment. Old bald donkey, where are you? Have you lost your nerve? If you have, you can summon your bald master as well. At this moment, Sun Wukong's taunts echoed from the Chaos Realm. Upon hearing this, Yuan-Ti and Jie Yin's expressions darkened, their murderous intent surging. Instantly, Yuan-Ti plunged into the portal, entering the Chaos Realm without a backward glance. In that instant, the hearts of all the demon tribes of North Jiulu contorted with anxiety, collectively gazing towards the Chaos Realm. Although Sun Wukong was almost certain to become a demon sage, their concerns weighed heavily upon them. He had previously emerged to challenge the Grand Master Xuandu and had been imprisoned in the coffin of heaven. Just as they had begun to relax, he was now confronting Yuan-Ti and boldly claiming he could take on two opponents. While they understood Sun Wukong's formidable strength and robust backing, the first law of the three realms, that beneath the sage, all are but ants, left them in a state of utmost trepidation. In the Chaos Realm, Sun Wukong's golden fur glimmered brilliantly, and the surging blood energy within him surged like an expansive ocean, crashing against the Chaos Realm. Despite his confidence, he recognized that his opponent was a formidable foe, far exceeding any adversary he had encountered thus far. Thus, he approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness, maximizing his potential. Though Yuan-Ti feigned calmness with a single hand clasped in reverence, his face was twisted into a malicious grin, regarding Sun Wukong as if he were merely a lifeless corpse. Countless powerful beings across the three realms released their divine senses, secretly monitoring the battlefield in the Chaos Realm. Most of these beings hoped for another miracle from Sun Wukong, wishing to see him triumph over Yuan-Ti. Yet, deep down, they understood that such a possibility was exceedingly slim, nearly non-existent. To preclude any prolonged uncertainty, Yuan-Ti refrained from further dialogue and launched his assault upon Sun Wukong without hesitation. Go. With a thought, Yuan-Ti unleashed a palm strike towards Sun Wukong. Boom. The sage's strike transformed into a colossal wave of divine power, sweeping across the heavens and earth, causing the vast Chaos Realm to tremble violently. Although the observing beings remained in the three realms, they felt the overwhelming and destructive aura emanating from Yuan-Ti's attack, which nearly suffocated them with its oppressive force. Once more, they comprehended the meaning of the saying that beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Compared to the sage, what were the quasi-sages, or even the so-called first among the sages, Kong Xian, but mere insects? In that moment, the demon deities Bai Zhe and Ci Tai, along with others, felt their hearts leap to their throats, fearing that the hope of their entire race, Sun Wukong, might be obliterated in an instant. As Yuan-Ti unleashed his palm, a golden swastika emanated from his hand, exploding into a dazzling light that illuminated the previously dim Chaos Realm. The golden symbol spun slowly, radiating a heavy and vast brilliance, as if the very wheel of the heavenly path were descending to crush all beneath it. Though Yuan-Ti's strike appeared simple, it wielded the supreme laws of the Buddhist path. Should Sun Wukong be obliterated by this swastika, his soul would be utterly extinguished, as if he had never existed. Faced with such a terrifying blow from Yuan-Ti, Sun Wukong flipped his hand and grasped the longbow. The bow, seemingly unremarkable with only the word Li engraved upon it, was an innate treasure bestowed by Feng. With his left hand gripping the bow, he drew back the string with all his might. As the bowstring was pulled taut, a blood-red arrow gradually materialized, imbued with an extremely dangerous aura, formed from the primordial energies of the five ancestors. Instantly, All the mighty beings secretly observing the battlefield felt a pang of unease, as if they might be pierced by that very arrow at any moment. When Sun Wukong drew the bowstring to its fullest extent, he released it. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a blood-red meteor, traveling at an unfathomable speed. Imbued with destructive power that could shatter everything in its path, hurtling towards Zhuan Ti. In the next instant, the blood-red arrow collided with the enormous swastika, shattering it into an explosion of golden light that scattered throughout the chaos realm. Gasp! Sun Wukong had truly blocked the sage's attack. The mighty beings of the three realms collectively inhaled sharply, their minds blank, jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. From the dawn of creation to the present tribulation of the journey to the west, it was the first time anyone had withstood a sage's strike without having attained enlightenment. Even if Sun Wukong had utilized an innate treasure, this feat remained unparalleled in history. After all, the former demon emperor, Dong Huangtai, had been unable to withstand a mere finger from the newly ascended Taiching sage, even while commanding the formidable Zhou Tian star array centered around the Chaos Bell. This was utterly absurd, a prodigy beyond comprehension. The law that beneath the sage, all are ants, had been shattered today. Sun Wukong's master was truly extraordinary. Having nurtured such an exceptional disciple, with such extraordinary combat prowess before attaining enlightenment, should Sun Wukong not perish today, he might indeed ascend to the level of the Tao ancestor in the future. It was clear now, Sun Wukong's potential was unfathomable, and Zhuan Ti and Jieyin would undoubtedly spare no effort to extinguish him before he could attain enlightenment, even if it meant confronting the Tao ancestor himself. Chapter 140. Drawing the bow with precision. As the great beings of the three realms reached this point, they abruptly ceased their discourse, unable to continue. However, their intentions were unmistakable. The fact that Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, had lifted the prohibition against saints entering the three realms was a clear indication that he was prepared to confront Sun Wukong's master. Moreover, Sun Wukong had shattered the long-held tenet that all below the saints were mere ants since the dawn of creation, revealing unparalleled potential. Therefore, it was evident that Hongjun would not allow Sun Wukong to survive this encounter. In the chaotic world, upon witnessing Sun Wukong dismantle his swastika hand seal, Zhuan Ti was taken aback. Yet, in his gaze towards Sun Wukong, the intent to kill intensified. After all, given Sun Wukong's current display of strength, if he were to survive today, it would not be long before he surpassed Zhuan Ti entirely. Sun Wukong, you must die, Zhuan Ti declared coldly, his murderous intent freezing the very essence of the chaotic realm. Though Sun Wukong had previously shattered Zhuan Ti's seal with the aid of a primordial treasure, Zhuan Ti remained confident that his own power was still a notch above Wukong's. This was his last opportunity to eliminate Sun Wukong, the thorn in his side. Just as Zhuan Ti was engulfed in thought, Sun Wukong had already taken the initiative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated sharply. In a mere second, Sun Wukong had released the bowstring over 10,000 times. In an instant, a multitude of blood-red arrows ascended skyward, tearing through space, freezing time, as if they were destined to pierce the heavens. Within the range of these arrows, ancient stars were effortlessly obliterated, bursting apart with ease. Remarkably, even after destroying these colossal celestial bodies, the arrows remained unaffected, exhibiting an unparalleled penetrating power. Faced with Sun Wukong's sudden barrage, Zhuan Ti found himself in a precarious position, barely managing to evade. After all, unlike the ancestral witches, their physical forms could not withstand the onslaught of arrows from the celestial bow. A direct hit would likely obliterate them. The vast wilderness was filled with exceptional beings who bowed to the might of countless powers. Yet, there were those like Chang Shi and Shi He, who suffered from a slight misfortune. Di Jun and Dong Huang, though formidable, were overshadowed. And now, the magnificent Sun Wukong was drawing his bow against the bald monk, a splendid spectacle indeed. Sun Wukong, having spent time under the tutelage of Feng, had absorbed a modicum of culture. Witnessing Zhuan Ti's panicked retreat, he could not help but recite verses in a scholarly manner. However, the mirth on Sun Wukong's face quickly faded. Zhuan Ti had unleashed his supreme primordial treasure, the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree. The Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree shot upward, transforming into a towering behemoth that enveloped the chaotic star sea. Its branches were lush, and its trunk gleamed like jade, exquisitely crafted. It took root in the chaos, drawing upon the world's essence. And from its roots emanated countless streams of seven colors. These streams coursed through its sturdy trunk, dispersing to every branch and leaf, rendering the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree a radiant beacon amidst the dim chaos, illuminating the realm with brilliance. Seated beneath this magnificent tree, Zhuanti performed a Buddhist gesture, his robe radiating a golden red glow, a halo encircling his head. In the presence of the seven treasures' wonderful tree, he appeared to stand in a sacred, absolute paradise. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of collision echoed as the remaining arrows, nearing the seven treasures' wonderful tree, were thwarted by the emerging Tao patterns. Observing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. Although he had the ability to defy the law that decreed all below the saints as mere ants, his cultivation time was still insufficient to rival Zhuanti, who had honed his skills for eons. With the assistance of his primordial treasure's might, he could contend with Zhuanti, even gaining a slight upper hand. But now, with Zhuanti's strongest card revealed, the seven treasures' wonderful tree, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Seven treasures' divine branches. Zhuanti's will surged, causing billions of branches from the tree to come alive, extending like tendrils towards Sun Wukong. The branches spread forth, enveloping him entirely, sealing off every possible escape route. Though Zhuanti was the weakest among the six saints, the unveiling of his ultimate trump card unleashed an unprecedented and terrifying power. Begone! Sun Wukong felt the oppressive force weighing down upon him. He hastily drew his bow, unleashing an unending barrage of arrows akin to a meteor shower, charging toward the seven treasures' wonderful tree. Nevertheless, despite Sun Wukong's relentless efforts, with hands nearly igniting from the strain, the relentless arrows only severed a fraction of the branches. The remaining billions of branches converged from all directions, closing in on him. Realizing that he would inevitably be ensnared, Sun Wukong summoned the first of the celestial treasures, the burial heaven coffin, and dove inside with a resounding clang. Although the coffin was a fearsome artifact capable of sealing even saints, Sun Wukong had refined it, and now he was impervious to its enigmatic powers. Suspended in the chaotic realm, the burial heaven coffin emanated a dark red glow, enveloped completely by the countless branches of the seven treasures' wonderful tree, which found no means to penetrate it. The coffin's material was comparable to primordial treasures, rendering it impervious to brute force. Do you truly believe that hiding within this shell will save you from my grasp? Zhuanti approached the burial heaven coffin, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, the seven treasures' wonderful tree ignited in flames. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree was engulfed in fierce fire. What perplexed the great beings of the three realms was that the flames consuming the tree were neither crimson nor of any other color. They were nearly transparent. Yet, despite their lack of overwhelming might, the temperature exceeded that of conventional flames. The chaotic space within a billion miles was seared and melted, collapsing beneath the onslaught. Even the distant chaotic river, spanning billions of miles, began to emanate thick white mist, evaporating within moments. This was the glazed pure fire, said to incinerate and purify all in existence. The seven treasures' wonderful tree, a supreme primordial treasure forged from the fusion of metals like gangjin and glazed essence, under Zhuanti's command, could summon glazed pure fire capable of incinerating the heavens. Sun Wukong's fate appeared dire. Even hidden within the burial heaven coffin, he would ultimately face annihilation. Should Sun Wukong perish in the glazed pure fire, all traces of his existence would be eradicated, and even his master, with boundless power, would be unable to resurrect him. The great powers of the three realms were abuzz with speculation, all believing that Sun Wukong's demise was imminent. It was merely a matter of whether he would leap forth and meet his end swiftly or be gradually refined within the tomb of heaven, prolonging his fate. Ha ha! Sun Wukong, how the tables have turned. Atop the peak of Mount Daluo, Master Xiandu let out an unabashed, maniacal laugh, his booming voice echoing throughout the three realms. As the foremost figure of the third generation of the Xianmin, he was once basking in glory, with many placing him alongside Kong Xian as the preeminent figure beneath the sanctified realm. Yet, not long ago, his pride and dignity had been ruthlessly ground into the dust by Sun Wukong. He had lost not only the Kong Tong seal and the formidable tomb of heaven, but had nearly lost his own life as well. Thus, Master Xiandu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sun Wukong. Now, witnessing the Monkey King ensnared in an inescapable predicament, he erupted into laughter, the first genuine smile gracing his face since the theft of the celestial treasure from the sacred grounds of Mount Daluo. It was a pity that Sun Wukong possessed such extraordinary potential, potentially capable of reaching the zenith of the Taoist ancestors. Yet his arrogance had led him to this fatal plight. Initially, he had hoped to see Sun Wukong defy the odds and triumph over the saints. But it seemed that hope was futile. The vast majority of the powerful beings in the three realms felt a profound sense of regret. In their hearts, They preferred Sun Wukong to emerge victorious over the shameless and nefarious Zhuan. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe and other demon gods from the northern continent were pale and consumed with anxiety, their gazes fixed intently upon the tomb of heaven in the chaotic realm, even forgetting to breathe. For the entirety of the demon race, Sun Wukong embodied their last hope. Should he fall, the demon race would find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Furthermore, Zhuan, upon returning to the three realms, might seize the moment to subjugate the demons and forcibly convert them to the Buddhist path. While the thoughts of the beings in the three realms diverged, Zhuan was solely focused on the complete refinement of Sun Wukong. Under Zhuan Ti's relentless efforts, the blood-red radiance emanating from the tomb of heaven was gradually subdued, and the intricate patterns on its surface began to fade away. It seemed that Sun Wukong's refinement had become an established fact. Haha. This is the fate that befalls those who defy the saints. Zhuan Ti's mood was exceptionally buoyant at this moment. Having just returned to the three realms, he had dispatched a formidable adversary who had long posed a threat, once again demonstrating to all beings what it meant to not offend a saint. Additionally, Sun Wukong's numerous treasures, including the Chaos Essence Iron Staff, the Heaven-Piercing Bow, and the Tomb of Heaven, would soon fall into his possession. The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement coursing through Zhuan, his face flushed with exhilaration. As time passed, the Tomb of Heaven was thoroughly subdued. Even the once tightly sealed lid now had a gap opening. The purifying, luminous fire surged into the crevice. It was over. Sun Wukong was utterly finished. Chapter 141. Breakthrough. By borrowing strength, the beings of the three realms witnessed the glazed, purifying fire capable of cleansing and incinerating all existence penetrate the coffin of heaven's burial. And they instantly felt that Sun Wukong was surely finished. If even the most malevolent treasure of the heavenly Tao could not withstand this terrifying glazed fire, then Sun Wukong's physical form would likely be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Just as the beings of the three realms lamented this fate, and the likes of Zhuan and Jiejing believed the situation was settled, an overwhelming aura erupted from within the coffin of heaven's burial. This aura surged forth as if 1,000 volcanoes were erupting simultaneously, shaking the very heavens and causing the boundless chaotic starseed to boil, a formidable presence sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the next moment, Sun Wukong flung open the lid of the coffin and leaped forth. At this moment, he was resplendent in golden light, each strand of fur shimmering like pure gold, and the blood energy emanating from him was more vigorous than ever before. Was Sun Wukong breaking through by leveraging the pressure from Saint Zhuan? The beings of the three realms, witnessing Sun Wukong not only fully restored but radiating even more powerful energy, quickly deduced his intentions for revealing himself and provoking the saints. Sun Wukong had now ascended from the late stage of mythical Earth Immortal to the pinnacle of mythical Earth Immortal. Though it was merely a small elevation in realm, it was evidently sufficient to contend with Zhuan. Of course, this was also due to Zhuan having been a saint for countless eons, his cultivation far surpassing that of ancient times. Had Zhuan just recently attained sainthood, he would have long been subdued by Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's revival and enhanced strength, the previously arrogant and gleeful Xuandu master found his laughter abruptly halted, his visage resembling one who had just ingested a dead rat, utterly dismal. After all, Sun Wukong had previously been able to easily handle him. Now, with his improved cultivation, a mere finger from him could likely lead to Xuandu's demise. Curse that monkey. How can he be so resilient? He just refuses to die. Xuandu master muttered resentfully, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. And that infernal thief. Now that the Tao ancestor had lifted the ban, once master returns and restores the situation, we'll see how he meets his end. Xuandu's chest heaved violently as he concocted a multitude of torturous plans for that thieving rascal. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, Zhuan felt deeply insulted upon seeing Sun Wukong use his pressure to break through his limits. Throughout history, those below the saintly realm were mere ants. Yet here was Sun Wukong, who had not yet achieved sainthood, daring to use him as a stepping stone for trials. It was as if Zhuan's face had been ground into the dirt. Nonetheless, despite Zhuan's dismal countenance, he had previously been able to nearly match Sun Wukong. Now, with Sun Wukong having ascended to a higher realm, his power had dramatically increased, not to mention he wielded a primordial treasure. Zhuan felt that he might not be Sun Wukong's match any longer. Just as Zhuan contemplated calling for assistance, Sun Wukong noticed Zhuan standing frozen in trepidation. And with a sneer, he taunted, "I say, old bald donkey, if you fear me, feel free to summon your elder bald donkey brother to join you." Although Zhuan perceived the mockery in Sun Wukong's words, he was not one to possess a sense of shame. Sun Wukong, you brought this upon yourself. Brother, assist me. Junti called out to his elder brother, Jiejing, who was spectating from the three realms. In the next moment, Jiejing appeared, stepping through a portal into the battlefield. With Jiejing's arrival, Junti regained a sense of confidence. After all, his brother's strength far surpassed his own, even exceeding that of Nuwa, being second only to the three pure ones among the 6 saints. Before Jiejing could make a move, Sun Wukong brandished the primordial treasure, the sun shooting bell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong drew back the bowstring, and countless arrows surged forth like a meteor shower, converging into a river of dark red arrows. Following his breakthrough, the power of each arrow had increased by hundreds of times, each capable of piercing the very heavens and shattering the starry sea. The 7 treasures Miao tree manifested its abundant golden patterns once more, attempting to form a golden barrier to block the arrows, just as it had done previously. However, Sun Wukong's current strength far exceeded Junti's expectations, and the once impenetrable barrier of patterns was effortlessly pierced by the arrows this time. As the arrows rained down with terrifying might, the patterns were obliterated one after another, revealing increasingly larger voids. Junti felt an unprecedented sense of threat and hurriedly summoned the branches of the 7 treasures Miao tree to fend off the dreadful arrows. Yet, Sun Wukong continued to draw and shoot with such swiftness that his movements nearly vanished from sight, transforming the arrows into a celestial river that spanned millions of miles across the chaotic realm. Even a saint, when fully exerting themselves with the primordial treasure, would find their divine powers swiftly depleted. However, Sun Wukong was born of countless worlds and possessed an inexhaustible source of primordial energy from the 5 ancestors, rendering him unconcerned about his own energy reserves. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, the branches of the 7 treasures Miao tree soon could not withstand the pressure, snapping one after another, only to be rendered to dust by the subsequent arrows. Within mere seconds, the branches were nearly exhausted, leaving only a bare trunk, even more barren than Junti or Jiejing's own bald heads. At that moment, a green flag soared into the sky, expanding to a colossal size. Standing like a pillar of heaven amidst the chaotic star sea, exuding a majestic and grand aura, the green flag billowed in the wind. Millions of green patterns shimmering in harmony with the 7 treasures Miao tree, barely managing to shield against the onslaught of arrows. This was the ultimate primordial spiritual treasure of Jiejing, the Eastern precious green lotus flag. The mighty beings of the 3 realms quickly recognized this imposing celestial banner. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows continuously struck against the barrier formed by the Eastern precious green lotus flag and the 7 treasures Miao tree, producing a series of crisp collision sounds, heavy and dense, resonating throughout the chaotic realm, even reaching the 3 realms. After his breakthrough, Sun Wukong's strength was astonishingly formidable, capable of single-handedly suppressing the 2 Western saints. The mighty beings of the 3 realms were utterly astounded by this turn of events. Previously, Sun Wukong had been forced to retreat into the coffin of heaven's burial to barely preserve his life when facing Junti alone. Yet now, after his breakthrough, he could suppress both Western saints with his own might. Although Sun Wukong had the advantage of the spiritual treasure, it was equally a testament to his own strength. Chapter 142. The annihilation mat. The continuous dark red arrows unleashed by Sun Wukong struck against the barrier formed by the Tao patterns, akin to a torrential downpour battering a lake's surface, creating countless dense ripples, seemingly on the verge of being breached. Junti gazed at the terrifying sea of arrows, his complexion pale, filled with profound dread. "Brother, I am grateful for your presence," Junti murmured, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Without the support of his brother, he feared he would have been obliterated by Sun Wukong's relentless assault. This child must not be allowed to live. Junti's companion, Jiayin, exerted all his strength to stabilize the barrier with the Eastern precious green lotus flag, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong. Initially, Jiayin believed that Sun Wukong had reached the brink of enlightenment, enabling him to contend with Junti. However, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong had ascended to a new level, still unascended, yet his power had surpassed even that of Jiayin. Remarkably, Sun Wukong had only emerged into the world a few centuries ago. If he were afforded 10,000 or even 1,000,000 years, it was unfathomable to consider the heights he could achieve. Continuing this stalemate, Jiayin realized, would likely result in their downfall. Sun Wukong alone could sweep through the entire Xiamen without the intervention of their masters. Thus, Jiayin resolved, regardless of the cost, Sun Wukong must be eradicated today. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an unassuming mat, seemingly woven from grass, appeared before them. This mat, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, was bestowed upon him by the primordial ancestor Hongjun during his final sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. Each of the 6 saints of the primordial world possessed a mat, each serving distinct functions, such as the wind and fire mat of Taichung Laozi and the ultimate bliss mat of Zhuan-Ti. Jie Yin's mat, however, harbored the power of annihilation, the annihilation mat. As Jie Yin regarded the floating annihilation mat, an expression of reluctance flickered in his eyes. After all, this mat had accompanied him since ancient times, spanning countless eons, and now he was to destroy it with his own hands. Observing the resolute glint in Jie Yin's eyes, Zhuan-Ti instantly comprehended his brother's intentions, although he too felt a profound sense of loss, given that the Buddhist sect was less affluent than the Sanqing. Losing a treasure was akin to carving flesh from one's own body. Circumstances had left them no alternative. The primordial ancestors' lifting of the prohibition was a clear indication that they were to confront Sun Wukong's master. At present, both the primordial ancestor and Sun Wukong's master had yet to make an appearance. The battle was confined to their disciples. The outcome of this clash was intrinsically tied to the dignity of both masters and the momentum of the saints returning to the 3 realms. Moreover, should they succeed in vanquishing Sun Wukong, all his treasures would rightfully belong to them. As Jie Yin's thoughts coalesced, he cast a spell upon the annihilation mat. Upon activation, the mat erupted in a brilliant glow, a blood-red radiance illuminating the heavens, reminiscent of a chaotic volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an aura of dread. At this moment, Jie Yin had fully unleashed the annihilative power contained within the annihilation mat. Once he deployed it, the mat's destructive force would be unleashed in its entirety, possessing the capacity to obliterate any living being. However, while Jie Yin and Zhuan-Ti plotted their scheme, Sun Wukong was no fool. Perceiving their conspiratorial demeanor and the sinister aura emanating from the annihilation mat, he swiftly sheathed his heaven-piercing bow and brandished the innate treasure, the Chaos Essence Iron Staff. With a single stride, Sun Wukong advanced directly before Zhuan-Ti and Jie Yin. The immense primordial energy of the 5 ancestors surged into the Chaos Essence Iron Staff, which radiated a brilliance surpassing that of a myriad suns converging. The staff, extending billions of zhang, descended like an entire firmament collapsing, its power capable of obliterating the 3 realms, including the 33 heavens of the celestial realm. In an instant, Sun Wukong traversed the void, arriving at the tailwind of the heaven-piercing arrows. Zhuan-Ti and Jie Yin's barrier, already strained to its limits, could barely withstand the penetrating force of the arrows. Should the Chaos Essence Iron Staff fall, they would undoubtedly be crushed beneath its weight. Then let us perish together, Jie Yin thought, as he realized Sun Wukong had swiftly approached, and in the next heartbeat, his skull was about to be shattered. In that fleeting moment, Jie Yin made the fateful decision to detonate the annihilation mat. As heavenly Tao saints, even if their physical forms were obliterated, they could rely on their true spirits to resurrect through the heavenly Tao. In contrast, Sun Wukong, still unascended, would meet his end if he perished. Although resurrection through the heavenly Tao would taint their true spirits, it was a small price to pay compared to being obliterated by Sun Wukong's strike. Resolved, Jie Yin's face contorted with ferocity as he unhesitatingly triggered the explosion of the annihilation mat. Boom. The next moment, an exquisite purple radiance erupted from the mat. The once indestructible supreme innate treasure began to fracture, and as the fissures multiplied, the uncontrollable, terrifying power erupted forth. With the detonation of the annihilation mat, the full extent of the annihilative force was unleashed. A purple flower of annihilation blossomed within the chaotic realm, erasing everything within billions of miles, space, ancient stars, and galaxies at a visibly rapid pace. The vicinity where Zhuan-Ti and Jie Yin stood transformed into the most terrifying abyss of the chaotic world. Even a saint would meet their demise within. The figures of Zhuan-Ti, Jie Yin, and Sun Wukong were as fragile as paper, instantaneously torn asunder and devoured. In the next moment, the 33 heavens of the celestial realm ignited with an array of intricate patterns. The ancient heavenly court, the demon court, and the celestial realm activated their meticulously arranged formations, enveloping the celestial realm in layers of defense to withstand the energy ripples. Despite the myriad arrays of the heavenly court mitigating a substantial portion of the energy impact, the entire 3 realms still felt the repercussions. Terrifying fissures spread throughout the earth immortal realm, while the seas boiled violently, with countless water columns shooting toward the heavens. As if the entire primordial world was on the brink of annihilation, beings of the 3 realms fled in panic, seeking refuge. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long. before the horrifying energy ripples gradually subsided. The power of the laws began to reshape the chaotic world. When the chaotic space regained its form, the original battlefield lay desolate and empty. Zhuan Ti, Jie Yin, and Sun Wukong seemed to have perished entirely within this cataclysmic tempest of energy. Chapter 143. Hongjun takes action. The mighty beings of the three realms were all taken aback, astonished that the outcome would culminate in such a mutual destruction. However, the true spirits of Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin were entrusted to the Tao of Heaven. Even if they fell, they could be resurrected. Yet, the unparalleled Sun Wukong, who had shattered the law that deemed all beneath the sages to be mere ants, met his untimely demise. Just as the powerful beings of the three realms lamented this tragic fate, the likes of Master Xuandu and the six-eared macaque secretly reveled in their joy. Suddenly, a voice resonated coldly through the chaotic world. Why be so serious and impulsive? With this voice, Sun Wukong reappeared in the chaotic realm, completely unharmed. This left all beings in the three realms in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin had been deceived by Sun Wukong. It seemed that only the monkey's hair had perished, while Sun Wukong's true self remained intact. Although Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin were not slain by Sun Wukong's own hand, it sufficed to demonstrate that his strength had indeed surpassed theirs. If they had not been driven to desperation, they would never have sacrificed a supreme innate spiritual treasure to achieve mutual destruction with Sun Wukong. Truly, Sun Wukong had defied the heavens. Even before attaining enlightenment, he displayed such formidable power. What would happen if he were to attain it? Would he leap forth to overshadow the Taiji Old One? The mighty beings of the three realms sighed in contemplation, even beginning to fantasize about the heights of Sun Wukong's power post-enlightenment. Furthermore, curiosity about Yi Feng's true strength intensified among the crowd. In the North Jiulu continent, while Bai Zhe was immensely surprised by Sun Wukong's prowess, witnessing the resurgence of the demon race, he remained anxious. After all, Sun Wukong's unparalleled potential had been vividly demonstrated, evident to all beings of the three realms. Today, Hongjun Daozu would not allow Sun Wukong to leave alive. Indeed, the next moment, the previously dim chaotic world erupted in radiant light. With purple chi emanating from the east for countless miles, and an exalted aura sweeping across the universe. This aura transcended the sage realm, causing the entire chaotic world to tremble. In comparison, even the supreme saintly presence of Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin seemed insignificant. Sun Wukong, a resounding voice echoed, reverberating throughout the chaotic realm, stirring the entire chaotic sea. The Tao ancestor has made his appearance. The beings of the three realms were filled with trepidation. Although they had anticipated this moment, the actual appearance of Hongjun Daozu invoked an overwhelming sense of fear within them. If Hongjun were to clash with Sun Wukong's master, it could spell catastrophe not only for the three realms but for a vast portion of the chaotic world. Why summon me, great sage? Are you unable to handle it yourself and wish to take matters into your own hands? Sun Wukong addressed Hongjun Daozu, the foremost of the Xianmen, the master of the six sages and the representative of the Tao of Heaven, with a nonchalant demeanor, showing no signs of panic. In fact, he even began to pick his teeth with a shrunken chaotic iron rod. The mighty beings of the three realms were left speechless, uncertain if Sun Wukong possessed genuine confidence in his master's strength, or if he was merely the audacious young bull unafraid of the tiger. Sun Wukong, I see your exceptional talent and feel a desire to nurture it. Would you, perchance, be willing to abandon the darkness and follow me as a disciple? I can guide you to enlightenment and sanctity in the shortest time possible. Hongjun Daozu's resonant voice rang out once more. Not to reprimand Sun Wukong, but to invite him as a disciple. Had this been any other time, Hongjun would never have taken such a step. However, having lifted the prohibition against saints entering the three realms, he was prepared to sever ties with Yi Feng. If he could accept Sun Wukong as a disciple, he would gain access to that extraordinary cultivation method and ascend even further. Old thief Hongjun, do you wish to make a fool of me and inherit my innate supreme treasure? I am currently cultivating the methods taught by my master, with boundless prospects ahead. Why would I seek you out as a teacher to become some trivial Taoist saint? Do you think I am the one who has lost my mind? Or is it you? Sun Wukong spat disdainfully, his contempt for Hongjun and the Taoist saints evident in his words. Many powerful beings in the three realms found themselves stifling laughter. Unable to express their amusement due to the authority of the Xianmen, their faces contorted in suppressed mirth. You dare, Sun Wukong, to show disrespect to the Tao ancestor? Boomed the voice of the primordial heavenly venerable, commanding and grand, causing heads to spin. Primordial brat. I am speaking with Hongjun. Do you have the right to interrupt? If you're dissatisfied, you may challenge me. Sun Wukong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the primordial heavenly venerable. Unyielding, the primordial heavenly venerable, known for his fiery temper, could not possibly back down before billions of beings and prepared to engage Sun Wukong in battle. Primordial, stand down. Just as a fierce confrontation seemed imminent, Hong Jundaozu's voice resonated once more. At that moment, Hong Jundaozu personally descended before Sun Wukong, though he did not exude an overwhelming presence. The rotation of celestial bodies in his eyes, the chains of the Tao piercing through the heavens, and the scenes of countless worlds being born and perishing behind him invoked a sense of reverence. Though the beings of the three realms were separated by vast distances, their bodies involuntarily bowed toward Hong Jundaozu. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Upon witnessing Hong Jundaozu's personal intervention, the primordial heavenly venerable suppressed his fury, preparing to watch Sun Wukong's demise. Sun Wukong, your repeated disruptions of the Tao's ordained matters, your destruction of the order of the three realms, and your disrespect toward the saints have culminated in grave transgressions. I had intended to accept you as a disciple to alleviate your immense karmic burdens, but you have proven ungrateful. Thus, I am left with no choice but to erase you, this calamity. Hong Jundaozu's expression remained calm, devoid of anger, however. His resonant decree sealed Sun Wukong's fate. Master, you may take action. In the face of Hong Jundaozu, Sun Wukong felt overwhelming pressure and urgently conveyed his thoughts to Yi Feng, pleading for his intervention. Meanwhile, by the pond beside the Taoist temple, Yi Feng lay on a bamboo chair snoring, a fishing rod in hand. Nearby, a black cat silently pawed open the temple door and strode forth with determined steps. Chapter 144. The emergence of the beast emperor Shen Ni Sun Wukong, perish. Simultaneously, Hong Jundaozu also directed his power towards Sun Wukong. However, Hong Jundaozu did not invoke any divine abilities or treasures. He merely uttered a few words with nonchalance. Yet, Sun Wukong felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as a mysterious force from the void began to devour his vitality, erasing his existence in this world. The mere utterance of words bore the weight of reality. This was the terrifying realm of Hong Jundaozu. Despite Sun Wukong's formidable combat prowess and boundless potential, his realm was still vastly inferior to that of Hong Jundaozu, rendering him completely powerless to resist. Hong Jun, do you still recognize this emperor? At that moment, a voice resonated from above the western bull heaven, its power instantly shattering the force that sought to consume Sun Wukong. In the next instant, a middle-aged man appeared in the chaotic realm, standing beside Sun Wukong. He was tall and imposing, clad in a black and gold robe. His countenance strikingly handsome, yet exuding an overwhelming sovereign aura that made the entire chaotic world bow beneath him. My heavens, that is the Beast Emperor Shen Ni, the former ruler of the ancient heavenly court. He once led the Beast Emperor dynasty and nearly unified the ancient wilderness, the great beings of the three realms. After a brief moment of astonishment, swiftly deduced Shen Ni's identity. After all, only Shen Ni could possess such an overpowering sovereign presence coupled with a murderous intent that was bloodthirsty and overwhelming. Unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Wasn't Shen Ni supposed to have perished during the calamity of the ferocious beasts? How could he reappear in this world? Could it be that Sun Wukong's master is the Beast Emperor Shen Ni? In an instant, all beings of the three realms were enveloped in unprecedented shock, and various speculations began to arise. Meanwhile, Hong Jundaozu found it nearly impossible to meet the gaze of the overwhelmingly domineering Shen Ni. He had made numerous conjectures regarding Sun Wukong's master, naming figures such as the old ancestor Yang Mei and the old ancestor of time. However, he never expected it to be Shen Ni, who was believed to have fallen during the calamity of the ferocious beasts. Faced with the first master of the ancient wilderness's calamity and the ruler of the ancient heavenly court, a sense of trepidation involuntarily welled up within Hong Jundaozu. After all, during Shen Ni's reign over the world, he had been forced to hide and cultivate in obscurity. Yet, upon reflecting on his current cultivation and status, Hong Jundaozu regained his confidence. After all, the tides of time had shifted. Millions of sentient beings practicing the immortal path he had imparted provided him with immense fortune. Coupled with the fortune gleaned from the three pure ones and the support of the heavenly Tao, his power had nearly reached the realm of the heavenly Tao. Even if Shen Ni were alive, the speed of his power enhancement could not possibly compare to his own. Shen Ni, it has been a long time. After a moment of mental reassurance, Hong Jundaozu finally calmed his emotions. Do not feign familiarity with this emperor. When I once roamed the ancient wilderness, you were not worthy to stand before me. although Hongjun Daozu endeavored to maintain his image as a Taoist ancestor before the beings of the three realms. The overwhelmingly domineering Shun Enai showed him no courtesy, directly exposing Hongjun Daozu's attempts at forging connections. Exposed under the scrutiny of all, Hongjun Daozu was filled with embarrassment, his expression turning cold. "Friend Shun Enai, it is remarkable that you survived the ancient calamity. Why then engage in such tumultuous acts within the three realms?" Hongjun Daozu inquired solemnly, seeking to occupy the moral high ground before the beings of the three realms by placing a heavy accusation upon Shun Enai. "Hongjun, have you no shame?" Sun Wukong retorted. "Let us not forget your actions during the ancient Longhan calamity, where you promised to join forces with old ancestor Yang Mei, old ancestor Yin Yang, and old ancestor Qian Kuan against the demon ancestor Luo Hu, yet ultimately preserved your own skin with the heavenly celebration clouds, allowing Yang Mei, Qian Kuan, and others to suffer mutually destructive losses, not to mention your secret instigation of the witch and demon calamity, leading Junti to unleash the little golden crow from the Fusang divine tree, resulting in its demise at the hands of Ho Yi, leaving both the witch and demon races decimated. Furthermore, your manipulation of Gong Gong's mind led to the collision with Mount Buzhou, just based on your deceitful fabrication of the Fengshan calamity to incite strife among the five saints and tear apart the ancient wilderness, thereby refining its essence to elevate your cultivation. You are the true harbinger of disaster. Upon hearing this, the beings of the three realms were once again engulfed in turmoil, as if struck by lightning, uncertain whether Sun Wukong's words held any truth. If true, then Hongjun Daozu was indeed terrifying, using despicable means to scheme against Yang Mei, the witch race, and the demon race, all for his own selfish desires, gradually dismantling the once magnificent ancient wilderness into the present-day Earth Immortal realm. Utter nonsense. In the face of Sun Wukong's accusations, Hongjun Daozu's expression shifted slightly, but he would never concede. "What does your denial matter, old man? Do you dare to make a great vow to prove your innocence?" Sun Wukong continued to mock him. Does this Taoist require your guidance in my affairs?" Though Hongjun Daozu felt somewhat cornered by Sun Wukong's sharp words, he had lived for countless years, weathering many storms. His psychological fortitude was formidable. As Sun Wukong prepared to further confront Hongjun Daozu, Shun Enai interjected, "Enough, Wukong. There is no need for him to acknowledge these accusations, simply extinguish him." With these words, the great beings of the three realms were left in awe. As expected of the ruler of the ancient heavenly court, his commanding presence was undeniable. He dismissed the notion of verbal sparring with Hongjun and sought to eliminate him directly. Upon hearing Shun Ni's audacious declaration, Hongjun Daozu felt a surge of murderous intent rise within him. "I am keen to see if you truly possess such strength." With a wave of his hand, Hongjun Daozu summoned his chaotic spiritual treasure, the creation jade butterfly. The creation jade butterfly was crystalline and translucent, radiating boundless divine light. Its brilliance flowing as the patterns of laws flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a chaotic divine butterfly poised to take flight. However, this chaotic butterfly was only half-formed, having shattered into several fragments during the creation of the world due to its inability to withstand the terrifying force of Genesis. After taking the three pure ones as disciples, Hongjun Daozu's fortune surged, ultimately leading him to this chaotic spiritual treasure. Hongjun Daozu decided to reveal his strongest card from the outset, intending to directly slay the beast emperor Shun Enai. Once Shun Enai was vanquished, the likes of Sun Wukong and Yang Guang would be inconsequential, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate these variables and reclaim dominion over the three realms. Chapter 145. The Way of Heaven. I have finally emerged due to the fact that the chaotic jade butterfly had been refined by the primordial ancestor Hongjun for countless eons. He wielded this chaos spiritual treasure with unparalleled mastery. With a flick of his dust brush, the myriad powers of the laws inscribed within the chaotic jade butterfly erupted, transforming into an immeasurable sea of laws that surged towards Sun Wukong and the beast emperor Shun Enai. The sea of laws, composed of thousands of laws powers, became a tempestuous force under Hongjun's command. Even the venerable Laozi of Taiji and the primordial Lord Yuan Shi felt as insignificant as ants in the face of this terrifying sea of laws, sensing the imminent threat of being utterly consumed. Although they had always acknowledged Hongjun's cultivation to be far superior to their own, they had not anticipated the chasm of disparity to be so vast, truly a realm apart. Before this overwhelmingly powerful strike, all beings of the three realms were filled with dread. A mere ripple from this sea of laws could spell instant annihilation for the entire three realms. Despite the countless formidable entities and infinite formations within the heavenly court, None could withstand such an overwhelming force. The countenance of the beings in the three realms turned pale, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Yet, the Beast Emperor Shun Ni remained unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil. Imperial sovereign of the world, he proclaimed, unfazed. Simultaneously, a colossal spectral beast appeared behind him. This beast was of unimaginable size, dwarfing even the chaotic stars around it. It resembled a chaotic tiger with wings. Its eyes blood-red like a blood moon, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodlust, enveloped in a tangible black-red malevolence. Upon its back were a pair of violet wings, immense and inscribed with countless profound runes, glistening with a chilling radiance that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Additionally, its long tail resembled a divine spear, emanating a crimson glow, as if it could pierce through the very heavens. This was the true form of the Beast Emperor. The myriad beings of the three realms struggled to lift their gazes toward the monstrous apparition hovering above them, their minds blank as if struck by lightning. This unparalleled, domineering presence had likely only ever been exhibited by the Beast Emperor Shun Ni throughout history. As the Sea of Laws summoned by Hongjun was about to crash down, the spectral beast behind Shun Ni opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing stars and moons. A roar erupted from the beast's gaping mouth, sending tremors through the chaotic realm, waves of sound rippling outward like circles in water. Everything in its path shattered into fragments. The beings of the three realms found their thoughts frozen, stunned into silence by the earth-shattering roar. Under the indescribable sonic waves emitted by the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, the impending Sea of Laws came to a standstill in midair. Subsequently, the runes within the Sea of Laws began to disintegrate, evaporating as if parched by the blazing sun. The once dreaded Sea of Laws dissipating in an instant. Moreover, even Hongjun himself was sent reeling by the force of this terrifying sound wave, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. The Dao robe he wore shimmered with light, its inscribed runes fully activated, while the dust brush in his hand transformed into countless threads, wrapping around him. When the overwhelming sonic wave finally subsided, Hongjun's robe lay in tatters, the inscribed formations entirely obliterated. The dust brush, in its effort to withstand the cataclysmic impact, had shattered completely, leaving only a slender shaft. Hongjun stood trembling in the chaos, disheveled and bloodied, his once majestic appearance now reduced to a pitiful state. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the Dao ancestor. No one can surpass me. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, unable to accept his defeat. As the beings of the three realms regained their senses, they beheld the unscathed figure of the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, hands still behind his back, juxtaposed with the disheveled and bloodied visage of Hongjun. They were instantly petrified. Hongjun had been defeated. Not only Hongjun, but even the beings of the three realms could scarcely fathom that the omnipotent, revered figure they had held in such high esteem could one day face such a downfall. Moreover, he had suffered such a crushing defeat despite wielding a chaos spiritual treasure. It seemed today would herald a change of reign in the three realms. As realization dawned upon them, the beings of the three realms understood that this day would mark a pivotal turning point in the history of the realms spanning millions of years. Ever since the ancient Hongjun had attained sainthood and established the Xianmin, it had remained unchallenged at the pinnacle of power. Now, however, Sun Wukong's master, the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, had directly vanquished the fully empowered Hongjun. It seemed not only would Hongjun face his demise today, but the entire Xianmin might also be uprooted. Observing the pitiful state of Hongjun in the chaotic realm, the previously ambitious Laozi of Taiji and Yuan Shi, who had intended to assert their own status and prowess, saw their hopes dashed to the ground. They had believed that with the Dao ancestor lifting the ban, today would be their day of reckoning, a return to reverence from all beings. Yet now, it appeared their fall from grace was all but certain. The way of heaven, where art thou? In the chaotic world. Hongjun felt a burgeoning fear toward the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, hesitating to act recklessly. The strength of Shun Ni had far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for the supreme quality of his innate spiritual robe and dust brush providing protection, he might have been reduced to blood mist by Shun Ni's roar. However, Hongjun, filled with reluctance, could only place his final hope on the long-absent way of heaven. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that only the return of the way of heaven could turn the tides. Otherwise, today would be his end. As Hongjun's anguished cries resonated in his heart, a platinum disc, marred with bite marks and cracks, slipped through the gap of the Daoist temple's door. The Beast Emperor Shun Ni had previously rushed out to rescue Sun Wukong, leaving the door ajar, with Bixia respectfully waiting by Yi Feng's side, holding a fishing bucket. The Daoist wheel of the way of heaven, long subjected to humiliation and used as a mere tool, finally regained its freedom. Upon exiting the temple, Hongjun immediately sensed the long-lost power of the Way of Heaven returning. Chapter 146. The grand finale. In the next moment, Hongjun Daozu radiated a dazzling platinum light, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Not only that, his aura surged like a volcanic eruption, rapidly escalating in intensity. Ha! Hongjun Daozu erupted into a wild, boisterous laughter, his voice reverberating through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence that transcended all realms. For a brief moment, even the aura of the Beast Emperor Shun Ni was suppressed. Those who had previously descended into despair, including Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan, ignited with a flicker of hope. After all, the primordial world created by Pangyu was the mightiest of realms beneath the Great Tao. Thus, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world was likewise the most formidable under the Great Tao. Now, with the power of the heavenly Tao behind him, Hongjun Daozu had become the strongest entity beneath the Great Tao. Outside of it, no one could defeat him, not even the previously overwhelming Beast Emperor Shun Ni. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu felt an unparalleled exhilaration within, astonished that the long-lost power of the heavenly Tao would suddenly return. It was akin to finding light in the depths of darkness, igniting an uncontrollable excitement within him. He even began to contemplate how to refine Shun Ni's true spirit after defeating him, hoping to acquire that extraordinary method of cultivation. Shun Ni, no matter how formidable your cultivation may be, I am the representative of the heavenly Tao. Beneath the Great Tao, I am invincible. No one can stand in my way. Hongjun Daozu spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, his voice shaking the heavens, causing the entire three realms to tremble violently. However, at that moment, an unusual sandal suddenly appeared from the direction of Shinyo Hajo, streaking across the path like a meteor. This sandal was peculiar in shape, apart from its sole. Only the front half featured two cross straps resembling a shape, though the flip-flop did not exude any terrifying aura. Its sudden appearance instilled an unprecedented sense of danger in Hongjun Daozu. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, and he felt his entire being tense up, his very soul trembling. While the Beast Emperor Shun Ni indeed possessed a higher cultivation level and had previously inflicted severe damage upon him, he had not yet reached a point that could induce absolute despair. Yet, the rapidly approaching sandal transcended the limits of the mortal realm, utterly surpassing the Great Tao. Hongjun Daozu longed to resist, but even with the power of the heavenly Tao, his body no longer obeyed his commands, leaving him helpless as the sandal drew closer to his face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the sandal struck Hongjun Daozu's face. In an instant, his physical form shattered, along with his soul and true spirit, all obliterated in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all living beings were petrified, rendered speechless, their minds coming to a standstill, especially Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan, who could hardly believe the scene before them. They had anticipated that with the power of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Daozu would soon unleash a rampage, eradicating the Beast Emperor Shun Ni and restoring order to the three realms. Yet no one had foreseen that the fully empowered Hongjun Daozu would be so effortlessly slain by a sudden flip-flop. Moreover, it was done without any means of resistance. Enough with the laughter, it's quite bothersome. A disgruntled voice emerged from the direction of Shinyo Hajo. Originally, Feng had been fishing and napping. However, the laughter of Hongjun Daozu, empowered by the heavenly Tao, had shaken the very fabric of the three realms, waking him and frightening away the fish he had hoped to catch. While Feng had intended to enjoy the spectacle of Hongjun Daozu, his annoyance compounded with the loss of his fish prompted him to hurl the sandal at Hongjun Daozu, resulting in his untimely demise. Wukong, retrieve my sandal. As the denizens of the three realms remained engulfed in shock over Hongjun Daozu's sudden demise, Feng's voice resonated once more. Yes, master. Sun Wukong nodded respectfully, promptly flying to the place where Hongjun Daozu had fallen, retrieving the sandal that hovered in the air. At this, the three realms fell into an even deeper silence. They had initially believed that the Beast Emperor Shun Ni was Sun Wukong's master, only to discover that Sun Wukong's true mentor was someone else entirely, possessing power that far surpassed the Great Tao, a truly supreme and omnipotent being. It seemed that the Beast Emperor Shun Ni was merely a pet under his dominion. Taiching Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and others felt a chill run down their spines. They had previously regarded Sun Wukong's master as a hypothetical adversary, only to realize how ludicrous their assumptions had been. They had imagined themselves as rivals, unaware that their foe had never regarded them as a threat. The earlier act of effortlessly erasing the Western Two Saints was akin to swatting away pesky flies. Yunxiao, Zhengxiao, and Yangjian. Although already aware of Yifeng's unparalleled strength, could not help but be awestruck upon witnessing him casually dispatch Hongjun Daozu with a mere flip-flop. What it meant to be supreme, omnipotent, and to transcend all realms was now crystal clear. After Yifeng casually disposed of Hongjun Daozu, he returned to his fishing, treating the act as if it were merely a trivial task, unworthy of further consideration. Nevertheless, while he spared the 5 saints of the mysterious gate, the 6 saints were now acutely aware of the formidable backing behind Sun Wukong. The once vengeful Yuan Shi Tianzuan had completely reined in his ambitions, no longer daring to provoke unrest. Upon their revival, Zhuan Ti and Jia no longer cared about the tribulations of the journey to the west or the merits of the heavenly Tao. Preserving their lives had become their utmost priority. After returning to their own sanctuaries, Taiqing Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Zhuan Ti, and Jia led lives of utmost low profile, disengaged from worldly affairs. Following Hongjun Daozu's demise, the imprisoned Tontian Jiaozhu returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, reuniting with the disciples of the Jie sect, Tontian Jiaozhu. Jin Lingxingmu and Zhao Gongming were filled with profound emotions, never anticipating they would see their master-disciple bond rekindled. Under the guidance of Zhao Gongming and others, Tontian Jiaozhu sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yifeng at the Taoist temple. After departing the temple, he returned to Gold Turtle Island, reopening the mountain gates to welcome new disciples. Not long after, Yang Guang led the elite of the human race to Huiyun Cave, warmly welcoming the return of the ancestral figure of humanity. With the 3 ancestors and 5 emperors reinstated, the human race flourished even more, swiftly surpassing other races in the 3 realms, becoming the true sovereigns of heaven and earth. Thousands of years later, the Jade Emperor concluded his seclusion, having attained the status of a mixed Yuan Daluo golden immortal. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong succeeded Hongjun, becoming the new Tao ancestor of the 3 realms, imparting truly transcendental teachings to all beings, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity reminiscent of the ancient primordial times.